The eldest brother had just left, and the stunning and alluring sister-in-law Yi Shuechen unexpectedly stirred up an inexplicable affection in me. Seeing no one around, she took light steps and slowly walked into the private room. Yi Shuechen gently placed her bag down, her beautiful eyes revealing a coldness, and her vermilion lips slightly parted. Tell me, how much money do you need before you are willing to help me keep the secret? Talking about money hurts feelings. Why not have a good meal first? What do you think, sister-in-law? I teased with a mischievous smile at the corner of my mouth. Yi Shuechen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and I asked softly again, does sister-in-law drink? With that, I shook the wineglass in my hand slightly, with a hint of cunning in my eyes. Yi Shuechen glanced at the glass of red wine, a hint of disdain and sarcasm appearing at the corner of her mouth. Do you think you deserve to have me accompany you for a drink? Of course, we are all the closest people to the eldest brother. My voice was deep and magnetic, as if there was a kind of charm that was hard for women to resist. Seeing Yi Shuechen still hesitating, I continued, this is the Yi family's territory. Could the eldest sister-in-law still worry about something happening within her own territory? You don't have the courage for this. Yi Shuechen snorted coldly, with doubts in her heart, but still did not regard me highly. She finally picked up the wineglass, raised her head and drank it all. Seeing Yi Shuechen drink the red wine, a hint of satisfaction flashed in my eyes. After a moment, Yi Shuechen only felt a dizzy spell coming on, gradually losing control of his body, and fell unconscious on the table. The table full of delicacies lost its appeal at this moment. I put down my chopsticks, got up slowly, and walked towards Yi Shuechen, asking insincerely, sister-in-law, are you okay? There was a hint of insincerity in my voice, confirming that she had completely lost consciousness. My courage grew stronger, and without hesitation, I reached out my hand. The moment my fingertips touched her, my heart suddenly accelerated, as if it wanted to burst out of my throat. Yi Shuechen, the second young lady of the Yi family, the woman of Lin Han, the eldest brother. In this situation, which man could remain calm? Her creamy white face, as delicate as melting butter. Although there is surveillance outside, there is none inside the private room. My voice was low, slightly trembling, with my gaze locked tightly on Yi Shuechen, the light in my eyes complex and indiscernible. Sister-in-law, don't blame me. Blame your boyfriend Lin Han instead. I am a reborn person, with a system by my side. Taking Yi Shuechen away is the first step of my revenge. In a moment, Yi Shuechen woke up slowly. What did you do to me? Do I need to explain this situation? My dear sister-in-law, I joked. Shaoran, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Yi Shuechen's eyes widened in anger. Gritting his teeth, I raised my lips in a disdainful smile. Oh, is that so? Then let's give it a try. But, don't forget, I am your first man. With that, I gestured towards the faint red mark on the sofa. Yi Shuechen saw this scene, and her heart ached as if being pricked by needles. A wave of intense pain surged through her heart. She had only been in a relationship with Lin Han for a short time, and I had taken away the most cherished thing from her. Her heart filled with pain and regret. Say one more word, and I guarantee you won't escape today. Yi Shuechen's voice was low and cold, her anger barely concealed. Even if I don't say it, would my sister-in-law easily let me go? I smirked, a hint of cunning in my eyes. By the way, there's something I'd like my sister-in-law to take a look at. With that, I took out my phone from my pocket and handed it to Yi Shuechen. Yi Shuechen looked puzzled, took the phone. When she saw the content on the screen clearly, her face instantly darkened, and her body involuntarily trembled slightly. You actually recorded a video. Otherwise, my sister-in-law wants to take my life as easily as crushing ants. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. If I were to die young, wouldn't it be a pity? Don't you agree, my dear sister-in-law? I teased as I gazed at Yi Shuechen. At this moment, her face was filled with shock and fear. Realizing she had underestimated me, she gradually calmed down and realized in her heart that if I dared to hand over the phone to her, there must be a backup. If she were to expose the video, it would be a loss of innocence. But, I looked at Yi Shuechen, who looked desperate and helpless, feeling extremely happy. In my past life, she and Lin Han often showed affection in front of me, but now seeing her in such despair, I felt a different kind of satisfaction in my heart. At this moment, ding, detected that Yi Shuechen's hatred towards the host has increased. Current hatred value is 60. Congratulations to the host for receiving a level 1 revenge gift package. For a long time, Yi Shuechen's voice was hoarse. Shaoran, what should I do so that you won't tell Lin Han about today's matter? I walked up to Yi Shuechen, raised my hand to tidy her hair. This is the way it should be. We are family after all. Why fight and kill each other among family members? Yi Shuechen did not resist, letting me do as I pleased. Why are you treating me like this? Aren't you Lin Han's best brother? Yi Shuechen voiced his doubts. Hearing the best of brothers, Lindbergh didn't hold back a snort of laughter. This made Yi Qingxue even more confused. The best brother? Do you really think that Xiaoran treats me as a brother? Lin Bai laughed at himself. Isn't it? Lin Bai coldly snorted. In his heart, I'm nothing more than a dog at his beck and call. Yi Qingxue had a disbelieving face, and Lin Bai didn't intend to explain. He then brushed his hand towards Yi Qingxue's pale face. Yi Qingxue's body visibly trembled. But I can tell my sister-in-law why I'm doing this to you. Why? Of course it's because I've always had a crush on my sister-in-law, even in my dreams. There's no way I can accept you being with that hypocrite Xiaoran. That's why I came up with this. Even if I have to use force, I'm going to get you. You, Yi Qingxue, can only be my Lin Bai's woman. Chapter 3, Goodbye Xiaoran, you'd better keep your secret, or I'll make you pay even if you lose your reputation. Yi Qingxue threw down these words with a gloomy face, then walked out of the box with a full of anger. Lindbergh shrugged indifferently. He had expected Yi Qingxue to make such a decision for Xiaoran. He didn't want a meal that would fill him up straight away. After all, it was only good to take your time and enjoy the good stuff. He's got a lot of fun left in him before he's had enough enjoyment. He was not going to let Xiaoran know everything. And Yi Qingxue's side must also pay attention to the proportion. If she goes too far, it could get you in trouble. So, for now, let's just enjoy the fruits of victory. Looking at the 1 billion dragon coins that had just arrived in his cell phone, Lin Bai's mood was extraordinarily comfortable. In a former life, when he had possessed wealth, he had lost the desire to squander it as he pleased. But now that he's reborn in a new life, he's not only going to take back everything that belongs to Xiaoran, but he's also going to enjoy life to the fullest. After leaving the Yulan Hotel, Lin Bai's first stop was the 4S store. Here, he experienced hours of empire-like service and finally left the 4S store satisfied with his extreme premium Tank 300. This Tank 300 is a Dragon's domestic off-road vehicle, integrated with offense and defense. Not only can you easily run someone's car into the ground, the bulletproofing is top-notch, and even to a certain extent, it can also withstand the impact of rockets. Because of its unrivaled effectiveness, not only was this chariot issued in very small numbers, the asking price is also well above the crossovers in its class. The extreme premium edition chosen by Lindbergh is the most luxurious and honorable of them all. After a series of processes, Lin Bai's Tank 300 ended up costing a total of 15 million dragon coins. Driving on the highway in this luxurious chariot will inevitably attract the attention of passers-by. Lindbergh, however, was unimpressed, and he quite enjoyed this feeling. In his previous life, he was also a radiant being, except that there was a Xiaoran on top of him, so the light is not dimmed. In this life, I will make you prostrate yourself before me. Xiaoran, I'm coming. An unprecedented light erupted in Lin Bai's eyes. The sun is shining. The breeze is blowing. Yates University, an institution of higher learning with a long and rich history, is basking in a sense of tranquility and peace. It is like a temple of knowledge, attracting countless students to pursue their dreams in truth. However, at this very moment, a large number of students had gathered at the entrance of Yichang University. They gathered in a group and talked, occasionally uttering exclamations of surprise. What the hell is going on over there? Outside the crowd, a tall, handsome young man couldn't help but ask curiously, why don't we go over and take a look? The short and obese man on the left proposed, let's just forget about it. So many people are crowding around. It's impossible to fit in. Besides, it's almost time for class. We'd better hurry. The young man on the right with the glasses shook his head and looked a little hesitant. The young man in the center nodded approvingly. Well, let's go then. Don't miss class. After saying that, the three of them turned around and left. Walking along, the young man in the center suddenly remembered something and, opening his mouth, he asked, by the way, do you guys know where old Lin went? He left the house early in the morning. I think he said he was going to meet someone very important. I don't know, replied the diminutive man. Oh, so that's it. The young man frowned slightly and, a twinge of doubt could not help but well up in his mind. But he soon let it go. After all, everyone has their own lives and secrets. No sooner had the three left than a young man extruded from the crowd and, the man was none other than the old forest that the three people were talking about. Lin Bai. Lindbergh didn't expect the temptation of the Tank 300 to be so great, and he had just parked his car in front of the school. Passing students then gathered around. Pulling out my cell phone is a slam dunk shot, and not surprisingly, he's going to be on the school's windjammer forum soon. He didn't care in the slightest though, that was the effect he wanted. Looking at the three familiar backs in front of him, Lin Bai hooked a cold smile. A few minutes later, Lin Bai arrived at the classroom door. Stand still, take a deep breath, adjust your emotions, and then pushed the door open with determination. Everything in the classroom was as familiar as he remembered, as if time had never left it. The writing on the blackboard never seemed to erase. The chalk heads scattered on the floor. The tables, chairs, and benches were covered in graffiti, and every face was so familiar and yet unfamiliar. However, it was the three men sitting in the last row that caught his attention the most, the three brothers he once considered his best. At that very moment, his gaze locked straight onto the young man in the middle of the three. The short, crisp hair, the clean, neat white shirt, the handsome face that you can't forget. Living up to the image of a fictional hero. That's right, he's Xiao Ran, the man who had changed his life in his last life, only to leave him holding the bag. Recalling the bits and pieces of his previous life, an uncontrollable and nameless anger surged in Lin Bai's heart. Those pains, regrets and helplessness had all turned into indignation towards Xiao Ran at this moment. At the same time, Xiao Ran, who was far in the back, noticed Lin Bai at the door. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the way Lin Bai was looking at him. However, without waiting for him to think more, the short and fat man beside him stood up and waved his hand at Lin Bai. Old Lin. Seeing the short and fat man, the anger in Lin Bai's heart calmed down a bit. The short and fat man was called Zhou Tian, and like him he was Xiao Ran's little brother. Compared to his experience, Zhou Tian wasn't much better, because he got cancer when he was 30 years old, which was also when Shaw was at the peak of his career. However, the medical conditions at that time were limited, so Zhou Tian unsurprisingly died at an early age. When Zhou Tian died, Lindbergh got drunk for 3 days and 3 nights, because Zhou Tian is only his true confidant and the one who is truly good to him. If it weren't for Zhou Tian, he was afraid that he wouldn't have gotten over the pain of losing his lover so quickly. And sitting on the other side of Xiao Ran, the man with glasses who looked refined was called Jang Way. Although he was also nominally Xiao Ran's junior brother, he was fundamentally different from Lin Bai and Zhou Tian. Jang Way comes from a big family. Although he won't bully, he has his own arrogance. Even in his previous life, Xiao Ran had only truly subdued Jang Way at a later stage. For Jang Way, Lin Bai didn't have any good feelings. In his previous life, he had instructed himself and Zhou Tian just like Xiao Ran, and the dirty work had been done by both of them, and he had blown the air conditioner and pointed out the mountains just like Xiao Ran. So not only did he want to get back at Xiao Ran, he also wanted to let Jang Way experience what it meant to be desperate. He happened to know Jang Wei's fiancée, that stunning beauty, and when he thought of that figure, a nameless fire of desire rose in Lin Bai's heart. Jang Way, we're brothers. It's not too much to help you check the goods first. Jie. Chapter 4, The Sexy Professor. Hey, Lindbergh, are you free tonight? Lindbergh had just come to sit down in his exclusive seat. A shapely woman in a super short skirt then approached. Seeing the woman come over to Lindbergh, Xiao Ran's 3 faces showed a surprised expression. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, then he looked at the woman with a smile on his face. Softly, she said, "Is Hongya-san trying to buy me dinner?" Hongya smiled sweetly and replied, "It's just that I don't know if you're willing to give this face." When she finished speaking, she winked playfully at Lin Bai. We are all adults. Hongya's mind. They, the old shy batch, naturally understand very well. At this moment, the mood of Zhou Tian's trio could no longer be described as merely shocked. It's not like there weren't girls who came before, but those girls were either looking for Jang Way, who has a prominent family, either that or find the face of the 4, Xiao Ran. However, today, a girl actually came to find Lin Bai, and it was also the class flower of their class. Hongya. This really surprised and shocked the trio to no end. Hong de Banhua invited me. How dare I refuse? Lin Bai laughed. Then it's a deal. We'll see you after school. After saying that, Hongya turned around and left. It wasn't until Hongya returned to her seat that Xiao Ran's trio came back to their senses. Old Lin. You're not with Hong Banhua, are you? Zhou Tian asked, stuttering a bit. Xiao Ran and Jang Way also looked at Lin Bai curiously, waiting for Lin Bai to give a reasonable explanation. I think it should be because of that car, Lin Bai said indifferently. Car? What car? The 3 men had question marks on their faces. Geez, old Lin, this photo isn't is it? You really bought a car? And it's also the Tank 300, which is limited to 300 units worldwide. Zhou Tian looked at Lin Bai in shock. Xiao Ran and Jang Way were also completely shocked at the moment, especially Jang Way. Don't look at him like he has a civilized look, but he loves excitement. The more exciting it was, the more it fueled his adrenaline. Almost every month he experiences rock climbing, skydiving, scuba diving, drag racing and other dangerous programs. He'd been eyeing the Tank 300 as a car for a long time, and he'd planned to have it for his birthday. Buying it to reward himself. He didn't expect that Lin Bai would jump ahead of him, and get the most luxurious extreme premium edition. Old Lin, I heard this car costs $15 million. Where did you get so much money? I'm sorry, Jang Way questioned. It was natural for him to feel uncomfortable in his heart when he was preempted. There is always a difference between first and second. Hearing that this car was so expensive, Zhou Tian was first surprised and then worried. Old Lin, you're not going to rob a bank, are you? Lindbergh laughed and shook his head. Do you think I would go and do something illegal and criminal? And this money of yours? You guys remember when I said I was going to meet someone very important this morning? In fact, that man is my distant cousin uncle. He came over, specially this time. Wow, I really didn't realize that you have a distant cousin who is worth tens of billions of dollars. Old Lin, this is too enviable. Zhou Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. This distant cousin does have a lot of money, though. The outpouring is frighteningly generous. Lin Bai smiled and nodded. This distant cousin of yours is really generous, actually giving you 200 million pocket money with a wave of his hand. Jang Way looked abnormal. A trace of jealousy and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. In fact, he has no heir and has been trying to find someone to inherit his family business. That's why it's so generous to me, Lin Bai explained, a smug smile on his face. Then in that case, wouldn't you be a 10 billionaire, Old Lin? Zhou Tian's eyes widened as he covered his mouth in surprise and asked incredulously. It's too early to tell. After all, he's young and in good health. It's estimated that he'll live for at least a few more decades, and as far as I know, I'm not the only one he's got to carry on the family business. Lin Bai deliberately put on a helpless look and shook his head. So this is the case. It seems that there will definitely be a fierce battle for the family fortune in the back of the mansion. But I believe that with your ability and wisdom, Old Lin, you will definitely achieve ultimate victory. Zhou Tian patted Lin Bai's shoulder and encouraged him. Let's hope so. Lindbergh smiled faintly, although Xiao Ran on the side did not say anything throughout. The envy was clearly visible in his eyes, and Jang Way was obviously a bit reluctant. He was just about to open his mouth and a female professor in a sexy wraparound dress then stepped up to the podium. She stepped on her high heels, and with each step she carried an air of grace and confidence that it was as if the whole world was at her feet. Her eyes were sharp, scanning the classroom as it makes one feel an invisible pressure. Seeing the female professor, everyone, including Jang Way, opened their textbooks in unison, fearing that if they were a second slower, they would be sanctioned in general. They moved quickly and neatly, as if they were highly trained soldiers. Everyone's face wore a serious expression, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Lin Bai, on the other hand, was unimpressed, staring straight at the figure on the podium that gave rise to infinite fantasies. His gaze blazed, not hiding his interest in the female professor. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly and an imperceptible smile appeared. The female professor was wearing a black wraparound skirt that wrapped tightly around her body and showing off the curves of her ample ass. The skirt was just above the knee, revealing her pale legs. She was wearing a white shirt with a black tie tied at the collar on her upper. It looks very competent. The shirt is made of a lightweight material that hints at the outline of the undergarments inside. Her hair was long, falling over her shoulders like a waterfall, and smelled faintly of incense. Her skin was delicate and smooth, as white as milk. Her lips were painted with brightly colored lipstick that it's like a ripe cherry, so you can't help but want to savor a bite. Her eyes were bright and deep, like the petals of an apricot blossom in full bloom, radiating charm. Her features were delicate, with a straight nose, full lips, and a rounded chin. Every bit of it is just right. Her beauty lies not only in her appearance, but also in her temperament and demeanor. She exudes an elegance and calmness in all her gestures that one can't help but be mesmerized by. At the same time, the female professor standing on the podium also noticed the hot gaze from Lin Bai, but she didn't think much of it. After all, she'd seen that look no less than 1,000 times over the years. But how could the female professors have imagined that this time? Unlike in the past, this time it was a real coyote that was staring at her, the kind that would eat people. Okay, class is now in session, and today we're talking about Chapter 5, Invitation from the Class Flower. That's it for today. We'll see you next class. With a crisp dismissal bell ringing, the sexy female professor smiled and said goodbye to her classmates. Then gracefully left the classroom. The very moment she had just stepped out of the classroom door, the originally quiet classroom became lively. College is a very different atmosphere than high school. There's no intense time pressure or piles of test papers. Once the program is over, the students can't wait to start talking about where they're going to hang out next, especially in the afternoon. Everyone is looking forward to a great night. I have an appointment, so I'll leave first. After handing over the textbook to Zhou Tian, Lindbergh then slipped out the back door. This old Lin, he's really forgetting his honor when he sees it. Zhou Tian couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. When Xiao Ran heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, that's the class flower eh? If it were you, maybe you'd run faster than old Lin. Zhou Tian scratched his head a little awkwardly. He. It seems like oh. At this point, Jang Way suddenly spoke up and asked, but why do you guys think Hong de Banhwa asked old Lin out alone? Could it be that she really has been secretly in love with old Lin? Zhou Tian and Xiao Ran looked at each other and both shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Jang Way then said, I think it's unlikely. If she really likes old Lin, why didn't you ask him out earlier? Instead, you waited until old Lin bought the tank 300. When Zhou Tian heard this, he tensed up. Brother Wei, do you mean Hong Banhwa could possibly be eyeing old Lin's money? Jang Wei shrugged. It's just my guess law. Zhou Tian's face changed and immediately became serious. No way. Definitely can't let this happen. Old Lin had gotten rich with great difficulty, but he couldn't let it be ruined because of a woman. When he comes back, I must persuade him to be careful of Hongya and not to be mesmerized by beauty. Xiao Ran nodded slightly in agreement. He went on to say, then I'll leave it to you to remind the old forest that I have a date in the evening that. Gotta go first. After saying that, Xiao Ran turned around and left. Only Zhou Tian and Jang Wei were left in the classroom. Zhou Tian looked at Jang Wei, the only one still present, and proposed, Brother Wei, since the two of them have gone on a date, should we two singles go to an internet cafe and have fun together? However, Jang Wei shook his head and replied, no, I already have a date to race someone else tonight. He patted Zhou Tian's shoulder before following suit. Zhou Tian sat alone in the classroom and muttered with a bewildered expression, I've become a loner? On the other side, Lindbergh had just walked out of the school building. Then he saw a tall figure standing under a large tree not far away. The sunlight poured through the leaves, reflecting on her beautiful side. As if they were fairies in the forest. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile as he stepped towards Hongya. Hong de Banhwa, is this waiting for me? He asked softly. Hongya turned her head and looked at Lin Bai. A hint of a smile also surfaced on her face. What do you think? The two of them smiled at each other as if they had been taciturn old friends for many years. A few minutes later, they had appeared in front of the school. You really bought the tank 300. Ha! Hongya's gaze was fiery as she stared at the behemoth in front of her, excitement flashing in her eyes. Lindbergh smiled and nodded. How is it? Do you like it? Of course. Hongya didn't hide her love for the car. If you like it, then this car is for you, Lin Bai said casually. Hongya was slightly stunned. Give it to me? You're not kidding, right? This car I've heard can cost at least $1 million. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Lin Bai said calmly. Hongya could sense that Lin Bai was serious, and it was impossible to say that he wasn't moved. The reason she asked Lindbergh out was because of this car, but when the car became within reach, she was surprised that she didn't know how to choose. Let's just forget it. I don't like eating food handed out in contempt. Thinking it over, Hongya still refused the splash of riches. Oh, Hong de Banhwa really thought about it? This car cost me $15 million. Even if it changes hands now, it can still be sold for at least $12 million. Lin Bai stared at Hongya with a smirk. You don't have to say anymore. If I say no, I don't want it, Hongya said with a glance at Lin Bai. Seeing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but flirt. I thought that Hong de Banhwa was looking at this car because of, it's just come to ask me out, so it looks like I was overthinking it. Hongya froze slightly, but quickly regained her composure and said with an unchanged expression, so are you still going? Of course, it's an honor for me, Lin Bai, to be able to share dinner with Hong de Banhwa. Then why don't you open the door? I should be the first girl to sit in this co-pilot seat, right? Having just fastened my seatbelt, Hongya just couldn't help but ask. If you don't count the sales manager of the 4S store, Hong de Banhwa is indeed the first, Lindbergh replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, a satisfied look appeared in Hongya's eyes. But then again, is it true that Hong de Banhwa won't tell me where the purpose is? What are you afraid of? Am I going to eat you? Just follow my route. Lin Bai had just driven Hongya away in his car when Xiao Ran appeared at the school entrance. Looking at the tank 300 traveling not far away, Xiao Ran's eyes also flashed a touch of envy. What man wouldn't want to own one of these fabulous cars? Just because he can't afford it now doesn't mean he won't be able to afford it in the future. Someday, he'll drive the most expensive luxury car and live a life that everyone envies. Lindbergh, dream on. With me, you're destined to only drive a crate in this life. Just as Xiao Ran was immersed in his fantasies, a sinister figure appeared behind him silently and unnoticed. She tiptoed over to Xiao Ran's side, then quickly took out a bottle of mineral water and, against Xiao Ran's waist, don't move, Rob. Xiao Ran sniffed and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a heartfelt smile. Instead of resisting in the slightest, He very cooperatively raised his hands in surrender. I don't know if the good man wants to rob money or sex. I am penniless. The only thing that's not too bad is the skin. If the good man doesn't mind, then I'll have to obey you, Xiao Ran deliberately said in a teasing tone. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, the young girl was so angry that she stomped her feet and pouted with her small mouth. Good you Xiao Ran, just know how to bully me. Xiao Ran turned around and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him. The eyes were full of tenderness and favor. The woman in front of him was none other than Yi Qingxue, who had just established a relationship with him not long ago. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun poured down on them, coloring the entire world into a golden yellow. Under this golden glow, Yi Qingxue's face looked especially charming. It was as if it exuded a unique charm, so much so that Xiao Ran was actually a bit mesmerized for a moment. Yi Qingxue felt Xiao Ran's blazing gaze and a shy blush rose on her face. Softly pouting, she said, "Nerd, how much longer are you going to stare at me like this?" Xiao Ran then came back to his senses as if he had woken up from a dream, and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, it's really because you're so beautiful." Yi Qingxue shyly blanked Xiao Ran. "Hurry up and go. The restaurant we're going to has a bit of a fire going on, and there won't be any seats left if we get there late." "Aha. Ha, Qingxue, what happened to your legs? Why are you walking strangely?" Chapter 6, Meeting Yi Qingxue in a Restaurant. "Are you sure we're eating here?" Lin Bird looked at the restaurant with an incredulous look on his face. How could he not expect Hanya to bring him to such a place? All the way there, he tried to get the destination out of Hanya, but Hanya's mouth was even tighter than he thought. Lin Bird was no stranger to the restaurant in front of him. He is none other than the hottest online couples restaurant in Yi Town, Romantic. Although the name sounds like it has that Western flavor, but in fact, the owner of this restaurant is an authentic Yi City local. Even the vast majority of the dishes in the restaurant are Longwa cuisine. It's only because the owner seized the opportunity of short videos to bring the restaurant to life in one fell swoop. If you're afraid of being seen by your friends of the opposite sex, we can change places too. Hanya winked playfully. It should be my turn to say this to Hong de Banhua. You have so many suitors. If it's because of me, stirring up someone's fish pond is a responsibility I can't afford. Lin Bai flirted. As the flower of the class, it was natural that she wouldn't avoid being noticed, even if Lin Bai didn't pay much attention to it. You can also hear Honga's gossip from time to time. Hongya has the looks and the body, so naturally she has a lot of pursuers. There were even many sons of Yi City's great families among them. Only it was rumored, but never confirmed. The rich young masters who were hung up on were all happy to do so it wasn't hard to see that Hongya still had some tricks up her sleeve. This made Lin Bai couldn't help but think of the news he happened to hear about Hongya in his last life. This chick shouldn't. So what? Are you wimpy now? Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a smirk. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth hooked. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes. He wasn't even afraid of Yi Qingxue and the Yi family. And how could they be afraid of a mere Hongya? The word wimp is not in my vocabulary, but with so many people on the scene, are you sure we'll get a number? Do I look like someone who would stand in line to you? Hanya gave a meaningful smile. Lin Bai was slightly stunned, which made him agree to come over. Hongya had so many suitors. Trying to get a VIP pass wasn't a problem. Sure enough, after Hanya took out a red card, the two prioritized over a long line of people waiting outside and walked into the restaurant. A couple's restaurant is a couple's restaurant after all. And not only is the lighting filled with warm colors, the decor is also dominated by the color red. And there are roses everywhere. And the whole restaurant is filled with a burst of fragrance. There's a long line outside, but there's plenty of seating inside the restaurant. It's obvious the owner is starving the market. Come to the second floor, where there are more empty seats and a more tranquil environment. The two found a comfortable seat by the window. Outside the window, the setting sun spilled over the busy street, with traffic and people coming and going. Hongya handed the menu to Lin Bai and said with a smile, "Take a look. What would you like to eat?" The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly as he took the menu. With a hint of a bad smile, he looked at Hongya, listening to Hong Daban Hua. Does this mean that I can eat whatever I want? His gaze revealed a flirtation and anticipation. Hongya wasn't the simple girl she was back then, and for Lin Bai's hints, she naturally knew it by heart. A faint blush spread across her face, but it didn't show shyness or flinch. Instead, she leaned on her chin and stared at Lin Bird with interest. It seemed curious about his reaction. I thought you were quite honest, but I didn't realize there were so many flowery ideas. I'm sorry, Hanya said softly, a hint of laughter in her tone. Lin Bird didn't care about being exposed. Instead, he responded with a smile. I also thought that Hong de Banhua was quite ordinary. I didn't expect that the real person would be able to get even a VIP entry ticket to this restaurant. Hanya smiled faintly. A hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. You were able to buy a luxury car worth $15 million. It seems like it's nothing for me to get a small entrance ticket, but I do wonder how you came to have such a large sum of money all of a sudden. I'm sorry, Hanya pursued. Lin Bai looked around, then looked at Hanya and said, are you sure you want to say these things in such a romantic place? Hanya was visibly stunned. In that case, let's talk after eating. You're so rich, it's not too much to ask for a meal, is it? Without Lin Bai's consent, Hanya grabbed the menu and started sketching it out. Meanwhile, two more familiar figures came outside the romantic restaurant. Qing Xue, there are too many people here. Why don't we change the place? That's right. The people who came were none other than Xiao Ran and his girlfriend Yi Qingxue, coming all the way here. Why didn't you say so in the car just now? Yi Qingxue said with a beak. Xiao Ran laughed bitterly as he looked at a long line of people lined up outside. I also did not expect that there will actually be so many people here. So many people will have to queue up for a few hours alone. So what if I can take care of the queue? Yi Qingxue suddenly said. You got this? Yi Qingxue smiled mysteriously, then took out a red card from the bag on her shoulder. My roommate happens to have some connections, so I asked her to get me a VIP entry ticket. Xiao Ran was shocked, and he had heard something about this restaurant. This restaurant VIP entry ticket is worth a lot of money. I promised to pound someone's shoulders for a month in order to get this VIP entry ticket. You won't let me suffer for nothing, right? Yi Qingxue said again. Hearing this, Xiao Ran's heart was also warmed, and the bit of envy towards Lin Bai in his original heart also vanished. Well, let's go inside. After taking out their VIP entry tickets, the two managed to walk into the restaurant as well. This broke the defenses of the couples who waited in the long line outside for an hour or more. As a result, someone is now robbing in front of them one after another. Is there any justice? Is there a king's law? The two of them crossed directly over to the first floor and arrived at the second floor with the best view. Just after arriving at the second floor, Yi Qingxue's entire body shook violently, as if he had seen something so horrible. He had a horrified look on his face. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Xiao Ran was astonished and followed Yi Qingxue's gaze as she looked over, and he then saw Lindbergh and Hongya sitting in front of the window. At the same time, Lindbergh noticed the two men. He got up and stood up towards the two men to greet them. Brother Ran, sister-in-law, you guys came here to eat too? Hongya also turned her head at this time. Seeing Xiao Ran and Yi Qingxue, she was also incomparably surprised. Xiao Ran is better looking than Lin Bai, but has no money and is not her cup of tea. But Yi Qingxue did make her care. She was still very confident in her looks, but in front of Yi Qingxue more or less lost color. How could Xiao Ran, such an ordinary person, find such a beautiful girlfriend? At this moment, Yi Qingxue's heart is depressed. The original good date. I can't believe I ran into this deadbeat. Now she couldn't run or enter. Lindbergh, it's fate. I was feeling a little bored eating here. This is going to be fun. Jie. Chapter 7, Drunken Class Flower? Running into an acquaintance on a date, and the most unwanted one at that, is undoubtedly the most painful. From the moment she sat down, Yi Qingxue's hands were as if they were glued to the edge of her skirt, clenched tightly, as if to tear the dress apart. And that's not the worst of it. What's even worse is that all she has to do is look up and one could just see Lindbergh's repulsive face and his smile. Whenever I see him, Yi Qingxue then couldn't help but recall everything that happened in the hotel box this morning. Even though she didn't have that memory at first, what happened after that? Yet it was deeply imprinted in her mind, as clear as if it had just happened. She's wanted to open her mouth countless times to suggest a different restaurant, but every time she saw Xiao Ran's eyes that were full of love and affection, her lips felt as if they were glued together and she couldn't open them. So, all she could do was endure the inner torment that continued to sit in this place that made her uncomfortable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Bai and Hongya had already started enjoying their food. Hongya ate while looking at Lin Bai with a strange look. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "You seem happy?" Lindbergh raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile. "Yes?" Hongya rolled her eyes and said without a word, "Do you want to look at the corners of your own mouth?" Lin Bai subconsciously touched the corner of his mouth and realized that there was a trace of a smile hanging there. He smiled awkwardly and explained, "I can't help it. Who let the one sitting in front of me be Hong de Banhwa?" Hearing these words, Hongya's cheeks instantly flushed with a blush. She glared fiercely at Lin Bai and snapped, "You can't plug your mouth even if you eat. How meaningless it is to just eat. Want a drink?" Lin Bai suddenly said, "Are you trying to get me drunk?" Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a strange look. "I do want to. I just don't know if Hong de Banhwa will give me this chance." After a moment of silence, Hongya suddenly let out a laugh with a hint of provocation in it. "I'm just afraid you'll be the one to fall first." The corner of Lin Bai's mouth hooked. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes. He might lose to Hongya in other aspects, but definitely not on the booze. Not to mention he has the system in place. "Waiter, order wine." Seeing that Lin Bai's side had already drank, Yi Qingshue's brows furrowed. Originally, she was looking forward to the nuisance eating and leaving early. As a result, the two were now actually drinking. If she kept drinking like this, wouldn't her date here be a bust? No, this can't go on. Something has to be done. Pulling out her cell phone, she tapped it quickly. Not a moment later, the cell phone that had been set aside by Lindbergh rang. However, Lin Bai acted as if he didn't hear it, pouring cup after cup into Hongya. Seeing that Lin Bai hadn't been reading the messages, Yi Qingxue could only continue to bombard. For a long time, I don't know if Hongya can't hold out any longer. Or was it because she couldn't stand the noise from her cell phone anymore and she finally reminded up Lindbergh? Just read the message. Maybe it's an emergency. It's been ringing for so long. No matter how urgent it is, it's not as important as drinking with Hong de Banua. I'm sorry, Lindbergh said as he poured himself another glass. Are you going to return the message? Or I'm going to stop drinking if you don't. I don't know, Hongya said, a little giddy. Because of the wine, Hongya looked as if she was a red apple at the moment. It makes you want to kiss it. On the contrary, Lin Bai was not at all drunk. Okay, in that case, let's take a halftime break. Lin Bai glanced at Yi Qingxue who was already on the verge of exploding in the distance before picking up his cell phone. After tapping a few times on his cell phone, Lindbergh got up and left. Seeing Lin Bai leave, Hongya was also relieved. She thought she was a good drinker, but she didn't expect to be so vulnerable in front of Lin Bai. If he keeps drinking, he's really going to get drunk. On the other hand, Yi Qingxue also left on the pretext of going to the restroom after seeing Lin Bai leave. When she came to the restroom, she really saw Lin Bai who was already waiting here. Why haven't you been returning my messages? Yi Qingxue came up and questioned. I was just drinking and didn't see it. Sorry. Lin Bai shrugged his shoulders in a pretense of innocence, knowing that Lin Bai was doing it on purpose. But Yi Qingxue could do nothing about it. She took a deep breath and said, tell me what it's going to take for you to get out of here. Leave? 100,000. As long as you take the girl and get out of here right now, I'll transfer $100,000 to you immediately. Whoa. It's worthy of being the daughter of the Yi family. It's $100,000 out of the blue. Lin Bai flirted. Collect the money and leave. I don't want to see you. Yi Qingxue said disdainfully. Wait, I don't think I promised you anything. Yi Qingxue's face instantly grimaced. 300,000. Lindbergh shook his head. 500,000. Shake your head. 1 million. That's almost enough. Don't give an inch. Lin Bai. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth. I can leave, but I don't want the money. With that, Lin Bai walked towards Yi Qingxue, looking at Lin Bai who had an unsuspecting look on his face. Yi Qingxue also got nervous. What do you want? This is a restaurant. There's people everywhere, and if you mess around, I'm about to scream. If you want Sean to find out about our relationship, you can scream. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue instantly became honest. Lindbergh also took the opportunity to stroke his hand towards her flawless face once again. Inside the restaurant, Yi Qingxue had just left, and the dishes ordered by the two were served one after another. Xiao Ran first adjusted the cutlery, and after taking a few pictures of then it was time to wait patiently. On the other hand, Hongya, who was already a bit drunk, slumped on the table after Lindbergh left. It didn't take long for her to pass out. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, quarter. As a little bit of time passed, Xiao Ran, who was still looking forward to it, became anxious. He can wait, but the vegetables can't. There was no reply to the message sent to Yi Qingxue. After waiting for a few more minutes, Xiao Ran could not wait any longer after all. Immediately the phone came outside the restroom. Netflix couples restaurant. The toilet is not only extremely luxurious, but also all private single room. Xiao Ran searched for several empty restrooms in a row before he arrived outside the restroom where Yi Qingxue was. First, he knocked politely on the door. Qingxue, are you in there? Yi Qingxue inside the toilet instantly panicked when she heard Xiao Ran's voice. You stop it. Xiao Ran is outside. Then let him wait outside. You. Chapter 8 Hongya who pretends to be drunk. By the time Lindbergh returned to his seat, more than half an hour had passed. Hongya lay motionless on the table as if she were actually asleep. Lindbergh gently gathered her things, then carefully picked her up and walked over to Xiao Ran. Brother Ran, where is sister-in-law? Lin Bai deliberately pretended to be unaware and asked with a smile. Xiao Ran let out a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. Qingxue is not feeling well and is still in the restroom. As he said that, he also glanced at Hongya in Lin Bai's arms. Are you getting ready to leave? Lindbergh nodded and replied. Yeah, she got a little drunk. I came over specially to say goodbye to you. Ran. I know. You guys be careful on your way. Xiao Ran nodded slightly and urged. Lin Bai smiled, patted Xiao Ran's shoulder in a serious tone, and said, "Brother Ran, don't feel too bad. Women have those days every month. You have to be more sympathetic to your sister-in-law." Oh, Xiao Ran laughed bitterly in his heart when he heard this and thought to himself that this guy was really a pot calling the kettle black. Still, he nodded in understanding. System, check the Shani panel. Ding, the Xiao Ran panel is being queried. Name, Xiao Ran. Age, 21. Height, 182. Weight, 153. Face value, 97. Hate value, 3. It's only 3 hate values, so it's really going up slowly, but it's just what he wants. If it goes up too fast, that wouldn't be fun. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll leave now. After revealing an imperceptible smile, Lin Bai turned around and left with Hongya in his arms. As they passed by the restroom, they happened to run into Yi Qingxue, who had just come out of the restroom. At this time, although Yi Qingxue had already organized herself, but a clearly visible blush could still be seen on her face, the two did not greet each other, and Yi Qingxue quickly walked away after giving Lin Bai a fierce glare. Returning to her seat, Yi Qingxue looked at Xiao Ran with an apologetic expression. "I'm really sorry. Made you wait so long. It's okay, the body is most important." Where did Yi Qingxue not know that Xiao Ran was forcing a smile? When you're on a date, making the other person wait a minute longer can cause resentment. Not to mention she was dragged straight in for over half an hour. Damn Lindbergh, I won't let you go. On the other hand, Lindbergh, who had just gotten into the car, sneezed. There was no need to guess that it must be Yi Qingxue scolding herself. Only after Lin Bai took another look at Hongya, who was drunk in the back seat, did he start the car and leave. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a nearby 6-star hotel. After opening the room, Lin Bai carried Hongya to the 88-night luxury presidential suite. After placing Hongya on the bed, Lin Bai started sizing up the beautiful woman in front of him who was within reach. System, check Hongya's panel. Soon, a yellow panel appeared in Lin Bai's mind. Name, Hongya. Age, 22. Height, 165. Weight, 98. Face value, 96. Hate value, 0. 96 face value. Not bad for the class flower. That body is also a top-notch presence. If Lindbergh wanted to, he could take Hongya. Right now. I don't know if it was because he had just bullied Yi Qingxue, but now he didn't have such a strong urge. Or maybe it's because of some other reason. After a soft sigh, Lin Bai turned around and slowly took a step, just about to leave. However, just as he reached the door, Hongya's voice suddenly came from behind him. The voice carried a hint of lethargy and seduction. Are you really going to leave just like that? Lin Bai stopped his steps and turned around suspiciously, his gaze landing on Hongya, his face full of surprise. He looked at Hongya with a bit of surprise in his tone. You're not drunk? Hongya propped her head on one hand, her body slightly tilted, looking at Lin Bai in an extremely enchanting posture. The corners of her mouth turned up in a charming smile. If I'm not drunk, why did you bring me to the hotel? Lin Bai's brows furrowed as a wave of displeasure welled up in his heart. He stared at Hongya, his voice low. So from the very beginning, you've been pretending to be drunk on purpose. The purpose was for me to bring you here? Hongya smiled without saying anything, a sly glint in her eyes. Why did you pick me? Lin Bai had a complicated expression, his eyes revealing disbelief and confusion. The various rumors about Hongya in his mind became clearer and more specific at this time. Hongya was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Lin Bai to ask a question so directly. She was silent for a moment, then whispered, "How did you know?" Lin Bai smiled faintly, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. "If I say that this is just my guess, would you believe Hong de Banhwa?" Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a meaningful smile on her face. "If I believe that, then don't you dare push me down," Lin Bai replied without hesitation. "Why wouldn't I dare?" More than an hour later, Lin Bai looked at Hongya with an incredulous face. "This is your first time?" Hongya gave Lin Bai a blank look without a good mood. "Or else, do you think I'm the kind of woman who sleeps with men casually?" "No, I heard that there are many rich young masters chasing after you, and I thought you had, long ago." Before the words left his mouth, Lin Bai screamed miserably. What are you pinching me for? You tell me, who let you tarnish my reputation? It is not true that they courted me, but would I just hand it over to them? Then why did you give it to me?" Lin Bai asked, the doubt in his heart. "Didn't you guess it all?" Hongya smiled and winked. Lin Bai's gaze also became complicated once again. The rumors about Hongya from his previous life also echoed in his mind once again. In her previous life, Hongya was just like she is now, with numerous suitors, including many rich young masters. But no matter how much gossip was spread, there was never any real substance. It wasn't until the eve of her graduation that Hongya was revealed to have a boyfriend. Hongya was already a campus sensation, so the revelation of the romance caused a sensation. Everyone was curious as to what kind of person had won Hongya's expectations, but when they saw the picture of Hongya's boyfriend, everyone froze. Instead of being as handsome as one might expect, a glance at the baldness. Yes, Hongya's boyfriend in his previous life was a balding middle-aged man with a beer belly. Everyone was shocked. All of them, including Lindbergh. Neither expected Hongya to find such a person as a subject. After a deep dive, they also got to know the man's background, and it turned out that the man was a thug. After winning $1 billion in the lottery, he abandoned his wife. Everyone thought Hongya was a mistress. It was a big deal back then. The end result is that Hongya dropped out. When I heard about Hongya again, it was when she participated in a talent show as a trainee. It ended up coming in second place. I thought that her future career would be smooth, but later it was revealed that she had been with a number of directors, one after the other. The producer is having an affair. After being shut down, Hongya disappeared into obscurity. Lindbergh also hasn't heard anything from Hongya since then. So you're looking at my money? Chapter 9 Hongya's decision. Aren't you afraid that you'll just run away after I sleep with you? No fear. Why? Hongya smiled sweetly. Because of intuition. Lindbergh was dumbfounded. Since you're here for the money, why don't you choose one of those rich young masters that? They can be much richer than me. Lindbergh asked again. Hongya shook her head. A rich wife is great, but there's no more freedom. Lin Bai subconsciously recalled his participation in the talent show in his previous life, and it seemed that the reason why Hongya had done so. I'm sure it's a rush to get out of the gate. What an ambitious woman. Seeing that Lin Bai was silent, Hongya continued. I'm from a rural area. My family is very poor, and my parents, in order for me to be able to go to college, I borrowed from almost every village in the neighborhood to get enough money. I came to Leaf City full of joy, and it's really just as I imagined it would be, with all the lights and the skyscrapers. Everything looks so nice. It's just that for me, a student who has immense difficulty eating, it's all out of reach. In the beginning I did believe that reading could change my destiny, but when I witnessed senior after senior sitting at 300 a month, but working their asses off, I woke up. I don't want to go through the motions of repeating my daily routine. Didn't want to be the one being squeezed by the company. So I started learning to dress up and use myself to my advantage. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a lot of guys to start pursuing me and giving me all kinds of gifts. What they don't realize is that the gift they gave me that day, I sold at a low price the next day. With their sucker, in less than 2 months, I paid off all my college expenses. There was even a surplus. But I didn't know enough, and I began to set my sights on the rich. And so, day after day, with their constant handouts, I, who had not yet graduated, just become a millionaire already. Do you think I still need to study? But you won't be happy if you go on like this, Lindbergh suddenly said. These words were like a fine needle that gently pierced into Hongya's heart. She was slightly stunned, the light in her eyes dimming. She sighed softly, a hint of helplessness and bitterness in her tone. Yes, I wasn't happy, and I had to force a smile on my face every day. And not only did I have to drink with the men and always beware of being drugged. It's how I practiced my drinking to protect myself. But this life is really too tiring and I really don't want to go on like this. Lin Bai quietly listened to Hongya's confidences, a hint of understanding and sympathy showing in his eyes. Other people don't know how hard it is for poor college students to get ahead, but he knows better than that. Because his situation is not much different from Hongya's. Lin Bai smiled faintly and asked indifferently, so you set your sights on me? Hongya nodded without hesitation, her voice firm and decisive. Yes, I see hope in you. I'm sure that if I follow you, I'll be able to live a better life. Lindbergh smiled gently. His eyes revealed a hint of teasing. Aren't you afraid I'll have nothing but that car? Hongya shook her head. I did worry about that at first, but the moment you decided to give me the car, I realized that you are definitely not an ordinary person. $15 million of luxury cars just to give it away. It shows you don't care about the money. Lin Bai smiled. He had to admit that Hongya was still very perceptive. She was able to read people's minds and strengths in the smallest of gestures. This is by no means something that the average person can do. So you're willing to accept me? Hongya looked at Lin Bai nervously. As it turned out, she made the right bet. Lindbergh was indeed rich, and she gave herself up for it. But the key to the problem was still in Lin Bai. If Lin Bai didn't accept herself, then she was still a basket case. Lin Bai did not reply to Hongya, but stared at the other party expressionlessly. Seeing that Lin Bai had been silent, Hongya couldn't sit still at once. Lindbergh, I know I'm going a little overboard with this request, but I'm not asking for much. As long as you help me out a few times when it matters, that's all that matters. I won't interfere in your personal life, and I'll be there as soon as you need me. Hearing these words, Lin Bai, who had been silent all this time, finally made a move. the corners of his mouth rising slightly, showing a faint smile. So Hong Dabanwa, this is wanting to be my lover? Hongya bit her red lips, slightly shy in her heart. Still, she nodded firmly. If you don't mind, I can. Lin Bai smiled gently, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Forget about lovers. I happen to lack a girlfriend. I wonder if Hong Dabanwa is interested. When Hongya heard this, an incredulous look appeared on her face, and she stared with wide eyes. Dumbfounded, he looked at Lin Bai. You're asking me to be your girlfriend? Lindbergh smiled and nodded. His eyes fell on Hongya without any concealment. Hong Dabanwa is so beautiful and has such a good figure. It's really too bad to be a lover. What does Hong Dabanwa think? Hongya's heart was in a frenzy of joy. Originally thought it was already a blessing to be a lover, but he didn't expect Lin Bai to offer to make her his girlfriend, which was undoubtedly a huge surprise. She quickly nodded her head and agreed. I do. Don't be in a hurry to say yes. I'm letting you be my girlfriend on one condition. You listen before making a decision. Lin Bai suddenly said seriously. He liked Hongya's straightforward personality, but the rumors from his previous life were still fresh in his mind. He's not going to cuckold himself. Go ahead. Number 1. I want you to cut ties with those lickspittles right now. And remember, that's all. If I find out you're still in contact with one of them, that's the end of our relationship. I'll do this without you telling me. Hanya laughed. She'd had enough of those smelly men a long time ago. Lindbergh nodded in satisfaction. Second, about us being together. You can go public if you want. That's fine with me. Third, now that we're dating, your business is my business. Just tell me directly what you want to do, and I'll help you as long as I can. No? Nope. Hongya's entire body directly froze. She thought that Lin Bai would mention some excessive request. I didn't realize it was so bland. It's basically the same as not mentioning it. Give me the bank card number. No, I've got the money. I'll add one more rule. I'll be in charge of the house from now on. And you can't go against my wishes. You're kinda bossy. Although her mouth was complaining, Hongya's heart was sweet. There was no doubt that she had made the right bet on this big gamble. Chapter 10. Angry Yi Qingxue. Did you lose an extra zero? Hongya looked at her bank card balance with an incredulous face. She had no choice but to accept the transfer due to someone's bullying behavior. However, when she looked at the amount of money transferred, her whole body was dumbfounded. 8 zeros, a whole $1 billion. This astronomical figure left her shocked and overwhelmed. How many bags does she need to dump to make that much money? There's no mistake in losing. It's $100 million. Lin Bai's tone was calm and firm, as if it were a trivial matter. Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a complicated mood, an unspeakable emotion welling up in her heart. To be honest, she didn't really have any feelings for Lindbergh. It's more about using him for your own purposes. Once her goal was accomplished, she planned to draw a line in the sand with Lindbergh and no longer have anything to do with him. But now, in the face of such a generous gesture from Lin Bai, she was suddenly a little confused. I don't know how to respond. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the money and just run away? Hongya tried to stay calm and, still, a hint of unease was revealed in his voice. Lin Bai, however, smiled faintly, a reassuring strength flowing from his eyes. Not afraid. Why? Hongya couldn't help but ask curiously. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose as he confidently replied. Because of intuition. Hearing this familiar answer, a happy smile also appeared on Hongya's face. So you're purposely trying to please me? Trying to keep me from leaving you? I'm sorry, Hongya said suddenly. Lindbergh quietly stuck up, his eyes looking straight at Hongya. What do you think? I think so. Before the words left his mouth, Hongya pounced on him. Compared to the heat on this side, Xiao Ran's side was bitter. After waiting for more than half an hour in the couple's restaurant for nothing, not to mention waiting for someone to come out. As a result, the food also got cold. There was nothing the two could do but wait for another wave of dishes. By the time the two had finished their meal, it was after 9 o'clock. Yi Qingxue had planned to go to the movies together, but now, due to lack of time, also fizzled out. So Yi Qingxue proposed to go to the nearby food street to take a stroll, and Xiao Ran readily agreed. But God just didn't seem to want the two to have a perfect date. The two had just arrived at the snack bar. Yi Qingxue's cell phone then rang. A few minutes later, Yi Qingxue left first because something happened in the dormitory, leaving Xiao Ran alone in front of the snack street. Am I really out on a date today? Xiao Ran couldn't help but doubt himself. Just at this moment, the cell phone vibrated again, and when he opened it, it was a message from Yi Qingxue. I'm really sorry about today. I'd been promised a date, and I've had one problem after another. Please don't be angry with your boyfriend. Qingxue really didn't mean it. I'll return you a more perfect date some other day. And, love you. Seeing this message, Xiao Ran's face then improved quite a bit. It's not just a date. He and Yi Qingxue had just gotten together. and there were still more days ahead. It's like Lin said, women always have a few days a month when they don't feel well. One should be considerate of the other as a boyfriend. Immediately, Xiaoran replied to Yi Qingxue with a take care of your body, I love you too. Putting down his cell phone, Xiaoran once again thought of Lin Bai and the schoolgirl Hongya. Old Lin will really send Hongya back to school? On the other side, Yi Qingxue, who was sitting in the limousine, received a message from Xiaoran. There was a happy smile on her face, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, and her eyes revealed a hint of sweetness and tenderness. She was so absorbed in this joy that she seemed to forget everything around her. Happiness is always short-lived. However, and as the limousine slowly pulls up in front of the house, Yi Qingxue's expression instantly became cold and serious, as if she was wearing a mask. The Yi family mansion was like a palace, standing in the busiest part of Yi City. The mansion is set on more than 100 acres of land, surrounded by high walls and iron gates. It gives a feeling of majesty and mystery. The house is beautifully landscaped with separate gardens, ponds and rockeries, like a paradise. The garden is enchanted with lush greenery, blooming flowers and fragrant aromas. The presence of maids and bodyguards everywhere adds to the atmosphere of solemnity and security. Welcome home, second miss. Wherever Yi Qingxue went, she was always welcomed by the maids and bodyguards. However, Yi Qingxue acted as if she didn't hear it, traversing a long corridor and walking straight towards the meeting room. Inside the gilded parlor, a serious-looking middle-aged man was sitting on a sofa, and in his hand he was holding a couple of photographs of the photo was clearly the scene of Yi Qingxue and Xiaoran dining at the romantic restaurant not long ago. Beside him, there was also a plump beauty wearing a cheongsam that was endlessly enchanting. Compared to the middle-aged man with a serious face, the eyes of the beautiful woman were filled with a teasing color. Has her people not returned yet? The middle-aged man spoke. It's probably still on the way. I'll have the butler rush it, the beautiful woman said with some lethargy. As soon as the words fell, Yi Qingxue's voice came from the doorway. No need, I'm already back. Following the voice, he saw Yi Qingxue who had already appeared in the doorway of the living room. Qingxue, come quickly. Your father has been waiting for you for a long time. The beautiful woman got up and greeted Yi Qingxue. However, Yi Qingxue came straight to the middle-aged man as if she didn't hear him. That is, in front of her father, Yi Tian, the head of the Yi family. I wonder what my father's urgent need is for me. See for yourself. Yi Tian snorted coldly, slapping the photo in his hand heavily on the coffee table in front of him. When Yi Qingxue heard that, her eyes quickly went to the coffee table, and when she saw the scene in the photo, her pupils suddenly contracted, and a flash of shock and anger flashed through her eyes. With that, she turned her head violently, glaring angrily at the beautiful woman on the sidelines and, gritting his teeth, he asked, Did you snitch? The beautiful woman was frightened by Yi Qingxue's stern eyes. She lowered her head and, the voice trembled as he explained, I am also worried that you are being bullied. I don't need you to worry. Yi Qingxue's voice was filled with anger. I'm warning you, if you send anyone to follow me again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Enough, Yi Qingxue, apologize to your second mother. Right at this moment, Yi Tian suddenly shouted loudly. Yi Qingxue looked at Yi Tian in shock, her eyes filled with incomprehension and anger. Who am I to apologize to her? She's your second mother, and stalking you is what I told her to do, Yi Tian said in a serious tone. Hearing these words, Yi Qingxue froze as she looked at Yi Tian incredulously. A look of disappointment and sadness crossed his face. After a few moments of silence, she took a deep breath, a flash of determination in her eyes and, then he glared fiercely at the beautiful woman. Before shaking his hand and leaving, Yi Qingxue had just stepped out of the room when the beautiful woman fell into Yi Tian's arms, wailing and crying. Oh, I'm really worried about her. Yi Tian gently stroked the beautiful woman's back and comforted. I know, I don't blame you. I'm the one who spoiled her, and since her mother died she's become more and more lawless. Chapter 11, Public Romance? Early in the morning, bright sunlight filtered through the curtains and, it spilled softly over the face of the stunningly beautiful woman on the bed. Her skin, as white as porcelain, looked stunning in the sunlight. It's like a beautiful work of art. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and those bright eyes were like bright stars. Reveals a unique charm. She looked at the unfamiliar surroundings in front of her and froze at first, as if she had forgotten where she was. After a few moments, however, she seemed to remember what had happened last night. A faint blush couldn't help but appear on her face, like a blossoming peach blossom, delicate and shy. She twisted her head around, her gaze falling on the empty pillow beside her, her eyes momentarily dimming as it was as if it had lost its luster. However, just then, the bedroom door was suddenly gently pushed open. The woman who heard the commotion turned her head in a hurry and looked at the door. When? A big smile spread across her face once again as she took in her visitor. It's like a flower blooming in spring, full of life and vigor. Since you're awake, get up. I ordered some breakfast and we'll go back to school together afterward. The man's voice was low and calm, without the slightest ripple, but it carried an irresistible majesty. But, my body still hurts and I can't get up, so come and help me. The woman stretched lazily, squinting her eyes slightly, the corners of her mouth gently rising, revealing a hint of petulance. The man looked at the woman's pitiful appearance, and a trace of pity couldn't help but well up in his heart. He walked slowly toward the bed, his steps so light that they were barely audible. The man carefully reached out and gently lifted the woman, his fingers warm and strong. A sense of security is conveyed to the woman through her clothing. The woman shuddered slightly, but quickly relaxed, enjoying the man's pampering. The man's movements were extremely gentle, with every detail handled just right. The woman seemed to enjoy the sensation as well, as she closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly. Feel the man's breath and heartbeat. Her face was beaming with happiness, like a blooming flower. I didn't realize that Hong de Banhwa still likes to be served. Lin Bai couldn't help but tease. His eyes revealed a hint of teasing, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a few bad jokes. Hongya, who was being flirted with, didn't feel a hint of shyness. Instead, she wrapped her hands around Lin Bai's neck. Her movements were graceful and natural, as if she was showing her charm to Lindbergh. So now you regret making me your girlfriend? Hongya's voice revealed a hint of anticipation, her gaze fixed on Lin Bai as if she wanted to find the answer from his expression. Are you tempting me now? What do you say? There was a hint of teasing in Hongya's voice. You leprechaun. I don't know how much time passed before the two sat down in the living room to enjoy the night's 88 deluxe presidential breakfast. Not bad for a presidential suite. This is the best breakfast I've ever had. I'm sorry, Hongya lamented as she ate her food. Her face was beaming with contentment and happiness, obviously very pleased with the breakfast. If you like it, we'll fix breakfast here from now on. Lin Bai looked at Hongya and said calmly. His tone was casual, but it revealed a sense of confidence and calmness. Hongya was so surprised when she heard this that she almost spat out the food in her mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Bai. It's not good, is it? It's too expensive here. It's okay to come over once in a while. Even the most delicious breakfast will get tired of eating it every day. Hongya hastily shook her head, trying to reject Lin Bai's proposal. I just said it casually. You don't have to take it seriously. Lin Bai saw Hongya's reaction and couldn't help but laugh. Hongya was relieved to hear this. She was really afraid that Lin Bai would wrap this place up with a big wave of his hand. After all, this man didn't blink when he transferred 100 million yesterday. Thinking about this, Hongya couldn't help but sigh. The world of the rich was truly unimaginable. By the way, about going public. I've thought carefully about it and I'd rather not go public for now. I'm sorry, Hongya said suddenly, putting down the cutlery in her hands and speaking seriously. Have you really thought about it? Lin Bai looked at Hongya and asked calmly. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if he had already guessed Hongya's thoughts. Hongya nodded gently and, in a firm tone, he said, there are still too many people who were hung up on me earlier, and many of them have distinguished families and deep backgrounds. If we publicize our relationship at this time, they will inevitably harbor resentment and may even turn against you. Towards the end, her voice became low and serious, as if she was reminding Lin Bai of something. Hearing Hongya's words, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, outlining a confident smile. He responded blandly, do you think I look like someone who would be afraid of them? His gaze was firm and deep, revealing a fearless courage. Hongya was surprised at Lin Bai's such a crisp reply. It is no exaggeration to say that before Lindbergh purchased the Tank 300, Hongya didn't give him a second thought. Although Lindbergh was quite handsome, in this university, boys more handsome than him abounded. However, after some contact, Hongya felt more and more that Lin Bai was full of mystery. It made her wonder and interest in him even more. But I don't want you to get hurt because of me. Hongya's voice held a hint of concern that, her eyes showed deep concern. Lin Bai was slightly shaken. The words still had a great impact on him. In his previous life, he had worked as an ox for decades, but he had never been able to hear these words from Xiaoran, Jang Way's mouth. Otherwise he wouldn't have resented the two so much, only to hear it now from the woman who was using her in front of her. How ridiculous it really is. Like I said, I'm fine with this, since you don't want to go public. Thank you. After breakfast, Lin Bai drove Hongya back to Yichun University in his Tank 300, to avoid being spotted by acquaintances. The two separated near the school. When it was time to say goodbye, Hongya also gave Lindbergh a deep kiss goodbye. Lindbergh briefly looked back before he drove his car to the entrance of the university. Karma is always wonderful. Lin Bai had just gotten out of the car when he ran into Yi Qingxue, who was passing by. Originally, Yi Qingxue was curious about which rich kid had come to the school to dash around. Whoever thought that the man who came down was the last person he wanted to see. Yo, if it isn't sister-in-law. What a coincidence. Chapter 12 Yi Qingxue's warning. How much longer are you going to follow me? Yi Qingxue clenched her teeth tightly and anger flashed in his eyes as he glared fiercely at Lin Bai in front of him. Ever since I met this guy at the school gates, he stuck to himself like a piece of craft candy that he couldn't shake off no matter what. Yo ho, sister-in-law. That's a really hurtful thing to say. What do you mean I'm following you? I'm just going to class as normal. Can it be that the second miss of the Yi family isn't even allowed to walk the same road as others? The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a teasing smile as he looked at Yi Qingxue provocatively. Hearing these words, Yi Qingxue's face instantly became tense. She quickly glanced around to make sure that no one had noticed the two of them before pulling on Lindbergh's hand as soon as she could. Quickly, he walked to the side of the gazebo. Second Miss Yi, what are you doing? Suddenly bringing me to such a remote place. Could it be that you are planning to do something untoward to me? Lin Bai deliberately showed a look of horror, but the laughter in his eyes grew stronger. Bah, you're so cheeky. You don't even look at what you look like. And, I would be interested in someone like you? Yi Qingxue shot back nonchalantly, her face filled with contempt. And I'm warning you, don't get close to me at school. We don't know each other well. Don't think you can do whatever you want with me just because you have something on me. If you really push me hard, I can guarantee that you'll be the one who ends up regretting it. After saying this, Yi Qingxue glared fiercely at Lin Bai again before she left in a huff. Looking at Yi Qingxue's back, the corner of Lin Bai's mouth hooked up uncontrollably. Gee, I'd like to see you make me sorry, my good sister-in-law. After being warned by Yi Qingxue, Lin Bai came to the classroom. As soon as he entered, he saw Hongya, who was sitting in the front row, talking and laughing with his roommate. Lindbergh had wanted to walk over as if nothing had happened. Unexpectedly, Hongya directly greeted him. Morning, Lindbergh. Lin Bai pretended to nod calmly, but his heart was already in waves. He knew that Hongya's mental quality was high, but he didn't expect it to be this high, knowing that a few hours ago, the two of them could still be rolling in bed. After the vignette, Lin Bai then arrived in front of the three Zhou Tian brothers who had already been exuding strange gazes. Old Lin, I've already asked Hong de Banhua's roommates, and they can tell me that Hong de Banhua didn't return home all night yesterday. Yo. Zhou Tian laughed badly. Oh yeah? Lin Bai sat down with a calm face. Such a flat response also confused Zhou Tian. Xiao Ran and Jang Way, who were sitting on the side waiting to eat their melon, were also surprised. Especially Xiao Ran. He remembered when Lin Bai left yesterday. Hanya can't even walk. Old Lin, didn't you hit a home run yesterday? Zhou Tian asked again. What home run? Lindbergh played dumb again. No, didn't you go on a date with Hong de Banhua yesterday? Ran also said that Hong de Banhua was drunk in your arms. And you two didn't have that? Zhou Tian said with a lewd face. What are you talking about? I'm a decent man. How could I do something to take advantage of someone? Lin Bai feigned anger. Then why didn't you come back last night? Zhou Tian frowned. I was going to come back, but I didn't know she suddenly got drunk and wouldn't go back. I just stayed out in the cold with her for a couple hours. Door time passed again, so I had to make do with a room outside for the night. Make do? Nothing happened between you two? Of course not. Why, I don't believe it at all. If you don't believe me, just go over and ask Hong de Banhua. Seeing how certain Lin Bai was, Zhou Tian was also relieved. Old Lin, you're doing the right thing. I think Hong de Banhua is plotting against you. You have to be careful of her. Don't ever be fooled by beauty. Lindbergh, brother, I've been hit voluntarily. I know. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Lin Bai patted Zhou Tian's shoulder and then looked at Xiao Ran. Ran, how was your date with your sister-in-law yesterday? Xiao Ran shook his head helplessly. It's hard to explain. Brother Ran, don't feel too bad. Sister-in-law didn't mean it. You've only just gotten together. There are still more days ahead. It will definitely get smoother and smoother in the future. Lin Bai pretended to comfort. I hope. After saying that, Xiao Ran placed his gaze on Hongya in the front row. He always felt as if Hongya was not quite the same as usual today, but he couldn't tell. Could it be that old Lin has already gotten his hands on it? It shouldn't be. There's no reason why he would hide it from them. Forget it. It's better not to think about it. Whether the two of them make it or not, it doesn't have much to do with themselves. College classes are always boring. Playing with your phone, touching fish. That was the end of the morning session. Let's go. Dry rice. Inactive eaters with faulty thinking. Yi University's cafeteria could be described as quite large, with 5 floors, and hundreds of windows on each floor. The dining area is also extremely spacious, so even if tens of thousands of people dine here at the same time, they won't feel crowded. But this is a school, after all, and whether it's a rich young man or a respected professor, you have to wait in line to eat here. And every now and then the task of lining up fell on Zhou Tian and Lin Bai. The two seldom had their own choices, both helping Jang Way and Xiao Ran in line for what the two of them were going to eat. It basically dictates what the two will eat. Zhou Tian didn't mind. He wasn't a picky eater anyway. The old Lindbergh didn't care about any of this, either. But the current Lindbergh wasn't the same Lindbergh who had been slaughtered in his previous life. It's okay to let him fight for food, but be prepared to pay for it. System, is there a laxative that won't be detected? Reporting back to the host can purchase the superpower laxative, which is colorless and tasteless. The person taking it will suffer the pain of diarrhea all day long and it will not be detected. Then purchase this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing the super powerful laxative, consuming 200 revenge points. 200? That expensive? Back to the host. A penny for a penny. The effect is guaranteed to satisfy you. 200 is 200. Add the laxative to this window. Only when he heard the system's beep did Lin Bai reveal a satisfied smile. Since it's a frame-up, of course Xiao Ran can't be the only victim. He didn't want to be suspected this early. Only then, those students who are here in line will be in trouble. But we, Lao Lin, will not be soft-hearted. Those who want to achieve great things must be ruthless. If you guys want to blame it on Xiao Ran, who made him look at this window? Jie. Chapter 13, Teasing Yiqing Xue. Rango, your fat sausage. After waiting in line for 10 minutes, Lin Bai finally placed the lunch with laxatives in front of Xiao Ran. You didn't buy it yourself? Xiao Ran looked at the only serving of fatty intestine-covered rice in front of him and wondered. Lin Bai scratched his head in mock embarrassment. I forgot to charge my meal card. There was only enough for one serving. Next time say it earlier and take my meal card. Looking at Xiao Ran generously taking out his meal card, Lin Bai almost you out. What a hypocrite. However, on the surface he still smiled and accepted Xiao Ran's meal card. Taking Xiao Ran's meal card, Lin Bai once again joined the queue. When Lin Bai came back again, the original team of 3 was suddenly joined by one more person, Hongya. Hi, Mr. Lindbergh. Hongya smiled and waved her small hand at Lindbergh. Why are you here? Lindbergh's eyes widened and, with a surprised face, he looked at Hongya who suddenly appeared in front of him. Hongya smiled faintly, revealing 2 cute dimples. I bumped into classmate Zhou Tian while I was fighting for my food. And it just so happened that my roommates all went back to their dormitories, so I had the cheek to follow classmate Zhou Tian over. I'm sorry, she said, with a mischievous stick of her tongue. Lin Bai turned his head to look at Zhou Tian, and saw that he had a helpless smile on his face. That expression seemed to say, Old Lin, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it, and I didn't want to bring her here too, but I just couldn't say no. Hongya winks playfully. In a soft voice, he asked, I don't think student Lindbergh would mind if I disturb you guys. Right? Of course we don't mind. It's an honor to dine with Hong de Banhua. Don't you think so, old Zhou? After saying that, he didn't forget to pat Zhou Tian's shoulder hard. Zhou Tian was staggered by the slap and almost fell. He hurriedly stabilized himself and, nodding his head back and forth, he said, Yes, it's our honor. Hongya's joining not only surprised Lindbergh, even Xiao Ran and Jang Way, who were on the side, were incomparably shocked in their hearts. Both of them knew very well that Hongya was coming towards Lindbergh, even though the two of them weren't interested in Hongya. But men have to save face. However, just as the two were rambling on, a clear voice suddenly interrupted their thoughts. Xiao Ran. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Ran was pleasantly surprised, as if the cells of his entire body had been awakened. Immediately, he looked up, his eyes eagerly searching for the source of the sound. It didn't take him long to spot Yiqing Xue, who was standing not far away. His face showed suppressed joy. Qing Xue, why are you here? Xiao Ran was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. Surprise and doubt twinkled in his eyes. Come to the cafeteria to eat of course, or else come over to go shopping. Yiqing Xue winked mischievously and, deliberately pretending to be angry, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. That's not what I meant. Didn't you say you were going home for dinner? I thought you weren't coming to the cafeteria. Xiao Ran hastily waved his hand, fearing that it would cause a misunderstanding, and hurriedly explained. Yiqing Xue had just come back from abroad and was not quite used to the domestic food tastes, especially the food in the school cafeteria, so she basically chooses to go home for lunch. Xiao Ran didn't think much about this point. After all, most of the students at Yichang University were Yichang locals, close to their homes, and it was common for them to go home for dinner. We won't even eat at home from now on, Yiqing Xue said with a calm face. Is something wrong at home? Xiao Ran frowned and asked with concern. Yi Qingxue gently shook her head, a hint of a smile on her face. It's fine. I just thought I was tired of eating at home and wanted a change of pace, so I'm going to come to the cafeteria for a while. Despite Yi Qingxue's best efforts to hide her emotions, however, Xiao Ran still keenly detected a hint of abnormality in her eyes. However, he did not continue to pursue the matter. In that case, you can eat with us at lunch from now on. I'm sorry, Sean offered with a smile. But I've promised to eat with my roommate later. Yi Qingxue revealed an apologetic expression. Xiao Ran, who was originally full of expectations, heard this reply and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. But, haha, just kidding, I haven't told my roommate yet. Just then, Yi Qingxue suddenly let out a burst of laughter. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. So, this you can have lunch with us later? Let's see how you behave. Yi Qingxue winked mischievously, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. The joining of the two great beauties one after the other naturally attracted the attention of many people. But fortunately, the few people present were basically experienced people, and they had seen it all before. Except for Zhou Tian, who was a little jittery. I said how Xiao Ran student rejected so many girls' confessions. Turns out it's already titled. Just as Yi Qingxue sat down, Hongya couldn't help but flirt. Xiao Ran smiled awkwardly. In terms of looks, Xiao Ran was definitely a school grass level, and he had just gone to college. And he had gained a lot of fangirls. The love letters go on, but he didn't fall in love with anyone until he met Yi Qingxue. As if everything was meant to be, the two fell in love at first sight. After knowing each other for less than a month, Xiao Ran confessed his love to Yi Qingxue with the encouragement of the Lin Bai trio. The two then got together. You are? It was only then that Yi Qingxue noticed that Hongya looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen her before. Hello, Hongya, Lin Bai's classmate of theirs. Hello, Yi Qingxue, Xiao Ran's girlfriend. Topics of conversation between women always come inexplicably. Hongya and Yi Qingxue had just finished introducing themselves to each other, and the two women chatted and laughed. Those who didn't know thought the two women were good girlfriends. Only the two women hadn't been talking for long when a shriek interrupted them. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? That's right. The one who let out a shocked cry was none other than Yi Qingxue. Only Yi Qingxue's face was red and her hands were pressed down on the table as if she was holding back something. Accidentally burned. Why are you so careless? Let me take a look, Xiao Ran said with a heartbroken face. Yi Qingxue was just about to turn her head when a sudden strong force came upon her and she could only be forced to reject Xiao Ran. No, I'm fine now. Then let me go buy you a bottle of water. After saying that, Xiao Ran got up and left. Just as Xiao Ran left, Yi Qingxue glared at the one who started it all, Lin Bai. She had been chatting nicely with Hongya when suddenly a foot reached out and, not holding back, she screamed right out. She wasn't a little cutie. The one who dared to do such a thing to her was no one else but Lin Bai. As if he didn't see it, Lindbergh swiped his cell phone while he dried his rice. Where the crowd couldn't see, they also recklessly extended their claws towards Yi Qingxue. Soon, Yi Qingxue was made to blush, and even her body was trembling slightly. Finally, after enduring for a minute, Yi Qingxue couldn't bear it anymore and violently got up and slapped the table. Left without a word. What's wrong with sister-in-law? Zhou Tian had a confused look on his face. Maybe it's that? Women. There's always a time for that. I don't know, Lindbergh said meaningfully. Hongya, who was on the side, stared at Yi Qingxue's back, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 14 Yi Ruoshang. In the center of Yi City, there stood a towering mansion, Yi Clan Group. This magnificent building is not only a landmark in Yi, it was more of a symbol of the Yi family's power and wealth. Above the clouds, a stunning woman stood silently in front of a floor-to-ceiling window. Her figure was as ethereal as a fairy in the clouds. If you look closely, you can see that this woman actually has a very similar face to that of Yi Qingxue, but the two have very different temperaments. Her face was as cold as snow, and her eyes revealed a faint sadness that, it was as if the whole world had nothing to do with her. Just then, a soft knock on the door broke the silence. The woman frowned slightly, seemingly a little displeased, but quickly gathered herself together and, walking over to his desk and sitting down, he resumed that cold as ice expression. Come in. The woman's voice was cold and firm. As the office door slowly opened, a young girl with a pretty figure walked in. Her face was full of youthful vigor and her eyes sparkled with spirituality. Qingxue? The woman looked at the young girl in front of her with a hint of surprise in her tone. Sis. The young girl excitedly ran forward and hugged the woman. That's right. This young girl in front of her was none other than Yi Qingxue, while that stunning woman was her sister, the eldest miss of the Yi family, and the current president of the Yi group. Yi Ruoshang. What are you doing over here? Shouldn't you be at school at this hour? Yi Ruoshang stroked Yi Qingxue's head favorably. her eyes full of love. I miss my sister. Yi Qingxue pouted and said in a petulant manner. You can't skip school if you miss me. You just got back to the States. One must leave a good impression on the teacher and classmates to do so. Yi Ruoshang shook her head somewhat helplessly and said in a serious tone. I don't care. I'm not going back anyway. I'm staying by my sister. Yi Qingxue tightly hugged Yi Ruoshan's arm and said in a firm tone. Looking at Yi Qingxue's resolute attitude, Yi Ruoshang couldn't help but frown. The two sisters had always had a good relationship, and even when Yi Qingxue had gone abroad, the two of them often kept in touch, especially during the time when Yi Qingxue had just returned to China, sticking to her side every day. This made Yi Ruoshan enjoy the affection very much. However, ever since Yi Qingxue transferred to Yi City University, the chances of the two of them meeting became fewer. Now that Yi Qingxue had skipped class to come to her, it made Yi Ruoshan feel that something was wrong. Qingxue, did you encounter something at school? Yi Ruoshang asked with concern, trying to find out what's really going on with my sister. Yi Qingxue was slightly shocked and said somewhat unnaturally, No, I just miss my sister. Although Yi Qingxue hid it well, Yi Ruoshan still saw a slight abnormality. Qingxue, I'm your older sister. You have to remember that no matter when, I'll always be on your side. Yi Ruoshan said in a serious tone. Yi Qingxue stared at Yi Ruoshang for a while, then bit her red lips and said, Actually, it's because of that woman. Yi Ruoshan frowned slightly. Did you clash with her again? I didn't start the fight. She started it. Sis, I want to move in with you. I really don't want to live at home anymore. Seeing that wicked woman every day makes me upset. Yi Qingxue hugged Yi Ruoshan tightly and said in a petulant manner. Qingxue, I'd love to live with you too. But you know, Dad will never agree to us doing this. Yi Ruoshang sighed helplessly, a hint of pain on her face. No, I just want to live with my sister. I know you've got something up your sleeve. Sis, please, sister, can't you bear to see your lovely sister drooping every day? A wry glint flashed in Yi Qingxue's eyes. Damn girl, how dare you threaten me? Yi Ruoshang glared at Yi Qingxue in mock anger. Isn't this also for the sake of my sister's good? Yi Qingxue playfully spat out her tongue. You've really learned the hard way in these years abroad. Yi Ruoshang smiled and shook her head. Instead, there was a look of favor in his eyes. Then sister, this is a promise? Yi Qingxue asked excitedly as her eyes lit up. Or else, someone is starting to threaten his own sister. Yi Ruoshang said without a trace of anger. Hey, I knew my sister was the best, but I'll say this in advance. I can only go and open this mouth for you, and if Papa doesn't say yes, you can't blame me. I know, but I'm sure my sister will succeed. You dead girl. After spending half an hour here at Yi Ruoshan's place, Yi Qingxue was driven away by her ruthless sister. Yi Qingxue had just left on the front foot when Yi Ruoshan's secretary brought bad news. Mr. Yi, young Master Lu is here. No. At the same time, Yi Qingxue, who had just left from Yi Ruoshang's side, also came to the first floor. She had just stepped out of the elevator when she ran into a young man with a rose in his hand. The man was dressed in a suit and tie, a pair of leather shoes polished to a shine. Not an ordinary man at first glance. Although she looked okay, Yi Qingxue wasn't interested at all, brushing right past the man. However, before Yi Qingxue could take a few steps, she was stopped by the man behind her. Wait, something's wrong? Yi Qingxue looked at the man in the suit with a surprised face. The man walked to Yi Qingxue with a smile on his face. You're Kiyosu, right? You know me? Yi Qingxue looked at the man in the suit with some surprise. The man in the suit smiled slightly. My name is Lu Yu. I'm your sister's fiancé. I've heard her talk about you. So you're Lu Yu? Your sister told you about me? Lu Yu said with some excitement. No. The atmosphere was instantly awkward. Are you coming over here to find your sister? Lu Yu asked again. I have things to do. So I'll go first. How could Lu Yu not expect that Yi Qingxue would actually treat himself so poorly? The original gentle face also became hideous the moment Yi Qingxue turned around. Bitch, your sister doesn't treat me well, and you despise me so much. Wait for me. All of you. One day, I'll have you on your knees under me, begging me to favor you all. After leaving from the Yi group, Yi Qingxue got on the car back to school. In fact, she did come over today to ask Yi Ruoshan for help, but not because of that woman, but because of Lin Bai. She had thought that after threatening Lindbergh this morning, Lindbergh would know to restrain himself. I didn't expect it to get worse, molesting her in front of so many people. Indignantly leaving the scene, she didn't even greet Xiaoran. Leaving from the school, she came here to Yi Ruoshan, and wanted to confess everything, but the words came out of her mouth. She couldn't say it enough. Ugh, what am I going to do? Chapter 15 Warnings to Hunya. Brother Ran. Still no word back from sister-in-law? Zhou Tian, who was playing the game, suddenly turned around and looked at the anxious-looking Xiaoran and asked, Xiao Ran shook his head helplessly and was very worried in his heart. He came back after buying water and realized that Yi Qingxue had disappeared. Thinking she was unwell and needed to rest, he sent her a few messages of concern and then began to enjoy his favorite sausage-covered rice. But it was not until they had finished their meal and returned to their bedrooms that the Yi Qingxue still didn't reply to his message. Xiao Ran began to feel uneasy, because although in the past Yi Qingxue would occasionally reply late, but this time it did take too long. Something shouldn't have happened, right? Xiao Ran could not help but feel a surge of worry in his heart. Just as he was about to dial Yi Qingxue's phone number, a familiar caller ID popped up on the screen of his cell phone. Xiao Ran was overjoyed and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Hey, Kyo Su. Sure enough, Yi Qingxue's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm really sorry, Xiao Ran. My cell phone just died and I'm physically fine, so don't you worry. Hearing these words, Xiao Ran's hanging heart finally dropped. I'm glad it's okay, I thought. The two chatted sweetly on the phone for a few minutes before Xiao Ran reluctantly hung up the phone. How is it? I told you that sister-in-law is fine. Zhou Tian, the afterthought, once again stepped forward. Xiao Ran did not pay any attention to Zhou Tian and asked after looking around the dormitory, where are old Lin and old Zhang? Brother Wei had some business at home and went home after dinner. And as for old Lin, he went out after returning to the dormitory and hasn't come back until now. So I think he must have gone to see Hanya. I'm sorry, Zhou Tian said mysteriously. Hanya? You didn't see the two of them browbeating each other in the cafeteria earlier. I'm now certain that Hong de Banhwa is definitely after old Lin's money, Zhou Tian said with a serious face. How could Xiao Ran not see it? And those who didn't know thought that the two were a couple. No, I can't play the game. Old Lin's too simple. I can't let him be ruined at the hands of a woman. Sean, air. Meanwhile, inside a certain club classroom, aren't you afraid of being discovered by others? Lin Bai asked as he looked at the panting Hongya in his arms. What are you afraid of? I'm in charge of this classroom, and I have the only key to it. Outsiders can't get in at all. Hongya proudly raised the key in her hand. I thought you really weren't afraid. Dare I say that you've already prepared for this? Lin Bai laughed badly. Do you like it then? Hongya once again stroked her hand towards Lindbergh. You goblin. Are those rich young masters not able to do it? Actually letting you have a good dish and not eating it. LOL. They can't wait to eat me up. But it's just a shame I don't give them the chance. Hongya laughed delicately. So who are you giving a chance? You guess? Today I'll treat you. The goblin. For them. Oh, help. Someone's trying to commit domestic violence. Scream. No one will come for you even if you scream your throat out. Break your throat. Break your throat. For a long, long time. What is your relationship with Xiao Ran's girlfriend? Yi Qingxue? Hongya finally couldn't hold back her inner curiosity and opened her mouth to ask. You saw it all? Lin Bai replied in a calm tone. It was as if he had expected her to ask that. Hongya froze for a moment at his words, a look of surprise on his face as he stared straight at Lin Bai. How do you know I saw you molesting Yi Qingxue with your feet? The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, outlining a confident smile. Because I'm your man. Hongya froze slightly, a trace of complexity flashed in her eyes. Then she turned her gaze to Lin Bai. Since you know, aren't you afraid that I'll snitch on you to Xiao Ran? Of course I'm afraid. So I'm not trying to please you. Lindbergh laughed and pointed to the stain on the table with a hint of flirtation in his eyes. Rascal, can't you be serious? I'm talking to you seriously. Xiao Ran is not only your classmate, but also your big brother. You treat Xiao Ran like this. Aren't you worried that he will be unfavorable to you when he finds out? Hongya looked at Lin Bai worriedly with a worried expression on her face. Are you worried about me? Lindbergh asked rhetorically with a smile. Hongya's pretty face reddened. I accepted your 100 million transfer. After all, I don't want to go to bed at night with my head on a swivel. Lin Bai smiled gently. Don't worry. As long as you don't say anything, Xiao Ran won't know. Hongya frowned. Why? Did Yi Qingxue have some kind of handle in your hands? You guess? Hongya's face was full of black lines. How could this be guessed? By the way, do you have classes in the afternoon? Lin Bai suddenly asked. There's a dance class. Can you skip class? Come out with me this afternoon. Can I refuse? Can't. So you're still saying, bossy and petty man. Hanya, draw a circle and curse you. By the way, did you and Yi Qingxue already have sex? Having just gotten into Lindbergh's tank 300, Hongya couldn't help but ask. Lin Bai turned his head and looked at Hongya with a serious face. Hongya, I know you're curious about what happened between me and Yi Qingxue, but there's something about me I can't really tell you. It wouldn't do you any good to know more. Hongya, a rural man, has definitely got a brain to get to where he is today. After talking to her so much by herself, as long as Hongya's brain wasn't out of whack, she wouldn't do anything stupid. I see. It was me who took the liberty. Hongya was still more or less lost in her heart. However, she believed that Lin Bai would not harm her. Although there are some things I can't tell you, but you can get in touch with Yi Qingxue more often. This is definitely good for you, Lin Bai suddenly said meaningfully. The clever Hongya instantly grasped the point, the benefits. Did Yi Qingxue have a special identity? Surname Yi? She can't be the Yi family. If Lin Bai knew that his words had directly exposed Yi Qingxue's identity, I don't know how I would feel about that. On the other hand, inside the poisonous gas-filled toilet, Xiaoran sat on the toilet bowl lifelessly. Half an hour ago, a sudden discomfort came from his stomach, and he, who had intended to play a little game of forced to flush the toilet, what followed was a stream of flying water. It was thought to be just normal diarrhea, and after dealing with it hastily, Xiaoran returned to his seat. But as soon as he sat down, the familiar sensation came again, and he could only grab the paper and run to the restroom again. In just half an hour, he made 5 to 6 trips back and forth. Such a high frequency also stunned Zhou Tian. Ran, are you okay? Shall we go to the hospital? No, it's fine. I should have eaten something unclean, Xiaoran said breathlessly. So are you still going to class? Old Lin and Wei just messaged me. They're not even going to class this afternoon. So if you're not going either, then I'm not going. Go, Qingxue is still waiting for me. I can't let go. Before the words fell, a loud noise came. The awkwardness between the two could be felt through the door. After a long time, Zhou Genius weakly opened his mouth, then ran. I'll go to class first. Xiaoran wailed just as Zhou Tian left. Who the hell washed the colon today? Chapter 16 Yuyao. You don't want to buy a house, do you? Outside the sales center, Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a stunned expression. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and surprise. Lindbergh laughed softly, though it's exciting in the classroom, but I don't want to be made a school celebrity. After saying this, Lin Bai didn't make any more explanations and directly walked into the sales center, leaving Hongya standing alone in a daze. After a long time, Hongya came back to her senses and stomped her feet before following into the sales center. Entering the sales center, an air of luxury comes over you. The whole space is incredibly beautifully decorated, as if it were in a magnificent palace. It's golden and glorious. In the center were several elaborate tables displaying beautiful models of houses. Even though it wasn't a weekend, there was still a good crowd in the lobby. None of these people were rich and famous. For those who could purchase a house in the must be worth at least 100 million. Perhaps because Lindbergh looked too young, so he didn't get the reception he deserved like other homebuyers. But he wasn't angry. After all, he really didn't look like a rich man. After all, solely he visited alone. It wasn't long before a voluptuous female sales manager walked up to Lin Bai's side. Hello sir, I'm Yu Yao from the sales department. What can I do for you? Her voice is like a trickle, pleasant and relaxing. Lin Bai slightly raised his head and saw a stunning face that was not inferior to Yi Qingxue at all. Her eyes were as charming as plum blossoms, and her small nose was straight and delicate. Pale with a slight reddish tinge to it, a slightly upturned cherry mouth, and the slightly tight-fitting suit that, just the right amount to emphasize her proud career line. A glint of shrewdness quickly flashed in Lin Bai's eyes. I'm looking to buy a house. Can you introduce me? Yu Yao smiled faintly. Of course. May I ask what type of house you want to buy? What's the budget? Do you want a school district house or a commercial house? It was only a few minutes later that Hanya arrived. Perhaps because she was influenced by Lindbergh, she got lost after entering the door, and it took a little effort to. That's how you find out where the hall is. When she saw that Lin Bai was talking and laughing with a female sales manager with a good face value, a momentary sulk rose in his heart. I said, why do you want to buy a house all of a sudden? Dare I say it's a drunkenness? Hongya stared at Yu Yao with jealousy. What drunkenness? Sister, you and I only just met. Lin Bai didn't have the heart to give Hongya a blank look. Only then did he look at Yu Yao with an apologetic face. Sister, you don't mind. My girlfriend is more jealous of anyone. No, it's fine. Yu Yao shook her head, but a trace of redness inexplicably grew on her delicate face. Che, I don't believe it. Hongya muttered in a small voice. She's convinced that it's the first time Lindbergh and Yu Yao have met, but she definitely didn't believe that Lin Bai wasn't interested in Yu Yao. This body, this face, she's jealous as a woman looking at it. A man who even dared to get his hands on Yi Qingxue would let go of such a stunning beauty? Don't ask her how she knows. Asking is a woman's sixth sense. What kind of house are you going to buy? Houses aren't cheap here. After whining, Hanya finally returned to the point. What kind of house do you think we're going to get for our first? Hanya looked surprised. What? Do you want me to be left alone? Lin Bai laughed evilly. Hongya's pretty face reddened. She instantly understood what Lin Bai had in mind. Being at school was indeed risky. It's easier to have your own house. On the side of Yu Yao's chat, a hint of envy also appeared in his eyes. After a discussion between Lindbergh and Hongya, the two finally decided to buy a small, detached house near the University of Leaf City. Actually, Lindbergh wanted to buy a villa, but the villas were all in a rather remote location. It's an hour or two just to drive and it's just not convenient. Sister Yu, can you take us to see the current house now? Sure. Then I'll trouble Sister Yu. No trouble, no trouble. On the other hand, inside the classroom where daily dozing takes place, Zhou Tian sat alone in the last row of the classroom, looking so lonely. As the bell rang, it also meant that the class was over. Zhou Tian picked up the book and was about to slip away when a figure appeared in front of him in the next second. Da, sis-in-law. The person who came was none other than Yiqing Xue. Where is Xiao Ran? Why didn't he come to class? Yiqing Xue said as she looked at the empty seat beside Zhou Tian. Brother Ran. He's a little uncomfortable. Zhou Tian stammered. Not feeling well? Wasn't it fine when you called? Yiqing Xue frowned slightly. It's just bad after a phone call. Like a bad meal. Eat bad? Zhou Tian was just about to open his mouth to explain, when the kind student sitting in the front row interjected. Couldn't have eaten that second donkey-covered rice for lunch. Could you? How did you know that Ran ate 2 donkey-covered rice for lunch? Zhou Tian was astonished. Didn't you guys read the school forum? It's been blowing up for a long time. Dozens of people have been hit. I've heard that people who ate 2 asses worth of covered rice at lunch have been scurrying thin since an hour ago, and their asses haven't left the toilet. Serious ones have even been hospitalized. The kind-hearted classmate said as he opened his cell phone and then handed it to Zhou Tian and Yiqing Xue. Seeing the clear wailing on the forum, both of them paled. One person getting hit could be an accident, but so many people getting hit, that can't be an accident. No good. Something's going to happen to Ran. Sister-in-law, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go back to see Ran first. Dropping these words, Zhou Tian disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Yiqing Xue standing at the same spot in a daze. Where had she, a rich young lady, ever seen such an odoriferous scene that she couldn't even think about it, and as a result it was now happening to her boyfriend. For a moment, she actually didn't know whether she should feel sorry for Xiao Ran, or whether she should feel sorry for Xiao Ran. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory, Xiao Ran sat on the toilet with a desperate look on his face. He hadn't left the toilet since Zhou Tian left. He felt like he had drained all the sugar out of his life for one day today, but even then, the feeling came out of nowhere. After being tortured for so long, his lower body had long since lost its intuition. He wanted to call for help, but he didn't have a cell phone around, and he couldn't move his ass so much that he wanted to shi. Help! Someone help me! Chapter 17 Hong Ya's Jealousy. Ding! Xiao Ran's hate value is detected to be rising. Current hate value is 6. The sudden system prompt caused Lin Bai's eyes to light up. I don't have to think about it. It's the laxative he gave me that's working. I didn't realize that it directly increased the hate value by 3 points. This 200 was really worth spending. It was just a pity that he didn't get to see Xiao Ran's raw and unlovable scene with his own eyes. But I, Lindbergh, am not one to suffer. Lin Bai looked at Yu Yao in front of him and a flash of color flashed in his eyes. And look, eyes popping out. A jealous Hunya made a decisive move to interrupt someone's imagination. I'm obviously visiting the house, okay? Lin Bai said in a serious manner. Oh, I believe the hell out of you. Mr. Lin, M.S. Hong, this is the little house that's for sale. Let me show you around. With pleasure. The house the two are now visiting is located on Yankee Street, 3 kilometers outside of Yeoman's University. It has a beautiful environment and convenient transportation. Walking into the yard, you are greeted by a small 3-story house. It has its own private courtyard and a small swimming pool on a plot of over 200 square meters. Despite looking a little old on the outside, the interior is brand new. The decor is simple yet elegant. Inside the house, there are many old objects on display, such as antique furniture, fine china, and so on. It's like traveling back in time. It took the two of them more than half an hour just to visit the small townhouse. Finally, Yu Yao looked at the two with a smile and asked, Mr. Lin, Miss Hong, what do you think of this little townhouse? Is it to your liking? Lindbergh nodded with satisfaction and said, the house is really nice. Both the layout and the decor are to my liking. I just don't know the price. Yu Yao smiled and replied, this little house was also entrusted to us not long ago. The homeowner's expected price is around $120 million. Hearing this number, Hongya couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and said in surprise, hiss, so expensive. She had thought that the price of such a small house would be tens of millions of dollars at most. I didn't realize it was actually going to be more than one small goal. In contrast, Lin Bai appeared much more calm. After all, he had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had seen much more of the world than Hongya. There are quite a few valuable antiques in this little townhouse, and if all of them were to be sold, at least tens of millions, And none of the houses in this neighborhood are cheap. 200 square foot tract homes. 120 million is pretty reasonable. But trading? There's always a back and forth. It's a bit expensive. Lin Bai said with a look of pity. The price of 120 million is indeed very high. But, Mr. Lin, as Miss Hong saw earlier, there are many antiques and old objects in the small house, which are worth a lot of money, if they are counted. 120 million for this place is definitely worth every penny, Yu Yao said patiently. Sister Yu, I do like this place quite a bit, but $120 million is still too expensive. How about this? You communicate with the homeowner. I'm willing to pay $110 million for it. Seriously? Yu Yao was visibly agitated after hearing Lin Bai name the price. Surprise and excitement sparkled in his eyes. Lin Bai smiled slightly and nodded. That's right, 110 million. But I have a request. I'm hoping to complete the closing today. Okay, Mr. Lin, M.S. Hong, please wait for a moment. I'll contact the homeowner right away. I'm sorry, Yu Yao said in a hurry, then took his cell phone and walked quickly to a corner and started communicating with the homeowner. Hongya looked at Lin Bai and couldn't help but ask, isn't 110 million too much? A hint of concern was revealed in her eyes. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile. What? Are you heartbroken? Hongya glared at him and replied in a nonchalant manner. While the house is full of valuable antiques, it's no easy task to cash in on them. Otherwise the homeowner wouldn't have kept them. If Hongya understood this, how could Lin Bai not be clear about it? Don't worry. I know in my heart that $110 million for this little house is absolutely not a loss. Lin Bai looked at Yu Yao in the distance, a flash of shrewdness in his eyes. Whatever. It's not my money anyway. Hongya shrugged and said no more. A few minutes later, Yu Yao arrived in front of Lin Bai and the two of them with a happy face. Mr. Lin, M.S. Hong, the homeowner is willing to accept your offer of 110 million. Let's go straight through the process then. I'd like to move in today. No problem. Please follow me. An hour or so later, Hongya had a small red book in her hand. Looking at the small book in her hand, Hongya's heart was indescribably excited. It was as if this little book meant a lot to her. Lin Bai did not notice Hongya's abnormality. Instead, his eyes were fixed on Yu Yao, who was also incredibly excited in front of him. Thanks to Sister Yu today. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to buy such a nice house. Yu Yao quickly waved his hand. No, I should be the one to thank you. Thank you for trusting me so much. This is the first time I've ever completed such a large order. A small townhouse worth $110 million. She gets 3% commission as a salesperson. That's $3. 3 million, after some taxes, and messing around, it comes to less than $2. 5 million. It's true that if you don't open, you'll lead for 3 years. Lin Bai smiled gently. No matter what. Thanks to Sister Yu. By the way, Sister Yu, the house has after sales, right? Lin Bai suddenly asked. Yes. If there are subsequent problems with the house, we'll send someone to take care of them for you. Free of charge. This Mr. Lin doesn't need to worry about. Yu Yao said slowly. If that's the case, can I add Sister Yu on a WeChat? I'm a rather cognizant person, not really into contacting strangers. Yu Yao froze for a moment, then smiled. Of course, if Mr. Lin doesn't want to contact anyone else, just tell me directly when the time comes. After adding Yu Yao's WeChat as he wished, Lin Bai then took Hongya away. Just after getting into the car, Lindbergh smelled the strong odor of vinegar. That's your ultimate goal, isn't it? What purpose? Lin Bai deliberately played dumb, spending $110 million on a small townhouse just to add someone's WeChat. Let me guess. Next thing you know, someone isn't going to excuse a problem with the house and contact the person. Then it's the dark of the moon and dry spells. Someone got their way. Hongya said with a teasing face. I didn't expect Hong de Banhwa to be quite imaginative. Lin Bai laughed. Just keep pretending. For all I thought I'd found a good guy. I didn't realize it was also a womanizer. So this is you being jealous? How can that be? This young lady won't be jealous of you. When I'm done utilizing you, I'll just dump you and let you drink the northwest wind. TCH, still really ruthless. Chapter 18 Yu Yao Nyowu. Ha? That Yu Yao is 40 years old? You're lying to kids, right? Inside the stall, Hongya stared at Lin Bai with wide eyes and a shocked expression. Do you think I have to lie to you? The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly and a faint smile appeared. How can that be? She looks so young. She's only 30 at the end of the day. Hongya shook her head, somewhat unable to accept this fact. Lin Bai didn't explain too much, but continued to enjoy the food in his hands. A mouthful of a large waist directly dazzled, and in no time at all, his mouth was full of oil. Sure enough, you still need a big waist to replenish your energy. How did you know her age? Seeing that Lin Bai didn't answer, Hongya once again pressed the question. I saw her message during the signing today, Lin Bai said casually. You're really observant. Hongya sneered. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. That's not true. This is at least a deal of hundreds of millions of dollars. So how can we not take it seriously, don't you think? Lin Bai shrugged his shoulders and said rightfully, I think you're a thief. Hongya glared at Lin Bai without any good humor. Look at you. Am I that horny? Besides, even if I wanted to, people don't always agree. I can't do anything illegal or criminal. Well, you finally admit it. I knew you had a thing for her. You old shyster batch. What's there to be afraid to admit? It's normal to like beautiful women. Just like I like you. Lindbergh is not amused. Don't think you can fool me by saying that. I'm not going to be fooled by you. Okay, don't get carried away. Hurry up and eat. You still have to do your business afterward. Lin Bai shook the big fat waist in his hand and revealed a bad smile. Hooligans. The other side. After receiving Lin Bai and Hongya, Yu Yao's work for the day was over. Sold a $110 million small townhouse. Raked in $5 million in commissions. Of course it's going to be celebrated. After strolling around the food market, Yu Yao went home with a few pockets of vegetables. The sun sets over the outdated Moon Hill neighborhood, an old part of town that is full of life. Most of the residents living here are evictees from rural areas. Little Yu is off work? The old man with gray hair smiled and greeted Yu Yao, who was fully loaded. Off duty, Uncle Fu. Yu Yao smiled and responded to the old man. Yo, Yaoer, why did you buy so many vegetables today? Is Xiao Ran coming back? An older woman over 50 came up and asked. School classes are a bit heavy, and Ran can't spare the time to come back for a while. There's a hint of loss in Yu Yao's voice. So you buy so many groceries? It wasn't billed today, so I wanted to celebrate myself. Yu Yao had a happy smile on his face. Billing? The house sold? The older woman's shriek was a bit loud, attracting people around her to gather around. Since we are neighbors, we are familiar with each other. And for the matter of Yu Yao working in the sales center, they've known it for a long time. What kind of house is for sale? I've heard that houses in the center of town cost tens of thousands of dollars. That set of houses is still several $1 million. How much commission does it take? Looking at the 7 Moncler jackets outlet in front of him, Yu Yao also couldn't help but frown. This is if you tell the story about her selling a $110 million little house. That's not going to blow up. But she wasn't a cutie pie. Knows that wealth is not for the faint of heart. After casually dealing with a few sentences, Yu Yao left with his things. A middle-aged man wearing slippers and somewhat bearded looked at Yu Yao's back. I don't know what to think. Although it is an old town, the facilities that should be here are also available here. Riding on the somewhat vintage elevator, Yu Yao soon arrived in front of his house. Rusty iron gates with advertisements plastered all over them. The word 1201 is still faintly visible at the very top of the door. After casually ripping off a few of the added advertisements, Yu Yao then returned home. The size of the house is not that big. Around 80 square feet. 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The layout of the room was also relatively simple, but it had all the furniture that it should have, except that it all looked a little old. The almost whitewashed couch, the scratch-filled table and chairs, the somewhat old refrigerator color TV and the awards that are plastered all over the walls and so on. Although it looks old and worn, the house is extraordinarily clean and the air was also extraordinarily fresh, and you could even smell a faint scent. Putting the purchased dishes on the table, Yu Yao went into his room. And not a moment later, she then changed into a looser set of clothes. Suits are good, but they are too tight and hurt your body if you wear them for a long time. Sitting on a small bench, she cleaned up. Half an hour later, a fairly sumptuous dinner was set in front of Yu Yao. She picked the right angle and took a picture of it was then sent to the person whose note in the cell phone was son. After doing this, Yu Yao brought her long-cherished white wine, removed the wine glass and pour a full glass. Just as Yu Yao was about to begin a celebration exclusively for himself, there was a sudden knock on the heavy iron door, followed by a familiar greeting. Yaoer, are you home? I'm Niu Wu. They are all neighbors, so Yu Yao naturally can't pretend she didn't hear it, not to mention that Niu Wu has helped her a lot. Opening the door, he saw a man in slippers, with a full beard and there were even some balding middle-aged men. Big brother Niu, what brings you here? Niu Wu raised the 2 bottles of good wine in his hands and laughed. Didn't I just hear that you've been billed? I thought I'd come over and celebrate with you. After saying that, without waiting for Yu Yao to open his mouth, Niu Wu directly walked in. Yu Yao, who had no choice but to close the door of his room. Yo ho, Yaoer, you've made so many dishes. I'm blessed to have a mouthful today. Niu Wu's eyes were glowing. Big brother Niu, you sit down first. I'll get you the dishes. Ugh, okay Lu. putting down the wine in his hand. Nyowu then skillfully opened the wine cabinet on the side and removed the wine glass. By the time Yu Yao returned, Nyowu had already started drinking. In response, Yu Yao was calm. Come on, Yaoer, let's have a drink together to celebrate your billing. Thanks. The two of them talked and laughed and drank like they had been friends for years. I don't know how long it had been, but the 2 bottles of wine that Nyowu had brought had become empty. The dishes on the table were also successfully CD-ROM. Big brother Nyo, let's stop here today. Yu Yao, whose cheeks were red, looked at Nyowu and said. Nyowu gave Yu Yao a deep look before he staggered away. It wasn't until the door to the room closed that Yu Yao sighed. Chapter 19, Inviting Sister-in-Law to Enjoy the Moon. Leaf City University Hospital. Since the establishment of the school hospital, which receives only a few dozen wounded patients a day, it didn't peak above 50. Yet today it broke history. The school hospital has been getting calls since 2 p.m. As of 8 p.m. They have taken in over 200 students. If it were a normal patient, it would be fine, but these 200 students have rare symptoms, collective diarrhea, no matter what medication is used, and the diarrhea was uncontrollable. Some of them were on their way to the wards in an uncontrollable flurry. After the 200 odd-sure people, the school hospital, which was originally filled with the smell of disinfectant, has completely become a hospital with a unique sure smell, because of successive bouts of diarrhea. But the school hospital doesn't have that many toilets, and these people need to be watched to save their lives. So a veteran professor with years of clinical experience came up with an ingenious solution, combining a toilet with a hospital bed. The installation of a toilet was naturally impossible. The hospital used an old-fashioned manual toilet. It just needs to be replaced by personnel at regular intervals. A very good solution, indeed, but they had still underestimated the power of the laxative that they had spent 200 vengeance points on. The school hospital had no choice but to draw doctors and nurses from other hospitals. Even many medical students joined in. The school hospital was overcrowded for a while. There was wailing everywhere, and screams from the nurses. In a ward around the corner on the 4th floor of the school hospital, Xiaoran sat down on the special toilet in a lifeless manner. Now where is the scenery of being a schoolmaster? His whole person looks much older. As if it would fall at the slightest touch. A few hours ago, he was screaming his head off in the dormitory bathroom. Luckily, Zhou Tian came back at the critical moment. With Zhou Tian's help, he endured sure all the way to the school hospital. Thought he'd come to the school hospital and he'd be able to fix this damn diarrhea. But he had seen nothing but being placed in this weird toilet bed in front of several patients who shared his illness. Luckily, none of these patients knew him, or else he really would have wanted to sure outside the school hospital, because they couldn't stand the smell of the interior of the hospital. Sunday ran out to buy a mask. Not long after buying the mask, he bumped into Yi Qingxue, who had come to visit Xiaoran. How is Xiaoran doing? Yi Qingxue asked anxiously. I guess it's going to be a hard day. Zhou Tian smiled bitterly. What do you mean? Zhou Tian then told Yi Qingxue about the current state of the school hospital and the inability to treat diarrhea. Yi Qingxue's expression was also incomparably wonderful after hearing this. Originally, she had wanted to visit Xiaoran, but she had been a cleanliness freak since she was a child. How is it possible to brave the sure nest? But Xiaoran was his boyfriend, and now that he was suffering, how could he sit back and do nothing? Perhaps Zhou Tian could see Yi Qingxue's difficulty and took the initiative to speak. Sister-in-law, I'll take care of Rant's side, so you can go back first. That's not very nice, is it? I am his girlfriend after all. Yi Qingxue smiled bitterly. I'm sure Ran understands, and I don't think he wants you to see him like that. But can you do it alone? I've called old Lin. He should be here soon. Lin Bai? Yi Qingxue frowned. Yes, with old Lin and I here, it's definitely fine. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Yi Qingxue, it's because Lin Bai is around that I don't feel at ease. However, without waiting for her to open her mouth, Zhou Tian waved his hand with her before slipping away. Looking at Zhou Tian's departing back, Yi Qingxue let out a long sigh before turning to leave. However, the distracted girl hadn't taken more than a few steps when she bumped into a broad chest. Sorry. Yi Qingxue hurriedly bowed her head and apologized. The next moment, a familiar teasing voice came to his ears. I didn't think that the second miss of the Hall Yi family would even apologize. It's really a long time coming. Yi Qingxue was slightly stunned. When she looked up, who else could it be that appeared in front of her if not Lin Bai? Lindbergh, why you? Why can't it be me? Ran is hospitalized. As a brother, mustn't I go and take care of him? Don't you think so, my good sister-in-law? Lin Bai revealed a bad smile. Yi Qingxue seemed to have thought of something, and an imperceptible blush grew on her face. You'd better be there to take care of Xiaoran. If you do anything to him, I'll never let you go. After saying the harsh words, Yi Qingxue glared fiercely at Lin Bai and directly bypassed Lin Bai to leave. It was so hard to run into each other. How could Lin Bai let Yi Qingxue leave so easily? Sister-in-law, you're just leaving? Aren't you curious as to why Ran suddenly started having diarrhea? Hearing these words, Yi Qingxue's body instantly froze. The foot that had been raised also stopped in mid-air. She slowly turned around, her face filled with shock and disbelief as she stared at Lin Bai. With a shaky voice, he asked, "Did you do this?" The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile as he asked rhetorically, "What does sister-in-law think?" Yi Qingxue's eyes widened and her mind was in chaos. How could she not have imagined that the culprit who caused the school hospital to share heavy injuries was actually Lin Bai? She muttered, "It's really you. How could it be? Didn't Zhou Tian say that he didn't detect any drug ingredients in the food? How did you do it?" Lin Bai shook his head with a light smile and said, "Sister-in-law is so smart. Why don't you guess?" Yi Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, anger flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down but the voice still carried a hint of trembling. "I'm guessing your ass. Since you're the one who messed up, you must have the antidote. Give it to me quickly." Saying that, she took a violent step forward, grabbed Lin Bai's collar tightly, and roared. Lin Bai, however, smiled unhurriedly and teased, "Sister-in-law, if you beg like this, then the antidote is gone, haha." Yi Qingxue was shocked in her heart and quickly let go of her hand, a resigned expression on her face. She clenched her teeth and glared hard at Lin Bai, then said helplessly, "Speak, how on earth will you give me the antidote?" Lin Bai smiled faintly and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. In a soft voice, he said, "The moon is very full tonight, so I would like to invite sister-in-law to go to the roof to enjoy the moon. I don't know if she is interested?" Yi Qingxue was slightly stunned. How could she not know what it meant to enjoy the moon? "As long as I enjoy the moon with you, you'll give me the antidote? Of course, I'm a decent man. I've always been honest and trustworthy, and no one else knows it. Isn't it clear to your sister-in-law? Cut the crap and lead the way." Chapter 20, The Strange Lindbergh. The moon is extraordinarily beautiful tonight, like a flawless white jade disc hanging in the air. Spilling a cool light. The moonlight enveloped the earth like a thin veil, giving the whole world a serene yet mysterious atmosphere. In this beautiful moonlight, the roof of one of the teaching buildings of Yichang University seemed exceptionally quiet and peaceful. However, in an unnoticeable corner, there were two blurry figures looming. They seemed to be talking, but their voices were so soft that only broken whispers could be heard. As time passed, those two figures gradually became clearer. It turned out to be a young man and woman, both of them a little flushed at the moment. It was as if he had just come out of a sauna. The difference was that the man's face was full of smugness and satisfaction. Instead, the woman's eyes were filled with shame and resentment. "Now you can give me the antidote." Yi Qingxue stared icily at the man in front of her. "The antidote is not in my hands," Lin Bai replied with a calm face. "What? It's not in your hands?" Yi Qingxue shouted in disbelief as her eyes widened. "So you're teasing me, are you?" She clenched her teeth and looked at Lin Bai viciously. "I wouldn't fool anyone but you. Don't you know how much I love you?" Lin Bai suddenly became deeply affectionate and slowly extended his hand to Yi Qingxue. However, before his hand could touch Yi Qingxue, then she was unceremoniously slapped out of the way. "Hurry up and give me the antidote or I promise you'll regret everything you've done today." Yi Qingxue's voice was full of threats and anger. "Are you really going to do this to me? I love you so much." Lindbergh frowned and, it seemed to be disappointed and saddened by Yi Qingxue's behavior. "What a love for me. First you drug me, then you do that to me, and took video after video to threaten me. Do you think I'll believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk?" Yi Qingxue snorted. There was mockery and disdain in his eyes. "It's true that my ways are a little extreme, but I'm also doing this because I'm afraid of losing you. If you can treat me like Xiaoran, even if you look at me a few more times, how would I be like this?" Lin Bai said in a low voice. "You dream, even if all the men in the world were dead, and I will never fall for a beast like you." Yi Qingxue shot back nonchalantly, her gaze filled with anger and contempt. "System, check Yi Qingxue's hate value. Ding, Yi Qingxue certainly has a hate value of 70. It's 70 already, so it looks like it won't be long before we can reap the rewards of the Tier 2 Vengeance Pack. Until then, there's a lot of fire to add to the mix." "I see. Since that's the case, then you can go." As soon as Lin Bai's words left his mouth, he turned around and, no longer looking at Yi Qingxue. However, the very moment he turned around, Yi Qingxue happened to catch the flash of disappointment and heartache in his eyes. Even though it was only for a moment, that complex emotion still touched Yi Qingxue's heartstrings. She stared at Lin Bai's back for a moment of silence before she slowly opened her mouth. "I'll only give you one night's time. If Xiao Ran isn't well by tomorrow, even if he's ruined, and I'm going to make you pay for it. After saying that, Yi Qingxue left the roof of the building without looking back. Only after a long time did Lin Bai let out a long sigh. The acting is really getting good. System, undo the effects of the super powerful laxative. Reporting back to the host. Disabling the effects of the system props requires the consumption of 500 vengeance values. Please ask the host to confirm whether or not to release it. 500 is acceptable. Lift it. After all, I'm a man of my word. If he could, he naturally wanted Xiao Ran to sit on the toilet all the time, but that was simply unrealistic. He underestimated the power of the laxative. And according to a letter from Zhou Tian, someone at the school hospital is already unconscious because of it. There's a lot of bleeding, too, and if this keeps up, it might actually kill someone. Although he wanted to get Xiao Ran killed, he didn't want Xiao Ran to die so comfortably. Sean, I thank you for that. Ding. Successfully consumed 500 revenge values and is undoing the effects of the superpower laxative. As the system's beep sounded, the Wailing School Hospital instantly quieted down. Ha, my stomach is better? No more pain? Me too. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, it's finally over. I can't feel my ass anymore. Finally, I've survived, and I'll never eat gaijin again. The students who survived wept with joy. The doctors and nurses on the sidelines were also completely confused. What's this? All at the same time. It's like setting an alarm. Is this scientific? Obviously not scientific. Zhou Tian, who was replacing Xiao Ran's toilet in the corridor, heard this news. It also immediately ran to the ward where Xiao Ran was. Just as he entered the door, he saw a tearful Xiao Ran. Old Xiao, I'm alive. 10 minutes later, Zhou Tian then pushed Xiao Ran, who was sitting in a wheelchair, out of the school hospital that was still full of sure odor. The two had just walked out of the school hospital when two figures greeted them. The people who came were none other than Lin Bai and Yi Qingxue. After leaving from the roof, Yi Qingxue had planned to go back to but she had just arrived at the school gate when she received a message from Zhou Tian, so she rushed over in a hurry. He happened to run into Lin Bai, who had also rushed over. I don't know if it's because of the unpleasantness that happened on the roof, but this time, the two of them have a rare tacit understanding. No one was near each other. Seeing that Yi Qingxue was about to walk to the near side, Xiao Ran hastily raised his hand to stop her. Qingxue, don't you come over here. Yi Qingxue frowned slightly. Xiao Ran, I don't mind, but I mind. Don't come over, okay? Xiao Ran said with a hint of a pleading tone. Today has been a day of despair for him. No doubt. Nothing heals him like the comfort of a girlfriend. But now he's bruised and battered. He really didn't want to taint Yi Qingxue, who was as pure as a fairy in his heart. Alright then. Yi Qingxue nodded helplessly, and the eyes that looked at Xiao Ran clearly had a few more points of heartache in them. The Xiao Ran she remembered looked so sunny, confident but now it's like a walking old man. Thank you, Lao Zhou will take me back. Zhou Tian nodded towards Yi Qingxue before pushing Xiao Ran to leave around Yi Qingxue. Lin Bai had intended to follow the two of them out, but unexpectedly, just as he took a step, the arm was then grabbed by Yi Qingxue with force and yanked to the side. Don't think I'll be grateful if you cure the poison. I hope this is the first time that, and for the last time, if you dare to play any tricks on Xiao Ran again, I will never let you go. Even if we have to fight to the death. Yi Qingxue issued another warning, her tone filled with determination and firmness. However, in response to Yi Qingxue's threat, Lin Bai didn't show the panic he had imagined. Not even a hint of disdain showed. On the contrary, there was an overpowering calmness about his face at all times that, it was as if nothing in the world could affect him. This calmness made Yi Qingxue feel a little scared. Finished? Lin Bai asked softly, a hint of indifference in his voice. Say, finished, then I'm leaving, Lin Bai said indifferently, then turned around and left. Until Lin Bai's figure completely disappeared from sight. It was only then that Yi Qingxue came back to her senses as if she had woken up from a dream. This guy, what the hell is he playing at? Chapter 21. Yi Qingxue wants to move out of the Yi family. I don't know if it was because of Xiao Ran's accident or because of Lin Bai's weird attitude. On the way home, Yi Qingxue kept a complicated look on her face. She had a lot of thoughts in her mind, but it was hard for her to say that. The figures of Xiao Ran and Lin Bai kept surfacing in her mind, causing her to feel an inexplicable anxiety. The feeling stayed with her until she reached her doorstep, when she took a deep breath and, trying to adjust his emotions, he resumed his cold look. Yi Qingxue walked through the familiar garden, walked through the long corridor, and came straight to the living room. Inside the living room, Yi Tian was sitting opposite a beautiful woman in a sexy red dress. They had glasses of wine in their hands and seemed to be enjoying a cozy time. Yi Qingxue glanced at them lightly, choosing to ignore the two without any expression, just as she had stepped up the stairs. However, Yi Tian's low voice suddenly came from behind him. You went to look for your sister today? Yi Qingxue gave a slight lurch and turned around, staring straight at Yi Tian. There was an imperceptible glint of anticipation in his eyes. Yi Tian looked at his youngest daughter with complexity. His gaze revealed a deep sense of helplessness and reluctance. After a few moments of silence, he spoke slowly and asked, have you really decided to move in with your sister? Yi Qingxue didn't reply, but her firm and certain eyes already indicated everything. Father and daughter just stared at each other as if time had frozen. The atmosphere between them was tense and heavy, as if there were a million things they wanted to say to each other. And yet, I can't say it. Time passed by and a heavy atmosphere filled the room. Finally, Yi Tian sighed softly, breaking the suffocating silence. His voice held a hint of helplessness. Since you want to move in with your sister, go ahead. After saying that, Yi Tian picked up the wineglass and drank again. His movements looked a bit feeble and it was as if there were endless worries in his mind. Yi Qingxue stood still, quietly looking at Yi Tian's back. There was a flash of guilt and helplessness in his eyes. She clenched her lips, trying to say something that, instead, he found that his throat felt like it was blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. She clenched her pink fists and gritted her teeth hard before she turned and headed upstairs. Each step seemed extraordinarily heavy, as if carrying 1,000 pounds, until Yi Qingxue went upstairs. Only then did the beautiful woman on the side speak up with a worried look on her face. Qingxue just came back. How long have you father and daughter been reunited? Are you really willing to let Qingxue move out? Yi Tian was silent for a moment, slowly putting down the wineglass in his hand and sighed deeply. His eyes remained fixed in the distance. The tone of his voice was filled with helplessness. There's nothing you can do if you don't want to give up. As you can see, she won't even come back at noon today. If it continues like this, sooner or later she's going to stay out there. Instead of that, it would be better to hand her over to Ruoshang. They've been sisters since they were kids. Staying by Ruoshang's side, she might be happier. Brother Tin, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. If it weren't for me, Qingxue won't either. The beautiful woman suddenly blamed herself. Before the words fell, Yi Tian interrupted the beautiful woman. Fonger, it's not your fault. If we have to dwell on whose fault it is, it can only be my fault. I'm the one who failed as a father. I have 2 daughters, but both of them are leaving me. There shouldn't be a bigger failure of a father in the world than me. Looking at the pained Yi Tian, a flash of determination flashed through the eyes of the beautiful woman. On the other hand, Yi Qingxue, who had returned to her room, started her daily bath program. If one were to say that Yi Qingxue had any hobbies, then taking a bath would definitely rank in the top 3. She would soak for an hour at a time until she got sleepy and she would leave. But since that incident, she was now actually starting to reject baths, because as soon as she took a bath, she could see the marks that Lin Bai had left on her body. No matter how much she scrubbed, it just wouldn't come off. Of course, apart from the physical traces, the most important ones are the psychological ones. Originally Yi Qingxue didn't care, but Lin Bai's attitude behind him was really weird, invisibly amplifying the previous showmanship scene. Women always like to brainstorm. Damn Lindbergh, stinking Lindbergh, you're definitely pulling some kind of trick. I'm definitely not going to fall for it. Meanwhile, inside the Yi University boys' dormitory, although a few hours have passed, the dormitory is still filled with a faint fragrance. Xiao Ran looked at Lin Bai and Zhou Tian with some embarrassment. Why don't you 2 go next door and deal with it for the night? That's not good. Who's going to take care of you, Ran, when we're gone? But I just promised my sister-in-law to take good care of you, Lin Bai said with a straight face. That's right, we're brothers. It's just a little flavor. It can't poison us, Zhou Tian hastily agreed. Looking at the 2 affectionate brothers in front of him, it was impossible for Xiao Ran to say that he was not moved. But the more the 2 did, the less he wanted to harm them. You guys just take my word for it and go next door and deal with it for the night. After some tugging and pulling, Lin Bai and Zhou Tian finally compromised. Looking at the dormitory room filled with his own scent in front of him, as well as the unread messages from Yi Qingxue on his cell phone, Xiao Ran let out a long sigh. What a add-up day. ***. Is this the Tank 300? Oh, my god. I never thought that I, Zhou Tian, would be able to see a living creature in my lifetime. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, Zhou Tian's mouth watered. After being kicked out by Xiao Ran, Lin Bai snubbed Zhou Tian. He's a billionaire now. How could he squeeze into a bed with someone else? Rarely have the opportunity. This must not bring Zhou Tian to have a good night of happiness. Almost on the mark. Hurry up and get in the car, Lin Bai urged. Coming. Half an hour later, Lin Bai then brought Zhou Tian to the only 8-star hotel in East City, Yulon Hotel. Old Lin. You're not going to take me to stay here for the night, are you? I'm sorry, Zhou Tian said with a slight shudder. What do you say? Lin Bai laughed. That's not good. I heard it costs thousands a night here. I don't even have enough to live on for a month. Ha! You're not being asked to pay. Get off. Before long, the two arrived at the palace-like reception hall. Haven't seen the world Zhou Tian direct flax banded. Lin Bai is a calm face. In his previous life here he had come to think of it as home. Too familiar to be true. Pay up. Get your room card. Lin Bai then brought a shocked Zhou Tian to the reserved presidential suite. Just after entering the room, Zhou Tian screamed. Ah! He then violently grabbed Lin Bai. Old Lin. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhou Tian, really stayed in the presidential suite. And it's still the presidential suite of Yulan Hotel. I don't mind punching you in the face right now if you want to dream. Then forget it. Ah! My big bed. My bathtub. My gourmet food. Here I come. Chapter 22 The Kindly Zhou Tian. Old Lin, did you ransack the kitchen? Zhou Tian, who had just finished taking a bath, looked incredulously at the wide array of feasts in front of him. King crab, lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, shark's fin, and many more he had never seen. But each dish of food smelled so tantalizingly good that your mouth watered just looking at it. What a ransacking. I just had it delivered by the hotel waitstaff. Eat it, we'll order more if it's not enough. After saying that, Lindbergh got on and started eating. After Zhou Tian hesitated for a few seconds, he also immediately opened Dazzle, eating a large meal and drinking a valuable wine. Both of them had a happy expression on their faces. I don't know how much time had passed, but the food in front of the two of them had already been eliminated. The floor was also covered with empty wine bottles. Only Zhou Tian staggered and raised his wine glass. Here's to you, Old Lin, for taking me to enjoy the evening. This is definitely the softest bed I've ever slept in, the most comfortable bath I've ever taken, the most delicious meal I've ever eaten, and the best wine I've ever drunk. Looking at Zhou Tian in front of him, who even though he was drunk, still thanked himself from the bottom of his heart. Lin Bai's gaze gradually became trance-like as well. As far as he could remember, there were only a handful of scenes where he and Zhou Tian were drinking openly like this. In their previous lives the two were either in or out of the hustle, especially in the early days of the business, although supported by Jang Way. Still, it was extremely difficult to get Shaw's career off the ground. They were particularly strapped for cash during that time, and enjoyment was too much to think about. Often, they were sitting on rooftops drinking cheap beer together and singing fairly catchy songs together. After the night had passed, they began a new busy schedule. It's been a long time coming. They're finally salty. Instead, Zhou Tian was diagnosed with cancer and was stuck in his 30s forever. He had been widowed and orphaned all his life in his previous life, but at least he had enjoyed it. But Zhou Tian had given it all. In the end it's a waste. In a way, Zhou Tian was even worse off than him. Revenge was the purpose of his rebirth, but there were some regrets that he had to make up for in this life as well. After placing the unconscious Zhou Tian on the bed, Lin Bai left the room. It didn't take him long to get to the door of another suite. A knock on the door of the room was soon followed by the opening of the door by a stunning woman in a nightgown. Finished drinking? I thought you two big men were going to cuddle up and sleep together. Hongya looked at Lin Bai with some amusement. Even if you're jealous of women, why are you even jealous of men? Cut the crap. You started the fire. Don't try to run until you put it out today. Next morning, as the alarm clock rang, Lin Bai, who was lying in bed, opened his eyes. He glanced at Hongya in his arms, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Who would have thought that the titular Hong de Banhwa would be so open? Working all night, Master Lin's back is almost broken. Then look at the originator. His face is rosy and he is sleeping soundly. After putting on his clothes and simply washing up, Lin Bai returned to the room where Zhou Tian was. Inside the bedroom, Zhou Tian was lying on the bed without any sleep, his mouth still gulping dream words. Ai-chan, come to the bowl. Lindbergh shook his head helplessly, and returned to the living room, where he first called up room service, ordered a big breakfast. Of course, he's not a selfish man, except to help him in Zhou Tian. And incidentally, he also ordered one for Hongya who was sleeping. Only after he had done everything did he walk into the bedroom and kick Zhou Tian, who was dreaming beautifully, awake. A few minutes later, Zhou Genius came to the living room with a grimace on his face. Seeing the large meal in front of him, he also directly performed a wave of face-changing techniques for Lin Bai. Old Lin, you're so wasteful, ordering so much again, but I like it. After saying that, Zhou Tian directly got on and ate it. I don't know if it was because I drank too much yesterday, but after eating for a while, Zhou Tian stopped. Why don't you eat? Lindbergh asked. Old Lin, can the rice here be packed? Zhou Tian asked carefully. What do you want? We can't eat this much, and Ran just finished suffering. He needs this more than we do. Don't worry about eating it, I'll have ranch share prepared and someone will deliver it later. Lin Bai had long guessed that Zhou Tian would be like this. After all, he was known to be kind. Hey, I'm welcome then. After breakfast, Lin Bai drove Zhou Tian out of the Yulon Hotel. When he left, Zhou Tian was so unhappy. Soon the two were back at the school gates. Aren't you going back? Zhou Tian asked as he looked at Lin Bai, who was clearly not ready to get off the bus. I have things to do, so I won't go back. Old Lin, I know you're rich now, but school is still very important. You already skipped a class yesterday. You can't fall any further, Zhou Tian said in a serious tone. When did I fall? It's the weekend and there are no classes. Lin Bai didn't have the good sense to say, it's the weekend? Ha? Sorry to interrupt. Old Lin, take your time. Until Lindbergh's tank 300 disappeared in front of him, Zhou Tian then walked into the school gate with the oversized bag in his hand. This old Lin, just how much stuff did he pack? Why is it so heavy? More than 20 minutes later, Zhou Genius returned to the dormitory with a heavy bag. Inside the dormitory, Xiao Ran was staring at the doorway. He had barely slept all night because his lower body was in so much pain. He was also surprised to see Zhou Tian returning with an oversized bag. Old Xiao, what have you got here? Hey, this is good stuff. Good stuff? These are what old Lin told you to bring back. Obviously looking with disbelief at the sumptuous feast before him. Yes, these were bought by old Lin, specifically for you to replenish your body. Brother Ran. Xiao Ran's eyes flickered. Where is old Lin? Why hasn't he returned? He had something else to do, and after sending me back, he left. Ran, eat it while it's hot. These are made by an 8-star hotel chef. Absolutely delicious. An 8-star hotel. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. Just then, a familiar voice came over. What 8-star hotel? When the two men looked up, they saw the handsome man who appeared in the doorway with his hands in his pockets. Brother Wei, you're back. It just so happens that I've brought back a very big meal from the Yulon Hotel. You come and eat. Zhou Tian hurriedly got up and said. Yoo-hoo, it's still true. Old Zhou, are you getting rich? I actually dared to go to Yulon to spend money. Jang Way couldn't help but tease. Zhou Tian scratched his head. Where? This was all bought by old Lin. I'm just rubbing it in. Jang Way, of course, knew that it was bought by Lin Bai, and after patting Zhou Tian, only then did he look at Xiao Ran with a concerned expression. Old Xiao, are you alright? I've heard all about what happened yesterday. Luckily, it won't die. Chapter 23, Jang Way's fiancé. By the way, Wei, it's the weekend. Why are you back? Don't you never stay at school on weekends? Zhou Tian said as he nibbled on a large chicken leg. It was supposed to bring Xiao Ran's big meal, because Zhang Wei suddenly came back, so the two just ate in a dignified manner. But looking at the two of them eating so deliciously, Zhou Tian, who had already eaten his fill at the hotel, originally, surprisingly, he gulped. He ended up joining the fray after being tempted by the two. It's hard to say. Zhang Wei sighed and shook his head with a sad face. What's wrong? Xiao Ran was slightly startled, and then he also put down the chopsticks in his hands, looking at Zhang Wei with concern. It's not because of that fiancé of mine, Zhang Wei said with a helpless face. That young lady from the Summer family? What happened to her? Zhou Tian and Xiao Ran instantly became interested and, hurriedly pursuing the question. Zhang Wei had long been accustomed to the reactions of the two of them. After all, he couldn't tell you how many times he'd spit on others. I don't know what trick she used to win the favor of my grandma. My grandma is old and a little out of her mind, and she even agreed to let her live in the Zhang family. Zhang De complained loudly. Isn't it only a matter of time? You're all going to get married anyway. Just think of it as getting used to it in advance. Xiao Ran comforted. Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian knew very well in their hearts that Zhang Wei didn't like the marriage his family had arranged for him at all. Otherwise they wouldn't have heard Zhang Wei spouting off about his fiancé every now and then. In response, the two were nothing but envious. After all, they had seen Zhang Wei's fiancé, that face value, definitely not inferior to Yi Qingxue. What's more, she's a real demonic spirit. Even if it's Xiao Ran, meeting for the first time, couldn't help but be impressed as well. It's such a great beauty, but she can't get Zhang Wei's favorite. It's really weird. Weird tales. Adapt my ass. She just moved into the young family and she's a young grandma. I can tolerate wanton alterations to the rooms in my house. Everywhere else. And I don't spend much time living in my house anyway. I'm sorry, Zhang De said in a loud voice, his tone filled with anger. But she actually changed my collection room as well. Not only that, but all that climbing gear of mine, paragliding, scuba equipment, etc., and my own modified motorcycle were all sold by her for a cheap price. The more Zhang Wei spoke, the more excited he became, with a slight tremor in his voice. As brothers, They naturally knew how important those things were to Jang Way. These are not just items, but symbols of Jang Way's hobbies and dreams. So you want to break off your engagement with her? Xiao Ran asked tentatively. If only we could break off the engagement. Jang Way smiled bitterly and shook his head. His face filled with bitterness. Then what are you going to do? Xiao Ran frowned and looked at Jang Way worriedly. The rich young man and the rich young lady were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. Enjoy far more favorable treatment than the average person. But those treatments come at a price. The price is their marriages. Ordinary people have the option of staying with the person they love for the rest of their lives. But being from a rich family, they hardly had a choice of their own. Most of their dates are from other families. Because the world's most powerful people are concerned about being in the right family. That's why ordinary people can't even get into their eyes. Although each knew that the other might not like them, the family was forced to. They had to sacrifice themselves. It's called a family union. In this age of rapid development, family unions are undoubtedly a perfect model for mutual benefit. It not only deepens the bond between the two families, but also drives the economic development of both families. And all this at the cost of only the happiness of the two people who are the object of the union. It wouldn't be a bad marriage if the two of them had a crush on each other. But such a probability is undoubtedly too small. Therefore, Xiao Ran was envious of Jang Way, but at the same time, he also sympathized with him. What else can I do? As long as she's in the Zhang family, I won't have peace. So I've decided not to go back. Jang Way said firmly. Not going back? So you're going to hide for the rest of your life? Your wedding is only 6 months away, right? Yeah, it's only 6 months away. Old Zhang. In my opinion, you'd better ask her out, and you guys can talk it over. After all, it's a marriage matter, Xiao Ran said in a serious tone. You don't think I've tried? She's a complete rascal and doesn't listen to people at all. Let's not talk about it. I get upset when I mention her. By the way, where's old Lin? Why isn't he in his dorm room? Meanwhile, in the biggest shopping supermarket in Yi Town, Lin Bai was taking Hongya to purchase some household items. The house was bought, but there wasn't much in the house that could be used, and since it was a little nest for two, it's still important to have the necessities of life. The two of them were like a newlywed couple, pushing a cart and leisurely wandering through the supermarket. When they came across something interesting, the two would always stop and watch for a while. It didn't take long for the trolley to fill up with a wide variety of goods. What's the point of coming here? Hanya looked at the three big words hanging overhead with a puzzled expression, kitchenware zone. Of course it's to buy kitchenware. Saying that, Lin Bai picked up a kinda chic porcelain bowl. It's useless to buy these. Can't you cook? Is there a possibility that I do know how to cook? Impossible. I don't believe it. Hongya rejected Lin Bai's possibility without even thinking about it. That can't be helped. Lindbergh shrugged and put the bowl in his hand into the cart. It went on spinning again. You can really cook? Hanya frowned as she looked at the growing number of cooking utensils in the cart. Otherwise you think I'm playing house? Lin Bai laughed. Che, it's just that you can cook. What's so great about it? Although Hongya's mouth was despicable. But the mind was already reeling. Another 10 minutes of shopping in the kitchenware section before the two of them pushed their carts away. Just as he was about to walk out of the kitchenware area, a familiar silhouette appeared in front of Lin Bai. It's her. Without hesitation, Lin Bai pushed the cart and directly chased after him. What the hell is this guy up to again? Hongya stomped her foot and followed suit. In front of the shelves, a man with a devilish figure. The stunning woman in a sexy red dress was comparing the two porcelain bowls in her hands that were the same size, but in completely opposite styles. Just as the woman was struggling to know which one to choose, an unfamiliar but seemingly familiar voice came from behind him. I think Viagra would prefer the one on the right. The woman turned around violently, and the one who appeared in front of him was none other than Lin Bai, who had just left this place not long ago. And then there's Hongya, who came right after. You are? The stunning woman looked at Lin Bai curiously. Sister-in-law. This is Chapter 24, Xia Yuwei. So sister-in-law, you're trying to ease the relationship between you and Wei? Lin Bai sat in the cafe, his eyes looking straight at Xia Yuwei across the room. She was as beautiful as a fairy descending to earth, and one could not take their eyes off her. Her eyebrows were like curved crescent moons. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently. As light as a butterfly's wings, the pale, flawless skin exuded a faint pinkish glow. It's like early morning dewdrops glistening in the light. Her lips were thin and delicate as rose petals, and when they rose slightly to the, it also looks like a flower in full bloom and delicate. And those peach blossom eyes are so full of charm that people will be mesmerized if they are not careful. Her long, silky hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing her pale skin. Each strand of hair shimmered with a golden color. A sexy red dress wrapped around her shapely figure, showing her curves perfectly. The hem of the skirt fluttered in the wind, adding a different kind of flavor. In 6 months, the wedding is due, so it can't stay like this. Xia Yue sighed softly, a trace of helplessness and bitterness flashing in her eyes. Looking at the forlorn Xia Yue in front of him, Lin Bai's heart couldn't help but surge with a feeling of pity. The eyes gradually became complicated as well. Other people might not be aware of what was really going on inside Xia Yue's mind, but as a born-again Lindbergh, however, knew everything. It's true that Jang Way has no love for Xia Yue, but the fact that Xia Yue likewise has no feelings for Jang Way. The reason why she went through all the trouble of living in the Zheng family and currying favor with the people of the Zheng family, just to sustain this political marriage between her and Jang Way. The Zheng family and the Xia family are both first-rate families in Yi City, and it's still the top of the top-class families. The significance of the marriage of two such powerful families was absolutely extraordinary, so neither the Xia family, nor the Zhang family, wanted this marriage to go wrong, especially the Xia family. If Lin Bai remembered correctly, the Xia group was already having problems with its operations now, and if it couldn't get new funds in time, it was possible that the Xia group was about to face the danger of collapsing. The reason why nothing has broken nowadays is entirely because of Xia Yue's father, chairman of the Xia group. Xia Ho forced a news blackout. For the Xia family, this marriage is a chance for the Xia family to turn the tide. Once they marry the Zheng family, relying on the momentum of the marriage of the two families, there will soon be a large number of partners to the door, and money will continue to pour in. Xia group's predicament was naturally solved, but paper can't hold fire after all. In his previous life, on the eve of Xia Yue and Jang Wei's marriage, Xia's group's true statements were suddenly exposed, and Xia's group was instantly thrust into the limelight. Without incident, the engagement between the two was cancelled. As the saying goes, when the walls fall down, there are no permanent friends in the mall. After all, there are only a few of some positions, and everyone wants to move up. It was undoubtedly the toughest time for the Xia family at that time. Not only did they have to face the condemnation of the Zheng family, there are also a number of villains to face in the open. The always stalwart Xiahou fell ill straight away, and there was no one to use the Xia Yue could only step in personally to solve the mess. But one person's power is ultimately limited, and unless there is someone to help, there is nothing that can be done. And at that time, the only one who could possibly save the Xia family was the Zheng family. However, at that time, Xia Yue was already disillusioned with the Zheng family, because among those who wanted to eat up the Xia family there was also the Zheng family. God always seems to like to joke. Originally just a marriage tool, Xia Yue and Jang Way. Surprisingly, they grew to like each other after the dissolution of the engagement. Even in the end, Jang Way openly announced his withdrawal from the Zheng family for Xia Yue. He then ran the shattered Xia group with Xia Yue. After a few twists and turns, Xia's group is reborn, and Xia Yue and Jang Way also mend fences. This was a love story that everyone envied in a previous life. If that's the case, I can help my sister-in-law, Lin Bai suddenly said. Xia Yue's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Lin Bai with some surprise. Help me? Aren't you afraid that Jang Way will find out? He should have spit on me many times with you guys, right? Of course I'm afraid, but I'm sure Viagra will thank me afterward. After all, not everyone can marry a woman as perfect as sister-in-law. Lin Bai looked at Xia Yue with a smile. Xia Yue frowned slightly. She always felt that there was something in Lin Bai's words, but she couldn't say it. After the two gazed at each other for a few moments, Xia Yue then opened her mouth and said, I wonder what you have in mind. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly. I wonder if sister-in-law has ever heard of a saying. What's the word? To capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. The two of them chatted for about half an hour in the cafe before Xia Yue bid farewell to Lin Bai and left. That woman just now is Jang Wei's fiancé. Xia Yue? Xia Yue just left. Hanya just couldn't help but ask. With many suitors, she naturally knew Jang Wei's bottom line. She had even once moved to take on Jang Way, but after consulting the Zhang family's information, she gave up, because Jang Wei's father, Zhang Jian, is a true kingpin, who does things with thunder and lightning. The tactics are ruthless. She wouldn't dare to be the daughter-in-law of the other side. Yes, she is Xia Yue. It's actually really her. She's really beautiful. Hanya's eyes flashed with excitement. Lindbergh could probably guess why Hanya was so excited. In addition to being the daughter of the Xia family, Xia Yue also has another layer of identity. That would be the members of Dragon Kingdom's most famous girl group, T-Girl. When it comes to T-Girl, it's a household name in the Dragon Kingdom. 5 years ago, T-Girl came out of nowhere, relying on the youthful and beautiful appearance of the almost perfect voice, gorgeous dancing, and hundreds of millions of fans in just 3 months. Young and old, men and women alike, T-Girl was their favorite song to listen to at the time. Even Lindbergh had chased them for a while. That was also when Xia Yue was at her most famous. But as her popularity increased, her life was also revealed. The rich girl becomes an idol and instantly dries up the heat. Xia Yue's family was also bombarded by fans. Xia Group's stock has multiplied several times in just a few months. Nowadays, Xia's group can have such achievements. Xia Yue can't take credit for it. However, just when everyone thought that Xia Yue would stay in T-Girl forever, instead, she repelled off in the second year of T-Girl's existence. Her exit from the group also broke the hearts of countless geeks at one point. Although she disappeared from the public eye, she still has a superb fan base that, right now, Hongya is one of them. Even the only reason she wanted to go for that was because of Xia Yue, because of T-Girl, TSK, it's really rare that someone isn't actually jealous. Lin Bai couldn't help but flirt. What's there to be jealous of? That's Xia Yue. It's hard to believe that you can't take her. Who knows? Chapter 25 Yi Qingshue's Invitation. Inside the Yi family mansion, Yi Qingxue sat in front of the makeup mirror with a smile on her face. Surrounded by several maids were busily packing her clothes and organizing her dolls and other items. Today, without a doubt, was the earliest Yi Qingxue had ever gotten out of bed. It was also one of her most exciting days, because, finally, she can move out of the house. Never again would she have to face the woman who made her feel sick. She couldn't help but smile a small smile of relief at the thought. Picking up her cell phone, she couldn't wait to dial Yi Ruoshang's number. Soon, Yi Ruoshang's cool and familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Qingxue, can I help you? Hearing her sister's voice, the joy in Yi Qingshue's heart grew stronger and stronger. Happily, she replied, Sister Sama, my side is almost packed. When are you coming over to pick me up? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. However, only then did Yi Ruoshang's voice filled with apologies come out. Qingxue, I'm sorry. The company has some urgent matters that need to be dealt with at the moment. I may not be able to pick you up. Why don't we do this? You can have the housekeeper drive you there. Is that okay? A look of disappointment instantly surfaced on Yi Qingshue's face. I'm really sorry. There's an urgent project that I need to take care of personally and I just can't find the time. When I'm done at night, we'll celebrate, okay? Yi Ruoshang gently comforted her sister. Well then, you can't go back on your word or I won't like you. Yi Qingshuo pouted unhappily. Sure, I promise to be back on time tonight. That's more like it. By the way, it's the weekend, so if you're bored at home alone, you can call your friends over, have a party or whatever. Have fun however you want. I'm sorry, Yi Ruoshang said again. Yi Qingshue's eyes lit up. She had been abroad for so many years. Her favorite thing was parties. But soon her gaze dimmed. This was not a foreign country, after all. And what was more, she doesn't even have that many friends. How could the only boyfriend she could call on possibly celebrate with her now that he was struggling to protect himself? For some reason, the figure of Lin Bai suddenly surfaced in Yi Qingshue's mind. Crazy. Yi Qingshuo, you're so hungry. You can think of anyone, but other than Lin Bai, she couldn't really think of anyone else. Called Chao Tin? Short, fat, sleazy guy. Forget it. Called Jang Way? He's got a fiancé. Any more rumors would be a big deal. Right at this moment, Yi Qingshuo seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes erupted with a blazing light. Okay, I know. Then you go ahead and get busy. Sister. Hanging up the phone, Yi Qingshuo then found a WeChat from her cell phone that she had just added on not long ago. A few taps to the screen and the message was sent quickly. Meanwhile, inside the small townhouse, Lindbergh and Hongya had just carried all the things they had purchased from the supermarket into the living room. Exhausted. I didn't feel it when I bought it. Why so much? I'm sorry, Hongya panted, lying on the couch. It's only like a home if you have a lot of stuff. Otherwise this 110 million isn't for nothing. Lin Bai laughed. Oh, don't you know in your heart why you spent $110 million to be an ingrate? Hongya didn't have a good time. Lindbergh scratched his head awkwardly. Having a girlfriend who was too smart was kinda a headache. You bought most of the stuff. Pack it yourself. I'm tired. I need to rest. I don't know, Hongya said lazily, then couldn't wait to pull out her cell phone and play with it. Lindbergh looked at her helplessly, but he didn't stop her. Instead, he silently opened the numerous bags on the floor and began to pack them up in earnest. It didn't take long for Hongya to walk up to him with a wicked grin on her face. Mysteriously, he said, Hey, guess who I got a message from? Without looking up, Lindbergh replied, I don't know who you got a message from, but I know you're really lewd the way you are right now. When Hongya heard this, she became a bit angry and stomped her foot. You're the one who's lewd. If you don't want to know, forget it, then I'll just have to go and play with Big Beauty Qingshuo alone. Saying that, she turned and was ready to leave. However, unsurprisingly, Hongya didn't take a few steps before Lin Bai behind her called out, Wait, who did you say it was? Lin Bai looked at Hongya with a puzzled expression. Of course it's the sister-in-law you've been pining for. Hanya shook the cell phone in her hand triumphantly. What is she looking for you for? Lindbergh became even more curious. Of course it's looking for me to play. Hanya replied in a mysterious manner. How about it? Do you want to come along? Hongya looked at Lin Bai with an expectant face. Don't want to. Lin Bai replied expressionlessly. Seeing how calm Lin Bai was, Hongya couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Zoon do fake do? What do you think? With all this stuff, who's going to pack it up when I'm gone? Lindbergh pointed to the dozen or so large bags piled up on the ground. It's not like we're going now. People are invited in the afternoon. It's still early. That's not going either. Lin Bai firmly shook his head. Are you going or not? Hongya was so angry that she stomped her feet. You can go, but you have to beg me. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly. Ha! Hanya's eyes widened, completely at a loss for words. She had thought that she could take Lindbergh and make him beg her to take him with her. I didn't expect that Lin Bai would not follow the rules and let himself beg him. What is this? Inverting the Big Dipper? Hongya took a deep breath, then looked at Lin Bai with a pleasing face. Count me as begging you. Let's go together. If it were a normal person, Hongya would have gone alone. But Yi Qing Shui is the daughter of the Yi family. In other words, it was Ye's house she went to in the afternoon. Although she was mentally strong, it was inevitable that she was still a bit scared and, so it's better to call up a partner. And the most suitable partner was undoubtedly the Lin Bai in front of him, only to see Lin Bai suddenly smile. Since you've begged me, then I'll grudgingly oblige you. In just a moment, Hongya knew he was being played. Yikes, you actually played me. I'll fight you. Nine Sons White Bone Claw. How could a woman be a match for Lindbergh? Not to mention that Lindbergh was now a kung fu superstar. Casually, Hanya was subdued on the couch. Let go of me. Hongya looked at Lin Bai with shame and annoyance. Letting go of you is fine. But it's not okay for someone to do nothing after all the work I just did. Lin Bai revealed a bad smile. What do you want again? Hongya instantly tensed up. You guess? A few hours later, Lin Bai drove Hongya to a villa area. Did you give the wrong address? How Hongya looked at it. It didn't look like the Yi family mansion. However, Lin Bai looked at the familiar villa in front of him and revealed a meaningful smile. No, there's no mistaking it. It's here. Chapter 26 Yi Qingshue's invitation next. You've been here before? Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a surprised expression. There was doubt and curiosity in his eyes. Lindbergh nodded. Sort of. On this journey, it was Hongya who was showing the way, and Lin Bai had thought that he was going to the Yi family mansion. But as the road became more familiar, he gradually realized that something was wrong. Upon arriving at his destination, he was surprised to find that it really was the place he had guessed. It seemed that Yi Qingxue had already moved out of the Yi family in advance, which made Lin Bai secretly happy in his heart, because then he might be able to see her sooner. As soon as I remembered the cold, frosty, beautiful face in my mind's eye, Lin Bai's heart, which had been restless not long ago due to Xiaoyue, was once again beating violently. Hongya was listening to the clouds, but Lin Bai was obviously unwilling to say anything more. All she could do was ring the doorbell with a heart full of questions. It didn't take long for a stunningly beautiful young girl in a pink floral dress to slowly open the door. Her delicate face was like a blooming flower, radiating charm. Hongya, you're here. Yi Qingxue looked at Hongya with delight and there was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. She was happy to see Hongya again, even though they only met once. However, she is very fond of Hongya's frank and straightforward character, which may have something to do with the fact that she has been living in a foreign country for a long time. Therefore, when she remembered Hongya, she did not hesitate to initiate the invitation. I also brought a friend over, Hongya said softly. Hearing these words, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but feel puzzled. Friends? As Hongya's body moved slightly, Yi Qingxue finally saw Lin Bai standing not far away. In an instant, the smile on her face disappeared without a trace. In its place was a pale and frightened face. This sudden change made Hongya more and more curious. In his heart, he secretly wondered, what exactly did Lin Bai do to Yi Qingxue? The mere sight of him made Yi Qingxue so scared, and at this moment, Lin Bai approached Yi Qingxue with a smile on his face and asked in a relaxed tone, Sister-in-law, you don't mind if I come here and bother you guys, do you? Yi Qingxue truly wanted to befriend Hongya, even if she didn't welcome Lin Bai. It was also impossible for her to drive Lin Bai away in front of Hongya. Wow, it smells so good, so many flowers. As soon as she entered the door, Hongya was shocked by the flowers in almost the whole yard. Where is this the other house? It's totally a garden. Compared to Hongya, Lin Bai was calm. After all, it wasn't the first time he had seen it. The entire villa wasn't particularly large, occupying less than 200 square feet. It was smaller than the small townhouse that Lindbergh had purchased, yet there is more life here than in a small townhouse. After visiting the garden for a while, the two of them followed Yi Qingxue into the interior of the villa. Looking at the villa in front of her, which was not much luxuriously decorated, Hongya couldn't help but sigh. I didn't realize that Qingxue was actually a rich lady. Yi Qingxue secretly glanced at Lin Bai before she slowly opened her mouth to explain. Father does business, made a little money. Why don't you guys have a seat and I'll make you some coffee? After saying that, Yi Qingxue took the cup and came to the coffee machine on the side. I don't know if it was because she was a little nervous, but she didn't know how to use the coffee maker for a while. Seeing that Yi Qingxue was about to be embarrassed, the enthusiastic scholar Lin Bai made his appearance at this time. I'll do it. His voice was extremely soft, like an autumn breeze, soothing the soul. Yi Qingxue froze for a moment and immediately retreated to the side. After confirming that Hongya hadn't come over, she then questioned Lin Bai. Why did you come over? Of course it was Hongya who invited me over. While watching the machine extract the coffee, Lin Bai, one side replied. Why did she invite you? What is your relationship? Yi Qingxue frowned. What? Is sister-in-law concerned about my personal life? Lin Bai laughed evilly. Yi Qingxue's pretty face reddened. Bah, who cares about you? I just don't want to see Hongya being emotionally toyed with by an animal like you. Lin Bai, will not play with anyone's feelings, Lin Bai said in a deep voice. Looking at Lin Bai, who suddenly looked serious, Yi Qingxue also got nervous. However, without waiting for her to say anything, Lindbergh left with his coffee. Yi Qingxue's mind kept echoing what Lin Bai had just said. What does he mean? Is he serious about me? So what's his relationship with Hongya? I don't know how long I've been fuming in place. It was only then that Yi Qingxue returned to the sofa with the only cup of coffee left. Looking at Lin Bai, who was chatting with Hongya with a smile on his face, her eyes became even more complicated. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory, because of Jang Way's return, the dormitory was undoubtedly lively again. Knowing that Xiao Ran was inconvenient to move around, Zhou Tian and Jang Way accompanied him to play King Pesticide. At first, the three of them were having fun, but as they played, Xiao Ran became a bit distracted. It was reasonable to say that today was the weekend. Yi Qingxue should have sent herself a message, but it was already afternoon, and there was still no news from Yi Qingxue. Just as he was pondering whether to call Yi Qingxue or not, Zhou Tian's roar instantly woke him up. Ran, come quickly, Wei and I want a GA. The battle suddenly became scorched, and Xiao Ran rushed to support him with fire. Forget it, let's wait until tonight to call. Maybe she's got something going on today. You moved here from your house today? Hanya's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. Yi Qingxue nodded. Well, I didn't like living at home, so I moved in with my sister. So this is your sister's house. Hongya came to a realization. So today is your housewarming party, Qingxue? Hongya laughed. Sister has a job she can't get away from. Xiao Ran is still injured, and I don't have any friends. That's why I invited you over. Yi Qingxue said somewhat forlornly. Hongya graciously wrapped her arms around Yi Qingxue. So you have a friend now. From now on, I, Hongya, will be your good friend. Well, thank you. A woman's friendship always comes quickly. And after Yi Qingxue confessed part of the truth, the two women quickly became acquainted. If you didn't know better, you'd think the two were BFFs. Watching the two women chatting and laughing, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth unconsciously hooked up. I don't know how long it was, but a sudden doorbell interrupted the cheerful occasion. Is there anyone else coming? Hongya looked at Yi Qingxue curiously. No, it should be the arrival of what I ordered. A few minutes later, Lin Bai and Hongya had an assortment of takeaways in front of them. Fried chicken, burgers, barbecue, steaks, Coke, beer, and so much more. Aren't you ordering a little too much? Hongya staggered as she looked at the large table of takeout. It seems like a bit much. It's fine. Just eat as much as you can. It's fine if you can't finish it. Chapter 27, Demonstration of Culinary Skills. Going through random people's refrigerators in front of their homes. Aren't you treating yourself as an outsider a little too much? Hongya looked at Lin Bai, who was looking for something in the refrigerator, with a speechless face. Mentally, he muttered about the man's thick skin. However, Lin Bai didn't care as he turned around and smiled. There was a sly glint in her eyes. I don't think sister-in-law would mind. Right, sister-in-law? As he said that, he also purposely emphasized the tone of the word sister-in-law, as if to remind Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue's face was full of black lines, and in her heart, she cursed Lin Bai for being such an asshole. How dare he threaten himself in front of Hongya? But there was nothing she could do, who made her unable to do anything about Lin Bai. She had no choice but to say stiffly, "It's all right, my sister said that we'll have as much fun as we want. She won't mind." Hearing this, Hongya couldn't help but stare in disbelief. She took it all in. After all, it's possible that Lindbergh has done even more outrageous things, not to mention tossing refrigerators. Since Yiqing Shui, who was the master, had spoken, Hongya naturally could not say anything more. Not a moment later, Lindbergh then found some fairly fresh eggplant, tomatoes, cucumbers and a couple of frozen steaks from the refrigerator, as well as a number of eggs. He put the ingredients in the sink and began to clean them with his hands. "You're not really planning to cook, are you?" Hongya couldn't help but ask. Lin Bai laughed lightly and replied, "Otherwise, do you think I'm playing house?" A few minutes ago, the takeout meal that Yiqing Shui used to entertain the two arrived. The wide variety of takeout is also a shock to Hongya, who usually orders 1 or 2 takeout orders at most. Just as Hongya was about to accept Yiqing Shui's kindness and openly enjoy herself, Lin Bai stopped her. Then came Lindbergh's supremacy. The chef was present. "Eating takeout is just insulting, Hongya." After cleaning the ingredients, Lindbergh cleaned a few more plates. Then he took out his knives and started chopping vegetables. Looking at Lin Bai's skillful chopping action, both Hongya and Yiqing Shui, both were beyond surprised. Especially Hongya. She was still questioning Lin Bai's inability to cook in the morning. But now, looking at the stance, is it hard to get punched in the face yourself? In no time, the freshly cleaned ingredients were cut up by Lindbergh and divided into different plates. "Boy, you really know how to cook." Hongya looked at the plate of evenly sized, neatly organized ingredients surprised. Lindbergh did not reply, quietly stirring the eggs in the bowl. At this moment, Yiqing Shui's heart could no longer be described as shocked. She's been abroad for years, and the most she's ever done, besides studying, is to. It's all about hitting up the food everywhere. It's no exaggeration to say that she has met more than 90% of the famous chefs abroad. Although Lindbergh's level of cutting vegetables was not yet comparable to those world-class chefs, but it's definitely top-notch too. You know, most of those chefs have decades of experience as chefs. And how old is Lindbergh? Early 20s. On top of that, he's not a chef yet, just a college student who hasn't graduated yet. How could this not shock Yiqing Shui? "Lindbergh, those little caramels abroad, how can they compare to my Dragon Kingdom chefs? Chopping vegetables is just something I used to practice when I was bored in my previous life. I'll show you what it means to be a real god of cooking later." With the eggs prepared and the steaks thawed, it was then time for the official cooking part. Start a pan, heat the oil and add the garlic. Within a few minutes, an aromatic tomato scrambled egg appeared in front of the two women. Hongya, who couldn't hold back long ago, was ready to go straight to the top, but the hand was still reaching over when Lindbergh opened it with a chopstick. "Why are you hitting me?" Hongya glared at Lin Bai in anger. "Even if you're the flower of the class, you can't eat food with your hands. Cut. Why don't you try it first, Qing Shui?" Hongya suddenly looked at Yiqing Shui, who was also eager to try. To the side, a teasing smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Yiqing Shui glanced at Lin Bai, who was already looking over, and hastily waved her hand, trying to hide his longing. "No, it's still you." However, just as her words were falling out, a pair of chopsticks picked up a piece of golden, tantalizing scrambled egg with tomato and quickly stuffed it into her mouth. The sudden feeding caught Yiqing Shui off guard. She could only accept the sweet gift helplessly. In the next moment, Yiqing Shui's eyes widened as if she had discovered a whole new world. Her taste buds were instantly activated, and the intertwined flavors of sweet and sour danced across her tongue. A wonderful experience like no other. How was it? Is it good? Hongya looked at Yiqing Shui with a face full of anticipation. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "Delicious." Yiqing Shui nodded without hesitation. Even though Yiqing Shui didn't want Lin Bai to see her like this, she had to admit that it was truly the best scrambled eggs with tomatoes she had ever tasted. Hearing this answer, Hongya no longer hesitated. Straight away, I picked up a large chopstick of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and brought it to my mouth. It didn't take long before the same look of enjoyment as Yiqing Shui surfaced on her face. "It's delicious. You don't think I'm bragging now, do you?" Lin Bai looked at the two women with a smile on his face. Yiqing Shui lowered her head in embarrassment. She didn't have the courage to lock eyes with Lin Bai. Seeing Lin Bai's skillful knife work, she had a premonition that this dish out of the pot was definitely not simple, but she had still underestimated Lin Bai. But what really made her so embarrassed was the relationship between the two. Perhaps sensing Yiqing Shui's embarrassment, Hongya immediately stepped forward. "It's just scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Who wouldn't know how to do that? If you're capable, make a few more and see." After saying that, Hongya pulled Yiqing Shui and left, along with the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes that disappeared. They say that to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach first, and it looks like that's going to change today. With some maneuvering by Chef Lin, 3 more dishes were soon freshly prepared. braised eggplant, hand-slapped cucumbers, and the simplest of all, pan-fried steak. Actually, Chef Lin wanted to make more, but the ingredients were limited. Just after bringing out the food, Hongya couldn't wait to sit over and the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes had long since been wiped out by both of them. Yi Qingxue was still a bit embarrassed, but Hongya was just too enthusiastic, and she had to be cheeky about it. Picking up the chopsticks, Hongya couldn't wait to taste it. Delicious. Qingxue, you try it. Yi Qingxue weakly swept a glance at Lin Bai before picking up her chopsticks. Not a moment later, Yi Qingxue's face once again overflowed with contentment. I didn't think you had it in you. Seeing as how you've worked so hard on your cooking, let's reward you for eating with us two fairies. Hongya's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning. Lin Bai's face was full of black lines. Let you inflate for a while first, and then I'll clean you up when I go back. With good food, naturally, comes good wine. It didn't take long for the three to raise their glasses in celebration. Let's raise our glasses together to celebrate Kayasetsu's departure from the sea of bitterness. Cheers! Chapter 28 Yi Qingxue with a strange heart. I didn't realize that my sister-in-law was quite the girly girl. Looking at the powdery bedroom in front of her, Lindbergh couldn't help but flirt. Unlike the minimally decorated living room, Yi Qingxue's room had an overall soft and cozy pink tone. The walls were painted a muted pink. The floor was covered with a soft pink carpet. The bed sheets, curtains and furniture are also all in pink, as if entering a dreamy princess world. Even the air seemed to be filled with a faint pink scent it's incredibly comforting and relaxing. At this moment, Yi Qingxue's face could not help but blush because she had been drinking. After some flirting from Lin Bai, that already pink face became even more flushed. It was like a ripe apple, so you couldn't help but want to take a bite. Cut the crap and quickly put Hongya on the bed, Yi Qingxue urged. There was a hint of shyness in her voice. Lin Bai smiled gently. He felt Yi Qingxue's embarrassment and shyness, but he didn't pay attention to these details and slowly laid the drunk on his shoulder carefully on the bed. This is your sister-in-law's new bed. Isn't it a little bad to just give it up to a drunk? Just after settling down Hongya, Lin Bai flirted again, a teasing gleam in his eyes. However, Yi Qingxue wouldn't spoil him, directly rushing up. Why are you so full of crap? Hurry up and get out. The tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and impatience. So anxious to throw me out. Sister-in-law wouldn't be trying to do something unseemly to Hong de Banhwa, right? Lin Bai had a bad smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Yi Qingxue's face flashed with a touch of shame when she heard this. Angrily, she snapped, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll be rude to you. Lin Bai, however, was unimpressed and raised his eyebrows, saying provocatively, oh, not polite to me? Sister-in-law, are you sure? As soon as the words fell, he took a step towards Yi Qingxue. When Yi Qingxue saw this, she was shocked. Hurriedly, he stepped backward. However, the more she retreated, the tighter Lindbergh pressed. In no time at all, she was cornered with no way back. At this point, the distance between the two was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Yi Qingxue raised her head, her eyes locked with Lin Bai's, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. What do you want to do? Hongya is still here. Don't mess around. Yi Qingxue's voice carried a slight tremor, and her hands were unconsciously clenched tightly, showing the nervousness and uneasiness within her, only to see Lindbergh stretching out his hand in preparation for a kiss. Seeing that the hand was about to touch her body, Yi Qingxue was so scared that her face turned pale. Shivering, she hurriedly closed her eyes and begged, please don't mess around, please. I don't know if it was her agonizing pleas that did the trick. Lin Bai's hand actually did stop in the air. Immediately following the next second, a long sigh suddenly rang out in Yi Qingxue's ears. This was followed by the crisp slamming of the door. It was only after a long time that Yi Qingxue slowly opened her eyes and, realizing that Lin Bai's figure was no longer in front of him, she looked at the empty bedroom, a look of dismay and disbelief on her face. He actually left like that? 10 minutes later, Yi Qingxue changed her clothes and came out of her room. She was wearing a casual outfit. Tied-up hair looks refreshing. After confirming that Hongya was asleep and unharmed, she gently closed the door and turned to leave. However, when she reached the stairway, she found Lindbergh sitting alone on the sofa. Lindbergh's figure looked so lonely and forlorn. It was as if it didn't fit in with its surroundings. A strange feeling welled up in Yi Qingxue's heart, a feeling that confused her, but it's impossible to ignore. Is Hongya alright? Yi Qingxue had just sat down when Lin Bai opened his mouth and asked. His voice carried a hint of indifference, as if he was indifferent to everything. Yi Qingxue was slightly stunned, then replied somewhat unnaturally. It's just a little too much wine. You'll recover after a good night's sleep. Then I'll ask sister-in-law to take care of Hong de Banhwa with great care, so I'll take my leave. Lin Bai stood up and said indifferently. No expression could be seen on his face. When he finished, he turned and walked away without a trace of remembrance. You're leaving now? Yi Qingxue frowned, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Lin Bai stopped and turned his head to look at Yi Qingxue. Calmly, she said, sister-in-law originally invited only Hong Taipanwa today, so I had the cheek to follow her. Since Hong Taipanwa is already drunk, there's no reason for me to stay, either. His words revealed a sense of helplessness and self-deprecation that made people listen with pity. Yi Qingxue bit her lip. She wanted to say something, but the words came out of her mouth but she had no way to say it. She didn't know why she was like this. Obviously she loathed Lindbergh. She couldn't wait for the other party to hurry up and leave. But when Lin Bai really wanted to leave, a trace of unwillingness arose vaguely in her heart. It was as if time had stood still, and the two of them were just looking at each other in silence. Everything around them became quiet and silent as well. After a long time, Lin Bai took a deep breath and took the lead in breaking the silence. He looked deeply at Yi Qingxue, his eyes showing a fiddling reluctance. Goodbye, sister-in-law. I'll go first. After saying that, Lin Bai resolutely turned around and left. As he walked to the gate, Yi Qingxue's soft voice finally came from behind him. Lin Bai, thank you for today. Your cooking was delicious. Lin Bai stopped and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. He didn't turn around and just replied softly, You're welcome. It's good that sister-in-law likes it. When he finished, he once again took a step away from the villa. Yi Qingxue seemed to be satisfied with Lin Bai's answer as well, and a faint smile appeared on her face. But a quick slap shattered her illusions. Yi Qingxue, what are you imagining? You have a boyfriend. He's the scum of the earth. Have you forgotten that he drugged you and threatened you? Have you forgotten about the torture he put Xiaoran through? But his cooking was really good, and his eyes, his back, really, so true. Even though Yi Qingxue didn't want to admit it, after this time, she could no longer just treat Lin Bai as an ordinary scum. Lindbergh, what kind of person are you? Looking in the direction of the gate, Yi Qingxue's eyes became more and more complicated. Chapter 29, Hate, Love. After leaving from the villa, Lin Bai didn't leave directly, but sat in the car and fumed. He said he was fuming, but his expression looked grave. Unico, there's a serious question. After the hate value reaches 100, Yi Qingxue shouldn't completely hate herself, right? When he was first reborn, Lindbergh only thought about revenge. There was almost no hesitation in binding the first object of revenge to Yi Qingxue, and he managed to rely on the system, taking away the opponent's first blood and gaining a reward. But just as he was walking out of the villa, he realized something was wrong. His purpose was to rob Xiaoran of everything, including Xiaoran's wealth, rivers and mountains, and beautiful women. Wealth and rivers and mountains, as long as he is there. Xiaoran, not to mention making money, not letting him lose his bottom pants. He doesn't even deserve to be called Lindbergh. Yi Qingxue had also become the object of his vengeance, and the hate value was already as high as 70. It's only a matter of time before we reach 100 as well. But the problem was that his original intention wasn't to make Yi Qingxue hate himself. Instead, he took her from Xiaoran and made her his woman. Then, if he did this now, wouldn't he be pushing Yi Qingxue further and further away? Reporting back to the host, what the vengeance system collects is only the target's hate value towards the host. It does not affect the target's other emotions towards the host, and to a certain extent, multiple emotions can coexist. So what you're saying is that even if the hate level reaches 100, then it's possible for me to make Yi Qingxue fall in love with herself? Yes, the target will love the host as long as the target's love for the host outweighs the hate. Then can you detect Yi Qingxue's love value? Reporting back to the host, there is no such function for the time being. Then it's not like you didn't say anything. Lin Bai was speechless. Reporting back to the host, the system is only in its preliminary stages at the moment. As long as the host continues to complete his revenge on the target mission, he will unlock further features of the system. Lindbergh's eyes lit up. So as long as I continue to take my revenge, it would be possible to unlock the feature of detecting love? Surprisingly, the system did not reply. Lin Bai wasn't angry. Since the system had mentioned it, it must have this function. Sooner or later it will be unlocked as long as he keeps accomplishing his revenge. But revenge targets can't be chosen randomly anymore. God knows how much love they have. Lindbergh quickly scanned the objects of revenge in his mind and quickly locked onto the target. It's decided that it's you. About the setting piece. I have to explain that there should be some confusion about the system for many people. It's really a battle between love and hate. And that's different from the systematic writing you've read in the past. Usually it's goodwill that decides everything. But I think it's too cliched that. So thought of a love/hate theme. As the saying goes, if you love deeply, you hate deeply. Hate is deep, and love is equally deep. I don't know how many people will like the setting, and if they don't I can't help it. Like cursing, please. The young family. In the kitchen, a breathtakingly beautiful woman was staring intently at the tablet screen in front of her, not blinking, as if she was afraid of missing any minute detail. The video is obviously only a few minutes long, but the woman has watched it several times over. After making sure she had memorized every step, the woman finally lit the stove and start practicing in the kitchen yourself. A few minutes later, a steaming, aromatic dish was on the stovetop. The woman picked up her chopsticks with joy and couldn't wait to taste her masterpiece. However, as she brought the first bite of the dish into her mouth, she suddenly frowned and, followed by a quick spit out. Ah, it's so salty. The woman in front of me, who even with her vomiting motions looked flirtatious and attractive. It was Jang Way's fiancée, the daughter of the Xia family, Xia Yue. Since her meeting with Lin Bai in the morning, she had taken Lin Bai's advice when she got home. Start trying to learn to cook. At first, Xia Yue was confident that it was just a piece of cake. After all, she used to be able to memorize all those complicated dance moves and tongue-twisting lyrics with ease. How could she be so hard to handle with just one dish? However, reality soon struck her a hard blow. The dish came out all burnt and black because I couldn't control the heat. It's hard to master the heat, but the result is a dish that is either flavorless or salty. Obviously the steps are alright. How come there's such a big difference in the way it's done? Xia Yue, who had always had a smooth ride, had a sense of frustration for the first time. Or give it up. Even if you learn it, he won't eat it. Xia Yue laughed to herself with a bitter smile on her face. No, absolutely not. I can't just give up so easily. The group is getting worse and worse now. If this union fails, then the entire Xia clan as well as our Xia family will face extinction. Xia Yue clenched her fists, her eyes revealing firmness and determination. But how on earth am I supposed to make a delicious dish? It seems that I can only find someone to teach me. But who should I find? Xia Yue furrowed her brows and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly took out her cell phone and fingers flew across the screen and pressed. It didn't take long for a big smile to bloom on her face that would never be forgotten. Meanwhile, Lin Bai had already returned to the entrance of the school. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he glanced at the message he'd just received. A meaningful smile appeared. Then he walked through the school gates at a brisk pace. It didn't take him long to get back to his dorm room. Inside the dormitory, Xiao Ran's trio was feverishly playing pesticides, not even noticing that Lin Bai had returned. Zhou Tian was excitedly playing the group, but a pair of hands quietly touched up. It was followed by a gasp. Ah! This was followed by a loud laugh. Ha ha, old Lin, you're teasing me again. Zhou Tian looked at the originator, Lin Bai, with a grimace on his face. Who let you get yourself so involved? Because of Lin Bai's disruption, Xiao Ran and Jang Way didn't have the heart to continue playing. Old Lin, thank you, I've let you break the bank today. Xiao Ran looked at Lin Bai gratefully. Lin Bai was obviously stunned. How could he not expect Xiao Ran to actually thank himself? Looks like Xiao Ran has really suffered this time. What's breaking the bank? We're brothers. This is all I have to do. I'm sorry, Lin Bai said with a smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Tian hurriedly chimed in. That's right, we're all brothers. Brothers are meant to be two for two. However, he had only gotten halfway through his sentence when the Lin Bai several people on the side suddenly looked at him with a surprised expression on their faces. In unison, he asked, 2 ribs? Only then did Zhou Tian realize that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly changed his words and explained, what I mean is that old Lin is rich now and doesn't care about this amount of money at all. And if it wasn't for Rant's inconvenience, old Lin is definitely going to take us to the Yulin Hotel to happy for a few days. Don't you think so, old Lin? Saying that, Zhou Tian hastily pushed Lin Bai again. Lin Bai nodded and responded, I do have that intention. Hearing this, Zhou Tian instantly became excited and shouted excitedly, it's a deal. Then, when Ran is well, then we brothers will go together. Zhou Tian shouted while still thinking about his happy life in the hotel in his head. However, on the other side, Lin Bai's trio had already taken out their cell phones and played Battlefield of Doom. You guys are so ungrateful to not take me. Then why don't you hurry up and get on the horn? Chapter 30, A New Target for Revenge. By the way, Brother Wei, when I went to the supermarket this morning, I bumped into Sister Yue. After playing I don't know how many games, Lin Bai ghostly and suddenly came up with this sentence. Upon hearing the name Xia Yue, both Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian, who were playing the game, were slightly stunned. The movements of his hands slowed involuntarily. However, Jang Way, who was the person in question, remained calmly playing the game as if he hadn't heard it. There was not the slightest fluctuation of expression on his face. Seeing how indifferent Jang Way was, Lin Bai wasn't surprised. A quick flash of a different color flashed in his eyes. After dropping off Lao Zhou, I went to the supermarket. I didn't hang out at the supermarket for a while. Then I saw a familiar figure. At first I thought I was mistaken, but when I got closer, it was actually Sister Yue. I'm sorry, Lindbergh said seemingly casually while playing the game. Unsurprisingly, Jang Way still didn't have any reaction, as if he didn't care about the matter at all. But Zhou Tian, who was on the side, couldn't stand to watch, and secretly snapped his hand at Lin Bai, signaling him not to continue. However, Lin Bai pretended not to understand Zhou Tian's meaning. Self-consciously, he continued, originally I didn't want to disturb Sister Yue. After all, the supermarket is crowded with people. But just as I was about to leave quietly, but it was discovered by Sister Yue. Speaking of which, Jang Way, who had originally been impassive, finally had a slight reaction. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. Small sample, not afraid that you do not take the bait. Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian were so envious. It would have been fine if it was anyone else, but it was Xia Yue. It's harder than heaven for an ordinary person to see her. They were also lucky enough to meet Xia Yue once because of their relationship with Jang Way, and Lin Bai could actually be recognized by her. How could this not make the two hearts envious? So old Lin, did you spend the morning with your sister? In-law not, with Sister Yue? Zhou Tian asked with a face full of envy. Lin Bai glanced at Jang Way, then replied nonchalantly, not really. I first accompanied Sister Yue in the supermarket for a while, and later went to have a cup of coffee together, after which we parted ways. You guys even went for coffee together? Xiao Ran frowned and looked at Lin Bai suspiciously. Lindbergh nodded. What did you talk about? Zhou Tian couldn't wait to follow up. Didn't talk about anything in particular? Just a casual conversation. Lin Bai replied lightly. It's really just a casual conversation? Zhou Tian had a look of disbelief on his face. That look on his face was clearly saying, you kid must be hiding something from us. Xiao Ran on the side was also filled with curiosity. Even Jang Way, who was addicted to playing the game, heard the words. The movement of his hands also slowed down significantly. Though he did not speak, it was evident from his slightly perked ears that he was equally interested in the matter. Seeing that several people were so expectant, Lindbergh smiled helplessly, then confessed. All right, I confess. Sister Yue did want to ask me something. That's why she invited me for coffee. I knew it. Zhou Tian acted as if he had discovered some great secret, yelled in excitement. His voice echoed through the room, startling everyone. However, in the next second, he was once again met with strange gazes from Lin Bai, Xiao Ran and Jang Way, being stared straight at by the three of them. Zhou Tian, who was originally prepared to disguise himself as a famous detective, instantly wilting, he scratched his head in embarrassment. At this time, Xiao Ran opened his mouth to break the silence. Sister Yue is looking for you to ask about old Zhang, right? His tone was calm, as if he had already guessed the answer. Lindbergh nodded. She wouldn't want you to persuade Wei to go home, would she? Zhou Tian suddenly said. He had a wry smile on his face. Going home? Lin Bai was astonished. Obviously didn't know what had happened between Jang Way and Xia Yue. Looks like Sister Yue hasn't told you about old Zhang not coming home. So Sister Yue is looking for you to ask Lao Zhang what he likes to eat? So you told her? Xiao Ran's brows furrowed as a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. I can't help it. Lin Bai shrugged his shoulders in mock helplessness. Sister Yue asked so suddenly that I said it all at once. Why did Sister Yue ask Brother Wei what he likes to eat? She doesn't want to invite Brother Wei to dinner. Apologize for what she did before, right? Zhou Tian guessed, a puzzled look on his face. It's possible, but I think Sister Yue should want to cook for herself. I don't know, Lindbergh said thoughtfully. Cooking by yourself? Zhou Tian and Xiao Ran asked in unison, both with surprised expressions on their faces. Lin Bai nodded. I saw that Sister Yue bought a lot of dishes and quite a few recipes. If it's an apology, I think it's more sincere to cook your own food. Sister Yue personally cooks. That Viagra. Zhou Tian and Xiao Ran looked at each other. A hint of anticipation showed in both of their eyes. The three of them looked at Jang Way in unison, all waiting for the main character to respond. I don't know how long it took, but Jang Way, who hadn't said anything, finally spoke. Don't make any random guesses. This is just her plotting and scheming. I'm not going to fall for that. His voice was as cold as ever, without a trace of emotion. After saying that, without waiting for the three to speak, Jang Way got up and returned to his cot. Seeing this, the three of them couldn't say anything else. After all, this was someone's family matter, even if they are brothers. System, bind Jang Way. Please determine whether or not to bind Jang Way as a revenge target. Okay. Ding. Binding successful. New revenge target has been generated. Please ask the host to hurry up and finish taking revenge on the target. until the system functions to liberate more. There is no better target for revenge than Jang Way. View basic information about Jang Way. Ding! The information is being queried. Please wait for the host. Soon. A blue panel appeared in Lin Bai's mind. Name, Jang Way. Age, 22. Height, 182. Weight, 147. Face value, 96. Hate value, 11. 11 hate value. Well, since you dislike your sister-in-law so much, brother why? I'll be polite as a brother. Jie. Chapter 31, Goodbye Yu Yao. Outside the Moon Hill neighborhood. The sun is shining and the breeze is blowing. The stone benches on either side of the entrance to the neighborhood are filled with chatting grandparents. They were either sitting around the card table in groups of 3 or 5, gleefully playing poker, or in groups of 2. They play chess intently, sometimes in deep thought, sometimes with a smile on their faces. The occasional bursts of hearty laughter that came from it gives you a sense that life here is full of smoke and mirrors. And not far from the neighborhood, on the side of the road, there is a large, tall, dense tree. Under the shade of the tree, a stunning woman in a black suit with a beautiful figure stood quietly. Her face didn't have a trace of being eroded by age, but those eyes were full of vicissitudes. The sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves on her fair face, outlined in a quiet golden glow. Her hair fell like a waterfall on either side of her shoulders, fluttering in the wind. The woman's eyes never stopped gazing at the cars coming and going on the road, as if searching for something important. Her eyes were firm and focused, without the slightest hint of slackness or relaxation. Suddenly, her eyes seemed to lock onto a certain car and her eyes became excited. She hastily raised her hand and waved it enthusiastically at the car, signaling it to stop. It wasn't long before a massive Tank 300 came to a slow stop at the side of the road. Soon, a handsome young face appeared in front of the woman. The man said with an apologetic face, "Sister Yu, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting." His voice was low and magnetic, giving him a sense of stability and reliability. The woman quickly waved her hand. No, you came all the way over here to pick me up and, how can you apologize? I don't know if it's because she's been waiting outside for a bit too long, but the woman's face is extraordinarily red. It looks so inviting. I also just happened to be in the neighborhood and happened to drop by. By the way, is this Sister Yu's home? It looks quite busy. Lindbergh looked at the Cell Door Moncler outlet store and said, "That's right." The young man was none other than Lin Bai. After testing a wave of Jang Way in the dormitory and binding him as an object of revenge, Lindbergh then excused himself for something and left first. Right now Hongya was probably still huffing and puffing over at Yiqingxue. He couldn't pass up such a good time, so he immediately contacted the beautiful woman in front of him. Yu Yao. When rural people come to the city, they are bored and have only these things to do to pass the time. Yu Yao sighed quietly. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai deliberately pretended to look curious and asked, "Rural people? Well, we're all demolition households from the countryside." Yu Yao nodded and replied. Lin Bai then asked, "Sister Yu is also from the countryside?" "Yeah, the vast majority of people in this neighborhood are from rural areas." Hearing this, Lin Bai revealed a hint of surprise, continuing to pursue, "I really didn't guess this. I thought that Sister Yu was a local of Yi City." At the same time he looked at Yu Yao with a slightly flirtatious look, as if he was observing her reaction. At that moment, an unnatural look flashed across Yu Yao's face, but he quickly regained his composure. She changed the subject and said, "It's not getting late, so we'd better get going." Lindbergh smiled and nodded, then walked towards the car and gentlemanly opened the passenger door. "Invite Yu Yao on board." However, Yu Yao looked a bit hesitant as she said, "I'll just sit in the back." Lin Bai firmly responded, "Sister Yu is the one I invited over to help. How can I let you sit in the back?" Seeing that Lin Bai was so insistent, Yu Yao no longer pushed back. But because this Tank 300 is so big and has no pedals, for the petite Yu Yao, it wasn't easy to climb into the car. "Sister Yu, grab onto my hand." Lin Bai decisively extended his helping hand. Yu Yao hesitated for a few seconds and finally chose to accept Lin Bai's help. The moment his hands touched, a warm sensation instantly spread throughout his body. One word couldn't help but pop up in Lindbergh's mind, soft. His eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the touch coming from his hands. He'd had skin to skin with Hongya and Yiqingxue, but this moment, it was only then that he truly realized what it meant to be soft as a bone. Just as Lin Bai was lost in his thoughts, Yu Yao had already managed to sit in the passenger seat with the help of his strength. She gasped softly and tried to pull her hand out of Lindbergh's, but when she pulled hard, she realized that her hands felt as if they were glued to, couldn't move at all. She looked at Lin Bai suspiciously, but she saw that he was staring at her with a strange gaze, as if admiring a rare treasure. "You can let go now." There was a hint of shyness and nervousness in Yu Yao's voice. Hearing Yu Yao's reminder, Lin Bai realized what he had done. He hurriedly let go of Yu Yao's hand and said with an apologetic face, "I'm really sorry. Sister Yu's hands were so soft that I thought they were a baby's hands, and uncontrollably felt them more, and I also ask Sister Yu to forgive me for my rude behavior." "No, it's fine. We should get going," Yu Yao said sheepishly. Lin Bai once again expressed his apologies to Yu Yao before closing the passenger door. The moment the car door closed, he clearly saw a faint blush on Yu Yao's face. "It's still really cute. Then we're off." "Aha." After Yu Yao gave a small Lin Bai then started the car to leave the Moon Hill neighborhood. The two men had just left, and a man in slippers the balding man with a full beard then returned to the neighborhood with a large pocket of groceries. "Yo, isn't this Nyo Wu? Why did you buy so many things? Are you rich?" An older woman came slowly, shaking her fan. Nyo Wu smiled helplessly. "Where is the fortune to be made? I'm counting on that demolition money for the rest of my life." "Curious?" the older woman asked. "And what are you?" Nyo Wu scratches his head. "Embarrassed. I said, I'm not feeling a bit embarrassed to keep going to Yaoer's house to dine, so I'm going to cook myself today, so Yaoer can try my handiwork as well." "Yoo-hoo! Cooking yourself? The sun is beating down." "I'm sorry," chimed in a middle-aged woman next to me who was playing cards. Another poker player chimed in. "That's right. Can you cook? Don't poison people." "Ha ha." Nyo Wu was a bit embarrassed, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, "What are you talking about? I was a great chef when I was young, and there's not a single person in the 10 villages who doesn't know me." "Nyo Wu." The middle-aged woman laughed. "That was in the old days. You haven't had a fire in years. The pot at home is probably rotten to the core." "Ha ha. I'm not going to break it up with you old women. I've got to get back to packing." Nyo Wu huffed and left with the bag. Chapter 32 Invitation to Yu Yao. Inside the small townhouse alibi. The alibi is a little too empty, and my girlfriend prefers flowers, so I want to transform the yard into a garden. I want her to wake up every morning to this whole yard of flowers, Lin Bai said as he pointed at the empty separate courtyard. "Mr. Lin really dotes on his girlfriend," Yu Yao said with some envy. She looked at Lin Bai, and in her heart she couldn't help but marvel at his attentiveness and romance. To have such a considerate boyfriend, I'm sure his girlfriend must feel very happy. Lindbergh smiled gently. A gentle gleam appeared in her eyes. "I'll tell her that there's a problem here that needs to be redecorated, and I'll bring her here in a few days, so I'll give her a surprise then." "Sister Yu, what do you think of this idea of mine? It's really nice, but I think it's a bit of a waste to convert the whole yard all into a garden." "I'm sorry," Yu Yao said slowly. "Oh, how?" Lindbergh asked curiously. "I'm just expressing my thoughts, and if I'm wrong about anything, please don't take offense." "Mr. Lin," Yu Yao spoke carefully, afraid that his words would offend Lin Bai. "Of course not." Sister Yu boldly said just that. "I, Lin Bai, am not a careful person." "I'm sorry," Lindbergh encouraged with a smile. "In that case, then, I'll say it. I think we can divide the Aliyah into several areas, such as part of it for growing flowers. The other part can be set up as a relaxation area or entertainment area, which will satisfy your girlfriend's love of flowers. It also adds to the practicality and interest of the alibi. And we can choose the right variety of flowers for each season. Keep the entire yard in bloom throughout the seasons. This will not only add to the beauty of your other yard, it will also give you and your girlfriends a taste of the beauty of the different seasons. Also, we can put some sculptures in the yard to add to the artistic atmosphere. At the same time, you can also include some lighting designs in your garden or yard, which can create a romantic and cozy atmosphere in the evening. Make it a memorable night for you and your girlfriend. Finally, we can place some comfortable seating and coffee tables in the yard that you and your girlfriend can chat over here while enjoying this garden full of scenery." "Mr. Lin, what do you think? I've already fantasized about that scene, so let's do what Sister Yu said." "I don't know," Lindbergh said excitedly. "Okay." Looking at this large separate courtyard, Yu Yao's eyes were also filled with a color of anticipation. Being a woman, she naturally loved flowers, and it would be nice if someone did the same for her. It's better not to think about it. You're old. Clearing the complicated thoughts in his heart, Yu Yao once again looked at Lin Bai. "Then, Mr. Lin, let's proceed to the house. Follow me." Soon, the two appeared everywhere inside the small townhouse. Yu Yao was also incredibly alarmed. At first, she thought that Lin Bai was just planning to slightly alter the small foreign building, but after this round, she had taken several pages of notes. Although the changes in the house are all small, but a little goes a long way. That's an astronomical number to spend. 2. By the time he got back to the living room, almost an hour had passed. "Mr. Lin, there's a bit too many changes, and it might cost a lot of money. Are you sure you want to change it?" Yu Yao frowned. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Well, just do as I say. Money is not a problem, but it's a trouble for Sister Yu. Hearing this, Yu Yao's heart let out a sigh of relief. The look on his face relaxed. No trouble, this is all what I should do. Since Mr. Lin is sure, I'll find someone to come and start the construction tomorrow. Lin Bai nodded. Tough luck, Sister Yu. Yu Yao smiled and waved his hand. It's not hard, it's all my job. So if it's fine, I'll go back first. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, Lin Bai suddenly called out to her. Wait. Yu Yao stopped and looked back at Lin Bai suspiciously. Is there anything else Mr. Lin wants? Lin Bai smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of gratitude. Sister Yu, you've done me such a great favor. I have to thank you for it. How about staying for a casual dinner? Yu Yao's face changed slightly, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. In our line of work, we're not allowed to have too much contact with customers. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin. Lindbergh wasn't surprised, but the man was already at home. How could he let people go so easily? Then let's not talk about work. I'm inviting Sister Yu to share dinner as a friend. But, Yu Yao was still ready to refuse, when Lin Bai directly took out the killer weapon. I thought Sister Yu and I were already friends. I was presumptuous. In that case, then I won't make things difficult for Sister Yu. After saying that, Lin Bai even cooperated by showing a hint of sadness. Sure enough, not surprisingly, Yu Yao took the bait. Then Yu Yao will be respectful. Thanks to Sister Yu for giving me this opportunity. Please sit down. Sister Yu, I'll go prepare dinner. You can cook? Yu Yao asked curiously. A little bit of cooking, guaranteed to blow Sister Yu's mind. After a mysterious smile, Lindbergh turned around and headed for the kitchen. Yu Yao sat down with a confused face. She really didn't understand why Lin Bai was so happy. It's not just buying me a meal. It's not possible that he's thinking about me. Is it? Yu Yao covered his mouth in shock. The crazy idea was just born and was strangled in the cradle by Yu Yao. How can that be? You're old enough to be someone's mom. Not to mention people have girlfriends. They're so young. Look at you. You don't even have any decent clothes. How could he possibly look at you? Ugh. Better not to think about it. Just eat and leave honestly. Waiting is always anxious. Especially for Yu Yao. This little house is worth $110 million. There are antiques all over the house. She wouldn't dare touch it at will. Pulling out his cell phone, he glanced at it and there were no messages. Just then, the pungent aroma came through. Smells good. Does he really have a couple of tricks up his sleeve? Putting down his cell phone, Yu Yao curiously walked towards the kitchen. She had just left when her cell phone, which hadn't moved at all, lit up. Meanwhile, in the Moon Hill neighborhood, inside a room on the 11th floor, the table was set with a steaming meal. A balding man with a full beard at the dining room table is on the phone. But after a series of calls, no one answered. Why can't you get through? Is your cell phone in arrears? Never mind. Go over there yourself. Putting down his cell phone, Nyo Wu arrived at Yu Yao's doorstep. Yaoer, are you home? I'm your big brother Nyo. Open the door. Chapter 33, The Two Who Became Sisters and Brothers. Inside the kitchen, Chef Lin Bai was seriously cooking a gourmet meal. As he focused on stir-frying, the movements are skillful and fluid. Flames roared on the stovetop, and the ingredients in the pan tumbled and jumped around in the hot oil. It made a crackling sound and the whole kitchen was filled with a thick, mouth-watering aroma. And not far away, Yu Yao stood in the doorway, looking at Lin Bai with a shocked expression. She was originally only attracted by the scent, but when she saw Lin Bai's exquisite cooking skills, a wave of admiration couldn't help but well up in his heart. Lin Bai didn't seem to notice Yu Yao's arrival as he was fully focused on cooking. The spatula in his hand flicked up and down, tossing the ingredients in an even and consistent manner. Each time the pan is turned just right, the heat is mastered with precision and accuracy. Even Yu Yao, who has decades of cooking experience, is ashamed of himself. Soon, a colorful and flavorful homemade stir-fry was freshly cooked. Lin Bai plated the fried dishes and revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, he also finally noticed Yu Yao on the side. Sister Yu, what brings you here? Yu Yao, who was discovered, was also a bit embarrassed. She replied with a red face. I was a little bored, so I thought I'd see what I could do to help by coming over. Lindbergh smiled and shook his head, saying, no need for help for now, but sister, you can help me taste it first to see if this dish tastes to my liking. Saying that, he pointed at the freshly baked stir-fried meat, his eyes revealing anticipation and confidence. That's a bit not very good, isn't it? Yu Yao was a bit hesitant. What's wrong with it? It's meant to be used to entertain Sister Yu, and if it's not to your liking, I can still correct it in time. With that, Lin Bai thoughtfully placed a pair of chopsticks in Yu Yao's hand. People were so proactive. It would be a bit pretentious if she excused herself. Besides, she really did want to taste Lin Bai's handiwork. Picking up her chopsticks, she couldn't wait to grab a piece of the oily colored stir-fried meat and put it in her mouth. Chew slowly. In the next second, her pupils suddenly tightened and she looked at Lin Bai with a face full of shock, eyes full of disbelief. Seeing this, Lin Bai pretended to be somewhat unsure and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with Sister Yu? Is it not good?" Hearing this, Yu Yao first shook his head quickly, but then nodded vigorously immediately afterward. Seeing such a strange reaction from her, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel confused and hurriedly asked after her, "Sister Yu, what the hell do you mean by shaking your head and nodding your head at the same time?" Yu Yao took a deep breath and, "I'm so excited that I can't speak. I mean, your cooking is just so good. It's beyond imagination." Her voice was filled with delight and surprise. "It's really delicious? Sister Yu, you didn't just say that on purpose to give me face, did you?" "Of course not. I definitely didn't lie to you. It's really, really delicious. This is the best small fried meat I've ever had." Yu Yao's tone carried an undeniable firmness. Lin Bai smiled and responded, "That's good. I've been worried that Sister Yu wouldn't like it. How on earth did you do that? And why are you such a skilled cook? Can't it be that you used to be a chef?" Yu Yao finally couldn't hold back his inner curiosity and opened his mouth to inquire, "If I say I'm not a chef and this is my second time cooking, would Sister Yu believe me?" Yu Yao didn't even think about it and shook his head decisively. How is it possible to cook for the second time? That pan-turning technique, that stir-frying technique, it's absolutely impossible to do that without a couple decades of work. Lin Bai smiled and did not explain anything. Then he went on to cook braised pork, cassoulet prawns, one after another, under Yu Yao's watchful eye. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and sautéed vegetables. Looking at the 5 dishes on the dining table that emitted a tantalizing aroma, Yu Yao indisputably gulped. She wasn't a glutton for punishment, but the stir-fry from earlier was just too much of a stunner. It couldn't help but make her curious and eager for a few other dishes. "Does Sister Yu drink?" Lin Bai took out a bottle of 82 red wine from the wine cabinet and returned to the table. Yu Yao should have refused, but she ghosted in. "You can drink a little." She didn't know why she was like that. Perhaps because the food was so good that it would be a waste not to have something to drink. Beautiful wine with a beautiful woman. Wasn't this exactly the scene in Lin Bai's fantasy? "Sister Yu, I'll drink to you. The house and the renovation of the Aliyah will be in your hands." Lin Bai picked up his wine glass and gestured to Yu Yao, who was sitting across from him. "Aha." Yu Yao nodded slightly and, after raising the highball glass in his hand and gently touching Lindbergh's glass, he sent the attractive colored 82 red wine into his mouth. A mellow flavor instantly spreads through the mouth as the red wine hits your throat. Both of them showed expressions of enjoyment. "Sister Yu, let's eat, as usual. How about you try these dishes that just came out of the pot first?" With that, Lin Bai chucked a piece of red-colored braised pork and placed it in Yu Yao's bowl. "Thanks," Yu Yao said softly. After being polite, she picked up her chopsticks and savored it. Soon, a shocked expression once again appeared on her face. "Yummy," she couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing this, Lin Bai smiled and chucked on another prawn and put it into his bowl. "Try this." Yu Yao was no longer polite and put it in his mouth with an expectant face. The shrimp is tender and juicy in the mouth, and the rich flavor fills the tongue. Whether it's the prawn cassoulet, or the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that were fed next, even the most ordinary stir-fried vegetables conquered her taste buds. She'd never imagined that home cooking could be so good, even for an 8-star chef. "It's nothing more than that. Still satisfied?" Lin Bai said as he looked at Yu Yao. Yu Yao nodded. "Satisfied. This is the best dish I've ever eaten." "That's good. But how did you get so good at cooking? Aren't you only 21? "I don't know." Yu Yao wondered again. "If Sister Yu wants to know, just accompany me to finish this bottle of wine." "I'm sorry," Lindbergh said, pointing to the red wine on the side. "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Yu Yao froze slightly, a look of surprise appearing on his face. She had originally thought that Lin Bai would tell her the answer directly, but she didn't expect the other party to make such a request. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Seeing Yu Yao's reaction, Lin Bai laughed out loud. "Ha ha, I was just kidding. Sister, you don't take it seriously." Then, Lindbergh replied seriously, "Actually, I've been learning to cook since I was a kid. It's been almost 10 years now." "I see. 10 years to make such a delicacy. Mr. Lin is exceptionally talented in this aspect of cooking." Yu Yao marveled as she grew to admire Lin Bai's cooking skills. "It's alright. I actually don't like cooking too much and I was forced to do it." Lin Bai shook his head, somewhat helplessly. "Forced?" Yu Yao was a bit puzzled. Lin Bai took a deep breath and slowly said, "Actually, My family has been chefs for generations. Ancestors also used to be royal chefs in the palace. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to come from such a big background. No wonder the dishes he makes are so delicious. Yu Yao came to a realization. However, Lin Bai pretended to be helpless and said, if there is a choice, I'd rather be a normal person. It's just too tiring. There was a flash of exhaustion in his eyes that, as if carrying a heavy family mission. Yu Yao's beautiful eyes flickered, and she thought to herself, of course she knew how hard it was to be a chef. Chopping vegetables, turning spoons and stir-frying require not only great skill, but also long hours of practice and experience. If you want to be a good chef, you have to start working on it at a young age. Put in more effort and sweat than anyone else. In addition, chef families usually have strict family rules and traditions that family members are required to follow strict rules and pass on the family business. There are many chef families, but very few of them have been passed down. I really don't know how Lindbergh lasted. Thinking of this, her gaze towards Lin Bai became softer and softer. Never mind. Let bygones be bygones. Let's talk about something else. Lindbergh suddenly changed the subject. How about talking about Sister Yu? Why did Sister Yu choose to work in a sales center? Me? Yu Yao had a surprised expression on his face when he heard this question. Yes, I think the sales job is not easy. Too. Every day, we have to receive all kinds of customers. It's great to show them the house and if it works out for a deal, but if it doesn't work out in the end, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Lin Bai analyzed seriously. Yeah, sometimes it really is a waste of time. Yu Yao smiled helplessly. If it's inconvenient to talk about it then forget it. I'm just asking casually. Seeing this, Lin Bai hastily added. Yu Yao smiled gently. There's nothing inconvenient about it. I actually went to work in a sales center because, Sister Yu, you're really married? Lin Bai's eyes widened and, looking at Yu Yao with a face full of incredulity, his voice was full of shock. Yu Yao smiled and nodded. Well, not only that, I have a son your age, too. Sister Yu, are you kidding? Lin Bai was at a loss. Can't seem to get over it. I'm not kidding. I'm really 40 years old. Yu Yao's eyes revealed a faint smile. 40. Lin Bai's expression instantly froze, his mouth wide open. The shock was written all over his face. I always thought that you were only 30 years old. Sister Yu, Lin Bai mumbled. Don't tease me. I'm already a handful of years old. How can I be only 30? Yu Yao smiled and shook his head, a trace of undetectable loss flashing in his eyes. Really? Sister Yu, I didn't lie to you. I meant what I said. You really don't look old at all. And even a lot of 30-year-olds may not have skin in as good a condition as yours. I'm sorry, Lindbergh said sincerely, looking at Lin Bai's serious look. Yu Yao's heart couldn't help but surge with an inexplicable joy. She could sense that Lin Bai hadn't intentionally tried to please or deceive her. Then what does brother-in-law do? Lindbergh asked again. Hearing this question, Yu Yao's body gave a slight lurch, and his eyes, which were originally still glittering with light, it became gray in an instant. Am I asking something I shouldn't? Lin Bai said carefully. Yu Yao gently shook his head. He has passed away. I'm sorry, Sister Yu, for making you think of unhappy things again. Lin Bai said softly with a guilty look on his face. It's fine. It's been so long. The corners of Yu Yao's mouth rose and a faint smile appeared, only it seemed a bit forced. So all these years it's been you. Sister Yu, who's been bringing up the child all by yourself? Lin Bai asked with concern. Yu Yao nodded, a trace of imperceptible exhaustion and resilience showing in his eyes. Then it must be very hard for you to be alone, right? Lindbergh looked at her heartily. It was really tough at first, but fortunately, there are those grandparents in the neighborhood to help take care of Ranner, and after so many years, he has grown up and I am much more relaxed. I don't know, Yu Yao said with emotion. Sister Yu is talking about those grandparents in the neighborhood, right? Yu Yao nodded. They know it's not easy to raise a child alone, so it often helps me take care of the kids, otherwise I wouldn't really be able to manage on my own. Looks like Sister Yu met a good neighbor. Yeah, they're really, really good. Alright, enough of this unhappy talk. I'll punish myself with a drink. Apologize to Sister Yu for my previous presumptuousness. Lin Bai suddenly came with a sentence. No, I don't mind, Yu Yao said in a hurry, but Lindbergh had already drained his glass of red wine. She looked at Lin Bai and was somewhat touched in her heart, not expecting that he would care so much about her feelings. Why are you doing this? I've said I don't mind. Yu Yao smiled bitterly. It's okay, I'm just happy to be able to meet Sister Yu in a sea of people. If Sister Yu doesn't mind, I'll be your brother from now on, Lin Bai said with a smile, a sincere light shining in his eyes. This isn't quite right. I'm just a normal person. How can I be your sister? Yu Yao hastily waved his hand to refuse. It doesn't matter if you have different identities. There's no high or low, whether you're rich or poor. All equal? Could it be that sister you was thinking that I, Lin Bai, am not worthy of being your brother? Lin Bai pretended to be angry. No. I was thinking that I didn't qualify myself to be your sister. Lin Bai could casually buy a house of hundreds of millions of dollars. How could she dare to climb high? She's well aware of the realities and cruelties of the world. She didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Bai because of her identity. Sister you, I know what you're worried about, but I really don't mind those. I'm an only child, and ever since I was a kid, I've always wanted a sister. Now that I've finally found it, you're the perfect sister in my heart. Sister you, I hope sister you can give me a chance. I'm sorry, Lindbergh said with a hint of a pleading tone. Looking at the expectant Lin Bai, Yu Yao was also in a tangle. To be honest, she also quite liked Lindbergh, not just because the other party had made her a fortune. It was also pleasant to spend time with Lindbergh and to eat delicious food, but some things are really hard to get past. After the two gazed at each other for a long time, Yu Yao finally made a decision. I only saw her let out a long sigh, then said somewhat helplessly, since you're so insistent on, then I'll say yes. Really? Thank you, sister you. I do have one request though. What's the request? You can't interfere in my life. Chapter 34 Nyo Wu's Suspicion. At night, outside the Moon Hill neighborhood. Really don't you need me to send you up? Lin Bai looked at Yu Yao, who was already quite drunk in front of him, asked worriedly. Under the soft moonlight, Yu Yao, whose face was flushed, was as tempting as a ripe apple. Her eyes were mesmerizing and charming, and she looked so cute and charming. Yu Yao smiled and gently shook her head, her voice carrying a bit of drunkenness. No need. I can do it by myself. You've had a lot to drink too, so grab your ass and head back. I still don't feel comfortable sending Sister Yao into the elevator before I leave, Lin Bai insisted. What? I'm at my doorstep here. Could something still happen? I'm sorry, Yu Yao said with some grumbling. Lin Bai did not reply, and that silence already indicated everything. In desperation, Yu Yao could only compromise. Okay, send it into the elevator and you hurry back. Lin Bai smiled gently, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Let's go then. After saying that, he did not hesitate to take Yu Yao's hand. Yu Yao froze slightly, his body instantly became stiff, but he quickly returned to normal. It didn't stop Lindbergh. Although there was some strange feeling in her heart, she told herself that they were now siblings, that there is nothing wrong with such a move. Under the serene moonlight, the two of them were holding hands, like a sweet couple that, slowly, he walked towards the neighborhood. Their silhouettes were elongated by the moonlight and cast on the ground, creating a beautiful picture. But the road came to an end and the two had to part. In front of the elevator entrance, Yu Yao looked at Lin Bai and said, just send it here. You go back. I'll leave when the elevator arrives. Lin Bai replied in a very calm tone with his face as usual. This time, Yu Yao did not stop. I do not know if there is also reluctance in her heart. The two stood silently at the elevator entrance, neither speaking, but those hands were always tightly clasped. It wasn't until the elevator doors slowly opened that Lin Bai took the lead in breaking the silent atmosphere. Alright, Sister Yao, you go up. Only after he finished speaking did he let go of Yu Yao's hand, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. The moment his hands were separated, a strange feeling also arose in Yu Yao's heart. It was like losing something important, but the feeling quickly disappeared. Yu Yao nodded slightly and took a deep breath before walking into the elevator. I'll go up then, and you hurry back. As the elevator doors slowly closed, the two men's silhouettes shrank, and soon there was only a pair of eyes, and then only a relentless wall of iron. Looking at the iron wall in front of him, Yu Yao's heart was indescribably hard. It was as if a ball of cotton was clogging her chest, preventing her from breathing. The last time I felt this way was when my own son left for school. Raising his arm, he looked at the left hand that had been held by Lindbergh not long ago, and whose palms were almost sweaty, and her eyes became more and more complicated. But soon, she wondered if she had thought of something that, an imperceptible blush gradually appeared on her face. Yu Yao didn't come back to his senses until the elevator doors opened. Dragging her heavy body out of the elevator, she didn't go straight home and, instead, they made their way to the other side of the corridor, from which they could just about see their way home. After searching back and forth a few times, he didn't see Lindbergh's figure on the way back. This guy left really fast. The words revealed a strong sense of loss. It was as if he had lost a precious treasure. Just as Yu Yao was about to withdraw his gaze, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the first floor. The figure was tall and upright, like a lofty mountain peak, making it impossible to ignore. Who else but Lindbergh? The ecstatic Yu Yao had planned to urge Lin Bai to leave as soon as possible. but she suddenly realized that it was late at night and the loud noise might disturb the rest of the surrounding residents. Thus, she had no choice but to helplessly withdraw her outstretched jade hand. I don't know if it was telepathy, but Lin Bai suddenly raised his head and looked up. The gazes of the two managed to meet at this moment, as if two bolts of lightning had collided in the air, instantly igniting a spark in each other's hearts. Immediately after, there was Lin Bai's loud shout, "Sister Yao, I'm going back. Good night." The sudden shout was like a bomb exploding in the stillness of the night. Scared, Yu Yao's heart raced and he almost jumped. She wanted to respond to Lindbergh's shout, but the Lindbergh below simply waved his hand at her. Then turned away, looking at Lin Bai's fading back. The corner of Yu Yao's mouth unconsciously raised a smile. This guy, he's really bold. After he couldn't see Lin Bai's back, Yu Yao turned around and left. Once again, back in the home where I've lived for I don't know how many years, looking at the empty living room. For the first time she felt alone. Ugh. Just then, the cell phone, which had been silent, suddenly lit up. Messaging at night? With doubts, Yu Yao opened his cell phone. Several missed calls. There was also information that appeared before her instantly. What's with all the calls from Big Brother Nyo? Curious as she was, she didn't dial Nyo Wu's number. Instead, he tapped into a Coda Duck avatar. Seeing the message inside, Yu Yao, who was still a bit sad, instantly had a bit more of a smile on his face. Putting her phone down, she walked into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Nyo Wu's home. Already drunk, Nyo Wu was passed out on the dining table. Suddenly he seemed to hear something and jerked his head up. Did someone just call Yaoer, Sister Yao? No, it won't. I've known Yaoer for so many years. How could I not know if she had a brother? After self-compassion, Nyo Wu slumped down again, murmurs still coming out of his mouth from time to time. Yaoer, in fact, Big Brother Nyo has always been like. The scene returns to Yu Yao's house. After taking a shower, Yu Yao, with a slight drunkenness, slowly laid down on the soft big bed. After all, she did drink a little too much tonight. Originally she had only intended to savor it a little. After all, being alone in a room with a male, there are certain dangers in any case. However, Lindbergh's overzealousness after recognizing her relatives made her drop her guard. If you are not careful, you will drink too much alcohol. Lying in bed at the moment, Yu Yao began to recall the bits and pieces of what he had experienced today. At first, she was invited by Lindbergh to come and help remodel the small townhouse, but never expected to become his sister so dramatically. Nonetheless, there was still a hint of worry in her heart. After all, there was a huge difference between the two people's identities. It was hard to guarantee that Lindbergh wasn't acting on a whim, and if that was the case, how was she supposed to react? Oh well, it's just a matter of not thinking about it and letting it go. At least for now. It seems to feel good to have a brother. Drunkenness leads to an unusually rapid rate of falling asleep, as if time had been accelerated in the moment of. In the blink of an eye, Yu Yao had fallen into a deep sleep. It was the next morning when he opened his eyes again. The sunlight poured through the curtains like fine golden sand into the room. The whole space is warm and bright. Yu Yao was like a fairy in her sleep, slowly opening those stunningly beautiful eyes. Beautiful and fascinating. Her eyes were clear and bright, as if they contained endless wisdom and tenderness. She stretched out her jade arms like fluttering butterflies, lightly doing stretching exercises. It's a must-have item for her every morning, since she's on her feet pretty much all day at work. Stretching like this will help her relax her muscles and relieve her body of fatigue. After doing her exercises, she then got up from the bed, walked into the bathroom, and started to wash up. It didn't take long for a youthful-looking and energetic Yu Yao to appear in the living room. She wore a simple white dress with a gently fluttering skirt that, showing off her slender legs and elegant figure. Her long hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, the slight curls shimmering with the shine of. It gives off a light aroma. It's Sunday, and she still doesn't have to work, but she had promised Lindbergh yesterday that she would help him remodel the small house. So, later she was going to contact the construction crew to make sure the remodeling would go smoothly. She went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out the ingredients, and started making breakfast. Before long, Yu Yao returned to the table with breakfast in hand. She had a simple breakfast, a rinsed cereal, 2 pieces of bread, and a piece of fried egg. Just as Yu Yao was about to start, the door of the room suddenly trembled. What followed was Nyo Wu's call. Yaoer, are you home? I'm Big Brother Nyo. Yu Yao frowned tightly, although Nyo Wu often came to the house to dine, and this was something she tacitly agreed to. After all, Nyo Wu had really helped her a lot. But didn't Nyo Wu come a little too early today? She suddenly remembered a bunch of missed calls from Nyo Wu last night. At the time, she was so focused on replying to Coda Duck's message that she completely forgot about it. Thinking of this, Yu Yao hurriedly put down his chopsticks and went forward to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw Niu Wu standing in the doorway in a flaming rage. Yu Yao was even more confused. What's wrong, brother Bull? Niu Wu, who was still anxious, instantly froze the moment he saw Yu Yao. He's known Yu Yao for many years, and the only reason he's remained single and unmarried is because of Yu Yao. But Yu Yao was never willing to start a new life because of her late husband, and that's how he's been quietly accompanying Yu Yao. Originally, he prepared a large table of dishes yesterday because he wanted to have a showdown with Yu Yao, but Yu Yao's phone has not been able to get through, and no one is at home. Disappointed, he could only go back to drinking. After I woke up, I didn't receive any news from Yu Yao. Worried about what happened to Yu Yao, he rushed over in a hurry. He was relieved to see that Yu Yao was fine, but he himself was shocked by Yu Yao. Yu Yao is so beautiful today, so beautiful that he forgot how to talk for a while. It wasn't until Yu Yao spoke again that he came back to his senses. Brother Nyo, come in and say something. Ugh, good. Has big brother Nyo had breakfast yet? As soon as he entered the door, Yu Yao asked. Roughnecks, not in the habit of eating breakfast. That being said, however, Nyo Wu's gaze was fixed straight on the breakfast on the table that originally belonged to Yu Yao. Yu Yao had also seen it all a long time ago. If big brother Nyo doesn't mind, just eat my portion first. That's not good, is it? Yu Yao smiled gently. When did big brother Nyo become polite? Yu Yao's smile poked straight into Nyo Wu's soul, but this time he did not lose his temper. Then I'll make myself at home. After saying that, he sat down and ate Yu Yao's breakfast. Yu Yao shook his head before he opened the refrigerator and returned to the kitchen once again. It didn't take long for a breakfast identical to the one before to be placed on the table. By the way, Yaoer, where did you go yesterday? I called you a lot but no one answered. I'm sorry, Nyo Wu spoke seemingly casually as he ate his breakfast. Oh, a client came to me yesterday and I've been helping out on his end. The phone was muted by me, so I didn't see it. Yu Yao slightly lowered her head. Her tone was calm. A client for you? What clients? Still looking for you on your day off? Nyo Wu sniffed. Instantly alert. A flicker of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He naturally knew all about Yu Yao working in the sales center. In fact, from the very beginning, he was against Yu Yao going to work over there. After all, in the sales business, it was inevitable that she would meet some people with bad intentions. Not to mention Yu Yao was so beautiful and moving. It's the client I billed not too long ago who wanted to remodel his house. Yu Yao didn't notice Nyo Wu's abnormality and only replied lightly. Remodeling the house, this is not under your sales control, is it? Nyo Wu frowned slightly and the suspicion in his heart grew a few points heavier. It's out of our hands, but we can't just turn it down if a customer demands it. I'm sorry, Yu Yao explained as he glanced up at Nyo Wu. So you were over at that client all afternoon yesterday? Nyo Wu's face was a bit grim and pursuing the question again. Hearing this, Yu Yao finally understood where Nyo Wu was coming from. No, went to the client's side just to find out what his intentions were and left soon after. So why didn't you come back last night? I was waiting for you for ages. Waiting for me? By the way, I see that you called me a lot yesterday. Brother Nyo, is it something urgent? Yu Yao hurriedly pulled away from the topic. It's nothing really. It's just that I've been dawdling at your place, and it's a little not very nice of me. That's why I purposely bought a lot of dishes yesterday, and I wanted to invite you for dinner, but it turned out that you weren't there. Nyo Wu scratched his head. God said with a somewhat forlorn expression. Ha, this way ah. Hearing Nyo Wu's words, a warm current surged in Yu Yao's heart, but at the same time, I felt a twinge of guilt. I'm really sorry, brother Nyo, but yesterday a relative contacted me out of the blue. I'm going over to his side. But she knew that Nyo Wu hadn't opened fire for many years, and it was rare that he took the initiative to buy food and cook this time. I was more than a little upset that I missed it. Relatives? Doesn't old Xiao have no relatives? Nyo Wu frowned and asked suspiciously. Yu Yao shook his head and explained. No, it's one of my younger brothers from my old side of the family. You have a brother? How come I haven't heard you say that? Nyo Wu's eyes widened in surprise and full of curiosity. Well, it wasn't long ago that I realized that this brother of mine was born abroad. I just came back to China not long ago, and yesterday was also the first time we met. It's rare to see each other, so once we got to talking, we lost track of time and it's also very late to come back. Yu Yao smiled helplessly. Alright, try to come back earlier in the future. This Yi city may be prosperous, but it's not very safe. Aha. Chapter 35, Goodbye Xia Yue. Hiss. Lin Bai sucked in a cool breath of pain and looked at Hongya, who had just come home in front of him and pounced on him to bite him. Full of breathlessness, you murdered your own husband. Hongya huffed and glared at him. Bite you to death. Who told you to abandon me? Lin Bai had a question mark on his face. When did I abandon you? You didn't abandon me. So how come I'm sleeping in Siyuki's room? It was then that Lindbergh remembered that something like this did seem to have happened. But still, he retorted, what does it have to do with me? It's obviously you who drank too much. It's not my problem. Hanya was unforgiving. Then won't you carry me away? Lin Bai said helplessly. You're so heavy, how can I carry you? Hearing this, Hanya was instantly enraged. How dare you say I'm heavy? I'll bite you to death. With that, he pounced on Lindbergh once again. However, Lin Bai, who had already suffered a loss once, was naturally unlikely to let her have her way again. Just by dodging easily, he dodged Hanya's attack, and grabbed her wrist in the process. With a hard pull, Hanya was pinned to the couch and couldn't move. Ah, it hurts. Quickly let go of me. Hanya cried out in pain. Lin Bai was unmoved. As long as you admit your mistake, I'll let you go. Hanya raised her head stubbornly. It's your fault if I don't recognize it. It's okay to deny it. Then I'll be rude. After a long time, Hanya glared at Lin Bai with shame and annoyance. You bastard. I sacrificed myself to create an opportunity for you, and you did this to me. I'm breaking up with you. Lin Bai had a disdainful look on his face. What a sacrifice of yourself. Obviously you were the one who couldn't get Yi Qingxue drunk. Instead of getting dumped, you have the nerve to talk about creating opportunities for me. Hanya, who was poked and prodded, was also embarrassed. Yesterday, when she learned that Yi Qingxue was the only one at home, she immediately had bad thoughts. I wanted to see if Lin Bai would do something to the drunken Yi Qingxue, but she didn't expect Yi Qingxue's drinking to be surprisingly good. She, who was hardly ever drunk, actually fell into Yi Qingxue's hands. She only remembered that before she collapsed, Yi Qingxue was in good condition, and then she doesn't remember anything. By the time she next woke up it would be the next day. After having breakfast at Yi Qingxue's home, as if on pins and needles, she rushed back in a hurry. What happened yesterday after I got drunk? You didn't do something bad to someone, did you? Hanya immediately gossiped, a curious gleam in her eyes. Someone? Who? Lin Bai deliberately played dumb, a hint of innocence on his face, still pretending. There were only 3 of us yesterday. Who do you think it was? Hurry up and be honest. Confess and be lenient. Hanya pursued eagerly, as if she couldn't wait for the answer. Account for what? I left yesterday after you got drunk. Lin Bai said calmly. There was no ripple in his voice. Do you think I would believe that? A man and a woman, alone in a room together, and you'd do nothing? Hanya obviously didn't believe Lin Bai's explanation. Her eyes were filled with skepticism. Believe it or not, this is the truth anyway, Lin Bai said firmly. After saying that, Lin Bai stood up and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Hanya asked in a hurry. I've got to go out for a while, so you can stay home for the rest of the day. Sister Yao will be bringing someone over to remodel the house later, so you can talk to her if you have any suggestions as well. After saying that, without waiting for Hanya to say anything, Lin Bai picked up the car keys and quickly left the living room, leaving Hanya sitting alone on the couch in a daze. He really didn't do anything with Yi Qingxue? And what's up with Sister Yao? Is this treating me like a janitor? Why should I stay home? Lin Bai had just left on the front foot, and on the back foot, Yu Yao came here to the small ocean building. Along for the ride was Niu Wu. Yu Yao naturally didn't want to bring Niu Wu over. What was Niu Wu's mindset? How could she not know? It was only after the appointment that she agreed to Niu Wu going along. Yaoer, didn't you say the house you sold was less than 100 square feet? This is more than 100 square feet anyhow. Looking at the small house in front of him, Niu Wu's heart was filled with doubts. Brother Niu, I can tell you, but I hope you won't tell anyone, Yu Yao suddenly said with a serious face. Niu Wu nodded seriously. Yaoer, don't worry, my mouth is very tight. I would never say anything nonsense. I believe you. In fact, this little townhouse is the... Knowing that Yu Yao actually sold a small house worth 110 million, Niu Wu was completely stunned. Only after a long time did he look at Yu Yao with an incredulous expression. So Yaoer, that house-picking brother of yours is actually a billionaire? Yu Yao nodded. Yes, big brother Niu. I didn't want to say anything. After all, knowing more can get you into trouble. So, before the words left his mouth, Niu Wu patted his chest and assured him, Yaoer, don't worry, I'll betray no one but you. So don't worry, there's a couple other things I want to make clear to you. Although my brother bought this little townhouse, but my brother has a girlfriend. So, after repeated instructions, Yu Yao then pressed the doorbell. It didn't take long for a sulky-faced Hanya to open the door. Seeing each other, both of them were slightly stunned. But soon, both were back to normal. Sister Yao is here. Come in. The two managed to walk into the living room after being greeted by Hanya. Seeing the magnificent living room in front of him, Niu Wu was also incomparably shocked. Is Lin Bai not at home? Yu Yao couldn't help but ask. Hearing Yu Yao actually directly address Lin Bai by his real name, Hanya was also surprised, but she didn't look deeper than that. Lindbergh had to go out on some business, remodeling the house. He's already talked to me about it. Sister Yao can just talk to me directly if she needs anything. Alright then. Knowing that Lin Bai was not at home, Yu Yao was more or less lost. On the other hand, after leaving from the small foreign building, Lindbergh drove for more than an hour and finally arrived outside a more secluded villa. He parked his car and straightened his attire, then took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. It wasn't long before the door to the villa slowly opened and a woman with a stunning and charming face appeared in the doorway. Her eyes revealed a hint of surprise and anticipation as she said softly, "Lin Bai, you're here." That's right. This beautiful and attractive woman in front of me is Jang Way's fiancée, the former T-Girl member who once took the entire Dragon Kingdom by storm, the daughter of the Xia family, Xia Yuwei. Today's Xia Yuwei was wearing a clean white inch dress with a pair of super short jeans underneath, perfectly showing off her long and attractive legs. Her long hair, which was originally draped over her shoulders, is now tied up in a cute pill head. With that flawless face, it is even more fresh and natural, with a different flavor. The breeze gently brushed by, bringing with it a burst of fresh fragrance. The aroma seemed to have magic power, and it directly drilled into Lin Bai's nose. It mesmerized him deeply. His heart, which was already beating wildly, now felt like it was about to pop out of his chest. The excitement was overwhelming. Sorry to keep sister-in-law waiting. Chapter 36, Taking Advantage of the Public. Yip's Group, President's Office. The sunlight sprinkled on Yi Ruoshang's delicate face through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. She sat at her spacious and plush desk, concentrating on the mountain of paperwork in front of her. However, unlike usual, today's Yi Ruoshang was clearly a bit anxious and uneasy. She frowned slightly, her eyes drifting from time to the clock on the side of the pen in his hand unconsciously picked up speed. After processing almost a third of the documents, Yi Ruoshang finally couldn't help but stop what she was doing. She took a deep breath, then pressed the phone button on her desk and, speaking into the microphone, she said, "Ray, come here for a second." Soon the door was gently pushed open, and a young woman stepped in and, she is Yi Ruoshang's secretary, Xiao Li. "Mr. Yi, do you have any orders?" Xiao Li asked carefully. Yi Ruoshang stood up and walked to the window, looking out the window at the bustling cityscape. Slowly, he said, "I have an emergency, so I'm off duty. If anybody wants me, you tell them to come back tomorrow. Just put the papers and stuff directly on my desk." After saying that, Yi Ruoshang picked up the bag placed on the shelf and left the office without hesitation, leaving the secretary, Xiao Li, standing alone. She couldn't help but feel very puzzled. After all, she had been Yi Ruoshang's secretary for a few years now. This was the first time she had seen Yi Ruoshang leave work early. And it's only morning. Did the sun come out of the west? In fact, the reason why Yi Ruoshang left work early was precisely because of Yi Qingxue. Last night, Yi Ruoshang had originally promised Yi Qingxue that she would go home to help her celebrate the move. But as there were still many things to attend to in the company, by the time she thought of it, it was past 10 o'clock. Although she immediately dropped her work at hand to rush home, it was too late. The next morning, she got up early, thinking of making a breakfast for Yi Qingxue. By the way, apologize to each other's again. I didn't realize that there was suddenly a strange woman in the house, because of the presence of outsiders, until she left. She didn't even speak to Yi Qingxue. As Yi Qingxue's sister, no one understood Yi Qingxue better than her. Although Yi Qingxue didn't say anything, she must have been particularly concerned in her heart, so she had to remedy the situation in a hurry. Before long, Yi Ruoshang arrived on the first floor. Just as she was about to walk out of the building, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. Along with it came the voice that disgusted her to no end. "Is this Frosty's way of picking me up because he knows I'm coming over?" The visitor was none other than Yi Ruoshang's fiancé, another superb family in Yi City, besides the Yi family, the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Yu. Seeing Lu Yu, Yi Ruoshang's eyes quickly flashed with a flash of disgust. Then without the slightest hint of sarcasm, he said, "You are not too narcissistic. Doesn't Frost know that narcissism is actually a strength?" Lu Yu was not the least bit amused that. It was as if he had long been accustomed to Yi Ruoshang's sarcasm. Hearing this, Yi Ruoshang let out a cold smile and said, "Of course I know that young Master Lu has the strength to, but I'm in a hurry, and I don't have time to get smart with young Master Lu." After saying that, Yi Ruoshang moved her slender legs and prepared to leave around Lu Yu. However, unsurprisingly, Lu Yu made a sideways turn and directly blocked her path. Yi Ruoshang frowned and said in a bad tone, "What do you want? This is Yi Clan Group. What's wrong with Yi Clan?" Lu Yu replied full of concern, "Even if it's the Yi Group, it won't stop me from falling in love with my fiancé, will it?" My good Frosty? Yi Ruoshang's fists were clenched, and his heart was filled with anger. If she could, she really wanted to punch the shameless man in front of her in the face, wipe that damnable grin off his face, but reason told her she couldn't do that, because not only would that get you in trouble, what's more, it would bring unbearable losses to the Yi group and the entire Yi family. Don't look at her as usually glamorous and superior, but there are many times when she can't do anything about it, and the Luyu in front of her happened to be one of the people she couldn't fight against. She had no choice but to compromise, only to see her take a deep breath, forcing back the dissatisfaction in her heart. Her ice-cold voice rang out, "Speak, what the hell are you going to do to get out of the way?" On the other side, inside the villa kitchen, Xia Yue looked frustrated and helpless. It's obviously all the same steps. Why is there such a big difference in the food you make? Cooking at home, watching videos, and always having all sorts of problems that didn't improve her in any way. Think of Lindbergh, who claimed to be a great cook. So she hurriedly contacted Lindbergh and asked him to teach her how to cook. Sure enough, under Lin Bai's patient teaching, her cooking skills improved significantly. She came out of the pot with confidence, but was still hit with a reality check. Although the steps are all the same, there is a big difference in the key steps. I'm sorry, Lindbergh explained with a light smile. Xia Yue asked curiously, and what is the key step? Stir frying. This is the sole step to make a good dish. A dish is good or not, the most crucial thing is this step. Lin Bai replied seriously. Xia Yue was puzzled, but I don't think there's anything wrong with me stir-frying? Lin Bai shook his head. Stir-frying is like dancing. It doesn't mean that just flipping is okay. You also need to find the right time. Find the feeling. And when the feeling is right, the dish you make, even if it's hard to eat, it's not that hard to eat. So how do I find this feeling? Xia Yue blinked curiously. What a siren. Such a beautiful creature. Jang Way, you don't even like it. You're out of your mind. Lin Bai took a deep breath and said, let me help my sister-in-law. Okay, what should I do? You follow the normal steps first, and I'll remind you when the time comes. Well, first of all, put the oil, put the minced garlic. Xia Yue mumbled as she operated the, every now and then. He even glanced at Lin Bai on the side. It didn't take long for a faint aroma to come out of the pot. Xia Yue didn't dare to move a muscle. She was afraid that because of her maneuvers, once again, the pot of ingredients was wasted. As the minutes ticked by and the vegetables in the pan were browning. But Lindbergh still didn't make any moves. Xia Yue's original patience also faded with the passage of time. Just when she was about to lose her patience, her ears finally resounded with Lin Bai's voice that was as soft as a breeze. It's ready to be tossed. Slowly from the right side. Xia Yue, who was instructed, quickly picked up the spatula and stir-fried with sharp movements. However, Lindbergh followed up with a reminder. Don't be in a hurry. Move slowly. It's less likely to ruin the ingredients that way. Xia Yue was like a little girl who had done something wrong as she softly responded. Oh, the movements of his hands slowed down naturally. After stir-frying for about tens of seconds, Xia Yue looked at Lin Bai once again and, softly, he asked, do I need to keep frying? Before the words were out of his mouth, a warm breath suddenly approached and, Xia Yue only felt a thick chest close to her, and at the same time those small hands holding the shovel were wrapped in a pair of large warm hands. Xia Yue couldn't help but stare, yet without waiting for her to react. Lin Bai's delicate yet gentle voice once again came to his ears. Concentrate and watch while how I fry. Putting away her complicated thoughts, Xia Yue also placed her eyes on the pot, only to see that the ingredients in that pot seemed to come to life in Lin Bai's hands, jumping for joy. With each beat, the shine on them got a little brighter. The aroma of her body grew stronger. Xia Yue gazed incredulously at what was in front of her. Is this the stir-fry feeling Lindbergh was talking about? She glanced at Lindbergh uncontrollably, as the two were close to each other, and she looked up and could see Lindbergh's face. As a former member of T-Girl and the eldest daughter of the Xia family, she didn't know how many handsome men she'd seen, but at the moment, she actually felt that the Lin Bai in front of her, whose looks weren't that bright, was extraordinarily handsome. Looking again at her hand that was being held by Lindbergh, it was so big and hot. It was the first time she'd ever been intimate with a boy, and she'd expected her to be quite repulsed by it, because she really has very little dealings with men. But surprisingly, she wasn't repulsed by it at all, and it even felt kind of amazing. Xia Yue's small movements were naturally seen by Lin Bai. He was actually freaking out inside. After all, close up like this, it's not for everyone. It was good that he had gambled right. Xia Yue did not push him away. Then he can mooch off of them fair and square. It had to be said that Xia Yue was worthy of being an idol, and the back of her hand could be quite smooth. In his impression, I'm afraid that the only one who could be compared to Xia Yue was Yu Yao. If it comes down to it, I'm afraid Yu Yao will win. But Xia Yue's real strength isn't her skin. Don't look like he's concentrating on the stir fry right now, but he's been turning inside out for a long time. The aroma of the food and the aroma of Xia Yue's body stimulated him together. It's a good thing he's still restrained, or it would probably be hilarious. With the two of them working together, a colorful and flavorful stir-fry dish came out perfectly. Sister-in-law. Sorry, I was a bit rude just now, Lin Bai said with a reddened face. No, it's fine. You didn't mean it. Xia Yue waved her hand and a blush rose to her cheeks, even to her ears. For a while, the room fell into silence, and the atmosphere between the two became unusually awkward. After a while, it was Lin Bai who took the lead in breaking the deadlock. Then, sister-in-law, how about you taste this dish first? Xia Yue nodded and picked up her chopsticks, carefully putting the dish into her mouth and chewing it. Soon her eyes lit up, curved like crescent moons, and a happy smile spreads across the corners of her mouth as she softly exclaims, "It's delicious." However, as she put down her chopsticks, a flicker of loss and frustration flashed in her eyes. This would be great if I did it, she sighed, her tone full of helplessness and disappointment. Lin Bai hurriedly consoled. Sister-in-law, don't be sad. Cooking also requires constant practice to get better. As long as you keep at it, sooner or later you'll get to where I am. Xia Yue shook her head with a bitter smile. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for that day. Can't wait for that day? What do you mean? Lin Bai pretended to be puzzled. Only then did Xia Yue realize that she had said what was on her mind. No, it's nothing. By the way, Lindbergh, are you the reincarnation of the god of cookery? Why is your cooking so delicious? Xia Yue hastily changed the topic. Sister-in-law, do you think if I were the reincarnation of the god of cookery, would I still stand in front of you and teach you how to cook? Lin Bai laughed. Also, sister-in-law, then I'll leave now. I'll come back some other day. Just practice what I've taught you for now. And feel free to contact me if you don't understand. Xia Yue smiled gently, her eyes full of gratitude. Well, thank you so much for today, Lindbergh. No need to be polite. This is all what I should do. Lin Bai smiled faintly, then turned and opened the car door. Just as Lin Bai was about to get into his car, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Xia Yue once again. By the way, Sister Yue, I have an unfavorable request. It was only a few minutes later that Lindbergh started the car and left the place. Xia Yue stood in the doorway and watched as Lin Bai's car drifted away. She didn't slowly come back to her senses until the car had completely disappeared from sight. She lowered her head and looked at her right hand, recalling the warm sensation when she was held by Lin Bai just now. A shy blush couldn't help but spread across her face. Inside the villa, Yi Qingxue was calling her boyfriend Xiao Ran with a worried look on her face. Hey, Xiao Ran, are you better? It's already almost as good. Xiao Ran on the other side of the phone said happily. I'll see you now. Then, yeah, it just so happens that I have nothing to do today, so I can hang out with you outside. Yi Qingxue's eyes lit up. Then I'll leave now. Wait for me, haha. Hanging up the phone, Yi Qingxue flew up the stairs, and not a moment later, she ran down with a pink bag. But when she returned to the living room, she froze in place. Sister, why are you back? Yi Qingxue looked at Yi Ruoshang with a surprised expression. There was also Lu Yu, who stood behind her and with whom she had a brief encounter. Are you going out? Yi Ruoshang frowned. Well, I have a date with a friend already. Yi Ruoshang subconsciously thought of the girl she saw this morning. Looks like she's back late after all. Okay, have fun then. Yi Qingxue nodded, took her bag and was ready to leave. Just as she passed by Yi Ruoshang, she clearly saw the loss on Yi Ruoshang's face. Although she was a little confused, she left the place without looking back. Just after Yi Qingxue left, Lu Yu, who was standing at the back, couldn't sit still. Frost, since Qingxue is gone, do you think we just happened to take this opportunity to have a good exchange? Lu Yu said with a lewd face. What do you want? We agreed that you could only follow me and Qingxue, and now that Qingxue's gone, you can also leave. Yi Ruoshang's face instantly changed. Go? Where to? Isn't this my home? With that, Lu Yu walked towards Yi Ruoshang. Lu Yu, are you really that shameless? Yi Ruoshang said with forced panic. You're my fiancé. What's wrong with me communicating my feelings to you, even if the police come, and in no position to discipline me? Do you think so? My good Frosty. Yi Ruoshang regretted to death, went out without reading the yellow calendar, and ran into this unlucky Lu Yu. Originally, he thought that with Qingxue around, Lu Yu wouldn't dare to do anything, but it turned out that Qingxue actually asked someone out. In such a big villa, it's just her and Lu Yu. How could she, a woman, possibly fight Lu Yu? If Lu Yu really used force on her, then her life would really be completely ruined on Lu Yu. Seeing that Lu Yu was getting closer and closer, Yi Ruoshang closed her eyes as if her heart was dead. She could only pray for a miracle. Seeing Yi Ruoshang give up her resistance, Lu Yu instantly became ecstatic. Reaching out his hand, he was ready to peel back the cold armor. Just as he was about to get his way, a pleasant soft drink came over. Sister. Chapter 37, Pacifying Hongya. Yo, you still know to come back. I just came back from Xia Yue's place, and my butt hasn't even sat down yet. Lin Bai was then met with Hongya's cynicism. Lin Bai wasn't angry either, and after placing the box in his hand aside, he began to look around. Where's Sister Yao? She didn't come? Hearing this, Hongya, who was already full of resentment in her heart, instantly went to her head. Well, you're not even going to try to hide it now, are you? Ask other women right in front of me. With that, Hongya directly pounced towards Lin Bai. But this time, Lin Bai didn't spoil her and directly yelled at her. Enough, don't fool around. The sudden rise of the drinking voice directly shocked Hongya, and her eyes were filled with shock. But soon, it was replaced by aggravation, disappointment and resignation. Perhaps because Lin Bai realized that he might have gone too far, and reached out his hand to try to comfort Hongya, but she directly shook off Lin Bai's hand, got up and ran towards the upstairs. The moment he turned around, Lin Bai clearly saw Hongya's tears fall. Ugh, what a headache for a woman. Back in her room, Hongya flopped down on her bed and burst into tears. Her voice sounded so heartbreaking, but it didn't last long. Hongya then climbed up. While wiping the tears from his eyes, he said, "What are you crying for? You're nothing more than a woman he's keeping, and you really think you're his girlfriend. But it's just so hard in my heart." Tears couldn't stop flowing down my face. Hongya knew in her heart that she had already had a crush on Lin Bai since she was in the hotel. By now she has fallen in love with Lin Bai, and really treats Lin Bai as her boyfriend. Otherwise she wouldn't be pussyfooting around over such little things. Since you like that old woman, it's okay for me to move out. I won't stay here. Sis, own stay sister. After saying that, Hongya rummaged through the suitcases from one side, opened the cabinets and began to pack up. It didn't take long for the full 12-inch suitcase to be filled to the brim. Most of the clothes in it were clothes that Lin Bai had bought for her. Just as she was about to close it, Lin Bai's voice finally came from behind her. You're leaving? As if she had already guessed it, Hongya did not pay any attention to Lin Bai, closed the suitcase and zipped it up. Grabbing a bag off to the side, she was ready to leave. Unsurprisingly, Lin Bai stopped her in her tracks. Get out of the way. Hongya looked at Lin Bai with an icy gaze. Come on, almost there. I was too loud just now. I apologize. I'm sorry, Lin Bai said softly. Yet Hongya kept repeating, as if she didn't hear. Get out of the way. Looking at Hongya with such determination, Lin Bai was helpless, but he wouldn't let Hongya go. Good thing he was prepared in advance. I went to see Sister Yue this morning, and did her a little favor, so she sent me a little gift, and I was gonna give it to you. Since you're leaving, then I'll have to give this out-of-print record away. As Lin Bai spoke, he took out the box he had been hiding behind him. Opening the box, inside contained what turned out to be an unopened record. On it was the unmistakable English letter T girl, and in its center was the glittering signature. Xia Yue, Hongya, who originally had an icy face and even hated to eat Lin Bai alive. At the sight of the record, instantly elated, even his body began to tremble. She reached out her hand to take away the record, but how could Lin Bai let her have her way? This is an out-of-print record autographed by Sister Yue. I only give it to my own woman. You're leaving, so don't think about it. After saying that, Lin Bai picked up the record and went to the balcony to enjoy it. A gasp escaped his lips from time to time. This is the first record girls ever released. And there's also Sister Yue's autograph. If this is taken out for auction, it won't be a set of houses. Hongya, who was standing not far away, had a gloomy face. Intelligent as she was, how could one not know that Lin Bai did it on purpose? She really wanted to leave in style like this, but it was Xia Yue's signed record. You can't always buy it even if you have money. After struggling for a long time, Hongya finally bowed her head. I'm not leaving, just give me the record. Oh, why don't you leave? Lin Bai looked at Hongya with a teasing face. You asshole, clearly know why. Hongya gritted her teeth. There's one thing to be said for Lin Bai, he's really good, and he's qualified as a boyfriend, but sometimes it's really beat up. Lin Bai smiled gently and slowly came to Hongya's side. That's right, don't move. I have a weak heart. I get scared easily. Oh, you lied to the little. Before the words left his mouth, his red lips were blocked by someone. So you went to see Sister Yue today specifically to get a signed record? Hongya's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lin Bai. Would you believe me if I said yes? Hongya shook her head. Don't believe me. How can you be so good to me, knowing that you still ask? Lin Bai raised his hand. Hongya blushed and blankly glanced at Lin Bai. Of course she knew that Lin Bai must have some other purpose in mind, but the fact that Lindbergh was willing to get her idol's signed record for her showed that Lindbergh still had her in his heart. The original aggression in his heart has now turned into a strong love. The man is a bit of a scumbag, but he's quite nice. By the way, what's going on with you and Yu Yao? Why do I get the feeling that your relationship isn't right? I don't know, Hanya asked suddenly. She didn't tell you? Say what? So she's your sister now? Hanya looked at Lin Bai with a shocked expression. Otherwise what kind of relationship do you think we have? Lin Bai didn't have the heart to say. I thought you had already taken her. Hanya smiled awkwardly. Lindbergh, I would like to, but this woman is not so easy to take down. But you have to hurry up, or your sister Yao will be abducted by someone else. I'm sorry, Hanya suddenly intoned. Abducted? You don't know it yet, do you? But your sister Yao brought a man over here today. Although that man is a little bit older and uglier, but I see your sister Yao treats him not normally well, and that man obviously likes your Yao's sister. Lin Bai's mind subconsciously conjured up the image of a scruffy man. Sister Yao and him are gone already? Not yet. They're taking the workers to the roof. You should hurry over there. If you're late, your sister Yao is gone. Hanya hurriedly pushed and shoved. That's not right. Weren't you against it earlier? Why have you suddenly changed your mind? Is it useful for me to object? It's not like I'm in charge of this family. I don't even have the right to leave. I'm sorry. Honga beamed sultrily. That's right. You're my Lindbergh's woman for life. Even if you run to the ends of the earth I will bring you back. Che, it better be. Chapter 38, Xiao ran in empty happiness. Small townhouse roof. Several workers are remodeling the layout of the place as required, and they are busy carrying materials that. It was a busy scene as the tools were operated, and in the midst of all this hubbub, there was a stunning woman in a long white dress standing quietly and, she was as fresh as a blooming lily. She was breathtakingly beautiful, as if she didn't belong in this world. The woman is Yu Yao, who at the moment is concentrating on directing the workers, make sure everything is done the way she expects it to be. She was joined by a bearded, balding, sweaty man. The man's name is Niu Wu. At the moment Niu Wu is holding a parasol to shield Yu Yao from the blazing sun overhead. Even though he was already sweating profusely, he carefully held the umbrella for Yu Yao, fearful that the hot sun might tarnish the other's snow-white skin. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly entered Yu Yao's ears. There were a few hints of elation evident in that voice. Sister Yao. Upon hearing this voice, Yu Yao was slightly stunned, and then he quickly turned to look. When she saw the man standing at the head of the stairs, a feeling of unspeakable joy welled up in his heart. This man was no other than Lin Bai, who had just become Yu Yao's younger brother yesterday, and he was wearing a smile on his face. The eyes revealed a strong sense of joy. White. At the same time, Niu Wu, who was holding an umbrella for Yu Yao on the side, also noticed Lin Bai. He scrutinized the young man in front of him, and it was discovered that Lindbergh was not as handsome or tall as he had imagined. Originally, he thought that Lin Bai would be the kind of high-flying, handsome guy on TV, but I didn't expect Lindbergh to be so ordinary. Just like when he was young, the heartstrings that had been taut relaxed. I told you, how could Yaoer like someone else? Sister Yao, I'm really sorry. I had some personal matters in the morning so I wasn't able to pick you up. I'm sorry, Lindbergh said with some guilt. Yu Yao smiled and shook his head. It's fine. Your matter is more important. Besides, I've been here several times too, so don't bother. How can this be? You are my sister Yao. How can I let you come here by yourself? Next time I'll have to come over and pick you up myself. Seeing Lin Bai so serious, Yu Yao was also very pleased. Sister Yao, who is this? Lin Bai asked as he looked to the side at Niu Wu. Yu Yao had wanted to introduce himself, but he didn't expect Niu Wu to directly reach out and introduce himself. You're Xiao Bai, aren't you? I've heard your sister Yao talk about you a long time ago. You really are a talented person. My name is Niu Wu, a good friend of your sister Yao. Niu Wu's voice was still middle-aged, even though he looked his age. There wasn't the slightest bit of timidity in facing Lin Bai, the billionaire. So it's big brother Niu. Hello. The two shook hands symbolically. Seeing that Lin Bai really didn't look down on the other party because of Niu Wu's dress, the smile in Yu Yao's eyes also became a little more intense. Sister Yao, let's go down and talk. It's too noisy here. Aha. Not far from the entrance of Yichang University, under a big tree, a young man holding his holding flowers. The eyes kept skimming over the passing crowd. The young man was none other than Xiao Ran, who had just experienced the pain of prolapse. From the moment he received Yi Qingshue's call, he came to the school gate in a hurry. He even bought one when he passed the campus florist. After all, when the two were together, he hadn't given Yi Qingxue anything yet, and the scene from the day before was just a little awkward. So he had to give Yi Qingxue a perfect date today. Yet he'd been waiting for almost half an hour, and the flowers he'd bought were several Yankees old. Yi Qingxue never showed up, messaged her and didn't hear anything back. Shouldn't something have happened to Qingxue? Xiao Ran's heart tightened. Suddenly, he remembered the frequent car accidents in Yi City in the past 2 days. Although the probability of running into such a dogfight is very small, it's not out of the realm of possibility. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt and decided to call Yi Qingxue immediately to confirm the situation. Just as Xiao Ran had just picked up his cell phone and was about to dial the number, suddenly the bell rang. The screen showed that the caller was none other than Yi Qingxue. Xiao Ran's heart burst with excitement and he hurriedly pressed the answer button. Hello, Qingxue. However, what came from the other end of the phone was Yi Qingxue's voice filled with apologies. Hey, Xiao Ran. I'm really sorry, but I may not be able to get over there. Xiao Ran's face changed and he hurriedly asked. What's going on? Did something happen? Yi Qingxue helplessly explained. It's my sister. She's in some trouble. I have to be there for her to do that. I'm sorry, Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran's heart sank, but he still replied in a calm manner. No, it's fine. Your sister's business is more important, so why don't you stay with your sister first, and we can make an appointment some other time. Yi Qingxue said gratefully. Xiao Ran, you're so nice. I'll be sure to surprise you some other time. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ran's entire body was bad. Although he said he was fine, he was inevitably still lost in his heart. Don't be sad, Xiao Ran. People have 3 urgencies. It's normal to meet with accidents. Only by withstanding the test will you and Yi Qingxue be able to walk towards the final hall. That's right, this is all heaven testing us. Qingxue, don't worry, I won't let you down. Gathering his emotions, Xiao Ran then stepped into the campus. On the other hand, after hanging up the phone, Yi Qingxue returned to her sister Yi Ruoshang's side. On the opposite side of the two men also sat a Luyu whose eyes were so gloomy that they could drip water. More than an hour ago, the brazen man followed Yi Ruoshang back home. Out of the blue, Yi Qingxue actually wanted to leave, and it just so happened that no one was at home. He who had long been craving for Yi Ruoshang, immediately decided to cook raw rice today. However, just as he was about to get his hands on him, Yi Qingxue unexpectedly returned. It goes without saying what happened next, as the two sisters happily held hands and shopped around. He, Lu Yu, on the other hand, followed the two like a follower. Let's see what you want to eat. Young Master Lu is paying for it today. You can order whatever you want. No need to be polite. Right, young Master Lu. Yi Ruoshang looked at Lu Yu with a teasing face, although she didn't know why Yi Qingxue had suddenly returned. But there was no doubt in her heart that she was thankful to Yi Qingxue. If it wasn't for her, she would have suffered. Lu Yu forced a smile and said, yes, I'll pay for it. Just order whatever you want. Don't be polite. Yi Qingxue's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning. Then I'm not polite, haha. Taking the tablet, she cuckoo tapped it. It didn't take long for an astronomical number to appear at the bottom of the tablet. Yikes, I accidentally ordered a bit too much. I don't think young Master Lu will be heartbroken, right? Yi Qingxue couldn't help but flirt. Why? It's just a meal. If Qingxue likes it, I'll buy this restaurant and give it all to you. Young Master Lu is really handsome and rich. Chapter 39, Binding Niu Wu. System, bind Niu Wu. Ding, please ask the host to confirm whether or not to bind Niu Wu as an object of revenge. Confirm binding. Ding, binding successful. Please host seize the opportunity to complete the vengeance against the target of vengeance. Hearing the system's prompt, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth also raised uncontrollably. You heard right. This scruffy-looking Niu Wu is also the one Lin Bird wants revenge on. As for the reason, of course, it is because of Yu Yao's unique identity. System, check Niu Wu's basic information. Ding, inquiring, please wait a moment host. Soon, a brand new panel appeared in Lin Bai's mind. Name, Niu Wu. Age, 45. Height, 179. Weight, 150. Face value, 91. Hate value, 25. Holy, 91 face value. Are you kidding me? System, reporting back to the host. All the data has been professionally evaluated 99 times and is absolutely true and reliable. Reliable your ass. I'm only 90 face value. This bald old man is also 91. Am I not as good as him? Lin Bai cursed angrily. Reporting back to the host. The face value score is a comprehensive score. There is no faking or falsifying. Please be sensible. Host, be sensible. How am I sensible? Lin Bai split his head and scolded the system. And at first the system replied. Then just didn't give a about him. Lin Bai who had no choice but to accept this cruel fact. It's absolute. I'm not as good as an old man. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Bai then continued to check Niu Wu's panel. Seeing that the initial hate value was actually as high as 25, Lin Bai first froze for a moment, then smiled indistinctly in the next second. After all, he knew how possessive this man named Niu Wu was. Sister Yao, then I'll go buy food first. I'll make sure you and big brother Niu have a good meal at noon today. I'm sorry, said Lindbergh, rising suddenly. Yu Yao's eyes lit up, obviously very moved, while Niu Wu on the side was uncertain. I'll go with you, Yu Yao said as she got up. Lin Bai was also a bit surprised. Then he smiled and said, good, it just so happens that Sister Yao can tell me what I want to eat, so let's go. Sister Yao. Just as the two were about to walk out the door, Niu Wu finally sat down. Xiao Bai, Yaoer, I can't sit alone at home. I'll go with you guys. I'm strong enough to carry your things. Hearing this, the corner of Lin Bai's mouth hooked up uncontrollably, finally taking the bait. Yu Yao also did not dare to make a decision without authorization. Some tangled look to Lin Bai. Xiao Bai, you see, only to see Lin Bai gently smile. Since big brother Niu wants to go, let's go together. Yu Yao sighed softly. Let's go then. For some reason, Yu Yao's heart actually didn't want Niu Wu to join him. She had thought that Lin Bai would refuse, but she didn't expect Lin Bai to actually agree. What a kind brother. Stepping out of the small townhouse, Niu Wu saw the Tank 300, which was far larger than the average car. This is White your car? Well, brother Bull, get in the car. Saying that, Lin Bai had already opened the passenger door for Yu Yao. Looking at Lin Bai's familiar movements, Yu Yao seemed to have thought of something. A faint blush spread across her face as well. However, Yu Yao did not reject Lin Bai's kindness and walked straight over. Seeing Yu Yao getting into the co-pilot with Lin Bai's help, Niu Wu's eyes sharpened a few points as well. Brother Niu, get in the car. If we don't get going, it'll be too late. Oh, here it comes. The trio had just driven off when Hanya, who had been upstairs, came into the living room. Seeing the empty living room, Hanya was also dumbfounded. Where are the people? Didn't we just hear them talking? Ha? Ran, why are you back? Aren't you going on a date with your sister-in-law? Zhou Tian, who was playing the game, looked at Xiao Ran with a surprised face. Don't mention it. Qingxue suddenly had something to do and didn't come. Xiao Ran collapsed helplessly onto the bed. Ha? You've been stood up again. Ran, what do you mean I've been stood up again? Qingxue, it's an emergency. I can't force her to come over. Xiao Ran didn't have the good sense to say. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Zhou Tian hurriedly explained. That's not what I meant. Ran, don't get me wrong. However, Xiao Ran did not have the heart to listen to his explanation at all as he looked across to the two empty beds and asked, where's old Zhang? Brother Wei went to answer the phone. It's a call from Sister Yu Wei, Zhou Tian whispered. There was a hint of mystery in his voice. Before the words left his mouth, Jang Way walked in with his cell phone. Zhou Tian's reaction speed was astonishing, and it even shocked Xiao Ran, only to see Zhou Tian instantly become fawning. Smiling curtly, he. Did Viagra finish his call? However, Jang Way frowned and, with a look of disgust, he looked at Zhou Tian. Why are you smiling so lewdly? Zhou Tian scratched his head awkwardly, momentarily speechless. At that moment, Xiao Ran curiously came over and, his eyes fell on Jang Way. Sister Yu Wei called you? Jang Way nodded helplessly, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness. Yeah, it's just like old Lin said, she wants to buy me dinner. When Zhou Tian heard this, he immediately came into the spirit, like a puppy that had smelled gossip. Can't wait to post. So are you going? Jang Way gave Zhou Tian a blank look. What do you think? I don't want to die young. Besides, tonight is the monthly city car championship. How could I miss this? At the mention of the King of Cars competition, Jang Wei's entire body seems to be instantly full of vigor. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. His enthusiasm, in contrast to his earlier disheveled. It was as if this tournament was the stage he truly loved. It was not the first time that Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian, who were on the side, had heard this term. Even Xiao Ran had been to the scene with Zhou Tian once. As for Zhou Tian, he didn't have this blessing. Brother Wei, are you tired? Let me squeeze your shoulders. Why? Are you thirsty? What do you need to drink? I'll go buy it right away. Why? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout right away. Zhou Tian said with a fawning face. Seeing Zhou Tian in this state, Jang Way immediately understood his mind. Wouldn't you like to check out the racing scene? Yes. Think very much. Want to explode? Zhou Tian replied with a quick nod. Jang Way was silent for a while and said, in that case, I'll take you two there with me tonight. Really? Zhou Tian's eyes widened in disbelief at what he heard. Xiao Ran, who was on the side, was also particularly surprised. Although he did not say anything, it did not mean that he did not want to go. The so-called City Car Championship. It's really just an entertainment tournament organized by rich kids at their own expense. People without status don't have access to places like this. He's been there once. The scene was no worse than a concert scene, so he naturally wanted to go and join in the fun. Don't stop. Keep pressing. No problem. Technician number 8 will always be at your service. Since we're going, should we call Lao Lin as well? Chapter 40 Niu Wu's hatred value soars. Inside the fresh food supermarket, Lin Bai and Yu Yao were walking side by side, the two of them talking and laughing. Very cordial. Every now and then they discuss the preparation or taste of a particular dish. And behind them, Niu Wu pushed the shopping cart with a cloudy expression on his face. Even though he knew everything was of his own free will, but watching the woman he loved talk so intimately with other men, he still couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy in his heart, even though the man is Yu Yao's brother. This fresh food supermarket is small, but the variety of ingredients is unbelievable. The trio had only been here for less than 10 minutes, and the cart in the back was piled high with an assortment of ingredients. Seeing that the cart was about to be overloaded, Yu Yao hurriedly pulled Lin Bai, who was in the midst of his excitement. Buy. Don't buy it. These ingredients are already enough for several days. Lin Bird glanced back at the shopping cart filled with ingredients and replied with a smile. It's okay La. The rest can be put in the fridge and eaten slowly, and the house is still empty enough to hold it anyway. Hearing this, Yu Yao wanted to continue to dissuade Lin Bai, but he swallowed back his words as they came out of his mouth, because right at this moment, Lin Bai suddenly took her hand and quickly walked towards a nearby display case. This sudden move caught Yu Yao a bit off guard, and while she ranted, keeping up on one side, "Ugh, slow down." This scene happened to be captured by Niu Wu behind him, and his face became more and more ugly. It was normal for siblings to hold hands, but his heart just couldn't get enough of it. Right at this moment, a familiar mechanical sound rang in Lin Bai's ears. Ding! Detected that Niu Wu's hate value is rising rapidly. Of course, hate value 40. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. So soon 40. Really is the king of vinegar. Afterwards, Lin Bai repeated his old trick and dragged Yu Yao around the fresh food supermarket. While the smiles on the two men's faces grew stronger, Niu Wu had long since turned ashen. But unfortunately, with all this maneuvering, Niu Wu's hate value also just stayed at 50. There are also only 10 hate points left from the initial harvest. Seeing that Niu Wu was already immune, Lin Bai didn't have the heart to continue strolling around. After checking out and after putting all the ingredients in the car, the three of them then drove home. The fresh food supermarket was relatively close, and in less than 10 minutes, several people were back at the small townhouse. Seeing this floor of bags, Hanya was also stunned. What are you buying so much food for? Of course it's for eating. Otherwise would you buy it for viewing? Lin Bai laughed. But you're buying too much. Right. How long will this take to eat? Hanya was somewhat speechless. Yu Yao on the side also shrugged helplessly. She wanted to persuade, but she couldn't. It's not like we're the only ones eating. Hearing this, Hanya and Yu Yao were both slightly stunned. You're not thinking of buying those workers dinner, are you? What do you think? Lin Bai didn't make a statement, but that smile naturally indicated everything. Yu Yao looked at Lin Bai with an incredulous face. She had wanted to educate Lin Bai later on, letting him spend money without being so generous. He didn't realize that Lin Bird was actually fighting for this purpose. As soon as she thought of this, her gaze towards Lin Bai became much milder. Niu Wu, who was on the side, was also incomparably alarmed. It's quite common in the countryside for the host family to take care of the food, but since coming to the city, he wouldn't have heard of it. I didn't expect to see it today, and it's still Yu Yao's brother. It seems that this kid is quite kind, because there are many more mouths. Relying on Lindbergh alone is naturally unknown, so Hongda and Yu Yao volunteered to help. Originally, Niu Wu, a former chef, wanted to help, but before he could say anything he was sent by Yu Yao to inform the workers who were working. Inside the kitchen, Yu Yao looked at Lin Bai with a grumpy face. Why didn't you say something like that earlier and actually kept it from me? I thought you could guess it. Sister Yao. Lin Bai laughed. After giving Lin Bai a blank look without any good humor, Yu Yao said with some complexity, actually, you didn't have to do that. You're already paying a lot of money for the work. I know, and I'm trying to give them a good meal so they'll have the strength to work this afternoon. I don't want to drag this out for too long, and this is quite good, just so I can show you, Sister Yao, my real cooking skills. Real cooking? Could it be that you retained it yesterday? Yu Yao's heart trembled. You'll know later. Sister Yao. Lin Bai laughed mysteriously. Che, just bragging. You'd be lucky if you don't roll over. Although his mouth was in disgust, Yu Yao was still looking forward to it inwardly. A little over half an hour later, the otherwise empty living room was buzzing with activity. A dozen or so workers sat around a large dining table while enjoying the scrumptious lunch while drinking the beer that had just been taken out of the freezer. Every now and then he even expressed his warm thanks to Lin Bai and the others. 4 people at the bottom of the social ladder like them. It's a dream come true to be able to manage a meal. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's a heavenly reward to still have wine. Not to mention that the food is still so delicious. While Lin Bai and Yu Yao, who were the hosts, the 4 of them were sitting around a small dining table. It was a little smaller, but just right for 4 people. Then let's get cracking too. As soon as the words left his mouth, Nyo Wu, who had long been dumbfounded, picked up his chopsticks and ate. The workers next to me kept raving about how delicious and yummy the food was. Being a chef made him more or less uncomfortable. He wanted to see if these people were exaggerating. Hongya, who was on the side, also followed suit. And after tasting the dishes that Lin Bai had made, she's not feeling the other dishes anymore. Yesterday, I had limited ingredients and didn't have a great meal, but today I was able to have a great meal. Compared to the 2 who were anxious, Lin Bai and Yu Yao were more calm. Lin Bai was quite confident in his cooking skills. After all, with the system in hand, the world is mine. As for Yu Yao, that's certainly a flavor that's already been tasted. She had been helping out in the kitchen, and Lindbergh would let her taste every dish that came out of the pot. She was like a wailing little girl, constantly being fed by Lin Bai. At the thought of the ambiguous scene in the kitchen not so long ago, Yu Yao then couldn't help but cast a sly look at Lin Bai. However, Lin Bai pretended not to see it and waited for Nyo Wu and Hongya to give their comments. This is really what you did. Nyo Wu looked at Lin Bai with an incredulous face. Yeah, what does big brother Nyo think? Lin Bai smiled gently. Nyo Wu's mood at the moment was incredibly complicated. He knew Yu Yao's cooking skills better than that. It's definitely not her doing. Originally, he thought that those people were complimenting Lindbergh, but he didn't expect it to be so delicious. Compared to Lin Bai, he was a complete layman. Yummy. Nyo Wu didn't know how to express himself and could only pop out these 2 words. Hongya, who was on the side, also had a satisfied look on her face. Not bad, not bad. I'm happy with it. I want that standard for every meal I have from now on. Chapter 41, Thespian Lin Bai. How can you not drink when you've made a rare and hearty meal? After finishing off Lin Bai in the culinary arts, Nyo Wu was instantly ready to regain face at the wine table. When he was in the countryside, he was a famous drunkard in all the villages. The vast majority of the reason he is the way he is because of drinking. After the demolition and relocation to the city, instead of curbing his behavior, he intensified it. He might not be as good as Lin Bai in other places, but in the area of drinking, he had absolute confidence. But sadly, he had met Lin Bai, the hangman. At first all 4, including Hongya and Yu Yao, had a pretty good time drinking, but soon Yu Yao realized something was wrong. She had seen the scene where Nyo Wu and someone were drinking against each other. Instantly, he guessed that Nyo Wu was deliberately dunking Lin Bai. She wanted to stop Nyo Wu, but she didn't realize that Nyo Wu didn't give her any face at all. She who had no choice but to go and persuade Lin Bai. But no matter how much she winked at Lin Bai just didn't understand what it meant. Even she was secretly pulling Lindbergh with her hand under the table, yet Lindbergh was still at a loss. When persuasion proved fruitless, she decisively withdrew from the drinking game. What had been a 4-man battlefield also changed into a 3-legged scene. Only the spectacle didn't last long. As of yesterday, Hongya, who had never been drunk once, actually collapsed again. Hongya's withdrawal meant that only Nyo Wu and Lin Bai were left on the battlefield. Though both had been drinking, both were clear-eyed. The 2 men raised their glasses in unison to begin the final battle for the title. It wasn't long before there were an unknown number of empty bottles on the floor. Red wine, white wine, there's beer, there's cocktails, and the workers who originally sat on the side of the meal, but also has long been full of food and drink before going to rest to go. As for Lin Bai and Nyo Wu, they were both starting to falter as well. For this result, Lindbergh still had his heart in the right place. After all, he had learned how much Nyo Wu could drink in his previous life. A large part of what made him so drinkable now was due to Nyo Wu, but this body is still too bad. But if the body doesn't work, props will. System, there's no sobering up stuff. Reporting back to the host can purchase an antidote to alcohol. 200 vengeance points. It can undo the host's drunkenness and retain the odor of alcohol on his body. The stuff is nice, but isn't 200 revenge points too much? Lindbergh seriously suspected that the system was cutting leaks. Before a laxative was 200 even. Now a hangover cure is 200. He only had just over 10,000 vengeance points to begin with. So how many days could he last if he kept buying like this? Reporting back to the host, all items in the system mall are clearly marked. Absolutely childish. I'll believe the hell out of you. Although his mouth kept hurling curses, Lin Bai eventually endured the pain and purchased the undrinking pill. With that, the system's beep sounded, and he, whose eyes were still in a trance, originally, instant sobriety. At the same time, Nyo Wu, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, also sensed Lin Bai's abnormality. He doesn't know what's happening to Lindbergh, but he knew very well that he was going to fold in Lindbergh's hands today. The last time I got this drunk was over 10 years ago. I didn't expect him to be ed over by a young man today. Is he really getting old? No, I don't believe it. He must be at the end of his tether. As long as I hold on, I will win for sure. Yaoer is mine. No one can take it away from me. Come on, keep drinking. A few minutes later, Yu Yao, who had gone to settle Hongya, also returned to the scene. Seeing that the one who had fallen was actually Nyo Wu, Yu Yao was also in disbelief. Weren't they even before she left? How come it's just a matter of time before the winner is decided? And the one who won was still Lin Bai, who was not favored by her. Seeing Yu Yao, Lin Bai decisively went in for showtime, only to see him giggle at Yu Yao first, as if he was showing off his victory. The next moment, his entire body began to tumble toward one side. Luckily, Yu Yao was close enough to Lin Bai to catch him in time, or else the consequences wouldn't have been much. It's just for show. As the soft jade entered his arms, Lin Bai closed his eyes and began to enjoy himself. Yu Yao can have a headache. Hongya is a woman. She's lighter. She was still able to assist the other to go upstairs and sleep, but Lindbergh was so tall. What about her? A weak woman. Lin Bai, Sister Yao, don't worry. I'm a professional in this acting business. I promise I won't tire you out. You have to show off. You've been warned and you're still drinking so much. Although her mouth was grumbling, Yu Yao still gritted her teeth and assisted Lin Bai towards the stairs. Before he could take a few steps, Lindbergh began to be dishonest. I am not drunk. I can still drink. I'm going to keep drinking. Seeing that Lin Bai is about to go crazy, Yu Yao immediately coaxed the child. Fine, go upstairs first, and when you do, sister will find you a drink. Wine. Really? You're not going to lie to me, are you? I won't lie to you. I promise I won't lie to you. Go upstairs with your sister first. There's lots and lots of wine there. At the moment, Yu Yao is like a big sister who takes care of her younger brother. Departure. I want to drink wine. Looking at Lin Bai in this state, Yu Yao was actually amused. I didn't realize this guy was kind of cute when he was drunk, but within a few steps, Lindbergh began to act out again, clutching his handguard tightly and said nothing about going upstairs. No, I can't go up there. It's too dark up there. There will be monsters that will take me. Hearing this, Yu Yao was also in tears, so he had to patiently explain. It won't be. There's wine up there. Don't you want to drink? Just go up there and you can drink wine. Yo! However, Lin Bai still refused to believe it and stubbornly shook his head. I don't believe it. I'm not going up there. In desperation, Yu Yao had to pull out all the stops and coaxed him upstairs. Be good. There's sister here. Sister will protect you and won't let the monsters hurt you. Oh. Finally, after some coaxing from Yu Yao, Lin Bai reluctantly agreed to go upstairs. He grasped the gauntlet with one hand and held Yu Yao in a death grip with the other. Although Yu Yao knew that the current Lin Bai was already drunk, she still couldn't help but shy away. It was clear that there were only about 20 steps, but the two of them walked for almost 10 minutes, far more time than Hanya wasted. Once on the stairs, Lindbergh was much more honest, and with little effort. Yu Yao then assisted Lin Bai to the bedroom. Looking at the bed close at hand, Yu Yao finally revealed a relieved smile. However, just as she was about to put Lindbergh down on the bed, Lin Bai's hand that had been gripping her tightly was quietly using force. Without incident, the two collapsed onto the bed in unison, and the angle at which it fell was uncanny. The two just happened to be face to face. They are also just a finger's distance apart from each other. The sudden accident also took Yu Yao by surprise. Because of the close proximity, not only could she clearly see Lindbergh's face, I could even feel the other man's breath that was laced with alcohol. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and her cheeks flushed with an unusual blush. After probably lasting less than a minute, Yu Yao finally couldn't help himself. Reaching out her hand, she then wanted to break away from Lindbergh to escape from here, before she could break free. However, someone stuck up. Chapter 42 Panicked Yu Yao. Outside the room, Yu Yao was crouching in the corner, his body curled up in as if trying to hide themselves in the darkness. She clenched her thumb, her teeth sinking deep into her flesh, and with her other hand she clutched the corner of her coat in a death grip. Use force until your knuckles turn white. Her eyes were full of fear and helplessness, and her face was as pale as paper. And his lips quivered involuntarily. Crazy, Yu Yao, you actually talked to Lindbergh. She kept repeating this sentence in her mind, her heartbeat speeding up with every word. As soon as she remembered the intimate act in the bedroom just now, Yu Yao's ears were red through and through, and the body can't help but heat up. Is he not drunk? Did he do it on purpose? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, making her wonder about Lin Bai. After all, it sure didn't feel much like a drunk, just now. Instead, it was more like a seasoned hunter, and she was the natural prey that had long been targeted. No, it shouldn't be possible. He was drunk like that earlier. Acting is definitely not an option. He must have mistaken himself for Hanga. She tried to convince herself that it was all just a misunderstanding. And I'm 40 years old. I'm an old woman. It's impossible for him to put the youthful and beautiful Hanga out of his mind and be interested in an obeson like me. I don't know why. Yu Yao, who was originally still terrified, was instantly despondent at this moment. After rambling in the corner for an unknown amount of time, Yu Yao then slowly stood up. Her legs inevitably weakened a bit because she had been squatting for a bit too long, and she held onto the wall and, step by step, he walked towards Lindbergh's bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Lindbergh was lying on the bed huffing and puffing, his breathing sound even and deep. It was as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. Yu Yao took some heavy steps and quietly came to Lin Bai's side. Her gaze lingered on Lindbergh's face, trying to find any hint of a break or disguise. However, no matter how she observed, Lin Bai's expression was so calm and natural, there was not the slightest sign of artifice. In the end, she could only let out a long sigh, with deep helplessness and disappointment in her voice. Alas, what an ingrate. It's as if the statement is a complaint about fate and a self-deprecation. After covering up Lin Bai's blanket, Yu Yao gently left the bedroom. Her footsteps were light and quiet, as if she didn't want to disturb Lindbergh's beautiful dream. However, when the door to the room had just closed, Lin Bai, who was still huffing and puffing, suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes looked so clear, without the slightest sign of sleep, instead, it sparkled brightly. There was, however, a hint of cunning in the clarity of it was the smugness and satisfaction of having gotten your way. Lindbergh licked his lips slightly in retrospect, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. Softly, he said, those 200 vengeance points were somewhat well spent. After leaving from the bedroom, Yu Yao returned to the first floor. She looked at Nyowu, who was lying on the table and wailing, but she didn't send him to rest in his room or on the couch, as she did with Lindbergh. Instead, one person quietly began to clean up the messy battlefield. Nyowu, so love goes away, right? At least it is a mansion worth $110 million. Lin Bai is not distressed. She is still distressed. It took her most of an hour to clean up the living room as well as the kitchen. She then pulled out her cell phone and called a car. And then 2 more workers. Please ask your opponent to carry Nyowu to the car. After doing this, Yu Yao didn't leave right away. Instead, he turned back to the direction where Lin Bai's room was. Her eyes looked so complicated, with dismay, resentment, shame, and some unspoken emotions. At the same time, within the curtains, a figure also happened to be watching Yu Yao below. The one watching Yu Yao was no one else either. It was none other than Lin Bai, who had been pretending to be drunk and foolish. The two men's eyes subtly collided through the curtains. But alas, Yu Yao had no idea that Lin Bai was standing right there. After a deep sigh, Yu Yao then got into the car and left the place. After Yu Yao left, Lin Bai had no more worries and boldly pulled open the curtains and, looking at the direction Yu Yao left, he revealed a helpless expression. The previous kiss had not been part of his plan. He had only intended to rely on his drunkenness, create more ambiguous scenes between the two of them and gradually arouse Yu Yao's interest in himself. But the moment his 4 eyes met, it was as if his brain was out of control and a somewhat impulsive behavior was committed. It was a good thing that he had relied on his superb acting skills to fool him, or he didn't know what it would have led to. That said, but Lin Bai had already anticipated what an awkward scene would follow between the two. But he's not afraid. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who is. Sister Yao, you have to be prepared. The next one is an upgraded version. Just then, the cell phone in Lin Bai's pocket suddenly vibrated. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was Zhou Tian's call. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhou Tian's excited voice came from inside. Hey, old Lin, where are you? Are you free tonight? Viagra is taking us to the King of Cars. Zhou Tian jabbered a lot, but Lin Bai still got the point. He naturally knew about the Car King competition, and like Zhou Tian, he had never been there. Even in his previous life he hadn't been there once. How come the plot is developing differently now than in the previous life? But soon, Lindbergh figured everything out. After he was reborn, concerning Xiao Ran, a lot of Yi Qingshua's trajectory has changed. The only person who could change Jang Wei's trajectory, other than him, I'm afraid, is Xia Yue. It seems that she has done what she said, worthy of being my good apprentice. Yeah, I've been wanting to see the King of Cars race scene for a long time. What time do you want to go tonight? Give me an address, and thank Viagra for me. Hanging up the phone, Lindbergh then revealed a meaningful smile. Meanwhile, inside the kitchen of Xia Yui's villa, she had been cooking according to Lin Bai's method since he left. There wasn't much progress at first, but then she remembered that feeling in Lindbergh's arms and inspiration came instantly when I thought about the other side of the upside-down frying pan. Although there was still a big gap between the dishes made in Lindbergh's, it was not much better than before. Excited, she immediately called Jang Way over. As usual, she had just sent out an invitation when Jang Way hung up. According to past developments, Jang Way was probably going to reject himself again, but she kept a 0-1 possibility in her mind. You can't give up. You're Xia Yue. No one can beat you. Isn't it just a Jang Way? You can do it. Come on. Chapter 43. Yi Qingxue asks Lin Bai to play tennis? Outside the tennis center, Yi Qingxue looked around as if she was looking for someone. Why hasn't this guy come yet? How long has it been? Yi Qingxue complained with an impatient face. You have 1 more minute, and if you don't show up, my lady won't serve. However, just as her words were coming out of her mouth, a teasing voice, however, came from the back. Oh, from what Miss Yi means, if I arrive within a minute, you have to serve me? Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Qingxue turned around violently, and the man standing behind her was not Lin Bai. Who else could it be? Just you want me to serve? You don't take a piss and look at yourself. Yi Qingxue didn't have the good sense to say. Lin Bai wasn't angered by her words. Instead he smiled disdainfully. Then quietly approaching Yi Qingxue, he pressed his lips close to her already somewhat reddened ear and whispered, "Oh, really? Why do I remember someone who seems to have served it several times already?" Yi Qingxue's face instantly turned red as she remembered what had happened earlier. A pang of shyness ran through his mind. But soon, she realized that Lin Bai was deliberately teasing her, so she pushed Lin Bai away with all her might and in a threatening tone, he warned, "Lin Bai, don't challenge my bottom line. If you keep this up, then I'll have no choice but to die with you." Lin Bai shrugged his shoulders in an unimpressed manner and said in a casual tone, all right, go ahead and say it. What can I do for you?" Lin Bai spoke while looking up and down at Yi Qingxue with interest. She was wearing a pink sweatshirt with a white tennis skirt that, with a pair of powder puff sneakers under her feet, the whole person looks energetic and vibrant. Although Lin Bai preferred Yi Qingxue's usual dress, but changing her style once in a while seems good too. Noticing Lin Bai's fiery gaze, Yi Qingxue subconsciously blocked the key area. And you're looking away. What do you mean I'm looking around? Aren't you dressed like this for people to look at? Everyone else can look. I can't watch? Anyway, you're just not allowed to look, Yi Qingxue said with a red face. Every time Lin Bai looked at her with a strange gaze, she felt uncomfortable all over. Lin Bai was also speechless and said with some impatience, "Hurry up and get to the point. I'm going to leave if I don't." After receiving Zhou Tian's call, Lin Bai had originally planned to take a break and refresh himself first. However, just as he was lying down, Yi Qingxue's phone call suddenly came over. The other party didn't have any unnecessary nonsense and directly ordered him to come to this place immediately. Lindbergh, who didn't like to be ordered around, was naturally upset in his heart, and changed his clothes and he rushed over. He wanted to see what Yi Qingxue really wanted to organize. Seeing how impatient Lin Bai was, Yi Qingxue inexplicably developed a resentment in her heart, but she did not have a seizure. Only she took a deep breath, then asked seriously, "You play tennis, don't you? You called me over just to play tennis with me?" Lindbergh's eyes were once again immodest. Yi Qingxue was also speechless. Obviously yesterday was a serious person. Today she changed again. "Playing split personality with me, are you? Bah! You're thinking of someone else." "Someone else?" "Yes, an obnoxious one." Inside the tennis stadium, an intense matchup is taking place. A man and a woman stood at opposite ends of the court, their rackets clenched in their hands, their eyes focused and determined. The men are athletic and agile, the women are energetic and each stroke showed her toughness and perseverance. However, the sparring match did not seem to be evenly matched, but rather the man's strength was unilaterally crushed. The woman was already sweating profusely, sweat soaking her shirt and running down her cheeks. Nonetheless, she gritted her teeth and was unwilling to give up easily. Her gaze was locked on her opponent, an unyielding gleam in her eyes. Just then, Yi Qingxue brought Lin Bai into the tennis center. When Lindbergh saw the woman on the court, an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. He couldn't believe his eyes, and the man he failed to meet at home. Is it destiny that we would run into each other here? Nice. This woman who sweats on the court. It was none other than Yi Ruoshang, the eldest miss of the Yi family, the president of the Yi group, and Yi Qingxue's elder sister. Yi Ruoshang's attire was similar to that of her younger sister, Yi Qingxue. They all wore the same sneakers, tennis skirts and sweatshirts. However, unlike Yi Qingxue, who loved the color pink. Yi Ruoshang chose a costume that was as white as snow. This not only highlights her elegance, but also makes her stand out on the court. Especially her cold and perfect face was unforgettable. System, check Yi Ruoshang's basic information. Ding, query in progress. Please wait. Within a few seconds, a golden panel appeared in Lin Bai's mind. Name Yi Ruoshang. Age, 28. Height, 169. Weight, 105. Face value, 98. Hate value, 0. Not bad for a female president. The panels are gold. 98's face value. When it's true, it's absolutely unrivaled. Why are you so excited? Yi Qingxue was puzzled. What do you think? That's Yi Ruoshang. In the past, you could only see it on the internet. I didn't expect to see a live one today. How could I not be excited? Lin Bai said without hiding it. In the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Ruoshang might not be as popular as Xia Yue, but in Yi City, Yi Ruoshang is definitely the queen of popularity. Seeing that Lin Bai liked his sister so much, Yi Qingxue actually somewhat regretted calling the other party over. Just look at it. Even if you look at it anymore, my sister is not a woman that you can get. She already has a master in her name long ago. Yi Qingxue said coldly and uncharacteristically. A famous flower? Here, it's that creepy guy across the street. He's my sister's fiancé, the eldest son of the Lu family. Lu Yu, Yi Qingxue said as she pointed at Lu Yu across the room. Only then did Lin Bai look at Lu Yu, which was not as obscene as Yi Qingxue had said. It looked much more handsome than Lin Bai, except that there was something slightly demonic in this handsomeness. System, check Lu Yu's basic information. Name Lu Yu. Age, 27. Height, 183. Weight, 155. Face value, 96. Hate value, 15. Good lord. 15 hate value just after meeting you. Not bad for you. Lu Yu. Being incredibly familiar with Lu Yu, how could he not know how these 15 points of hate value came about? Since you're being so forthcoming, I'll be polite. Yo. System, bind Lu Yu. As the system's beep sounded, Lin Bai's fifth object of revenge was also successfully bound. That's a lot of surprises today. You asked me to come here so that I could play tennis with Lu Yu? Lin Bai suddenly looked at Yi Qingxue. Yeah, this guy's been with me and my sister all day, and he won't leave no matter how much we try to kick him out. Then we thought about coming to play tennis. I thought this guy was a good eater and couldn't do anything. I didn't realize it was so good at tennis. Then why don't you look for Xiaoran? He's been tossed around like that by you. Do you think he's capable of strenuous exercise? Air. Chapter 44, Meeting Yi Ruoshang for the first time. Qingxue, who is this? Yi Ruoshang looked at Lin Bai curiously. Sister, this is Lindbergh, sort of a friend of mine. It's me who specially invited to help against that annoying guy. Yi Qingxue introduced Lin Bai, who was standing beside her, with an excited face. Hearing this, Lindbergh smiled and took a step forward, politely extending his right hand. Taking the initiative, he opened his mouth and introduced himself. Hello senior sister, my name is Lin Bai. I'm glad to meet you. His gaze was locked on the beautiful, moving woman in front of him. Earlier, because of the angle, Lin Bai could only see Yi Ruoshang's charming side face, and at this moment when the two of them actually came face to face, he couldn't help but be shocked by the other party's overwhelming appearance. Her beautiful eyes, which were as ethereal and deep as stars, seemed to contain endless mystery and charm. Shoulder length, dark hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing the skin that was as smooth and delicate as milk. A few large beads of sweat hung on his forehead and beside his cheeks. Not only did it not cover her cool and absolutely beautiful, mesmerizing face, but it added a few more points of pathetic flavor. Sister, are you also from Yi City University? Yi Ruoshang slightly moved her beautiful eyes and, looking up and down at the not-so-bright-looking man in front of him, Yi Ruoshang is one of the most distinguished alumni of Yichang University, and many teachers use her as a case study in their lectures. There was nothing wrong with Lin by calling her senior sister. Lindbergh smiled and nodded, while slightly awkwardly withdrawing his outstretched right hand. Seeing this, Yi Qingxue on the side couldn't help but snicker. Just then, Lu Yu, who was far away on the opposite side, also rushed over. This one is? Lu Yu narrowed her eyes slightly, curiously looking up and down at Lin Bai in front of her. It was as if that sharp gaze was trying to see through him. It's Qingxue's classmate who came over to play tennis with us. Yi Ruoshang stood on the sidelines and, with a cold face and a tone so calm that no mood swings could be heard. It's like stating something that couldn't be further from the truth. Hearing this, Lu Yu nodded his head as if he suddenly realized, and let out a light laugh. Speaking with a few hints of mockery, he said, "Oh, so it's a classmate. I thought it was Qingxue's boyfriend." When Yi Qingxue heard this, she was so angry that she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is my lady's vision that bad? However, right at that moment, Lin Bai, who had been silent all this time, suddenly took a step forward and, looking straight at Yi Qingxue, he smiled and said, "Actually, I am indeed pursuing Qingxue." As soon as the words fell, the entire scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Yi Qingxue's entire body froze, completely unable to believe her ears. Her eyes widened as she stared at Lin Bai in shock, her heart feeling as if it had set off a shocking wave. How could she have never imagined that Lin Bai would be so bold? And it was still in front of her sister, Yi Ruoshang, that she said these words. And Yi Ruoshang on the side was equally shocked. From the conversation of several people just now, she could clearly sense that Lin Bai was obviously well aware of the identities of the two sisters. But even so, he still dared to confess his love to Yi Qingxue in front of himself. Let's put other things aside for now. Just this courage alone had already made Yi Ruoshang impressed with him. As for Lu Yu, he was also completely dumbfounded. He had deliberately humiliated Lin Bai, trying to show the other side. I didn't expect the other side to be so bold. You dare to like any woman I see. You're sick of living. The anger in his heart grew. Ding! It's detected that Lu Yu's hate value is rising rapidly. Current hate value 30. 30 isn't bad. It's not a waste of time. What are you babbling about? Yi Qingxue glared at Lin Bai in irritation and anger. Her ears were red. Lin Bai was unimpressed and said calmly, "I'm just saying what's in my heart. Thinking about you." Before the words fell, Yi Ruoshang on the side stopped Yi Qingxue. "That's enough. Qingxue, there's nothing wrong with Lin Bai liking you. You can reject him if you don't like it, but you can't humiliate people." Seeing this, Yi Qingxue could only stop. "I'll deal with you later." "How? Play for a while?" Lu Yu looked straight at Lin Bai and it was as if the other party was a piece of meat on his plate. Lin Bai smiled gently. "Good." Lu Yu was also quite surprised. He couldn't believe that Lin Bai hadn't seen his technique and actually dared to answer the battle. "That's funny. It's a bit too boring to just play. How about adding some bets?" "Oh, I wonder how young Master Lu wants to bet." Lin Bai raised his eyebrows. The corner of Lu Yu's mouth gently hooked. Then he looked at Yi Ruoshang on the side, revealing a bad smile. "If I win, Ruoshang, you have to promise to come to my villa tonight." Yi Ruoshang's heart trembled. Earlier in her own house she was almost eaten by Lu Yu. If this went to Lu Yu, she probably wouldn't have any bone crumbs left. However, without waiting for her to open her mouth to refuse, Yi Qingxue on the side exclaimed, "What's it to me, my sister, if you two play ball? He's the helper you found for Qingxue. You can't let someone else pay and contribute. Even if that's the case, you can't use my sister as a bet." Yi Qingxue bit her red lips and said, "The reason why I chose this bet was of course because I was afraid that you two sisters would stand me up. I don't want you two sisters to disappear when the ball is in play. Don't you think so, Qingxue?" Lu Yu looked at Yi Qingxue with a smirk. Yi Qingxue instantly panicked as if she had been poked in the center. Indeed, as Lu Yu had said, the reason why she had called Lin Bai over was that she wanted the other party to stall Lu Yu. Then she took Yi Ruoshang and left secretly. Of course, there was another reason besides that, and that was to use Lu Yu to teach Lin Bai a lesson. Then what if young Master Lu loses? Lin Bai suddenly said. Hearing this, all three of them froze for a moment before looking at Lin Bai in unison. Yi Qingxue, no, big brother, are you really going to fight? He's so powerful you can do it? Yi Ruoshang, this guy wouldn't be trying to perform at Qingxue and deliberately showing off, right? Lu Yu, good boy, you've got guts. Do you think I might lose? Lu Yu said disdainfully. I don't know. There are always accidents. Dragon soccer can be 7. I don't think anything is impossible. Lin Bai lightly laughed. The face of Lu Yu, who was still looking disdainful, instantly clouded over. So what do you think I should do if I lose? It seems to me that school sister doesn't really like young Master Lu. If young Master Lu loses, young Master Lu will have to promise not to harass school sister again for a month. Chapter 45, will you gamble with me? 1 month. You really dare to ask for it? Lu Yu glared at Lin Bai with a face full of gloom. The fierce gaze seemed like it could spit fire. Lin Bai responded calmly without panic. A month is a little longer, but compared to the wager you made, young Master Lu, it shouldn't count for much. I don't think young Master Lu should have a reason to refuse. As he spoke, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. How could Lu Yu not hear the deeper meaning in Lin Bai's words? As long as he can win this contest, then he'll be able to cave in early, tonight, and deadlocked Yi Ruoshang in his own hands. In comparison, the price he would have to pay if he lost the bet was insignificant, and there was no way he could lose. Only Lu Yu snorted coldly. Good boy, there's enough arrogance, but this young master likes it. Well, I'll take your bet. I'll see what you're made of. How dare you speak so loudly? When Lin Bai heard this, he just smiled gently. Then please wait and see. Young Master Lu, promise you won't be disappointed. Just then, Lu Yu was about to continue his speech, but it was interrupted by a clear, urgent voice. Disappointed your ass. My sister hasn't even nodded her head in agreement yet. The one who spoke was none other than Yi Qingxue. Only Yi Qingxue first glared fiercely at Lin Bai before yanking him aside. Are you out of your mind? Who allowed you to bet with him? Do you know that if you lose? What does it mean to my sister? Yi Qingxue glared angrily at Lin Bai. That delicate pretty face filled with anger. It was as if it could spit fire. Lin Bai, however, just smiled faintly. That smile full of confidence. Of course I know, but I'm not going to lose. Once Yi Qingxue heard this, she was even more furious. She stomped her foot and, pointing at Lin Bai, he shouted, "You think this is in the kitchen? It's fine if it's more than cooking, but this is tennis. Even my sister is no match for him. How could you possibly beat him?" Lin Bai was just about to open his mouth to explain something, when suddenly, a voice that was cold to the core came from not far away. Having guts and being reckless are two different things. I know you want to show yourself in front of Qingxue, but some things aren't beyond your reach. Hearing this voice, Lin Bai and Yi Qingxue turned their heads to look at the same time, only to see a tall woman with a cold temperament slowly walking towards them. The person who came was none other than Yi Ruoshang, Yi Qingxue's older sister. At this moment, Yi Ruoshang's face was so gloomy that it was scary. There was an icy glint in those beautiful eyes, and in addition to the coolness, there was indeed a hint of palpable anger and deep disappointment. So senior sister doesn't believe I can win either? Lin Bai stared at Yi Ruoshang with a calm face. Yi Ruoshang did not reply, but that icy face already indicated everything. Lin Bai first laughed, then suddenly looked at Yi Ruoshang with a serious face. I wonder if senior sister is willing to bet once. Yi Ruoshang's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Bet? That's right. Bet that I can win. I think senior sister should be very distracted by young master Lu's harassment. Otherwise someone wouldn't want to use me to excuse themselves. Lin Bai looked at Yi Qingxue with a smirk. Why should I gamble with you when I can nullify it all with a word from me? Yi Ruoshang disdainfully said. Of course I know that senior sister has this ability, but wouldn't senior sister be willing to give it a try? A whole month of not having to be harassed by someone and being able to do what I want. You don't have to compel me. I'm not going to joke about my life. Yi Ruoshang's determination didn't surprise Lin Bai. In his place, he would have been the same. After all, he is now for Yi Ruoshang. It's just a cocky, arrogant kid that I just met. Sister, can we talk alone for a moment? I don't think that's necessary, and I'm not going to agree to this bet. You shouldn't waste your efforts. Yi Ruoshang decisively refused. It won't take long for sister, and I promise you that sister won't regret it. Lindbergh gave a meaningful smile. Yi Ruoshang frowned slightly. She was really curious as to why this man was so confident. However, before she could say anything, Yi Qingxue grabbed her hand. Sister, don't listen to him. He's full of. I should have known he was so cocky. I wouldn't have asked him to come. Lin Bai didn't say anything either, quietly looking at Yi Ruoshang. He was sure the other man wouldn't let him down. After dozens of seconds of silence, Yi Ruoshang finally made a decision. Qingxue, go aside for a while. I'll talk to him alone. Yi Qingxue changed color and quickly shook her head. No, sister, you can't listen to him. He is not. Anyway, you can't trust him. If you lose, it's really over. Yi Ruoshang gently smiled. Don't worry, sister knows all about it. I won't make any unauthorized decisions. But, Qingxue, don't you still trust your sister? Yi Qingxue, who had no choice but to leave unwillingly. On her way out she didn't forget to threaten Lin Bai. Say, you've only got a minute, and if you can't satisfy me, there's no possibility for you and Qingxue in the future. Yi Ruoshang looked at Lin Bai icily. Then, to make a long story short, I wonder if schoolteacher is interested in breaking off the engagement. What the hell is this guy talking to his sister about for so long? Yi Qingxue frowned. It's been 5 minutes since she left and the two are still talking. Yes, it did take a bit long. Isn't it just a game of tennis? Why discuss it for so long? Lu Yu, who was on the side, said casually, but his gaze was staring straight at Yi Qingxue with greed in his eyes. Yi Qingxue didn't notice Lu Yu's abnormality and stared unseeingly at the two people not far away. After waiting for about 2 more minutes, the two men then returned. Yi Qingxue hurriedly darted towards Yi Ruoshang. Sis, how was it? That guy didn't do anything to you, did he? Looking at Yi Qingxue, who was looking around her body, Yi Ruoshang was also surprised. It's just a chat. Why are you so nervous, Qingxue? Yi Qingxue also realized that she had slipped up and hurriedly pulled away from the topic. I'm just afraid that you'll be fooled by this guy. Sister. Yi Ruoshang dotingly rubbed Yi Qingxue's brain. Don't worry, my sister knows in her heart. That's good. Yi Qingxue was also relieved. She was really afraid that Yi Ruoshang would be compelled by Lin Bai. Has the discussion been fruitful for so long? It wouldn't hurt if we didn't fight. Who let this young master have a good heart? Lu Yu walked over with a teasing face. However, in the next moment, Yi Ruoshang made a decision that shocked both Lu Yu and Yi Qingxue. Young Master Lu rarely comes out. How can I let you down? This schoolmate of mine isn't very good at tennis. I still hope that young Master Lu will give me more guidance. Chapter 46, More Gambling? Sister, are you crazy? How can you accompany him to fool around? What if I lose? Yi Qingxue's eyes widened. Her face filled with disbelief. She really couldn't imagine what kind of rhetoric Lindbergh had used that. Surprisingly, he was able to successfully convince the always sensible and calm Yi Ruoshang to accompany him on the adventure. If you lose, then you'll just follow young Master Lu as previously agreed. I think that with young Master Lu's status and position, it should not be so bad that he would make things difficult for a weak woman with no hands like me. Yi Ruoshang's face was as calm as water, looking straight at Lu Yu with unperturbed waves. There wasn't the slightest hint of fear in those beautiful eyes, nor did they see the slightest hint of panic. Yi Qingxue opened her mouth, and was about to open her mouth again to persuade, but she didn't want to say that before the words came out. It was then interrupted by Yi Ruoshang without hesitation. Qingxue, you don't have to say anymore. I've already decided. I hope you can trust me as much as trust Lin Bai for once. Yi Ruoshang said softly. Her tone was soft though. But the firmness inherent in it is undeniable. Yi Qingxue couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. She never dreamed that Yi Ruoshang's attitude this time would be so decisive. To know before this, even Yi Ruoshang himself for Lin Bai is not optimistic. Yet at this moment, she was this trusting of Lin Bai. What exactly did this guy tell his sister in private? Why was it possible to make such a dramatic shift in my sister's attitude? With her heart full of doubts and curiosity, Yi Qingxue turned her gaze to Lin Bai, who was on the side, attempting to find even the slightest clue from him. Compared to Yi Qingxue's great shock, Lu Yu's behavior was much calmer. I'm curious, what did you use to convince Frosty? Lu Yu stared at Lin Bai expressionlessly. Lin Bai smiled gently. Of course it's by virtue of this 3-inch tongue of mine. Lu Yu was slightly stunned. Then his face also became gloomy once again. What a smooth-talking kid. You don't think you can really win, do you? It's true that I don't have much certainty, but schoolteacher believes in me so much. I'll do my best to defeat young Master Lu. Ha ha, defeat me? Kid who doesn't know the sky and the earth. Today this young master is going to teach you to. There's a price to pay for playing the hero. Lu Yu snorted loudly. But before I do, I feel the need to up the ante a little more. It's a bit too boring just for me and Frosty to bet against each other as a couple. I wonder if you dare to take my bet. After laughing maniacally, Lu Yu's gaze was grim as he looked at Lin Bai, only to see the corners of Lin Bai's mouth gently lifting up. Then he looked at Lu Yu with a calm expression on his face. I wonder how young Master Lu wants to bet. I guess you're just a poor man who can't get anything of value. If you lose, I want you to disappear immediately and never return to Yi City again. Lu Yu snapped. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the two sisters, Yi Ruoshang and Yi Qingxue, who were standing by the side, changed instantly. How could they not expect Lu Yu to play so big? The two of them couldn't help but look at Lin Bai, their eyes more or less showing concern. Then what if young Master Lu loses? Lin Bai still had a cloudy demeanor. Lose? Do you think it's possible? Of course I know young Master Lu's strength, but since it's a gambling game, we can't be without chips, right? Don't you think so, Master Lu? Lu Yu frowned and said with some impatience. So name it. Whether it's money, a beautiful woman, a mansion, a limousine. I'm not going to lose anyway. I'm a rather vulgar person, and as young Master Lu said earlier, I'm a pauper. Being poor, I do have dreams. If young Master Lu loses, I won't ask for much. Just give me $1 billion. How's that? This bargaining chip shouldn't be anything to young Master Lu, right? Lin Bai looked at Lu Yu with a smile on his face. Lu Yu's face sank. He was just being polite. He didn't expect this guy to actually dare to open his mouth. The two sisters of the Yi family on the side were also quite shocked, even though both of them knew that Lin Bai had a lot of guts. But they still underestimated each other. Lin Bai was definitely the first one who dared to Leoneize Lu Yu in Yi City. No problem. $1 billion is $1 billion. I'll take it. Lu Yu had no reason to refuse. Of course, not to mention $1 billion. Even if it was $10 billion, he wouldn't turn it down. This was a bet he had proposed. And if he wimped out, he wasn't saying he was afraid. As a man, you should never lose face. And in front of a beautiful woman, young Master Lu is really atmospheric. Lin Bai laughed. Cut the crap and get started. I can't wait to instruct you properly. Lu Yu sneered. Young Master Lu is in no hurry. There's still one last process left to go. The last process? Young Master Lu, you shouldn't have any problem with this proof video being handed over to school sister for safekeeping, right? Luyu cast a sidelong glance at Yi Ruoshang standing in front of him, then said with an impatient expression, "No." After receiving an affirmative reply, Lin Bai turned his head towards Yi Ruoshang, then, "Senior sister, this video is in your safekeeping." Yi Ruoshang nodded lightly and took the cell phone. Then she exhorted with a grave expression, "You have to be careful. Luyu's strength is very strong. You just have to give it your all. Even if you do lose the match, that doesn't matter much. Don't worry, senior sister. I definitely won't let you down." Before the words fell, Lin Bai then turned his head and turned his gaze to Yi Qingxue, who was standing in a pavilion on the side. Only the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Speaking with a hint of flirtation, he asked, "I'm about to go on. Aren't you going to give me a boost and a pep talk?" However, what greeted him was Yi Qingxue's unflinching dislike. "Add your head. I can't wait for you to get beaten like a sieve by that guy." Yi Qingxue was so angry that her little face turned red, and her pair of pink fists waved haphazardly in the air. It was as if he wanted to vent all the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart. Looking at Yi Qingxue's such an intense reaction, Lin Bai just smiled gently and did not take it to heart. Immediately afterward, he picked up his tennis racket with a sharp motion and, without hesitation, he turned and strutted toward the court. However, just after Lin Bai left, Yi Qingxue, who originally still hated Lin Bai and wanted to eat him alive, at this moment, it was like a different face, and the original taut pretty face was instantly covered with a color of worry. She clenched her lower lip, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and muttered, "Come on, you mustn't lose. If you lose to Luyu this time, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life." On the tennis court, Luyu, who had long been ready to start, looked at Lin Bai with a disdainful face. "Kid, today this young master is going to teach you a good lesson. Some of the wind is not for everyone. Then I'll be grateful for young master Lu's guidance." Chapter 47. Is it a miracle? Or is it a plug-in? It's over. This guy can't even hold a racket. He's going to lose. Yi Qingxue, who originally still had some hope for Lin Bai, was more or less. After seeing Lin Bai's comical way of holding the camera, he was also completely desperate. Yi Ruoshang on the side was also frowning. There were no surprises, and what followed was Luyu's one-sided abuse. In less than 2 minutes, Lindbergh lost a round. This was quickly followed by a second set loss. The two are playing a best-of-3 series, just 6 games in a set. Because Luyu was the first to win 2 sets, Luyu took the set win first. If Luyu wins another round, the winner of this bet will be Luyu. Seeing Lin Bai fall so quickly, Yi Qingxue rushed up and punched and kicked him. "You're an asshole. You know you can't play tennis, and you're yelling hard for a bet. I think you're doing it on purpose. I'll beat you to death." Yi Qingxue kept venting the anger in her heart, and Lin Bai didn't resist. Seeing that Yi Qingxue did not have the slightest intention of stopping, Yi Ruoshang then pulled away from Yi Qingxue. "Alright, Qingxue, stop fooling around. Sister, why are you still speaking for him? Didn't you see what he just typed? This guy is deliberately teasing us." Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth. Yi Ruoshang looked at Lin Bai in a complicated manner. "Are you still okay? If you can't, it's okay to replace me on the field." Lin Bai was just about to open his mouth when a teasing voice came over. "I think it's better for you to go on. Frost, it's just too boring to fight him. I still thought how strong he was, but it turns out that his strength is not as good as a newcomer. I'm afraid that the strength of the ball pickups in this dugout are all stronger than him." "Qingxue, how did you think of finding such a person to come over and support the scene?" Yi Qingxue was already very angry. Hearing Luyu's mockery was even more angry. Her body was trembling. She looked at Lin Bai with a gloomy face, as if she wanted to eat him up. However, Lin Bai was unmoved and looked at Yi Ruoshang indifferently. "What do you think, senior sister?" Yi Ruoshang frowned slightly. She had joined Yi group before she graduated, and as of today, he had already been with Yi for more than 8 years. In the past 8 years, she's seen all kinds of people. What kind of people have what kind of minds? She could see through it almost instantly, but now she couldn't see through the young man in front of her. She really didn't understand why Lin Bai always looked so cloudy. Doesn't he realize he's already lost 1 game? Doesn't he care if he wins or loses this bet? Or is this guy hiding on purpose? However, before Yi Ruoshang could say anything, Yi Qingxue on the side snatched away Lin Bai's racket. "You're still trying to fool my sister. You can't even hold a racket. I'm not going to trust you anymore. I'll fight next." In the face of Yi Qingxue's move to seize the auction, Lin Bai wasn't surprised. He didn't say anything. Quietly, he looked at Yi Ruoshang, for he knew that only the other party could decide this. Seeing this, Yi Qingxue also became more and more anxious. "Sister, just let me go up. It's better than him going up and embarrassing himself." Before the words fell, Yi Ruoshang, who had been silent, suddenly sighed and She then once again made a decision that left Yi Qingxue and Lu Yu completely dumbfounded. Qingxue, return the racket to Lin Bai. Yi Qingxue's face instantly changed. Sister. Lu Yu on the side was also flaxen-banded. He was pretty sure that Yi Ruoshang and Lin Bai were meeting for the first time. You can gain Yi Russian's trust in your first meeting? They're not having an affair, are they? Although Yi Qingxue was very reluctant, she could only return the racket to Lin Bai. You better expect a miracle or next year's day will be the anniversary of your death. Yi Qingxue said grimly, only to see Lin Bai suddenly step forward, lowering his head close to Yi Qingxue's ear. Then in a tiny voice that could only be heard by two people, he said, I haven't even married my sister-in-law yet. How can I die young? Yi Qingxue was slightly stunned, and by the time she reacted, Lin Bai had already run to the court. Dead rascal. Stinking rascal. Yi Ruoshang, who was on the side, looked at Yi Qingxue, whose ears were all red, and her eyes flashed with a flash of color. Kid, I appreciate your courage, but in the face of absolute strength, everything is in vain. Lu Yu couldn't help but sneer. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. Oh, yes, enough with the drama. It's time for the main course next. System, by the experience card. Please ask the host to choose the object of possession. As the system beep sounded, a picture instantly appeared in Lin Bai's mind. The pictures are of some of the famous tennis players in history. Soon, Lindbergh found his desired target. I've decided it's you. Ekigo Ryoma. Ding. The Ekigo Ryoma experience card has been purchased successfully, consuming 600 revenge points. Valid for 1 hour. The reason why Lindbergh didn't come up and use the plug-in, besides deliberately hiding his clumsiness, the main reason is because of the statute of limitations. While the set just ended quickly, that was entirely because Lindbergh wouldn't. A real tennis match between the best of the best. It's possible for a set to go on for a long time. Not to mention there are 6 innings in a set. And his vengeance points can only buy 1 hour experience cards right now. So just in case, he chose to let the inning go first. With Ekigo Ryoma's power, he was confident that he could win both sets within an hour. I have to say, the experience card is so expensive. It's 600 for an hour. He was already not well off, and this completely added to his woes. But it's a good thing there's a leak in front of us. As another system alert sounded, Lin Bai's gaze turned bitter. Come on. This time it was Lindbergh who took the lead on the kickoff. His tee shots are still pretty average, but they're clearly much better than before. Looking at the offenseless ball, Lu Yu looked disdainful. Then I'll crush your beautiful dream once and for all. After saying that, Lu Yu directly took a foul shot. Yi Qingxue, who was standing at the back, couldn't bear to look at it and directly closed her eyes. Not a moment later, she heard a silky trill from Yi Russian. Catch, catch. Yi Qingxue hurriedly opened her eyes just in time to witness the tennis ball brush past Lu Yu. He scored? Though she didn't know what was happening, Lindbergh seemed to have scored. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who was far away on the opposite side, was completely confused. He has absolute confidence in his fouls, and following the scenario of the last plate, he could just enjoy the scene of Lindbergh's fall. But a miracle actually did happen. Not only did Lin Bai catch it, he still caught it steadily. His entire body froze in place, even forgetting about the whole catching the ball thing. Scored! Really scored! Yi Qingxue excitedly hugged Yi Russian. Yi Ruoshang also revealed a rare smile. The cheers of the two also woke up the dazed Lu Yu, who looked at Lin Bai with a gloomy face. It was nothing more than dog luck just now. You won't have that kind of luck again next. Chapter 48. You can win if I hang then? How could it be? I actually lost. Lu Yu had some difficulty accepting it. At first, he thought that Lin Bai was simply lucky, so he didn't think much of it, but soon he realized something was wrong. And from the second set onwards, it was as if Lindbergh had changed into a different person. Not only could he easily receive his balls, but he could even hit many balls beyond his imagination. He gave it everything he had and ended up losing the second set 0-2. It was also at this point that he finally realized that earlier it might have been Lin Bai deliberately hiding his clumsiness. Despite his anger, he could only swallow hard. Then came the all-important tiebreaker. I don't know if he was stimulated by Lin Bai, but Lu Yu also put away his previous playful face. It's starting to get serious. The battle instantly became a stalemate, and the two fought back and forth. The two sisters of the Yi family standing at the back also both prayed silently. It must be said that Lu Yu's attainments in this aspect of tennis are indeed not low, even surpassed a lot of professional players, but you strong as you are, in front of my Ekigo Ryoma, you are destined to be only a stepping stone. In the end, Lindbergh took the third set by a score of 3-1. Winning. Sister. It's really won. We won. Yi Qingxue cheered excitedly. After seeing Lindbergh in the first set, she had already lost confidence in him. even wanted to replace Lindbergh on the field. But how could she not expect Lindbergh to actually start from the second set and the whole thing seemed to come to life, and it was a perfect Jedi turnaround. Yeah, won. Really won. Ruoshang, who had always been high and cold. At this moment, his face was also red, and his eyes were filled with excitement. If you want to say who is under the most pressure on the field, it's her. After all, the price of Lin Bai's loss was just leaving E-City. And she lost. That's a lifetime's worth of work. If Lu Yu was a good person, it would be fine. But what kind of person is Lu Yu? He's so serious on the surface. Behind the scenes it's dirty and nasty. It would be worse than killing her if she were to spend her life with someone like that. Especially when Lin Bai lost the first set. She was almost on the verge of despair. Still, her intuition told her to trust Lindbergh. Her intuition proved to be as accurate as ever. Lindbergh really did win. And it's such a perfect win. Lin Bai just walked over. Yi Qingshu swooshed and pounced on him. Ah, Lindbergh, we won. We won. Yi Qingshu shouted excitedly. There was joy and excitement in his voice. Her bright eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. The two are cheering for victory like a couple. However, the cozy scene didn't last long. Only to see Lin Bai say expressionlessly, "Can I say you're eating my tofu right now?" These words were like a pot of cold water that mercilessly poured over Yi Qingshu's head. She froze for a moment, and it took several seconds for her to react to how out of character her actions were. Yi Qingshu's face instantly turned red as she violently pushed Lin Bai away. Crossing her arms and, annoyed, she yelled, "Bah! I'll eat anyone's tofu but yours." Lin Bai, however, was unimpressed, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Seemingly smiling, he responded, "You're all done eating, so of course you can say that." Hearing this, Yi Qingshu was even more furious as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Ah! I'll kill you." With that, he charged towards Lin Bai with open teeth and claws. For a while, the two of them fought back and forth, like two naughty little monkeys. Ruoshang, who was on the side, quietly watched the happy couple in front of her. A hint of envy unconsciously showed in his eyes. Finally, when the two of them had had enough and were tired of fighting, Ruoshang then walked forward. She smiled at Lindbergh and said softly, "Thank you, Lindbergh." Lin Bai returned the same smile. "Senior sister doesn't need to thank you. If you really want to thank me, the schoolmarm should thank herself." Ruoshang frowned in confusion and asked, "Thank me? Well, sister has been trusting me with so much pressure, and if it weren't for sister, I'm afraid I won't even be able to finish these 3 sets, so what senior sister should really be thanking is herself." After saying that, Lin Bai looked meaningfully at Yi Qingshu on the side. How could Yi Qingshu not know what Lin Bai meant by that? Her white and tender face along with her ears. It was instantly red. Ruoshang smiled gently. "No matter what, thank you." Just then, Lu Yu, who had been disheveled on the opposite side of the room, also arrived in front of the trio. At this moment, Lu Yu's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. There was a chilling aura emanating from his body, and the faint killing intent, if any, was even more creepy, only to see his eyes spitting fire as he stared at Lin Bai dead in the face. Gritting his teeth, he questioned, "Who the hell are you?" Just as Lin Bai was about to open his mouth to reply, Ruoshang rushed in front of him in an arrow step. "Shield him behind you." Ruoshang, who had her willow eyebrows raised and almond eyes rounded, looked straight at Lu Yu without fear. The delicate voice chided, "What? Could it be that young Master Lu was upset about losing the competition and thus wants to take revenge on others?" Facing Ruoshang's questioning, Lu Yu's face became more and more ugly, but he still forced down his anger. In a deep voice, he responded, "If this young man does intend to do so, what then?" When Ruoshang heard this, a hint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she held her head high and, righteously, he said, "Then young Master Lu might as well give it a try. My Yi family will never sit back and watch." Who would have guessed that there was a marriage contract between the two people who were at loggerheads and at odds with each other? Lu Yu just stared at Ruoshang so tightly that time seemed to freeze. After a while, he finally managed to take a deep breath and forcefully press down the anger and impulse in his heart. "Humph, kid, you're lucky today. I'll write this down for now. Don't let me run into you again in the future." After putting down these harsh words, Lu Yu violently flung his sleeves and turned around to leave. But he had only just walked out a few steps away when he heard Lin Bai's voice from behind him. "Young Master Lu, did you forget something?" Lu Yu's figure lurched, then coldly grunted, "I, Lu Yu, am not someone who can't afford to play." Just then, the familiar mechanical sound rang out again. Ding! It has been detected that Lu Yu's hate value is rising at an extremely high rate. The current hate value is 85. Ding! Detected that Lu Yu's hate value has reached 60. Congratulations to the host on receiving a level 1 revenge bundle. Ding! detected that Lu Yu's hate value has reached 80. Congratulations to the host on receiving the level 2 revenge bundle. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. He had expected it to be just 60. He didn't expect Lu Yu to actually be so forceful. Double rewards for the first time you meet. It's not worth the 600 vengeance points I spent. Chapter 49, Yi Qingshue's Return. You've completely offended Lu Yu this time. That man of his is narrow-minded and vindictive. It will definitely do whatever it takes to get back at you next. Yi Ruoshang's brows were knitted, her face full of worry. With sister here, I'm sure he wouldn't dare to make a move easily, right? Yi Qingxue frowned slightly. Yi Ruoshang helplessly shook his head with a bitter smile. If my words really work, how could he have made that rude and excessive wager? Humph. If there's really no way out, big deal. I'll go back and ask my father for help. Let his old man personally step in to settle this matter. Yi Qingxue said with a serious expression. Just after her words, not only Yi Ruoshang showed a surprised look, even Lin Bai, who was on the side, looked at her with a surprised expression. What are you all staring at me like that for? Did I say something wrong? Yi Qingxue blinked a pair of big eyes, her face full of doubts and incomprehension. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly as he spoke with a bit of flirtation. I just didn't think that. So it turns out that eldest Missy is actually so worried about me. Hearing these words, Yi Qingshue's fair face instantly flushed a blush. As tantalizing and lovely as a ripe apple, she glared at Lin Bai in a pouty manner and hurriedly defended. Who is worried about you? I was merely thanking you in place of my sister. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I really have to thank Miss Yi for this gratitude. The smile on Lin Bai's face intensified. Yi Qingxue lightly lifted her chin, revealing a slightly smug look. Responding haughtily, she said, no need to be polite. Whoever called this young lady was born with a good heart. You don't seem to be afraid of Lu Yu's revenge? Yi Ruoshang's beautiful eyes suddenly stared tightly at Lin Bai and asked softly. Lin Bai's face immediately showed a hopeless expression. What can you do if you're afraid? He's the eldest son of the Lu family, with his power and position. If he really wants to take revenge on me, even if I want to hide, I'm afraid there's nowhere to run. Yi Ruoshang certainly didn't believe Lin Bai's set of words, having already fallen for it once, certainly won't fall again. However, she was still curious in her heart as to why Lin Bai wasn't afraid of Lu Yu. You have to know that the other party is the eldest young master of the Lu family. Even she, the president of the Yi group, is disturbed by its harassment. Lin Bai was a mere student of Yi City University, yet he had such guts. What's this guy's story? You don't have to worry too much about Lu Yu's side. I'll try to maneuver for you. If you run into any trouble, just remember to contact me anytime. Although his heart was curious, but Yi Ruoshang didn't tear down Lin Bai either. Then I'll thank senior sister here in advance. Hearing Lin Bai's thanks, Yi Ruoshang only smiled faintly before turning her head to look at her younger sister. Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, are you planning to come with me? Or do you have other arrangements? Yi Qingxue hesitated a little for a few seconds, and after her gaze lingered on Lin Bai for a few moments, only then did Fang open his mouth and replied, Sister, you go back first. I'll go back by myself later. Yi Ruoshang thoughtfully glanced at Lin Bai before turning to leave the place. Yi Ruoshang had just left, and Lin Bai revealed his true colors. Miss Yi, you didn't stay here especially for me, did you? How can that be? I'm just afraid you won't be able to walk out. Ooh, you, let go, me. Half an hour later, there was a young man and woman in the hotel's luxurious presidential suite. Or forget it. Yi Qingxue twisted her head and prepared to leave. How could Lin Bai let go of the meat that came to his mouth, and immediately blocked her way? Miss Yi, you're the one who said you'd come here, and you're the one who said you'd leave. Do you think I'm a monkey? Feel free to tease? Yi Qingxue's pretty face reddened. I just said that it can't be in the dugout. Who said anything about this kind of place? Earlier, someone had been too overbearing, and she had lost her mind for a moment and babbled. By the time she got back to her senses, she had arrived at the hotel. That I don't care. Anyway, this is your own promise. If Miss Yi really wants to leave, that's fine. I'll send a message to my schoolmate right now. I think she'll be interested in the relationship between the two of us. Pulling out his cell phone, Lindbergh then faked a gesture. No, can't tell sister. Yi Qingxue panicked. It's okay not to tell. Then, Lin Bai's gaze unapologetically scanned over Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue was also in a tangle. It was neither right for her to leave nor to stay. Yi Qingxue, what are you afraid of? It's not like you haven't experienced it before. Close your eyes and it'll pass soon. Think of it as repaying him. Afterwards, you go your way and he goes his way. Soon. Yi Qingxue made a good self-strategy. Don't you send it. I'm not leaving. Yi Qingxue said with a slight tremble. Yeah, well, at least it's a house for tens of thousands of dollars a night. Xiao Ran, forgive me, The only person I love is you. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory, Xiao Ran, who was playing the game, suddenly sneezed. Who's cursing me? What's wrong? Ran? Zhou Tian looked up and asked. It just feels like someone's cursing me, and my back's been chilling. It feels as if I've been hit by a curse. Xiao Ran frowned. It can't be that evil, can it? I can't say. But this food poisoning is pretty wicked. The school's task force all but investigated the cafeteria and found nothing but some of the dropped scales. And Lao Xiao, you guys suddenly got better too. Without any warning beforehand. Everyone getting all better in an instant is not scientific at all. Jang Way said with a serious face. In that case, it does seem quite evil. It can't be that there's a ghost haunting the school, right? Zhou Tian looked around with a terrified face. Where are the ghosts in broad daylight? Xiao Ran couldn't help but give Zhou Tian a blank look. Tell you what, old Xiao, I'll take you to meet the mage some other day. I just happen to know a mage with a high level of Taoism. Let her remove your bad luck. It should be much better. Zhang Wei suddenly said. Would it be too much trouble? Xiao Ran was heartened, but politeness was still necessary. Zhang Wei smiled gently. What's the trouble? We're brothers. A word from me. Then I'm welcome. Brother Wei, I feel chills on my back too. I guess I've been cursed too. Why don't you take me with you? Alright, I'll have the mage find you a graveyard with good feng shui when the time comes. That's better. Ha ha. On the other side, inside the hotel, Yi Qingxue glared at Lin Bai in shame and annoyance. Asshole, how am I supposed to get back like this? My sister will definitely find out. She was gonna make it quick and go her separate ways, but she soon realized she had fallen for someone's trap. Then don't go back. Just stay here for the night. Lin Bai laughed evilly. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Don't you dare wrong a good man. You're the one who wanted to be here. And you say, I'll kill you. Chapter 50, playing with Yi Qingxue again. What exactly did you say to your sister today? Why did she suddenly change her mind? Yi Qingxue widened those crystal clear eyes, curiously looking up and down at Lin Bai in front of her. Hearing Yi Qingxue's question, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, evoking a meaningful smile. You want to know? Seeing this familiar smile, Yi Qingxue was instantly alert. In the past, whenever Lin Bird showed this kind of smile, often, they make some pretty outrageous demands. So she skimmed her head in a hurry and, pretending to be full of concern, he replied, I just casually asked that question, if you like to say so. Yet, despite the rhetoric, her gaze, however, still couldn't help but sneak glances at Lin Bai from time to time, as if deep down she was still filled with curiosity and longing for the answer. Lin Bai, who was standing on the side, took in all these subtle movements of Yi Qingxue. A desire to continue teasing her couldn't help but well up in his heart as well, only to see him deliberately approaching Yi Qingxue. Lowering his voice, he said with a bad smile, if your sister-in-law really wants to know, in fact, it is not impossible to tell you, but well, there is a small condition. Yi Qingxue's heart thumped as she stammered somewhat nervously. What conditions? Give me a kiss. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yi Qingxue's cheeks suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. She pushed Lin Bai away and pouted. You're thinking about it. Who wants to kiss you? If you don't tell me, forget it. I'll go back and ask my sister myself. Lin Bai, who was pushed away, wasn't angry and leisurely leaned against the bed. Well then, good luck Miss Yi, I hope you do ask something. Seeing how confident Lin Bai was, Yi Qingxue instantly reacted. If nothing else, the odds were that Yi Russian wouldn't tell her anything. She bit her red lip and said a little shyly, you're really not going to tell me? Miss Yi, I think I've made it clear that as long as you give me a kiss, I promise to tell you, Lin Bai said softly. Yi Qingxue was once again in a tangle, and after about a minute of silence, only Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, then looked at Lin Bai with a firm gaze. I'll kiss you, but you'll have to tell me what you and your sister talked about, besides, and explain your cooking, your ball skills, and why you're not afraid of Lu Yu's retaliation. Just because she didn't say anything doesn't mean she doesn't know that not everyone is a cutie. Oh, so Miss Yi is so curious about me? Lin Bai said with a teasing face. Yi Qingxue forced herself to hold back her shyness and blankly glanced at Lin Bai. Do you promise or not? If you don't say yes, forget it. Of course I promise. Let alone these few questions. Even if you want to know more I'll tell you. Looking at the suddenly affectionate Lin Bai, Yi Qingxue's heart also rippled quite a bit. You close your eyes for a moment. After all, this was the first time she'd actually initiated a kiss on anyone, and it's hard to avoid being a little shy when the subject is the same nuisance. No problem. As soon as the words fell, Lin Bai honestly closed his eyes. Only after making sure that Lin Bai didn't peek, did Yi Qingxue carefully move to its side. After calming down for a while, she then slightly trembled and printed her red lips on it. What follows is the story of the woman who tried to escape and was locked up instead. I don't know how long had passed, but Yi Qingshue's beautiful eyes were filled with resentment, viciously glaring at the Lin Bai in front of him. I always knew there had to be more to you guys than just a kiss. And at that moment, Lin Bai revealed a bad smile, lightly responding, "It's not my fault. Who made Miss Yi so sweet-smelling and charming?" Hearing this, Yi Qingshue's white and delicate face instantly flushed a layer of redness, as tantalizing as a ripe apple. However, she still forced herself to be calm and shouted angrily, "Shameless man, I have kissed you as promised. Now it's your turn. Hurry up and tell me everything through and through." Of course, I, Lin Bai, always keep my promises. Just like that, time passed by minute, but Yi Qingxue waited left and right, not to mention a detailed explanation. Not even a single word was heard from Lin Bai's mouth. Finally, Yi Qingxue, who couldn't hold down her temper, began to become impatient, loudly urging, "Hey, are you going to say it or not? Have you become a mute?" In the face of Yi Qingxue's questioning, but Lin Bai acted very calmly. He replied with an innocent and serious face, "Oops, I finished a long time ago, didn't you hear me?" Hearing this, Yi Qingxue first froze, and her entire body froze on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. However, she quickly came back to her senses and realized that she might have been teased by Lin Bai. So, she clenched her teeth tightly and stared viciously at Lin Bai. How dare you toy with my lady?" When Lin Bai saw this, not only did he not have the slightest fear, instead, he flirted with Yi Qingxue with interest. "Why did Miss Yi make such a remark? I've obviously told you the truth. It's just that you didn't hear me clearly. How can I be blamed for this? You take me for a cutie. I'll kill you." After saying that, annoyed, Yi Qingxue directly pounced on him. Without any surprises, Yi Qingxue was quickly subdued under Lin Bai. "You let go of me." Yi Qingxue glared at Lin Bai angrily. However, as if Lin Bai hadn't heard him, he stretched out his hand and, then he caressed Yi Qingxue's face that was as delicate as a rose. Although the two of them had already been honest with each other, Yi Qingxue still couldn't help but get nervous. What the hell do you want?" The words were followed by a familiar sensation on those trembling red lips. Unlike the previous kisses, this one was so gentle that Yi Qingxue couldn't help but respond. It was a pity that before she could savor more, Lindbergh let go of him and then said in a flirtatious tone, "Chick, never be too curious about a man, or you'll fall in love with him." Yi Qingxue was first stunned, then replied with a blush, "Just don't worry, I wouldn't fall in love with you even if I fell in love with a pig." Lindbergh smiled disinterestedly, then got up and said as he dressed, "If you're worried about being found out by your schoolmates, sleep here tonight. I won't bother you. Who am I to listen to you?" Yi Qingxue didn't have the good sense to say, "I'm just giving you a piece of advice. I've got things to do, so I'll leave you to it." Finished, Lindbergh then left the suite without looking back. "I'm not your girlfriend. Why should I listen to you? I'm leaving." She was just about to get up. However, when her legs seemed to lose their senses and the whole thing hit the bed hard. "Ah, that hurts. Is this guy livestock?" Chapter 51, Xiaoran's Jealousy. Yosu University entrance. Two athletic, energetic young men stood straight on the curb. Their gazes were like two bolts of lightning that, constantly scanning back and forth at a speeding vehicle. One of them, a man named Zhou Tian, looked a little agitated and uneasy. His mouth kept muttering, "When the hell is this old Lin guy going to come?" Xiaoran, who was on the side, was relatively calm, only to see him gently pat Zhou Tian on the shoulder. Comforted, perhaps the road traffic jam. Let's wait patiently. Anyway, the race doesn't officially start until 9 o'clock. There's still plenty of time. However, Zhou Tian didn't seem to calm down because of these words, but instead became more eager. "There's no rush in the race, but this is, after all, the first time in my life that I've had the opportunity to set foot in a place as high class as a racetrack, so wouldn't it be a shame if I couldn't have a good look around and open my eyes?" Speaking of which, his eyes suddenly blossomed with excitement. It was as if the whole world was left with that racetrack that had captivated him. Hearing these words, Xiaoran could not help but glare at Zhou Tian in an unfavorable manner. "Then why didn't you agree when I suggested a cab ride there earlier?" When Zhou Tian heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. "I'm just trying to save as much as I can." Xiaoran shook his head helplessly. He knew very well that if he insisted on taking a taxi, Zhou Tian would definitely listen to him. But he didn't, because he was also eager to see the Tank 300 that Lindbergh had spent $15 million to purchase with his own eyes. "It's coming!" Zhou Tian suddenly exclaimed. Following Zhou Tian's gaze, Xiaoran then saw a behemoth driving towards them. Although Xiaoran had long since seen the net charts and swiped through the videos, when the real thing appeared in front of him, he was still completely blown away. "Is this a car? It's a real tank." As the car came to a stop, Lindbergh also immediately came in front of the two. Ran. Lao Zhou. I'm really sorry. I've kept you waiting. I'm late. You're finally here. Do you know how long Ran and I have been waiting? It feels like the flowers are almost gone. Zhou Tian clasped his hands on his chest and pretended to be grumpy. Lindbergh smiled bitterly and explained. I didn't want to be late, but I just went to pick up someone in the middle of the day. That's why there was a delay. Pick up? Are there others besides us going along? Zhou Tian asked curiously. As soon as the words left his mouth, a clear and familiar voice came out of the car. That would be my lady. The two of them looked around, only to see Hongya sitting in the passenger seat, enthusiastically waving her small hand, and the look was almost like the lady of the hour in this car. The moment they saw Hongya, Zhou Tian and Lin Bai were first stunned, followed by Zhou Tian's quick reaction. One pulled Lindbergh to the side. Old Lin, what the hell is going on here? Why did you bring Hong to beauty class flower? Can't it be that she really wants to come with us? Zhou Tian lowered his voice and asked with a face full of surprise. Lin Bai spread his hands with a helpless face and said, Alas, don't mention it. When you informed me this afternoon, she happened to be right next to me. She immediately offered to come along and I couldn't help it. Can't you turn her down then? And what's going on with you two? Didn't I tell you to stay away from Hong de Banhua? It's no longer far away. Lin Bai smiled bitterly. Zhou Tian was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Lin Bai with a shocked expression. You guys aren't going to be doing that already, are you? Xiao Ran, who came immediately after him, was also surprised. Still ambiguous. Ambiguous. Lin Bai laughed nervously. Only this scene looked so fake in Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian's eyes. I'll believe the hell out of you. I didn't think you'd actually eat it. Xiao Ran's heart was also incomparably complicated, knowing that Lin Bai and Hongya had only been acquainted for a few days. I can't believe I've already accomplished what countless men have dreamed of. In looking at him and Yi Qingxue, they've known each other for a month. They've established a relationship, not even a decent date, let alone holding hands. I told you why you're out all day long. Dare I say you're accompanying Hong de Banhua? Zhou Tian is a bit tasteless. So you've already established a relationship? Xiao Ran asked. Sort of, but she doesn't want to make it public, so I'm still hoping you guys keep it a secret. Ran, I can't say anything else after what happened, but as a brother. Still, I'd like to remind you to be careful not to get carried away by beauty. Zhou Tian patted Lindbergh in a serious tone. I'll be careful. Well then, let's get going. I can't wait to get to the track. Aha. Because of Hunya's sudden entry. Originally also wanted to experience a wave of $15 million worth of God's car copilot. What is the feeling of Xiao Ran? Can only aggrieve to sit in the back seat, confessing their relationship with the two. Lindbergh and Hongya also stopped acting. They showed their love in front of Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian. The school was already a long way from the racetrack, and the two were hard up for a big doggy treat. Zhou Tian, who didn't have a girlfriend, was still able to do what he couldn't see and what he couldn't hear. But Xiao Ran's heart was never able to calm down. How good it would be if he was the one driving the car and Yi Qingxue was the one sitting in the passenger seat. Pulling out his cell phone, he uncontrollably tapped on Yi Qingxue's avatar. Then the ghost typed. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, Yi Qingxue was soaking comfortably in the bathtub. She would have left, but her body simply couldn't support her in leaving. She simply resigned herself to her fate. After a 10-minute soak in the bath, she had regained a lot of her strength but there is still pain in certain places. Damn you guys for daring to do this to MS. Ben, one of these days, I'll make you pay back 1,000 times over. But it felt pretty amazing just now. Speaking, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but touch her red lips, recalling Lin Bai's kiss before he left. A faint blush appeared on her face once again. Ah, crazy. Yi Qingxue, are you thinking about Lin Bai right now? How can you be thinking about him? You're the one who has a boyfriend. Can you stand up to Xiao Ran like this? When she thought of Xiao Ran, Yi Qingxue's face became much more guilty. No, we can't go on like this. Xiao Ran is so good. You can't do anything else to wrong him. As if she had made up her mind, Yi Qingxue picked up her cell phone and tapped on Xiao Ran's avatar. She was just about to send a message over to Xiao Ran when she received a message from Xiao Ran. It's true that Xiao Ran and I are the couple. What with Lin Bai and Lin Hei? Just a plaything for my lady. Don't try to influence my mind. Without hesitation, Yi Qingxue directly pressed the voice call. On the other side, in the back of the tank 300, looking at Yi Qingxue's voice call, the dark clouds over Xiao Ran's head instantly disappeared. Hey, Kyo Su. Chapter 52, Lu Feng, Yang Qian. After driving for over an hour, Xiao Ran and his group finally arrived at the site where the King of Cars competition was being held, the Yi City International Circuit. Just after getting off the bus, several people were shocked by the various luxury cars that were everywhere in front of them. How can a racetrack not have a parking lot? And the reason these luxury cars are parked off the track, it's only the rich kids who are deliberately conspicuous. Who doesn't want a little face on their face? So every now and then, they all get in their best, most racy cars. Holy, Koenigsegg, Lambo, Laffa, Porsche. As far as the eye could see, all of them were all kinds of luxury cars. And compared to these luxury cars, the Lindbergh's Tank 300 isn't nearly as mind-blowing. Zhou Tian's mouth was watering because Jang Way's. There was a time when he fell in love with luxury cars, only he could only see them on screen. I didn't realize it was all coming true today. Pulling out his cell phone, he couldn't wait to start taking pictures together. Compared to the excited Zhou Tian, Xiaoran and Lin Bai, as well as Hongya, were more calm. Xiaoran had been here before, so naturally he wouldn't be as excited as Zhou Tian. Lin Bai, a reborn person. What big scene has not met? Just some scrap iron in the district. How can it be compared to my Dragon Kingdom's divine vehicle, the Tank 300? As for Hongya, with a bunch of dog lickers, she had naturally seen a lot of luxury cars. Old Lin, come on, take my picture. Lin Bai had wanted to be a quiet and beautiful man, but he was still called to be a tool man. It can't be helped. Who made him Zhou Tian? However, the good times the two had taking pictures didn't last long. Suddenly, an ear-splitting car honk cut through the night air, interrupting them hard. Immediately afterward, a light so dazzling that you couldn't open your eyes shot straight through. Looking down that intense light, only to see a colorful red, coolly shaped sports car speeding up like lightning, stopping in front of the two in the blink of an eye, with the windows slowly coming down. A woman with a hot body, exquisite and highly seductive makeup poked her head out. She pouted. You too, can't you see me and Lu Xiao coming over? Why don't you get out of the way? The moment he heard the name Lu Xiao, Lin Bai's heart trembled violently. Secretly, he pondered, could it really be such a coincidence? Before he could think about it carefully, Zhou Tian had quickly reacted and pulled Lin Bai by the hand. 3 steps to the side. The moment they had just stepped aside, the red sports car was like a wild horse out of control. With an extremely dashing and handsome drifting maneuver, it slid into the narrow parking space with precision and accuracy. Zhou Tian, who witnessed this amazing scene, was stunned on the spot. The whole person was completely frozen as if a spell had been cast on them. In contrast, Lindbergh obviously couldn't muster the slightest interest in such a childish trick. At the moment, with his entire attention focused on the door of the main driver's seat, the eyes blinking and staring intently. Finally, the car door slowly opened, and the so-called Lu Xiao stepped out of the car. It had officially entered Lindbergh's field of vision. It's him. The young man who appeared in front of Lin Bai's eyes was not Lu Yu, who had just suffered a violent attack from Lin Bai in the afternoon, but he is inextricably linked to Lu Yu. That's right, he was none other than the Lu family's second youngest master, Lu Yu's half-brother, Lu Feng. Like Lu Yu, Lu Feng had likewise inherited the handsome and dashing face of Lu Kong, the head of the Lu family. But a closer look reveals that the two are still different. Lu Yu gives off a demonic feeling of being a demon, and the Lu Feng in front of him gave off only 2 words: indifference. His indifference was different from Yi Ruoshang's. Yi Ruoshang did treat strangers with indifference, but some she could be gentle and considerate. But Lu Yu was different. He exuded an aura of being unapproachable, all over his body, and you could feel a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes. And the woman who had chastised the two before, Lin Bai, was no stranger to her. The other party was none other than Yi City's first-class family, the Yang family's second miss, Yang Qian. Although she couldn't be compared to Xia Yuwei, Yang Qian, as the daughter of a rich family, was. It's also definitely considered a special thing, especially her proud. Yang Qian and Lu Feng were certainly no ordinary friends. Back when the two were still in their infancy, Lu Feng's father, Lu Kong, then betrothed him to Yang Qian. Although the strength of the Yang family was not as strong as the Yi family, it was definitely considered a giant in this Yi city. Lu Kong only has 2 sons in total. The eldest son is engaged to Miss Yi. The youngest son is engaged to the second young lady of the Yang family. Just taste it carefully, taste it well. Taking his arm, Lu Feng led Yang Qian straight inside the arena. Lu Feng didn't even look at the two the entire time, but it was Yang Qian who showed a hint of disdain instead. Not long after the two had left, Xiaoran and Hongya rushed over. Are you guys okay? Hongya worried. No, it's fine. I was just startled. Who was that guy just now? His aura is so scary. Zhou Tian is a little bit afraid. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the second youngest master of the Lu family. Lu Feng, Lin Bai said indifferently. The second youngest member of the Lu family. It seems that tonight's Car King competition is not simple. Actually, even Lu Feng is here. A flash of color flashed in Xiaoran's eyes. Yeah, and that's just on the outside. There's probably more big guys on the inside. Zhou Tian's words dripped with deep concern. What's the matter? Look at that look on your face. You're not scared, are you? The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, flirting with a hint of a teasing tone, as if Zhou Tian had been poked at the most secret thing in his heart all of a sudden. He was a bit flustered, but still forcefully calm and hastily cunning. Who is afraid? Seeing Zhou Tian in this state, Lin Bai couldn't help but have the intention of teasing him. I've heard that a lot of rich kids these days have some special fetishes. Old Zhou, you're so long and mellow, maybe some of them have their eyes on you. And when the time comes, hey. When Zhou Tian heard this, his face instantly turned pale and bloodless. The body couldn't control the gentle trembling as well. Just at this time, Xiao Ran, who was on the sidelines, couldn't look on, hurrying out to stop Lin Bai. Alright, old Lin you should stop scaring old Zhou. Then he turned his head to Zhou Tian and comforted him. Old Zhou, don't listen to old Lin's nonsense. It's not even that scary. After hearing this, Zhou Tian still had palpitations and asked warily, is it really true? Of course it's true. Don't you even believe me anymore? Ha ha, laugh me to death. You're so funny. Lao Zhou, Hongya, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh as well. Ah, old Lin, I want to duel with you. Chapter 53, The Pale Moon Pavilion. Ordinary people like to go to KTVS for partying and fun, and people with a little bit more money prefer pubs and bars, shank, etc. And naturally, those upper-class people who stand at the top of society don't care to go to that kind of unsavory place. Aside from disdain, there is one most important reason. That's because most of them are men of honor. Frequent appearances in public will inevitably bring about some undesirable effects. Therefore, the vast majority of upper-class people will choose private clubs with a higher safety factor, private estates, etc. If we were to ask which of Yi City's many private clubs is most favored by these upper-class people, then there is no doubt that it is the ancient building called UUA Pavilion in front of us. At this point in time, 2 rows of young women dressed in the same style of cheongsam stood neatly in front of the main door of the UUA Pavilion. They're shapely, fresh-faced, and it is like a bright landscape attracting the eyes of passers-by. And in the middle of this group of beautiful women, stood a middle-aged beautiful woman dressed in a burgundy-colored cheongsam. She is elegant, mature and charming, showing the charm and flavor of a mature woman when she raises her hand. Get your asses in gear. The one who's coming later is a super big shot. If anyone goes wrong at this time, don't blame me for turning my back on them. The beautiful woman cried out in a loud voice with a solemn face, her delicate face looking particularly majestic at the moment. Let no one dare to disobey her orders so easily. Yes, sister, yeah. The women responded in unison, their voices clear and loud, and it was as neat and tidy as if it were a well-trained soldier. Just then, a low engine roar suddenly came from far and near, and immediately after that, a luxury sports car glittering with silver lights sped up like lightning, and steadily stopped in front of the ancient door of the UUA Pavilion. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged beauty didn't dare to delay for a moment, and hurriedly took quick steps forward to welcome her. With a soft thud, the door slowly opened and that honored guest, who had made the pavilion of the Moon of Pixies so grandly welcome, had also finally revealed the true face of Mount Lushan. Young Master Lu, it's truly a supreme honor for us to have you come to our UU Pavilion. The beautiful woman smiled like a flower and warmly welcomed the honored guest. That's right, the visitor was no other than Lu Yu, who had lost miserably to Lin Bai in the afternoon. However, in the face of the graceful, voluptuous beauty in front of me, Lu Yu, however, did not even look squarely at him, only his face was expressionless, and his expression was cold to the core, and, speaking faintly, he asked, is everything I want ready? Hearing this, the beautiful woman hurriedly smiled and said, it's already prepared for young Master Lu. Young Master Lu went in to inspect the goods, lead the way. Passing through the opulent living room, the beautiful woman named Sister Ya then led Lu Yu to the elevator. Unlike other clubs, the Pixie Moon Pavilion only receives members, and each member will have a corresponding level. Like the first floor generally receives some social celebrities, as well as some small clans that have just entered the world. Starting on the second floor and moving up, the reception is for those who stand on the top floor of the Leaf City. With no little influence, a really big deal, and as the floors get higher and higher, the higher the status of the character being received. Of course, there are differences in the services that different levels of members can obtain at the Pixie Moon Pavilion. The higher up you go, the higher the status and the better and more special services you can get. It is because of this unique pyramid system of the Pavilion of the Spectral Moon. It's what attracts more and more upper-class people to the area. As of now, almost all of the powerful families in Yi City were members of the Pixie Moon Pavilion. As a result, The membership level of the Pavilion of the Pixie Moon had also become a standard by which the great clans measured their strength. Taking the elevator, the two of them soon arrived at the topmost floor of the Pixie Moon Pavilion. After all, it was the topmost floor, and only a handful of people could come here, so it was inevitable that it would be a bit cold. But as if Lu Yu had gotten used to it long ago, he followed Sister Ye right to a luxury box. Young Master Lu, you first taste this cup of carefully prepared fragrant tea. The slave will go and bring the man to you. The woman known as Sister Ye moved gracefully and lifted the teapot, pouring Lu Yu a cup of expensive and aromatic fine tea. Then, she slightly owed her body, smiled and gestured to Lu Yu before turning to leave the box. It didn't take long, and when Sister Ye returned to the box again, she was already followed by two fresh and unassuming young women. Unlike the woman standing in the doorway, there was a distinct lack of something about the two. Young Master Lu, the person you wanted has arrived. Can you see if you're satisfied? Sister Ye said softly. Lu Yu did not pay any attention to Sister Ye, staring straight at the two beautiful women in front of him who were like flowers in jade. There was a strange gleam in his eyes now and then. Before Lu Yu spoke, Sister Ye and the two who had just been brought in could not dare to make a sound. And so the minutes ticked by. The entire box was so quiet that you could almost only hear the breathing of a few people. After a long time, Lu Yu finally slowly squeezed out a sentence from the depths of his throat. Well, you can go out first. Sister Ye smiled faintly at her words and responded softly. In that case, then, my slave will no longer intrude on young Master Lu's pleasure. Saying that, she lightly moved her lotus steps, and walked out of the room with a graceful, and carefully smoothed the door to the room. Only after Sister Ye left did Lu Yu redirect his sight to the two women in front of him. What's your name? Lu Yu asked as he looked with interest at the pavilion white woman in front of him. Only that white-clothed woman's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes revealing a trace of tension that was hard to hide. Reporting back to young Master Lu, my daughter's name is Huang Shishir. She's 21 years old, currently in her sophomore year at Yi City University. She replied timidly, her voice as tiny as a mosquito fly. Lu Yu listened and nodded thoughtfully. The name is quite nice. It's just a pity that this young master doesn't like it. From now on, you will change your name to Yi Ruoshang. The woman who was called Huang Shishir's face was filled with surprise when she heard this, but she only hesitated for a moment, and then she obediently nodded her head lightly and answered, yes. Immediately afterward, Lu Yu turned his gaze to the red-clothed woman standing on the side. What about you? Compared to the woman in white, this woman in red appeared to be much more calm. She fell to meet Lu Yu's gaze without being condescending. Reporting back to young Master Lu, my name is Lu Yang. I'm 22 years old. He is a junior at Yi City University. Lu Yu nodded, a wry glint flashing in his eyes, and then spoke. Aha, not bad. From now on, your name is Yi Qingshui. You're Yi Ruoshang's sister. And this young master is your brother-in-law. Understand? Lu Yang, the woman in red, smiled faintly and softly responded. Got it. Sister-in-law. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a nightingale crying. Now then, tell me, what are your respective names? Reporting back to young Master Lu, Slave Yi Ruoshang, Slave Yi Qingshui. Chapter 54, Encouraging Zhou Tian. Yap City International Circuit. After a bit of bouncing around, Lin Bai's group also managed to enter the interior of the arena. Unlike the outside, the inside of the arena was especially busy with people as far as the eye could see, because it was a race held exclusively for the pleasure of rich young men. The scene, including the drivers, the vast majority of them come from wealthy families. There were only a very few exceptions, like Lin Bai, Xiao Ran and the rest of them, who mixed in as friends. Other than that, it's the young waitresses that are everywhere on the scene. Each of these waitresses possessed a tall and attractive figure and a delicate face. Pick any one of them and put it in the clubhouse and it's definitely a headliner. At this moment, their gazes were constantly traveling back and forth between the young masters of the rich families in the arena, their eyes full of searching and anticipation, as if they were searching for their preferred prey. It doesn't take much guessing to know what these waitresses are up to. After all, an opportunity like this to have access to so many rich and powerful gentlemen, that's only once a month. If you're lucky enough to be seen, you'll go straight from Sparrow to Phoenix. Wow, there are so many beautiful women here. Zhou Tian looked at the bright scenery in front of him and the mouth was almost watering. In that case, why don't you hurry over and ask someone for a contact information? If you're lucky, maybe you can successfully say goodbye to your virginity today. Seeing this, Lin Bai, immediately egging it on from the sidelines. Why don't you go over and ask for it? Zhou Tian said a little sheepishly. Do you think I have a chance? Lindbergh said while slightly sidestepping his body. Zhou Tian followed his movements. Instantly felt a cold and stern death stare from Hongya. Hong de Banhua. I was purely joking just now. You must not take it seriously. Zhou Tian was so frightened that he quickly waved his hand to explain. Zhou Tian had very little resistance to women, especially when it came to beautiful women. He had almost lost the ability to say no, which may have had more or less to do with his inner inferiority complex. In fact, Zhou Tian was not ugly looking, only slightly fatter and slightly shorter. The features are still exquisite, but in a YETU where the general height is over 175, no height is a hard sell. Hardly any woman will stay on him for more than 3 seconds. Even in his previous life, Zhou Tian had never talked to any object, and had not even held a woman's hand yet. He himself folded at the hands of the disease. Hongya glared fiercely at Zhou Tian before putting her hand on Lin Bai's arm. Xiaoran and Zhou Tian, who saw the scene, were also shocked. Good lord, this is not going to be hidden, is it? Lin Bai, on the contrary, had a cloudy face, even though he knew that there was a chance that he would run into Hongya's lickspittle young masters here. Just then, Lindbergh seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes flashed with a strange light, only to see that in that slightly dimly lit corner, there was a petite woman standing quietly. Like the waitresses, she wore the same ribbon around her wrist, but unlike the heavily made up and gaudily dressed waitresses, the woman in front of me was dressed extraordinarily plain. A plain white maxi dress and a pair of white sneakers. That's all she's dressed up for. All over, the brightest thing was probably the red ribbon on her wrist, but Lin Bai didn't lose interest. Instead, he curiously surveyed it. She was seen wearing a simple, sharp single ponytail, with long bangs falling on either side of her cheeks. The length is even long enough to cover half of your face. But, as the eye passed through the silken gaps in the hair of the, however, he was able to clearly capture the pair of eyes that were as clear and transparent as a crystal clear lake, as well as the small section of the chin that was as white as snow and as warm as jade. Clean. Other than this word, Lin Bai couldn't think of a better way to describe this woman. Throughout his previous life, he had never seen such a woman. Just as he was about to use his system to probe, Zhou Tian posted up at an inopportune moment. What are you looking at, old Lin? So mesmerized. Following Lindbergh's gaze, Zhou Tian also saw the woman who was out of place in the corner. In an instant, his gaze was as if it was firmly sucked by a magnet, and he could no longer move away from it. After a long time, Zhou Genius slowly came to say, so beautiful. Lin Bai glanced at the woman, and then at Zhou Tian, who was somewhat obsessed. As if he had made up his mind about something, his gaze suddenly became firm. Old Zhou, if you like it, act on it, go ahead and add a Weibo. Lin Bai stepped forward and egged him on. I wouldn't dare nah. Opportunity is something you have to earn, and how do you know you won't succeed if you don't try? Lin Bai patted Zhou Tian in a serious tone. But, Zhou Tian mumbled his lips, his face filled with a tangled color. It seemed like there was a fierce internal struggle going on. Seeing that Zhou Tian was still this indecisive, Lin Bai secretly thought in his heart, it seems that he has to give him a strong dose of medicine. Thus, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. Since you're not going to go for it, Lao Zhou, then I'm not going to be polite. Such a delicate and cute little beauty. If I can hold her in my arms, that must have felt very comfortable. After saying that, Lin Bai even intentionally made an appearance of being intoxicated by it and lifted his leg to step forward. Right at this moment, Zhou Tian, who was still hesitant in his original position, after hearing Lin Bai's words, instantly, his eyes widened as if his inner fighting spirit had been ignited. Without saying a word, he drew up his legs and darted towards the woman. Seeing that Zhou Tian had finally fallen for it, Lin Bai couldn't help but smile triumphantly. I thought to myself that my move had worked. Before he could rejoice long, however, a slender but powerful jade hand suddenly grabbed his ear. Who you say is comfortable in your arms? A clear and angry voice exploded in Lin Bai's ears, shaking his eardrums. When he turned his head to look, he saw Hongya glaring at him with a puff of air. A pair of beautiful eyes were burning with a bearish rage, and the white and neat shell teeth were biting the lower lip tightly, obviously already being unable to restrain their anger. I didn't mean to say that. If I didn't irritate Lao Zhou, how can he have the courage to rush out? You see, now he has already acted. Let go. Quickly. I'm going to lose my ears if I keep pulling them. Hongya sniffed. The force on her hand not only didn't reduce in the slightest, but instead increased a few more points. With a cold snort, he said, Humph, is that so? Why do I think that's what you really mean? Agu, pain. Sister, take it easy. Xiaoran, who was on the side, looked at the two people who were fighting, and a flash of envy flashed in his eyes from time to time. A moment later, Zhou Tian returned to the few people in triumph. It doesn't take much guessing to know that he succeeded. How was it? Not bad, right? Lin Bai couldn't help but be curious. Zhou Tian nodded frantically. Special, especially beautiful. What's her name? I think I forgot to ask. Didn't you add WeChat? Look at WeChat. Oh yeah. There it is. Her name is Guing. Guing? Good name. Chapter 55, Secondary Revenge Bundle. Is this the VIP box? It's too luxurious. After a short stay in the arena, Lin Bai and his party were led by the waiter to. He came to the box that Jang Way had prepared for a few people beforehand. An oversized monitor for live feeds, leather sofas, a wide variety of snacks and drinks, as well as a variety of entertainment facilities, PS5, jukebox, massage chairs and more. In addition, there is a huge terrace outside the box, and connected to the outside of the terrace is the auditorium. Beneath the spectators is the passionate racing scene. Can we just eat all these things? Zhou Tian looked at the table full of food and, drooling, of course you can, but only if you're willing to pay for it. Old Zhou, Lin Bai smiled and joked. Hearing this, the originally excited Zhou Tian felt like he had been thrown a pot of cold water and instantly deflated. That's better. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Eat all you want, I'll pay for today. When a few people turned around, they saw Jang Way who had appeared in the doorway at some point. Completely different from the Jang Way who always wore glasses and looked a bit bookish when he was in school before. The Jang Way standing here at the moment was simply like he had been transformed. His eyes looked so bright and his smile looked so confident. The bright, colorful, red racing suit that hugged his long, lanky body, sketched his lines to perfection. Coupled with a sharp, short-inch hairstyle, the whole man looks valiant and handsome. Hongya, who had seen many handsome men, was shocked, but she quickly recovered. Jang Way isn't a man she can make up her mind about. Not to mention the fact that she's surrounded by a smelly man who loves to be a hooligan. At the same time, Jang Way also noticed Hongya not far away. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to greet him, Zhou Tian rushed over like a gust of wind. Ilua Bina, you really is Viagra? This is also too handsome. Zhou Tian's eyes glowed with gold and he said with a face full of excitement. As he said this, he couldn't help but hold out his hand and, gently stroking the incredibly cool racing suit on Jang Wei's body. The look was as if he was admiring a perfect work of art that was unrivaled in the world. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, the corners of Jang Wei's mouth rose slightly, deliberately flirted. This is my specially customized racing suit. Worth millions. If you touch it and break it, you'll have to pay for it, haha. The moment these words came out, Zhou Tian froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. The hand that was still resting lovingly on the racing suit was also quickly withdrawn like an electric shock. There was a look of horror on his face. What followed was unbridled laughter from Xiaoran and Lin Bai and the others. Ha. After the little episode was over, Zhou Tian sat alone in a sulky manner and ate a snack. Instead, Lin Bai and the others sat on the sofa and chatted. Lin Bai asked, how's it going, Viagra? Can we win the game tonight? If I couldn't win the championship, why would I invite you guys over? Jang Way smiled confidently. Young Way, except for being a little slow on the emotional side of things, in every area he enjoys, all have notable accomplishments, especially in racing. As of now, Jang Way has won the King of Cars championship for I don't know how many times. With Jang Wei's level nowadays, against these rich kids, it's a pure and simple descending blow, but Jang Way will still take every game seriously. Then congratulations in advance to Brother Wei. A flash of color flashed in Lin Bai's eyes. System, open the revenge bundle. The surprise contributed by Lu Yu in the afternoon hasn't been opened yet, and right now Jang Way is about to compete. How could he not give a little gift to each other as a good brother? Ding! The level 1 revenge bundle is being opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. 100 revenge points. 1 billion dragon coins. Tennis mastery. After obtaining it, you will become the strongest tennis player on the earth. Racing mastery. When acquired, you will be the fastest racer on the planet. How can I put it? Not a single surprise. Let's hope the tier 2 revenge bundle is a surprise. Ding! Level 2 revenge bundle is being opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. 100 revenge points. 10 billion dragon coins. Unlock the love value inquiry function, allows you to inquire about the target's love value for the host. 100% of the shares of Yu Yukaku. Holy. 100,000 vengeance points. Overnight riches. The whole 10 billion dragon coins. Am I becoming a 10 billionaire directly? Compared to the first two rewards, what Lin Bai was really interested in were the last two. The love value inquiry function. This was something he desperately needed. With this, and the hate value, he can totally tell right from wrong. It's not too late to get a mouse to test the waters first. System, check Hongya's basic information. Name, Hongya. Age, 22. Height, 165. Weight, 98. Face value, 96. Love value, 88, maximum 100. Hate value, 15, maximum 100. Seeing the two big numbers 88 behind the love value column, Lin Bai subconsciously looked at Hongya. His eyes filled with shock. Unknown Hongya was surprised. What's wrong? No, it's fine. I just think your makeup looks pretty good on you today. Hongya's face instantly gained a touch of redness, only to see her muttering in a sulky manner. Didn't I look good before? Good looking. All of them. That's more like it. Hongya revealed a satisfied smile. Maybe one can really change Hongya, Lin Bai said in his heart. Putting away his complicated thoughts, Lin Bai once again looked at Hongya's panel. His face instantly fell. What's with this 15 hate value? I'm so nice and she hates me? Hongya, who let you keep bullying me? Stinking rascal. Looks like we'll have to go back and educate her. After that, Lin Bai checked Xiao Ran's and Jang Way's panels, and there were no surprises. Both had low love values for him. Jang Way was only 23 and Xiao Ran was slightly higher at 35. But the odds are that this is related to the previous breakfast. Otherwise it should be half a caddy with Jang Way. After detecting the third reward, Lin Bai then set his eyes on the last reward, 100% of the equity of the UUA Pavilion. Ordinary people still don't know what the Pavilion of the Phantom Moon is. But having been reborn once, how could it not be clear? Truly a place of great bliss, a place of darkness. I didn't expect the system to give him this kind of reward. It's no exaggeration to say that even the first three rewards combined can't compare to this one. It's not that the Pixie Moon Pavilion is so lucrative. Rather, it was because the Pavilion of the Spectral Moon held the secrets of many great men. These secrets will definitely cause quite a stir once they are exposed. But if you put it to good use, it's an endless money-making machine. Chapter 56, Face Moisturizing Pill. System, check my panel. Name, Lindbergh. Age, 21. Height, 183. Weight, 150. Face value, 90. Revenge points, 110,500. Assets, 11. 7 billion. Special, Fighting Mastery. Culinary Mastery. Tennis Mastery. Racing Mastery. Does it feel like something's missing? System, open the system mall and search for props that can enhance face value. As the system beep sounded, a list of goods instantly appeared in Lin Bai's mind. Face value Tong Tian Dan. After using it you can instantly become the most handsome man on earth. This is good. But when Lin Bai saw the selling price, the person was directly numb. 1 million revenge points. That's not enough to open 10 tier 2 vengeance bundles and 100 tier 1 vengeance bundles. No choice but to look for the cheap ones. Soon Lindbergh locked on to 2 items. One is a moisturizing elixir, which enhances your face a little bit after using it, without any side effects. Priced at 300 revenge points. One is a face-raising elixir, which directly raises your face value by 5 points after use, without any side effects. Priced at 100 revenge points. After briefly thinking about it, Lin Bai did not choose the more cost-effective face lifting pill. While it's naturally better to boost your face value by 5 points at once, there's a big downside to this. It's not just a 5-point increase in face value that makes a difference. This will inevitably lead to suspicion. In contrast, the effect of lifting just a little bit is not as pronounced. System, purchase 3 moisturizing face pills. Ding, successfully purchase 3 face moisturizing pills, consuming 900 revenge points. Use a face moisturizer first. Soon, Lindbergh only felt the pores of his face suddenly expanding and it was followed by a tingling sensation that lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal. That's the end of the lift? System, check my panel again. Name, Lindbergh. Age, 21. Height, 183. Weight, 150. Face value, 91. Revenge points, 20. 500. Assets, 11. 7 billion. Props, 2 PCS of moisturizing elixir. Special, Fighting Mastery. Culinary Mastery. Tennis Mastery. Racing Mastery. It's more comfortable this way. At this time, Hongya, who was sitting on the side, seemed to have discovered something and looked at Lin Bai and said, "Why do I feel as if you've gotten a little more handsome?" Lin Bai's heart trembled. It can't be. My old man was exposed so soon? Just as he was about to make a sophomoric defense, Zhou Tian, his good brother on the side, came out to relieve him. There? No, I don't think so. It's still the same as before. I think it's because you have your own filters. After all, a lover's eye is a lover's eye. Hongya, who was still skeptical, was instantly too shy to speak. Seeing this, Lin Bai also hurriedly pulled away from the topic. By the way, brother Y, tonight is your championship night. Isn't Sister Yue coming? Hearing Xia Yue's name, several people instantly became interested, especially Hongya. There was an expectant glint in his eyes. Only Zhang Wei's face was as normal, as if the other party was an optional person to him. I don't know how long it took before Zhang Wei slowly opened his mouth. Old Lin, I don't care what Xia Yue told you. Or what she promised you. Anyway, I don't want to hear that name again. Especially when it's just us. Lin Bai pretended to freeze for a moment, then said with an apologetic face, Brother Wei, you've got it all wrong. I didn't promise Sister Yu Wei anything. I'm just trying to change things between the two of you. So what if it changes? I'm still me and she's still her. Two people who don't fit together are doomed to never come to fruition. Jang Way snorted. Lin Bai was about to say something else when Xiao Ran immediately stopped him. Immediately after that, Chowder hit the warm-up. Brother Wei, while there's still time, why don't you show us your chariot? I still haven't seen a race car in person. Jang Way glanced at Xiao Ran and then nodded. Zhou Tian then racked Jang Way and walked out. Xiao Ran followed after meaningfully patting Lin Bai. Are you okay? Hunya worried. It's okay, let's go too. What a doomed one. Since you're so ungrateful, I'll let you experience what it means to chase your wife to the crematorium. Meanwhile, a tense and depressing atmosphere permeated the spacious and luxurious living room of the Zhang family. Zhang Jian, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Wei's father, sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. He looked at the old butler in front of him with a morose tone. Have you found the others? The old butler bowed slightly and replied carefully. Back to the master. The young master is at the racetrack right now. Hearing this news, Zhang Jian's veins popped out on his forehead and he slammed the armrest of the sofa. He roared. Every day is racing. Sooner or later he'll die on that damn racetrack. Hurry up and send someone to bring him back to me. This sudden roar made the entire living room seem to tremble. The old butler looked embarrassed and hesitated for a moment before whispering. Master, tonight is the Car King competition, and young master is afraid that he won't leave easily. I only saw Jian Zheng growl again. If he dares not come back, you just go ahead and break his legs. I'd like to see how he'll be able to go racing again without his legs. Right at this moment, a clear and crisp chorus suddenly rang out. No! Follow the sound. Only to see Xia Yuwei walking slowly with a worried face on the arm of a kind-faced but serious-looking old woman. Zhang Jian, who was still furious, the moment he saw this old woman. Immediately, like a deflated ball, he quickly bounced up from the sofa, quickly stepped forward to meet him, and said in a low voice, Mother, what brings you here? That's right. The old woman that Xia Yuwei was helping was Zhang Jian's real mother, Zhang Wei's grandmother. Ma Yu, if I don't come, I'm afraid my grandson's leg will be gone. Ma Yu didn't have the good sense to say, Mother, he does this dangerous sport all day long. Sooner or later, something will happen to him. It's better to lose your leg than your life. That won't do. Yue hasn't even married in yet and her husband lost his leg first. Do you think it's appropriate? Ma Yu blared angrily at Jian Zhang. But Yue has been working all afternoon to make a big table. That kid doesn't even return a phone call if he doesn't appreciate it. Yue, it's Uncle Zhang who has wronged you by giving birth to such a rebellious son. Zhang Jian looked at Xia Yue with a guilty face. Xia Yue smiled and shook her head. Only the smile was obviously a bit forced. It's fine, Uncle Zhang. I was the one who didn't pay attention to the time. So you just let him have a good game. Okay. Since Wei won't be back for a while, let's not wait around. Let's dine first. Wifey, but I'm curious to see what my grandson-in-law's dishes taste like when she makes them. Promise I won't let grandma down. So confident? I'll have to savor it then. Looking at the amicable grandparents and grandchildren in front of him, Zhang Jian's eyes flashed with a complex color. Chapter 57, Licking Dog Zhang Yang. Inspection of the outdoor area. A fat man with a slightly bloated, slightly lewd appearance was clinging to the top of the glass like a gecko, just to see his eyes widen and, without blinking, he stared at the incredibly cool red and black race car inside, his eyes full of desire and amazement, and his mouth still letting out exclamations of surprise from time to time. Wow! This is too cool. It's just cool. At this moment, all the cars competing, of course, including Zhang Wei's proud chariot, all of them were undergoing the final comprehensive safety inspection in their respective overhaul rooms. This is done for the sole purpose of making sure that the race car, while traveling at high speeds, there will never be even the slightest malfunction or problem. It was for this reason that Zhou Genius lost the chance to get close to the chariot. Come on, don't look at it. You'll be drooling on the glass if you keep looking. I'm sorry, Xiao Ran teased with a smile. Hearing these words, Zhou Tian instantly came back to his senses and hurriedly reached out to awkwardly wipe his mouth. At that moment, Zhang Way patted Zhou Tian's shoulder and said, Don't be anxious, when this match is over. I'll let you get in the car and feel it when the time comes. Zhou Tian looked at Zhang Way with an incredulous expression. He couldn't believe that this could actually come out of Zhang Wei's mouth. However, before Zhou Tian could be happy for too long, he only heard Zhang Way continue. But then again, the premise is that you don't piss your pants in fear by then. After saying that, a hint of imperceptible cunning flashed through Zhang Wei's eyes. Zhou Tian didn't hesitate to puff out his chest and responded loudly. How can that be? I'm not 3 years old anymore. Lin Bai, who had been standing next to him in silence, came over at this time. There was an impishly bad smile on his face. Oh, are you sure? Seeing the unintentional smiles of a few people, Zhou Tian forced himself to reply. When? Sure. Lindbergh, I'll have to record a video then. Zhou Tian, actually, I think it's unnecessary to record a video. Jang Way, what? You're not afraid, are you? Zhou Tian, I just don't think it's convenient to record video in the car. Xiaoran, then hold it yourself and dislike the face shot. Zhou Tian, I see that the racecourse has a lot of curves, and the filming must be very poor. Lindbergh, then secure the camera to the car. Zhou Tian, the camera is too big for Viagra to drive. Jang Way, it's okay, there are portable cameras, and if you can't, there are pinhole cameras. Xiao Tin, the three of you have discussed this, haven't you? Just as those three were recklessly teasing Zhou Tian, a tall young man, also dressed in a cool racing suit, silently came in front of Hanya, who was watching the show with interest. I really didn't expect to meet you here. The corners of the man's mouth rose slightly and a charming smile appeared. Seeing the visitor, Hanya was also incredibly surprised. Zhang Yang, how is it you? How did you appear here? And this outfit of yours? Zhang Yang tilted his head slightly and said with a smug look on his face. How is it? Isn't it very handsome? It was specially customized from abroad at great expense to me. With that, he made a point of spinning around to show off the valuable racing suit he was wearing. Hanya absent-mindedly nodded and perfunctorily echoed. Still, not bad. However, her gaze was always unconsciously flickering towards Lin Bai, who was not far away. At that moment, Zhang Yang suddenly took a step closer and gazed at Hanya with affection. Softly, he asked, by the way, after the competition is over, I wonder if you are free. I would like to invite you for dinner. No way. Hanya rejected the other party without even thinking about it. Why? Zhang Yang frowned. Only Hanya took a deep breath, then said seriously, Zhang Yang, I'll be honest with you, I actually have a boyfriend, and I'm here with my boyfriend today, so you get the picture. Is it him? Zhang Yang subconsciously looked at Xiaoran, who was not far away. The Zhang family isn't as good as the Zhang family, but it's at least a third-rate family, and since he and Jang Way were both regulars at the tournament, they naturally knew each other. There's no reason for him, a rich kid, to lose to the mediocre Lin Bai. As for Zhou Tian, short and fat, even less so. As far as he was concerned, the only one on the scene who could possibly and was qualified to be Hongya's boyfriend, there was only Xiaoran, who was superior to him in terms of face value. However, Hanya thought Zhang Yang was talking about Lin Bai, who was standing with Xiaoran. A decisive nod. Do I really have no chance at all? Zhang Yang looked at Hanya with a face full of pain, his eyes full of unwillingness and despair. Seeing this, Hanya couldn't help but sigh softly in her heart and said slowly, I'm sorry. 3 simple words, as if a sharp sword plunged straight into Zhang Yang's heart. Zhang Yang instantly had a miserable smile on his face. I see. I wish you all happiness. Before the words left his mouth, he turned and left without looking back. Looking at Zhang Yang's fading back, Hanya's mood was also mixed. You know, among her many suitors, Zhang Yang is undoubtedly the best for her, the most affectionate lickspittle ever. She had expected to feel more or less guilty, but she hadn't realized how calm she would be inside. It was as if nothing had happened. It seems I really am a bad woman. As soon as the words left his mouth, a familiar voice came to his ears. What bad woman? Hanya turned around violently. Who else could it be if it wasn't Lin Bai standing behind her? You scared me to death. Hanya snapped. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. I didn't do anything wrong. Hanya muttered in a small voice. Then what are you vain about? Where did I really know? Lin Bai looked at Hanya with a scrutinizing face. Being stared at by Lin Bai like this, Hanya only felt uncomfortable. Finally, after about 14 seconds, she couldn't carry on and, after confirming again that Xiaoran and the others hadn't come over, she pulled Lin Bai aside. I confess, actually I didn't expect to run into suitors even here. Hong Dabanhua's popularity isn't normal. Lin Bai looked at Hanya with a smirk. Hanya's color changed and he hurriedly explained. I didn't know he was here. He was the one who came over to me. Seeing that Lin Bai kept silent, Hanya became even more anxious. He really did come here on his own. I swear. Why are you so nervous? It's not like I said I don't believe you. Lin Bai suddenly smiled. Then you've been quiet. And I thought you. Thought what? Thought I suspected you of cheating? Hanya bit her red lips with a sultry face that already said it all. As a cry of surprise rang out, Hanya was instantly picked up by Lin Bai. What are you doing? Quickly put me down. I was there. And my own girlfriend actually almost got hooked up with someone else. I can't swallow that. No, you can't. Chapter 58 Zhang Yang's Hate. Old Lin, where have you been? What took you so long? If you're a little late, just going to miss the opening act. Inside the box, Zhou Tian looked at Lin Bai and Hongya, who had just returned, and questioned. It's a rare trip here. Wouldn't it be a shame not to take more turns? Lin Bai said unhurriedly. Hongya, who was blushing a bit on the side, also smiled and nodded her head. But there was a hint of sultriness vaguely detectable in that smile. Ha! Then you guys actually didn't call me. That's really not righteous enough. Zhou Tian's face was full of grudges. How am I supposed to call you when you're farting around following Ran and the others to look at cars? Lindbergh didn't have a good mood. Seems like ha. Zhou Tian awkwardly scratched his head. Just as the crowd was talking, there was a sudden sharp sound shoo. It was followed by a loud, deafening bang. Several people have followed the sound of, only to see that the originally blackened stands were instantly illuminated by colorful rays of light, as if they were as colorful as a dream. Seeing this scene, Lin Bai, Hongya and the others first glanced at each other. Surprise showed in each other's eyes, and even Xiao Ran and Jang Way, who had been sitting quietly on the sidelines, stood up. Above the terrace, Hanya tilted her head and, staring unblinkingly at the colorful, dreamlike fireworks blooming in the sky, his eyes were filled with amazement and intoxication. She couldn't help but murmur, "It's beautiful." Lin Bai, who was on the side, smiled and nodded when he heard Hongya's admiration. Yes, it is indeed very beautiful. In this dark night, I don't know who took the initiative first. The hands of the two were quickly drawn together as if by some mysterious force. Hongya was slightly stunned, and then a delicate blush spread across her face. Immediately after that, she gently leaned her head on Lin Bai's broad shoulder, feeling his warmth and breath. At this moment, they are clasping their fingers and snuggling with each other, just like a real couple. Immerse yourself in this romantic atmosphere, and the brilliant fireworks in the sky seem to feel the surge of affection between them. Sprinkled down in a flurry. However, Xiao Ran, who was standing at the back, saw the scene and his mood became heavier and heavier. As a man, how could he not want to enjoy this visual feast with his beloved? No matter how hard he tried, his eyes would always fall on the two involuntarily. Watching the scene of two people in love, a strange emotion gradually grew in his heart. As for Zhang Way, who was standing beside Xiao Ran, he had also witnessed the scene of the two of them being in love with each other. However, his expression didn't change in any way, as if the two people in front of him were a pair of strangers to him. It's good to be rich after all, like ordinary people. Only on special holidays are fireworks set off to celebrate the occasion. But these rich kids have been setting off fireworks for 10 minutes just for one game. And most of these fireworks are specially customized. It's so trenchant. The fireworks extravaganza had just come to a close when a dazzling array of lights suddenly lit up It instantly lit up the entire venue. Immediately following, a single tall, sexily dressed beauty then appeared in the middle of the crowd with a light step. With the dynamic music playing, they were like agile elves, twisting up that shapely body. The appearance of the beautiful woman instantly ignited the scene, and the rich kids on the terrace whistled wildly as some of the rich young men had even licked up their lips. Lindbergh briefly scanned the beautiful women performing below. It was discovered that most of them were waitresses that they had seen before in the arena. He tried to look for that familiar figure, and naturally the result was nothing. Also, how could she be allowed on the field when she's dressed like that? By the way, Lao Zhou, what's the name of Gu you added earlier? Lin Bai deliberately looked at Zhou Tian, who was at the side, and asked. Her name is Gu Qing. Zhou Tian couldn't help but give Lin Bai a blank look. Oh yeah, Gu Qing. Did she return your messages? Zhou Tian bitterly shook his head. Cho, don't be discouraged. The game isn't over yet. She should be busy right now. She'll definitely get back to you later. Lin Bai patted Zhou Tian. I hope. Zhou Tian sighed softly. Seeing Zhou Tian's look of lack of confidence, Lin Bai also couldn't help but begin to wonder if he was right or wrong to set up Zhou Tian and Gu Qing. Ugh. Whatever. Take a step. Just as Lin Bai turned his gaze toward the field, he suddenly detected a hot gaze. Look in the direction. He then saw a young man in a racing suit, just like Zhang Way, not far away on Terrace 7. At the moment, he was staring at Lin Bai with a shocked expression in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by intense hostility. Lin Bai was a bit unsure. If Lu Feng had shown him this gaze, he could more or less understand it. But where did this guy come from? Toon Chan, check that guy's info for me. Ding, query in progress. Name, Zhang Yang. Age, 22. Height, 184. Weight, 156. Face value, 95. Hate value, 98. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. So he was Zhang Yang, that licking dog of Hongya. Isn't that 98 hate value a bit too high though? Lin Bai subconsciously looked at Hongya, who was still leaning on his shoulder. and suddenly understood something. Tadako, can you tie up the tensor? Reporting back to the host. The object of revenge can only be a target that crossed paths with the host's previous life. Amount. That's a bit of a shame. 98 hate value. Could have used the lickspittle though. Lin Bai glanced at Jang Way behind him, a quick flash of cunning in his eyes. Meanwhile, on Terrace 7. Brother Yang, what's wrong with you? The woman in red suddenly looked at Zhang Yang and asked. It's nothing. Zhang Yang seemed to not want the woman in red to find out anything and quickly withdrew his gaze and, picking up a side of wine, he drank it. The woman in red didn't think much of it, and said with a worried look on her face, you've got a race later, so you'd better not drink. Seeing that Zhang Yang did not listen at all, the woman in red was helpless. Brother Jan, when this competition is over, just call it quits. It'll be our wedding soon. I don't want you to have an accident. Zhang Yang didn't seem to hear it, and while sipping his wine, while gazing at the beautiful women dancing under the field, a glint flashed in his eyes from time to time. On the other side, I don't know if I had a little too much drink, or was it because the beautiful woman below was too sexy. Zhou Tian looked at it and suddenly yelled that he needed to go to the restroom. Lao Zhou, wait for me. I'll go too. Chapter 59. Done venting? Outside the toilet, Lin Bai clasped his hands to his chest, a hint of a smile if any hanging at the corner of his mouth. His eyes fell on Zhou Tian who had just walked out from inside. When Zhou Tian heard this, a flash of surprise appeared on his face as he stared wide-eyed and, puzzled, he asked back, what venting is over? When Lin Bai saw this, a flash of cunning flashed in his eyes, then he revealed a big bad smile, and whispered, what do you think? This smile made Zhou Tian's heart even more puzzled, but he vaguely felt that something was wrong. After a few moments, Zhou Tian seemed to finally understand, and his face instantly turned red, shyly glaring at Lin Bai. She gritted her teeth and said, old Lin, you're teasing me again. Saying that, then he made a move to swing his fist at Lindbergh. However, Lin Bai nimbly dodged Zhou Tian's attack with a flash, all the while laughing out loud. After the joke, the two were ready to return to the box, and as they came around the corner of the corridor, suddenly and uncharacteristically, he stopped dead in his tracks. Only a petite woman in a long white dress stood not far to the left of the two. She was slender and looked like a fresh lily. At this point, the woman was apologizing profusely to a stained man in front of her, and there were many broken glasses on the floor in front of the two. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. The woman's voice was incomparably soft, like a warm spring breeze gently brushing over people's hearts. One can't help but feel pity. The man, however, was not at all moved, and he stared at the woman with a vicious, yelling loudly, he said, if apologizing works, why do we need the police? This isn't over today. Hearing these words, the woman's face instantly turned white, and her body trembled involuntarily. Biting her lip tightly, she spoke again. I'm sorry, mister. I'm willing to pay for all your losses. Please don't ever call the police. Compensation? Do you know how much this dress of mine costs? Can you afford to pay for it? The man sneered. I will definitely compensate you for all the damages, and I hope you will be generous enough to let me off the hook. The woman pleaded again. The moment she looked up, the bangs that had been used to hide her face parted just enough to. The man standing in front of him also witnessed the woman's true form. The man's eyes glittered with excitement as if he had found some rare treasure. It's not impossible for me to spare you. Hear this. The original face of the woman with a face of horror and despair instantly surfaced a touch of joy on her face. She looked at the man in front of her with disbelief and stammered to ask, is it really true? The corners of the man's mouth flicked up. Of course, even my clothes don't need to be compensated by you, but I have one condition. Terms? Conditions? Only the man said gently. My condition is that you stay with me for one night. At those words, the woman's face instantly turned as white as paper as she desperately shook her head. No, absolutely not. In that case, I have no choice but to call the police. By the way, I'd like to remind you that the dress I'm wearing is worth $300,000. $300,000. The woman only felt a twinge of heaven and earth, and her legs went weak and the whole body trembled involuntarily. Faced with such a huge number, she felt fearful and helpless as never before. Seeing the woman in this state, the man became more and more unscrupulous and he stared lustfully at the woman's delicate face and delicate figure, and reached out his hand, just ready to kiss her. It looked like the salty hand was about to touch the woman when suddenly a deafening stern voice came. Stop! The sudden stern cry also awakened the woman, and seeing the man's misdemeanor, she backed away in a hurry to pull away. Who are you people? When a good thing was spoiled, the man had to deal with the spoiler first. The spoilers were none other than Lin Bai and Zhou Tian. Originally, the two of them did not want to ask for trouble. After all, those who came here tonight could be rich kids. The woman who was being bullied happened to be the woman that Zhou Tian had just added not too long ago, Guing. In the heat of the moment, Zhou Tian directly shouted out. Even Lin Bai was a bit surprised, although Zhou Tian's brain wasn't too bright. However, it was impossible for him not to know that the identity of the man who bullied Guing was not simple. It seems the power of love is indeed great. But in the next second, Zhou Tian staged a wave for Lin Bai of what it meant to come and go quickly. Feeling the man's unsuspecting gaze, Zhou Tian instantly wimped out. He looked at Lin Bai anxiously. Old Lin, what shall we do? You don't know what to do. And you're talking nonsense. Don't you know that this will get people killed? Lindbergh lived speechless. I know. But I really can't just sit back and do nothing. It's so hard for me to meet a girl I like. Old Lin, will you help me? Zhou Tian pleaded in a small voice. Can't really do anything with you. Saying that, Lin Bai stepped forward and arrived in front of the man. Say, how much are your clothes? I'll pay for her. Compensation? Can you afford to pay for it? The man sneered. Although he only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, but the eye is still there. Just this outfit of Lin Bai and Zhou Tian's. Together it's not as expensive as his underwear. How could it be rich? So you say no? If you don't say it, I'll take the men and go. I'm sorry, Lindbergh said coldly. The man was obviously stunned. He really didn't understand where Lin Bai got the courage to talk to him like this. Does he really have the strength? Gu Chang, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, also curiously looked at the strange man in front of her, who was somewhat ordinary. 600,000. As long as you can come up with $600,000, this matter will be over. After a moment of silence, the man finally made his decision. Although he's a rich kid, many of the people here today are better off than he is. If Lin Bai was a hidden big brother, then he had really kicked the bucket. He didn't want to regret his life because of a moment's pleasure, but he's a victim after all, so a small profit isn't too much to ask, is it? Hearing the previous 300,000 directly doubled, Gu Qing's face also changed drastically. However, just as she was about to open her mouth, she was stopped by Lin Bai raising his hand. Soon after, the man received a transfer of $600,000 on his cell phone. Seeing that Lin Bai was so frank, the man also celebrated. After giving Gu Qing a somewhat reluctant glance, he then turned to leave. Just as the man left, Gu Qing couldn't help but speak. That suit of his isn't worth $600,000. I know. You know you still? Gu Qing was a bit puzzled. I just don't want to add new trouble. Lindbergh slowly turned back to the. Smilingly, he gazed at Gu Qing. Without the bangs, Gu Qing's stunningly beautiful face was also unreservedly displayed in front of Lin Bai's eyes. Her milk-smooth skin was lightly scented. The small but lovely nose is as delicate as a work of art. Just the right amount dotted the center of her face. The pink lips were like the petals of a delicate flower. And when they opened slightly, revealing a touch of seduction. Especially those clear and transparent eyes. Like a tan spring, crystal clear. It's so deep you can't get out of it. In one word, beautiful. 2 words, beautiful. 3 words, very beautiful. Chapter 60, Gu Qing said to send all the female ones to crawl out of my house. Don't read a novel if you can't understand it. I told you to store your brain, but you really don't have one, do you? System, check Gu Qing's panel. Name, Gu Qing. Age, 21. Height, 166. Weight, 92. Face value, 98. Love value, 0. Hate value, 0. With a face value of 98, it looks like Lao Zhou really picked up a treasure this time. Putting away his complicated thoughts, Lin Bai turned around and prepared to leave. There was no surprise, and the next moment he was called out by Gu Qing. Let's add a contact. Only Gu Qing's cheeks were slightly red, and her voice was so soft that it was as if a breeze could blow it away. She hung her head slightly low and looked timidly at Lin Bai with those big watery eyes. Contact information? Lin Bai's soared brows raised, his face filled with doubt. Don't get me wrong. I just want to pay you back, but I don't have any money right now. But don't worry, I'll be sure to pay you back all the money, Gu Qing said while raising her head and looking straight into Lin Bai's eyes, her eyes clear and sincere. It made it hard to doubt the sincerity of her words. Lin Bai didn't say anything, but quietly stared at Gu Qing for a while. Just as Gu Qing was stared at, somewhat at a loss for words, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth suddenly lifted slightly. Showing a careless smile, he casually said, "No need. I don't lack this amount of money." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. But, seeing this, Gu Qing hurriedly reached out and tried to pull Lin Bai back, only to shrink back again just as he was about to touch the corner of his coat. Just then, Lin Bai's voice once again came to her ears. "If you really want to be thankful, you should thank old Chow." Upon hearing this, Guing subconsciously looked at Zhou Tian, who was standing not far away, and seeing Zhou Tian, Guing vaguely felt something familiar, but couldn't think clearly where she had seen it before. At the same time, Zhou Tian, who was standing not far away, also noticed Guing's gaze. He was going to go over and say hello, but he just looked at the other guy and hands just shook uncontrollably, not wanting to leave a bad impression on the goddess. He, eventually choosing to stand still and enthusiastically wave those little, somewhat chubby hands. If you're okay, get out of here early. This is not the occasion for you. If we run into this again, we won't necessarily have the same luck again. After saying that, Lin Bai walked towards Zhou Tian without looking back. Guing looked at Lin Bai's back in a daze, a strange light flickering in her eyes. She didn't murmur until the two disappeared from her sight. Thanks. What took you guys so long? The show is over. Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a dissatisfied face. Ran into a bit of an accident and was delayed. Lin Bai said indifferently. Xiaoran asked curiously. Accident? What accident? It's just that on the way back I ran into that pretty girl old Xiao had his eye on earlier. The one called Guing? After listening to Lin Bai's expression, Xiaoran's eyes became appreciative as he looked at Zhou Tian. Old Zhou, you can. I didn't expect you to have this kind of guts. Zhou Tian scratched his head with some embarrassment. It's alright. It's actually all because of old Lin. I was just yelling. It doesn't matter if it's meritorious or not. The main thing is that I've already told her to thank you. Next you just need to wait patiently. Lin Bai laughed. Old Lin. Thank you. If it really works out, I'll be sure to thank you. Zhou Tian looked at Lin Bai with a sincere face. You're welcome. What's all this talk between brothers? The match is about to start. Let's go out first. Oh yeah, the race. Come on. When they came to the terrace, they saw that dozens of cars had been parked on the originally long track. At the front of the race car stood dozens of men in racing suits. They are the participants of this Car King competition, and at the moment they are making the final preparations. With just a glance, Lindbergh spotted Jang Way, who was receiving his final instruction from his coach. Judging by his incessant nodding motions, he seems to have this match well in hand. After lingering on Jang Way for a few moments, Lin Bai then set his eyes on Zhang Yang, who was located a few meters away from Jang Way. Like Zhang Way, Zhang Yang was likewise being coached by only he was clearly a bit distracted, his gaze looking towards the terrace where Lin Bai and the others were from time to time. When his eyes met, Lin Bai could clearly feel the other party's strong hostility. Don't you let me down later. Looking at Zhang Yang, Lin Bai revealed a wry smile. Meanwhile, inside the manager's office on the first floor of the racetrack, the game is about to start and you're telling me to leave now? The female manager of the racetrack frowned. When I came here, I said it was settled on time. So, Guing weakly looked at the manager. It's nice to settle on time, but have you really thought this through? That opportunity doesn't come along every day. And with your face, it won't be hard to get the likes of those rich young men. If you're lucky, you can even marry directly into a rich family and soar from there. The manageress thought that Guing was like the other girls who came here for part-time jobs, wanting to be a big shot. So then the verbal compulsion began, but she was destined to be disappointed. Only Guing bowed deeply towards the manageress and then thanked her. Thank you, manager, for giving me this job opportunity. Okay, now that you've made up your mind. You've been working here for 3 hours. 100 an hour. 300 total. It was only a few minutes later that Guing walked out of the manager's office, and she also had an extra envelope in her hand. Inside the envelope was none other than her paycheck for today's part-time job here, 300 dragon coins. That 300 isn't worth much to anyone in the arena, but for Guing, it was a huge amount of money. If only such opportunities were available every day, then she wouldn't have to work so hard. Only that's impossible. Of course, and after what happened not so long ago, and those heartfelt words from the manager, she already understood why this part-time job paid so well. As much as she needed the money, she had her own bottom line. After one last deep look at the arena, she left the place without looking back to the race. After making the final preparations, all the contestants also got into their respective chariots. With the sound of a gunshot, this Car King competition also officially kicked off. Wayne, go for it. Why? You're the best. Viagra, I love you. Jang Way, other viewers, tastes so unique. Lindbergh, I don't know him. Sean, air. Bosses, give me 5 stars. I want to get out of the score. Chapter 61, Zhang Yang, the God of Cars. At the start of the match, Jang Way utilized his superior skills to, leaving the rest of the field far behind. After stabilizing the distance between cars, he slowed down. The race involves 20 full laps around the track, with a minimum of 4 kilometers a lap. Run the whole thing for at least 80 kilometers. If you keep driving at excessive speeds, racing engines, Tires and other things will be under high load and are prone to problems. That's why most of the average racer will start early in the race, and late in the race. And the main focus in the medium term is to keep the distance between cars and make sure you don't fall too far behind. But that's professional racers. These are rich kids racing today. They mostly enjoy the thrill. That one race car, like a wild horse out of control, rushing across the street. Less than 2 minutes after the start, 2 cars were scrapped directly on the spot. That's crazy. Zhou Tian was numb with fear. Don't panic. When the match is over, it'll be your turn to play. Lin Bai couldn't help but flirt. Zhou Tian gulped nervously. The race after that was incredibly exciting, too. Almost every few minutes someone would terminate the game for one reason or another. By the time it came to lap 6, there were only 9 people left in what had been a dozen-strong race. They're all keeping a close distance between their cars, and they're well out of each other's way. Except for Jang Way, who was far ahead. After another 10 minutes or so, and the race is officially half over. Lin Bai, who had been relying on Hongya, also opened his eyes at this moment. It's about time. Unico purchased the puppet spell. Ding. Successfully purchased the puppet spell, consuming 500 revenge points. Ding. The puppet spell was used successfully. Effective time 1 hour. As soon as the words fell, Lin Bai, who had opened his eyes only a short while ago, closed them once again. By the time he opened his eyes again, he was in a moving race car. That's right. Lindbergh possessed. After using the puppet spell, he can possess a target at will. But the expiration date is only 1 hour. The object that Lin Bai possessed was the only person on the field that he recognized. Besides Jang Way, Lixbittle Zhang Yang. With women he can be generous, but with men he's not so kind and, what's more, Zhang Yang had attempted to hook up with Hongya, so how could he let the other party off the hook? So after learning that Zhang Yang was also a contestant, he was instantly moved. At first, he was worried that Zhang Yang would go out early, but he didn't expect the guy to be so forceful. Then he naturally couldn't let Zhang Yang down. Let me help you to witness today. In the next second, Zhang Yang's racing car seemed to come to life, suddenly pulling out of position. In one fell swoop, he passed the car in front of him. The rich young man he surpassed didn't get angry. Instead he sneered with a look on his face and said, "Stupid." But the madness didn't end there, as after passing a runner, he once again took aim at the race car in front of him. After 52.0 seconds, he passed his opponent again. By the 12th lap, Jan was already in 3rd place. The only thing left in front of him was the last race car, and as long as he passed him, he could rise up to catch Shang Wei. But the rich young man in front of him had obviously known his intentions and wasn't too keen on letting him through. The incessant squeezing of his stance. Zhang Yang smiled disdainfully and said, "I'm the strongest racer on the planet." The confrontation between the two also attracted the attention of the spectators in the arena. Zhang Yang they naturally recognized. The car was pretty good, and they were surprised at his crazy antics, but they loved it. How uninteresting a mediocre match looks. The more lively the better. Compared to the spectators who were looking at the scene, the woman located in Zhang Yang's box, at the moment it was a worried face. "Brother Jan, you must be safe." Back at the track, the rivalry between the two men intensified as the cars kept crashing into each other. Splash of sparks. Soon the two came to a huge S-curve. It's showtime. Zhang Yang has managed to squeeze inside with a clever use of his body shape. Richie Rich, who didn't want to crash, had to be forced to give way. And the price for that giving way was that he could only witness Zhang Yang leaving in style. Even though he fought to catch up, he couldn't catch up in any way. And in the end, he could only let out a silent roar. This scene also made the spectators in the arena watch with feverish enthusiasm. Is this still Zhang Yang? He's not possessed by the car gods, is he? Zhang Yang, I love you. Lindbergh, I am the god of cars. After successfully squeezing into the 2nd place, Lin Bai set his eyes on Jang Way in the 1st place. The two were almost a lap or so apart. But was that a thing to call for the strongest man on the ground? Turn up the heat and open the punch. Seeing Zhang Yang's car speeding up violently, the spectators below were stunned. This guy isn't still trying to surpass Zhang Way, is he? That should be right. Taking 2nd isn't enough. You actually want to challenge Zhang Way. Crazy. It does seem pretty crazy, but I like it. At the same time, inside the box where Zhou Tian and the others were. Is this Zhang Yang so fierce? He doesn't want to compete with Wei for 1st place. Zhou Tian was stunned. Trust old Zhang. He'll be fine. Although Xiao Ran said this on his lips, but the face was a stony one. They're off sight. There's full court surveillance. It was possible to clearly see that the distance between the two was gradually shrinking. And with several laps to go before the finish, there's no guarantee you won't get caught up. Hongya, who was sitting on the sofa, saw Zhang Yang on the screen. Subconsciously, he glanced at Lin Bai, who was leaning on his shoulder. Back at the track. At this point, Young was 15 laps in and in the middle of a tire change. Coach also told him about Zhang Yang at this time. Jang Way was first stunned. Then the corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. That's what makes it fun. The last 5 laps were extremely critical, so after changing the tires on the car again, the Zhang Way speed has increased significantly. The two, who had been separated by only half a lap, were once again pulled apart. The gap didn't last long, though, and as Zhang Yang's car changed tires on the gap between the two began to narrow at a distance visible to the naked eye. 2 kilometers. 1. 8 kilometers. 1. 6 kilometers. By the time Zhang Way enters the 17th lap, the distance between the two was down to the last 500 meters. Zhang Way, who was still calm, when he saw the data on the big screen, there was also a stony expression. To be able to catch up in such a short period of time, it was by no means something an ordinary person could do. But he's Zhang Way, the king of this circuit. No one can surpass him. Zhang Way once again increased his horsepower in an attempt to pull away again. But no matter how much he ran, the distance between the two was still shrinking. 500 meters. 400 meters. By lap 19, there ended up being only 1 body length between the two. Zhang Way then completely panicked. How is it possible? How can he be so fast? Chapter 62, Car Crash Before the Finish Line. It's over. It's really catching up. He can't really win the title. Seeing Zhang Yang, who was close to Zhang Way, Zhou Tian instantly felt that the food in his hand did not smell good anymore. Xiao Ran, who was on the side, also had a grave expression on his face at the moment. Compared to outsiders, of course he wants his brother to win the title, and with Zhang Wei's high self-esteem, if he loses, he most likely won't be able to take it. As for Hongya, she was calm, as if none of this had anything to do with her. Compared to them, the audience was buzzing with excitement. Even those big shots in the box, all of them also looked excited. The King of Cars competition is held every month, but every time, the winner is Zhang Way. A game with no suspense like that just looks boring. More people are planning on not coming back after this one. But they didn't expect a dark horse to appear on the field today, and that dark horse has come to threaten Zhang Way. Could it be that a miracle will really happen? At this moment, almost everyone's eyes converged on the 2 race cars that were almost glued together in the screen. On the field, the red and black car that Zhang Way was in was seriously defending the solid black car behind him. He didn't know why Zhang Yang's racing skills had skyrocketed, but now that he was on the track, he would never allow anyone to surpass him. In the face of these childish tricks of Zhang Way, Lin Bai had a disdainful look on his face. He could easily pass his opponent if he wanted to, but he didn't want to wrap things up so quickly. It's better to put on a good show at the end. The two men just kept a tight defense and pretended to be on the attack, all the way from lap 19, dragged to the last lap and had come to the last 2 kilometers. Seeing that the finish line was getting closer, Zhang Way decided to stop playing defense and it was time to launch the ultimate sprint. Before he could increase his horsepower, however, a roar was heard, followed by a black racing car that, it was like a stream of light that whizzed past him. Zhang Way stared blankly at the race car in front of him. How is it possible to be overtaking yourself? After freezing for about 2 seconds, Zhang Way finally accepted reality. He's not that easy to beat though. With 1 foot on the gas, Zhang Way quickly caught up. At the same time, the spectators in the arena were flax-banded. How could they not expect that Zhang Yang actually did overtake them, and the situation was instantly reversed? Immediately, some people on the field cheered. Zhang Yang, the god of cars. God of cars. The woman who had been worrying and fretting over Zhang Yang was unable to hide her joy at the moment. But in the next second, elation was replaced by horror. Panic. No, don't. Just see the 2 cars on the screen that were about to reach the finish line. Suddenly there was a collision in the corner, and then the 2 cars rolled around like leather balls. This sudden scene also left the audience completely confused. At the same time, Xiao Ran, several people within the box also had their faces change drastically. Lao Zhang, Weigua, with hardly any hesitation, dropping what was 3 in their hands, the 2 rushed out. The 2 had just left with their front feet when Lin Bai, who had been leaning on Hongya's shoulder, opened his eyes. What's wrong? Lindbergh pretended to rub his eyes. Something's wrong, Hongya said with a gloomy face. Something happened? Before the finish line, there were 2 cars down, both of which were badly scrapped. The black race car, in particular, had flattened its entire front end and the bodywork was starting to smoke. A few dozen seconds later, Zhang Way dizzily walked away from the racing car. The crash just now was undoubtedly the hardest he'd ever hit since he'd been racing. The whole thing went straight into a coma for a few minutes. Just as he took off his helmet, he saw the race car across the street that had begun to smoke. Dragging his bruised and battered body, he quickly ran over. Coming to the front of the race car, he saw sitting in the driver's seat, unconscious, the Zhang Yang with a face full of blood. Zhang Yang, wake up! Jang Way attempted to wake up the other party, but no matter how much he called out, there was no response from the other side. He could only hold back the smoke and go up to the aid of the other man. Race cars aren't like regular cars. There's a limited driver's seat, so it wasn't easy to get the unconscious Zhang Yang out. Jang Way wasted a lot of effort to unbuckle his seatbelt. Seeing that the body had begun to flame, Jang Way became more and more anxious. Just then, the rescuers finally arrived, along with Xiao Ran, Lin Bai and others, as well as the woman who had been worrying about Zhang Yang. Seeing Zhang Yang, who was covered in blood, the woman immediately couldn't tense up and rushed over with a yell. Zhang Yang, but before he could get to the near side, he was stopped by the rescuers. This lady, please calm down, it's dangerous ahead. Oh, Zhang Yang, you can't be okay. Eventually, with the combined efforts of the rescuers and Jang Way, managed to save the man before the car exploded. Jang Way was already seriously injured and absorbed so much smoke that he fainted just after walking out. Luckily, Xiao Ran's few people assisted him in time. Wei, hold on. The ambulance will be here soon. Half an hour later, the ambulance took away the unconscious Zhang Way and Zhang Yang. Zhou Tian asked, Brother Ran, what should we do? You guys go back first. I have to go to the hospital to check on old Zheng. Xiao Ran frowned. Brother Ran, I'll join you. It just so happens that I have a car. Lin Bai opened his mouth. Xiao Ran hesitated for a few seconds and nodded. No, I'm going alone. How can I run away first when my brother is in trouble? I'm sorry, Zhou Tian said suddenly. Are you sure? You might run into old Cheng's family later? Okay, then you're coming along. The three then looked at Hongya in unison. Why are you looking at me? You can't leave me behind when all three of you are going. Anymore. I'm also Zhang Wei's classmate, even though I don't know him very well. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lindbergh shook his head. No, you'd better go back first. We don't know what's going on at Lao Zhang's side yet. The three of us big guys can still make do with a night at the hospital. You're not quite as convenient for a girl, and since we have class tomorrow morning, you can still go back and take a leave of absence to explain it for us. You guys also mean this? Hongya frowned as she looked at Zhou Tian and Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran nodded. Old Lin is right. The hospital is enough with us. You'd better go back first. If we don't make it back, there'll be an explanation on the school side. Hongya looked at Lin Bai with some grudges. Alright then. I'll be heading back. So remember to keep me informed if anything happens. Be careful going back alone. Worried about me and you kick me out. I'm not doing you any favors. Cut. After putting Hongya in a cab, Lin Bai drove Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian to the hospital. Chapter 63, Meeting Ken Jeong for the first time. Hospital. Resuscitation room corridor. It's going to be okay. Viagra will be fine for sure. Zhou Tian muttered under his breath as he kept wandering in the corridor. Xiao Ran and Lin Bai, who were sitting on the sidelines, also looked grave. Half an hour had passed since they'd arrived at the hospital. The resuscitation room remained quiet. Ran, old Lin, old Zhang will be fine, right? Zhou Tian had an anxious look on his face. Sure, it's Viagra. It'll be fine. Before the words fell, a majestic voice came over. That's right, that's my Zhang Jin's son. Even if Hades comes, he won't be able to take him away. Xiao Ran's few people were slightly startled and looked over following the voice. They then saw the three men who were walking towards them. Located right in the center was a middle-aged man in a suit with a sharp profile and a determined face. On his left side, there stood a stunning woman who was dressed in a red dress, sexy and charming. Located on the right side was an old man in a butler's uniform. Seeing the three people, Xiao Ran hurriedly got up and came before the middle-aged man with a respectful face. Meet Uncle Zhang. Seeing this, Lin Bai and Zhou Tian rushed over right behind them. Meet Uncle Zhang. You were his classmates? The middle-aged man scanned the trio with his eyes that didn't show a trace of emotion. Back to Uncle Zhang. We are all his roommates. Although Xiao Ran was still speaking quite well, but his palms were sweaty. After all, the man in front of him was Zhang Wei's real father, the contemporary head of the first-class family, the Zhang family, Ken Jeong. This was a figure that truly stood at the pinnacle of Yi City. How could he, a college student, not be nervous? Behind him, Zhou Tian's hands began to shake, but it was Lin Bai who had a calm face. From time to time, his eyes looked at Xia Yue on the opposite side. How is his situation now? Jian Zhang looked at Xiao Ran coldly. Not too optimistic. The doctor is still resuscitating, Xiao Ran said somewhat nervously. As soon as the words fell, the door to the resuscitation room, which had been dusty for so long, finally stirred. Two doctors then came out of it. Greetings to Family Master Zhang. The two doctors obviously knew Jian Zhang, and their words revealed respect. How is he? Jian Zhang's voice was still incredibly cold, without a trace of emotion. Back to Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang absorbed too much smoke. We've cleaned his lungs and he'll be revived after a night's rest. Hard work. It's all we should do. After saying goodbye, the two doctors left. Since he's fine now, you guys can leave now. Butler, give them a sum of money then send them back to school. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Ran's few people to speak, Zhang Jian walked towards the resuscitation room. Please give me a card number. The old butler looked at the three with a gentle face. Xiao Ran quickly waved his hand. No need. We're not staying here for the money. That's all we should have done. Since he's okay, we'll go back. After saying that, Xiao Ran pulled Lin Bai and Zhou Tian out of the area. It wasn't until the three of them walked to the hospital entrance that they breathed a sigh of relief. It's too scary. I don't even dare to breathe, Zhou Tian said with palpitations. I told you a long time ago, but you still had to come. Lin Bai laughed. It's actually okay, but Lao Zhang's father really. Zhou Tian was interrupted by Xiao Ran just as he was in the middle of his sentence. Alright, don't tell old Zhang about what just happened. Just pretend it never happened. The two naturally knew what Xiao Ran meant by that. Despite the lack of money, they weren't people who would take any money. So what do we do now? It's impossible to get back into the school. Zhou Tian frowned. Go to a hotel and make do for the night. Xiao Ran sighed. Let's go then. The three were just about to leave when a familiar voice came from behind them. Wait. When the three of them turned around, they saw Xia Yue slowly walking towards the three of them. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? I was thinking that it would be too late for you to go back to school, so I thought I'd come over and give you your cards. Here's my secondary card. You guys take it. Make a night of it at the hotel. If you want to buy something else. And that's okay. With that, Xia Yue took out a black card from her bag and handed it to Lin Bai. Sister-in-law, no need. We have money. Take it back. But Xia Yue's attitude was firmer than expected. That's settled. Return it to me sometime. After forcefully shoving the card into Lin Bai's hands, Xia Yue walked into the hospital without looking back. Brother Ran, what can we do about this? Lin Bai helplessly raised the black card in his hand. You take it first, and find time to return it to Sister Yue. Alright, old Lin, show me. Before the words fell, Zhou Tian snatched the black card from Lin Bai's hand. Holy crap, this is a black card? It's the first time I've seen it. This would be great if it was mine. What daydreaming in the middle of the night. Hey, old Lin, we're all out here. Why don't we go to Yulan? You really want to spend Sister Yue's money? No, there's still you, old Lin. And Ran is here, too. After such a shock today, I'll have nightmares if I don't relax. It's none of my business if you have nightmares. Old Lin, please, call Grandpa. Under Zhou Tian's bitter pleas, Lin Bai finally gave in. However, he didn't take the two of them to the Yulan Hotel, but instead brought them to a 7-star hotel called the Blue Moon Hotel. Didn't we say we were going to Yulan? How did you come here? Zhou Tian was puzzled. The car doesn't have much gas left, so let's just make do here, Lin Bai said casually. Xiao Ran, come to the 7-star hotel will be that, right? Rich is capricious Although he also wanted to go to an 8-star hotel to happy for one night, but Lin Bai had said so. He couldn't say anything. After all, he didn't have the same thick skin as Zhou Tian. Then let's make do with one night first. Xiao Ran followed Lin Bai into the hotel with anticipation. A few minutes later, the three of them were walking into the elevator with a room card in hand. Old Lin, isn't it too wasteful to open 3 rooms? Zhou Tian said with some reluctance. To this, Lindbergh's explanation was, I don't want to fall asleep to the sound of your snoring. That would be enough to open 2. Wouldn't it? Tens of thousands of dollars a room. Don't be such It's not like you're paying for it. Ran comes out once in a while. Can't you just let him enjoy himself for one night? Lin Bai's incomparably righteous words moved Xiao Ran to tears. How could he not expect that Lin Bai opened 3 rooms for him? Lindbergh, you are truly my best brother. Lindbergh, don't be so self-absorbed. How could I possibly be doing this for you? He's only doing this for himself. That's right. This Blue Moon Hotel was the same hotel where Lin Bai and Yi Qingxue were in the afternoon. 3 to a room. For his own convenience. Of course, he didn't want to be caught in adultery so soon. At this time, Yi Qingxue was in the suite playing a game while scolding the scum Lin Bai, completely unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 64, Sad Xia Yue. Lin Bai? At the entrance of the room, Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Bai with a surprised face. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. I thought you had gone back. It's none of your business if I go back or not. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Yi Qingxue didn't have the good sense to say. I wasn't afraid that you'd be lonely, sister-in-law, so I came over to keep you company on purpose. Lindbergh couldn't help but tease. Yi Qingxue suddenly thought of something, and a faint blush grew on her face. "Who wants your company? Go away," said Yi Qingxue and prepared to close the door of the room. However, how could Lin Bai easily let go of this piece of fatty mutton at his mouth? Too late, he quickly stuck out a foot and, steadily against the door of the room that was about to close. "Hurry up and move your stinking feet out of the way." Yi Qingxue's willow eyebrows went up and she shouted angrily in a petulant manner. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry bad smile. "This is the hotel room I booked. It seems a bit unkind for you to just turn me away like this, doesn't it? Humph. So what if you booked the hotel? Now this room belongs to this lady. You take your feet away from me immediately. Right now, or I'm going to call the police." Yi Qingxue threatened Lin Bai aggressively. Hearing the word alarm, Lin Bai did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he raised an eyebrow full of concern and playfully responded. "Oh, call the police? That's right. I'm only gonna give you 30 seconds, and if you don't get out of here, just don't blame me for not being polite." Yi Qingxue snapped. In the face of Yi Qingxue's tough attitude, Lin Bai still had a cloudy look on his face. Speaking nonchalantly, he said, "If sister-in-law is so desperate, then little brother I will have to ask brother Ran to step in." Yi Qingxue was filled with doubt when she heard this, only to see Lin Bai add immediately afterward, "Sister-in-law probably doesn't know yet, right? In fact, Ran is inside the suite across the street right now, and not only Ran, but even Lao Zhou is at the hotel. I think they're wondering why my sister-in-law is in the hotel." Finished, Lin Bai once again revealed that trademark bad smile, as if he had already eaten up Yi Qingxue. At those words, Yi Qingxue instantly changed color. Just then, the sound of gears turning suddenly came from the door of the room across the hall. It was too late to think. Yi Qingxue grabbed Lin Bai's collar and dragged him into the room. Then the door to the room closed at the speed of light. A few seconds later, Xiao Ran looked at the empty corridor in front of him with a puzzled expression. Strange, why did I just hear old Lin and Qingxue's voices? Inside the room, Yi Qingxue deadlocked Lin Bai against the wall. "Sister-in-law, men and women are not related. It's not too good for you, is it?" Lin Bai couldn't help but flirt. Yi Qingxue gave Lin Bai an angry glance. "Shut up and be quiet." After saying that, Yi Qingxue pressed her ear against the door of the room. After making sure the door to her room was closed, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was just about to push Lin Bai away when she was forced against the door of the room by the other party in turn. Yi Qingxue instantly panicked. "You, what do you want? Take it easy." Not far from the Yecheng Central Hospital, there is a lake shaped like a crescent moon. It is the beautiful and mysterious Moon Lake. On the grassy lawn that bordered the lake, there sat quietly a woman in a long red dress. The moon was extraordinarily full today, and the bright moonlight fell on her like water, reflecting her as if she were a fairy descending to earth, especially her sexy yet flirty eyes, which looked stunning against the moonlight. Like two sparkling gems, they emanate a tantalizing glow. At the moment, however, a faint trace of melancholy passed between her brows. It's as if there are endless thoughts hidden in his mind. Just then, a young man with a straight figure and handsome face quietly came and sat down beside the woman. "Drink?" The woman picked up a beer and handed it over. Lin Bai took the beer, his eyes filled with concern and worry. "Sister Yue, are you alright?" Xia Yue didn't reply to Lin Bai, only to see her violently pick up the beer in her hand. Tilting her head back, she took a drink, followed by a soft smile. "You know, I made a lot of dishes today, and Grandma and Uncle Zhang both liked them. I told them it was my first time cooking and they complimented me on being a genius." Although Xia Yue was smiling, Lin Bai could clearly feel that her smile was somewhat forced. Even the slightest hint of sadness could be detected. "Sister Yue, is there another incident on Wei's side?" Xia Yue smiled and shook her head. "No, he's already woken up." "Then why are you?" Xia Yue bites her red lips tightly and looks like she wants to say something. "Nothing, just simply a little distracted. Sit with me for a while." Although Xia Yue didn't say it, Lin Bai could probably guess the reason why the other party was so sad. Xia's group is having business problems. Only a marriage can save the group. If something happened to Jang Way at this time, it would undoubtedly be bad news for the Xia family as well as the Xia group. You can imagine how flustered Xia Yue was when she learned of Jang Wei's accident. But since Xia Yue didn't open her mouth, Lin Bai didn't ask much. The two of them just sat there quietly by the lake. The lake's water glowed with a bit of silver under the cool moonlight, and the breeze brought a slight coolness to their hair and the corners of their clothes. There was silence all around, only the occasional chirping of insects. I don't know how much time passed before Xia Yue slowly stood up. She moved gracefully and, like a butterfly about to flutter. "It's almost time for me to go back." Xia Yue's soft voice was the first to break the long silence. Hearing this, Lin Bai, who was on the side, hurriedly followed and got up. It's so late. Why don't I send my sister-in-law back? Xia Yue turned her head and smiled sweetly at Lin Bai. That smile was as beautiful as a spring flower in bloom. No, I had a drive over. Thank you for staying with me for so long. I'll buy you dinner some other time. I've got things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Before the words were out of her mouth, she turned on her heel and walked lightly on her feet in the direction of the parking lot. However, when she had just stepped not many paces out of the, Lin Bai's firm and loud voice suddenly came from behind him. Sister Yue, you're not alone. If you need help, you can always contact me. These words were like a ray of warm sunshine in winter, shining straight into Xia Yue's heart. Xia Yue's figure gave a slight lurch, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise a faint smile once again. But she didn't look back, just picked up her pace slightly and soon disappeared into the night. Lin Bai stood at the same spot, gazing longingly at the direction Xia Yue had left. A complex light gradually rose in his eyes, a light that had heartache, disenchantment, and, more than that, there is an unspeakable emotion running through it. Please, dudes and dudettes, give it a 5-star rating. The humble author wants to get out of the score. Chapter 65, Almost Caught in the Act of Adultery, 2-1. Why are you back again? Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Bai standing at the door with an impatient face. It's not coming over to have a barbecue with you, said. Lindbergh raised the 2 bags of barbecue in his hands. Who wants your barbecue anymore? Off. Then in that case, I'll just have to go find Ran finished. Lindbergh turned around and was ready to walk towards the opposite room. Without any surprises, Yi Qingxue quickly pulled Lin Bai into the room with one hand. Inside the room, Yi Qingxue glared at Lin Bai in exasperation. You have to leave after eating. If I had known that this dead man was coming back, I should have run myself when he left earlier. What an asshole. Coming and going as you please. What do you take me? Yi Qingxue? 4. Of course, I've always been the best at keeping my word, said. Lindbergh then set the barbecue in the bag on the table. The moment the bag was opened, a strong smell of spices and charcoal baking went straight to Yi Qingxue's nose. It smells so good, Yi Qingxue blurted out. In the next second, she hastily covered her mouth and said, somewhat sheepishly, I was talking about my perfume smelling good. Don't get me wrong. Sister-in-law doesn't need to explain. I still have this bit of self-knowledge, said. Lindbergh picked up a skewer of grilled meat and ate it. In 3 tries, he devoured a skewer of kebabs. Immediately after that, Lindbergh opened a bottle of cold beer and drank it. Looking at Lin Bai's expression of relief, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but be curious as well. Is it really that good? Before long, Lin Bai had more than a dozen bamboo sticks in front of him, and Yi Qingxue didn't know how much saliva she had swallowed. She actually wanted to get out of here, but was worried about missing something. Sister-in-law, are you really not eating? Finally, Lin Bai placed his gaze on Yi Qingxue. I'm not eating those black things. Although his mouth was in disgust, still, her throat moved uncontrollably, only to see Lin Bai gently smile, picking up a skewer of grilled meat and placing it at Yi Qingxue's mouth. Eat it, it's guaranteed to be better than those roasts you've had abroad. Get it out of your face? Who wants? Before the words left his mouth, Lin Bai put the roasted meat into her mouth. In the next second, Yi Qingxue's eyes instantly erupted with a scorching light. Immediately after that, she pushed Lin Bai away and picked up the bamboo skewer to follow Lin Bai's previous jerking-off pattern. A large mouthful was dazzled, and a look of satisfaction soon appeared on his face. Although the kebabs weren't as amazing as Lin Bai's cooking, the flavors were unique. It was much better than the stinky fish and shrimp she ate abroad. How's that for delicious? Don't think you can buy me off with a barbecue. You'll have to leave when I'm done. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite with you. Yi Qingxue glared viciously at Lin Bai as she flaunted the skewers. Lindbergh opened a bottle of cold beer without thinking. Drink it, it goes better with some cold beer. Oh, I think you're trying to get me drunk. I'm not going to fall for that. So Miss Yi is afraid? You want to provoke me? I won't fall for it. More than half an hour later, all that was left of the barbecue Lindbergh had bought was a pile of bamboo sticks and bones. The cans of beer had become empty bottles as well, and Yi Qingxue was still sitting on the sofa very sober. So it was evident that her alcohol consumption was really good. You can go now. Yi Qingxue's small face was flushed and suffocated, only to see the corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. It's no problem to go, but before you go, there are still some things to do. Saying that, Lin Bai got up and walked to Yi Qingxue. You shouldn't. A few hours later, Lindbergh leaned on the sofa with a cozy face. The Yi Qingxue beside her had already fallen into a deep sleep. Unity-chan, use another face moisturizing pill. Ding! The face moisturizing pill was successfully used. Not a moment later, a warm sensation once again came from Lindbergh's face. By the time Lin Bai checked his own panel again, His face value had suddenly come to 92 points. Now I, Mr. Lin, am considered a handsome man. System, check Yi Qingshue's basic information. Name Yi Qingxue. Age, 21. Height, 166. Weight, 95. Face value, 98. Love value, 44. Hate value, 76. I can't believe it's already 44 love value. This chick's typical mouth is too big for her body. But this chick smells pretty good and is quite comfortable to hold. Sleep. Early the following morning, as the sun shone through the curtains, only then did the sleeping beauty on the bed slowly open those stunningly beautiful eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, Yi Qingxue was confused. Where is this? How did I get here? Suddenly, as if sensing something, she turned her head and she then saw Lin Bai, who was sleeping on the side. Immediately after, the dead memory instantly awakened in her mind. Her whiter-than-milk face instantly turned red. Crazy, Yi Qingxue, you're actually with this guy again. No, it's not my fault. It's this dead man who has lied to me and teased me 3 times. I let you deceive me and tease me. I have to show you some color. Stretching out her hand, Yi Qingxue was ready to teach the still sleeping Lin Bai a lesson. However, just as she was about to touch Lindbergh, it was as if her entire being had been pressed the pause button. Staring straight at Lin Bai, he didn't move a muscle. This guy, why does it feel like he's gotten a little more handsome? She'd been with Lindbergh since yesterday afternoon, even though the guy had abandoned her halfway through. But during the night he came back twice more. I'm afraid that no one was more intuitive than her about the change in Lin Bai's appearance. Although it wasn't very obvious, Lindbergh was indeed more handsome than before. Can't this guy do magic? Yi Qingxue subconsciously thought of the previous incident of collective diarrhea in the school, because it was too weird. Many students have already co-signed a forum asking the school to close that cafeteria. But Yi Qingxue knew very well that the cause of all this was this deadbeat in front of her. And yesterday, I played tennis. I didn't know how to play at first. It's like a different person back there. He's not really some kind of magic, is he? If that's the case, wouldn't she be completely cool? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came. Trying to plot against me this early in the morning? Looking over at the voice, he saw that Lin Bai was looking at himself with a teasing expression. Yi Qingshue's pretty face blushed and she hurriedly withdrew her jade hand. You're so cheeky. But how could Lin Bai let her have her way? And he directly grabbed it in his hand. Yi Qingshue's color changed. You, what are you doing? Quickly let go of me. I suspect you've done something unsavory to me. I didn't. It was a long time before the two appeared in the doorway of the suite. Then I'll leave first. Don't miss me, yo. Only a dog would miss you. Get lost. Yi Qingxue said with shame and annoyance. There's no rush. Let's start with a goodbye kiss. Who wants to be with you? Before the words fell, Lindbergh kissed him forcefully. Yi Qingxue had wanted to struggle, but someone's strength was too great and she could only slowly fall. It took a long time for the two to slowly separate. Then I'm leaving. Remember to miss me. Saying that, Lin Bai opened the door of his room and walked out. Just as the door to the room was about to close, a familiar voice came again. Old Lin? Why are you across the street? Isn't your room over there? Xiao ran. Yi Qingxue, who was still shy in the last second, hurriedly hid behind the door. Compared to the flustered Yi Qingxue, Lin Bai was calm. The air conditioner in that room was broken, so I switched to another one, said. Lindbergh then closed the door to the room with his hand. Xiao Ran nodded with seeming understanding. So that's how it is. I'll go then. Old Zhang has woken up. Let's go to the hospital to check on him first. Aha. Old Lin, why do I feel as if you become handsome again? Probably the result of a night of enjoyment. Well, tens of thousands of dollars a night. That's a good point. And I also feel like my skin has gotten a little better. Then I'll take Ran to Yulan someday. It's even more luxurious than here. Would it be too much of a bust? No. It's all brothers. Then I'm welcome. It was only until the two could not be heard that Yi Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. She's dying of fear. Just now she and Xiao Ran were separated by a door. Luckily, Lindbergh didn't open the door too wide when he went out. Otherwise she was going to be seen by Xiao Ran. If this was seen, she couldn't wash herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Blame it on this ING guy. Stinking hooligan. But the kiss just now. It felt so amazing. Half an hour later, Lin Bai's trio arrived at the Yi City Central Hospital. Inside the VIP ward, Jang Way is sitting on the hospital bed eating breakfast. Not far from him sat a charming and attractive woman of stunning color. Can you stop looking at me all the time? Jang Way looked at Xia Yue with an impatient face. As if she had long been accustomed to it, Xia Yue said nonchalantly, Uncle said that let me keep an eye on you to finish these. Of course I'll eat it. But you're making me uncomfortable by looking at me like that. Can I trouble you to go out first? Zhang Wei's eyes were filled with disgust. If anyone else saw this scene, they would probably be skeptical. Brother, this is Xia Yue. You actually dislike her? You don't want me to Xia Yue's beautiful eyes tightened. Do you hate me that much? You tell me. Jang Way said icily. His eyes looked so cold and unfeeling. Xia Yue stared straight at Jang Way, and after about 33 seconds, only slowly did she get up and walk to the door of the hospital room. She had just opened the door when she saw Xiaoran's several people who appeared in the doorway. Hi, Sister Yue. We're here to see old Chang. Xia Yue nodded, and after intentionally glancing at Lin Bai, she just walked out around the trio. What's wrong with Sister Yue? Zhou Tian was puzzled. Let's go in first. Xiaoran sighed softly. You guys go ahead. I'll go check on Sister Yue first, said. Lin Bai then walked over in the direction that Xia Yue had left. Let's go. On the roof of the hospital, Xia Yue looks like a lonely blooming flower, standing silently on the rooftop. The breeze blew gently, ruffling her silky hair, and as the veil was lifted, her stunningly beautiful face that was breathtakingly beautiful, even enough to charm the world, was also completely revealed. However, at the moment, this face reveals a deep exhaustion and helplessness that, as if carrying the weight of the entire world. Just then, a young man silently appeared beside Xia Yue. He stood still and, eyes gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him with concern and complexity. After a few moments of silence, Xia Yue suddenly broke this tranquility and murmured softly, Lin Bai, I'm so tired. Her voice was filled with endless fatigue and vicissitudes. Lindbergh frowned. Is it because of Viagra? Xia Yue lifted her head slightly, her eyes looking a little misty into the distance, slowly responded, maybe. Then do you want to try to give up? Lin Bai suddenly came. I also want to give up. But, Xia Yue wanted to say, if you're not comfortable talking about it, forget it. Lin Bai, I'm sorry. Xia Yue looked guilty. She knew that Lin Bai was good to confide in, and she was eager to tell the other person everything in her heart. But some things were too secretive for her to be so selfish. Lin Bai smiled and shook his head. Sister Yue doesn't have to be like this. Everyone has secrets. I can understand. Thanks. Xia Yue smiled sweetly. A strange emotion also more than began to flood those beautiful eyes. Sister Yue, do you have something to do later? Lin Bai suddenly asked. What's wrong? Though I don't know why Sister Yue is upset, but I think I have a way to make Sister Yue happy. Lin Bai smiled mysteriously. Downstairs in the VIP ward, Zhou Tian excitedly hugged Jang Way. That's great. Why? It's great that you're okay. I was scared to death. Big brother, I'm still injured. So be gentle. Jang Way showed his teeth and grimaced. Zhou Tian hurriedly let go of the other party. Brother Wei, I'm sorry, I forgot. Jang Way sighed helplessly, and his gaze became gentle. How could he not feel Zhou Tian's true heart? It's okay. Next time pay attention. Right. Where's old Lin? Jang Way suddenly asked. There was an emergency at school. Old Lin went back to school. He asked us to take care of you first. He'll be back when he's done. I'm sorry, Xiaoran said as he put down his cell phone. So it is. Zhou Tian, who was on the side, was surprised, but he did not tear Xiaoran apart. By the way, do you guys know how Zhang Yang is doing? Meanwhile, outside the largest kettle playground in Leaf City, an extra young man and woman wearing masks. Jang Way is still in the hospital. Isn't it not good for us to run out? Xia Yue frowned. Sister Yue, there's no need to worry. I've already talked to Brother Ran. He and old Zhou will take care of Viagra in the hospital. Lin Bai laughed. But, before the words left her mouth, Lin Bai interrupted her. Okay, Sister Yue. From now on you don't think about anything, just play nice. Looking at Lin Bai's serious eyes, Xia Yue, as if she had made up her mind, the eyes also became firm. I know. Lin Bai smiled gently. Let's go then. After saying that, Lin Bai took Xia Yue's hand. Xia Yue was slightly stunned, but she didn't resist, letting Lin Bai hold her. And, a faint blush began to appear on her face as well. Chapter 66 Commitment to Xia Yue. Kate's playground, above the Ferris wheel. It's not exactly sunset time, but it's a great way to see the busiest part of the city at the end of the day. There's something else about it, too. Lin Bai. Thank you. Xia Yue suddenly looked sincerely at Lin Bai, who was at the side. Thank me for what? Lin Bai pretended to be puzzled. Thank you for bringing me here. Xia Yue's beautiful eyes kept flowing. Lin Bai smiled gently. No need to thank you. This is all what I should do. I haven't actually been here since I was in middle school. Xia Yue suddenly fell out of favor. Why? Because I had an accident here when I was a kid, when the facility suddenly broke down. My mom and I were trapped on a roller coaster for hours before we were rescued. Since then, I've been banned from coming here, and a lot of dangerous programs too. I don't know. Xia Yue said with some nostalgia. It seems that uncle and auntie have protected sister Yue very well. Yes, they protected me well, afraid that I would bump and bruise. But, Xia Yue said. Her body involuntarily trembled. Are you alright, sister Yue? Lin Bai couldn't help but worry. Only Xia Yue first shook her head, then looked at Lin Bai with a forced smile. You do realize that I used to be a member of T-Girl, right? Aha. And do you know why I suddenly quit? Lin Bai's heart lurched as he seemed to have figured something out. It shouldn't be. That's right. I accidentally fell off the stage while rehearsing for a show abroad and bled a lot. It took over a month of recuperation in the hospital at that time to get better. It was because of that accident that my acting career came to a complete end. No matter how much I begged mom and dad, they just wouldn't agree. Xia Yue said sadly. Why haven't I heard about the rehearsal injury you got, sister Yue? Lin Bai asked. That's because the foreign funders don't want outsiders to know that I fell because of negligence on the part of their staff, so they blocked the news. But the matter is still well known abroad. It's just that not many people in the country know about it. Xia Yue sighed. So sister Yue, you don't want to quit girl, right? Don't want to. I love to sing and dance. Only on stage. I was able to find my true self. It's just a pity that I'll never have the chance again. Xia Yue said sadly. Sister Yue is still so young. It's not difficult to make a comeback, right? My mom and dad won't agree. Not to mention that Jang Way and I's wedding date is coming up soon. Xia Yue smiled bitterly. So, sister Yue, do you want to marry brother Wei? Or do you love him? Lin Bai suddenly asked. Xia Yue was slightly stunned, and her eyes became complicated as she looked at Lin Bai. It was a long time before she took a deep breath and said, do you want to hear the truth or the lie? Falsehood. The lie is that I want to marry him and I love him. Lin Bai smiled gently, as if everything had been expected of him. You don't seem surprised? Xia Yue looked at Lin Bai curiously. If I say that I knew it long ago, would sister Yue believe me? Lin Bai laughed. For some reason, intuition told Xia Yue that what Lin Bai said was not a lie. However, without waiting for her to speak, the Ferris wheel cockpit carrying the two suddenly began to shake violently. The two of them instantly changed color, and Xia Yue suddenly thought of something. The body shuddered involuntarily and his lips turned white. With no time to think, Lin Bai hurriedly held Xia Yue in his arms. It lasted probably less than 30 seconds before the cockpit gradually stabilized. However, Xia Yue in Lin Bai's arms was still trembling. Even a few tears had appeared in the corners of his eyes. Sister Yue, are you alright? Lin Bai said with concern. As if she didn't hear it, Xia Yue hugged Lin Bai tightly. There was no longer any blood visible on that perfect face. I don't know how long it took, but Xia Yue gradually calmed down. Reacting to the shyly, she let go of Lindbergh. No, sorry, it's fine. I don't mind. It's good that sister Yue is fine. What just happened? Xia Yue was a bit scared. It should be a small earthquake, Lin Bai said as he looked at the tumultuous crowd below. Earthquake. Sister Yue, don't be afraid. The earthquake was small and it's over, but we probably won't be able to get down for a while, Lindbergh said as he pointed at the cockpit that was no longer rotating. So we're stuck up here now? It seems so, but don't worry, sister Yue. It should be fine soon. I see that the people below are already repairing it. Lin Bai comforted. I hope. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a pair of hands reached out in front of her. Xia Yue looked at the owner of this hand with a surprised face. I only saw Lin Bai gently smile. If you're scared, just hold my hand. I think I should be able to give sister Yue a bit of strength. Xia Yue stared at the hand and gazed at it for a while, and finally shook it. I don't know if it was psychological, but it was as if she really wasn't that scared anymore. That originally white face also began to emerge a slight blush. The two of them just sat quietly, interlocking their fingers. It probably lasted for a few minutes before Xia Yue took the lead in breaking the silent atmosphere. If you know I don't want to marry Jang Way, why are you helping me? You should also know that Jang Way doesn't like me, right? Xia Yue looked at Lin Bai curiously. Because you're Xia Yue, that's why I'm helping you. Xia Yue's heart trembled, followed by her heart beating at an unprecedented speed. Do you? Yes, I like sister Yuvi, and since it's your request, whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it all. Lin Bai said word for word. His voice was so firm and resolute. Xia Yue was inexplicably happy in her heart, but soon despondency crept in. But I'm already engaged. Anyway, sister Yue doesn't like why, and why doesn't like you. Why don't you break off the engagement? No way. The marriage contract cannot be broken. Xia Yue shook her head decisively. It's because of the Xia group, right? Lin Bai suddenly said. Xia Yue's pupils plummeted, and in the next second she forced herself to calm down and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Bai sighed quietly. You don't have to hide it anymore, Sister Yue. In fact, I've always known why you committed yourself to marrying Jang Way. You really know? How is it possible? Xia Yue looked at Lin Bai in shock, only to see Lin Bai gently close to Xia Yue. Reaching out, he gently caressed her infinitely flattering face. Sister Yue, do you trust me? Phase, believe what? Xia Yue's body was shaking with nervousness. While the two had been intimate before, this time was decidedly different. I believe I can help you solve the Xia group's predicament. Why are you helping me? Because I don't want to see you condescend to yourself or marry Jang Way. And most of all, of course, because I like you. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Bai kissed at the red lips. Woohoo! Chapter 67 Persuading Xia Yue. You're crazy. I'm a married man. How can you do this kind of thing to me? Xia Yue pushed Lin Bai away. Her first kiss was taken away by Lindbergh just like that. Sister Yue, don't you believe me? Lin Bai still looked at Xia Yue with a deep gaze. Xia Yue tightly bit her red lips. Compared to Jang Way, who was indifferent to her, she naturally felt more favorable towards Lin Bai. But some things aren't solved by good feelings alone. Lin Bai was just an ordinary college student. How could he possibly solve the Xia group's predicament? Sister Yue, I know that what I'm saying may not sound the least bit convincing to you, but I hope you'll believe me this once anyway. Lin Bai stared tightly at Xia Yue in front of him. His sincere eyes seemed to penetrate the other man's soul. Looking at Lin Bai, who was so determined and serious in front of him, Xia Yue's heart couldn't help but flutter slightly. Seeing that Xia Yue was still hesitant, Lin Bai took a deep breath and immediately spoke again. Sister Yue, you don't think that as long as you join forces with Jang Way, it'll solve the problem of Xia's group's shortage of funds, right? Hearing these words, Xia Yue's body shook violently. She looked at Lin Bai with an incredulous face, her voice slightly trembling as she asked, do you know something? Lindbergh smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth gently rising. That's right, I do have some relevant information. I just don't know if Sister Yue is willing to believe it. What news? Xia Yue couldn't wait to follow up, only to see Lin Bai suddenly put away his smile and his expression became unusually serious. Sister Yue, I can tell you very responsibly that even if you join forces with Jang Way, it also definitely won't change the Xia group's problems, and it will even put the Xia group in a situation of no return. After hearing these words, Xia Yue's face instantly turned as white as paper, her lips slightly opened and, trying to say something but realizing he couldn't make any sound at all. After a while, she stammered. What? How is that possible? Can you be sure of the truth of what you say? Of course I'm sure, and I can also let Sister Yue see the evidence. Lin Bai smiled confidently. You really have proof? Naturally, but I need some time to organize. Xia Yu's eyes also became more and more complicated. She could feel that Lin Bai wasn't deceiving her. At first, she only took Lin Bai as Jang Wei's friend, and after some contact, she found the white man of the forest kinda nice and comfortable to stay with him. That's why they abandoned the hospitalized Jang Way and came to this Kate's playground with him. But how could she not expect Lin Bai to actually like her and want her to break off her engagement with Jang Way? But what shocked her more was that Lin Bai actually knew so many secrets. The matter of Xia's group's shortage of funds was absolutely secretive, and very few people knew about it. And those people were the ones who had followed his father for years and would never betray. Who the hell are you? How do you know so much? Only to see the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rise slightly, outlining a shallow smile. That smile seemed like the sunshine in spring, making people feel so warm and at ease. Afterwards, he moved gently to hold Xia Yue's small hand that was as delicate as white jade, said in an extremely soft voice, Sister Yue, it's time for you to know about my identity. I'll tell you at the right time, but believe me, I won't hurt you, no matter what. Hearing these words, Xia Yue's pretty face instantly flushed a blush, as tantalizing as a ripe apple. She hung her head down and, somewhat shyly and softly asked, Do you really have a way to solve our Xia group's predicament? Lin Bai nodded with a firm gaze and replied confidently, It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Xia Yue couldn't help but raise her head at the words, eyes staring blankly at the seemingly ordinary but mysterious man in front of her. It was as if time had stopped for a moment. Not even the cockpit starting to turn moved the two to look at each other. After a long time, as if she had finally made up her mind, Xia Yue took a deep breath and, then he looked at Lin Bai with a serious face. Good. As long as you can save the Xia clan, I'll marry you. Marry me? Lin Bai obviously didn't expect Xia Yue to suddenly say something like this. For a moment, his eyes were wide with surprise. Isn't it me you're after? Xia Yue looked somewhat grudgingly at Lin Bai's hand that had begun to be unsteady. Hey, accidentally exposed. Xia Yue gave Lin Bai a speechless glance. She had her suspicions in the beginning when she was learning to cook, but she hadn't thought much of it then. Now think carefully. This guy is deliberately eat their own tofu, but also said what to find feelings. But as far as she's concerned, she's marrying anyway. If Lin Bai could really solve the Xia group's predicament, then it wouldn't be wrong for her to marry him. But Lindbergh suddenly turned his words around. But what? Only to see Lin Bai once again look deeply at Xia Yue. Sister Yue, if it's possible, I want it to be water under the bridge between us, and not a transaction. I don't want you to be a cold piece of cargo. These affectionate words were like a spring breeze brushing over Xia Yue's heart. It made her otherwise strong heart flutter. Those beautiful eyes that never shed a single tear even in the face of an earthquake. At this moment, it cannot help but raise a thin layer of water mist, gradually turning red. You must have coaxed a lot of ignorant girls with that mouth of yours. Which I can't. I never lie. I touch them all with my heart. It was indeed probation. And it all ended up in bed. I think. Why? I've always been clean. Oh yeah? You bet you're not related to that pretty girl at the supermarket earlier? I knew it. It was only half an hour later that the two appeared in front of the playground. You really don't need me to send you back? Lin Bai looked at Xia Yue with some reluctance. What? Worried that I'll run away? Xia Yue teased. That's not true. I don't know how many men in the entire Yi city covet you. I shall not have to watch you closely. Xia Yue angrily blanked Lin Bai. No seriousness. I'm leaving. You should hurry back to school without delay. After saying that, Xia Yue turned around and was ready to leave. But a pair of hands pulled her down in the next second. She had just turned around when the mask that was on her face was ripped off by a handful of. Immediately after the red lips came the familiar sensation again, before she could feel it for a moment longer. However, the man, after placing the gag in his hand, just run away quickly, looking at Lin Bai's back as he fled in a panic. Xia Yue also stomped her feet in shyness. The rascal. Chapter 68 Hong is Crisis. Leaf City University. President's Office. A middle-aged couple sat somberly and uncertainly on a sofa. There was also a woman in red standing coyly by their side. The woman in red in front of her looked so sad. Compared to the gloomy two old men, it was as if something precious had been lost. And across from the trio sat the current president of Yichang University, Li Ning, who is already over 50 years old. Mr. and Mrs. Chang, I'm sorry to hear about your son's accident, but this matter can't be blamed on the students of our school, right? Li Ning said, narrowing his eyes. With the video as proof, does Principal Li still want to excuse his students? The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang said in a deep voice. That's not what I meant. I know that, Mr. Zhang is eager to find out the reason for your son's accident, but this video alone doesn't seem to tell us much, does it? And as far as I know, there were no less than 500 people in the arena that night. Perhaps it's not certain that the two are simply greeting each other, Li Ning said in an unassuming manner, not favoring the other in the slightest because of the two's status. And what if we add these? The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang angrily slapped a paper document on the table. Seeing the contents of the document, Li Ning, who had always been calm, became gloomy. He put down the paper in his hand and said slowly, I know, Mr. and Mrs. Chang, please don't worry. If this is really related to a student at my school, I will absolutely deal with it impartially. The words were followed by a knock on the door. Immediately after that, a somewhat bewildered Hanya appeared in front of several people. When she saw the red-clothed woman with reddened eyes on the side, she felt vaguely familiar with some of the, but can't think of where I've seen it before. Principal, you wanted to see me? These two are Zhang Yang's parents. They came over today to ask you something about Zhang Yang, Li Ning said as he pointed to the two men on the side. Hanya was astonished, but when she laid her eyes on the pile of papers on the table, she seemed to know where these people were coming from. She forced herself to look at Zhang's father and mother. I don't know what my aunt and uncle want. Before the words left her mouth, Zhang's mother came in a conspiratorial manner. What uncle? What aunt? Do we know you well? Hanya froze for a moment, then immediately changed her words. Then I wonder what Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang would like to inquire about? What did you and Younger say last night in the overhaul room? Mother Zhang questioned. Overhaul room? Hanya was a little confused as to how these people could be curious about this. Even if you're settling scores, you should ask about what happened before. Didn't say much, just casual conversation. Are you sure it was just a casual conversation? Li Xia, tell her that. What did Zhang Yang do after talking to her? Zhang mother glared at Hanya with a gloomy face. Hanya was surprised and looked at the woman in red on the side. Only the woman in red said with extreme sadness, Jan. After Jan came back from the overhaul room, just kept drinking and drinking a lot, and when I talked to him, he wouldn't talk to me. Hearing this, Hanya finally remembered where she had seen this woman in red. Isn't she the same woman who cried her eyes out in front of Zhang Yang yesterday? It couldn't be something happened to Zhang Yang, could it? Now you still dare to say that you're just chatting casually? Zhang mother snapped. Hongya was also a bit flustered at the moment. If it's true what the woman in red says, so Zhang Yang's crazy behavior on the field last night was all because of her? Did she cause Zhang Yang and Jang Way to collide? Principal Li Ning sighed softly. Hongya, Zhang Yang because of yesterday's accident on the field of play. It has become a vegetable, and it is possible that it will not recover in this lifetime. So, to prove your innocence, you might as well tell us what happened to you in the overhaul room. Say it all. Hongya's pupils shrunk. She guessed that something might have happened to Zhang Yang, but I didn't expect the other party to be hurt so badly. I know. Actually, it was Zhang Yang who approached me. He wanted to make a date. After listening to Hongya's expression, Li Ning's face grew more and more grave, and sitting across the table from Zhang's father and mother, the meat of his eyes was gloomy. I knew it was because of you. You vixen. If it weren't for you, how could anything happen to Yanyer? Zhang's mother shrilly exclaimed. However, in the face of Zhang's mother's accusations, Hongya did not want to take the blame. Mrs. Chang, please also mind your words. It's your son who wants to ask me out. I have a boyfriend. Is it wrong to not want to get too involved with him? Nice one for not wanting to get too involved with him. And don't you dare say it's not you in this. Mother Zhang angrily flung the pile of papers in front of Hongya. I admit it. That's my tweet and the person in the photo is me. But that was before. And since I got a boyfriend, I've cut him off. Including last night, it was also him who unilaterally came to me. If you really want to pursue the blame, that should be your son's fault. Hongya looked straight at Mother Zhang without being condescending. Zhang mother was disliked and didn't know what to say for a while. Just then, Father Zhang, who hadn't said anything, stepped forward. Then do you know that Zhang Yang has been betrothed to Xiar since she was a child? Hongya was slightly stunned as she subconsciously looked to the side at the red-robed woman named Li Xia. Seeing the other party so sad, a drop of guilt inexplicably arose in her heart as well. But that was also for Li Xia. She wouldn't pick up sure pots for no reason. So what? Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang thinks I'm the one who sabotaged the two of them? I don't know. Hongya snorted. Since you have been able to find all the records, you should be able to discover that I've never promised anything to Zhang Yang, nor have I done anything to make him misunderstand me. It was just his own self-interest from start to finish. If you really want to pursue the matter, you should ask your good son. Obviously you have a fiancé and you're still out hooking up with random other women. As soon as the words fell, a loud slap instantly filled the room. Everyone looked at the two people in the field in shock, only to see that Hongya's formerly smooth face suddenly had a smattering of slap marks on it. She looked at the originator in front of her with a shocked face. Mother Zhang, you unashamed vixen. If it wasn't for you scratching your head in front of Yanger all the time, how would he have gotten into trouble? Mother Zhang gritted her teeth. Now that Janelle's a vegetable, you're no better off. I will definitely let everyone see your true colors as a vixen. Saying that, Mother Zhang raised her hand and was ready to hit Hongya again. Hongya was still reeling from the slap she had just received and did not resist at all. Seeing that the slap was coming again, at the critical moment, an angry shout saved Hongya. Stop it. Guess who? There's a prize for guessing. Chapter 69 Lin Bai's Killing Intent. Principal Li, you dare to block me? Mother Zhang looked at Principal Li Ning with a gloomy face. Facing Zhang's mother's threats, Li Ning was not afraid at all. Mrs. Zhang, this is Yi City University, not your Yi family mansion. Even if Hongya made a mistake, that should be punished by our school. You took the liberty like this. It's a bit too much to take our school authorities into account. What if I have to do it today? Mother Zhang said in a deep voice. If Mrs. Zhang must make a move, Mr. Li naturally cannot stop her. But Mrs. Zhang should think about the cost of this underhandedness. Zhang mother didn't expect Li Ning to actually threaten her in return, but she wasn't intimidated. Her son is gone, and no one can stop her from teaching this vixen a lesson today. Raising her hand, she was ready to teach Hongya a good lesson, but this time she still didn't get what she wanted. At the critical moment, a stern cry stopped her again. Zhang's mother looked at Zhang's father with an incredulous face. Her eyes seemed to be saying, Why? Why did you stop me? Father of the child? Zhang's father did not explain, but instead looked at Li Ning with an expressionless face. In that case, then Zhang will wait for Principal Li's results. After saying that, Father Zhang got up and walked out of the principal's office. After the reluctant Zhang mother threatened another wave of Hongya, she then shrugged off her hand and left. This isn't over. No matter what the cost, I will completely destroy you. After giving Hongya a slightly sympathetic look, Li Xia also followed closely. It wasn't until the trio left that Hongya came back to her senses. She was biting her red lips tightly and holding back her tears. looking so aggrieved, so heartbreaking. Seeing this, Li Ning was helpless. You can go back first. I have to meet with the other school leaders to discuss this matter. Although Zhang Kai scorns the forces behind the school, if he goes deeper, the school still has to give him a piece of their mind. So be prepared. I know. Thanks, principal. After bowing deeply towards Li Ning, Hongya exited the principal's office. Hongya, who slowly walked out from the principal's office, the whole person seemed to have lost his soul. It was like a walking corpse, wandering aimlessly through the large campus. You know, Hanya is a bit of a celebrity in this school. When those passing students caught a glimpse of her, none were shocked by the still visible and shocking slap marks on her face. Everyone stopped and there were gasps and whispers. However, Hongya seemed completely unconcerned about the reactions of the people around her. She just continued to walk forward with wooden steps like a machine programmed to do so. Not knowing how long she had been walking, she arrived outside a gazebo next to Yi University's artificial lake. After a short stay, she dragged that somewhat heavy body to sit in the gazebo and, eyes staring blankly at the shimmering, windswept lake in front of him. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair, but she was oblivious to it, and it was as if it had been completely cut off from the world. For a long time, until a familiar voice came. Hanya jolted, and when she turned back, a young man was seen standing outside the gazebo with an anxious face. The person who came was no other than Lin Bai, who had heard about it. Worried that something had happened to Hongya, he decisively abandoned Xiao Wei and rushed back. You're okay. He had just stepped forward when Hongya transformed into a stream of light and jumped into her arms. It was followed closely by her gut-wrenching cries. I don't know how much time had passed before Hongya gradually calmed down, and Lin Bai's in-shirt was soaked for a large part of it. Lin Bai looked at Hongya's already somewhat puffy bags under her eyes with some heartache. Tell me, what happened? Hongya said while sobbing. It's Zhang Yang. He's become a vegetable. After listening to Hongya's narration, Lin Bai's face instantly became gloomy. Zhang Yang becoming a vegetable was expected. He was the one who started it, after all. But he didn't expect Zhang's father and mother to be so shameless as to blame everything on Hongya. Suddenly, Lindbergh seemed to have discovered something. Although a long time had passed, the imprints of a few fingers were still vaguely visible on Hongya's face. He was just about to reach out his hand to caress Hongya's face when the other party dodged it. Seeing this, Lin Bai could almost conclude that it was a slap mark. Although he and Hongya had been together for a short while, he thought he still knew each other better. It's no exaggeration to say that Hongya definitely ranks in the top 2 in the toughness department. Yet she now looked as if she had been greatly aggrieved. And earlier he had been more or less puzzled that. Now he knew why. They hit you with their hands? Lindbergh grimaced. The tone was so low it seemed as if it could drip. At this moment, his voice sounded unusually cold, as if it came from the 9 hells. It also seemed to faintly reveal a chilling killing aura. Hearing Lin Bai's questioning, Hongya's petite body was slightly stunned. After a few moments, she shook her head as if in a dream. Lightly no. It should have just. However, before she could finish her words, a deafening angry cry rang out once again. Hongya! The roar was like a thunderous explosion that, so much so that people around them couldn't help but look sideways, only to see Lin Bai's eyes widen roundly, his veins rippling on his forehead. The whole man was like an enraged lion. Seeing the gentle and considerate man in front of her suddenly become so furious, Hongya's heart was suddenly sour, and the tears that had been held back with great difficulty instantly surged out again like a flood that had broken the dike. Obviously, Hongya's appearance at this time no longer needed to be said. Lin Bai's heart ached as he looked at Hongya, who was crying like a pear. He stretched out his trembling hand and, gently wiping the tear tracks on Hongya's cheeks. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. As soon as the words left her mouth, Hongya could no longer suppress her inner aggression and pain. He jumped into Lindbergh's arms and let out a loud cry. Compared to before, her cries were definitely more heartbreaking. Only after a long time did Hongya lean somewhat forlornly into Lin Bai's arms. The principal said the school still had to give them an explanation. And that, unsurprisingly, there's a chance I'm going to be disciplined, and I might even get kicked out of school. Lin Bai tightly held Hongya's somewhat cold hand. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you get disciplined. And as for dropping out, I didn't promise that no one would drop you. That statement, which to an outsider sounds so arrogant, it sounds so comforting, so secure, so convincing in Hongya. What are you going to do? Naturally, I want those people to pay their fair share. My Lin Bai's woman is not for anyone to beat up. Lin Bai's eyes were filled with thick killing intent. At first he just wanted to teach Zhang Yang a lesson. It seems he was merciful after all. If you dare to move on the head of a Teiyukai, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 70, First Visit to the Pixie Moon Pavilion. Small townhouse. Inside the bedroom. Don't be too impulsive. The Zhang family is a third-rate family no matter what, with power and influence. You mustn't do anything stupid. Hongya nervously grabbed Lin Bai. Lin Bai gently patted Hongya. I never do anything I'm not sure of. You just stay home and get some rest. Are you really sure? Hongya was still a bit worried. Don't worry. After pacifying Hongya, Lin Bai exited the room. He had just stepped out of the small townhouse when he saw the familiar figure standing outside the door that kept hovering. Sister Yao? The figure trembled violently, and when she turned around, it wasn't Yu Yao who appeared in front of Lin Bai. Who else could it be? At the moment, Yu Yao had once again changed into that somewhat tight suit, and not surprisingly, she should have just come from the sales center. It's really Sister Yao. I thought I was mistaken. Lin Bai walked up to Yu Yao with a happy face. Yu Yao's appearance was naturally a surprise to Lin Bai. After all, the two of them just had an ambiguous scene yesterday. He had planned to wait for the other person to calm down and cool off before going to her, but he didn't expect her to come over the next day. Looking at Lin Bai, who was close at hand, Yu Yao subconsciously remembered the ambiguous scene yesterday. That smooth face couldn't help but be colored with a blush. She did just come from the sales center. Because of what happened yesterday, she's been distracted. After her shift ended at noon, she ghosted over here to the little townhouse. Seeing the tank 300 parked at the door, she realized that Lindbergh might be home. Inside she wanted to see Lin Bai, but she didn't know how to deal with this awkward relationship between the two. On my lunch break, so I thought I'd come by and see how the remodeling was going over here. And, is there anything you need help with? Yu Yao said somewhat nervously. She didn't dare to look Lin Bai straight in the eyes. The sales center is quite far from here, and Sister Yao still has to go to work, so there's no need to go through so much trouble. Just make a direct call. I'm fine anyway. It won't hurt me to go back later. And the leader told me to make everything about serving your side. Are you going out here? Yu Yao took the opportunity to change the subject. The face of Lin Bai, who was originally still elated, instantly turned cold. This scene also made Yu Yao very surprised. Well, there's an urgent matter I have to take care of, so I can't accompany Sister Yao. No, it's fine. You go ahead and get busy. I'm fine on my own. Yu Yao waved her hand in a hurry. Then I'll leave first and contact Sister Yao later. With that, Lindbergh turned around and walked towards the tank 300 on the side. It wasn't until the behemoth disappeared from his sight that Yu Yao withdrew his gaze. She was conflicted now, both afraid of being alone with Lindbergh. Again, he felt a little lost at Lindbergh's departure. All of it could only be reduced to a silent sigh. Ugh. More than half an hour later, Lindbergh drove the conspicuous tank 300. It came right outside an ancient building called the Pavilion of the Pixie Moon. Visiting the Pixie Moon Pavilion again, Lin Bai's heart was also incredibly complicated. In his previous life, he had followed Xiao Ran, but he hadn't visited this place much. He didn't expect that this life would be so far ahead of schedule, and in such a capacity as to visit this place. After taking a deep breath, he walked towards the door of the Pixie Moon Pavilion. However, just as he reached the door, he was stopped by two security guards at the entrance. Membership card, please. The Moon Pavilion is the most intimate private club in Yi City. Naturally, not just any cat or dog can get in. To get in, you have to take out a membership card that proves your identity. Of course, except for those top bigots. However, other than that, there was another way to enter the Phantom Moon Pavilion. I'm here to join the club. Hearing this, both security guards were slightly stunned. With their knowledge they could naturally tell Lin Bai's age. They had been working as security guards at the Moon Pavilion for many years, more or less eye candy. However, the two did not underestimate Lindbergh because of this. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They don't want to offend anyone. Only to see the older security guard quickly pull out the intercom from his waist and skillfully press the call button. Lowering her voice, she said, Sister Chang, there is someone over here who wants to join the club. It wasn't long before a slight but crisp sound of high heels came from far away. Looking at the sound, he saw a woman with a graceful figure and dressed in a green-colored cheongsam walking in a graceful manner. The cheongsam was cut just right, perfectly outlining her delicate curves. Soon, this mysterious woman arrived in front of Lin Bai. She lifted her chin slightly and looked Lin Bai up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Vermilion lips lightly quirked as she asked, Is that what you're going to join the club? Compared to the two security guards next to, there was clearly more than a little contempt and disdain in this woman's eyes. In the face of such an arrogant attitude from the woman, Lin Bai was unimpressed and stared straight at the other party. I have to say, this green-robed woman, although in terms of posture is not as delicate and attractive as Yu Yao, but her body is definitely described as top-notch. There's something about the dimpled figure with that exquisite cheongsam, too. However, just as Lindbergh was recklessly ogling the sharp green-robed woman naturally also noticed his impolite gaze. and a quick flash of disgust flashed through her beautiful eyes. Since you want to join the club, I'm sure you should also be clear about the membership threshold of our Simoon Pavilion, right? Her voice was cold and dry, without the slightest excess of emotion. Of course, the capital inspection is a minimum of 100 million. Lin Bai replied without hesitation. The words reveal a sense of confidence and calmness. Hearing Lin Bai reply so affirmatively, the green-robed woman was first slightly stunned, then scrutinized him again. A moment later, she spoke faintly. Follow me. When she finished speaking, she turned away, wriggling her slender waist and, elegantly, he walked towards the inside of the Pixie Moon Pavilion. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked and he also took a step to follow. Soon, Lin Bai followed the green-robed woman to a room that resembled an office. Tea or coffee? The green-robed woman walked straight to a side stand. I'd like a little 8+1 if I may. The green-robed woman froze for a moment, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Immediately afterward she took a bottle of fine red wine from a side wine cooler. It didn't take long before a cup of bright red wine was placed in front of Lindbergh. Dare I ask your honorable name? The green-robed woman sized up Lin Bai with interest. Surname Lin. First name Bai. Lin Bai was also not willing to show weakness, looking straight at the other party. Lin Bai? As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be everyone with the surname Lin in Yi City, right? There are tens of millions of people in Yi City. Could it be that Vice President Liu can't possibly know them all? Chapter 71, Teasing Lu Qing. You know me? Lu Qing looked at Lin Bai in surprise. Lu Qing, Vice President Liu, second in command of the UUA Pavilion. Even ordinary powerful people of the world have to give a few points of face when they see Vice President Liu. So how could I not recognize Vice President Liu? Lin Bai looked at Lu Qing with a smile on his face. Lu Qing frowned. How could she not sense the flirtatious intent in Lin Bai's words? Indeed, as Lindbergh had said, apart from those existences that stood at the tip of the pyramid, more than 80% of the powerful families in Yi City would give her a few moments of face when they saw her. And there was even a lack of second-rate families among them. She really didn't understand what kind of backbone this unnamed Lin Bai in front of her had to talk to her like that. Is he a rich young man from another city? It wasn't impossible. After all, the name of the Pavilion of the Pixie Moon was famous for more than just Leaf City. She has also hosted a number of bigwigs from other places. Thinking of this, she immediately changed her face to a gentle one. You're very kind, young Lin. I'm just a mere vice president. I'm not the only one who can say anything about this UUA Pavilion. Lin Bai did not make any response, still staring at Lu Qing with a fiery gaze. System, check Lu Qing's panel. Name, Lu Qing. Age, 37. Height, 168. Weight, 98. Face value, 96. Love value, 8. Hate value, 8. At 168, 98, it's really something. Love it, hate it all 8. Interesting. Although Lu Qing had long since seen this kind of look, she had to admit that. Lindbergh looked at her uncomfortably. It gave her the feeling of being naked and being watched. After enduring for a minute, Lu Qing finally couldn't take it anymore. Young Lin, let's talk about joining the club first. We need a capital check for membership on our side, so please ask Lin Xiao to provide a bank card, or other proof. No problem. Lin Bai responded lightly. With that, he nonchalantly pulled a plain-looking bank card out of his pocket. Then he carelessly handed it to Lu Qing, who was standing on the opposite side of the room. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a hint of suspicion in his heart as he looked at the plain and ordinary card. She had worked at the Pixie Moon Pavilion for many years, and had seen countless rich and famous people who came to join the club. The bank cards they present are either gold encrusted with diamonds or have various unique logos that emphasize the owner's distinguished status and wealth. And the card in front of me is just so unusual that it's as if it's just a regular savings card issued by a random bank down the street. However, out of professionalism, Lu Qing still politely extended his right hand to receive the card, but just as she was about to take hold of the card and prepare to retract her hand, but was surprised to find that he couldn't twitch the seemingly flimsy card. Lu Qing looked up with a face full of surprise. Young Lin, what are you? However, before Lu Qing could finish his sentence, only to see that Lin Bai's hand that was originally holding the bank card suddenly probed out like lightning, and with unerring precision, he grabbed Lu Qing's white and slender arm. Lu Qing had not expected Lin Bai to act in such a way at all, and for a moment, he was actually frozen. Immediately after that, Lin Bai fiercely exerted a yank, and Lu Qing's entire body involuntarily lunged forward. Instantly, he fell into Lin Bai's warm and generous embrace. It wasn't until she felt the majestic manly aura of Lin Bai's body that Lu Qing came back to her senses. She glared at Lin Bai in shame and annoyance. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? As she spoke, she tried to break free from Lindbergh, but Lindbergh's extraordinarily strong. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't help her opponent. I've heard for a long time that Leaf City's Pixie Moon Pavilion, Lu Qing, and Vice President Lu are of great color, so I've traveled a long way to come here too, just for a kiss, Lin Bai said as he extended his hand towards Lu Qing. The moment his skin touched Lu Qing's entire body instantly reddened and warmed up. Lin Xiao, I'm not for sale. Although the Pavilion of the Moon is a place of recreation and entertainment for those dignitaries, she, Lu Qing, is innocent. When had she ever been so close to a man? However, it is as if Lindbergh could not hear. Seeing that Lin Bai was getting more and more excessive, Lu Qing could only take out his killer weapon. It is necessary for me to remind young Lin that you could have killed me for the sake of a moment, but this is the UUE Pavilion. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to walk out later? As long as you let me go now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Before she could finish her sentence, however, those red lips, which had never been defiled by anyone, were then invaded up by someone. Lu Qing's pupils suddenly shrunk as she looked at the man in front of her with an incredulous expression. She didn't think the man would actually dare. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Qing finally got rid of someone's clutches. She looked at Lin Bai with a face full of killing intent. I don't care what your origin is, you won't be able to leave so easily today. After that, she pulled out her cell phone and started calling for help. Lin Bai, however, was leaning on the sofa with an unconcerned face, quietly watching Lu Qing shake the people. In less than a minute, the door was pushed open and, immediately afterwards several well-built men rushed up. Lu Qing ordered without saying a word, give him a hard time. The strong man who received the order also immediately struck towards Lin Bai. Immediately afterward, Lu Qing saw an image she would never forget in her life, only to see that the several strong men were like papier-mâché, being knocked down by one of Lindbergh's punches. In less than 2 minutes, the several strong men she had called were all knocked to the ground by the other side. Looking at Lin Bai, who still had a cloudy face in front of him, Lu Qing was completely scared. You? Who the hell are you? The bodyguards of the Pixie Moon Pavilion were all hired at great expense, and they were actually defeated so easily. How could she not be afraid? Only to see Lin Bai walking unhurriedly to Lu Qing's side, then said in a commanding tone, call Shanya. I want to see her in 10 minutes. Other people didn't know who Xiaoya was, but how could Lu Qing not know? That was the first hand of the UUE Pavilion. How dare this man? But she eventually dialed the number honestly. Yeah, Sister Ya said she'll be right there. Lu Qing weakly looked at Lin Bai. Well, tell someone to clear these losers out, and come over here and give me a massage. A few minutes later, a middle-aged beautiful woman in a red cheongsam arrived in the room. When she saw Lu Qing who was pounding Lin Bai's leg, her entire body directly froze. But she had at least seen the world and quickly regained her composure. Who is your excellency? How dare you come to my UUE Pavilion to cause trouble? Seeing Xiaoya arrive, Lu Qing's eyes also rebloomed, but she did not act rashly. Xiaoya had come alone, and the two of them alone were no match for the devil in front of them. My Pixie Moon Pavilion? When did the Pixie Moon Pavilion become Mr. Zhao's? Lin Bai looked at Xiaoya with a teasing face. Xiaoya suddenly thought of something and her face instantly changed. In the next second, the scene that had left Lu Qing dumbfounded reappeared. Only Xiaoya suddenly knelt down on one knee and looked at Lin Bai respectfully. Xiaoya, meet the Pavilion Master. Chapter 72 Xiaoya. You're the Pavilion Master? Lu Qing looked at the young man in front of him who was only 21 years old with an incredulous face. Otherwise, what do you think makes me dare to be so reckless here? Said. Lin Bai then extended his hand towards Lu Qing once again. Lu Qing's entire body was completely frozen, allowing Lin Bai's hand to run across her face. After teasing Lu Qing, Lin Bai then turned his head to look at Xiaoya, who was still kneeling on one knee at the side. Get up. It's a long time ago in what era? Yet Shanya was unmoved. This is a rule set by the previous Pavilion Master, so I hope you understand. Lin Bai frowned slightly. He knew that the UUE Pavilion had a clear hierarchy. He didn't realize that it wasn't just for members. The interior is actually the same. In that case, the rule is abolished as of today. Xiaoya was slightly stunned. Reacting, she quickly stood up and, only the look remained respectful, bowed her head, bent her back, and bound her hands. Those who didn't know thought she was a slave. Look up, look at me, Lindbergh ordered. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaoya raised her stunning face that was a few points more beautiful than Lu Qing's. Although this wasn't the first time Lin Bai had seen Xiaoya, he still couldn't help but be stunned. In terms of age, Xiaoya was a few points older than Lu Qing. In terms of skin color, Xiaoya's skin condition was even better than Lu Qing's, and it was not too much to say that it was a newborn baby, and her stunning face that didn't show any signs of age at all. Of course, the biggest highlight was that she had a devilish figure just like Lu Qing, with her sexy red cheongsam. Ask any man who can resist her. System, Check Xiaoya's panel. Name, Xiaoya. Age, 41. Height, 170. Weight, 103. Face value, 97. Love value, 5. Hate value, 3. 97 face value. This last pavilion master of the Pavilion of the Moon is really good at finding people. The two principals are one more stunning than the other. But I love it. Feeling Lin Bai's strange gaze, Xiaoya couldn't help but frown as well. However, without waiting for her to think more, Lin Bai's unquestionable command rang in her ears once again. Come here. Lifting her foot, she arrived in front of Lin Bai. As it was, just like Lu Qing, Xiaoya was steadily pulled into Lin Bai's arms. Stretching out his hand, he then skillfully roamed over Xiaoya's face. Mr. Xiao is very good at taking care of himself. The breath coming from her face kept stimulating Xiaoya, and she forced herself to reply. And, Pavilion Master is too kind. I've long since grown old and gray. It seems that Mr. Xiao has a misunderstanding of the term old age. Pavilion. Xiaoya was just about to open her mouth when those tantalizing red lips were blocked by someone. Xiaoya instantly changed color, but in the next second she closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate. Lu Qing, who was sitting on the other side, had just recovered from the shock of Lin by being the Pavilion Master. Just witnessed the scene in front of me. She trembled and covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with shock and shyness. This never met the Pavilion Master is also too bold. Forced to kiss her even if, actually even his sister. Both. It's crazy. A few minutes later, Lindbergh realized his dream of having a left and a right. His left arm was wrapped around the shy and scared Lu Qing, and his right arm was holding the equally shy but somewhat complicated Xiaoya. It would be fine if it was an ordinary woman, but the two were the top figures of the UUA Pavilion. In terms of status, even many women from big families can't compare. There were only a handful of women in the entire Yi city who were nobler than the two. One could imagine how swollen Lin Bai's heart should be at this moment, but he wasn't one to get lost that easily. There's something I need you guys to do for me. Lin Bai suddenly came. The courtmaster, but please do as you wish. A few minutes later, Xiaoya brought Lin Bai and Lu Qing to a brand new office. Unsurprisingly, this was Xiaoya's office. Unlike Lu Qing's office, the room was filled with a faint fragrance that, this aroma Lin Bai had smelled on Xiaoya's body not long ago. Seeing Lin Bai sucking recklessly, a faint blush also appeared on Xiaoya's face. Kiyoshi, Lu Qing, who received the signal, immediately walked towards a wall, and Showa walked towards the other side of the wall. The two men were seen removing the mural hanging above them, and two safes appeared. Once the two entered the combination and opened the safe, two keys appeared in their hands. The two then put everything back in place. Immediately afterward, Xiaoya went to a bookshelf on the side, and as she twisted the switch, a silver door appeared right in front of the trio. The two women nodded at each other, then took out the key they had just taken out of the safe and inserted it into the keyhole. With that, the gears turned and the door, which had appeared to be cut and dry, was successfully opened. Pavilion Master, please. Lindbergh nodded before stepping into the mysterious door. After Lin Bai went in, Xiaoya and Lu Qing walked in right behind him. The silver door then closed automatically. Immediately after, the bookshelves began to move, and within a few moments, everything was back in place. It was as if nothing had happened. There are two rooms in the chamber, one storing all sorts of equipment, storage devices, monitoring devices, etc. The other room is the one where the surveillance is viewed, and there are dozens of screens of the same size on the walls. What was playing on the screen was clearly the images of the various compartments of the UUA Pavilion. Who would have thought that there would be such a place in the Pavilion of the Spectral Moon? If those worldly powers knew about it, they would probably try to destroy the place. This place was established by the first Pavilion Master? Lin Bai couldn't help but be curious. Spare me his previous life. He's never been to a place like this before. I had only vaguely heard that there was such a place in the Pixie Moon Pavilion, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yes, this was established when the first Pavilion Master first founded the UUA Pavilion, and it's been up to this day that for so many years, all of the surveillance within the Pixie Moon Pavilion has been stored here. Xiaoya explained. It's not going to be a pain in the ass to store so many videos to find, is it? No. Kiyoshi and I organize these videos every week just to make it easier to use them in the future. It's not easy for you two to manage the Pixie Moon Pavilion and organize so many videos at the same time. Lin Bai looked at the two women with a little more appreciation in his eyes as well. Pavilion Master is too kind. This is all our part, the two women said respectfully. The two were originally homeless orphans, and were lucky enough to be adopted by the Pixie Moon Pavilion, which gave them a place to stay. If it weren't for the Pixie Moon Pavilion, the two of them would have starved to death. In terms of loyalty, the two of them obeyed the Moon Pavilion 100%, even if they were only meeting Lin Bai for the first time. even had his first kiss taken from him. In addition to the two, most of the many waitresses in the Pixie Moon Pavilion now were also orphans. They were equally very loyal to the Pavilion of the Moon. I don't know whose video the Pavilion Master needs. Zhang family, open up the couple. Chapter 73, Couples beating each other up. Outside the Pavilion of the Dark Moon, as a limousine stopped, a middle-aged couple walked down from it. The visitor was no one else but the mother of Zhang, who had slapped Hongya, and her husband, not long ago, at Yada. Zhang family head, Zhang Kai, old Zhang. Why do you think Mr. Xiao suddenly invited us? Mother Zhang couldn't help but be curious. Zhang Kai looked at the ancient pavilion in front of him, which was of great significance in Yi City. There was a strange glint in his eyes. I think it probably has something to do with upgrading. Mother Zhang instantly became ecstatic. You mean our membership level is going up? You'll know when you go. Let's go. Don't keep people waiting. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Kai then walked towards the Pixie Moon Pavilion. How dare Zhang mother hesitate, twisting her fat ass to follow. Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang, please wait for a moment. Sister Ye will be right there. After making a cup of good tea for Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Kai, the waiter in charge of reception exited the box. Old Zhang. 7th floor. The 7th floor. We're really getting an upgrade. Mother Zhang excitedly grabbed Zhang Kai. Yeah, the 7th floor. The 7th floor we've never set foot on. The always stoic Zhang Kai. The moment was also fleshed out with excitement. Although the Zhang family was a third-rate family, third-rate families were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and they happened to be the existence of the bottom of the third-rate families. It was also for this reason that their rank in the Simon Pavilion was lower than the other third-rate clans. They're both third-rate clans. Others get to go up to the 7th floor and enjoy better service, but they could only stop at the 6th floor. This had always been Zhang Kai's main concern, so he had been trying to bribe Xiaoya or Lu Qing, attempting to take the back door. After all, the members of the Pixie Moon Pavilion symbolized his Zhang family's status in Yi City. At last, the Emperor's heaven was not to be denied, and he was finally going to get what he wished for today. Dreams are wonderful, but reality is destined to be cruel. The two waited in the box for 20 minutes, but Xiaoya was late in showing up. The two were getting nervous. Old Zhang, why isn't Ms. Xiao here yet? She's not going to stand us up, is she? I'm sorry, Zhang's mother said with some impatience. Take your time and wait. Mr. Xiao is not such a person. Compared to the impatient mother Zhang, Zhang Kai was much more composed, but he quickly lost his composure, only to see that the projector above the two men's heads suddenly lit up. Not waiting for the two to be surprised, an unpleasant video was appearing on the wall, and with it came the distracting sound. Almost the moment the video was played, Zhang Kai's face became incredibly ugly. He then panicked and searched for the remote, but couldn't find it. Having no choice, he decided to get up and turn off the projector. However, before he could stand up, the Zhang mother on the side directly pushed him down, only to see Zhang mother grasping Zhang Kai questioningly with a grim face. Surname Zhang, what's with this video? Didn't you say you came here just to talk about cooperation? That's how you talk about cooperation. Jade, let me explain. This video isn't real. The person in the video isn't even me. Someone is framing me. Zhang Kai explained in a panic. It was Shanya. She's the one who called us here. This must be her doing. How much I love you, don't you know? However, Zhang's mother doesn't eat this. It's true that videos can be faked, but it's always impossible with people. Don't you tell me there's a second person in this world who has a mole there. Zhang's mother growled as she pointed at the video. I'll beat you to death. You shameless old man. Out pow even. I can't believe you ordered 3. You really like being served, don't you? I'll serve you well today. Just as Zhang's mother was venting her anger, the original video of a man and 3 women that, suddenly it switched into a scene of 1 woman and 7 men. What followed was a much more explosive and familiar sound. Zhang's mother, who had been violently beating Zhang Kai in the previous second, was pushed to the ground by Zhang Kai in an instant. You have the nerve to talk about me. I only ordered 3 and you actually ordered 7. Zhang Kai trembled and pointed at Zhang mother and cursed. Mother Zhang panicked and hugged her open thighs. No, Lao Zhang, it's not me in this video. This woman is so saw. How could it be me? We've been together for so many years. Don't you know me well? Old Zhang, you have to believe me. I believe in your grandpa. Zhang Kai kicked away from Mother Zhang and immediately began to hurl insults. I was so blind to find a like you. I told you why you went out to get your hair done in 3 days. I bet you did. Zhang mother staggered up from the ground and looked at Zhang Kai with a scowl on her face. What's wrong with me being a? Isn't it your fault I'm the way I am? How could I if you'd held on to the bed for a few more minutes? Suddenly having his scars uncovered, Zhang Kai also became a bit embarrassed. A is A and makes other excuses. Your whole family is A. Cursing, the two wrestled. Who would have thought that these two were a loving couple half an hour ago? Time just goes by a little bit. It wasn't until a teasing voice suddenly rang out that the two people who were beating each other stopped. TSK, Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang's relationship isn't normally good. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Kai, where there is still half a bit of rich people look, covered in rags and tatters. There are scars everywhere. Zhang Kai pushed Zhang mother away in disgust, then looked at Lin Bai with a gloomy face. You're behind all this? Looks like Mr. Zhang hasn't gotten mad at your loving wife yet. Lin Bai couldn't help but tease. Zhang Kai is full of black lines. Love wife your grandfather. When I go out, I am going to repudiate this. Who the hell are you? Why are you doing this? And where's Xiaoya? Why didn't she show up? What I am? Mr. Zhang can guess. And as for why I'm doing this, I'll give you an explanation. After saying that, Lin Bai walked towards the front of Zhang's mother who had just climbed up. At this moment, Zhang's mother, with messy hair, a grim gaze, and a grim face. It was like a ferocious beast. I don't care who you are. If you dare to design me, Wang Suifan, I will make you pay. Yet the response to her was a resounding slap in the face. Snap. Zhang's mother was directly struck dumb. And Zhang Kai on the side was also shocked. He didn't do anything rash. Though, whether this lives or dies is none of his business. Make me pay? With just you? Lin Bai had a disdainful face. Ah, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. With a roar from Mother Zhang. Then her entire body transformed into a fierce beast and pounced towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai slightly sidestepped and dodged it. And the undeterred Zhang mother got up and was ready to attack again. But Lin Bai wouldn't give her a chance and slapped down another loud slap. This time, he had used all his strength. And Zhang mother's entire body was directly jerked out. Chapter 74, The Rich Pixie Moon Pavilion. Now does Mr. Chang remember who I am? Zhang Kai looked at Lin Bai with a complicated face. You're taking revenge for Hongya? He's always been a man of honor. And has few enemies. Just come here once in a while and order a few sisters to have fun. Except for Hongya, who had been slapped by the Wang Suifan in the morning. He couldn't think of anyone else who would retaliate against him. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. Looks like Mr. Zhang remembered. At the same time, Wang Suifan, who had been jerked to the ground by Lin Bai, finally climbed up. What? You were called by that vixen? At those words, the corners of Zhang Kai's mouth twitched. After all, she's A and has no brain. She knows it's related to Honda and she's calling someone a vixen. You deserve to be smoked. Sure enough, the next second, he heard Wang Suifan's miserable screams. Ah, this slap went down. Wang Suifan's teeth were knocked out a few, and her mouth was full of blood. How creepy it looks. That's it. She's still not dead. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to break you into pieces. And that vixen Hongya, I'm going to sell her to a kiln, and I'm going to make her beg for her life. Before the words fell, Lin Bai raised his hand and slapped again, and Wang Suifan was once again jerked away. The great commotion caused the ground to tremble for a few moments. Ah, I'm going to kill you, pop, kill you, pop. I don't know how much time passed, until Wang Suifan became completely bloodied, and could no longer utter a single word. Only then did Lindbergh let her go. Now it's your turn. Lin Bai looked at Zhang Kai with a smirk. Hongya was beaten by that. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to take revenge, find that. I'm sorry, Zhang Kai said nervously. Smacking a person a few meters away with a slap was simply not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, this was still the clearly ranked UUA pavilion, and the other party dared to be so aggressive. So they must have something to rely on. What? Is this Mr. Zhang's plan to put on a great show in front of me? Lin Bai sneered. It's not impossible to want me to spare you, but I have one condition. I'm sorry, Lindbergh said suddenly. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up. No matter what the conditions were, let's get out of here first. It was too scary. What conditions? I only saw Lin Bai take out a dagger, then looked at Zhang Kai and said, everything must be accounted for. If Mr. Zhang wants to get out alive, then you'll have to show me your sincerity. Zhang Kai's pupils shrunk. How could he not know what Lin Bai meant by this? Although Wang Suifan had done something wrong to her, she was after all the child's mother. Really? Do we really have to do this? Zhang Kai said shakily. It's fine if Mr. Zhang doesn't put up with it. It's just one more pit stop for me. The words have not yet been spoken. Zhang Kai picked up the dagger and staggered to Wang Suifan, who had already become a bloody man. Although Wang Suifan couldn't speak, her hearing was still there. She grasped Zhang Kai's clothes with a death grip and kept shaking her head, praying for Zhang Kai not to kill her. However, Zhang Kai seemed to have made up his mind. trembling hands in the air. All that was heard was a scream, followed by a stabbing. 10 minutes later, following Wang Suifan, Zhang Kai also became a bloody man. He was only seen sitting on the ground with his eyes blank, and a dagger covered in blood had fallen to one side. Now, can you leave me alone now? The corner of Lin Bai's mouth hooked. Of course, Mr. Zhang can leave at any time, but I need to remind Mr. Zhang that the scene just now can all be recorded. I think Mr. Zhang wouldn't want anything to happen to yourself, your Zhang family, and your son who became a vegetable. Zhang Kai's body, which had managed to stop trembling, trembled once again. It was only after a moment that Zhang Kai staggered away from the 7th floor box that had once made him dream. Not long after Zhang Kai left, Xiaoya and Lu Qing walked in. Seeing the dead Wang Chuifan on the ground, the two of them couldn't help but be staggered. Pavilion Master, isn't it not a good idea to just let Zhang Kai go? Xiaoya worriedly said. Lin Bai smiled gently. Don't worry, Zhang Kai is a smart person. He won't make his own death. In fact, he could have killed both of them, silently, but the risk of exposure is too great. In comparison, killing only one Wang Suifan was much less risky. After all, who hasn't had a few accidents? Pavilion Master, this is for you to ask for something. Xiaoya took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Lin Bai. All of it's in there? Yes. Lindbergh's eyes lit up. With this thing, he would be able to completely mess up Xia Yuwei and Jang Wei's marriage. Why? Haven't you always wanted to break off the engagement? Being a brother fulfills your dreams right away. By the way, how much money is in the cabinet's account? Lin Bai suddenly asked. There should be around 20 billion. Xiaoya replied. How much? 20 billion. Lin Bai wondered if he had misheard his ears. 20 billion. That's comparable to a big conglomerate. The entire city of Yi is worth more than 20 billion is only the head of the pyramid of the few. A small clubhouse is so rich. After the two women explained, Lin Bai realized why the Pixie Moon Pavilion was so rich. The Pavilion of the Spectral Moon was founded 70 years ago, and apart from the first owner of the pavilion, the latter pavilion masters had rarely used the funds of the Pavilion of the Pixie Moon, and those funds were kept in fixed accounts. And so, year after year, it has accumulated to $20 billion today. Of course, half of this 20 billion is the filial piety of all the great families of the UUA Pavilion. Because of the special rank of the members of the Pavilion of the Moon, they all want to be superior. So bribes can be a very large sum. 20 billion was undoubtedly a splash of riches for Lindbergh. He started out expecting something in the neighborhood of $50 billion. I didn't expect to surprise him so much. Then you should have the right to mobilize this fund, right? Lin Bai once again looked at the two women. Back to the Pavilion Master. Our authority can only mobilize up to 10 billion. If it's more, it requires your consent. Court Master. To do so, Lin Bai's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean that the 20 billion was his? He forced back his excitement and said, with a commanding tone, in that case, wait, I'll give you a card number. You guys work hard and take 190 billion out of that fund. Put 180 billion of that into that card. Both of them were stunned to hear it, but they didn't think much of it. What about the remaining 10 billion? Xiaoya asked. You two have worked hard running the Pixie Moon Pavilion. That $10 billion is for you two for your hard work. You guys split it. The two men instantly changed color. Not in surprise, but in shock. Master, this is inappropriate. There are rules within the pavilion. We can't. Both of them hadn't even finished speaking before Lin Bai raised his hand and interrupted them. Now that I'm the owner of the pavilion, my rules are the rules. After saying that, Lin Bai took the flash drive and walked out. The two men stayed where they were for a long time. Sister Ya, this new pavilion master of ours is really different. Lu Qing exclaimed. Yeah, different. Looking at the direction Lin Bai left, Xiaoya's eyes flashed with a strange light. Chapter 75, The Strong Han Han. Yates University. Board of Trustees. That's what happened. What do you all think we're going to do about this? Chancellor Li Ning looked at the board members sitting in front of him with a serious face. An old man with white hair took the lead. Let's follow the process. Since it's the student named Hongya who cheated Zhang Yang's feelings first, thus causing him to slip up on the field and become a vegetable, then it is only right for our school to give the Zhang family an explanation. Before the words left his mouth, the only female board member present, sitting across from the old man, snorted. If Lin Bai and Xiao Ran and the others were here, they would definitely recognize that the stunningly beautiful woman in front of her who suddenly laughed out loud was none other than Han Han, the female professor who had made them scared to death. As he watched the white-haired old man across from him, his face gradually became gloomy. The board member on the side hastily reminded Han Han. However, Han Han covered his mouth as if he didn't see it and laughed uncontrollably. She had a document in her hand. 2. The document was the same one that the Zhang family sent over to prove that Hongya had hooked up with Zhang Yang. Unexpectedly, except for the member who had just reminded them, including Li Ning and the white-haired old man, not one person in the room spoke up to stop the other. Soon, the only sound left in this large conference room was Han Han's silver bell-like laughter. I don't know how long it lasted, but Han Han finally stopped. I'm really sorry, I just saw something particularly interesting. So go on. You guys, go on. I'm sorry, Han Han said casually. At those words, the corners of the mouth of the old man on the opposite side of the room twitched, but he didn't say anything. Li Ning, who was sitting in the main seat, was also helpless. In this case, although Hongya was at fault, she didn't know anything about it in the beginning, and after she dated someone, she decisively broke it off with Zhang Yang. In the face of Zhang Yang's renewed invitation, she didn't waver in the slightest. That's why I want everyone to make the right judgment, Li Ning said with a straight face. That's true, but some things are done when they're done, even if she wasn't the direct culprit that caused the car accident. So I firmly demand that Hongya be dealt with seriously, the white-haired old man said again. The white-haired old man's statement made those who had intended to make a big deal out of it. The board members, who had trivialized the issue, faltered again. Seeing this, Li Ning was helpless. Although he was the principal, there were some things that he alone simply could not decide. The old white-haired man had some pivotal position on the board of directors, and even if he was, be respectful in front of each other too. In that case, let's start the voting. Those who agree with Elder Wang, please raise your hands. More than half of the board members raised their hands as soon as the words left their mouths. The only ones who didn't move were him, and Han Han, and the member who reminded Han Han. This outcome is certainly something that Li Ning does not want to see, and as principal, naturally, he didn't want to see his students suffer, but there was nothing he could do about the situation at hand. Half of the votes were cast, and in that case, it was in accordance with the king's old. Right at this critical moment, a clear drink stopped Li Ning. I object. In the next moment, the crowd immediately looked in unison at the person who had suddenly opened his mouth. Han Han. Prof. Han, we've already voted. I'm afraid it's not too good for you to object now, right? The white-haired old man looked gloomily and uncertainly at Han Han, who was sitting across from him. What's wrong with that? Anymore? I'm a member of the board of directors. Don't I have the right to vote? Han Han replied in a slightly teasing manner. The white-haired old man held back his anger. No, of course Professor Han has the right to, but I need to remind Prof. Han that the number of votes in favor is now more than half. Even if Prof. Han is against it, it won't change the result. Upon hearing this, Han Han stretched out her jade hand and began to count. 1, 2, 7. Actually 7 votes. I think Professor Han should have nothing to say, the white-haired old man said with some disdain. No, I have something to say. The white-haired old man was slightly stunned, and without waiting for him to speak, Han Han opened his mouth again. I've also heard roughly what happened. That is, after Zhang Yang's love affair was lost, just intending to prove himself on the field, he ended up having an accident while fighting with the youngest member of the Young family at the end of the fight and became a vegetable. The Zhang family, who didn't dare to trouble the Zhang family, set their sights on Hongya, who was a college student, trying to get the other side to pay for this. Folks, don't you think that's ridiculous? As soon as the words were spoken, those board members who had been in favor began to waver. The white-haired old man naturally didn't want to see this scene and hurriedly opened his mouth. What's so ridiculous? It's not unusual for accidents to happen on a racetrack. It's Hongya. On the contrary, as a student, instead of aiming to study well, you actually want to take shortcuts and become a gold digger. First, she hooked up with Zhang Yang, who has a fiancé, and then she turned on him. If it wasn't for him, Zhang Yang wouldn't have drunk his way onto the field and wouldn't have been impulsive. What a gold digger. What a start. Does Elder Wang know how damaging false accusations can be to a woman, especially a college student in her 20s? Han Han sneered. You're saying I'm falsely accused? Isn't it? Is there any evidence that Hong Ah is a gold digger? Did she ever ask Zhang Yang for anything? Elder Wang must want to say that Zhang Yang spent a lot of money on Hongya, but I trouble you old man to look more closely at the chats between the two men. It's full of records of Zhang Yang's voluntary gifts to Hongya. I don't know where Elder Wang judged Hongya to be a gold-digging woman, and the beginning of the end. I'd like to ask Mr. Wang. Hongya never seemed to show any emotion to Zhang Yang, so how do you know that Hongya has abandoned her? Isn't it Zhang Yang's own wishful thinking? How loud Han Han's voice was, and everyone in the conference room was shocked by his overpowering lines, especially the white-haired old man. His face was particularly ugly, as if he had eaten. Sure, even if Hongya isn't a gold digger, it's a fact that she accepted the gift, right? Doesn't Prof. Han know that this will cause Zhang Yang to misunderstand? The white-haired old man was still not dead, and continued his sophistry. Misunderstanding? Hongya's suitors at school are in the hundreds if not 100. What a lot of gifts she's received. Does she even have to think about them? Han Han was unflinchingly sarcastic. The white-haired old man's face became more and more unsightly as the... How could he not expect Han Han's mouth to be so powerful? That's true, but Hongya can't escape blame for Zhang Yang's accident. I firmly demand that Hongya be dealt with seriously. Otherwise how can we give an explanation to the majority of students? I think Wang Lao can't explain to the Zhang family. Can't explain to your cousin Wang Tsuifan. Chapter 76, The Strong Han Han next. Elder Wang. You don't really think we don't know about your relationship with the Zhang family, do you? Isn't the reason you want to deal seriously with Hanya, is that you want for your cousin's niece? Take a stand for your cousin and grandson Zhang Yang. The white-haired old man who was poked and prodded instantly panicked. That's a load of crap. I'm just standing up for the school. The corners of Han Han's mouth raised uncontrollably, and those beautiful eyes were filled with teasing intent. The white-haired old man sitting across from him, seeing Han Han so not giving him face, it was also shaking with anger. In short, I am against the disposal of Hanya. Not only that, I think the school will also have to sue the Zhang family on behalf of Hanya, who dared to assault a student without authorization before the matter was investigated clearly. I think it's necessary for the school to give Hanya an explanation. At those words, the white-haired old man's entire body went numb. Crazy, even if you oppose it. You actually want to sue others. Do you think the school is your family's Prof. Han, isn't it a bit much to prosecute? I'm sorry, Li Ning, who hadn't said anything, said with a frown. It won't. Hanya never made any mistakes in this matter in the first place, but she was given a white slap in the face for no reason, and even had someone out and out threaten her. As Han Han spoke, his gaze glanced at the white-haired old man intentionally or unintentionally. White-haired old man, why don't you just point me directly? Hongya is just an ordinary female college student who studied hard for 10 years before coming to Yichang University, and now it's so aggravating at school. I'm afraid that if they were less able to bear it, they wouldn't have been able to think about it. That's why I think the school must give Hongya a perfect explanation. Han Min said with a straight face. Before the words fell, the white-haired old man clapped his hands and shouted, Li Ning, what are you doing? We've already voted. Why are you delaying announcing the results? You don't want to be the principal anymore. Li Ning's brows furrowed. He didn't expect the white-haired old man to be so shameless, and he couldn't speak to Han Han, to actually come and threaten him. The white-haired old man was named Wang Qiu, a member of Yi City's first-class family, the Wang family. Not only does he have a high position on the board of directors, he also has a pivotal position in the Wang family. Just as Li Ning hesitated, Han Han once again stepped forward. Is Elder Wang starting to play the rogue? The voting is already over. I was merely going through the process. Wang Qiu's eyes narrowed tightly and a look of victory. Then what if I firmly oppose it? Han Han stared straight at Wang Qiu and that pair of beautiful eyes couldn't see any fear. Instead, a hint of disdain could still be vaguely detected. Wang Qiu was slightly stunned. Prof. Han can naturally object, but I think that the present situation that, even if Prof. Han opposes it doesn't seem to change anything. After all, the board ruling needs to be voted on. Since that's the case, it's good to scrap a few members. Han Han said casually. Everyone in the room was confused when these words came out. Only Li Ning, as if he had already guessed it. His eyes flashed with a strange light. What did you say? Wang Qiu looked at Han Han with a stunned expression. Han Han smiled gently. If Elder Wang didn't hear me clearly, I can say it again. However, without waiting for Wang Qiu to open his mouth, a scene that shocked him appeared, only to see those board members who had supported him raise their hands and fall back. I agree with Professor Han. The Zhang family has gone too far. We must find them and demand an explanation. That's right, this is Yi University, not his Zhang family. Actually dare to spread wildness in the school, must be severely punished. In no time, Wang Qiu, who originally still had 7 votes, instantly became a loner. Yeah, Elder Wang, what can we do now? They don't support you anymore. I'm sorry, Han Han exclaimed in mock shock. Wang Qiu's face was twitching with anger, but even so, he still hadn't shown the slightest bit of killing intent towards Han Han. Instead of not having it, I'd rather not dare. Are you seriously going to go this far for an ordinary student? Wang Qiu looked at Han Han in a complicated manner. I just don't want my students to be wronged for nothing. Han Han said calmly. Wang Qiu looked at Han Han for a moment of silence, before he sighed quietly. I know. In that case, then listen to Professor Han. After saying this, Wang Qiu's entire body aged a lot. However, Han Han had a disinterested look on his face. In that case, after deliberation by the board, It was unanimously approved. Inside the principal's office. Thanks for stepping in today. Principal Li Ning looked sincerely at Han Han in front of him. No need. Hongya is my student no matter what. As a teacher, you can't let your own students suffer. Han Han said casually. Anyway, I'd like to thank you instead of Hanya and instead of the school. Behave yourself back there. And never act the way you did today. What? Are you worried about that old undead Wang Qiu taking revenge on me? Han Han had a disdainful look on his face. Although Wang Qiu is concerned about your identity, this isn't Kyoto after all, and it's hard for a strong dragon to suppress a snake. If he's completely enraged, there's no guarantee he won't do something crazy. At that time, even I may not be able to protect you. Li Ning's face showed worry. Alright, I know, Han Han said with a casual face, clearly not worried about Wang Qiu retaliating. If it's okay, I'll go back. After saying that, Han Han got up and prepared to leave, but before she could take a few steps, she was stopped by Li Ning. By the way, you've been at school for a while now. I intend to will have you as a counselor for the 24th grade Goldwork 3 class in the School of Finance. Goldwork Class 3? Isn't this Hongya's class? Han Han had a puzzled look on his face. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Okay, I get it. Let's do it. It wasn't until Han Han left that Li Ning let out a long sigh. Ugh, I hope this is the right decision. On the other hand, after leaving from the pavilion of the Pixie Moon, Lindbergh then headed to the central hospital. This Zhang family has gone too far. Zhang Yang becoming a vegetable has nothing to do with Hong de Banhua. Learning that Hongya had been beaten, Zhou Tian, who had always been anti-Hongya, also began to fight for her. Standing next to him Xiao Ran was also frowning. At first he thought that Lin Bai's comment about the school was a deliberate excuse, but he didn't expect it to be true. Old Lin, how's Hongya? Lin Bai pretended to be sad and shook his head. Not too good. This matter has hit her a bit hard. Old Lin, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Jang Way said with some guilt. If he really wants to be held accountable, then he is undoubtedly the most responsible. Others may not be too aware of what happened at the last crucial moment. He couldn't be more clear. It was no exaggeration to say that he was responsible for causing Zhang Yang to become a vegetable. Why? It's not your fault. Like old Chow said, the field has no eyes. You just want to win the championship. 2. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system that hadn't moved rang. Chapter 77, Yu Yao's Grievance. Ding! It has been detected that Jang Wei's hate value is rising at an extremely high rate. Current hate value 66. Ding! Detected that Jang Wei's hate value has reached 60. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a level 1 revenge gift pack. It was actually only 66, which somewhat surprised Lin Bai. You know he's completely destroyed Jang Wei's confidence in racing this time. He had originally thought that Jang Way would directly reward the level 2 revenge gift pack to Liu like he did. I didn't expect to pull a big one. It seemed like it was still only possible to start with Xia Yuwei. System, open the reward this little piece of crap gives. Ding, the level 1 revenge bundle is being opened. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the 100x reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion dragon coins. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. And trigger 100x rewards? Reporting back to the host. The gift pack has a certain probability of triggering a multiple reward during the process of opening it. Multiple rewards? What's the maximum number of times that can be triggered? Back to the host. There is no ceiling, but the higher the multiplier, the lower the probability of triggering. I thought I had pulled a big one, but I didn't expect another surprise. I apologize. You're not a little trash, Zhang Wei. Lin Bai himself had more than 10 billion in assets, plus the 180 billion that he had just looted from the Pixie Moon Pavilion. Add that to the $10 billion now, and you're worth $30 billion. 30 billion, what a concept. I'm afraid that there are only a handful of people in the entire Yi city who are worth this much. Old Lin, what are you going to do then? Zhang Yang has become a vegetable. The Zhang family will definitely not stop. Xiao Ran worried. Hongya and I are just ordinary people. How can we fight the Zhang family? If they really refuse to let Hongya go, then we can only resign ourselves to our fate. Lin Bai said in a feigned agony. No, I won't let that happen. Old Lin, don't worry, this matter is all my fault alone. I will explain it clearly to the Zhang family. Zhang Wei suddenly said. Yeah, if Brother Wei were to step in, even the Zhang family would have to give some face. It might even work. Zhou Tian clapped his hands. That's not good, Brother Wei, you're still injured yourself. Lin Bai frowned slightly. There's nothing wrong with it. It's settled. I'll call my father. Just then, Lin Bai's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Seeing that it was actually Hongya's caller, although Lin Bai was surprised, he still pressed the answer button. As soon as the phone was connected, Hongya's delighted voice came from inside. Lindbergh, did you do it? How did you do it? Lin Bai's face instantly changed. He thought Hongya knew about Wang Chuifan having GA. He tried to put on a calm demeanor. What? Make it clear. I don't quite understand. Hongya's excited voice came out on the phone again. Just keep pretending. The principal has just called me and said that things have been resolved. Not only that, but the Zhang family compensated me with $5 million. Hearing this, Lindbergh was also relieved. He then says how could Hongya know about Wang Chuifan having GA'd? But isn't that opening a little too efficient? What's wrong? Xiaoran's few people looked at Lin Bai who had just hung up the phone. Only Lin Bai smiled mysteriously. Brother Wei, I don't think I should need you to step in. Small townhouse. Lin Bai just walked into the living room and saw Yu Yao sitting on the sofa. Just as he was surprised, a sinister figure instantly pounced towards him. It's a good thing he's in good hands now, or something would have to go wrong. Sister Yao is still here. Come down quickly. No, I'm going to hold you. Hongya hugged Lin Bai to death. It was as if they were going to melt themselves into each other's arms. The helpless Lindbergh could only carry Hongya to the sofa. Yu Yao, who was sitting across from the two of them, watched the two of them being so affectionate. A flash of envy also flashed in his eyes. Sister Yao, I thought you had left. Lin Bai looked at Yu Yao with a smile on his face. Do you think I can leave in peace after what happened? Yu Yao didn't have the good sense to give Lin Bai a blank look. Obviously she was angry with Lin Bai for hiding the matter of Hongya. She hadn't intended to stay here much longer. After briefly inspecting the circle, she was just about to leave when she ran into Hongya, who had come downstairs for a drink of water. Sensitively, she instantly sensed a hint of something wrong. Under her questioning, Hongya quickly told her all. Haven't things been resolved already? I don't want to add to your worries. Sister Yao. Lin Bai smiled sarcastically. I think you're treating me as an outsider. Yu Yao said icily. Lin Bai changed. How could that be? I've always treated you, Sister Yao, as my own sister. Then why did you hide it from me? Why did you do something so dangerous all by yourself? If something happens to you, you let Xiao Yao what to do. Yu Yao's eyes reddened as she spoke, and her body trembled involuntarily. Hongya also did not dare to lock the man in the strong man, and Lin Bai, who was free from the bondage, hurried to Yu Yao. However, without waiting for him to reach out, Yu Yao covered his mouth and ran up the stairs. What are you waiting for? Go after them. Rooftop terrace. Yu Yao kept wiping her tears, but it was as if the tears would regenerate. No matter how she wiped them, it just doesn't wipe clean. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Sister Yao, are you okay? Even without turning around, Yu Yao knew who it was. She hastily destroyed the incriminating evidence and replied in a whirlwind of indifference. None of your business. The next second, a pair of big hands hugged her from behind and, along with it came Lindbergh's soft whisper. You're my sister Yao. How can it be none of my business? Yu Yao's heart trembled violently as she forced herself to hold back her panic and began to struggle. Get off me. However, the more she struggled, the tighter Lindbergh held her instead. I won't let go. I'm afraid that if I let you go, I'll never see you again. Hearing this, Yu Yao's tears, which he had managed to stop, poured out once again. Seeing Yu Yao gradually stop struggling, Lin Bai then carefully turned Yu Yao around. Seeing Yu Yao's already reddened eyes and the tears that couldn't be stopped, Lin Bai was heartbroken. Reaching out his hand, he wiped it for Yu Yao, and surprisingly, Yu Yao did not resist. Sister Yao, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to hide this from you. I just didn't want to worry you. Is that your reason? Yu Yao's voice sounded so cold and unfeeling. Lindbergh instantly panicked. Sister Yao, I was wrong. I was reckless. I promise you that in the future I will never hide anything from you again. I'll talk to you about everything, no matter how big or small. Okay? How humble Lin Bai's tone was, so much so that Yu Yao's heart softened a bit. However, she still shook off Lindbergh's hand. I don't deserve it. From today onwards, you walk your sunny way. I'll walk my one-way street. After saying that, Yu Yao pushed Lin Bai away and prepared to leave. Just as she reached the door, a hand suddenly grabbed her. Too late to color change. Lin Bai directly pressed her against the wall, followed by exactly the same as yesterday. Chapter 78, Heartbroken Yu Yao. Didn't I ask you to coax someone? How did you coax them away? You? How did you get that slap mark on your face? Lin Bai sighed quietly. It's hard to explain. TSK. I didn't think that someone would have a woman they couldn't handle. Hongya couldn't help but tease. If you keep gloating, I'll let you taste the family law later. Lin Bai didn't have the good sense to say. Just know how to bully me. If you're capable, go bully Sister Yao. I can't bully even if I wanted to. She probably won't see me again. Lin Bai smiled bitterly. Hongya's brows furrowed. So you're just going to give up here? Seeing that Lin Bai didn't say anything, Hongya continued. Actually, you still have a chance. I can feel that Sister Yao should have feelings for you, and it's not even a sibling relationship. How do you know? Do you know how nervous Sister Yao was before you came back today? On the other hand, Yu Yao, who had fled in panic from the small ocean building, also returned to the Moon Hill neighborhood. Nyo Wu, who was playing cards at the entrance of the neighborhood, instantly lost his mind of playing cards when he saw Yu Yao coming back. Yaoer, how do you? However, before he could even finish his sentence, Yu Yao walked past him in a panicked manner. What's wrong with Yaoer? Flustered? In no time, Yu Yao arrived in front of his front door. She panicked and took out the key, but her hands wouldn't stop shaking, and she tried many times to, just barely open the door. Closing the door, her whole body seemed to be deflated and she just sat down on the floor. She looked with disbelief at her right hand, which kept trembling, and her eyes were filled with trepidation. She slapped Lindbergh, and it was still a solid slap. Even after all this time, she could vaguely feel the slightest hint of pain coming from her hand. One couldn't imagine how painful that slap on Lindbergh's face should have been. The moment she hit it, she regretted it. She didn't want to hit Lindbergh either. But Lindbergh actually. Why on earth would you do this to me? Compared to the guilt she felt towards Lin Bai, what was more difficult for her was undoubtedly Lin Bai deceiving her. Now that she had reacted to the fact that what happened yesterday was definitely not a coincidence. Lindbergh wasn't drunk. He did it on purpose. Add to that what happened not so long ago, and everything has become clear. Lindbergh was coming for her, and asking her to help remodel the house was probably a deliberate attempt to get close to her. Recognize your sister as well. Even buying a house might be. Liar, big liar. Tears couldn't stop flowing down her face, and in no time at all, Yu Yao became a tearful man once again. I don't know how long it was until there was a knock on the door. Yaoer, are you home? I'm Big Brother Nyo. Hearing Nyo Wu's voice, Yu Yao hurriedly wiped the tears from her face. She had wanted to get up but he found that his limbs were weak and he could not move at all. There was nothing she could do but sit on the ground and reply to Nyo Wu. Nyo, brother Nyo, what's wrong? Nyo Wu had known Yu Yao for many years, so naturally he immediately heard that Yu Yao's voice was not right. Coupled with the other party's look when he returned, he could almost conclude that something had happened to Yu Yao. Yaoer, it's still work time. Did something happen when you suddenly came back? No, I'm just a little tired and took leave to come back early and rest. Seeing that Yu Yao didn't say anything, the doubts in Nyo Wu's heart also deepened, but he didn't demolish the other party. Alright then, you take a good rest first. I'll go buy some food. I'll cook for Big Brother Nyo myself tonight. Let's give you a good taste of my handiwork. Yu Yao originally wanted to refuse, but his words changed in flavor. Tough on Big Brother Nyo. It's not hard, it's what I should do. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. You can rest now, and I'll come and get you later. Yu Yao didn't open the door until Nyo Wu left. She sat on the floor in a daze. His mind kept recalling what had happened between him and Lin Bai in the past few days. There was no denying that she enjoyed her time with Lindbergh and his thoughtfulness, his tenderness, but she couldn't accept that it was all just a dream. If Lin Bai had directly stated his purpose, she probably wouldn't even feel so bad. Is this really the end? Just then, the door to the room behind her slammed again. Yu Yao thought it was Nyo Wu coming back again and subconsciously spoke. Big Brother Nyo, what's wrong? Sister Yao, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Yu Yao managed to calm down his body and shuddered again. You, what are you doing here? How did you know I lived here? Her voice became instantly icy. Feeling Yu Yao's indifference, Lin Bai was also helpless. I ran into Brother Bull on the way here, and he told me. Sister Yao, would you open the door first? I have something to say to you. If you have something to say it like this. No, there's something I must tell you to your face, and if you don't open the door, then I'll stand here until you open the door. Yu Yao responded coldly. Whatever, as long as you're not too embarrassed, then you can stay standing. But Yu Yao didn't leave either. She was still sitting in the doorway, and behind her behind the door, kneeling with a determined face, Lindbergh. The two were just silent. I don't know how long had passed. Yu Yao's limbs were a bit stiff, and only then did she slowly get up by holding onto the wall. She wanted to go back to her room and rest, but curiosity eventually overcame her. Through the cat's eye, she saw Lindbergh, who was still standing on the ground. Seeing Lin Bai's serious look, she softened a bit, but reason told her not to open the door. It was all just a trick by the man in front of me. He was just trying to gain sympathy. Yu Yao, you can't be soft. Have you forgotten how he cheated you? Eventually she was ruthless and dragged her bruised body back to the bedroom. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. When you wake up you'll be the same Yu Yao as before. Don't ever go soft. You're not in the same world as him. Relying on self-hypnosis, she slowly fell into sleep. By the time she opened her eyes, it was dark outside. I don't know if it was because she had shed too many tears before, but now she was extra thirsty. Open the refrigerator and take out a can of cold beer. Finishing a bottle of cold beer in one gulp made her feel much more refreshed as a whole. Just then, her cell phone, which she had placed on the coffee table, vibrated. Slowly, she opened her cell phone and found that it was actually Nyowo's call. Hey, brother Bull. Okay, I know. I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Yuya went back to her room and changed into a set of long home dress before opening the iron door. Lindbergh, who had been standing in the doorway and had gradually become somewhat numb, thought I had finally touched Yuya and got instantly excited. But Yuya's next sentence directly caused his mood to hit rock bottom. Why are you still here? Chapter 79, Han Han, Yi Ruoshang, Romantic Restaurant. Inside this restaurant, which is almost entirely filled with couples, on its second floor by the window, sitting there were two stunningly beautiful women with magnificent faces. One of them is as cold as ice and frost, just like a cold plum and snow. It exuded a high and cold aura that made people not dare to approach it easily. The other one is sexy and charming, like a delicate rose, showing all kinds of flavors between her hands and feet. I only saw the cold as ice woman's brows furrowed, her face full of displeasure. Eating is eating. About what to do here? That could have such a godly face and exude a hint of coldness in his speech. There was no one else in the entire Yi city besides Yi Ruoshang. The sexy, flirtatious woman sitting across from her was the one who smiled cheekily and responded with a pout. Hey, it was so hard for Little Frost to ask someone out, so of course I had to carefully pick a good place. The woman sitting opposite Yi Ruoshang was Han Han, who had suppressed Wang Qiu during the day by virtue of her own strength. Yi Ruoshang shook her head with a helpless expression, continuing to complain. Then there's no need to come to a place like this. Being in such an environment, she just felt uncomfortable. Han Han blinked those big charming eyes. Pretending to be pitiful, he said, doesn't Little Frost like it here? I spent a lot of money to get this VIP ticket. Yi Ruoshang glared at her without a good look. What do you think? Immediately afterward, he added with dissatisfaction. And can you talk properly? Were you this whiny all day at school too? Frosty, you're mean to people. They don't love you anymore. Oh, said the Han Han then faked rubbing his eyes. However, Yi Ruoshang, who was sitting across from him, was unmoved. If you keep acting up, I'm leaving. Before the words left his mouth, Han Han revealed a smiling face. Come on, I'm just kidding with you. It's so hard to see each other. How can we break up so early? Looks like we just met last week, right? Han Han was dumbfounded. That doesn't count. That was me coming to you. Who would have thought that Han Han, who even Wang Qiu was afraid of, in front of Yi Ruoshang, he actually looked like a child playing a rogue. Okay, no kidding you. I'm looking for you today because I want you to do something for me. Seeing the suddenly serious Yi Ruoshang, Han Han also became interested. Oh, there's actually something that Grand President Yi can't handle? You don't think you want me to help you kill Luyu, do you? Ha, by the way, how come I haven't seen that douchebag today? Isn't he always on your ass? With that, Han Han searched around. Don't look for it, he won't show up for the last month. Yi Ruoshang said. It won't show up for a month? What the hell? He's changed his tune? Do you think it's possible? Then Yi Ruoshang told Han Han about Luyu's great defeat to Lin Bai yesterday. The intelligent Han Han instantly guessed Yi Ruoshang's origin after hearing this. What you want me to do? It shouldn't have anything to do with that Lindbergh, right? Yi Ruoshang nodded solemnly. That's right, he's a student from the 24th grade Goldwork 3 class at Yi University's School of Finance. That's why I'd like to ask you, a professor from the finance school, to help me investigate him. Another 24th grade Goldsmith 3 class? What again? Yi Ruoshang was puzzled. Is that I helped old man Lee save a student this morning? That student just happens to be in the 24th grade Goldwork 3 class. Han Han quickly recounted the events of the morning. However, she didn't tell Yi Ruoshang about her becoming a class guide. Originally, remember to tell me if you need any help with anything. I can't help you in Kyoto, but in this Yi city, my words still carry some weight. Yi Ruoshang said with a straight face. It's just a mere Wang family. There's no need for Mr. Yi to make a move yet. Han Han disdainfully said. But you still have to be careful. This isn't Kyoto after all. It's hard for a strong dragon to suppress a snake. Why are you as annoying as old man Lee? I'm not 3 years old. Han Han pouted unhappily. Yi Ruoshang, you're more or less the same as a 3-year-old. How much? Alright, let's talk about your business. It's okay if you want me to help you investigate that Lindbergh guy, but I want to be paid. Han Han said with a smirk. Yi Ruoshang seemed to have expected it. Say, what do you want? Hey, I'm going to go to your house to sleep with you tonight. Han Han laughed somewhat lewdly. Yi Ruoshang's pretty face blushed. No, Qingxue moved to my place. Just move there. I haven't seen Qingxue for a while, either. Just in time to take a dip together tonight. You rascal. You'll never get married like that. If you can't get married, then you can't get married. Just so you can stay by little Frosty's side for the rest of your life. You hentai. Even if it's hentai, it's still hentai for you. Frosty. Air. On the other side, the Moon Hill neighborhood. In front of a rusty iron gate with small advertisements plastered everywhere. How long are you going to follow me? Yu Yao looked at Lin Bai angrily. Sister Yao. I told you I was taking a walk and you insisted that I was following you. Lin Bird shook his head in mock helplessness. Looking at the brazen Lin Bai in front of him, Yu Yao had a deep sense of powerlessness. After a good night's sleep, she got a call from Niao Wu and was just getting ready for her appointment when, then he saw Lin Bai, who was still kneeling in the doorway. She thought that Lin Bai had left a long time ago, but she didn't expect that he was actually still there. She didn't let it soften her, though, because she was well aware of how badly she'd been played. After letting Lin Bai, she was ready to leave, but she didn't expect Lin Bai to actually follow her directly. No matter how much she shooed the other man, he just wouldn't go. Fine. You're not leaving, are you? I'll leave. Yu Yao was just about to turn around and the dusty, untouched iron door opened. It was immediately followed by Niao Wu's voice. Yaoer, Xiao Bai, you're here too. I heard from Sister Yao that Big Brother Niao's cooking skills are extraordinary, so I had the cheek to come over and rub it in. Brother Niao shouldn't mind an extra pair of chopsticks, right? Saying that, Lin Bai smoothly took Yu Yao's hand. Yu Yao jolted, and a faint blush could not help but appear on that somewhat pale face. She didn't think that Lin Bai would dare to treat her like this, or in front of Niao Wu. Crazy. She kept trying to break away from Lin Bai, but the other party's strength was just too great. She couldn't move at all. She was also worried that the magnitude would be too large and she would be suspected by Niao Wu, so she could only let the other party lead her. Seeing Lin Bai leading Yu Yao once again, although Niao Wu was a bit displeased, he didn't say anything. Of course you don't mind. Come on in. I've made a big table, guaranteed to make you happy with your food. Then Sister Yao and I are in for a treat. Let's go. Sister Yao. Although Yu Yao was very reluctant, he could only be led in by Lin Bai. Chapter 80. Niao Wu hosts a banquet. Dining table. Considering Lin Bai's identity, Niao Wu did not hesitate to take out the spear he had treasured for many years. Big brother Niao. This is not good. Isn't this wine something you plan to open when you get married? If others didn't know what this wine meant to Niao Wu, how could Yu Yao not know? She didn't expect Niao Wu to actually bring it out to entertain the two, or to entertain Lin Bai to be precise. But the reason he's like this has to do with himself. Ultimately, after all, Niao Wu didn't know about her falling out with Lin Bai yet. It's impossible to say you're not moved. She knew Niao Wu had been waiting for her, but she never replied to the other woman. Instead, they almost let someone drill them. As soon as he thought of this, the guilt of Niao Wu in Yu Yao's heart increased by a few points. It's okay. I've got several cases stashed away. It's okay to take out a few bottles. Niao Wu did not think that Yu Yao still remembered these. The heart originally that a little reluctance at the moment all disappeared. Here, bye. Try brother Niao's Mousy. It's an old domestic wine. Definitely no worse than those foreign wines you have at home. With that, Niao Wu poured a large cup full for Lin Bai. Originally, Niao Wu had planned to pour a cup for Yu Yao, but he was rejected by Yu Yao. Brother Niao, you guys drink. I won't. With a bad guy around, Yu Yao wouldn't dare drink. If this is too much to drink, then we'll have to get up tomorrow and be honest. She didn't want to do something she would regret, but will I really regret it? Niao Wu didn't insist, and after pouring himself a cup, he looked at Lin Bai. Come on, Bai. Let's brother and sister drink one first. Glasses clinked and a mouthful of thatch went down quickly. Unlike beer and wine, the hot and spicy sensation came instantly. Seeing that Lin Bai's face actually didn't change at all, Niao Wu was also shocked, but he quickly returned to normal. After all, he had seen how much the other man could drink. Yaoer, Xiao Bai. You guys try the dishes I made. This was Niao Wu's main purpose. After eating Lindbergh's food, he had doubts about himself, but as a man, how can he give up so easily? He must prove himself to Yu Yao, prove that he's a good man, one who can give him happiness. I don't know if it's a heart-to-heart between the two, but not only did they both look at the red meat at the same time, even the chopsticks were holding the same piece of braised pork. The atmosphere was instantly ambiguous, but Lin Bai didn't make a demon this time and decisively withdrew his chopsticks, clipped to a side of beer duck. Soon he was savoring it with relish. Delicious. Big brother Niao's craftsmanship is truly extraordinary. Yu Yao, who was on the side, also pinched the piece of red roasted meat that had some special significance under Niao Wu's urging. Not as stunning as what Lindbergh did, though, but it's also better than a lot of decades-old cooks make. Seeing that both of them revealed a look of satisfaction, Nyowu simply couldn't be happier. Just as Nyowu was gloating, Lin Bai had already chucked a piece of beer duck into Yu Yao's bowl. "Sister Yao, try it, it's really delicious." Nyowu, who was sitting across from him, also showed an expectant expression once again. It was as if he had chucked that piece of duck over there. Yu Yao first glared vaguely at Lin Bai before grudgingly chucking up the beer duck. "I don't know if it's because I've been pinched by Lin Bird's chopsticks." The beer duck, which had looked incredibly tempting, didn't seem to have as much flavor. Still, she gave Nyowu a satisfactory answer. After being forced to accept it once, Lin Bird became more and more shameless. "Sister Yao, try this beef. Sister Yao, try the lamb chops. Sister Yao, try this chicken soup." Originally, Nyowu wanted to follow the gourd, but Lin Bai was always one step ahead of him. Still, he was happy in his heart because he had made this huge table. Yet Yu Yao was not happy at all. If she had been before, she naturally wouldn't have minded Lin Bai treating her so well. But now, the better Lin Bai treated her, the more she felt that the other party was hypocritical. What's even more outrageous is that she has to cooperate with the other party to make a scene. Finally, after not knowing how many times she had been fed by Lin Bai, she couldn't help herself. Putting his hand under the dining table, he tried to stop Lin Bird's shameless behavior. Before she could poke a few more times, the large, warm hand took hold again. This sudden move directly caused Yu Yao to call out, "Ah, Yaoer, what's wrong with you?" Nyowu instantly tensed up. "No, it's fine. I just burned." Yu Yao forcefully held back her shyness. "Why are you so careless? Wait for me. I'll get you a bottle of ice water." After saying that, Nyowu got up and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing Nyowu leave, Yu Yao immediately began to struggle. But Lin Bai was like craft candy. He couldn't shake it off. "What the hell do you want?" Yu Yao glared at Lin Bai in shame and annoyance. Lindbergh smiled gently. "I just want to have a good talk with you. I don't have anything to talk about with a liar. So get off me quick. If Sister Yao doesn't give me a chance, then I won't let go of this hand." "I'm sorry," Lindbergh said casually. Yu Yao was just about to say something when he saw Nyowu walking over with ice water. She had to leave it at that. "Quick, have some ice water." Nyowu thoughtfully served ice water. Acting naturally requires a full set, and Yu Yao could only symbolically drink some. "Much better. Thank you, brother Nyo. It's fine, but it's you. How grown up are you and still so careless?" Although his mouth was complaining, but individuals can detect Nyowu's concern for Yu Yao. Lindbergh naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. "Right. I got drunk yesterday and forgot to ask. Are you alone, brother Nyo? I don't seem to have anything of my sister-in-laws in the house?" Lin Bai asked, pretending to look around. "I'm not afraid to laugh at you, old buddy, but I'm actually a big bachelor." "Huh? A big bachelor?" Lin Bai pretended to be shocked. "Yeah, then why doesn't Big Brother Ox find one? It shouldn't be hard with Brother Bull's qualifications, right?" said Lin Bai. And Lin Bai's grip on Yu Yao's hand got a little bit harder. This also drew a dark curse from Yu Yao. "That brat. It's not hard to find a daughter-in-law. It's hard to find one you like." Nyowu sighed. "Oh, listening to Big Brother Nyo's meaning is that he has a favorite person? If Brother Nyo doesn't mind, you can talk to me and Sister Yao. Maybe we can even help Big Brother Nyo make a good marriage." Nyowu intentionally looked at Yu Yao, who had never spoken. He didn't know if he was really moved by Lin Bai's suggestion, but his gaze became firm. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Yu Yao interrupted him at an inopportune moment. "Just mind your own business. Why worry about other people's business?" Although Yu Yao's words were addressed to Lin Bai, they invariably extinguished Nyowu's enthusiasm. Similar situations have happened more than once or twice. Whenever he was ready to show his cards, Yu Yao would always interrupt him. "Come on, White. Keep drinking." Chapter 81, Drawing the Line? Ding! It has been detected that Nyowu's hate value is rising at an extremely high rate. Current hate value is 65. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Bai's eyes lit up. He couldn't raise it even a little bit with all his effort. But it turned out that Yu Yao skyrocketed with a single word. "What a good Yao for me." Ding! Detected that Nyowu's hate value has reached 60. Congratulations to the host on receiving a level 1 revenge bundle. I've been kneeling at the door for a long time. I don't know if it's the reason why I was rejected by Yu Yao again. Nyowu spent the rest of the day moping around. Although there was smiling, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the other party was forcing a smile. It didn't take long for the preoccupied Nyowu to become completely drunk. Seeing Nyowu in this state, Yu Yao could only sigh deeply. Send him to his room. "Sister Yao, are you talking to me?" Lin Bai blinked his eyes in mock confusion. "Or else you want me to resist him?" Yu Yao didn't have the good sense to say, Hey, how come? It's better to leave such things to the men, but you can't sneak away. Sister Yao, you promised me a good chat. Yu Yao frowned. When did I promise you? Then in that case, I can't do it. After saying that, Lin Bai moved his chair next to Yu Yao's. The two men's chairs were almost completely pressed together. Since Niu Wu was already drunk, Lin Bai no longer had any qualms. Yu Yao wanted to get away from this shameless guy, but his own hand was still in the other party's death grip. You're not even acting now, are you? Yu Yao gritted his teeth. If I could, of course I'd like to be the Lin Bai I was before. But you should know, Sister Yao, we can't go back. Lin Bai stared straight at Yu Yao. Those eyes contained complex emotions of guilt, love and obsession. Yu Yao's originally frozen heart slowly began to melt. Don't you dare lie to me again. I won't fall for it. System, check Yu Yao's basic information. Name Yu Yao. Age, 40. Height, 166. Weight, 97. Face value, 97. Love value, 35. Hate value, 77. I can't believe it's already 77 hate value. No wonder it's so repulsive. That's not a bad love value. Though, because of Lin Bai's rogue behavior, Yu Yao could only promise to have a good chat with Lin Bai later. Only then did Lin Bai carry Niu Wu and walk into the other party's room under Yu Yao's leadership. However, just as Lin Bai was about to walk to his destination, an accident happened. Niu Wu, who was originally drunk, suddenly woke up. Why am I flying? Put me down. I need another drink. Today we're going to get drunk on vomit. As if he was demented, Lin Bai stood frozen in place. He was baptized? Yu Yao, who was on the side, was also shocked and didn't know what to say when he saw the scene. Inside the bathroom, Lindbergh kept brushing himself with a brush, trying to remove the traces of those defilements from their own bodies. I don't know how long I've been washing. The brushes are all deformed, but Lindbergh still refuses to stop. Until there was a knock on the bathroom room door. Clothes are on the doorstep for you. Only after another 10 minutes or so did Lindbergh walk out of the bathroom in his unfamiliar pajamas. Seeing Lin Bai, whose face was so gloomy that it could drip water, Yu Yao didn't hold back and actually laughed directly. You're still laughing. If you hadn't told me to resist him, how could I? Remembering the scene just now, Lin Bai just couldn't wait to break Niu Wu into pieces. He was a godly man worth $30 billion, but he was actually insulted in such a way. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't resist. This was the first time Lin Bai had seen Yu Yao smile so happily, and he looked a little mesmerized for a moment. You have a beautiful smile. Hearing Lin Bai's praise, Yu Yao hurriedly turned around and said in a somewhat flustered manner, both, now that you've cleaned up, you can leave. Before the words left his mouth, the familiar embrace pressed up against him once again. Along with it came the strong scent of the other man's body. Yu Yao instantly became at a loss for words. What are you doing? Get off me quick. As during the day, the man was as impudent as ever, and no matter how much she struggled, just don't let go. It's all my fault. I fell in love with you at first sight. I was the one who shamelessly tried to keep you around in the name of my brother. I know I've sinned deeply, so I'm not asking you to forgive me. I only hope you won't ignore me. Don't draw a line in the sand with me. I really don't want to lose you. Don't want to lose me, so you tease me like a clown, do you? I don't know. Yu Yao snorted. Lindbergh, no, it's not. I never wanted to tease you. I was sincere with you. Yu Yao, what a true heart. What about Hongya? Did you and her just play along? Lindbergh, no, she is indeed my girlfriend. I love her and she loves me. Yu Yao, if that's the case, then why are you messing with me? Yu Yao, oh, I almost forgot. You're rich. It's a bad taste that belongs exclusively to you rich people. Lindbergh, no, I'm not trying to toy with you. I really like you, but I couldn't abandon Hongya, so I had to come up with this plan. I had thought of confessing to you slowly. Yu Yao, so what? You are thinking that I will serve you with another woman? Lindbergh, don't you say that. I didn't think of it that way. Enough. I don't want to hear any more from you. Let go before I call the police. Yu Yao suddenly gave a shout. I don't know if Lin Bai was intimidated by Yu Yao, but he actually loosened his hand obediently. Yu Yao was also relieved in his heart. However, the next second, her entire body was then pounced on the sofa by Lindbergh. What do you want? I'll prove to you that what I say is true. After saying that, someone stuck it on. A few minutes later, the two appeared in Yu Yao's bedroom. Lindbergh, I beg you, will you stop? Don't go on any longer. I'm sorry, Yu Yao begged. Although Lindbergh was a bit distressed, he didn't stop undressing. Seeing this, Yu Yao was also completely disheartened. Come on, don't you just want it? I'll give it to you. After today, the two of us will have nothing more to do with each other. Her voice sounded so cold and desperate. Lin Bai, who was still undressing, stopped at this moment. Do you really want to draw a line in the sand with me? Don't you have any feelings for me at all? No, Not before, not now, and not in the future. Yu Yao's voice sounded so determined and strange. I know, and from now on, I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Lin Bai walked out without looking back, until the sound of the iron door closing came to his ears. Yu Yao then let out a loud cry. Asshole. Chapter 82, Meeting Xia Yuwei again. So you and Sister Yao just broke up? Hongya asked as she lay breathlessly in Lin Bai's arms. Lin Bai said with a despondent face, she shouldn't want to see me anymore. Who let you cheat on people? Deserved it. Hongya couldn't help but give Lin Bai a blank look. But I think you still have a chance. Hanya said suddenly. How? No one can tolerate being deceived, and by someone close. At this point in time, she's willing to listen to you explain and be so upset that it means she has you in her heart and cares about you. Otherwise she wouldn't have to pay attention to you. Just sleep as if nothing happened. Hanya said in a serious tone. What Hongya said, Lin Bai naturally understood. Otherwise he wouldn't have knelt at the door for hours. She's just having a hard time accepting it. After all, this relationship does make things difficult, so you might as well give her some time. She's sure to come back to you. Oh, you're so confident? Lin Bai looked at Hongya with surprise. Although he had the system in hand and was able to check Yu Yao's data all the time, but there's no guarantee that Yu Yao will be 100% taken care of. However, Hongya had a confident look, which was really a bit surprising. That's for sure. A woman knows best. I'm not as good as you at other things, but in the area of guessing a woman's mind, I'm definitely better than you, Hongya said proudly. Gee, I didn't realize my girlfriend was a master psychologist. Or you really think I'm a vase? I'll have to keep an eye on you then. I'll lose a lot of money if this gets hooked up with someone else. Just so you know, early the next morning, inside the Tank 300 at the entrance of Yichang University. You just took a vacation yesterday and you want to take another vacation today? Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a grumpy face. After Hongya's enlightenment last night, Lin Bai had already recovered. Lin Bai pampered and pinched Hongya's exasperated face. Wei is still hospitalized, and Ran and I have a deal with them to take care of him in the hospital. You guys are really good brothers with a lot of love. Lin Bai smiled gently and hugged Hongya and stuck on. It was a long time before the two parted reluctantly. Well, get in there. You'll be late later. I'm off then. Don't forget the new class director has a meeting tonight. I don't know why the sudden change in class guide, but if you don't want to get your shoes shot in the future, it's best to attend the class meeting, Hanya said seriously. Lin Bai nodded. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. The news of the new class director was received by the two last night. Lindbergh was undoubtedly surprised by the new class guide. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, until they graduated from college, there hadn't been a change of class advisor, though it's not clear why the future has changed. But Lin Bai was curious about this new class guide, so he definitely wouldn't miss tonight's class meeting. I'm off then. Bye. It wasn't until Hongya walked into the school that Lin Bai withdrew his gaze. How could he possibly take time off to take care of Jang Way? This kind of good thing should be left to Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian. Pulling out his cell phone, he quickly pressed it. After sending the message, Lin Bai then started the car to leave the place. Cootie's Cafe. A woman with the appearance of a woman of great beauty sat quietly by the window and, in her hand was lightly clasped a steaming cup of coffee. Her eyes, which were deeper than the waters of autumn, showed an unspeakably flattering feeling of, but on closer inspection, one can detect a hint of anticipation in this flirtatiousness. Her eyes were fixed at times at the doorway, and at other times on the bustling crowd in the street. As if to seek in it the figure that had haunted her. Just then, as if the woman had realized something, the eyes that were originally as calm as water instantly flashed with delight. Only a short distance away, a young man with a clean-cut, handsome face was walking towards the woman at a brisk pace. He didn't stop until the young man came up to the woman and, gazing at the beautiful person in front of him with that affectionate and tender gaze, didn't wait too long. Did you? The woman lifted her head slightly and shook her head with a smile. No, I haven't been here long either. Hearing these words, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, conjuring up a charming smile. Then naturally, he sat down beside Xia Yuwei. The distance between the two was so close enough to even clearly feel each other's breathing and heartbeats. Only after a moment of silence did Lin Bai open his mouth to break the tranquility. Baby, did you miss me yesterday? These words were like an electric current hitting Xia Yuwei's heartstrings, causing her to pout. You? Who are you calling baby? Having said that, her blushing cheeks had long since betrayed her true inner thoughts. Of course I call whoever is around me. With that, Lin Bai stretched out his right hand and gently held Xia Yuwei's soft and boneless jade hand. In an instant, a wave of warmth began to travel throughout their bodies along the skin where they were touching. In less than a second, Xia Yuwei's perfect face became like a ripe apple. Pitying. You let go la. There are a lot of people here. Xia Yue murmured shyly as she tried to break free from Lin Bai's big hand. But Lin Bai didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. Instead he gripped it a little tighter and the eyes were full of love. 2. There was no way around it. Xia Yue could only hold back her shyness and let Lin Bai grab him. I don't know how much time has passed. Touch enough. Xia Yue looked at Lin Bai with a grumpy face. Of course it's not enough. At least for a lifetime. Lin Bai laughed. Xia Yue's face, which had only calmed down with great difficulty, once again flushed. Alright, not to tease you. Let's get down to business. Are you ready? Lin Bai suddenly said with a straight face. Xia Yue took a deep breath, then nodded. Aha. 10 minutes later, Xia Yue, who originally still had a flushed face, instantly turned a white color. The jade hand that was holding the tablet was also trembling. How could it be? The person behind the scenes is actually Uncle Zhang. The video that was playing in the tablet was the very same video that Lin Bai had gotten from the Pixie Moon Pavilion. In the video, Jang Way's father, Jian Zhang, is plotting something with several middle-aged men, and these middle-aged men were none other than the top management of the Xia Group. That's right, the reason why the Xia Group, with a market capitalization of several $100 billion, had a capital collapse. It's because someone is up to no good, and the person behind this is Ken Jeong. As early as in his previous life, Lin Bai had suspicions, because the timing of the exposure of the Xia Group's accident was too coincidental, just the day before Xia Yue and Jang Way, and after the engagement was broken off. Not only did the Zheng family not suffer, but their stock price soared. When you think about Jang Wei's eventual exit from the Zheng family, it's not hard to guess that it's all related to the Zheng family. So, yesterday, he went to the Pixie Moon Pavilion in addition to taking it out on Hongya. Just wanted to see if I could find some evidence. As expected, he did find it, and more than once. Can I have this video? You want to show your father? Well, there's a lot at stake. So, that's certainly no problem, but I have one request. Demand? Chapter 83, Decadent Yu Yao. Yushan District. Yu Yao sat quietly in front of the dresser, as if her whole body had been drained of its soul, eyes staring vacantly at the haggard face in the mirror, highly swollen bags under the eyes, like two little flesh-colored buns. That originally soulful and beautiful eyes were now also covered with bright red blood, a trace of tears could even be vaguely seen on those pale cheeks. It was as if time had stood still, and she just sat there, motionless, and I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, as if waking up from a long nightmare, Yu Yao slowly stretched out his hand and picked up the cell phone that's sitting on the table. With trembling fingers, he pressed the call button, and a familiar voice soon came from the other end of the line. Hello? Which one? Manager? I'm Yu Yao. Sorry to bother you. There was a sudden emergency at home. I'd like to take 2 days off from work with you. Really, thank you very much. Manager. After hanging up the phone, Yu Yao threw the cell phone aside casually, and her body went limp, sitting paralyzed in front of the dresser once again. Her thoughts drifted off into the unknown distance. Just then, a sharp knock on the door broke the silence of the house. Thump thump dash, the sound echoed through the empty room of the. One hit after another struck Yu Yao's fragile heartstrings. She came back to her senses as if from a dream, and, forcing herself together, dragged her legs, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. 2, 1 step at a time, he moved to the iron gate. When the door to the room slowly opened, Niu Wu, who was standing outside the door, instantly froze. The face of Yu Yao in front of her was as pale as paper, and her hair was disheveled on her shoulders. The old glow was long gone. Yaoer, you, how did you become like this? Niu Wu's heart trembled violently. The last time he had seen Yu Yao so lost in thought, or when the man died. Hearing Niu Wu's concerned inquiry, Yu Yao only shook his head lightly. The corners of his mouth barely squeezed out a smile as he said softly, "It's nothing, just that I didn't rest well last night. Big brother Niu, coming to find me so early, is something the matter?" And yet, her raspy voice sounded so heartbreaking. It was as if each word took all the strength of his body. Niu Wu, who has known Yu Yao for many years, how could he not feel how sad the other party was? He also held back from asking what happened last night's drunkenness. There's a new hoisin soup store across the street from the neighborhood. Isn't hoisin soup your favorite food? Let's go together. Originally, Yu Yao wanted to refuse, because yesterday had hit her too hard. All she wanted now was to rest, forget about everything, and get back to her normal life. But she suddenly thought of something and changed her mind in a hurry. Then, Big Brother Ox, wait for me for a while, I'll change my clothes. Ugh, okay. 10 minutes later, Yu Yao appeared in front of Niu Wu with a different face. The face is still a little pale and the bags under the eyes are still a little puffy. But compared to before, it has gotten so much better. Let's go. Aha. Right. Yaoer, let's go around after breakfast. The park in the next neighborhood was built and it has so much. Outside the Xia family mansion. Inside the tank 300. Actually, I can do it alone. Xia Yue looked at Lin Bai in a complicated manner. What? Is this Sister Yue not wanting to be responsible for me? Lin Bai couldn't help but tease. Xia Yue couldn't help but pout. You? Why is your mouth so mouthy? So are you regretting it now? Sister Yue? Does it help that I regret it? You tell me. Then you're still bull ting. The two flirted in the car for a few minutes before arriving hand in front of the Xia family mansion gates. For holding hands, Xia Yue naturally wanted to refuse. Not just because it's her house, but more importantly because she's never been in front of anyone else and so close to a man, even her fiancé. But Lin Bai's attitude was extraordinarily strong, and she could only force her shyness to press the doorbell. It didn't take long for a maid to appear in front of the two of them. Coming up is a deep 90-degree bow. Miss, you're back. In this regard, Xia Yue had long been surprised. Is father back? His lordship has returned and is now in the study. Before the words fell, Xia Yue led Lin Bai inside. It wasn't until the two disappeared in front of the little maid that she revealed a look of shock. The Xia family mansion was even bigger than expected, and the two of them walked for almost 10 minutes. Only then did he come to a door to a room. Do you really want to do this? If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Xia Yue looked back at Lin Bai, who was clasping her fingers. Lin Bai smiled gently. I don't want to regret it for the rest of my life. Then you're not afraid to be with me before you regret it. Who knows about the future? But I don't think I'll regret it. Said. Lin Bai's hand holding Xia Yue's hand was also a little bit harder. Sensing Lin Bai's determination, Xia Yue's gaze also firmed up. It was only after she took a deep breath that she knocked on the door of the room. Snap. Soon. A low and serious voice came from inside. Come in. The door is unlocked. On the other hand, inside the crowded Chaoyang Park, Niu Wu enthusiastically walked in front, occasionally greeting the surrounding grandparents. Yu Yao, on the other hand, followed behind Niu Wu carelessly, just like a mute robot. I don't know how long they walked before the two came to a gazebo. Yaoer, what do you think of this place? Niu Wu softly stared at Yu Yao. Not bad. Yu Yao gave a token fake smile. If you like it, then later, when there's nothing to do, let's come here together to exercise. Besides, the scenery here is quite nice. It's not bad to come here for a break. Yaoer, what do you think? Niu Wu said softly. Big brother Niu, I still have to work, so I might not have that much time. Yu Yao frowned slightly. It's fine. Then it's fine to come back when you're free, Yaoer. It's not that far away anyway. Yu Yao gazed at Niu Wu in a daze, and after a long silence, she suddenly spoke. Big brother Niu, I'm not feeling well, so I'll go back first. After saying that, without waiting for Niu Wu to say anything, Yu Yao got up and left the place, leaving Niu Wu sitting there alone and fuming. Yu Yao knew that Niu Wu cared about her, but she was in a really messed up mood right now. Couldn't really think about anything else. She desperately needed to be quiet. Chapter 84, Meeting the Old Man. In the Xia family's quaint, book-scented study, the atmosphere, however, seemed a bit stagnant. How did you guys get this video? Xia Jia, the head of the Xia family, and Xia Yue's father, eyes like a torch staring at his daughter Xia Yue in front of him as well as Lin Bai beside her, his voice low and majestic. As the head of a first-class family, Xia Jia naturally had a powerful aura that belonged uniquely to the higher-ups. However, unlike the arrogant and cold Zhang Jian, Xia Jia is more gentle and refined. Just by looking at his appearance, Xia Jia is undoubtedly described as a first-class beautiful man. Even Lin Bai, who had the system's enhancement, was ashamed of himself at the moment. I only saw Xia Jia's resolute face as if it were chiseled by a knife, with sharp edges and corners. The thick eyebrows seemed to be inked, and the slightly whitened hair on the forehead of that. It even added a bit of charm unique to mature men. Even though he looked calm as usual on the surface, both Xia Yue and Lin Bai, all of them could clearly feel the bearish anger slowly rising from the depths of Xia Jia's eyes. The video is something I asked a friend to help me get. Facing the harsh questioning of his old husband, Lin Bai, however, did not panic and replied in a calm tone, to be able to get a video of the Pavilion of the Moon? It seems that this friend of yours is not ordinary, nah. Xia Jia sniffed and nodded thoughtfully, his eyes revealing a hint of deep meaning. In response, Lin Bai just smiled gently and didn't make any more explanations. System, check Xia Jia's basic information. Name, Xia Jia. Age, 50. Height, 181. Weight, 160. Face value, 95. Love value, 34. Hate value, 13. Gee, it's true that old husbands don't look at their son-in-laws at first glance. Say, what do you want? Xia Jia spoke again. Dad, Lin Bird wasn't trying to trade the video for anything. he came over to help us, Xia Yue hurriedly explained. Xia Jia looked at Lin Bai with interest. Help us? That's right. I've already heard from Sister Yue that the Xia group is in deep trouble right now, so I want to make a small contribution, Lin Bai said indifferently. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, you must only be about 20 years old, right? Xia Jia's gaze is slightly condensed. Well, I'm 21 years old and I'm currently attending Leaf City University. Xia Jia looked at Lin Bai in a daze, and after a long time, he slowly spoke. I appreciate you sending over such an important video, but some things can't be changed by you, a college student. After saying that, Xia Jia also intentionally glanced at the two's hands that were still interlocked with their fingers. Lindbergh laughed lightly in disbelief. It's true that there's nothing I can do on my own to change the plight of the Xia group, but isn't that still uncle? Xia Jia was surprised. What do you mean? Xia group's biggest dilemma right now is the lack of funds. If I can solve the shortage of funds, with Uncle Xia's ability, it shouldn't be a problem to bring the group back to the top, right? I'm sorry, Lindbergh said slowly. You can solve the shortage of funds? Xia Jia raised an eyebrow, clearly not that convinced. I know it's a little hard to believe, but I think I should be able to do it, Lin Bai said with incomparable confidence. Xia Jia's heart has also turned over at this moment, and with his eyesight, naturally, he could sense that what Lin Bai said was true. I'm afraid no one is more familiar with the Xia group situation than him. That deficit hole can't be solved by $100 million or $200 million, or he wouldn't be worried about his hair. And yet this 21-year-old in front of him is confident that he can help him fill the holes. How could this not shock him? After some thought, he still refused this tempting offer from Lin Bai. It's still not necessary. My Xia family doesn't need an outsider to save them yet. You guys can leave. Dad, think about it again. Except for Lindbergh. No one can help us anymore. Can't you really bear to see the group being annexed by that villain Zhang Jian? I don't know, said Xia Yue, heartily. Xia Jia sniffed and immediately snorted coldly. Humph. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. He, Zhang Jian, is presuming to annex my Xia family's estate. You've got to think about whether you've got what it takes. At this moment, the anger in Xia Jia's eyes was burning as if it was about to spurt out. It's getting hotter and hotter. But this group has been your labor of love for many years. Xia Yue's voice carried a hint of sobbing, tears welling up in her eyes. Others may not be aware of just how much effort and sweat Xia Jia has put in for the Xia group. But how could Xia Yue, as a daughter, not know? The childhood memories of others are filled with joyful scenes of playing and romping with their fathers. She, on the other hand, rarely had the opportunity to enjoy cozy father-daughter time with Xia Jia, just because Xia Jia almost all year round soaked in the group, often stayed for a whole day. Often, by the time Xia Jia dragged his exhausted body back home, Xia Yue had long been roaming in her sleep for a long time. Alas, if it does come to that, I will do my best to keep you mother and daughter. Xia Jia let out a long sigh, his face filled with helplessness. No way. Absolutely not. I will never allow this to happen. Xia Yue couldn't help but cry out in shock, her body trembling slightly with emotion. The next second, Lindbergh swept up. Take it easy for now. Let me talk to Uncle Xia. After pacifying Xia Yue, Lin Bai then looked at Xia Jia. The reason why Uncle Xia refused my help should be because he has some concerns, right? Concerns? Xia Yue had a question mark on her face, only to see the corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. If I'm not wrong, Uncle Xia should have refused because he was worried that he would involve me. Xia Yue was slightly stunned. Dad, is what Lin Bai said true? Xia Jia looked at Lin Bai in a complicated manner, and only after a long time did he let out a long sigh. If you know all that, then you still want to get into this mess? He and Ken Jeong had known each other for many years, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were close friends. Something happened to Xia's group. He had thought that someone was behind it, but how could he not expect this person to be Ken Jeong? If it wasn't for Lin Bai, he was afraid that he wouldn't know how long he had been deceived. So he was undoubtedly grateful to Lin Bai, and it was for this reason that he didn't want to involve Lin Bai. Since Zhang Jian had planned ahead, he naturally made a foolproof plan. He wasn't even absolutely sure of protecting the Xia family, protecting the Xia group. And how can you drag your benefactor into this? What's more, little cutie, it could also be seen that his own daughter and Lin Bai had an unusual relationship. If he really lost in the end, Xia Yue would still have someone to take care of her. So no matter what, he couldn't accept Lin Bai's good intentions. If I say I'm not afraid of the Xia family, then Uncle Xia shouldn't refuse anymore, right? I'm sorry, Lindbergh said suddenly. What do you mean? Truth be told. Actually, Chapter 85, Lin Bai's two conditions. No wonder you were able to get the video of the UUA pavilion. I didn't realize that your friend actually had such a great origin. Xia Jia looked at Lin Bai with a complicated gaze. Xia Yue on the side was also shocked. Earlier she was completely overwhelmed by anger. Didn't even think about where the video came from. I didn't realize that Lin Bai actually had a friend with such a big status. Although she didn't go to the pavilion of the Pixie Moon, she knew what the pavilion of the Pixie Moon represented in Yi City. It's no exaggeration to say that in Yi City, apart from those with the surname Yi, there are those with the surname Liu. No one dared to not give face to the Pixie Moon Pavilion. No wonder this guy was so confident that he actually had this undercard. Yet the truth was that Lindbergh had lied. Only it was a well-intentioned lie. Though he was perfectly capable of confessing his identity as master of the court, the man was walking on the shore of the what kind of shoe doesn't get wet? So it was better to keep a little backhanded. As for how much others believed, it was none of his business. Now Uncle Xia shouldn't refuse anymore, right? Lin Bai looked at Xia Jie with a smile. Pies don't fall from the sky for nothing. You should have conditions for helping me so much, right? I'm sorry, Xia Jie said slowly. Before, he didn't know Lin Bai's identity and didn't want to drag others down. But if Lin Bai had this layer of identity of the Simoon Pavilion in place, it would be a different story. After all, even Jian Zhang had to give a few points of face to the UUA Pavilion. Lin Bai smiled gently. That's right, I do have conditions. Xia Yue, who was sitting next to Lin Bai, instantly tensed up, and without any surprises. It should have something to do with her now. Xia Jie glanced at Xia Yue and then said, Say, what are your conditions? First of all, I want Uncle Xia to break Sister Yue's engagement. Lin Bai said bluntly. I don't need you to tell me this. I'll break off the engagement. It's only a matter of waiting a while before we can do so, and if we break off the engagement hastily, we're sure to be suspected. UV, you're okay with this, right? Xia Yue's pretty face reddened. I don't have a problem with it. You should have more than one condition, right? Xia Jie looked at Lin Bai once again. My second condition is that I want Uncle Xia to loosen his grip on Sister Yue. Let her do what she wants to do. Lin Bai said word for word. At those words, both father and daughter were slightly stunned. Especially Xia Yue. She had originally thought that Lin Bai would mention the matter of letting her marry the other party in passing. I didn't realize his second condition would be. The heart was indescribably touched and tinged with a strange emotion. Xia Jie did not directly agree, but continued to ask, what about the third condition? Lin Bai smiled and shook his head. These are the only two conditions I have. As long as Uncle Xia can agree, I will definitely support the Xia family to the end. It was only after half an hour that the two walked out of the Xia family mansion. Is it worth it for you to spend $20 billion for two useless conditions? Xia Yue looked at Lin Bai in a complicated manner. Doesn't Sister Yue think it's not worth it? Lin Bai laughed lightly. You tell me. I think it's worth it. Besides, didn't Uncle Xia also give me 40% of the shares of Xia's group? Lin Bai's suggestion was too tempting. Xia Jie had no reason to reject it, unless he wants to see Xia's group disappear. In the end, he agreed to Lin Bai's two conditions. Xia Jie then also stated the number of funds that the Xia clan group lacked, $20 billion. With almost no hesitation, Lin Bai directly agreed. It also shook the father and daughter again. You know there aren't many people in the entire Yi City who can come up with $10 billion, not to mention $20 billion. Originally, Lin Bai wanted to help for free, but Xia Jie insisted on borrowing it, and you have to take shares as collateral. The two of them just went back and forth. In the end, Xia Jie exchanged 40% of Xia Group's shares for Lin Bai's $20 billion. Although with the current market value of the Xia Group, naturally, it is a loss for Lin Bai, but the future cannot be said. What's more, with this maneuver, Lin Bai not only gained the goodwill of his old husband, it also gained Xia Yue's favor. This wave is a blood moneymaker. That's true, but you're still at a disadvantage, and you haven't mentioned what I promised you. I'm sorry, Xia Yue said a little unhappily. Mention what? Lindbergh began to play dumb. What did you say to mention? Xia Yue didn't have the good sense to say. How will I know if you don't tell me? Knowing that Lin Bai was doing it on purpose, Xia Yue could only hold back her shyness and said in a small voice. Just me. What I promised to marry you. Marry who? Say that again. I didn't hear you. Marry you. Xia Yue screamed loudly. As soon as the words left her mouth, her stunning face turned red. So Sister Yue wants to marry me so badly. If you die, and you molested me. Xia Jie, who was standing high above, looked at the two people below who were scuffling. The corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. But soon, his gaze became stern. Ken Zhong. After Lin Bai and Xia Yue fooled around for a while, they got into a car and left the Xia family. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the central hospital together. Just after walking into the box where Jang Way was, Lin Bai saw an unexpected person. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? That's right, The one who appeared in front of Lin Bai's eyes was none other than Xiao Ran's girlfriend, the second miss of the Yi family, Yi Qingxue. Seeing Lin Bai surrounded by more women who were not inferior to her in the slightest, Yi Qingxue's mood was inexplicably irritated. You can even come. Why can't I come? Sensing the fire in Yi Qingxue's words, Xiao Ran's few people were also slightly stunned. However, Lin Bai was still smiling. This chick is jealous. At the same time, Xia Yuwei also noticed Yi Qingxue. As a woman, she naturally perceived more than the simple Xiao Ran few, but she didn't show it, and the woman in front of her, who was called sister-in-law by Lin Bai, whatever the relationship with Lin Bird was, it had nothing to do with her. After all, people have long had a main house. Noticing that the atmosphere between the two was not right, Zhou Tian immediately came out to change the subject. Old Lin, why did you come with Sister Yue? I just ran into him at the hospital entrance, Xia Yue said while looking towards Jang Way who was sitting on the hospital bed. Feeling Xia Yue's gaze, Jang Way subconsciously furrowed his eyebrows. I don't know if it was a psychological effect. He always felt that Xia Yue's gaze at him was not quite the same this time. There was something strange and a hint of revulsion could be felt, but he didn't think much of it. After all, his own tone was bad every time. But why was he a little uncomfortable inside? Right, old Lin, how is Hanya's matter being handled? Xiao Ran suddenly asked. It's been fine. She went to school today happily. Hanya, what happened to Hanya? What happened to her? Chapter 86, Snubbing Yi Qingxue. What? Hanya got beat up. Learning that Hanya had been beaten, Yi Qingxue became angry with the naked eye. Xia Yue, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but frown as well. This young family has gone too far in bullying people, with the accidents that occurred on the field of play, to actually find trouble with a woman. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth. Although Xiao Ran did not know why Yi Qingxue was so angry, he did not think much about it, simply thinking that the other person is just a buddy-to-buddy fight. They don't dare to offend the Zhang family, and they want to export their anger, so they can only set their sights on Hanya. But the good thing is that things have been resolved, so you don't have to worry about it. Qingxue. Xiao Ran had thought that his wave of comfort could make Yi Qingxue's anger subside a bit. I didn't think it would ignite the other side instead. How can I not worry? Hanya is a girl, not a big old man with thick skin. Do you realize how hard that slap will hit her? The sudden drink directly shocked Xiao Ran into confusion. He knew that Yi Qingxue was angry, but he didn't expect the other party to be so angry. Surprisingly, even he was attacked indiscriminately. Lin Bai, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, also had his heart trembling. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes yesterday, he wouldn't have been able to believe that Hongo would be that upset. It seems women know best, and it really isn't all talk. When he thought of this, his eyes became softer as he looked at Yi Qingxue. But in the next second, Yi Qingxue threw an anger-filled gaze at him. As a boyfriend, to have your girlfriend suffer such irreparable harm, you really suck. After fiercely glaring at Lin Bai, Yi Qingxue angrily left the place. It was only until Yi Qingxue left that Xiao Ran came back to his senses. He rushed forward to apologize to Lin Bai. Old Lin, don't mind. Qingxue didn't mean it. Brother Ran, you don't have to apologize. Sister-in-law is right. I do suck. Lin Bai smiled bitterly. Xiao Ran patted Lin Bai twice before rushing out to chase after Yi Qingxue. It just goes fast and comes back fast. Within a few minutes, Xiao Ran returned to the VIP ward alone. Brother Ran, didn't you chase after your sister-in-law? Zhou Tian asked. I chased after them, but Qingxue said she was going to comfort Hanya and wouldn't let me follow. Xiao Ran smiled bitterly. By the way, old Lin, how did Qingxue and Hanya's relationship become so good? Didn't they just meet once? Xiao Ran couldn't help but ask curiously. Actually, they met once more on Saturday. Saturday? Then Lin Bai told Xiao Ran and the others about Yi Qingxue's invitation to Hanya to play. Xiao Ran's face turned green after hearing this. Ran, don't think too much. Sister-in-law originally invited Hanya alone, but she had to drag me along, so I couldn't do anything about it. Lin Bai deliberately said. It's okay, I don't blame you. It's my own bad luck. I was still lying in bed that day. I also want to thank you for helping Qingxue celebrate. Xiao Ran could only think of this reason to comfort himself. Ding! It has been detected that Xiao Ran's hate value is rising at an extremely high rate. The current hate value is 13. Lin Bai's eyes instantly lit up. The last time he received a reminder of Xiao Ran's hate value was when he was in anal prolapse. He paid 200 vengeance points to go up that much. This one actually went up 10 points at once, which was a real surprise. However, Lin Bai knew that this hate value didn't only contain Xiao Ran's jealousy of himself. Just then, Lin Bai's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Pulling out his cell phone and seeing the familiar avatar, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth raised uncontrollably. Ran, Lao Zhou. Sister Yue. You guys stay with Wei first. I have something to take care of temporarily. Come by later. Looking at Lin Bai, who had left in a panic, Zhou Tian's few people were also surprised. This old Lin, why is he so nosy every day? Xia Yue, who was on the side, seemed to have guessed something, and her eyes flashed with a strange light. Sunset. Moon Lake. A woman in a long blue dress stood quietly by the lake. A gentle breeze ruffled the strands of hair beside her cheeks and the face that was so beautiful and beautiful also loomed up. However, at this moment, this stunning face showed a faint trace of sadness. Obviously not in a good mood. Suddenly, a familiar and slightly flirtatious voice came. Isn't it bad to ask another man to meet you when you've just separated from your boyfriend? Miss Yi. At the sound of the voice, Yi Qingxue shuddered violently, and a blush instantly swept across her face. It was as delicate and moving as the evening sun in the sky. Immediately after that, she quickly turned her head back and glared fiercely at the visitor, Lin Bai. Yi Qingxue pouted. You know it's not good, and you still come. Lin Bai hurriedly smiled and said, how dare I disobey your order? I'd like to live a few more years. After saying that, he came to Yi Qingxue with a smile on his face. Reaching out his hand, he then naturally wrapped it around Yi Qingxue's small waist. Immediately afterward, he said in a slightly flirtatious tone, you're not jealous, are you? As if being poked in the center, Yi Qingxue instantly panicked. You're the one who's jealous. Not jealous. Why are you so mad? Of course I'm angry because of Hanga. Is it really only Hanga? Lin Bai stared straight at Yi Qingxue. Dang. Of course. It's hard to believe that I'd be jealous of you. You have not been too. Before the words were out of his mouth, someone was plastered. Yi Qingxue's eyes widened in shock. It was because she was worried about Lindbergh messing up that she picked a place with relatively more people. But she didn't expect Lindbergh to actually dare. Only after a long time did Lin Bai release Yi Qingxue with great interest. Are you crazy? It's so close to the hospital. What if you get caught? Yi Qingxue glared at Lin Bai with shame and annoyance. Afraid of being discovered. You still asked me to be here. Lin Bai laughed evilly. Yi Qingxue swore that she really wanted to beat this girl in front of her to death. But she was just a woman that it's simply impossible to overcome. In the end, she could only hold back all her anger. What are you going to do about Hanya? Hanya? Dealing with what? Lin Bai pretended to be puzzled. You tell me. As his boyfriend, are you just going to stand by and watch her get beat up? I'd love to take it out on her. But it's the Zhang family. I'm just an ordinary college student. How can you fight people? Lin Bai sighed. But any other person would definitely believe in Lindbergh. It was a pity that the Yi Qingxue in front of her had seen this guy's guts a long time ago. How could someone who even dared to mess with Lu Yu be afraid of a small Zhang family? However, although I can't do it, Miss Yi can. Yi Qingxue was slightly stunned. You want me to make a move? I'm afraid there's no existence in this Yi city that has more deterrent power than the Yi family. If eldest Miss Yi makes a move, the Zhang family will definitely not dare to retaliate against Hongya anymore. That's true, but why should I help you? It's not to help me, but to help Hongya, and I'll repay Miss Yi. You? Repay me? Chapter 87 Yi Qingxue who threatened at the door. Zhang family, household. After returning from the Pixie Moon Pavilion, Zhang Kai locked himself in his study. At the moment, it was as if his soul had been drained from him. Fascinated, he sat at the wide desk, his eyes empty and lifeless. Sometimes he would suddenly become particularly flustered, and his body trembled involuntarily. Sometimes again he would fall into deep agony again, his brow furrowed and his face as pale as paper. Time passed by, and a dull and depressing atmosphere permeated the entire room. Just then, a soft but clear knock on the door broke the dead silence. Master, there is a young lady surnamed Yi who wants to see you. A servant's voice came from outside the door. Hearing the word Yi, Zhang Kai's body shook violently. Yi, is it? At the thought, he rose hastily to his feet and hands scrambled to straighten up his somewhat disheveled clothes and hair. It was only after a moment that he took a deep breath and slowly opened the door to his room and, taking somewhat heavy steps toward the living room. Arriving at the living room, he glanced over to see an unfamiliar back figure sitting quietly on top of the sofa. Although the Zhang family and the Yi family don't have any dealings with each other, but he had seen Yi Russian in public more than once. Zhang Kai came to the woman full of doubts. Excuse me? At the sound of the voice, the woman who was originally leisurely sipping her tea slowly raised her head. In an instant, a cold as ice, emotionless gaze was projected straight at Zhang Kai. You are Zhang Kai? The woman's voice was equally cold to the bone. Just a simple sentence, but it was like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly hitting Zhang Kai's heart. It made him shiver. In the face of such a cold aura, Zhang Kai tried to stabilize his mind and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. That's exactly what I am. I don't know what the girl came here for today. I'm here for Hongya, Yi Qingxue said expressionlessly. Hearing Hongya, Zhang Kai snapped to mind what had happened in the UUA pavilion. Hands were also shaking uncontrollably. He forced himself to hold back his panic and asked, I wonder if the girl and Hongya are. She's my bestie. At those words, Zhang Kai's heart was relieved. Yi Qingxue's aura was really a bit intimidating, and being surnamed Yi, he had to be a bit wary, but now it seems he was overthinking it. An ordinary college student in Hongga district. It was already anticlimactic to have found someone from the Pixie Moon Pavilion to back her up. How could they still climb up the Yi family? His tone became much calmer at the thought. It is true that my insider did wrong in the matter of Hongga, and I have severely reprimanded her. And I have done negotiations with the school and decided to compensate Hongga $5 million for moral damages. Condemnation? $5 million in mental damages? Yi Qingxue suddenly snorted. Zhang Kai, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was bewildered. He was at least the head of the family. Aren't you being too disrespectful? Is something wrong? You tell me. Slapping someone in the face results in a mere condemnation of the compensation of a mere $5 million. Zhang family master, in your place, can you accept it yourself? Yi Qingxue snapped. Her voice was like a thunderclap that kept bombarding Zhang Kai's mind. Zhang Kai naturally couldn't accept it, but he couldn't tell the truth about killing his wife. So what do you want to do? First of all, I want the Zhang family master to swear not to take a single hair of Hongya's head again. Secondly, the Zhang family is going to publicly apologize to Hongya. And this matter has caused quite a lot of discussion among the students at school. The Zhang family must be held responsible for this. Zhang Kai's face instantly grimaced. When he was bullied in the Pixie Moon Pavilion, it was because he really couldn't fight them. But this is the Zhang family. How dare you, a yellow girl, bully me? Do you really think I'm a soft touch? However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Yi Qingxue uttered another compensation that made Zhang Kai completely dumbfounded. Finally, I want that shrew to kneel in front of Hongya and slap herself, until Hongya forgives her. Zhang Kai people numb, Wang Suifan again Sao, that is also the head of the family wife. On behalf of the Zhang family, do you have any idea what it means for her to kneel for someone else? Even if he hated Wang Suifan, it was still about face. Isn't this condition too much? Zhang Kai said in a deep voice. Excessive? Then when you guys ran to the school and smacked Hongya in front of the principal, it wouldn't be excessive. Yi Qingxue shouted angrily. The other conditions can be negotiated. My Zhang family can also compensate Hongya more for the mental damages, but I can't accept this condition. Zhang Kai frowned slightly. Then I'll also give the Zhang family master the go-ahead that these three conditions, no matter which one, there's no room for negotiation in any of it. Yi Qingxue said word for word. As soon as the words fell, the insufferable Zhang Kai got up and angrily rebuked. I treat you like a guest, so I treat you like one. But I didn't expect that what I got in return was your intensification. If a tiger doesn't give out, do you really think I'm a sick cat? In the face of Zhang Kai's roar, Yi Qingxue still did not change her face. So family master Zhang is rejecting my offer? I won't accept it until I open up my cerebral palsy. In that case, then I can only say sorry to the Zhang family master. After saying that, Yi Qingxue then pulled out her cell phone. Hey, it's Kiyosa here. Negotiations have failed. You can do it now. I don't want to see a second Zhang staying in Yi City after 3 days. Do you think I'm scared? Just with you want to make my Zhang family disappear? Zhang Kai looked at Yi Qingxue with a face full of disdain. Apparently he wasn't intimidated by that call from Yi Qingxue. The corner of Yi Qingxue's mouth rose slightly. I really can't do it myself, but my old man should be able to. When Zhang Kai heard this, he was first slightly stunned. A trace of doubt then appeared on his face. Your old man? It seems that the Zhang family master's brain isn't too bright. I clearly said earlier that my name is Yi Qing Snow. Yi Qingxue repeated word for word, her words dripping with a bit of mockery. Zhang Kai's heart jolted, as if he had suddenly remembered something terrible. His face instantly became incomparably white, like a piece of white paper. His lips trembled involuntarily, and his body shook violently once more. You're the youngest daughter of the Yi family head abroad? At this moment, Zhang Kai could no longer maintain his previous arrogance and composure, and his eyes were filled with panic and fear. Yi Qingxue gently laughed. The sound of laughter was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell, but to Zhang Kai's ears, but it's like a death wish from hell. I didn't expect that Zhang family master actually knew about me. It's really Qingxue's third life's fortune. How? She's just a plain old college student. How could there be so many people standing up for her? Zhang Kai muttered, as if he was still unwilling to believe the facts in front of him. Yi Qingxue was also listening to the clouds. I've already given the opportunity to family master Zhang. It's you who didn't want it. In that case, then family master Zhang should fend for himself. After saying that, Yi Qingxue got up and was ready to leave. However, she hadn't been gone for long before a figure suddenly knelt in front of her. Yi, MS. Yi, it's me. Chapter 88, the new class advisor is a sexy female professor? Yi City Central Hospital. In the VIP ward. It's almost time, Lao Shang. We'll go back to the school first. The new class guide has to hold a class meeting tonight. We'll come back to see you tomorrow, Xiaoran said as he got up after glancing at his cell phone. Well, remember to say hello to the new class director for me. Xiaoran nodded his head and immediately looked at the earthly creature on the side. Xia Yue. Because Xiaoran's few people had been present, Jang Way could not afford to directly drive Xia Yue away in front of them, but Xia Yue sat quietly all afternoon, barely speaking to them. The only few words spoken were still when Lindbergh returned from his busy schedule. Sister Yue, we'll leave first. It's hard for you to take care of Wei's side. Aha. The atmosphere in the ward became marvelous just as Xiaoran's trio left. Just as Zhang Wei opened his mouth, Xia Yue, who had been sitting on the sofa, stood up. I don't need you to shoo me away. I'm leaving. After walking a few steps, Xia Yue suddenly stopped. I know you don't want to see me, so I won't even come over again back there. After saying that, Xia Yue walked out of the ward without looking back, leaving Zhang Wei sitting alone on the hospital bed in a daze. After a long time, Zhang Wei came back to his senses. He looked complexly at the place where Xia Yue had sat directly. In the afternoon he had felt that there was something wrong with Xia Yue, and now this feeling. No, can't say what it feels like. Xia Yue changed with the naked eye and opened up. It's reasonable to say that he should be happy that Xia Yue is getting the hang of it. That way he wouldn't have to see each other every day. But for some reason, his heart hurt a little. Could it be that he actually wanted Xia Yue to stay? On the other hand, after leaving from the hospital, the three of them, Lin Bai, returned to the school. Just after getting off the bus, Lin Bai's cell phone vibrated. Opening his cell phone, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth lifted uncontrollably. I didn't realize this guy was quite efficient. What efficiency? Zhou Tian suddenly came up. Lin Bai single so many years of hand speed is not practiced for nothing. And when Zhou Tian came up, the hair was gone. Zhou Tian, old Lin. Are you talking SAO with other women behind Hong de Banhua's back? Lindbergh, what chatting SAO? I look like that kind of person. Chow, then why are you afraid to show me? Lam, can't I have some privacy if I want it? Zhou, Lao Lin. Men get worse when they have money. I don't want you to do the same. You mustn't do anything to dishonor Hong de Banhua. Lin, that's not right. Didn't you tell me to watch out for Hongda earlier? Why are you starting to speak for Hongda? Chow, this is one time, and this is another time. After all this time of consideration, I think Hong de Banhua is a good person to date. Sha, Lam, that's my subject, and it's me who has to consider it. Sha, hurry up, it's almost time for the class meeting. Zhou, alas. Old Lin, wait for me. I haven't taken lessons from you yet. Quickly teach me how to talk SAO. Yuck, how to talk to girls. The three of them rushed and finally made it to the classroom a few minutes before the meeting. Because I came too late, the seats behind me had already been taken by other students. The three Lindberghs could only be happy with the first row of feng shui. By the way, Ran, old Lin, do you have any tidbits of information about the new class director? I'm sorry, Zhou Tian asked in a small voice. You've been in the school forums every day and you haven't heard anything. What news do you think we can know? Lin Bai didn't have a good mood. Seems like yo. Zhou Tian smiled sarcastically and scratched his head. As soon as the words left their mouths, a stomping sound of high heels reached the ears of the three. The three looked at each other. A woman? The next second, a sexy beauty in a black wraparound dress walked into the classroom. Seeing the real face of the beautiful woman, the classroom, which was still bustling with activity, instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at the beautiful class guide on the podium in a daze, their eyes filled with shock. The beautiful class guide standing at the podium smiled softly. What? People surprised to see me? Han, Mr. Han, you're our new class guide? Squad leader Lu Tao said with an incredulous face. Isn't it obvious? That's right. The beautiful class guide was none other than Han, Professor Han, and also Lin Bai civics teacher for them. If Yi University, which teacher is the most popular? Han ranked second. No one dares to rank first. With a great face, and a perfect body, Han didn't know how many male college students he had captured. Many people even came to Yi University because they came for Han. Yet whether it's a rich young man or a sports student with impeccable face and body, Han didn't even give anyone a chance. But even so, those men's universities remain undeterred. Every time Han had a class, the classroom was overcrowded, and even the corridors were packed with people. At first the scene was harmonious, but later on, those students who couldn't get in every time started making trouble and eventually couldn't make it to class. The school had no choice but to forcefully intervene to prohibit trespassing in the classroom. On the school forum, Han is also a daily dominating presence. Often a random sneak peek can lead to countless men drooling profusely. Such a high-profile, popular, sexy female professor. How could they not be shocked when they were now the class guide of their Goldwork 3 class? Even Lin Bai. At this moment, his heart was constantly turning over. For Han, Lin Bai didn't have many memories of her. In his previous life, he left after Han took their session. Han is an ultra-popular being, and her departure naturally caused a stir in the school. All kinds of speculations came and went, and Lindbergh couldn't remember how many versions he had read, but he met Han once more back there. It was when Xiao Ran and Yi Qingshui got married, and he served as the best man. He saw Han at the ceremony. Only then Han wasn't alone. There was a man sitting beside her. Moreover, Han was no longer the same as he was in school. The whole person seemed to have aged a lot, especially those soulful, beautiful eyes, which could no longer see any light. At the time he was ready for the ceremony to be over and to go up and say hello. After all, when he was a student, also had fantasized about Han's, but Han retired after the viewing. He hadn't seen Han since then. After he was reborn, he had only met Han once, and hadn't crossed paths with the other party. So the future can't be his to change. So who could it be? Suddenly, Lin Bai seemed to have thought of something, and a sinister figure consciously appeared in his mind. It can't be her, can it? Since everyone knows me, I won't introduce myself. As of today, I am your new class advisor, and I hope that in the days to come, Chapter 89 Lin Bai became a class assistant? Let's all come up and introduce ourselves first. With that, Han's gaze wandered over the Lin Bai few people in the front row. As she skimmed over Lin Bai, the corner of her mouth curved up in a shallow arc, though only for a moment. But Lindbergh still sensed it. Originally, he thought that he was going to be the first to go up, but unexpectedly, Han twisted his head and pointed at Zhou Tian. Let's start with you first. Being the first lucky one, Zhou Tian was not happy at all. He was naturally not afraid of unusual introductions, but who made him a body that gets nervous at the sight of a beautiful woman? If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have talked so much on the way. Everyone, my name is Zhou Tian, gender male, 21 years old. I'm from. By the time Zhou Tian came down, his back was wet with sweat, so one could imagine how nervous he was. The second one up was Xiao Ran. Compared to Zhou Tian, Xiao Ran was obviously much more confident. After all, his height and face value were there. Xiao Ran stood straight, his posture erect as a pine, and a confident smile spread across his face. He was seen taking a deep breath and began a fluent and brilliant introduction of himself. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Ran. I'm 21 years old this year, a native of Yi City. I usually like to read all kinds of books, whether it's literary masterpieces or science books that keep me engrossed. I also love sports, and basketball and soccer are my strengths. Also, I also have a keen interest in music and often spend my free time immersed in beautiful melodies. As the last word came out of Xiao Ran's mouth, a burst of thunderous applause erupted from the arena, and that applause was as long-lasting as the surging waves of the sea. In response, Lin Bai was showing a sneer. Xiao Ran, you're really making a show of it. It's just a self-introduction. If you didn't know, you'd think you were here on a blind date. Aside from Lin Bai, the only one with a relatively bland surface was the new class guide, Han. The reason why Xiao Ran introduced so much was to give Han a good impression. As a result, the other party acted so calmly that more or less upset him. After Xiao Ran, it was naturally Lin Bai's turn. He was seen walking up to the podium unhurriedly, looking calm and collected. He cleared his throat and said, "My name is Lindbergh. I'm 21 years old, and I'm from South City. Love to drive. No more." After saying these words, the entire classroom instantly fell into a dead silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping on the floor was clearly audible. Sitting in the back row, Hong Ya's ears were red. This mouthy guy doesn't look at the occasion. Just then, the atmosphere, which had been as quiet as stagnant water, it was suddenly and mercilessly torn apart by a silver bell-like laugh. That laughter seemed to possess magical powers, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. When they looked around, they realized that the person who made the laughter was none other than their class guide, Han. At this moment, Han's face was blooming with a bright smile. That smile was like the bright sunshine in spring, and like the shining stars in the night sky, so beautiful that it was mesmerizing. Many of the male students looked smitten on the spot. Even Xiao Ran, who had always been calm and self-possessed, could not help but look a little lost in thought at this time. However, unlike the others, Lin Bai was not mesmerized by Han Han's smile. Although he did admit that Han Han was indeed beautiful and had a beautiful smile, he knew very well in his heart that the other party would never have laughed so much just because of his own words. There must be other, deeper reasons for this. Okay, we have the next student on stage. Because Lindbergh managed to make Han Han laugh, so the next introductions became unorthodox. However, no matter how those male classmates worked the whole job, Han Han never moved. This also invariably caused Lin Bai to be envied by many people. There's even Xiao Ran in this one. It can't be helped. Who made her Han Han? Professor Han. Only after all the members had introduced themselves did Han Han return to the podium. Everyone has just finished introducing themselves, and I've gotten a preliminary look at everyone. But I'm not a person with a very good memory, and this is my first time being a class guide, so I'm going to get 2 people to be classroom assistants, 1 boy and 1 girl. That way if something happens, you will also be able to reach me in time through them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group of students sitting at the bottom of the field immediately exploded like there was a flurry of commotion. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and anticipation, and the whole scene was so lively. However, amidst this clamor, there was one person who was an exception. And that was Lin Bai. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, and an ominous premonition began to well up in his heart. I only saw Han Han standing on the podium, pretending to be serious about his selection. False-faced name-dropping. She mouthed the words, "Let's see, who should I choose?" Meanwhile, her eyes kept wandering over the group of boys on the stage. It was like a scanner, scrutinizing every face and figure. It didn't take long for her eyes to settle on the front row. Xiao Ran, who felt Han Han's gaze, instantly tensed up and his breathing became rapid. Since you're looking for a classroom assistant, you must be looking for a smooth one, right? He was the most handsome man in the class, bar none. Could it be that happiness is finally coming my way? Just as he was indulging in a beautiful fantasy, the next moment, reality hit him in the head. Only Han Han's clear and loud voice was seen. Suddenly it rang out in the classroom. The boys will be in charge of Lin Bai's class. Hearing these words, Xiao Ran's smile instantly froze on his face. As if suffering a bolt from the blue, the whole person froze. Before Lin Bai had time to sigh, a familiar mechanical sound came to his ears. Ding! It has been detected that Xiao Ran's hate value is rising at an extremely high rate. The current hate value is 20. Lin Bai turned around violently and saw Xiao Ran looking at himself with both envy and jealousy. No, big brother, you're the one with a girlfriend and you still hate me? It's true that men are all about eating from the bowl and watching the pot. Except for me, the good man. Hongya. Yi Ching Shui, where's the face? Although his heart was not willing to do so, Xiao Ran could only watch his good brother become a banshee. After choosing a male class assistant, Han Han chose a female class assistant. This female class assistant is no stranger to you. It's none other than Hongya. In response, Xiao Ran only wanted to say, Mr. Han Han, you really know how to pick a couple. Han Han, would I tell you that I did it on purpose? After choosing the class assistant, Han Han made some more routine remarks and then left the classroom. She didn't leave alone, though. Brother Ran, do you think Mr. Han knows about old Lin and Hong Banawa's relationship? That's not too much of a coincidence, is it? Who knows, but old Lin does have too much luck. Chapter 90 Lin by being pushed backward? At nightfall, 2 figures walked hand in hand on the playground. Do you think Mr. Han is weird? Hongya suddenly said. Lindbergh asked, how is it weird? First of all, we were looking for a classroom assistant, and over 50 people just happened to pick the 2 of us. Then we were called to the office again and told to leave again without saying anything. Isn't that weird? Didn't she give us contact information? It's the fact that only contact information was given that makes it even weirder. And I always feel as if Mr. Han is interested in you? Could it be that you guys knew each other before? Hanya blinked curiously. Lin Bai's heart gave a beat. Was this a woman's intuition? Scary as hell. Do you think I'd still be with you if I knew Mr. Han? Wouldn't it smell better to sleep with her in your arms? After saying that, Lin Bai wanted to slap himself. What kind of shameless person would have to be to say that? Hanya beamed with a grimace. I knew you were hitting on Mr. Han. Don't be so hard on yourself. I call it appreciating beautiful things, just like you do. Lindbergh reached out and stroked Hongya's face that even in the darkness, the lips that also still exude seductive scent. Because it was in the dark, I couldn't see Hongya's face change, but from her voice, and the trembling red lips could feel how shy and nervous she was. I don't believe it. You just said I'm not as good as Mr. Han. Before the words left his mouth, the figure, which was slightly taller in the darkness, leaned down and pressed on. I don't know how long it took until a cell phone vibrated. and the two parted reluctantly. You, look at your phone. Maybe it's an emergency. It was dark, but this was in a playground after all, and a lot of people ran here at night, kissing in front of so many people. Even Hongya could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Pulling out his cell phone, when Lin Bai saw the incoming letter, he directly froze in place. What's wrong? Hongya wondered. I might have to go. A few minutes later, Lin Bai bid farewell to Hongya and left the place. Looking at Lin Bai's back, Hongya's heart also became more and more complicated. What to do? This man is becoming more and more to my liking. At this rate I may not really be able to stay away from him. 20 minutes later, Lindbergh hurriedly rushed to the door of a small tavern near the school called the Restaurant. This tavern was more than familiar to Lindbergh. In his previous life when he followed Xiao Ran in his hard work, when they had their first major success and decided to have a big celebration, this was the place they chose. Lindbergh took a deep breath, then stepped into the tavern. As soon as he entered, his eyes were drawn to the sexy, flirtatious figure in the corner. Against the slightly dimmed light, she was seen alone with her glass of wine. Every slight movement exudes an ineffable grace and charm. Lin Bai couldn't help but gently tickle the corner of his mouth, then walked straight towards the corner. Is Mr. Han in a bad mood? Why are you drinking alone here? Hearing Lin Bai's voice, Han slowly raised his head. A charming smile instantly bloomed on his face. Her red lips flickered as she pouted. It can't be helped. Who let people be alone? If Mr. Han doesn't mind, the student can have a few drinks together. Saying that, he then took a seat across from Han. Immediately afterward, the two talked and laughed and drank like a pair of true drinking buddies. After about an hour or so, only then did Lin Bai assist Han, who could no longer walk, to leave the tavern. But not long after leaving the tavern, Han suddenly got drunk and rushed out onto the road. It was a good thing it was late at night, and with the road being relatively isolated, there weren't many people. As if Han was really drunk, he gradually began to let himself go. First, they flung their heels, then dropped their bags and threw away their coats. Seeing that Han was about to continue unloading his armor, Lin Bai hurriedly took the jacket he had just picked up, draped over each other. Teacher Han, you're drunk. Let me send you back. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Han, who originally couldn't even speak, came to his senses. Send me back? You're trying to do something to me, aren't you? Looking at the other party's beautiful eyes that didn't have a trace of cloudiness, Lin Bai knew that this guy wasn't drunk at all. Mr. Han is joking. How dare I? However, before Lin Bai could finish his words, Han suddenly stuck up. Lin Bai's eyes were glazed over. He was a big old man, but he was actually forcibly kissed. He wanted to push Han away, but the other party was like an octopus, so he couldn't get it off. I don't know if it was the strong smell of alcohol from the two men that Lindbergh had actually gotten a little drunk without realizing it. By the time he got back to his senses, he was in his hotel suite. He stared blankly at the stunning beauty in front of him, even if his toes wanted to. He also knew what Han wanted to do. Mr. Han, that's not good, is it? What's wrong with that? Isn't that what you men have always wanted? It was 4 a.m. when I opened my eyes again. Lin Bai glanced at the empty seat beside him and let out a long sigh. He, a man who had lived 2 lifetimes that added up to hundreds of years, was actually pushed backwards today. What's even more outrageous is that the man just left after pushing himself. How he felt humiliated. Ugh, forget it, don't think about it, go talk to her tomorrow. Lin Bai was just about to lie down when he saw that there was inexplicably an extra splash of red roses on the clean white sheets. ***, no way, play this big. The next morning, Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian had just stepped out of the dormitory when they ran into Lin Bai, who had a somewhat complicated look on his face. Zhou Tian asked, Old Lin, why are you back now? It's not like I have a class in the morning, so of course I'm coming back to class. Then why don't you just go straight to class? Ever since Lin Bai and Hongya got together, he hardly ever went back to the dormitory, and they'd been used to it for a long time. I came back for the book. Take the book? I thought I told you I'd carry them for you. Oh, I forgot. Old Lin, did you and Hongya have a falling out? Why do I feel like you're not in the right state today? I don't know. Xiao Ran wondered. No, probably didn't sleep well. Old Lin, you have a problem. You're the one with the problem. Hurry up. If you go late you won't get hot food. Before long, the three were sitting at the cafeteria table. Just as Lin Bai was about to start eating, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. You guys eat first. I'm going over there. After a casual explanation, he got up and walked towards where someone was. Isn't that Mr. Han? Chapter 91, Han Iran. Classroom. By the way, Old Lin, what did Mr. Han call you and Han de Banoa over for yesterday? Jo Tian couldn't help but ask. Nothing, just gave us a contact and then let us go. Lindbergh is a little distracted. Just for the sake of giving you contact information. You were specially called over? Questioning was written all over Jo Tian's face. Xiao Ran, who was sitting next to him, was also surprised. What else? Did you think something would happen between Mr. Han and me? Lindbergh didn't have a good mood. So what were you doing looking for Mr. Han in the cafeteria just now? A student had to take a leave of absence. So I had to go and ask for permission. All right. Retracting his gaze, Lin Bai also couldn't help but recall the scene in the cafeteria not long ago. He was going to ask Han Han about what happened last night, but Han Han looked at himself with an innocent face as if nothing had happened. There were too many people in the cafeteria, and Han Han was a millionaire, so he didn't ask a question, only to return in defeat. Alas, it looks like it's time to meet her. Meanwhile, that Han Han, who had upset Lindbergh, it had already arrived under the imposing building of the Yi group. She tilted her head slightly and his eyes fell on the magnificent building in front of him that towered over the clouds and seemed to pierce the sky. The sunlight poured on the glass curtain wall, refracting the dazzling light of it makes the whole building look like a dazzling crystal palace. After a brief pause, she then lifted her feet, stepping on those delicate heels and, with a light step, he walked through the doors of the building. It didn't take long for her to arrive at the door of the president's office. Stretching out his long fingers, he gently knocked on the door of the room. Almost immediately after the knock on the door, a crisp, pleasant echo came from the room. Come in. Han Han slowly pushed open the door to his room. What came into his eyes was a picture of focused work. Ruoshang was sitting behind that huge desk, buried in piles of documents, looking serious and earnest. The corners of Han Han's mouth rose slightly, revealing a charming smile. She walked gently to Ruoshang and stood there quietly, and didn't make a sound to disturb the other. However, Ruoshang was still immersed in her work. Just put the papers on the table. Hearing these words, Han Han couldn't help but laugh out softly. Pouting, he said, Great President Yi really has a lot of work to do. No wonder he doesn't even have the time to drink a glass of wine with me. Hearing the familiar sultry voice, Ruoshang jerked her head up and looked at Han Han with a delighted expression. Why are you suddenly here at this hour? Han Han blinked. Playfully, I replied, because I miss my sweet little Frosty so much. Of course. Ruoshang whitened Han Han fiercely. Angrily, she said, then you can't just casually skip class like that. I remember very clearly that you have class today. Han Han responded casually with a disinterested look. Oh, I'm not feeling well. I'd like to take a day off. However, when she said this, her eyes never moved away from Ruoshang's body for half a minute. Those eyes were gentle and infatuated, as if Ruoshang was her beloved person that she cherished beyond measure. Hearing Han Han say that he wasn't feeling well, Ruoshang instantly became anxious. A series of concerned words also came out of his mouth. Unwell? What's going on? Did you go to the hospital? Did you catch a cold? Or did you eat something bad? Looking at this Ruoshang in front of her who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan because she was worried about herself. The smile on Han Han's face also grew stronger. You're still laughing. Come on. Say it. Okay, don't be nervous. I'm fine. It's just a little problem. Just rest and relax. Are you sure it's alright? Ruoshang was still frowning, her face full of worry. Don't worry. It's really fine. Don't you know me? I won't cheat you even if I cheat anyone. After hearing these words, Ruoshang then slightly put her heart down. Well, since you put it that way, but you'll have to moderate your drinking, and drink less. Don't stay up all night. Nothing to do but go to the gym and work out. I can't sleep without a drink. Not that you don't know that. As for exercise, do you think I still need to work out with this body? Han Han immediately showed Ruoshang her perfect curves. Han Iran. I'm just kidding. I can't believe I even called out my real name. Han Han immediately stepped forward and spilled the beans. If Lin Bai had seen this scene, he would have been incomparably shocked. Han Han, who's a big hit at school, is actually a fake name, and her real name is actually Han Iran. If you don't change your stinking ways, I won't even see you again. I'm sorry. Ruoshang snapped. Frosty, are you sure you want to do this to me? I'll be leaving soon. At those words, Ruoshang instantly changed color. Izzy, they found you? Han Iran nodded helplessly. Actually, they've been on my trail for a long time. Only I've been putting it off. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ruoshang frowned. It's better to talk about it than not to know. So, when are you going to leave then? I'm not really sure. I might bring it through the semester. I might bring it tomorrow. I'm sorry, Han said with a soft smile. It's just that the smile looked so forlorn, so tragic. I'm sorry, Izzy. Han, what's the point of saying sorry? It's got nothing to do with you. Leaf, no. I'm too weak to help you. Otherwise you wouldn't have to commit yourself to marrying. Han, it's too early to say you're aggrieved. Maybe that guy is a good guy. When the time comes, don't you envy your sister that I've found a good husband? Do you think the odds are that this will happen to you? Han, who knows? Maybe I'll be the lucky one. Ruoshang was still about to say something when Han Yiren blocked her mouth with her hand. Well, don't say another word. I didn't come over here today to talk to you about these unhappy things. With that, Han Yiren took out a document from her bag. This is all the information you asked me to investigate about the one called Lin Bai. I've already met him. He's kinda funny, and might actually be able to help you with the engagement thing. You just met him once and you trust him so much? Ruoshang was surprised. There are some people you just have to meet once and you know them, and I trust my eyes. As she said this, a faint blush unconsciously appeared on Han Yiren's face. I know. Thank you. That's all the thanks I get. I came all the way out here. You're not just going to dismiss me like that, are you? Say, what do you want? I'll stay with you today. Yoo-hoo, the sun has come out of the west. Then I'm not going to be polite, ha. When have you ever been polite? Hey, it seems so. Chapter 92, Altering the Circumference Heaven. Old Lin, lend me some money. At lunchtime, Zhou Tian suddenly came. Borrowing money? Did you spend all your living expenses this month? No, I wanted to buy something, but I didn't have enough money, and I'm too embarrassed to ask my parents. So that's why. Are you sure it's a purchase? Lin Bai narrowed both eyes. Having lived two lives, almost no one knew Zhou Tian better than him. Playing games never buy skin. Eating is only about eating enough. Eating well is not important at all. Even if you're treating yourself to a meal, you'll only choose the most cost-effective buffet. Such a frugal person is naturally unlikely to spend money on anything else. As a result, Zhou Tian was now actually looking for him to borrow money to buy something. It was simply too abnormal. Just buying a trinket. I don't have enough money. You lend me a little. I don't want much. A few hundred will do. Zhou Tian swallowed. Previously, Lin Bai only had 80% certainty. Now Lin Bai could already conclude that Zhou Tian had a problem. It's no problem to borrow money. Not to mention hundreds, even millions. Hearing Lin Bai's expansive statement, Xiao Ran on the side was also shaken. Soon a crazy idea began to take root in his mind. Really? Zhou Tian looked at Lin Bai excitedly. He didn't expect Lin Bai to be so generous. But the next second, he deflated. But you have to tell me what you're borrowing the money for. Don't tell me you're buying something. You can't fool me. Then I won't ask you to borrow it. Zhou Tian turned his head to look at Xiao Ran. Brother Ran. However, Xiao Ran was even more decisive than Lin Bai's refusal. Don't ask me for money. It's my mom's birthday this Saturday. I'm saving my money for her birthday present. Just forget about it. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's eyes also lit up. If it wasn't for Xiao Ran mentioning it, he really would have forgotten about it. It's Wednesday. There's still a few days left. Should I do something about it? But I don't think she wants to see me now. Ran, why don't you talk to Auntie about spending your birthday outside this year? I'll book a private room at the Yulin Hotel. When the time comes, you'll call your sister-in-law, and I'll call Hongya. A few of us will get together and give Auntie a good celebration. Will this be too much of a bust? Xiao Ran frowned. What's broke? We're all brothers. Your mom is not my mom, right? Old Chow. Zhou Tian, who received the signal, hastily nodded his head. Who cares about anything else? All he knew was that he was going to go to Yulan for dinner. Ever since he had indulged at Yulan, he now dreamed of Yulan's great fish and meat every day. He can't wait to go to Yulan every day to have fun. Yes, old Lin is right. It's the crowds that make it lively. It had to be said that Xiao Ran did have his heart moved, but after some thought, he still refused Lin Bai's good intentions. I'd rather not. My mom is a bit of a sociopath and I'm afraid she'll be uncomfortable in crowds. Lindbergh, I think it's you who's uncomfortable. Alright, then I won't force myself. But if Ran doesn't have enough money to buy Auntie a present, remember to say hello to your brother. A word. Xiao Ran smiled gently and looked at Lin Bai with a gentler gaze. Okay, I got it. Old Lin, since you've borrowed from Ran, lend me some too. The undeterred Zhou Tian once again approached Lin Bai. I still say it's okay to borrow money. Give me a reason, or else we're not talking about it. I don't want to see you fall. Old Zhou, why don't you just come clean? Old Lin isn't an outsider. Xiao Ran persuaded. Well, that's fine. A date is a date. And you're talking about shopping. For real. Lindbergh picked up a spoon and gave Zhou Tian a shot. Man, people aren't shy. Zhou Tian scratched his head in some embarrassment. It started when Gu Cheng, who had been on Zhou Tian's mind last night, finally replied to his message. Not only that, She also asked Zhou Tian to come out for dinner tonight. The first time a girl asked Zhou Tian out. Or a girl he's in love with. So Zhou Tian wanted to perform well. But he's so used to being unkempt. He doesn't even have a good set of clothes. There were plenty of precious clothes in the dormitory, but he couldn't wear them. That's why he was thinking of borrowing money to buy a decent suit and remodel himself in the process. You want to go on a date after only borrowing a couple $100? I've got about 1,000 of my own private money. I've counted it. You only need to lend me another 600. Zhou Tian said extremely seriously. Lindbergh, do you think $200 is enough to go on a date? Chow, should be enough. Lin, enough for you. A set of clothes costs thousands. Are you taking her to drink air? Chow, just get a set for a couple $100. It doesn't have to be that expensive. LAM, a couple $100 would be fine. Then when you get back, I guess you guys are going to fizzle out. Chow, huh? Well, what then? Lin, isn't there still me? Let's eat first. After that I'll take you for a good makeover. Chow, that's not very nice. I can't spend your money. LAM, you're being polite to me at this point. Why don't you be polite when you're enjoying yourself at Yuelan? Xiao, Lao Zhou. Just listen to Lao Lin. He has experience. Chow, that's fine. After lunch, Lin Bai took Zhou Tian and left. As for Xiao Ran, he declined the offer to go out with the two. It's not his date, and there's no point in him going over there. Although he knew that Lindbergh would generously buy him things, there were some things he didn't want. Even if he did need it, he'd still have to get it through his own efforts. Instead of just accepting gifts from others. Lindbergh, fine. You're noble. You're marvelous. Leaving the school, the duo made their first stop at the barbershop. Old Lin, you're not going to take me for a haircut, are you? It hasn't been long since I got this cut. Cut the crap, boss, and give him an ionic perm. By the time the two left the barbershop, Zhou Tian's entire body looked much smoother. I have to say that hairstyles do determine a person's face value. On their second stop, the two arrived at a massage parlor. Old Lin, what did you bring me here for? A massage? Of course. It's not going to be what I think it is it? Even if it is, do you dare to get on? Lindbergh teased. Zhou Tian's face immediately turned as red as an apple. Boss, give him the most luxurious full-body spa. It was nearly 2 hours before the two came out of it. Well, not bad, right? Lin Bai laughed as he looked at the flushed Zhou Tian. It's great, and several times more comfortable than enjoying it at Highland. After the spa, Zhou Tian felt that his entire body was much younger. By the way, Lin, what were you doing while I was at the spa? I'm driving. What else would I be doing? Drive? On the third stop, Lin Bai took Zhou Tian to the department store. By the time the two of them came out, Zhou Tian had already turned into a short rich man. Although it was still a bit worse than Lin Bai, it simply shouldn't be too handsome compared to before. Come on, time to get you to your final destination. Chapter 93, going to Xia Yue's villa. Old Lin, did you lose an extra zero? Zhou Tian couldn't stop his hands from trembling. There's no wrong loss. It's that much. Lin Bai raised his chin slightly and the tone was relaxed and casual. Hearing this, Zhou Tian's eyes widened. No, this is too much. I can't have it. I'll return it, he said as he fumbled with his cell phone, ready to operate the refund. However, in the next second, Lin Bai reached out a hand to stop him. No need. I'm not short of that money. Zhou Tian's face became somewhat tangled as he gritted his teeth. But, that's too much. Why don't you take back half of it? Don't be so maudlin. You can have it. If you don't like it, you can have it. I'll just return it to me when I have the chance in the future. Between brothers, you're still so formal. When Zhou Tian heard these words, his heart was touched, and his eyes became a little moist. He held Lin Bai's hand tightly and said with a slightly trembling voice, Old Lin, thank you. Whether she and I have a play or not, you're all the best brothers I've ever had in my life. Lindbergh raised an eyebrow and purposely made a stern face. Feigning irritation, he said, You mean you didn't think of me as a brother before? Zhou Tian instantly panicked. His face instantly turned white as he hurriedly shook his head back and forth. Flustered, he explained, No, that's not what I meant. Absolutely not. In my heart, you've always been a good brother to me. Seeing Zhou Tian's nervous appearance, Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Okay, I'm just kidding. Look how scared you are. Zhou Tian was relieved in his heart. He was really worried that Lin Bai was angry. Alright, hurry over. People are still waiting over there. Saying that, Lin Bai raised his head and looked across the road. Only a young girl in a long plain dress was standing quietly under a signboard. She was so out of place compared to the colorfully dressed women around her. It is like a white lotus out of the mud. Fresh and elegant. The breeze blew, swept up the long bangs, revealing that clean and innocent face. Even though he had long since seen the other party's true face, Lin Bai's heart still couldn't help but marvel at it. I'm off. Old Lin. Go ahead. Don't save money. Spend what you need to. Aha. Opening the car door, Zhou Tian flew over with his short legs. Sorry I'm late. It's okay. I just got here a little while ago too. Let's go then. Aha. Looking at the two people walking away, Lin Bai's heart actually vaguely developed a sense of loss. I shouldn't be thinking thoughts I shouldn't be thinking about Gu Qing, right? No. It's not easy for Lao Zhou to come across one he likes. I can't be an animal. Resolutely not. Gathering up his complicated thoughts, Lindbergh was ready to drive away. I had just started the car when my cell phone rang. Seeing the person who had sent the letter, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth lifted uncontrollably. Inside the villa, Xia Yue was constantly busy in the kitchen, and bursts of aroma kept coming out of the kitchen. Compared to the other day, her cooking skills have improved a lot to the naked eye. Half an hour later, dish after dish filled with tantalizing aromas appeared on the table. Holding out her hand, she nodded thoughtfully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 dishes. That should be enough. But it seems like it's almost something? She got up and walked toward the wine cellar, and soon she was back at the table with 2 bottles of valuable red wine. Skillfully opened the red wine, sobered up, found another red wine glass and set up the dishes. Once that was done, she walked up the stairs. When she reappeared, she had changed into a sexy red dress. Why hasn't he come yet? He's not stuck in traffic, is he? I don't know. Xia Yue muttered while pacing anxiously back and forth in the living room. From time to time she glanced at the clock on the wall, and as the minutes ticked by, but the expected figure was never seen. After another indeterminate amount of time, she finally couldn't resist reaching for her cell phone that was sitting on the coffee table. Just as her hand was about to touch the phone, a crisp and pleasant doorbell suddenly rang. That voice seemed like a bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky, instantly causing Xia Yue's heart to rise to her throat. Instinctively, she threw down her cell phone and, like a merry deer in the, filled with joy, he darted toward the gate. As she ran to the door, Xia Yue took a deep breath and tried to calm her excitement. Then she looked down and double-checked her dress and makeup and, afraid that something is wrong, after making sure everything was perfect, she slowly extended her right hand and gripped the cold doorknob tightly. With a soft click, the door was slowly pushed open. However, what appeared in front of Xia Yue's eyes was not the person she had been longing for. Instead, it was a bouquet of dainty, unbelievably large roses. The fiery red petals cascade as if a burning flame, emitting a charming fragrance. It was only immediately afterward that the familiar and handsome face slowly peeked out from behind the roses. With a smile on his lips and eyes as gentle as water, he whispered, "Sorry I'm late. This is my apology gift to you." Xia Yue shyly lowered her head, her cheeks crimson like a haze, and softly said, "You're not late on purpose to bring me roses, are you? Oops, I can't believe you found out." Xia Yue couldn't help but give Lin Bai a blank stare and pretended not to care as she took the bouquet of roses. "Come in." Inside the villa, Xia Yue carefully placed the roses on the table and took a greedy sniff. I don't know if it's because this rose is from Lindbergh. At the moment her mood was as extraordinarily beautiful as this bouquet of blooming roses. Just as she was about to turn around, a pair of large, warm hands suddenly embraced her. What followed immediately was Lindbergh's gentle, watery lightness. "You're so beautiful today, more beautiful than this bouquet." Xia Yue's face instantly gained a touch of redness. "Okay, get loose. The food is getting cold. Let's eat first." "Aha. How was it? Was it good?" Xia Yue stared straight at Lin Bai who was savoring the dishes in front of her. Lin Bai did not give a reply, but instead extended his chopsticks to the second dish. Soon, moving on to the third and fourth course. With each dish he tasted, the expression on Lindbergh's face became a few points heavier. By the time he had tasted the last of the soup, his expression had frozen a bit, and Xia Yue, who was sitting on the sidelines with a look of anticipation on her face, there was also no longer any smile visible on his face. "Forget it, you're not eating. Let's go out to eat." Xia Yue grabbed Lin Bai's hand and got up, ready to leave. However, before she could exert herself, Lindbergh pulled her into his arms. "Don't be so hasty. I didn't say it wasn't good. Your expression says it all." Xia Yue beamed unhappily. "Is there a possibility that this is something I'm deliberately acting out for you?" Lin Bai laughed lightly. "You asshole, you scared me to death. I really thought I was making it bad. I'm not testing you. As a chef, you don't just have to be able to cook. There's also a strong mental component to it. Test your ass. LOL. Woohoo. Chapter 94, Xia Yue's happiness. "Well, how about what? How does it feel to bang your brother's woman?" Xia Yue blinked her big eyes in excitement and that little red face was adorable. Lin Bai, who was drinking water, almost sprayed it straight out. Why do you ask? I'm afraid there's nothing more exciting for you men than playing with your brother's woman. First of all, I don't play with women's feelings. Secondly, although Jang Way is my brother, you two aren't married yet, and it's about to be retired. So this doesn't count as playing with a brother's woman, Lin Bai said in a serious manner. What about Xiao Ran's girlfriend Yiqing Shui? You didn't sleep with her? Xia Yue suddenly said. Lin Bai looked at Xia Yue in a daze. It took a long time before it came. When did you find out? Xia Yue smiled mysteriously. Guess? Is it at the hospital? Xia Yue nodded. I didn't think much of it at first, but I only realized a hint of something wrong when I saw her lashing out at Xiao Ran. Who is her boyfriend? What's wrong? Lin Bai curiously said. She's just plain pissed off at Sean, but being mad at you gives me a love/hate feeling, and the fact that you left the hospital one after the other makes it even more suspicious. If I'm not mistaken, you two should have gone to a private meeting, right? Xia Yue had the look of someone who saw through everything. The corners of Lin Bird's mouth gently rose. I'm starting to kind of regret going to your house. It's too late for regrets. Who told you to provoke me? Unless I'm dead, you'll never get rid of me. The words just fell. Xia Yue leaped up. A few hours later, the two were snuggled up against each other in bed. I had a showdown with Jang Way today. I won't go to the hospital or the Zheng family anymore. I'm sorry, Xia Yue said breathlessly. He agreed? He can't wait for me to disappear from his presence forever, so how could he possibly say no? In response, Lin Bai was smiling gently. As a woman, Xia Yue might not understand men very well. Most of the time, men love to be cheap and don't know how to cherish them when they get them. It's too late to regret the loss. Unsurprisingly, Jang Way would soon regret it. Earlier, my entire mind was on the Young family, and all I thought about every day was how to please them. It turns out that I didn't realize that it was all an illusion. Xia Yue laughed at herself. Lin Bai painfully held Xia Yue's jade hand. Would you blame me for telling you everything? Xia Yue shook her head. No, on the contrary, I have to thank you. Thank you for rescuing me in time from the prison that is the Young family. Thank you for letting me feel the joy of Ri. And thank you for letting me experience love. I'm a little embarrassed that you're praising me so much. You're so thick-skinned. You're still embarrassed? Xia Yue pouted. Where am I thick-skinned? And you have the nerve to come to my house for the first time and mooch off me under the guise of cooking. Xia Yue couldn't help but give Lin Bai a glance. I admit I did it on purpose. But just tell me if my method worked. That's about it. The key is still my talent. Yoo-hoo, what an arrogant tone. I must teach you a good lesson today. Yeah, no, I haven't rested enough. The two fought for a few moments before they embraced each other. This was the first time Xia Yue slept in the same bed with a man, and she had expected her to be particularly nervous about it. But she didn't expect that leaning on Lin Bai's arms was so heartening that she couldn't help but move a few more points closer to Lin Bai's arms. With a happy smile, she soon fell into sleep. It was the next morning when he opened his eyes again. She looked at the empty bed next to her, but when she saw, on the bedspread, the clear splash of falling red, that white and flawless face was instantly colored with a thick blush. It was 10 minutes before she was dressed in a loose-fitting, pink nightgown that, sleepily, he came downstairs. That long, flowing hair fell somewhat disheveled over her shoulders. It adds a bit of lazy and charming atmosphere. Just stepping into the living room, a rich aroma instantly hit my nose and, overjoyed, she rushed to the kitchen with a cheerful stride. As expected, she saw the man who was constantly busy at the stove. I thought you had already left. Xia Yue hugged Lin Bai tightly and, afraid that the next second he would disappear from sight, feeling the dependence and complaining of the beautiful person in his arms, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly. A doting smile flowed out. He tenderly stretched out his right hand and gently rubbed Xia Yue's hair, said, Do I look like the kind of man who raises his pants and is heartless? Hearing this, Xia Yue raised her head, blinking those big, watery eyes. With a serious face, he stared at Lin Bai for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. Faced with such a blunt and serious answer from Xia Yue, Lin Bai couldn't help but freeze for a moment. For a moment it was surprisingly difficult to know how to respond to her surprising words. Just like that, the two of them looked at each other in all directions, and time seemed to have stood still in this moment. After a long time, a clear and pleasant laughter suddenly broke the silent atmosphere. It turned out to be Xia Yue who couldn't help but laugh out loud, explaining as she laughed, Alright, just teasing you. Who told you to get up first without me? When she finished speaking, she spat out her tongue mischievously, looking very cute. Good, you dare to tease your man before you're even married. I have to teach you a good lesson today before I do that. Yikes, help, someone's trying to beat up a pretty girl. The two joked around for a few moments before sitting down at the table for breakfast. So delicious, This is the best porridge I've ever had. Xia Yue narrowed her eyes in happiness. If it's good you can drink more. And cook more anyway. Then I've eaten it all. You won't mind that I can eat it, right? Xia Yue looked shy. Why yes. As the old saying goes, it's a blessing to be able to eat. Eat all you want. I'll make you more if you don't have enough. That's good. Such a delicious meal. If only I could eat it every day. Xia Yue sighed suddenly as she ate. It's not that simple. Just move over to my side of the house and I'll make it for you every day then. I'm sorry. Lindbergh laughed. Xia Yue's eyes first lit up, then quickly dimmed again. I'd rather not. You live with Hanga. She'll get mad if I go over there. I don't want to be a bad woman. You're overthinking it. Not only will she not be angry, she'll be happy. Happy? Xia Yue looked confused. Lin Bai pressed against Xia Yue's ear and whispered. Actually, Hanya, what you said is true. Xia Yue looked at Lin Bai in shock. Do you think I have to lie to you? If that's the case, then Xia Yue's eyes bloomed with excitement. Chapter 95 Yi Qingshue's Jealousy. After accompanying Xia Yue to finish her breakfast, Lin Bai was ready to drive away, but just got in the car and realized that his Tank 300 actually had a flat tire. Originally he was going to call a car to leave, but Xia Yue insisted on letting drive him. There was no way around it, so Lindbergh could only sit on the co-pilot. I don't know if it was because Xia Yue was driving slowly, or because of the traffic jam, or for some other reason. What was supposed to be an hour's drive took a full hour and a half. When we get to our destination, Lindbergh won't get out of the car. In the car and Xia Yue ear to ear for another 10 minutes, which is not enough to walk off the car. Lin Bai had just gotten out of the car when Xia Yue slammed on the gas and disappeared. Lin Bai shook his head before he turned around and walked towards the school gate. However, before he could take a few steps, a familiar voice came from behind him. Lindbergh. When Lindbergh turned around, he saw that wearing a long pink dress, the Yi Qingxue, who had a double ponytail, walked slowly towards him. Eldest Miss Yi, you still say that this isn't fate, and it's only been a few days and we've run into each other here again. Lin Bai had no qualms about scanning Yi Qingxue. I have to say, Yi Qingxue's dress today is especially attractive to him. If it wasn't for the fact that classes were about to start, he appointed to do something about it. Yi Qingxue ignored Lin Bai and directly rewarded him with a blank stare. Who was that woman you just hooked up with? What woman? I'm the only one here all the time. Lindbergh began to play dumb. I saw it all. You and a woman in a car kissing on the mouth. Yi Qingxue's face turned red and her speech became stuttered. Yo ho. I didn't realize that Miss Yi actually has a peeping Tom fetish. Ha? The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Yi Qingxue with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue's face instantly turned even redder, as if it could drip blood. I wasn't spying. I just happened to walk by there and saw it. Oh, is that so? What a coincidence. No, it's not a matter of peeping or not peeping. You quickly give me an honest explanation. Before Yi Qingxue could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a strong force coming at her. The next second he himself was tightly pressed against a large tree to the side by Lindbergh. You, what do you want? Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Bai nervously. Lin Bai looked at Yi Qingxue with a bad smile on his face. It should be my turn to ask Miss Yi. I don't know what explanation you want me to give you. Feeling Lin Bai's burning gaze, Yi Qingxue's heart trembled violently. Yi Qingxue, you don't have to be afraid. This is in front of the school. He won't dare to do anything to you. She took a deep breath and tried to compose herself, then bit her lip and said, So, who the hell is that woman? I know she's not Hongya. Don't you dare try to lie to me. Oh, it's true that she's not Hongya, but that doesn't seem to have anything to do with Miss Yi, does it? Lindbergh was still smiling badly, without the slightest intention to explain. How is it not related? Hongya and I are bosom. Oh, before the words were out of his mouth, someone was plastered. Yi Qingxue's eyes widened in shock. She didn't think this man would really dare to treat her at the school gate. No, not here. Just as she was about to resist, Lin Bai let go of her, and immediately after dropping the words, and left in style. Yi lass, you really look cute when you're jealous. Yi Qingxue stood in a daze and only came back to her senses after a long time. This lunatic, to actually say that I'm jealous. How could I possibly be jealous? How could I possibly be his vinegar? The more Yi Qingxue said, the weaker the bottom of the air. I'm really jealous? How come? On the other hand, after teasing Yi Qingxue, Lin Bai came to the classroom. He just had a real urge to skip class, but as opposed to skipping it, he had a more important thing on his mind. How did the date go yesterday? Just sat down. Lin Bai then couldn't wait to look at the red-faced Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian nodded repeatedly. It couldn't have been better. I'll never forget yesterday. For some reason, Lin Bai, who should have been happy for Zhou Tian. Surprisingly, I'm not happy at all at the moment. The figure in his mind that was as clean as a sheet of white paper also began to dissipate a little. Congratulations on finally getting rid of your virginity. Lindbergh smiled gently, but with a closer look. One could detect the deep loss in his eyes. However, Zhou Tian's next words revitalized him. Xinger and I haven't gotten that far yet Zhou Tian said with a shy face. All called Haruna? It hasn't gotten that far yet? Xiao Ran, who was at the side, immediately laughed at his words. Let alone a home run. He didn't even hold someone's hand. What? Not even holding hands? Lindbergh excitedly got up and yelled at the top of his lungs. It was loud enough for the entire classroom to hear. The shy Zhou Tian hurriedly dragged Lin Bai back to his seat. Old Lin, don't be angry. I know you guys are looking forward to your children, but I think it's too soon to hold hands the first time. What Zhou Tian didn't know was that Lin Bai wasn't actually angry, but couldn't help but be happy. He himself couldn't tell you why he reacted the way he did, but the joy that came from the depths of his heart was as surging as a flood that broke the dike, and it was hard to stop it. At the same time, the pure and beautiful figure of that girl came once more into his mind. And it's becoming clearer and more vivid. No hand holding, no room. Then what did you guys do last night? Lin Bai was curious. Just eating, Zhou Tian responded casually. You didn't have one dinner with her all night, did you? Yeah, the two of us ate for 2 hours, Zhou Tian said with a serious face. That's more like it. Lindbergh sighed in relief. If Zhou Tian had done it in half an hour, it would have been a waste of time for him to toss it around for so long. Old Lin, don't be almost. Ask him what he's taken people to eat. I'm sorry, Xiao Ran said, forcing a smile, looking at the strange Xiao Ran, and then looking at Zhou Tian, who was instantly a bit embarrassed. He had a vague bad feeling. A few moments later, Lin Bai's wail of hatred once again came from the classroom. I asked you to go on a date and you took someone else's girl to a buffet, and ate for 2 hours. Lin Bai glared angrily at Zhou Tian. Earlier he wasn't angry, but now he was completely enraged. He knew that Zhou Tian was a wimp, but he didn't expect that not only was he a wimp, but he was also so indisputable. I'm sorry, Lin, I know I've let you down, but there's nothing I can do about it. She won't go to any of those restaurants you told me about. Zhou Tian smiled bitterly. Lin Bai frowned. Going to the buffet was her suggestion? And then what? You guys aren't going to just eat there, are you? That's not true. We talked a lot. About Ran, about why, and about you. By the way, she asked me to thank you for her. Chapter 96. Lin Bai has a crush on a girl? On the rooftop of the school building, Lindbergh smoked a cigarette in solitude, his heart written all over his face. Just then, a sinister figure silently touched behind him. When he wasn't looking, he snatched the recently lit cigarette from his hand. Lin Bai was about to get angry when he turned around and realized that it was actually Hanya. Hanya threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stamped it repeatedly with her foot until not a single trace could be seen. That's before you close your feet. Even if you smoke at home, you still smoke when you come to school. I smoke when I have nothing to do. Nothing? You don't look like you're fine to me, do you? Hanya revealed a meaningful smile. The two have been together for a short time, but they know each other fairly well. How could the intelligent Hanya not notice that Lin Bai had something on his mind? I want to ask you a question. I hope you can answer me seriously. Lin Bai suddenly said seriously. What's the problem? Hanya blinked her big eyes curiously. What do you think of me as a person? Or in other words, do you think I'm a good guy or a bad guy? Why do you ask? Hanya was a bit surprised. Just answer it. After pondering for a moment, Hanya spoke. It should be considered good and bad at times. Her tone was a little hesitant, but firm. Sometimes good, sometimes bad? Lin Bai couldn't help but frown slightly, obviously a little surprised by this comment, only to see Hanya start analyzing it with a serious face. Take the matter between you and Yi Qingxue. Xiao Ran is your good brother. But you went behind his back to hook up with your sister-in-law. That's just not bad behavior. This Lindbergh was naturally clear, but even if he was allowed to choose again, he would also not hesitate to push down Yi Qingxue, because that's what Sean owes him. But well, you still have your good points. Hanya continued. Oh, tell me about it? Lin Bai was also curious about what kind of person he was in Hanya's eyes. For all your tough talk, you're kind on the inside, and sometimes, you are also exceptionally thoughtful, gentle, and delicate, and know how to not only comfort others, but also step up to protect them in critical moments. When she said this, Hanya unconsciously looked at Lin Bai. The gentle color that flowed from his eyes also became more and more obvious. Lin Bai first froze for a moment as he listened to Hanya make this comment about himself. A soft chuckle followed. Why do I feel as if this person you're talking about isn't me? At that moment, Hanya added immediately afterward as if she had remembered something important. No, you have another big disadvantage. What's the downside? So colorful. Super horny. Can't walk when I see a beautiful woman. I'm surrounded by women. And one is better looking than the other. There are two that I know of alone. Who knows how many more you have out there? Hanya didn't have a good mood. Gee, I really thought you wouldn't mind if I kept getting women. Lindbergh couldn't help but tease. How could it be? Who wants to share with others when you can have it all to yourself? Hanya pouted in a sly manner. Hong, you're not in love with me already, are you? If I say yes, do you believe me? Hanya looked straight at Lin Bai. System, check Hanya's love value. Ding, Hanya's current love value is 98. Hearing this number, Lindbergh also froze for a moment, but it was normal when he thought about it. It was 88 before, and a 10-point boost in the matter of Zhang Yang wouldn't be too much to ask. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently rose. If I say I believe it, do you believe it? Hearing the desired answer, a happy smile appeared on Hanya's face as well. I believe it. Now can you tell me why you're smoking here alone? Lindbergh let out a long sigh. I seem to be having thoughts about a girl that I shouldn't. That unlucky girl wouldn't be called Gu Qing, would she? How do you know? You guys were moving around so much back there. How could I not know? You're really a no-brainer, aren't you? Inside the school cafeteria after the morning session, Qingxue, this, with Xiao Ran's greeting, Yi Qingxue quickly walked over with her dinner plate. Ha, why are you two alone today? Yi Qingxue asked, pretending to be casual. Old Lin was all the way to the cafeteria when he suddenly answered a phone call and then slipped away in a hurry. I think he was 80% called away by Hanya, Zhou Tian analyzed in a serious manner. As soon as the words left her mouth, Hanya arrived in front of a few people with a dinner plate. Hi, Kyo-su. Hi, Hanya. Yi Qingxue, that's your analysis isn't it? Chao Tin, mistake. Because of the sudden molestation in the morning, Yi Qingxue's heart was in turmoil in the morning. That's why she purposely came to the cafeteria, intending to explain clearly to Lin Bai after dinner. I didn't realize that Lin Bai was actually not there, and with Hanya appearing here again, it was already clear who he had been called away by. It had nothing to do with her, but her heart was just so uncomfortable and upset. Just then, Yi Qingxue's ears kept hearing Xiao Ran's call filled with concern and anxiety. Kyo-su. Ha? What's wrong? Snapping back to her senses, she responded hastily in a bit of a panic. Only Xiao Ran frowned slightly and a hint of worry showed in his eyes. Did something happen? Why do you feel like you're distracted? Hearing Xiao Ran's inquiry, Yi Qingxue's heart could not help but tighten. She subconsciously bit her red lip and hesitated for a moment before replying softly. No, I was just thinking about something. However, her gaze involuntarily averted away as she was afraid of being seen by Xiao Ran for something. Okay, but if something does happen, you must tell me. I don't have much skill, but I promise you, I'll never leave you alone to suffer. Xiao Ran's tone was firm and sincere, and every word was like a heavy weight. It landed on Yi Qingxue's heart. Yi Qingxue raised her head and looked at the man with a serious face in front of her. An unspeakable wave of emotion and self-reproach welled up in his heart. Yi Qingxue, your boyfriend treats you so well and you think about other men in front of him. Are you still human? Can't you really expect anything from that scumbag? No. The only person I love is Xiao Ran. He's nothing but a tool. After thinking about everything, Yi Qingxue's gaze became firm. Xiao Ran, are you free tonight? I'm free. Why? Let's go on a date. On the other hand, Lin Bai, who had abandoned his brother and his girlfriend, arrived at the 77th box of the Yulan Hotel. Pushing open the heavy mahogany door, he saw the stunning back figure sitting on the sofa. With a silky smile, he walked over. I'm sorry to keep senior sister waiting. It's okay, I just got here a little while ago too. Chapter 97 Yi Ruoshang's appointment. Yulan Hotel. Inside box 77. So how are you going to help me break off my engagement? Yi Ruoshang looked straight at Lin Bai who was sitting across the dining table. Before answering this question, I want to ask senior sister a question first. Lin Bai slowly said. What's the problem? Is senior sister sure she wants to break her engagement with young Master Lu? Yi Ruoshang was slightly stunned. Why do you ask? As far as I know, the Yi family and the Lu family should be having a more in-depth cooperation soon. If the marriage contract is broken, I think the cooperation will also be terminated. Lin Bai looked at Yi Ruoshang with a smirk. Yi Ruoshang looked at Lin Bai in shock. The fact that the Yi family and the Lu family would be engaging in an in-depth cooperation, fewer than 10 people know about it, and these people are all from within the two families. This matter involves everyone's interests. Absolutely no one will leak. How could Lindbergh know about this? Lindbergh, hey, you didn't expect it. I was reborn and came back. Of course I know. He didn't just know about the collaboration. He even knew the name of the collaboration project, Plan A. Nowadays, the rapid development of AI, all walks of life gradually began to use AI. If the AI is properly developed, it can definitely bring unimaginable rewards. But it's too hard to develop AI, and relying on Yi or Lu alone, trying to fix AI in the short term, it's simply not realistic. So the two came up with the idea of developing it together. Both had their own research teams. In their respective fields they also have this part that they specialize in. If you join forces, not to say how fast, but definitely much faster than figuring it out individually. It was on top of this plan that the marriage between Yi Ruoshang and Lu Yu came about. The marriage between the two men effectively ties the two families together completely. Otherwise, if one family betrays the damage that would do is incalculable. With the constraints of marriage, at least consider whether you can handle the moral and public condemnation before betraying. How did you know about this? Yi Ruoshang looked at Lin Bai warily. Whether it's the information she's investigating, or the information that Han Iran's investigating, Lindbergh is all but an ordinary college student. But it's this ordinary college student who has a succession of incomprehensible things happen to him. Lin Bai shook his head. Sister, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. You might as well answer my question first. Yi Ruoshang took a deep breath and said, my answer is yes. The corner of Lindbergh's mouth hooked. Then we can discuss the details of the withdrawal next. Half an hour later. I'm curious as to what kind of person you really are. After listening to Lin Bai's plan, Yi Ruoshang was now becoming more and more curious about Lin Bai. I know schoolteachers curious, but it's not time yet to. When the right time comes, senior sister will know. I have a feeling that this day won't be too far away. Lin Bai smiled mysteriously. Yi Ruoshang stared at Lin Bai in a daze, and only after a long time did she speak again. If possible, I want you to execute the plan as soon as possible. Does senior sister hate young Master Lu that much? Lin Bai couldn't help but tease. Anyway, as soon as possible. After dropping an inscrutable remark, Yi Ruoshang then left the box. Lin Bai could feel something in Yi Ruoshang's words, but he couldn't understand what it meant. Crap, I forgot to ask my senior sister about Mess Han. Ugh, never mind. I'll ask again sometime. On the other hand, Yu Yua Pavilion, inside the top floor box, Lu Yu, the youngest son of the Lu family, is leisurely holding a fishing rod and fishing. While the rods were normal fishing rods, the bait was a thick stack of bills. As for the bait, it's even more outrageous. A group of demurely dressed women. They were all on the floor like dogs, constantly fighting for the pile of bills with their mouths. Whenever someone bites off a bill with his mouth, Lu Yu gives the money to the other person. It's such a sick game that it keeps everyone playing. It wasn't until a black-clad bodyguard came to Lu Yu's side that the game was forced to end. Young master, young granny met with that Lin Bai kid at the Yulan Hotel today. Oh, is that so? How long were they in the hotel? Lu Yu said calmly. About an hour and a half. Yi Ruoshang, you stinking. You actually really dared to cuckold me. Lu Yu grimaced, and the fishing rod in his hand creaked as he gripped it. Young master, do you need me to bring Lin Bai over? I don't need to tell you that. You've got 1 hour, and I want to see him right here. I can't believe you can just disappear. Lu Yu looked gloomily at the black-cloaked bodyguard. Yes, the black-clad bodyguard had just left when the roar of Lu Yu rang out from the box, and the screams of women. Bitch, stinking, how dare you cuckold me? I'll beat you to death. Ah, young Master Lu, don't. At the same time, inside the secret room of the pavilion of the Pixie Moon, Xiaoya and Lu Qing also looked indignant as they watched the bloody scene on the screen. Although all the women in the Pixie Moon pavilion were unclean, who would come to do a line of work if they weren't forced to do so? Even if they're not family, they have feelings after spending time together. Watching them get beat up, the two were also uncomfortable in their minds. Yeah, I can't help it. I'm going to save them. If this keeps up, they'll be beaten to death by that beast. The insufferable Lu Qing turned around and was ready to leave. But the next second she was stopped by Xiaoya. Stop, big sister. If I don't go they're going to die. Do you think you can stop him by going there? Have you forgotten his last name? Well, then, I can't just stand by and watch them get killed. I'm sorry, Lu Qing said with red eyes. Xiaoya sighed softly and stepped forward to gather Lu Qing in her arms. Qinger, I know you can't bear it. Why wouldn't I? You can teach Lu Yu a lesson for the sake of the moment. But what about afterward? Do you know what the cost of offending the Lu family is? Do you want so many sisters of the Pixie Moon Pavilion to be held responsible for your recklessness together? But, alright, you can leave this matter alone. Just now Lu Yu mentioned the pavilion master. He'll be coming over later, and the pavilion master will take care of it then. Pavilion master, will he really care? What if he doesn't care? Don't worry, the pavilion master will definitely step in. I have to say, The black bodyguard's execution is just great. In just half an hour, Lin Bai was forcefully brought to Lu Yu's box. Seeing the dying women almost everywhere, Lin Bai was also slightly stunned. However, before he could react, Lu Yu smashed over with a wine bottle. Only a bang was heard, and the wine bottle, which was a centimeter thick, shattered in response. In front of the monitor, Xiaoya Luqing was also startled when she saw the scene. No one else knew how good the quality of that bottle was. The two knew better. Pavilion Master He. Chapter 98, The Intent to Kill arises again. Did you do this? Lin Bai's voice was as cold as 9 ghosts of ice. It was as if he had just climbed up from the deepest part of hell. With a chilling chill, when Lu Yu heard the voice, he was first slightly stunned. Then he came back to his senses and a teasing smile spread across the corners of his mouth. You brat can't have been beaten, silly. Can you? Look at you. Ha ha. Also, after all, the head is so thick. Before his scorn had quite fallen, however, a large hand tightened around his throat as if it were an iron vice. In an instant, Lu Yu's breathing became rapid and the smile on his face froze from shock. The black-clothed bodyguard standing on the side suddenly changed his face when he saw this. He subconsciously took a step forward, wanting to step in to rescue his young master. But when he saw Lin Bai's eyes that were filled with killing intent, the footsteps, however, stopped involuntarily. Quickly released the young master, or you won't be able to walk out of here alive today. Lindbergh ignored the black-clad bodyguard's warning. His gaze was as eerie as a hungry wolf staring at Lu Yu. I'll ask again, did you hit them or not? Even though he was being choked to death by Lindbergh and was almost on the verge of suffocating, Lu Yu still didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he panted hard and looked at Lin Bai with a provocative look in his eyes. Through gritted teeth. So what if it's me? Do you still want to stand up for those women? Last time it was just your luck that let you win by fluke. You really think you're the savior. After saying that, Lu Yu let out another sneer. Very well, since you admit that you did it, that's fine. A cold light flashed in Lin Bai's eyes and the force in his hand increased a few more points. Lu Yu only felt his breathing become more difficult, but he still didn't choose to beg for mercy. He didn't believe that Lin Bai really dared to do anything to him. Kill me if you can, or you'd better let go of me quick, and then it won't just be you that. They're just as dead. Before the words left his mouth, the sandbag-sized fist smashed towards his handsome face. Immediately afterward he performed a superb 1080-degree spin in the air that it then hit the ground hard. The black-clothed bodyguard on the side rushed over to assist Lu Yu, only to find that the other party's face had been deformed by the beating. A mixture of blood and saliva kept flowing from his mouth. Lu Yu looked at Lin Bai with an incredulous expression. You? How dare you really hit me? What? Young Master Lu feels pain now? Lin Bai teased. Lu Yu felt humiliated. All of you. I'm going to let him die. Lu Yu was like a wild beast in a frenzy. The non-stop hissing. He's always been the one to beat up other people. And now he's being beaten up by someone else. And this person was still Lin Bai who had cuckolded him. This was simply a strange shame. He could hardly vent his anger without killing Lin Bai. The group of bodyguards who received the order immediately surrounded Lin Bai. Hit me hard. Take all his limbs off and I'm going to give it to that stinking. Lu Yu laughed maniacally. Soon, Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded. The bodyguards he had always been proud of were like pieces of paper in front of Lindbergh. It couldn't be more fragile. In less than a minute, 7 or 8 bodyguards were knocked to the ground by Lin Bai, unable to even get up. Lu Yu started to panic a bit as he hurriedly pushed the black-clad bodyguard beside him. Come on, little 5. You're on. Give him a good beating. The black-clothed bodyguard named Xiao Wu quickly stood in front of Lin Bai. Even though he had already seen Lindbergh's unfathomable battle power, he had not changed his face. But Lin Bai wasn't afraid. He was now the strongest man on earth. However, in the next second, the powerful fist came towards him like lightning. Although he dodged in time, he still felt the strong fist wind in his ears. Xiao Wu was also puzzled, not expecting Lindbergh to dodge this move. Raising his foot, he attacked towards Lin Bai again. This time, Lindbergh didn't dodge and swung his right foot up to kick, only heard a bang sound. Xiao Wu was shot out, heavily smashed into the wall. How can that be? How can you possibly beat Xiao Wu? Lu Yu looked like he had seen a ghost. You're too high on your bodyguards. Lin Bai sneered. No, it can't be. I couldn't be clearer about Xiao Wu's strength. Suddenly, Lu Yu seemed to think of something and pointed at Lin Bai with a horrified face. You're Gu, ancient martial artist. Immediately afterward, he shook his head again. No, that's not right. The 7 great families don't have a surname of Lin. Lindbergh was listening to the clouds. What the hell are you? At this moment, where is Lu Yu's previous overbearing appearance? Completely as a scared bird. Incomparable panic. I'm the one who sent you to hell. Lu Yu's pupils shrunk. You want to kill me? I didn't want to settle you so early, but you had to make a fool of yourself. Then I can only send you on your way first. Saying that, Lin Bai took an empty wine bottle and came to Lu Yu. No, Lindbergh, you can't kill me. I'm the youngest master of the Lu family. If you kill me, my father won't let you go. Do you think I will let him know? Lin Bai sneered. The expression on Lu Yu's face instantly froze. Seeing that Lindbergh had already raised the bottle, Lindbergh fell to his knees. Lindbergh, I beg you, let me go. Don't you want money? I have tons and tons of money. As long as you let me go, I'll give you all my money. And the Lu family, too. Who would have thought that this person kneeling on the ground and crying in pain would be the once lucrative Lu Yu? Kill you and that money is still mine. Right. I still have Yi Ruoshang. Don't you like her? I can let you have her. Please, don't kill me. I really don't want to die. Lu Yu regretted to death at the moment. If she had known that Lin Bai was so perverted, he should have just had more people on hand. What Lin Bai, want to grab is what I want. Why do I need you to send it? As soon as the words fell, Lindbergh took the bottle and smashed it. With a bang. The same bottle of wine as the one that hit Lindbergh's head shattered with a sound. Only Lu Yu's scalp was obviously not as hard as Lin Bai's, and after blood splattered everywhere, Lu Yu then fell straight down. Just then, the door to the box was also pushed open. The visitors were none other than Xiaoya and Lu Qing. It was as if Lindbergh had known that the two would come. Lu Qing, clean this place up. Although this wasn't the first time the two had seen Lin Bai in this state, they were still startled. After a long time, Lu Qing responded. Aha. Immediately after that, Lin Bai arrived in front of Xiaoya. You should have Lu Feng's contact information in your hand, right? Yes, there is. Call him at once, and tell him that the Pavilion of the Spectral Moon is going to give him a great gift. Meet at Chapter 99, Death of Lu Yu. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside an abandoned factory building on the outskirts of Yi City, Lindbergh was sitting on the sofa playing a game, and behind him stood a woman with a plump body. The woman was none other than Lu Qing, who was currently checking the wound on Lin Bai's head. Originally, Lin Bai didn't want to deal with it, but Lu Qing was extraordinarily determined. And anyway, the guests hadn't come yet. Just let her be. Ruffling her hair, Lu Qing's entire body froze. She's got a clear view of it on the monitor. The wine bottle that was a centimeter thick just smashed onto Lin Bai's head, and it turned out to be just a little scratch? I'm afraid the bloodshed is not as much as the bloodshed when Lu Yu chipped a tooth. Is the master of the court's head a piece of iron? But even so, a hint of heartache passed through her eyes. Taking out a cotton swab, she then carefully handled it for Lin Bai. A few minutes later, Lindbergh's entire body seemed to be wearing a white hat. Am I hurt that badly? Lin Bai was somewhat speechless as he looked at himself in the mirror. Lu Qing forced a smile and said, of course, it's fortunate that it was dealt with in time, otherwise it would have been a problem. So the court can only commission. However, without waiting for her to finish, Lin Bai pulled her into his arms. Reaching out his hand, he skillfully stroked up Lu Qing's already slightly reddened face. Vice President Lu, you're not holding a personal vendetta, are you? So what if it is? Does Pavilion Master plan to retaliate back? Lu Qing said in a slightly provocative manner. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth hooked. I'm a person who has always had an axe to grind. Before the words left his mouth, Lindbergh posted up. After a long time, Lu Qing lay breathlessly in Lin Bai's arms. Courtier, thank you. Thank me for what? Lin Bai curiously played with Lu Qing's hair. Thank you for standing up for those poor women. Lindbergh was slightly stunned, and reacting, he hurriedly denied it. You misunderstand. I'm not sticking up for them. I just don't want to see my territory tainted with something unclean. Lu Qing, but I'm afraid that if I wasn't sitting in front of the monitor, I would have been fooled by you. For what it's worth, I'd like to thank you in their place. Whatever. The two stayed like that in silence for a while, until a black sedan arrived and only then did Lu Qing reluctantly leave Lindbergh. As the car door opened, it was only then that a young man who looked 7 times similar to Lu Yu appeared in the sight of the two. You're the master of the Pavilion of the Pixie Moon? Lu Feng curiously sized up Lin Bai. The corners of Lindbergh's mouth gently rose. Do you think that besides me, is there anyone else in the entire Yi City who can command Vice President Lu? Lu Feng glanced at Lu Qing, whose face was a bit flushed behind Lin Bai, then sat down and said, say, what's it to me? I wonder if second young Master Lu is interested in controlling the Lu family. At those words, Lu Feng's hand that had just picked up the teacup instantly stopped. Not interested. After saying that, Lu Feng got up and prepared to leave. He hadn't gotten very far, however, when he stopped in his tracks, because Xiaoya was pushing a wheelchair towards him, and it was no one else sitting in the wheelchair it was none other than Lu Yu, who had his head blown off by a bottle by Lin Bai not long ago. That blow was heavy, but it wasn't enough to kill Lu Yu outright. Still, it's easy to make him pass out for a couple hours. Is second young master Lu interested now? Lin Bai leisurely sipped his tea. You actually dare to do this to big brother? Aren't you afraid that my father will bring people to destroy your Yu pavilion? Lu Feng looked at Lin Bai with a gloomy face. Of course I'm afraid. That's why I'm not here to ask second young master Lu for cooperation. You beat my big brother half to death and then come to me for cooperation? Do you think I'm too stupid? Lu Yu sneered. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Second young master Lu. I have a video here. I thought you'd be interested. At Lin Bai's gesture, Lu Qing behind him immediately took the tablet and came to Lu Feng, pressing the play button. When Lu Feng saw the two figures that were intertwining in the video, his face instantly became incomparably pale, and his body trembled involuntarily. A moment later, Lu Feng returned to Lin Bai with a murderous look on his face. How do you want to cooperate? Lindbergh, I need second young master Lu to take the fall for me, and in return, I can help you get rid of your fiancé. Lu Feng, no, this condition is not enough. I want you, Yu Pavilion, to help me become the Lu family head. It was as if Lindbergh had expected it. This is no problem. From today onwards, second young master Lu is the most honored guest of my Pixie Moon Pavilion. But I do have one small request. What's the request? Don't worry, second young master Lu. This request is just a matter of words for you. As a pot of boiling water was poured over the fainting Lu Yu's head, he immediately began to scream. The screams went on until a minute later when they stopped a little. When Lu Yu saw the person in front of him, his entire body instantly froze. Laoji, why you? It's not possible that the boy is one of yours, is it? Lu Feng didn't pay any attention to Lu Yu. He just looked at him quietly. Why are you doing this to me? I'm your own big brother. Lu Yu hissed loudly. So you, the big brother, play with your own brother's fiancé? I'm sorry, Lu Feng said coldly. Lu Yu instantly changed color as he trembled. You, how do you know? I'm afraid I'd still be in the dark if someone hadn't shown me a video that. My good big brother. Lu Feng gritted his teeth. Lu Yu suddenly thought of the UUA pavilion, but he didn't have time to pick on the UUA pavilion right now. No, Windy, listen to me. It's all because of that saucy seducing me. Before the words left his mouth, Lu Yu screamed miserably. Only to see Lu Feng taking a dagger and stabbing it right above Lu Yu's thigh. Feng Di, I'm really wrong. Please forgive me. I'm not going to forgive you, so you might as well go to hell. Having said that, Lu Feng then stabbed Lu Yu in the heart. Lu Yu couldn't believe that Lu Feng actually dared to kill him. Originally, Lu Feng was ready to call it quits after stabbing, but Lin Bai's voice suddenly came to his ears. Personally, I'd suggest that Mr. Lu's second youngest son make up a few more cuts. After all, if he comes back from the dead, it's a pain in the ass for all of us. Lu Yu, who also heard the sound, raised his head at this moment. Upon seeing Lin Bai and Xiaoya behind him as well as Lu Qing, he instantly reacted. It's just a pity that Lu Feng's sword didn't give him a chance. Second young master Lu, I'll leave this place to you. Don't forget your promise. Lu Feng looked at Lin Bai with a face full of blood. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. I won't let second young master Lu down. After saying that, Lin Bai left with Xiaoya and also Lu Qing. It was only until the trio completely disappeared that Lu Feng picked up his cell phone with a slight tremble. Hey, it's me. I killed Lu Yu. The location is Chapter 100, System Upgrade. Ding. Detected Lu Yu's hate value rising extremely fast. Current hate value 100. Ding. Detected Lu Yu's hate value reached 100. Congratulations to the host on receiving the level 3 revenge bundle. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking revenge on Lu Yu, rewarding him with the ultimate revenge gift pack. On the way back, a sudden series of hints made Lindbergh's eyes light up. Open the level 3 revenge bundle first. Ding. The level 3 revenge bundle is being opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. 500,000 revenge points. 10 billion dragon coins. Unlock the location function. Consume a certain amount of vengeance points to check the exact location of any target. Unlocked realm query function. Can query the realm of any target. The first two rewards are cliched but solid. However, Lin Bai was still more interested in these two rewards at the back. Last time Hongya had an accident. He almost turned the school around before he found someone. It does save a lot of time with the locator feature. As for this realm query, Lin Bai couldn't help but think of the ancient martial artists that Lu Yu had talked about in the UUA pavilion before. Is it hard? System, check my panel. Name, Lindbergh. Age, 21. Height, 183. Weight, 150. Face value, 93. Realm, early external strength. Realm classification, external strength, internal strength, Ming strength, dark strength, chemical strength, Hotian, innate, celestial. Revenge points, 520. 500. Assets, $202. 4 billion. Special, fighting mastery, culinary mastery, tennis mastery, racing mastery. Sure enough, and I don't know if it's good or bad. Anyway, there's a system, so I'm afraid of a door. System, go ahead and open the Ultimate Revenge bundle. For the Ultimate Revenge gift pack, Lin Bai is still incredibly excited. The third level is so generous. The end is still to come. Ding! The Ultimate Revenge bundle is being opened. Congratulations to the host for the following rewards. Revenge point 1 million. Receive 1 system upgrade. That's it? That's it? Fruitfulness just can't be expected. System, upgrade. Ding! The system is being upgraded. Please wait. Then a blue bar began to appear in Lindbergh's mind. 1%, 5%, 95%, 100%. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. The upgraded system adds the following features. System Mall Open Ancient Martial Artist related products. The system will support the direct conversion of revenge points into cultivation. Systematic opening up of the point of vengeance lending service. Lin Bai roughly scanned the added functions, and except for the first 3, they were basically chicken ribs. It feels like a loss. It feels like no loss. System, raise your cultivation level. Ding! Please ask the host to choose the corresponding upgrade level. Mid-external strength, 10. 000 vengeance points. Late stage of outer strength, 50. 000 revenge points. Early inner strength, 100. 000 vengeance points. Medium inner strength, 200. 000 vengeance points. Late inner strength, 300. 000 vengeance points. Early Ming Jin, 500. 000 revenge points. Mid Ming Jin, 700. 000 revenge points. Late Ming Jin, 900. 000 revenge points. Early dark strength, 1. 2 million revenge points. Mid dark strength, 1. 5 million revenge points. Originally, Lindbergh thought he had gotten rich overnight, but when he saw the price of this cultivation enhancement he instantly froze. It's 1. 5 million for only the middle stage of dark strength. So how much for the celestials in the back? System, raise it to the early stage of dark power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1.2 million vengeance points. Cultivation is being transformed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Bai instantly felt an invisible force begin to surge out of his body. Is this the early stage of dark power? Lindbergh felt like he was able to punch a cow to death right now. How strong should this be if it reaches the later innate celestial beings? Is it hard to believe that they can fly? It might even be possible. System, view the panel again. Name, Lindbergh. Age, 21. Height, 183. Weight, 150. Face value, 93. Realm, early dark power. Revenge points, 320. 500. Assets, $202. 4 billion. Special, fighting mastery, culinary mastery, tennis mastery, racing mastery. This panel looks so much more comfortable. Lin Bai had wanted to go shopping at the system mall. Xiao Ye, who was sitting on the sidelines, couldn't hold back. Pavilion master, how are you sure that Lu Feng will definitely cooperate with us? Lu Qing, who was driving in front of him, also perked up his ears in curiosity. The corners of Lindbergh's mouth gently rose, because this second young master of the Lu family is more ambitious than we thought. Pavilion master is referring to Lu Feng's desire to become the head of the Lu family? Lin Bai nodded. Lu Kong, the head of the Lu family, is in his prime. Lu Yu is betrothed to the Yi family's eldest miss, and without any surprises, Lu Feng will have no chance with the family head position in his life. The ambitious Lu Feng is naturally upset. That's why when he heard that I invited him as the master of the Pavilion of the Pixie Moon, he didn't hesitate to come over. Xiaoya was slightly stunned. Pavilion master. You mean Lu Feng originally came over to talk about cooperation with the Pavilion of the Moon? Lindbergh, although the Yuyue Pavilion is just a clubhouse, but holding the lifeblood of most of the families in Yi City, which is something that many smart people in Yi City know. That's why Lu Feng categorically won't let go of the opportunity to cooperate with the Yuyue Pavilion. Lin Bai, once he grasps the Yuyue Pavilion, it's the same as holding most of the clans in Yi City. At that time, even if Lu Yu is the crown prince, he will still have the backbone to compete with the other party for the throne. Xiaoya, so even without that video, Lu Feng would still cooperate with us? Lindbergh, that's good. The video was just an excuse Lu Feng made for himself. The moment he saw you pushing Lu Yu out, he had already made a decision in his heart. Hiss. Both women sucked in a breath of cool air. If it wasn't for Lindbergh clearing up their confusion, they really thought that Lu Feng was killing on impulse because he had discovered the adulterous affair between Lu Yu and Yang Qian. I didn't realize that Lu Feng was acting from start to finish. If all this was true, then Lu Feng could be much more terrifying than Lu Yu. In fact, Lindbergh had concealed part of the truth. That Lu Feng actually knew about Lu Yu and Yang Qian's adulterous affair long ago. It's just that he's been playing dumb. In his previous life, Lu Feng had been quietly being a green turtle until Lu Yu and Yi Ruoshang got married. It was only when it all came out that he stabbed it. Because of this, Lu Yu's original hand-to-mouth position as the head of the family had also become precarious. Not long after the incident, Lu Yu was involved in a car accident due to DUI and was killed instantly. Not long after Lu Yu's death, Yang Qian also suddenly disappeared one night. When she was found, the police extracted the essence of no less than 100 people inside the body of Yang Qian. Although both of those things ended up going nowhere, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that this incident was Lu Feng's doing. Only at that time, Lu Feng had already become the crown prince of the Lu family, and no one dared to trouble him. So Lu Yu's end was already predetermined a long time ago. Lindbergh is just letting this happen earlier as well. Pavilion Master, do we really have to listen to Lu Feng on Yang Qian's side? Of course, no matter what. We're allies now. We can't let our allies down. What about those men of Lu Yu? Kill them all. Chapter 101 Love Affair Exposed. Old Lin, what happened to your head? Inside the classroom, Xiaoran and Zhou Tian looked at Lin Bai with a stunned expression. It was only then that Lindbergh remembered that he was still wearing his armor, so it was no wonder that he kept being watched as he walked around the campus. It's fine. Just got hit a bit, Lin Bai said lightly. What? Being beaten? Zhou Tian exclaimed in excitement. Lindbergh, don't panic. The injury is not serious. Xiaoran, you call this not a serious injury? Lindbergh, it's really nothing. Just got hit with a bottle. Sean, the bottle? What the hell happened? Lindbergh, I went to dinner with my friends, and then some guy looked at me funny, came up and gave me a bottle. The corners of Xiaoran and Zhou Tian's mouths could not help but twitch. Look at you and come up and give you a bottle. Are beatings this sloppy now? Old Lin, who is that man? Tell me and I'll go return a bottle. Zhou Tian rolled up his sleeves to make a look like he was ready to do battle. Are you sure? That person isn't an ordinary person. Lin Bai looked at Zhou Tian in a slightly teasing manner. Zhou Tian, who was still looking at death in the last second, instantly wimped out. Yes, if you can't, let Viagra help you out. I don't believe that person still dares to be arrogant in front of Brother Wei. Lindbergh, that guy really dared to be arrogant in front of Jang Way, but he's GA. No, it's settled. Are you sure? If it hadn't been resolved, would I be sitting here as peacefully as I am? I'm sorry, Lindbergh said without a trace of humor. But, Zhou Tian opened his mouth, as if he still wanted to say something to refute Lin Bai, but the words came out of his mouth but he swallowed them back. Just then, a beautiful figure slowly walked up to the podium. That graceful figure instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Zhou Tian. Noticing Zhou Tian's strange appearance, Lin Bai also curiously followed his gaze, only to see a stunningly beautiful woman in a long red dress that was sexy and charming was standing on top of the podium. This woman was no other than their lecturer and class guide, Han Yiren. Although the classroom area is not large, but Lin Bai's head wrapped in gauze is particularly conspicuous. Therefore, Han Yiren had just stepped onto the podium when she noticed Lin Bai sitting in the corner with a glance. And so it was that the eyes of the two men met in the air. It was as if time had suddenly stopped at this moment, and the entire world was left with only their figures staring at each other. However, this subtle atmosphere did not last long. After only a few seconds, Han Yiren took the lead and withdrew her gaze, pretending to clear his throat as if nothing had happened. Class is now in session, and today we're going to talk about system. Check, Mr. Han's basic information. Ding. Query in progress. Please wait. Name, Han Yiren. Age, 27. Height, 170. Weight, 95. Face value, 98. Realm, none. Love value, 25. Hate value, 15. Han Yiren? Isn't her name Han? As for the 25 love value, it had more or less surprised Lin Bai, because there was basically nothing between the two, except for that one night. Forget it. Just take a step. As always, as soon as the bell rang, Han Yiren packed up her things and walked out of the classroom. Lindbergh was still more or less disappointed in his heart. He'd expected Han Yiren to come over and care for him more or less. He was just about to get up when a sulky-faced Hongya arrived in front of him. Go to the hospital. What's the point of going to the hospital? Didn't I say it was fine, and I've got it all bandaged up here. I'm sorry. Lindbergh frowned. You've got a bandage that looks like it's been applied by a random amateur. What if it's not handled properly and causes the wound to get infected? Xiaoran and Zhou Tian on the side also came to a realization. They had felt that this bandage of Lin Bai's was strange before, but they just couldn't tell what it was. It's still got to be a girl's mind. At this moment, Zhou Tian's satisfaction with Hongya increased a few more points. Old Lin, Hongya is right. Let's go to the hospital. No, I'll take him myself. After saying that, Hongya took Lin Bai's hand and walked out of the classroom. The classroom erupted with laughter just as the two men left. Boy, I didn't expect Lin Bai to actually take down Hong Banhwa silently. I sensed something was wrong with the two of them before. I didn't realize they were really together. On what grounds? My Hongya. Lindbergh, I want to duel you. Under Hong is hard tugging. The two quickly arrived at the first affiliated hospital near Yichang University. As for why I didn't go to the school hospital, it was solely because of the last prolapse. This has resulted in the school hospital being closed for sterilization to this day. Just as they entered the hospital, the two ran into an old acquaintance. Big brother Nyo, Kobayashi. Little Lin, what happened to your head? Seeing Lin Bai wrapped up like this, Nyo Wu was also startled. Suffered a small injury. Lin Bai smiled sarcastically. Is it serious? Nyo Wu said with a worried face, though he was uncomfortable because Lin Bai and Yu Yao were too close to each other. But in his heart, he still quite liked Lin Bai as his younger brother. If it was serious, I'm afraid big brother Nyo wouldn't be seeing me here. Lin Bai lightly laughed. Also, right, big brother Nyo came to the hospital is? Lin Bai asked. The community arranged for a medical checkup, and I was looking for something that was fine, so I came over to check it out. Nyo Wu raised the report in his hand. So my sister Yao is here too? Nyo Wu shook his head. Yao is not feeling well these days. She is resting at home. Lin Bai's heart could not help but tighten. Then he pretended to be calm and said, I'm too busy these days to go over there, so I'll trouble big brother Nyo to take care of sister Yao's side. It's fine. You go about your business. I'll take care of Yao. Brother Nyo. If it's possible, I hope you won't tell Sister Yao about my visit to the hospital. Lindbergh came out of nowhere. Without waiting for Nyo Wu to say anything, Lin Bai dropped a sentence and left. Please brother Bull. Nyo Wu stood in a daze, and only after a long time did he turn around and leave the hospital. In a little over half an hour, it was only then that Lindbergh and Hongya came from walking out of the hospital. At this time, the white armor on Lindbergh's head was no longer there. In its place was a white hairband. Satisfied now? Lin Bai looked at Hongya with some grudges. Had he known it was going to end up like this, he would have preferred to wear a big steel helmet instead of a hairband. Hongya forced a smile and said, Who let you wrap it to death? She was indeed startled at first, which was why she forcefully pulled Lin Bai over. I didn't realize that only a small piece of scalp was broken under the helmet. Just then, Lin Bai's cell phone suddenly vibrated. When he opened it, it was none other than Zhou Tian's message. Old Lin, it's over. Your romance with Hong Banhwa has been exposed. The school forum is full of your posts now. Randomly clicking on a post made by Sunday. Sure enough, I saw a picture of myself and Hongga holding hands at school not too long ago on it. Are you satisfied now? It's only a matter of time anyway. Hong de Banhwa, you don't want to rely on me for the rest of your life and do it on purpose. How about just trying to rely on you for the rest of your life? Bite me if you can. Chapter 102, The Unusual Yu Yao. Yushan District. Yo, Xiao Wu. Why did you buy such a fat hen? Accompanied by a loud yell, an older woman with a fat body and a bushel fan came to Nyo Wu. Hearing the commotion over here, the Amazons, who were still chatting away, were, like a cat that smells something fishy, quickly came over. In the blink of an eye, Nyo Wu was surrounded by this group of enthusiastic Amazons. In the face of the crowd's curious gazes and questioning from all mouths, Nyo Wu only smiled faintly. It's not that Yao hasn't been feeling well lately. I'm looking to get her some good food to nourish her properly. As soon as the words left his mouth, a teasing remark came out of the crowd from whoever was in the crowd. Hey yo, is it for other Yao's body tonic or is it for your own body tonic This statement instantly stirred up 1,000 waves, causing the surrounding Amazons to burst into laughter. However, Nyo Wu was calm. After all, there was one in this Moon Hill neighborhood that counted. Almost no one didn't know that he, Nyo Wu, liked Yu Yao. Only his face was unchanged. Calmly, she reached out her hands and gently pushed away the crowd of older women in her way. Okay, I won't talk to you guys. I have to hurry back to get ready. At that moment, another older woman shouted, Go on, work harder, try to add a queen to your old cow's family sooner. We also get to drink the wedding wine one more time. Hearing this, the originally calm Nyo Wu couldn't help but shy away after all, took the old hen and ran off. Soon the laughter of the Amazons was heard again behind them. Ha ha. Nyo Wu didn't stop until he had gone so far that he couldn't hear the older woman's laughter at all. Why wouldn't he want to marry Yu Yao? But Yu Yao has been avoiding this all along. There's nothing he can do about it. But it's worth rejoicing that Yu Yao doesn't have a favorite. So all he had to do was wait. And when Yu Yao opened his heart, he could have his dream come true. After all these years of waiting, it's not so bad for a while. Humming a little song, He arrived at Yu Yao's doorstep. Knock knock. Soon. Yu Yao opened the door. Big brother Nyo. What brings you here? Looking at Yu Yao, whose face was still incomparably pale, Nyo Wu was heartbroken. He forced himself to hold back his grief and raised the old hen in his hand. I just been to the market and I saw a very fat old farm hen. Bought it specially for your soup. Knowing he can't refuse the offer, Yu Yao can only open the door to welcome him. Thank you, big brother Nyo. You're welcome with me. Not long after, Nyo Wu once again transformed into a chef and got busy in the Yu Yao family's kitchen. Yu Yao had wanted to help, but Nyo Wu had refused without hesitation. Finally she, the owner, returned to her room, dragging her somewhat heavy body with her. By the time she stepped out of the room, Nyo Wu had already made the chicken soup. Yaoer, how about you try the chicken soup? Seeing that Nyo Wu was so enthusiastic, even if Yu Yao didn't have an appetite, she had to give him some face. Perhaps it was because I was in a bad mood. The bowl of chicken soup tasted so bland and flavorless. Still, Yu Yao drank the bowl of chicken soup and bite after bite. Seeing this, the smile on Nyo Wu's face intensified a few points. Picking up a bowl, he served Yu Yao chicken soup. Big brother Nyo, aren't you going to drink? Yu Yao's beautiful eyes slightly wrinkled. I already drank. Perhaps the chicken soup really did the trick. And after 3 bowls of it, Yu Yao's face had really reddened a bit. Brother Bull, do you have something to say? Yu Yao asked as he looked at Nyo Wu, who looked like he wanted to speak. No. Nyo Wu said somewhat unnaturally. Brother Bull, do you realize that you arch your nose every time you lie? I didn't realize Yaoer you were so observant. Nyo Wu touched his nose in embarrassment. At the same time the heart couldn't help but rejoice. Yaoer, before we talk, I have something I want to ask you. Nyo Wu looked at Yu Yao with a serious face. You ask. In the past, when Nyo Wu became so serious, that was when he was ready to show his feelings. Before, she'd made all sorts of excuses to pass it off, but today she wanted to change things up. She had thought a lot in the 2 days she had been resting at home. It was true that she hated Lindbergh for playing with herself, but she hated herself even more. If she had distanced herself from Lindbergh from the start and not given him the slightest chance, how did they get to this point? In other words, if she wasn't single, maybe Lindbergh wouldn't have hit on her. Although Nyo Wu was a bit old, but he is quite honest, not only to her no matter what, he was also more like a son to Xiaoran, so it was time for her to make a decision. Yaoer, did you have a fight with Shaolin? Nyo Wu suddenly came in. Yu Yao had thought that Nyo Wu would say something from his heart as usual, but he didn't realize that it would actually be. She subconsciously clenched her hands, then said, slightly nervously, no, what makes you think that? Nyo Wu, then why haven't you been over to Shaolin's foreign building for the past 2 days? I don't think it's renovated over there yet, is it? Yu Yao, aren't I not feeling well these 2 days? I'll go over there when I'm better. Nyo Wu, but I remember your period is not on this day? Occasionally it's early. Yu Yao's bottom line was clearly a bit lacking. Nyo Wu, I thought you were locking yourself in your house because you were having trouble with Kobayashi. Yu Yao, don't you understand my temper? Brother Nyo, have you ever seen me get in a hurry with anyone in all your years? Also, I was overthinking it. Yu Yao's temper isn't usually good. Compared to those hot-tempered Amazons, Yu Yao is like a fairy in the sky. This is the root cause of his fascination with Yu Yao. Seeing that he had finally snubbed it, Yu Yao was relieved. But in the next second, Nyo Wu's words flustered her once again. I ran into Kobayashi today when I went to the hospital for my physical. Did he go to the hospital for a medical checkup too? Yu Yao pretended to be calm. Nyo Wu shook his head. He's hurt. Yu Yao's heart trembled violently. Suffered. Injured? Well, his head was wrapped dead in gauze, and he looked a little worse for wear. But Shaolin said it was fine. Also let me not, Nyo Wu want to say. Told you not to tell me, did you? Yu Yao's voice sounded so cold and unfeeling. So much so that Nyo Wu was startled. It was a long time before he responded. Aha. A few minutes later, Nyo Wu appeared downstairs in the neighborhood, looking in the direction of Yu Yao's home, a complicated look in his eyes. Before, he did just suspect that Yu Yao and Lin Bai might have had a conflict. After Yu Yao explains a bit, he also cancels his suspicions. But after he saw Yu Yao's unusual behavior when he learned of Lin Bai's injury, he was almost certain that something had definitely happened between the two. Brothel. Yu Yao was still sitting at the table, but her body was trembling slightly and curses were still coming out of his mouth. Assholes. Chapter 103 Yi Qingshua's car accident? Inside Tank 300. In front of the Yates University campus. I just accompanied you to the hospital and you're kicking me out, right? Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a grumpy face. As long as you don't mind 3 people together, I'm fine with it. Lin Bai revealed a bad smile. Bah, none of you men. Oh, before the words were out of his mouth, Someone was plastered. After a long time, Hongya reluctantly pushed Lin Bai away. Well, I should get going or she'll be waiting. Just as Hongya left, Lin Bai pulled out his cell phone. It wasn't long before, in a short dress as white as snow, the extraordinarily dainty and cute Yi Qingxue who was dressed up then appeared on the passenger seat. Yo ho, Miss Yi, this is fast enough. Do you miss me that much? Lin Bai flirted while sizing up Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue glared fiercely at Lin Bai. I'm only here to see if you're dead. Lin Bai, however, was unimpressed and continued to tease Yi Qingxue. TSK, 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 TSK. You're so desperate. Anymore, I'm the first man in your life. When Yi Qingxue heard this, she was furious and her face turned red. Shut up, don't you dare mention this again. Seeing this, Lin Bai didn't continue to provoke Yi Qingxue any further and quietly looked at the other party. There was a strange gleam in his eyes now and then. Yi Qingxue, on the other hand, was clutching her short skirt tightly. Time just ticked by. Finally, I don't know how long it took, but Yi Qingxue looked as if she had finally mustered up enough courage to opened his mouth and asked softly, "Are your head okay?" Lin Bai was relaxed and casually touched his head. Well, it's not bad. It's just a little broken skin. Yi Qingxue frowned slightly, then pursued. I heard Xiao Ran say that you were given a beating. Who the hell did this? What? Could it be that Miss Yi is planning to stand up for me and teach that person a lesson? Lin Bai looked at Yi Qingxue with a smirk. Yi Qingxue's pretty face blushed. I'm just curious. If you don't tell me, forget it. I'm leaving. After saying that, Yi Qingxue was about to open the car door. However, it was not thought that the inappropriate Lindbergh had actually secretly locked the door. Yi Qingxue had just turned around when a familiar sensation came from the side of her mouth. She would have tried to struggle, but her limbs simply wouldn't listen. Involuntarily reach out and close your eyes. After a while, Lin Bai reached out his hand to caress Yi Qingxue's red face. You're so beautiful the way you are. Yi Qingxue jolted, and in the next second, her heart then began to beat faster than it ever had before. How could I be so happy with this stinking man's words? I shouldn't really have a crush on him. No, I can't. I can't be mesmerized by this man. Right, Xiao Ran. He's still waiting for me. I can't apologize to him. I don't know if it was the power given by Xiao Ran to Yi Qingxue, but she actually pushed Lin Bai away. Open the door. Are you sure? If you go out there now, I guarantee that tomorrow the school forum will be full of news about the two of us. Lin Bai said as he pointed at the students that kept pouring out of the school entrance. Yi Qingxue bit her red lips unwillingly. She had wanted to take a look and then leave. I didn't realize it would drag on until the end of school. Then why don't you drive? 10 minutes later, Lin Bai brought Yi Qingxue to a park. What did you bring me here for? I heard you're going on a date with Xiao Ran. You? How do you know? Just hooked up with me in the morning and then went on a date with another guy at night. I didn't realize that Miss Yi is still a master of time management. Who hooked up with you? Get off quick or I'll scream. Scream. As long as you're not afraid to be famous. You're shameless. That's better than you playing with people's feelings. I didn't. Oh, on the other side, in front of Yi University, Xiao Ran, who was dressed in a handsome attire, was standing at the entrance of the school with a bouquet of roses worth several hundred steamed buns. Why hasn't Qing Shui come yet? Xiao Ran looked at his watch with some gravity. The two agreed on a time of 6 p.m., but it was already 6:10 p.m. standing in both. Probably a traffic jam. After self-compassion, Xiao Ran began to wait again. After another 15 minutes, Yi Qingxue still didn't come. All he could do was pull out his cell phone and send the other man a message. After another 20 minutes, there was still no sign of Yi Qingxue. A somewhat impatient Xiao Ran then pressed Yi Qingxue's phone. I expected no answer, but surprisingly, the call went through, but it was a strange woman who answered the phone. Hello. The other person spoke first in greeting. Xiao Ran frowned slightly and asked in a slightly puzzled tone. You are? You're MS. Yes, boyfriend, aren't you? Your girlfriend just had a car accident. The woman spoke with a strong local accent of Yi City, but it was a good thing Xiao Ran was a pseudo-local. It's basically understandable. When Xiao Ran heard this, he only felt his head buzz and his pupils contracted dramatically. Hands also shook uncontrollably. After a long time, he opened his mouth trembling. Well, then, do you know what hospital she was taken to? That hospital is at. Hey, do you hear me? Hey, I'm not getting a good signal over here. Hey. Before Xiao Ran could hear the name of the specific hospital, the opposite party hung up the phone. Even so, Xiao Ran threw away the rose in his hand without the slightest hesitation, stopped a random cab and left the area. Meanwhile, inside the park, the big woman with a face full of crossmeat returned the cell phone to Lin Bai with a fawning face. Boss, did I act okay? It's not too bad. Give me a collection code. Ugh, boss. Wait a minute. 2 minutes later, the older woman happily left the area with her cell phone. Before leaving, he did not forget to secretly spit out a sentence. Young people nowadays play really flower. But this good thing can come a few more times. Do we have to pretend to have a car accident? Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Bai somewhat reluctantly. If you don't want to be suspected by Xiaoran, this is the best way, Lin Bai said with a straight face. Then why didn't you say it was you who had the accident? If it weren't for you, how would I? Yi Qingxue couldn't help but glance at the big tank next to her. Her face, which had just calmed down, flushed again. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently rose. As long as you're not afraid that I'll be exposed, I can lay in a hospital bed anytime I want. So, then you're not afraid I'll wear out my welcome. If you accidentally wear out your welcome, then I'll just have to have a showdown with Xiaoran. Say we've actually been together all along, and maybe Xiaoran will give you to me in a fit of pique. You're dreaming. I won't let you get away with this. Then I'm looking forward to Miss Ye's acting skills. But isn't it too late for us to go to the hospital? What if Xiaoran arrives before us? And what if there's no car accident today? Do you think there's a problem that can't be solved by banknote power? Chapter 104, Yu Yao's Door. By unleashing the ability of money, Yi Qingxue was soon admitted to the Yi City First Hospital on the grounds of a car accident. In fact, it would be more economical to let Yi Qingxue take out the name of the Yi family. Only this could potentially expose Yi Qingxue's identity. In order to act more realistically, Lindbergh even called in professionals, putting a pale makeup on Yi Qingxue. Originally, he wanted to draw some shocking scars for Yi Qingxue, but Yi Qingxue directly rejected the offer. Casually had some gauze tied around her arm. Since it's a car accident, of course it has to be a heavy hitter. Under the professional's handling, Yi Qingxue's left foot was soon tied up tightly. Unless Xiaoran had perspective, it would be absolutely impossible for him to discover the anomaly. Only after everything was ready did the two come to the VIP ward to wait for Xiaoran to enter the show. However, the two still overestimated Xiaoran, and from the time Lin Bai arranged for someone to call Xiaoran over, more than 2 hours had passed by now, and Xiaoran actually hadn't arrived yet. Xiaoran, tramp. There are more than a dozen hospitals big and small in Yi City. How do you want me to find them? I don't know if I was bored of waiting. Yi Qingxue ghosted in. You haven't told me who the woman in the car was this morning? Afraid that Lin Bai would misunderstand, Yi Qingxue added another sentence. I'm asking for Honga, so don't take it personally. What woman? Why don't I remember? Lin Bai habitually played dumb. Yi Qingxue gasped and clenched her teeth. Forget it, don't ask. It has nothing to do with me anyway. After a few minutes, Yi Qingxue came back. So you got beat up at noon because you went to see her, too? This is also a question for Hongya? Lin Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and, smilingly, he stared at Yi Qingxue. No, that's right. Yi Qingxue's voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, clearly carrying a few points of weakness. Seeing this, Lin Bai suddenly took a small step forward, his body instantly approaching Yi Qingxue. At this point the distance between the two was only as wide as a finger. Each other's breath was clearly audible. Looking at Lin Bai, who was close at hand, Yi Qingxue's heart, which had only just regained its calmness, at the moment it was beating violently like a deer in headlights again. What do you want again? This is a hospital. Don't mess around. Yi Qingxue clutched the corner of her coat with both hands, a hint of panic showing in her eyes. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently rose. There's no need to be nervous, Miss Yi. I'm not interested in those chemicals. Chemicals? Yi Qingxue was at a loss, completely unable to understand the meaning of Lin Bai's words. However, before she could react, Lin Bai had already stood up straight and, raising a hand, he straightened the slightly wrinkled clothes on his body. It's about time, so I'll just go ahead and, Miss Yi, you just wait here for your boyfriend slowly. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Bai turned around without hesitation and took big steps towards the entrance of the ward. When Yi Qingxue came back to her senses, Lin Bai's figure was long gone from the room. This asshole, how dare you dislike me? When I get out of the hospital, I'll make you look good. Another 10 minutes passed after Lindbergh left. The sweaty Xiaoran only appeared in front of Yi Qingxue in a panic. Seeing that Yi Qingxue was fine, Xiaoran sat down on the spot. Great. Thank goodness you're okay. Thank goodness. When he learned that Yi Qingxue had a car accident, he was scared silly. It was good that Yi Qingxue was fine. Otherwise he would really have to blame himself to death. And Yi Qingxue, who was already guilty of Xiaoran, saw that Xiaoran was sweating profusely because he was running. The heart is not in the right place either. She didn't dare to imagine how devastated Xiaoran would be if he knew that it was all a lie. Xiaoran, forgive me, everything was forced on me by that stinky man. On the other hand, Lin Bai was driving when he suddenly received a prompt from the system. Ding! Xiao Ran's hate value has been detected to be rising at an extremely high rate. Current hate value is 40. Seeing this value, Lindbergh was also startled, but it was normal to think about it. After all, this time was considered to have touched Xiao Ran's bottom line. Just then, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. When I picked up my cell phone, it was actually Yu Yao's call. System, locate Yu Yao's current position. Locating Yu Yao requires the consumption of 10,000 vengeance points. Please ask the host to confirm whether to locate it or not. If he were to put it aside before, Lin Bai would not have been a wrongdoer. But he was now rich. It's a great way to experience the new features. Locate it. Ding, 10,000 vengeance points deducted. Being located. As soon as the words left his mouth, an image appeared in Lin Bai's mind. In the picture, a beautiful woman with a slightly slimmer figure was standing in the doorway of a small house. Her eyes were fixed on the cell phone in her hand, as if she was expecting something. Seeing this, how could Lindbergh endure? Immediately turn the car around and change course. Half an hour later, he was at his doorstep, but there is no longer any Yu Yao here. Alas, it's too late after all. Just as Lin Bai turned around and prepared to leave, just across the street, Yu Yao was seen carrying a plastic bag under a streetlight. Without hesitation, Lin Bai directly ran towards Yu Yao. Yu Yao was still standing under the streetlight in a daze, and she didn't come back to her senses until Lin Bai ran in front of her. What are you doing here? I should ask Sister Yao about this, right? This is my home. Lin Bai stared straight at Yu Yao. Yu Yao's heart tightened violently. She subconsciously hid the bag she was carrying in her hand towards her back. Somewhat stammered. I was just passing through. However, Lindbergh was not that easy to fool. Passing through? Then why did you call me? Facing Lin Bai's sharp questioning, Yu Yao became more and more flustered, and she bit her lip, stammered a reply. I accidentally clicked on the wrong number. I really didn't mean to call you. I'll leave right now. As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, Yu Yao turned away, making a gesture to escape from this place that made her feel doubly uncomfortable. But how could Lin Bai let her go so easily? He was quick as a flash, rushed forward with an arrow step, stretched out his arms and, as soon as he did, he embraced Yu Yao tightly in his arms. Yu Yao was startled by this sudden embrace, and reacting, she struggled up in a hurry. Get off me. However, no matter how much Yu Yao resisted, Lin Bai held onto her and refused to let go. Seeing that Yu Yao's struggles were getting more and more intense, Lin Bai could only take out his own killer weapon. I miss you, Lin Bai gently murmured in Yu Yao's ear. His voice, though not loud, but it is full of deep emotion. Once these words came out, Yu Yao, who was still constantly making noise, was like being cast under a spell of immobilization. It was instantly quiet. After a while, Yu Yao's eyes grew moist and the tears came rushing out like a flood from a broken dike. She raised her fists and kept pounding on Lin Bai's chest, cursing uncontrollably. Asshole, I told you to get off my back and you did. Ugh. Chapter 105 Ambiguity in the Ocean Tower. In the living room of a small house, Yu Yao stretched out his slightly trembling hand and gently stroked the chic hairband on Lindbergh's head. Her movements were extremely gentle, afraid that the slightest force would hurt Lin Bai. Does it hurt? Yu Yao asked softly, her eyes filled with heartache. Lin Bai gazed deeply at Yu Yao. His eyes were like deep lakes. It contains an endless amount of tenderness. It was hurting, but not after seeing you. Hearing this, Yu Yao's cheeks instantly flushed with a charming blush. It was as pitiful as a ripe apple. She bowed her head shyly and stammered. If you talk like that again, I'm leaving. The words. She made a move to get up and leave. However, Lin Bai was quick on his feet and grabbed Yu Yao's hands tightly. Don't. I won't. He cried out eagerly, a nervous look on his face. As if afraid of losing something immensely precious. Looking at Lin Bai gripping himself so nervously, Yu Yao's heart instantly softened. She sighed softly and sat back down on the couch. The two men just looked at each other in silence, and the hands that had been clasped together, it also involuntarily changed to interlocking fingers. The whole room was filled with an unspeakably ambiguous odor. I don't know how long it took before Yu Yao took the lead in breaking the silent atmosphere. Where's Hongya? Isn't she at home? Her voice trembled slightly and seemed to carry an imperceptible hint of anticipation. She's at school. She's not coming back tonight, Lin Bai replied softly. The tone was so calm that you couldn't hear any ripples. But it's such a simple sentence. However, it made Yu Yao's heart, which was already beating wildly, instantly feel like it had been ignited, soaring rapidly, as if it was going to pop out in the next second. However, without waiting for Yu Yao to speak, Lin Bai continued. Sister Yao, wait here. I'll go make you something to eat. No, No need. I'm not hungry. Yu Yao waved her hand in a hurry. Then why did you buy bread and mineral water? Lin Bai teased as he looked at the plastic bags on the side. Upon learning that something had happened to Lin Bai, Yu Yao instantly panicked. Even though she knew it was wrong, she came here uncontrollably. Before Lin Bai came back, she had been waiting outside. Since she had only had 3 bowls of chicken soup all afternoon, she was quickly getting hungry. But she was worried about missing Lin Bai, which is why she scrambled to the convenience store off to the side. Casual shopping. She just didn't expect that she had just come back and ran into Lin Bai. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Lin Bai hurriedly ran into the kitchen. Listening to the intermittent sounds coming from the kitchen, Yu Yao's heart was also incomparably torn. Now is undoubtedly the best time for her to get out of here. But if she does, Lin Bai would surely be disappointed in her. But if she didn't leave, then chances were that she would be the one to be eaten after dinner later. On the other hand, the first affiliated hospital, inside the VIP ward. Qing Xue, didn't you inform your family? Xiao Ran glanced at his cell phone and then asked. He, the boyfriend, had come late enough, but he hadn't expected Yi Qingxue's family to be even more outrageous. I didn't inform them, Yi Qingxue said indifferently. Why? Xiao Ran frowned. Even if I had notified them, they wouldn't have had the time to come over. Yi Qingxue smiled miserably. If Lin Bai had seen Yi Qingxue in this state, he would have secretly given her a thumbs up. Well played. I'd believe it if we weren't woefully united. Bah, we're male and female. Qingxue, I'm sorry, I didn't know about the relationship between you and your family, Xiao Ran said with a guilty face. Yi Qingxue shook her head. This has nothing to do with you either. You don't need to apologize. No, I'm your boyfriend, the one who's going to be with you for the rest of your life. Your business is my business. I don't know what happened between you and your family, but whatever happened, I will stay by your side for all of them, Xiao Ran said with a serious face. Yi Qingxue jolted, and in the next second, her eyes involuntarily reddened. It was impossible to say that he wasn't touched, but more than that, he felt guilty towards Xiao Ran. She's the one who brought up today's date, and yet she, because of a picture on a forum, just ran off to find another man, and then even more so in the park with that man. Xiao Ran, I'm sorry. However, Xiao Ran, who was unaware of the situation, instantly panicked when he saw Yi Qingxue shedding tears. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? No, I've just never met anyone who's been so good to me before. Thank you, Xiao Ran. Thank you. Meanwhile, the little house. Just be soft-hearted for once. He's hurt, so you'll just comfort him and leave when you're done eating. That's right, eat and leave and do nothing else. Just as Yu Yao was psyching himself up, Lin Bai walked over with a copper pot in his hand. What other? Lin Bai looked at the mumbling Yu Yao with some confusion. No, nothing. Yu Yao waved her hand in panic. Lin Bai didn't think much about it and sat in front of Yu Yao with the copper pot. When I opened the lid of the pot, it was a steaming pot of instant noodles. There were also 2 poached eggs lying on top of the bubbling surface. I haven't bought any food in the past 2 days, and there's only instant noodles in the house. So I've wronged Sister Yao. It's fine. I'll just eat whatever I want. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Bai to say anything, she picked up her chopsticks and elegantly ate. Just one taste brought a shocked expression to her face. She didn't expect the bubbly to be so strong. After giving Lin Bai a thumbs up, she ate with relish. The small half pot of instant noodles was devoured in no time at all with a burst of her bravado. Want to eat more? Noticing that Yu Yao was still a bit unfulfilled, Lin Bai opened his mouth. Hearing these words, Yu Yao's face instantly flushed with a blush as she shyly lowered her head slightly. No need. Sister Yao. Yu Yao looked up in confusion, but the moment she had just raised her head, she actually saw Lin Bai slowly approaching her with a napkin as white as snow in his hand. She subconsciously tried to flinch back, but Lin Bai was quick on his feet, a hand held steady on her shoulder. Along with that came the low, magnetic voice. Don't move. Just 2 words, but it seems to have an irresistible magic. Yu Yao's body became stiff all of a sudden, no longer moving an inch. At the moment, her heart was beating like a drum, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. It made her almost forget to breathe, only to see Lin Bai carefully pick up the napkin and gently stick it on Yu Yao's pink lips. His movements were extremely gentle and, afraid that the slightest bit of force would hurt the lovable woman in front of him, time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and everything around us became a blur. Only the 2 of them were left staring at each other. After a while, Lin Bai slowly released the hand that was pressed on Yu Yao's shoulder. However, just as Lin Bai was about to step backward, a pair of small, soft hands reached out without warning and tightened around his neck, followed closely by that slightly familiar touch. Chapter 106, Unstoppable Heartbeat. Late at night, outside the Moon Hill neighborhood, inside the tank 300, two figures clinging to each other. I don't know how much time passed before Yu Yao panted and pushed Lin Bai away with a shy face. Well, I really should get back. Lin Bai tenderly reached out his hand and gently wiped Yu Yao's somewhat messy red lips. Then let me take you back. Yu Yao raised his eyes and met Lin Bai's eyes that were full of deep feelings and incomparably sincere. For a moment, all words of refusal seemed to be blocked in the throat of the couldn't say it anyway. Only a slight nod of her head was seen, and she let out a light, mosquito-like sound of assent. Aha! Just after getting out of the car, Lin Bai extended his right hand towards Yu Yao. Yu Yao's gaze fell on that hand, and his heart couldn't help but ripple. After 4,131,025 seconds of hesitation, she finally managed to slowly place her small white and slender hand into Lin Bai's warm and generous palm. The watery moonlight poured down, illuminating the road ahead of the two. The two of them strolled within the neighborhood like a divine couple. The two men took slow steps, as if each step carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Obviously, neither wanted to part with the other so soon. Only, even the longest road has an end. After about half an hour or so, the two of them eventually made their way to the door of Yu Yao's house. I'm already there. Yu Yao reluctantly hung her head. She didn't dare to look directly into Lin Bai's eyes. She was afraid that once she met his eyes, she couldn't help but open her mouth to hold the other woman back. Aha! Lin Bai just faintly answered, then loosened his tight grip on Yu Yao's hand. The moment his hands parted, an unprecedented sense of loss instantly surged in Yu Yao's heart. Aren't you leaving? Yu Yao asked as she looked at Lin Bai, who was still standing silently by her side. I'll wait for you to go in and leave, Lin Bai said softly. Yu Yao didn't say anything and took out the key and was ready to open the door. I don't know if she was overly nervous or for some other indescribable reason. The door that would have opened in seconds took a few hard minutes. She gripped the door handle while looking at Lin Bai reluctantly. I'm home. Lindbergh nodded. I'll go back then. Only after another covetous glance at Yu Yao did Lin Bai turn away. However, Lin Bai had just taken a few steps when Yu Yao's slightly trembling voice came from behind him. It's kind of dangerous for you to go back alone. Why don't you stay at the house for the night? Lindbergh suddenly stopped in his tracks, the corners of his mouth gently rising. Sister Yao, is this your son's room? Lin Bai pretended to be curious as he surveyed the seemingly unfamiliar, but familiar room in front of him. Aha! Yu Yao responded in a small voice. If Lin Bai were to observe her at this moment, he would definitely be able to realize that Yu Yao's entire face, it was red through and through, including the ears. Then he won't be angry if I stay in his room, right? Lindbergh suddenly teared up. Yu Yao is also speechless for a while. You have almost eaten his mama, and now you are asking about this. Don't you think it's a little late? Ran has been living at school and rarely comes back. And tomorrow, after you're gone, I'll just wash the sheets and all that. Isn't that hard? Lin Bai frowned. And no, just take it all down and put it in the washing machine and wash it. Then just dry it in the sun before putting it on. Yu Yao said lightly. So much trouble. Why don't I just go back? I don't want you to work so hard, Lin Bai said with a heartbroken face. Yu Yao was slightly stunned. Ever since she married in, she had taken on all the labor in the house. More than 20 years had passed, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. Now it's the first time I've ever heard someone's heart go out to her for washing the sheets. The heart couldn't stop beating wildly, and that already scarlet face became even more flushed. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. I'll go ahead. Lin Bai hadn't even finished speaking when Yu Yao picked up a set of pajamas and stuffed them in his arms. Promise what? Promise to stay here honestly. If you want to leave, you can. Go away and never come back. After reprimanding Lin Bai, Yu Yao went back to her room with that red face. Closing the door to her room, she sat down on the floor and shamed herself. Crazy. Yu Yao, you are truly crazy. Even if you leave a man overnight without authorization, you're still mad at them for some reason. He must be pissed. Maybe he's gone. No, he's not going to leave. Not even after kicking him out so much last time. But what if he does leave? Yu Yao stood in front of the door of her room, her heart torn, her hand raised and lowered several times. After some heated thought, she finally took a deep breath and, slowly, he pushed open the door to the room. However, just as she had taken a few steps out of the room, then he saw Lindbergh, who had just walked out of the bathroom. I only saw Lindbergh radiating heat, his hair wet against his scalp. Droplets of water dripped down the ends of her hair, glistening crystallized in the light. His slightly yellowed skin was also glowing from the shower. Even though he was only wearing cheap pajamas, it hid the strong hormones emanating from him. Yu Yao was deeply mesmerized by Lin Bai after just one look, his heart beating wildly without control. The cheeks were also once again flushed with a strange blush. It wasn't until Lin Bai spoke that she came back to her senses. Sister Yao, what's wrong? Ah, no, nothing, no, why didn't you leave? Yu Yao actually became a bit stuttered under panic, and he couldn't even speak well. Lindbergh blinked with a puzzled expression. Weren't you the one who wouldn't let me go? Okay, it seems like. Then you go to bed early. Finished. Yu Yao turned around and was ready to escape back to his room. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would act out of control. However, the more she wanted to escape, the less Lindbergh wanted to let her go. Ugh, wait. Lindbergh sat on the sofa with a face of enjoyment. Yu Yao, on the other hand, was holding a hairdryer and carefully blow-drying Lin Bai's hair. How did your injuries heal so fast? Seeing Lin Bai's scar that had almost disappeared. Yu Yao was astonished. Clearly a few hours ago, there was a scar the size of a melon. It's almost invisible now. It's probably my quick recovery. Even if the recovery is fast, it's not that fast. Don't you know that Superman has a quick recovery? Superman? Just you? That's right. My true identity is actually Superman who saves the world. Then transform and show me. It's okay if you want to see me transform. You can close your eyes first. Can't you not close it? It's Superman's secret, so of course it can't be exposed. I'd like to see you pull some kind of stunt. I'll only give you 5 seconds. In 5 seconds I'm... Whoops. Chapter 107, Two people who talked honestly to each other. Inside the bedroom, Yu Yao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, the scene with Lindbergh Sahib pops into my head. No, must be calm. Also unable to sleep was Lindbergh. In the small house, Yu Yao cannot help but stick up. Despite the unpleasantness that had occurred between the two before, it had all dissipated after that kiss. But that's as far as the two ended up going. Not long ago in the parlor, he managed to stick it to the man, though, by fooling around. Yu Yao, who had been affected by the previous situation, lost his mind for a moment, but the two finalists were unable to go any further. Counting the one before that, he'd failed 3 times. No, we have to have a bit of a breakthrough tonight. Getting up, he quickly arrived at the door of Yu Yao's room. After taking a deep breath, he gently pressed the doorknob. Unexpectedly, the door to the room was unlocked. In order not to wake up Yu Yao, Lin Bai could only go into slow motion mode. Extremely carefully, he pushed on the door, afraid to make a single sound. However, what Lin Bai didn't know was that Yu Yao wasn't asleep at all. The moment he pressed the doorknob, Yu Yao spotted him. She knew what Lin Bai, this old colorful lot, was going to do, but she surprisingly didn't stop the other party's impulse. Instead, there was a vague sense of anticipation in his heart. After some hardships, Lin Bai finally laid beside Yu Yao as he wished. He quietly admired Yu Yao's serene sleeping face. It was as if they were admiring the most beautiful painting in the world. Occasionally he would reach out his hand to straighten up the few strands of Yu Yao's long hair that were scattered on the pillow. The movements were delicate and gentle, for fear of waking the sleeping beauty. Perhaps because he had expended so much strength during the day, and had lain down for only 10 minutes. Lin Bai then felt a wave of tiredness come over him, and his eyelids gradually became heavy. It wasn't long before he slowly closed his eyes and went to sleep. However, not long after Lindbergh closed his eyes, Yu Yao, who had been pretending to be asleep, then quietly opened his eyes. She carefully turned her head, her gaze fixing on Lin Bai, who was close at hand. Looking at that familiar and handsome face, Yu Yao's already wildly beating heart unexpectedly sped up again. A strange blush also began to appear on her cheeks, and even her breathing became rapid. After a moment, she eventually couldn't help but extend her jade hand towards Lin Bai. However, before her fingers could touch Lindbergh, a large, warm hand then grabbed her wrist. You didn't fall asleep. Yu Yao was shocked by this sudden turn of events. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, sketching out a faint smile. Aren't you also not asleep? Hearing these words, Yu Yao immediately blushed and pouted. You set me up again. The infuriated Yu Yao violently raised his left hand and made a gesture to hit Lin Bai. But Lin Bai was quick on his feet and easily grabbed her other hand. Immediately after that, he pulled Yu Yao into his arms with a strong tug. Without waiting for Yu Yao to react, Lin Bai bent down without hesitation. Lindbergh had thought he could fulfill his dream this time. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Yu Yao blocked him again. No, Lindbergh, just here, okay? Looking at Yu Yao in front of him, whose face was full of panic and his body was trembling, Lin Bai once again softened his heart. He guiltily took Yu Yao in his arms. I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Oh, I'm sorry. An equally guilty Yu Yao cried as she fell into Lin Bai's arms. I don't know how long it took before Yu Yao gradually calmed down. What a good-looking person she was. Now she's crying ugly. Lin Bai wiped the tear tracks on Yu Yao's face while teasing him. Don't look if you're too ugly. Yu Yao couldn't help but give Lin Bai a blank stare. That's no good. I'm not just going to watch it. I'm going to watch it for the rest of my life. Bah! I'm not going to show you. You find someone else. Yu Yao said shyly. If you don't show me, who will you show me? We are like this. Do you want to be irresponsible, Sister Yao? Lin Bai pretended to be aggrieved. Yu Yao's pretty face blushed. The two of them had done everything they needed to do except for the last step. It doesn't seem too much of a stretch to say responsible. I'm not in charge anyway. Find someone else. Since you're not in charge of it, Sister Yao, I am. I don't want you to be responsible. Get off me. I won't let go until you say yes. The two jostled for an unknown amount of time before snuggling up to each other. Sister Yao, then we are considered together, right? Lin Bai suddenly came up with a sentence. Sort of. Yu Yao said sheepishly. What did you say? I didn't hear you? Lindbergh started playing dumb again. I'd say sort of. Speak up. I didn't hear you. Now Yu Yao finally reacted. You guy, teasing me again. I'll bite you to death. Help. Murderer. How are you going to explain Hongya's side? After the sweetness, Yu Yao had to face reality. What's there to explain? If it's a choice between the two of you, I'm definitely picking you. Lindbergh said bluntly. Hanya, so love goes away. Are you serious? Yu Yao frowned. Of course, if it came down to it, I wouldn't hesitate to choose you, Lin Bai said with a firm gaze and a serious face. Hearing these words, Yu Yao's heart trembled violently as if he was struck by an electric current. It would be impossible to say that I wasn't moved, but she knew very well in her heart that moving was moving. But reality was often much more complicated. Though she had met Hongya only a handful of times, from those brief encounters, she could also feel Hongya's deep love for Lin Bai. Moreover, she herself quite liked the straightforward and unassuming Hongya. So, no matter what, she didn't want to see the two go their separate ways because of her. No, I can't. You're really apologizing to Hongya for doing this. Why don't we just? Yu Yao eagerly wanted to reject Lin Bai, and only halfway through his words, he was then covered by Lindbergh's outstretched hand. I've already given up on you once, and this time, even if the King of Heaven comes to, and don't ever try to drive me away from you again. Yu Yao looked at the man in front of her, who was deeply in love with her, and her heart was full of mixed feelings, both touched and guilty. I'm not just a 40-something-year-old woman, and with a 20-something-year-old son. Is it worth it? There's no such thing as worthy or unworthy. All I know is that I love you, and I want to be by your side forever and ever. That's all. What about Hongya? Is that what you and her are just about? No, I love her too, not as much as you, but I do have her in my heart, so I won't hurt her. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I'll convince Hongya to accept us. Can she really take it? I'm not really sure, but I'll try for you. Well, don't think too much. Leave everything to me. You mustn't force it. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Anyway, Chapter 108. Xiaoran is Yu Yao's son? The following morning, as the sunlight filtered through the thin gauze windows, it softly spilled onto the large, cozy bed. It was only then that the sleeping beauty slowly opened her beautiful, moving eyes and, like two newly awakened jewels, they sparkled with fascinating light. What came into his eyes was that incredibly familiar and handsome face. When I think of the ambiguous scene last night, a shy blush couldn't help but appear on Yu Yao's pretty face. After her shyness had passed, she just gazed quietly at the man beside her. The eyes full of sweetness and love. After a while, Yu Yao gently moved her delicate body and carefully climbed down from the bed. Her movements were extremely gentle, for fear of waking up the still sleeping Lin Bai. When Lin Bai woke up leisurely, he realized that he had long been empty beside him. It only leaves some faint aftertaste. He stretched lazily with a great big stretch, put on the slightly crappy slippers and just walked slowly out of the room. In the kitchen, Yu Yao was concentrating on cooking breakfast. Even though she's been cooking breakfast for decades and knows every step of it by heart, but at this moment, she was still extra cautious and careful, afraid of making even the slightest mistake. Just then, a pair of big warm and powerful hands hugged Yu Yao's slender and soft waist from behind without warning. The sudden embrace caused Yu Yao's entire body to tremble violently, and her heart was in a state of panic. You scared me to death. Yu Yao turned her head angrily, her cheeks flushed red and a hint of sadness passed through her eyes. However, in the face of Yu Yao's complaints, instead of letting go, instead, he wrapped his arms around her a little tighter. He came close to Yu Yao's ear and whispered, "Then will I make it up to you? Don't you let go. At the dining table, Yu Yao looked at Lin Bai across the table with an expectant face. How was it? Was it good? The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a light smile. Do you want to hear the truth or the lie? Hearing this, Yu Yao replied without hesitation. Of course it's true. Lin Bai put down the chopsticks in his hands and said in a dignified manner. The truth is, it's not good. As soon as the words fell, the smile on Yu Yao's face instantly froze. Instead, it was full of loss and frustration. You know, this breakfast took her almost half an hour to make. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the most serious and longest breakfast she had ever made in her life. I didn't think it would actually turn out this way. Just as Yu Yao was secretly lost, Lin Bai, who originally had a grave face, turned his words around. The tone became gentle. No wonder. This is the best breakfast I've ever had. In a flash, Yu Yao's mood was like riding a roller coaster, from the lows to the top again in one fell swoop. Really? Yu Yao looked at Lin Bai incredulously. Lin Bai stretched out his hand and gently grabbed Yu Yao's small, white, jade-like hand, then said fondly, whatever you make, no matter what it is, it's delicious. At those words, Yu Yao immediately felt her cheeks heating up. A blush quickly crept onto her pretty face. She lowered her head a little shyly and pouted. You, why do you eat so immodestly? Can a decent person chase you? Lin Bai laughed badly. Yu Yao couldn't help but remember the previous drunken sneak attack by someone, and a blush grew on her face. Bad embryo. I really can't figure out how Hanga sees you. Of course it's because I'm handsome and yucky. I think you're a cheeky thief and shameless. Then I'll show you what shameless means. Yikes. What are you doing? Right. Sister Yao, I forgot to ask yesterday. Is your son in college? Lindbergh came out of nowhere. Well, he's a sophomore at Yi City University. Yu Yao said slowly. Yi da. Sophomore? Isn't that the same grade as me and Hongya? Lin Bai deliberately exclaimed. You're also studying at Yi University? Yu Yao looked at Lin Bai in surprise. Didn't I tell Sister Yao? Yu Yao shook her head dumbfounded. She only knew that Hongya was studying at Yi University. It hadn't occurred to me at all that Lin Bai was actually at Yi University as well. Wouldn't that be like her being in a relationship with her son's fellow alumni? Crazy. Sister Yao, are you okay? Lin Bai looked at the slightly dazed Yu Yao in front of him with a concerned expression. At this time, Yu Yao seems to be immersed in another world, a little slow to react to everything outside. After a while, Yu Yao came back to his senses as if he was waking up from a dream. No, it's fine. Seeing this, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth gently rose, revealing a gentle smile. Then Sister Yao, tell me your son's name. Maybe I even know him. Hearing this, Yu Yao couldn't help but furrow his brows, pondering in his heart that it shouldn't be such a coincidence, should it? But looking at Lin Bai's sincere look, she nodded after hesitating for a while. Okay then. Only Yu Yao took a deep breath, and as if he had gathered enough courage, he slowly opened his mouth. My son's name is Xiao Ran. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lindbergh shouted in mock surprise. Xiao Ran? It can't be Xiao Ran from the 24th grade Metallurgy 3 class, can it? Yu Yao stared at Lin Bai with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. You know Xiao Ran? Lindbergh nodded. I'm in the Goldwork 2 class. We often played basketball together. Listening to Lin Bai's narration, Yu Yao's face also became more and more ugly. She was undoubtedly more surprised about the fact that Lin Bai knew her son Xiao Ran, but it occurred to her that the two were actually still good friends. So isn't she now in a relationship with her son's best friend? She couldn't even dare to imagine that if Xiao Ran knew she was with his best friend, what a shock it would be. Fear, panic, worry, and other negative emotions have struck even his body shuddered involuntarily. At the critical moment, Lin Bai's big warm hands once again gripped up. Along with it came his soft but firm voice. Sister Yao, I know what you're afraid of. Leave it to me, okay? I'll take care of it. Looking at Lin Bai with such a serious look, Yu Yao couldn't say no. In front of the door of the room, the two figures hugged each other tightly. It was only after a long time that the two reluctantly separated from each other. Then I'm leaving. Lin Bai reluctantly grabbed Yu Yao's soft and boneless little hand. Yu Yao nodded slightly. Even though she was already done, Yu Yao couldn't help but feel a little shy. Right at this moment, Yu Yao's ears suddenly heard Lin Bai's gentle and affectionate call. Yaoer. She subconsciously raised her head, and then that familiar and gentle sensation once again came from her mouth. It was only half an hour later that Lindbergh appeared inside the Tank 300. With a warm face, he looked at the Moon Hill neighborhood in front of him before Lin Bai started his car to leave the place. However, just as he left, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood. Wasn't that Kobayashi's car just now? Chapter 109, Lugong Castle on Lugong Mountain. There was a mountain to the east of Yi City called Lugong Mountain. The mountain is 88 meters high and covers an area of 188 sq. At the top of the mountain there is a castle-like structure. The name is Lugong Castle. At this moment, several corpses are on display in the courtyard of the Lugong Castle. The Each of the corpses died in an extremely miserable state, especially the body in the center, covered in bloody wounds. Even that which was used to live was cut. The only thing intact on his entire body, I'm afraid, was that handsome face that? But at the moment it was also incredibly white. On the fourth floor of the castle, a stout middle-aged man was gazing through the window at the unforgiving corpse in the courtyard, and behind the middle-aged man, there was a young man kneeling. Look closely. One could then realize that the young man actually bore a 7-point resemblance to the incomparably miserable corpse below. That's right, he's the Lu family's second youngest master, Lu Feng, and that corpse was none other than the corpse of the Lu family's youngest master, Lu Yu, who had just been handily slain by Lu Feng yesterday. As for the lanky middle-aged man in front of him, it was the Yi City superstar family, the contemporary head of the Lu family, and the owner of this magnificent Lu Gongfu castle, Lu Nantian. Lu Feng knelt on the ground and quietly looked at Lu Nantian, as if waiting for something. I don't know how long it took before Lu Nanji spoke without a trace of emotion. Why? Because he deserves to die. Lu Feng's voice was as cold and bone-chilling as if it came from the nine hells. Hearing these words, Lu Nanshan's face instantly turned red, and his veins rippled on his forehead. Angrily, he roared at Lu Feng, but he's your own big brother after all. However, in the face of his father's anger, Lu Feng was not afraid at all. He straightened his spine and, with his eyes straight on Lu Nantian, he said word for word, "So what? Am I going to keep playing dumb? Father, aren't you a bit too biased?" Lu Nantian, who was still furious just now, was like being poured a pot of cold water at this moment. All the anger disappeared in an instant. He stared blankly at the son before him, whom he loved beyond measure. The eyes grew complex with guilt, helplessness, and deep exhaustion. The silence lasted for a long time, as if time had stopped flowing. It was a long time before Lunanji broke the suffocating silence, and he sighed slightly and, somewhat helplessly, "And what are you going to do with Yang Qian? Her?" A flash of intense killing intent flashed in Lu Feng's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "This pair of dogs and girls, I won't spare a single one." Lu Nantian looked deeply at Lu Feng. Then he slowly turned around and, the back was turned to Lu Feng and he waved his hand. "Get out!" Lu Feng stood up and walked towards the door without hesitation. However, he hadn't taken more than a few steps when he stopped. He only hesitated slightly, then turned his head and looked at Lu Nanshan's back and said, "Father, since he is no longer with us, then there's no need for our marriage with the Yi family to continue." After saying that, Lu Feng left the room without looking back, leaving Lu Nantian standing alone in the same place, for a long time. On the other hand, after leaving the Moon Hill neighborhood, Lin Bai then brought Zhou Tian and also Hongya to the first affiliated hospital where Yi Qingxue was. As soon as he entered, Zhou Tian staged a crying scene for the crowd. "Great! It's really great that you're fine, sister-in-law." Zhou Tian wiped his tears with excitement. Those who didn't know thought how close Yi Qingxue was to him. Zhou Tian. The one who also started crying was Hongya. Only she wasn't as exaggerated as Zhou Tian. With reddened eyes, she looked painfully at the wounds on Yi Qingxue's body. "Yesterday you were fine. Why are you lying in the hospital today? It must hurt, right?" Yi Qingxue smiled and shook her head. Compared to the two of them, the culprit who caused Yi Qingxue to turn into this appearance, Lin Bai, he's been particularly calm. This also caused Yi Qingxue to cast a sultry look. However, Lin Bai acted as if he didn't see it and turned his head to look worriedly at the somewhat haggard Xiao Ran on the side. "Brother Ran, why don't you go rest, and leave sister-in-law in our care?" This scene seemed so hypocritical to Yi Qingxue. "Bastard man, stinky man, yes, Brother Ran, go rest, we've got us here." Zhou Tian immediately agreed. Xiao Ran shook his head. "It's fine, I'm not sleepy. Xiao Ran, go rest, Hongya and the others can take care of me." Yi Qingxue looked at Xiao Ran with the same worry. The Lin Bai trio didn't know how tired Xiao Ran was. How could she not know? Xiao Ran barely closed his eyes during the night in the hospital, always watching over her special patient. At this moment, she also wanted Xiao Ran to go and rest. From the bottom of her heart, it would make the guilt in her heart lighter. But, seeing that Xiao Ran still didn't want to go, Yi Qingxue could only take out the killer weapon. "If you're not going to get some rest, then I'm going to have to be discharged." Xiao Ran instantly changed color. "Don't, I'll go rest now. Then old Lin, Hongya, and Qingxue are all yours." After explaining a few things, Zhou Tian accompanied Xiao Ran and left the place. Not long after the two left, Hongya excused herself to get something from the car and left the hospital room as well. The original 5-person ward was soon left with only the patient Yi Qingxue and Lin Bai. "You, why do you keep looking?" Yi Qingxue nervously squeezed her small hands. "It's just that I suddenly realized that you're quite good looking like this." Lin Bai lightly laughed. The current Yi Qingxue was not as bright and shiny as before, though. However, the pale face was particularly attractive to Lin Bai, especially the unusually red cherry lips. Well, that, too, has nothing to do with you. Oh, why do I remember it seems like I'm also an accomplice? Lin Bai said while slowly walking towards Yi Qingxue. As Lin Bai approached step by step, Yi Qingxue's heartbeat became more and more rapid. It was as if they were going to jump out of their throats. Yi Qingxue clutched the corner of her coat tightly and said with a slight tremble, "You, what do you want again?" Only to see Lindbergh stretching out his right hand unhurriedly, gently stroking towards Yi Qingxue's somewhat pale but slightly flushed cheeks. The warm touch from her fingertips caused Yi Qingxue to tremble. A blush quickly crept up to her ears. Lindbergh leaned down and, murmuring softly in Yi Qingxue's ear, she said, "But I still think that the you from before looked better, especially when you were jealous." Hearing these words, Yi Qingxue's mind quickly conjured up images from before. That originally slightly reddened cheeks instantly became like ripe apples. However, before Yi Qingxue could regain her senses from her thoughts, Lin Bai took another step forward and, the distance to her was close. The male aura emanating from Lin Bai's body completely enveloped Yi Qingxue. It made it almost impossible for her to think properly. Can't help but reach out and take that man's neck and slowly press up. Chapter 110 Guing calls. Qingxue, what happened to your lips? When Hongya came back, she found that besides Yi Qingxue's face being unusually red, her lips were also broken. I just accidentally scalded myself by drinking water, Yi Qingxue said with some panic. Why are you so careless? Han Yuman said, pretending to grumble. How could she not know whose work this was? By the way, where's Lindbergh? Didn't I ask him to take care of you here? He went out to answer the phone. Hospital rooftop. After making sure that no one was around, Lin Bai dialed the phone. Hey, it's me. Soon, Xiaoya's voice came out from inside the cell phone. Pavilion Master, Lu Feng just contacted me. Oh, so he's already taken care of the Lu family's side? Lin Bai raised his eyebrows. The bodies of Lu Yu and those of his men were sent to Lugong Castle yesterday. Until now, no news has come out. The Lu family should be trying not to make a big deal out of it. Xiaoya analyzed. In that case, then make an appointment with Yang Qian on your side. Second young Master Lu is so forceful. We can't let him down. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly. Xiaoya was silent for a few seconds and spoke. Still have an appointment at the Pixie Moon Pavilion? No, let's make an appointment at the last plant. Let's be good people. Let them be a couple of outlaws. I know. Lin Bai then instructed Xiaoya for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. However, he was just about to put his phone away and leave when it vibrated. When I opened it, it was a strange phone call. Could it be Lu Feng? It shouldn't be possible. Without my permission, Showa won't give him my contact information. Who could that be? With doubts, Lindbergh pressed the answer button. Just as soon as it was connected, a soft and slightly timid young girl's voice came from the cell phone. Hello, is this Lindbergh? The voice seemed like a breeze gently brushing against Lindbergh's heartstrings. It made his heart flutter. Despite having heard this voice only once, still, Lindbergh recognized the owner of the voice in an instant. I'm Lindbergh, may I ask who you are? Lindbergh asked, trying to maintain a calm tone. But he had long been so excited inside that he could hardly contain himself. After hearing Lin Bai's response, the young girl's originally timid voice instantly rejoiced. But there was still a lot of tension mixed in. I'm Gu Chung. We met before at the racing hall. You even stepped in to help me then. Oh, so it's you. What are you looking for me for? Lin Bai pretended to be dazed. So, are you free at noon? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Gu Cheng asked with both nervousness and anticipation. Lin Bai did not reply, but pretended to be silent. Soon Gu Cheng's lost voice once again came from the cell phone. Yes, if you don't have time, forget it. However, without waiting for her to finish, Lin Bai interrupted her. Yeah, no problem. Really? Just by listening to her voice, she could feel how excited Gu Cheng was. Well, why don't you give me an address, and I'll be there as soon as we're done here at the hospital. I don't know, Lindbergh said indifferently. Medical hospital? Are you hurt? Is it serious? Gu Cheng on the other end of the phone instantly became worried. It's not me. It's a friend of mine who's sick and hospitalized and I came over to visit to see her. I'm sorry, Lindbergh explained with a smile. Phew, scared me to death. Gu Cheng took a long breath of relief. What did you say? Lindbergh curiously asked after him. No, it's nothing. Then we'll see you later at. Gu Cheng hurriedly reported the address of the meeting, not waiting for Lin Bai to ask something more. Then he quickly hung up, looking at the cell phone that had once again returned to calm. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth raised uncontrollably. Looks like I really am a scumbag. Yushan District. following yesterday's purchase of old hens. Today Nyo Wu bought a dozen pounds of big stick bones. As always, passing through the gates of the neighborhood was inevitably met with a bit of taunting. But it's a good thing that Nyo Wu was so experienced that he got past the crummy Amazons with no problem. Come to the door of room 1201 where Yu Yao is. Knock knock. Habitually, he knocked on the rusty iron door. After a while, Yu Yao, whose face was still somewhat flushed, came to open the door. Seeing Yu Yao's drastic change in appearance, Nyo Wu was also startled. It's no exaggeration to say that today's Yu Yao is completely different from the Yu Yao of the previous 2 days. I don't know if it was his illusion. He always felt as if Yu Yao had become much younger and prettier. Big brother Nyo. Big brother Nyo. Yu Yao kept calling out to Nyo Wu. Returning to his senses, Nyo Wu hurriedly lifted the bag in his hand. I bought big stick bones for your stew. Big brother Nyo. You're spending money indiscriminately again. Yu Yao couldn't help but grumble. It's fine. It won't cost a few dollars. Nyo Wu smiled nervously. Come in. Yu Yao shook his head helplessly. Ugh. Big brother Nyo. Make yourself at home. I'll deal with the stick bones first. Ugh. Well, if you need help, just call me. Nyo Wu called out. Originally, Nyo Wu wanted to cook by himself, but Yu Yao's attitude was extraordinarily tough today. He could only enjoy it one more time. Sitting down on the couch, his eyes went to the living room that was more familiar than even his own home. But I don't know what he found. And his expression suddenly became grave. It wasn't long before he wandered carelessly into the kitchen and, looking at the figure in front of him that was busy, he asked, Yaoer, did Xiao Ran come back early? Not yet. And the pajamas washed on the balcony and the sheets are? As if he had expected it, Yu Yao explained naturally. I went to see Lindbergh last night and stayed a bit too long. It was early in the morning when I got back. I was worried about him driving alone at night and having an accident, so I left him to sleep over. There were no new pajamas in the house, so I had to make him wear rants. And you know he doesn't like people touching his things. So I rushed to wash the pajamas as well as the sheets. Looks like you siblings have made up. Nyo Wu revealed a meaningful smile. Yu Yao was slightly stunned. Big brother Nyo, how did you? Anymore? We've known each other for decades. Can't I tell if you're having an early period or a conflict? Yu Yao tightly bit her red lips. Big brother Nyo, I didn't mean to lie to you. I just don't want to. Before the words left her mouth, Nyo Wu stopped her. It's okay, I don't blame you, as long as you two siblings make up. Thank you, big brother Nyo. Yu Yao was both touched and guilty as he looked at Nyo Wu. Since you've made up, invite Kobayashi to come over to the house with you tomorrow. It just so happens that Xiao Ran is back too, so we'll celebrate your birthday together. Before the words left his mouth, Yu Yao rejected Nyo Wu's offer. No, Nyo Wu obviously didn't expect Yu Yao to reject so decisively either. Why? Didn't you guys make up already? Brother Nyo, don't think too much. Lin Bai is going to accompany his girlfriend back to his hometown, Nanchang, tomorrow. There's no time to come over. Well, it would have been nice to have a nice drink with that boy. Still drinking Big brother Nyo, you've gotten drunk a few times. Chapter 11, Kind Guqing. Where's old Lin? After accompanying Xiao Ran to find an express hotel near the first affiliated hospital to sleep in. It was only on Sunday that we returned to the hospital. Something went out, Hanya said with a sultry look on her face. Although Yiqing Shui on the side didn't say anything, her eyes also contained a strong color of resentment. Ruthless, uncaring, stinky man, just flirted with someone and then ran away. Sister-in-law, what happened to your mouth? Don't ask. It's hot. Achoo. Lindbergh, who was driving, suddenly sneezed. It must be this chick Yiqing Shui scolding me again. The moment he thought of Yiqing Shui, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth hooked up uncontrollably. From being jealous in the beginning, to accompanying him in the park ridiculously, to actively kissing him not long ago, all the signs indicated that Yiqing Shui had already moved on to him, and had even begun to be unable to extricate herself. The most interesting thing was Yiqing Shui's dead duck's mouth, obviously worried about him but said she wasn't. Keep shaking your head when you clearly want it. That was why Lindbergh ruthlessly left his mark on her lips. He wanted to see how long she could keep her mouth shut, but it's better to be hard to the end. Compared to the softened Yiqing Shui, he still preferred the mouthy Yiqing Shui. 10 minutes later, he drove to his destination, Hongying Street. The most famous local Netflix street in Yecheng is still crowded even if it's not a weekend. Before he even got out of the car, his eyes were drawn to the tall red maple tree in the street. Under the red maple tree, a stunning young girl in a long white dress stood quietly and she held her cell phone tightly in one hand and carried a small, delicate bag in the other. Those big, clear eyes kept scanning the people coming and going before them. The anticipation vaguely showed in his eyes. Seeing that clean and innocent face again, Lin Bai only felt as if his heart had suddenly been struck by a heavy hammer and began to beat violently at an unprecedented rate. That feeling of his heart racing made him a little overwhelmed and even his breathing became rapid. It was a long time before he opened the car door and slowly walked towards the young girl. As Lin Bai was about to walk to the near side, Guing finally spotted Lin Bai's figure. Raising his small white hand, he just kept waving it. Lin Bai smiled gently and took a step in front of Guing. Sorry to keep you waiting with some traffic. Guing quickly shook her head. It's fine. I just arrived not long ago too, so we'll talk as we walk? Aha. The two of them then strolled shoulder to shoulder through the crowded Hongyang street. By the way, how did you get my cell phone number? Lin Bai was the first to break the silent atmosphere. I asked Zhou Tian for it. Guing replied softly and glumly. He gave it if you wanted it? I told him I wanted to thank you personally, and then he gave it to me. This guy is really a bigot. Lin Bai couldn't help but spit out. What did you say? Nothing. Where are we going to eat? Go over there. I know of a very delicious store. Guing lifted her slender fingers and, pointing to the east, his eyes revealed a hint of anticipation and excitement. A very good restaurant? It shouldn't be a buffet again, right? The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, with a few teasing looks at Guing. Guing's cheeks instantly flushed with a blush, as delicate and touching as a peach blossom blooming in spring. She lowered her head in some embarrassment and whispered, Did Zhou Tian tell you everything? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, but it still clearly reached Lin Bai's ears. Yeah, I heard you two ate at the buffet for 2 whole hours that day. I really didn't think that your petite body could actually eat so much. Lin Bai couldn't help but tease. Hearing this, Guing's face turned even redder, as if it was a ripe apple. She bit her lip gently, trying to explain something. Actually, that day was because, however, before the words were finished, a sudden gust of wind suddenly rose, only to see a delivery man on a motorized bicycle speeding like lightning, brushing past them. Due to the speed of the car, the insulation box in the back of the car unexpectedly crashed straight towards Guing. Just in the nick of time, Lin Bai's eyes were quick, and without hesitation, he stretched out his arm and, as soon as he did, he embraced Guing tightly into his arms. Time seemed to stand still in this moment, and the clamor around them faded away. Guing only felt that she was surrounded by a warm and solid force. It was the first time she had ever been so at ease that she actually indulged for a moment. It took a few moments for her to slowly come back to her senses, and Lin Bai also loosened his arms at that moment as he grabbed Guing with a face full of concern. Are you okay? Not hurt? Looking at Lindbergh's hands, which were tightly grasping his own, a faint blush once again appeared on her face, which had just turned white from shock. No, it's fine, thank you. Seeing how close he came to hitting the pedestrian, the delivery man turned his car around and hurried back. When he came to Guing, he kept bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm really very sorry. I was in such a hurry just now that I didn't pay attention. At this moment, Lin Bai had just wanted to have a seizure when Guing reached out and stopped him. She just smiled and said to the delivery guy, It's okay, just be more careful next time you ride. The delivery man, as if he had been pardoned, gratefully stooped to thank him again. Then right off in a hurry. Seeing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but ask curiously, And you forgive him so easily? Guing winked and replied with a smile. His hands were thickly calloused, and his eyes were particularly tired. But the fact that he still comes out and insists on running a takeaway shows how hard life must be for him. I'm fine anyway, so there's no point in bothering him with that. Do you think? Said. Guing revealed a sweet smile, like a delicate flower blooming in spring. So if I hadn't saved you and got you knocked down and hurt, would you still have forgiven him? I'm sorry, Lindbergh then asked. Guing was slightly stunned, then thought seriously. A moment later, she raised her head and calmly looked at Lin Bai. He's had such a hard life. He shouldn't have to worry about anything else. That would be a little too cruel for him. Lin Bai was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this woman to be so kind. He gazed silently at the innocent and kindly maiden before him. An unspeakably complex emotion welled up in his heart. After a few moments, he spoke. Go eat. I'm hungry. Chapter 112, Noodle La La. Is this the restaurant you said was really good? Lin Bai was somewhat speechless as he looked at the noodle shop named Noodle Lala in front of him. A noodle shop with that name is pretty much unbeatable. It's hard to believe, but this store is really good. Guing clenched her small hand with a serious face. Seeing this look on the other party's face, Lin Bai couldn't say anything to refuse. It's not a great name, but at least it's better than a buffet. Pushing the door open, he then walked into the noodle shop called Noodle Lala. It was just as he thought it would be. There was hardly anyone in the store. The only customer was an old lady with hardly any teeth at all. The other was the little girl behind the register who was probably only 17 to 8 years old. The little girl immediately waved happily upon seeing him. He's certainly not a narcissist. When he turned around, he saw Guing behind him, who was responding enthusiastically. Hi, Jin. Unsurprisingly, Xiaoqin would be the little girl's name. The two found a seat by the window. Here's the menu. See what you want to eat? My treat, Guing said rather boldly. Lin Bai did not take the menu and said indifferently. You're familiar with the place, so you can just recommend it for me. All right, so do you have any contraindications? Onions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers and all that? Guing asked. No. Okay, then wait here for me for a while. After saying that, Guing then took the menu and walked towards Xiaoqin. Before long, Lin Bai heard the crisp and pleasant laughter of the two women coming from the cashier's desk. Out of curiosity, Lindbergh looked back and, I just happened to see Guing's somewhat unusually flushed face. Is this an order? After the two of them chatted for a while at the cash register, Guing walked into the back kitchen. Lin Bai, who saw this scene, was also surprised. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Guing returned to Lin Bai with a steaming bowl of noodles. Your noodles are ready. Guing carefully placed the noodles in front of Lin Bai. Lindbergh thought what a stunning face Guing would choose for himself. I didn't realize it was just the simplest bowl of noodles in clear soup. No, I can't say it's a clear soup noodle, because there's 2 poached eggs lying on top of it, and a curved meat sausage. All 3 combined just so happens to be a smiley face. The genus is a bit sweet. You quickly taste it, Guing urged impatiently. Lindbergh smiled helplessly, so he had to obediently pick up the soup spoon and gently stir the noodles in the bowl. Then carefully scoop up a spoonful of soup and bring it to your mouth. The most important thing in determining whether a bowl of noodles is good or not is the soup. Judging from the look of anticipation on Guing's face, the soup in this bowl of clear soup noodles was definitely not simple. As expected, the moment the mediocre broth touched the tongue, an incomparably rich aroma was like a volcanic eruption, instantly exploding inside the mouth. That flavor is mellow and long and evocative. He was a born-again man, close to 100 years. And he had eaten more than enough noodles and drunk more than enough soup, but never had a soup that tasted so good. How did you make this chicken soup? How come it tastes so good? Lin Bai looked at Guing curiously. This is a business secret. I can't tell you, Guing said mysteriously. Lin Bai was dumbfounded. Sure enough, this chick had a lot to do with this store. Well, hurry up and eat. This chicken noodle soup won't be good if it gets cold. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai nodded his head, and just as he was about to enjoy his meal, suddenly, he noticed that Guing across from him was surprisingly empty in front of him. He couldn't help but be surprised when he asked, Aren't you going to eat? I'm not hungry. You eat, and if it's not enough, I'll add more for you. Her big watery eyes stared daggers at Lindbergh. In the end, under Guing's watchful eye, Lin Bai ate the bowl of noodles with the spiced chicken soup. The downside is that the noodles in the chicken broth aren't very strong. Perhaps the chef who pulled the noodles had a small hand. But what made Lindbergh feel strange was that the chicken noodle soup was obviously delicious. But from the time he came into this noodle shop to the time he finished his meal, there wasn't a single customer in the store. Not even a takeaway. The genus is a bit strange. But what made him feel even more strange was the Guing in front of him, who was packing up the dishes he had just used. Her movements were extremely skillful and could never have been done without a year's experience. In addition to his tableware, that old lady's tableware from earlier was also packed by Guing. So the store is without a waiter? Or is it? Wait for me here. After instructing Lin Bai, Guing then walked into the back kitchen with all the dishes. It was about 2 minutes before she came from back to Lindbergh. Let's go, said. Guing then picked up the extraordinarily delicate-looking pouch once again. Regarding this little bag, Lindbergh was naturally curious about it, but there were eyes on him the whole time behind him, and he couldn't be bothered to peek at other girls' things to their faces. After saying goodbye to Xiaoqin, the two of them walked out of the noodle shop called Noodle Lala, walking again on this Hongying street which is full of pedestrians. During that time, Lindbergh wanted to ask about that noodle shop several times, but it was all held back at key moments. After about 10 minutes of walking, the two arrived outside a cafe on the north side of Hongying Street. The two had just sat down when the sharp-eyed waiter approached with a menu. Gentlemen, what can I do for you? Guing had wanted to refuse, but Lin Bai went ahead and ordered 2 cappuccinos, one with more sugar and more milk, one with less sugar and less milk. Yes, please wait, the coffee here is very expensive. Guing had heartache written all over her face. Lin Bai laughed in disbelief. Just now you treated me to noodles, now I'm treating you to coffee. Seeing this, Guing could not say anything else. It didn't take long for 2 cappuccinos to be placed in front of the two. I don't like anything too sweet, said. Lindbergh then picked up the cappuccino with less sugar and milk. Looking at the sugary and creamy cappuccino in front of her, Gu Qing couldn't help but feel a warmth rise in her heart. You should be curious about that noodle shop, right? Gu Qing stirred the coffee in her hand while, said one side. You're an employee of that noodle shop, right? Lin Bai said slowly. How did you know? Gu Qing looked at Lin Bai incredulously. Lindbergh smiled gently. Not only do you know the cashier, but you can just go in and out of the back kitchen, cleaning up the table so skillfully. I can't think of anyone else but an employee. Gu Qing froze for a moment, then said, it doesn't have to be only the employees who can do this. So can the boss. I'd buy that little girl being the boss. You? Impossible. Lin Bai shook his head. Why? Don't I look like a boss? Gu Qing blinked curiously. You tell me. Lin Bai revealed a meaningful smile. Gu Qing suddenly thought of something, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks as well. You're right. Xiao Qin is indeed the noodle shop owner. Oh? Lin Bai was also a bit surprised. He just casually said. But at first the noodle shop owner wasn't Xiao Qin, it was her mom. Chapter 113, Gu Qing and Noodle Lara. So you invited me to dinner under false pretenses, and your real purpose was to ask me for a favor? Lin Bai looked straight at the stunning girl in front of him. Gu Qing bit her red lip, both hands tightly grasping the multi-sweet, multi-milk cappuccino in her hand. I know my request is a bit rude, but you're the only one I could think of. If we don't perform the surgery, Kachan's mom is going to. As she said that, Gu Qing's eyes reddened. Even his body shuddered involuntarily. For some reason, seeing Gu Qing in this state made Lin Bai's heart ache extraordinarily. It was as if a sharp sword had stabbed the heart, and it hurt like hell. Lindbergh took a deep breath and said, I assume there's a story between you and Kobayashi's mom? Gu Qing nodded and said, I was picked up from the garbage by my grandmother, who was all alone, barely making ends meet by picking up trash. She couldn't bear to leave me behind, so she took me back. Hearing this, Lindbergh couldn't help but clench his right hand. In his experience, this kind of sky crash opening is often tragic. For as long as I can remember, I followed my grandmother around picking up garbage. From the south to the north of the city, from the east to the west of the city, there are traces of our grandparents and grandchildren walking in almost all parts of Yi Town. That was also the most joyful time in my life. Gu Qing had a happy smile on her face, but soon the heartwarming smile was replaced by sadness. As I got older and older, I got to the age where I should have gone to school. In order for me to go to school like everyone else, Grandma insisted on picking up trash no matter how bad the weather was outside. And so it went on for 10 years. Until the year I was about to start my senior year of high school. Something eventually happened to Grandma. She got into a confrontation with a homeless man on the street so she could pick up a few more bottles. The other then stormed off and kicked the grandmother to the ground. Grandma was already in poor health and was hospitalized straight away because of that kick. Grandma, who didn't want to spend any money, left after a night in the hospital. Not long after she went back to rest, she braced herself to go out and pick up trash, but within a few steps, Grandma then fainted. I spent all the money my grandmother had saved up for my college tuition in order to cure her. Then I took a break from school and wanted to work for money, but those people refused to use me when they saw I was underage, no matter how much I begged them. Just then, Xiao Qin's mom, Auntie Wang appeared. First she helped me with over $100,000 in medical bills. This was followed by making me a waitress at Noodle La La. After about 2 months in the hospital, Grandma finally recovered. Because of this illness, though, Grandma's body fell completely ill. In order for me to be able to take care of my grandmother, Auntie Wang specially rented me a house. It also helped me to advance the rent for 2 years. For the rest of the time, I worked at Noodle La La during the day and went back to take care of my grandmother at night. But God forbid, Grandma left for good not long after spending the new year with me. Looking at Gu Qing so sad, Lin Bai's heart was also very hard. And after that? Gu Qing huffed and said. Grandma said to be honest. So after burying Grandma, I stayed at Noodle La La. I worked my way up from waitress to cashier and then to back of house. It dawned on Lindbergh that no wonder she felt that the noodles she ate not long ago were not that strong. Turns out the girl pulled the noodles herself. It shouldn't be so smooth sailing, should it? Gu Qing nodded. It was all pretty normal at first, until about 3 months ago. Auntie Wang found out her husband was cheating on her. Cheating? Lindbergh frowned. Gu Qing, well, after the two of them had a big fight, the man netted his family. Xiaoqin also chose to live with Auntie Wang. Another half-month followed. One day a female netizen came to Noodle Lala in the name of documenting her life. I didn't think much of it and just served my normal meal. But the next day, the video about Noodle Lara caught fire. Lindbergh, something to do with that female netizen? That's right. That female netizen exposed us online with a maliciously edited video that said he ate bugs at Noodle Lala and said we had an extremely bad attitude. Gu Qing was indignant. So it really ate bugs? Lindbergh frowned. Well, but it's definitely not the bugs in our noodle lala ingredients. Ever since I became a backstage chef, I will wash and check the ingredients several times before opening for business every day to make sure there will be no problems, Guing said with incomparable firmness. Then it can only be the female netizen who did the tampering. Did the store's surveillance capture it? Guing shook her head. That female netizen knew the dead spots of the surveillance and just happened to avoid them. How do you know she knows the dead center of the surveillance? Lin Bai wondered. Because that female netizen is the one Auntie Wang her ex-husband cheated on her with. Guing gritted her teeth. Lin Bai was dumbfounded. There were still people cheating on netizens these days? I didn't know it at first, and I only reacted when Auntie Wang told me later. It turns out that Auntie Wang hadn't been divorced for long before that man regretted netting her. He tried to approach Auntie Wang to get back the part that belonged to him, but she refused. So that man negotiated with the female netizen to bring down Noodle Lala to threaten Auntie Wang. What happened afterward? Lin Bai asked next. That female netizen has hundreds of thousands of followers and is considered a minor netizen. Under her malicious publicity, Noodle Lara became what she is today. Guing sighed. Then why don't you guys fight back in the same way? Lin Bai wondered. It won't work. The masses are still more willing to trust Netflix compared to us. And something even more infuriating happened later. And it was because of this incident that Auntie Wang was hospitalized in anger. Guing clenched her pink fists in anger. What is it? Lin Bai was curious. A month and a half ago, the web mistress returned to Noodle La La again with the man. The man cried out right in front of Noodle La La's door in front of thousands of people on the air, claiming that Auntie Wang cheated on him within her marriage and set him up with her adulterer to net him. Even his daughter was not allowed to see him. There were a lot of people on Hongying Street, and soon Noodle Lara was surrounded. These people, after listening to the man's one-sided words, and the inciting words of the female netizen, just stood behind the two, vocalizing in unison about Auntie Wang and our noodle lesbian. Angry Auntie Wang rushed up and beat up the two men. When I came back from grocery shopping, Auntie Wang and the others have been taken away by the police. But what's even more infuriating is that the police let the two go after questioning the man and the netizen a few times. I later found out that the female netizen had a godfather in the police station, which led to her acquittal. This was on the two men's way out, and they didn't forget to threaten Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang's heart was never very good to begin with. The two men were hospitalized on the spot. Chapter 114, Guing's Embrace. Although the police finally did Auntie Wang justice, because of the previous bug incident, the vast majority of our customers no longer trust us at Noodle La La. Only a few older, more regular customers who don't spend much time on the internet visit Noodle Lala from time to time. I'm sorry, Guing sighed. Lin Bai, so what's the deal with the surgery? Guing, the doctor said Auntie Wang is in heart failure and needs a heart replacement. Lin Bai, heart failure? Guing, after she was exasperated at the police station, Auntie Wang was admitted to the hospital. After an examination, it was found to be heart failure and it was already in extremely serious condition. The only way to save Auntie Wang is to have a heart transplant, and it's extraordinarily difficult to find a compatible heart. Until then, it can only be hung with medication. It wasn't until a week ago that the hospital found a matching heart, but the other guy was terminally ill. There was an old mother at home, so he wanted a sum of money to settle her down. The cost of surgery, the cost of settling in is a lot of money. Even if you sell all the cars, houses, and Noodle Lalas in Auntie Wang's name, it won't be enough. Lin Bai, doesn't she have any relatives or friends? Guing shook her head. Auntie Wang is also an orphan, except for Xiao Qin. She has no family left. So you ran off to work as a waitress at a racing gym? Lin Bai's tone went cold all of a sudden. Guing also froze for a moment and then stammered. It pays well there. So, do you think that the little money you earn is enough to pay for the medical bills? Lin Bai didn't have the good sense to say. I know I'm very small, but Auntie Wang has helped me a lot. I am grateful to her. She's in critical condition now, and I can't do nothing. Looking at the stubborn young girl in front of him, Lin Bai's gaze became complicated. At first, he thought that Guing was like those gold-digging girls who went after those rich young men. But then, after saving her by chance, he realized he might have misunderstood this chick. That's why he cautioned his opponent to leave early. Now that he had learned that Guing had gone to that kind of place because of her, Lin Bai was furious in his heart. But more than that, it was heartbreaking. After a long time, Lin Bai sighed before saying, "Then have you ever thought that if your Auntie Wang ever recovers, what if those two come to the door and cause trouble again?" Guing shook her head. "I didn't think about the things behind. I just want to save Auntie Wang first. Xiao Qin is still a minor. She can't live without her mom. Let's go then." Lin Bai suddenly got up and said, "Ha? Where to?" Guing was stunned. "Go to the hospital and pay the bill." Pay up. An hour later, Lin Bai arrived at the hospital with Guing, and the girl named Xiaoqin. Coincidentally, the hospital where Xiaoqin's mother is located happens to be the first affiliated hospital as well. If he had to know the destination was consistent, he wouldn't have made the trip for nothing. Nope, it wasn't a waste of time. At least I got to eat the noodles made by Guqing's own hands. Yiqing Shui is in the general patient-inpatient area, and Xiaoqin's mother is in the critical patient-inpatient area. The difference is still some distance, so Lindbergh wasn't worried about being discovered. But even if he was found out, it wouldn't matter. He was clean and innocent and wasn't afraid of being misunderstood. You're going the wrong way. Auntie Wang is over here. I'm sorry, Guqing said, pointing to the hospitalized area for critically ill patients not far away. Lin Bai glanced at it, then faintly said, I know. Then why are you still going over there? Guqing was puzzled. How can I pay the bill if I don't go here? Lin Bai laughed. Ha? Pay your dues? But you haven't seen Auntie Wang yet? Guqing was stunned. Lindbergh shook his head. Forget it. I don't really like the smell of disinfectant. With that, Lin Bai walked towards the hospital hall. Guqing hesitated for a moment, but still followed with Xiaoqin. It was 10 minutes before the three walked out of the hospital lobby. Looking at the payment bill in her hand, Xiaoqin's tears could no longer be stopped and flowed down. Guqing was just about to reach out her hand to comfort Xiaoqin when Xiaoqin turned around and hugged Lin Bai, crying as she did so. Thank you. Woohoo. The scene shifted and Lin Bai and Guqing appeared on a bench inside the hospital. Why don't you just take your clothes off? Guqing said as she looked at Lin Bai, whose blouse was wet inexplicably a large piece. It's okay, it's out of the way. Seeing this, Guqing could not say anything else. The two just sat quietly on the bench, watching the patients come and go in front of them. After a long time, Lin Bai took the lead in breaking the silent atmosphere. Give me a card number. Card number? Guqing blinked in confusion. How is your Auntie Wang going to have surgery without paying someone to settle down? Oh. Not a moment later, Guqing's cell phone received a text message that the account had arrived at $1 million. You're giving too much. The settlement fee is only $5 million. Guqing trembled and grabbed her cell phone. However, just as she was about to transfer it back to Lin Bai, she was rejected by him. Money is still needed for follow-up treatment. But this is too much. Guqing bit her red lips. The eyes were torn and troubled. It's a lot, but it's a relief. And trust me, you'll use it. Guqing was at a loss. Seeing this, Lin Bai then laughed. If you're really over it, just give it back to me later. That smile was as warm as the spring sun. Aren't you afraid I'm a liar? We've obviously only met 2 times. Guqing looked at Lin Bai in a complicated way. Lin Bai shook his head. Not afraid. Why? Because I believe in you. Hearing these words, Guqing could not help but be slightly stunned. A strong wave of emotion quickly followed, and she felt like her heart was being held tightly by an invisible hand and began to beat violently at an unprecedented rate. The two of them just stared at each other in silence, and time seemed to stop passing even in this moment. The only two hearts that are getting closer and closer, mingling. After a long time, only Guqing looked at Lin Bai with a serious face. I will definitely return this money to you. What? Are you going to work for me to pay off your debts as well? The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly and, with a hint of teasing flirtation. Hearing this, Guqing first froze, then she seemed to have thought of something. A blush quickly spread across her face, as tantalizing as a ripe apple. She clenched her lower lip, her eyes firm. No matter how long it takes, I will definitely pay you back. Guqing, will do what I say. Before the words left her mouth, she turned around and ran away like a gust of wind. However, not a moment later, Guqing ran back like a happy deer. At this time, her cheeks were still lightly flushed, and her panting was adorable. Just as Lin Bai was about to open his mouth to ask, Guqing suddenly took a step forward and violently hugged him. This sudden move caught Lindbergh a little off guard. However, without waiting for him to react, an incomparably soft voice entered his ears. I can, if you need it. The words that follow are getting softer and softer, but they can't be stopped. It was as if time had frozen once again, and everything around us had become a blur of. Only Guqing's soft body and the whispering in her ears remained clear and palpable. When Lin Bai came back to his senses, Guqing's figure was no longer in front of him. However, he had a rather chic pouch hanging from his index finger. Chapter 115 Yiqing Shui Who Stole Things. What did you go and do? What happened to your clothes? Inside the VIP ward, Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a surprised face. Lindbergh looked at the still wet blouse and calmly explained. Accidentally bumped into the water delivery guy. Then how come your pants aren't wet? Hongya questioned again. I reacted quickly and dodged it. Seeing that Lin Bai was able to explain this away, Hongya didn't ask anything else. Old Lin, what goodies are you hiding behind you? Having just taken care of Hongya, Zhou Tian came out to mess things up again. With these words, Hanya, Xiaoran as well as Yi Qingxue on the hospital bed all looked at Lin Bai's right hand that was hidden behind his back. Nothing, just a little something from a friend. So why are you hiding it behind your back? It's not from a female friend, is it? Zhou Tian looks like he's watching the fun. At those words, Hanya and Yi Qingxue's eyes instantly changed, only to see Lindbergh nodding calmly. A female friend indeed. Yi Qingxue had just clenched her fists when she saw Lin Bai suddenly change his words. Just a little female friend. Little female friend? For faces in a daze. Then Lindbergh made up another well-intentioned lie. In the lie Gu Qin changed into a 12-year-old girl. In order to thank him, that's why I presented him with this bag of hand-folded paper cranes. Looking at one carefully folded 1,000 paper cranes in front of him, Zhou Tian immediately began to brainstorm. Old Lin, that's how you got your clothes wet, right? Lindbergh nodded. Aha. Old Lin. I'm sorry. I'm so inhuman. I actually doubted my own brother. Zhou Tian looks guilty. Lin Bai secretly said, you are indeed not human, but we are half a catty. If you're so guilty, it's not too much to ask for a meal. No problem. I haven't thanked you properly for last time. Say, what do you want to eat? It's on me today. Yo-ho. Boss Joe is rich and hardened. Xiao Ran could not help but flirt. After resting for a few hours, the current Xiao Ran had recovered. No way. It's all thanks to old Lin. So in that case, wouldn't I be treating myself to dinner? Appears to be. Just as a few people were talking and laughing and chatting, Yi Qingxue, who was sitting on the hospital bed, sneaked her hand into the small bag, and then a red 1,000 paper crane was quickly hidden by her under the quilt. And this scene just happened to be glimpsed by Hanga, but she didn't say anything. After staying in the ward for half an hour, Xiaoran several people left the place to eat. The 4 have just left. Yi Qingxue then couldn't wait to take out that red 1,000 paper crane she had secretly hidden. She had lived abroad for a long time and this was the first time she had seen 1,000 paper cranes. Although Lin Bai's explanation was perfect, she always felt something strange. Taking the 1,000 paper cranes, she then carefully scrutinized them, but she looked at it for a long time and didn't see anything wrong. I guess I'm overthinking it. Just as Yi Qingxue dispelled her suspicions, she suddenly set her eyes on the skillful folds of the 1,000 paper cranes. Driven by curiosity, she reached out again. With a bit of maneuvering, the original lifelike 1,000 paper cranes were quickly reduced by her to an ordinary piece of paper. However, Yi Qingxue didn't know what she saw on the paper, and her entire body seemed to be frozen. After a long time, an extremely sultry sentence came out of her mouth. I knew this guy wasn't that nice. On the other hand, in order to be able to make it back to the hospital in time, Xiao Ran's few people decided to eat right near the hospital. The 4 of them walked around in circles and finally selected the Sand County Hotel. Sand County Hotel. You can come if you don't have money. Hongya, do you have time tomorrow? Xiao Ran looked at Hongya who was ordering food and asked. Hongya glanced at Lin Bai, then said, there's time. What's wrong? Then can you come to the hospital tomorrow to stay with Qingxue? That's fine, but why do you ask? Hongya was a bit puzzled. Since tomorrow is Rant's mom's birthday and he's going home, he wanted to ask you to take care of your sister-in-law. Lindbergh explained. So that's how it is. No problem. Just leave it to me though. Hongya smiled graciously. Thank you, Hanya. You're welcome. By the way, Ran, when are you planning to go home? Lin Bai asked. Let's do it tomorrow morning. I don't feel comfortable with Qingxue being alone in the hospital at night, Xiao Ran said slowly. Lindbergh, TSK, that's quite the boyfriend. Can you handle staying up 2 nights in a row? You have to go home tomorrow. If Auntie sees you like this she'll be worried. Lin Bai pretended to be worried. Yeah, Ran. Why don't old Lin and I take over for you? You go back and rest. Don't worry, old Lin and I will definitely take good care of sister-in-law. Zhou Tian immediately agreed. At these words, the scene was instantly silent. What? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Zhou Tian was a bit unsure. Lindbergh, you're hopeless. Old Chow. Sean, I treat you like a brother. You treat me like a... Why don't I go accompany Qingxue? Hongya was the first to break the weird atmosphere. It's not good. I've already troubled you to accompany Qingxue tomorrow. Xiao Ran frowned. It's fine. It's just for 1 night. And it's not like we have classes on the weekends anyway. But, what? Are you worried that Qingxue and I will badmouth you? Hongya pretended to be angry. No, I don't mean that. Xiao Ran waved his hand repeatedly. Then cut the crap. It's settled. Hongya directly clapped and settled. Thank you, Hongya. Xiao Ran was incomparably moved as he looked at Hongya. No need. Qingxue is my best friend. This is what I should do. After eating, Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian took the packed meals back to the hospital. Lin Bai and Hongya, on the other hand, got into a car and left the hospital. Where are you taking me? Hanya looked at the unfamiliar route with a puzzled expression. You guess? Lindbergh said mysteriously. How do you expect me to guess this? Hanya was a bit speechless. Then wait until you do. I'd like to see what you've got in your gourd. Don't worry. It's definitely your favorite. An hour later, Lin Bai brought Hanya outside a remote villa. You're not going to buy this place out, are you? Hanya frowned slightly. Lindbergh did not explain, but rang the doorbell. Not a moment later, a stunningly beautiful silhouette appeared in front of the two. You're. Chapter 116. Xiaoyue moved into a small house. Inside the villa's living room, Hanya stared at Lin Bai, who was sitting across from him, with wide eyes and an incredulous expression, and the stunning beauty beside him. Xiaoyue, so you two are now a couple? Xiaoyue was obviously a little nervous. Her hands unconsciously twisted together and her eyes were a little evasive. Just then, however, a large, warm hand crept over and, the warmth of the touch put her mind at ease. Perhaps having truly felt the strength and support that Lin Bai had passed on to him, Xiaoyue quickly calmed down. She only took a deep breath, then said firmly, "That's right, we're a couple now." As soon as the words left his mouth, an ear-piercing scream instantly resonated throughout the living room. Like a flat thunderstorm, it broke the originally quiet atmosphere. What's wrong with her? Her? Xiaoyue was startled by the sudden scream. Lin Bai just smiled and shook his head, not giving any explanation for Hanya's reaction. After screaming, Hanya excitedly ran to Xiaoyue, full of excitement. So, Sister Yue and I will be real sisters from now on? Xiaoyue hadn't fully recovered from the shock she had just experienced. One can only nod dully and respond, well, yes. In the next second, Hanya squealed with excitement once again. I actually became sisters with Sister Yue. Hanya was like a schoolboy, dancing with excitement. On the sofa, Hanya was like a Siamese twins, hugging Xiaoyue tightly. There's a look of fascination in his eyes. Xiao Ya, can I call you that? Xiaoyue had a smile on her face and, softly inquiring about Hanga in front of her. Only Hanya slowly raised her head, revealing a sweet smile, and nodded gently. Of course you can. Whether it's Saya, Hanya or Yaya. Sister Yue, you can call me whatever you want. Hanya blinked her big eyes and replied with both playfulness and cuteness. Hearing this, Xiaoyue couldn't help but laugh out softly. Then I'll call you Xiaoya from now on. Aha! Hanya hurriedly answered, her voice clear and loud. After a short silence, Xiaoyue suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Xiao Ya, tell me the truth. Do you really not mind me being with Lin Bai? Hanya sniffed and first cocked her head slightly. Then a bright smile bloomed on her face. Of course I don't mind. Xiaoyue frowned slightly, perhaps sensing that Xiaoyue was a bit puzzled. Hanya hurriedly explained with a smile. Sister Yue, you may not be too clear about it. I'm not the only woman that guy has. Yo, you know that too? Sister Yue, you. Learning that the other party actually both knew that Lin Bai had other women in existence. Both women were incomparably shocked, but after the shock was over, there was an unspoken smile between the two women. At the same time, Lindbergh returned to the living room with his suitcase. A faint smile appeared on his face as he watched the two women get along so well. It's almost time. We should go. Before long, the three of them appeared outside the villa. Looking at this villa that she had lived in for an unknown number of years, Xiaoyue's eyes were full of reluctance. It's a nice view here, and if we have time later, we can go back here for a small stay. Lin Bai stepped forward and said, Really? Xiaoyue's eyes glowed. Lindbergh smiled and nodded. Aha. Let's go then. Yeah. Coming. You're not with me? No way. I want to stick it to Sister Yue. It was more than an hour before the three arrived at the small townhouse. Pushing open the heavy door, a fresh and light floral scent instantly hit my face. Immediately following, a beautiful picture came into view. It was a dreamlike garden decorated with countless orange lights, illuminated by warm, soft orange lights. Those delicate flowers seemed to be a group of life-giving elves, dancing to their heart's content. In the center of the garden, with a few comfortable seats and a small, delicate coffee table. Its shape is chic and original and complements its surroundings. Next to them stand several sculptures of various forms and originality, some of them elegant and noble. Some are playful and cute, adding a touch of artistry to the whole garden. And on top of the coffee table, there are several shiny red wine glasses neatly arranged. Everything in front of me looks so romantic and cozy that, so much so that Xiaoyue couldn't help but look a bit mesmerized. It's beautiful. Hanya on the side was also a bit surprised. She just didn't come back for 2 days. She didn't expect her home to change so much. Immediately, he gave Lin Bai a thumbs up. After staying at the house for 10 minutes, Lin Bai drove away with Hanya. Hanya had to go to the hospital to accompany Yi Qingshui at night. while Lin Bai had something to take care of. Why didn't you let me know in advance about Sister Yue moving in? Honda complained just as the car started. Does it make a difference if it's in advance or not? Lin Bai frowned. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have been a good old boy in front of Xiaoran. I don't know. Hanya grumbled. Lin Bai was dumbfounded. What about the promised bosom friend? Where is the promised sisterly love? Sure enough, women are fickle. If you don't want to go, I'll turn around now. Never mind. I've promised someone else, so I'll just have to take advantage of you tonight. Lin Bai was speechless. What do you mean by cheapening me? That's my Lindbergh's woman. Guess we'll have to educate her sometime. But how on earth did you take Sister Yue? Hongya inexplicably gossiped. You want to know? The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Hanya nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. It starts from the day we happened to bump into Yue at the supermarket. Lin Bai slowly spoke. A few minutes later, Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a look of contempt. You're really shameless. Actually deceiving even a kind and simple person like Sister Yue. This isn't called deception. This is called a love lie. Lin Bai brazenly defended. Bah! Disgusting heart. Hongya couldn't help but make a vomiting motion. Just then, as if Hongya had remembered something important, she suddenly came out with a sentence. By the way, there's something I feel compelled to tell you about. Oh, what is it? Lin Bai asked casually as he drove. When we were at the hospital this afternoon, Qingxue secretly took one of your 1,000 paper cranes. These words were like a thunderbolt exploding in Lin Bai's ears. It was only when he slammed his foot on the brake that the car made a shrill scuffling sound before. Then it was parked firmly on the side of the road. Without saying a word, Lindbergh quickly reached out and opened the extraordinarily chic little bag that was sitting on the back seat. Within moments, his face became incredibly somber. Yi Qingxue. Lin Bai slapped the steering wheel in anger. Hongya in the passenger seat was also taken aback. She didn't expect Lin Bai to react so much. This thing is important to you? This is what Gu Qing gave me. Gu Qing. Chapter 117, Killing Yang Qian again. Nightfall. A red sports car quietly arrived outside an abandoned factory building. Inside the sports car, Yang Qian, who was wearing a sexy long dress, couldn't help but look at the darkness in front of her and wonder, what's with asking to meet someone in such a dank place? Just as Yang Qian was about to pull out her cell phone and make a call, the darkened plant suddenly glowed with a slightly dim light. Seeing this, Yang Qian also put down her cell phone, opened the car door, and walked towards the plant. Within a few steps, Yang Qian spotted the constantly flickering curtain located in the middle of the plant. What the hell? You're not asking me over for a movie, are you? Despite being puzzled, Yang Qian walked towards the curtain. It didn't take long for a slightly familiar voice to make Yang Qian frown. She didn't think much of it, though, and continued toward the curtain. But as she got closer and closer, her face became more and more ugly. Because those two familiar voices were no one else's. It was her and Lu Yu's voices. Almost instantly, she guessed what the purpose of the spectral moon pavilion inviting her here was. Grabbing her cell phone, she made a quick run for it. When she got to the curtain, her whole body froze. Because what's playing on the curtain isn't a movie. Instead, it's an action-packed blockbuster that she and Lu Yu put on at the Pixie Moon Pavilion. Fear, panic, anxiety and more have struck. Just then, two dazzling lights suddenly shone from both sides of Yang Qian. The intense beam of light even prevented Yang Qian from opening her eyes. When she had managed to open her eyes, then she realized that a young man had crept up on her. At the moment he was sizing himself up with a teasing look on his face. Does second Miss Yang still like my gift? Like? Do you menace people all like to use this tired old trope? Shut it down right now while I can still talk properly. Yang Qian gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Bai. The valuable cell phone was squeezed and squeaked by her. Lindbergh was unimpressed and calmly took out his cell phone. Only a few random clicks were seen, and then the non-stop flickering curtain went black. Seeing this, Yang Qian was slightly relieved. Then she looked at Lin Bai icily. Say, what do you want? Oh, will second Miss Yang agree to anything I want? Lin Bai said in a slightly flirtatious manner. Yang Qian frowned slightly. Honestly, she disliked Lin Bai's tone of voice, but the other party was now holding a hold on her, so she could only endure. Only she took a deep breath and said, that's right, anything you want, as long as you give me this video. Then what if I want you? Second Miss Yang? Lin Bai looked at Yang Qian with a smile on his face. Yang Qian was slightly stunned. Then she angrily rebuked Lin Bai with shame and annoyance. Even a toad like you wants to eat swan meat? Lin Bai didn't reply. He just looked at Yang Qian lightly. Yang Qian was indeed a bit flustered by Lin Bai's stare. She was a woman with no hands. If Lin Bai used force, she really couldn't resist. Lindbergh, but don't. I'm a clean freak. A moment later, as if she had made up her mind, Yang Qian said somewhat shamefully, I can promise to stay with you once, but you'll have to give me all the videos in their entirety. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently rose. Second Miss Yang. You seem to have misunderstood me. Misunderstanding? Yang Qian was already cursing for a while in her heart. You're a big man. I said I'd stay with you, but you told me I misunderstood. So you're playing with me. Hold on. Hold back. When we get the video, then we'll shred this kid to pieces. But Lin Bai's next sentence instantly made her panic. It is indeed your people I want, but dead ones. Yang Qian's face changed instantly. Dead? Dead man? You want to kill me? What do you say? As soon as the words fell, a sharp dagger appeared in Lin Bai's hand. Almost the instant she saw the dagger, Yang Qian twisted her head and fled. But it was too dark inside the plant and the high heels she was wearing were not very convenient. Before she could run out of the plant, she fell to the ground. The pain coming from her ankle made it almost impossible for her to get up, but she braced herself and stood. However, before she could take 2 steps, she bumped into Lin Bai who was in front of her. Ah! After a scream, Yang Qian fell to the ground again. Second Miss Yang. I'll be in trouble if you keep running like this. You can't kill me. I'm the second young lady of the Yang family. If you kill me, my father won't let you go. Yang Qian said shakily. Do you think I'll be afraid of a mere Yang family of yours? Lin Bai said disdainfully. Then, what about the Lu family? I am Lu Feng's fiancé. If you... Without waiting for Yang Qian to finish, Lin Bai interrupted her. What a fiancé? Do you think if I give the video to Lu Feng, do you suppose he wants to kill me? Or thank me? Yang Qian completely panicked. Even though it was pitch black here, Lindbergh could also guess how wonderful the other party's expression was. Just seeing Yang Qian kneeling on the ground, she pleaded towards Lin Bai. Please, don't kill me. My family has a lot of money. I can give you $10 billion. No, I will give you the whole Yang family, even I can just for you to play with. Please, I really don't want to die. With that, Yang Qian began to tear up her long skirt. However, because it was so dark here, Lindbergh could only hear a few sounds. I think it was here yesterday, when he left. It seems like you two adulterous couples really have a heart-to-heart. Lin Bai looked around and suddenly came up with a remark. Yang Qian couldn't understand what Lin Bai was saying. At the moment she was frantically tearing her clothes. But Lin Bai's next sentence instantly made her freeze in place. I almost forgot. Second Miss Yang still doesn't know about Lu Yu having died. But that's okay. Anyway, you'll be on your way soon. And you two are sure to run into each other on the way to the Yellow Springs. It was only after a long time that Lin Bai's ears heard Yang Qian's fearful and trembling voice. You really killed Lu Yu? How about that? I'm pretty sweet, letting you lovers end up dead. Lindbergh laughed lightly. Crazy. How can you live in a world where people's hearts are in danger if you're not crazy? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Qian's miserable screams resounded within the darkened factory building. A few minutes later, a luxury car drove from the plant to Lin Bai. When the car window was rolled down, what was revealed was clearly the Lu family's second youngest master, Lu Yu's figure. She's your fiancée no matter what. Are you really not going to say hello to her? Lin Bai looked at Lu Feng with a smirk. I'm a clean freak. After dropping a sentence, Lu Feng drove off. That's pretty ruthless. Chapter 118 Loyalty of the Pale Moon Pavilion. When was this video? After settling Yang Qian, Lin Bai had wanted to leave directly, but Shanya sent up an interesting video at that point. Within the video, a white-haired old man was galloping his horse. Lindbergh wasn't interested in the old man. However, the two people involved in the old man's mouth could have a not-so-shallow relationship with him. Feeling Lin Bai's incomparably cold tone, Xiaoya couldn't help but frown as well, but she remained calm and collected. It was the day you first came to the Pavilion of the Pale Moon. Pavilion Master. Lin Bai was slightly stunned as the memories of that day revived once again. He went there that day to take the heat for Hanya, and it wasn't long afterward that Hanya then received a message from the school. At first he thought it was because that Zhang Kai guy was efficient, but now it seems that he's not the only one to take credit for this. Being able to suppress not only being a school manager by himself, and Wang Qiu, who also had a not-so-small status in the Wang family, her identity was really not simple. It was true that I still had to talk to her about it. Pavilion Master, this is for you. With that, Xiaoya took out a USB flash drive. It is? I thought the courtier might need. So let Xinger compile all the videos of Wang Qiu in the UUA Pavilion over the years. Xiaoya slowly said. Lin Bai did not take the USB flash drive, but instead looked complexly at the beautiful woman in front of him who did not change her face. Do you regret it? Xiaoya was astonished. Seeing this, Lin Bai continued. Ever since I appeared, the Pixie Moon Pavilion is just a bit of a departure from what it used to be, isn't it? Xiaoya froze for a moment, then spoke. It's true that the UUA Pavilion isn't quite the same now as it was before, But you're the pavilion master. Whatever you do, we'll support you. First the Zhang family, then the Lu family, and today, the Yang family. Aren't you guys afraid that I'll destroy the UUA pavilion? Lin Bai frowned slightly. Of course I'm afraid. Although the Pixie Moon Pavilion holds the handles of many families in Yi City, but after all, it was just a place of the wind and moon. If they were completely enraged, then the only thing that awaited the UUA pavilion would be its demise. I'm sorry, said Shanya, a little forlornly. Xiaoya's words suddenly changed, but compared to fear, we trust the pavilion master more. Lindbergh's heart lurched. Only Xiaoya smiled with a sincere face. Pavilion master isn't a heartless person. Qinger and I believe in pavilion master. Those sisters in the Pixie Moon Pavilion as well. We all trust that the pavilion master won't displace us. Lin Bai couldn't help but think of the previous violent beating of Luyu for the women who were going to die of gas in the UUA pavilion. An unspeakable emotion also welled up in his heart. Okay, you're in charge here. I'll leave you to it. Receiving the flash drive, Lindbergh turned around and left the place. Even after returning to the car, Lin Bai's heart still couldn't calm down. At first, he did rush to utilize the pavilion of the spectral moon, but I didn't expect Xiaoya and the others to be so loyal to him. Maybe it could revolutionize the Phantom Moon Pavilion. System, are there any ancient martial artist cultivation secrets or anything like that? Or something that can make ordinary people into ancient martial artists? Ding! Searching in progress? Please wait. Soon. Various cultivation secrets as well as various pills appeared in Lin Bai's mind. Bagua Kung Fu, 200. 000 vengeance points. Can be initiated after practicing for 748 days. You can reach the early stage of external power when you start. Tai Chi Kung Fu, 200. 000 revenge points. Can be initiated after practicing for 865 days. You can reach the early stage of external power when you start. 1 Qigong, 200. 000 revenge points. Can be initiated after practicing for 992 days? It was true that there were a lot of Gongfu secrets, but it took at least 48 days to cultivate to a minor level. Moreover, the cultivation methods were all extraordinarily painful, and obviously not suitable for those soft and weak women of the UUA pavilion. External Strength Access Pill, 100. 000 vengeance points. After taking it, your cultivation will immediately reach the late stage of external strength. No side effects. Neijin Tongda Dan, 500. 000 revenge points. After taking it, your cultivation will immediately reach the late Neijin stage. No side effects. Ming Jin Tong De Dan, 1. 000 vengeance points. After taking it, your cultivation will immediately reach the late Ningjin stage. Compared to Gongfu secrets, elixirs were not only cheaper but also faster, but they also had certain limitations. Once you chose the elixir, you could only continue to take the elixir if you subsequently wanted to raise your cultivation level again, but as of now, there was no need for them to have much cultivation, just the power to resist. System, purchase 2 external strength passing pills and 4 moisturizing face pills. Ding! Successfully purchased 2 external strength passing pills and 4 face moisturizing pills, consuming 320. 000 vengeance points. Current balance 500. After working so hard to decapitate Luyu, he went back to his pre-liberation days overnight. No harm done. There'll be revenge points coming in soon anyway. After taking a moisturizing pill, Lin Bai then drove away. The latest panels are as follows. Name, Lindbergh. Age, 21. Height, 183. Weight, 150. Face value, 94. Realm, Early Dark Power. Revenge points, 500. Assets, $202. 4 billion. Special, Fighting Mastery, Culinary Mastery, Tennis Mastery, Racing Mastery. Props, 3 PCS of Moisturizing Elixir. It was more than an hour before Lindbergh returned to the small townhouse. Just as he walked into the living room, he saw Xia Yue who was lying on the sofa watching a movie. I don't know if the plot is too intriguing. Xia Yue completely failed to notice that Lin Bai had already quietly touched behind her. Only Lin Bai slowly stretched out his hand, and in the next second, Xia Yue's scream resounded in the living room. After screaming, Xia Yue sat in Lin Bai's arms with a grumpy face. Don't you know that people scare people to death? So I make it up to you? Is it making it up to me or to you? I think we can make amends together. Before the words fell, Lin Bai picked up Xia Yue and ran towards the upstairs. Yeah, slow down. Don't fall. Meanwhile, the first annex hospital, inside the VIP ward. Yeah, why don't you go back? I can do it alone. I'm sorry, Yi Qingxue said as she looked at Hongya who had already started yawning. There's no rush. I'll wait for you to fall asleep before I leave. Hongya said while yawning. She was obviously a night owl, and I wondered if it was the hospital. She was extra sleepy right now. But you're all sleepy like this. Yi Qingxue frowned. It's fine. Just drink a bottle of Old Bull. Picking up a pre-prepared Old Bull. Hanya then took a big gulp. After drinking the old cow, Hanya was instantly refreshed. Look, I'm better now. Yi Qingxue couldn't help but smile bitterly as well, while her heart was incomparably touched. Hanya, how are you and Lin Bai dating? Having just laid down not long ago, Yi Qingxue suddenly came. Hanya, what's wrong? Yi Qingxue, actually, this is my first time falling in love, but I always feel like I'm not quite like a real lover with Xiaoran. So I wanted to ask how you and Lin Bai are doing. Hanya, he and I haven't been talking for long either, but as far as I can tell, he still pleases me quite a bit. Yi Qingxue, how so? Hanya, he's actually not quite like the Lin Bai you know as a person, though he looks decent. He's not at all honest in private. Yi Qingxue, I know this one well, but well, Lin Bai has his good points too. On the other side, the Moon Hill neighborhood. A young man came quietly to the door of room 1201. Not a moment later, a stunningly beautiful woman opened the door. Ran. Chapter 119 Yi Qingxue was exposed. When the first rays of the morning sun come in through the window. Only then did Xia Yue, who was sleeping on the bed, slowly open her stunningly beautiful eyes that seemed to contain stars. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling in front of her, she quickly remembered everything that had happened yesterday. That beautiful face was instantly tinted with a faint blush. When she turned slightly on her side, she saw the man sleeping next to her. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she vaguely felt as if Lin Bai had become a bit more handsome again. From the first time she saw Lin Bai and then now, she always felt that Lin Bai was becoming more handsome every day. Even if it's a secondary development, it's not possible. Did this guy get plastic surgery? Driven by curiosity, she reached out her delicate hand. When her fingertips touched Lin Bai's slightly yellowish skin, her entire body froze. Then an unspeakable joy began to be born. Seeing that Lin Bai didn't wake up, she also became bold and the slender fingers kept skimming around Lin Bai's face. Feeling like that wasn't enough of a good time, she actually brought her cell phone over to the prepare for some close-ups of Lin Bai. However, just as I was about to press the shoot button, I was surprised to find that the one in the cell phone actually opened his eyes. Why are you awake? Xia Yue panicked and hid her cell phone. If I don't wake up, my ugly pictures will be on fire in Yi City tomorrow. Lin Bai didn't have a good mood. I'm just shooting for fun. What are you doing? There's always a price to pay for waking me up. Meanwhile, the first annex hospital. Inside the VIP ward, the two stunningly beautiful young girls were still asleep in their hospital beds. I don't know how long it took before Hanya was the first to open her eyes. When she saw that she was actually sleeping beside Yi Qingxue, she was also puzzled. After a while, she remembered what happened last night. Because of Yi Qingxue's curiosity, the two of them talked for a long time last night on the topic of love. Yi Qingxue, who should have been sleeping, became more and more excited the more they talked, and she was sleepy as hell. Later, at Yi Qingxue's suggestion, the two of them squeezed into the slightly crowded hospital bed. Lifting the covers, Hanya was just about to get up when one of Yi Qingxue's hands came up. She had just gently removed Yi Qingxue's jade hand. Yi Qingxue's gauze-wrapped left foot was placed precisely on her after drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Hanya couldn't help but be staggered. I didn't expect the rich girl to sleep so ostentatiously. In the next second, she seemed to think of something and a shocked expression appeared on her face. I don't suppose it's what I think it is? With doubt, she reached her evil hands to the gauze on Yi Qingxue's arm, but just as she was about to lift the gauze, Yi Qingxue woke up. What are you doing? Hanya, who had been discovered, was not the least bit flustered and calmly looked at Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, are you not in a car accident? Yi Qingxue's pupils shrank. Then she pretended to be calm. What are you talking about? If I hadn't been in a car accident, how would I be lying here? Oh, yeah. Before the words fell, the gauze in Hanya's hand rose in response. Looking at Yi Qingxue's intact arm, Hanya revealed a meaningful smile. Qingxue, you're not going to tell me that your recovery speed is otherworldly, are you? Small townhouse. Inside the bedroom, a young man and woman are snuggling close together. I forgot to ask you yesterday. Did you tell your father-in-law about moving here? Asked Lin Bai suddenly. Did you even eat his daughter out before you remembered about it? Xia Yue couldn't help but grumble. It's not that I was too busy and forgot about it for a while. Lin Bai scratched his head awkwardly. I think you're too busy flirting with girls. Xia Yue didn't have the good sense to say. Lin Bai was instantly speechless. Xia Yue suddenly laughed. Well, without teasing you, I told my father a long time ago and he didn't object. That's good. Xia Yue suddenly turned her words around. But my father said that you should be kind to me. that you should not let me suffer, or he'll bring someone over himself to educate you. Your father-in-law is being overly concerned. I can't wait to pamper you. How could I let you suffer? Who said that? You were just bullying me. At the thought of the scene just now, Xia Yue's newly calmed face swished red. By the way, how is the Xia group doing? Lin Bai then asked. Same old same old. Xia Yue said leisurely. The usual? Father-in-law didn't take action? Lin Bai was obviously a bit surprised. Those people are all old men of the group. They've been in the group for so many years. They've been entrenched for a long time. It's not easy to get rid of them without moving. Xia Yue sighed. Lin Bai drifted off. Do you need help? I can have the UUA pavilion cooperate with father-in-law if needed. Xia Yue's eyes lit up, but soon she shook her head again. Or not. Our Xia family has already received too much help from you to rely on you anymore. What, your Xia family? You are my woman. Then the Xia family's matters are naturally my matters. Looking at Lin Bai, who was pretending to be angry in front of her, Xia Yue was indescribably touched in her heart. Thank you, Lindbergh. Find some time for you to talk to your father-in-law about it. It's better to solve the Xia group's problems sooner rather than later. I will also greet the side of the Pixie Moon Pavilion and ask them to cooperate fully. Lin Bai gently gathered Xia Yue into his arms. Well, the two of them cuddled in bed for a while longer before getting up. Lin Bai was just about to go make breakfast for Xia Yue when he received a call from Hongya. What's wrong? Xia Yue asked as she looked at Lin Bai, whose face was a little less than favorable. There are some things to take care of over at the hospital, so you may need to make your own breakfast. I'm sorry, Lindbergh spoke. It's okay, go ahead. I'll just do it myself. After giving Xia Yue a kiss goodbye, Lin Bai drove off. In a little over half an hour, he was at the first annex. Just after arriving outside the VIP ward where Yi Qingxue was, she saw Hongya with a face full of grudges. You're playing really fancy, actually letting Qingxue pretend to be in a car accident. I'll explain this to you later. How's it going in there now? That woman wanted to take Qingyue home to recuperate, but Qingyue wouldn't. The two just kept pulling at it. She doesn't know about the pretend car accident, does she? I don't think so. Chapter 120, Chu Jun. First Annex. Inside the VIP box, Yi Qingxue sat on the hospital bed with an icy face, while in front of her also sat a plump, a beautiful woman who exudes an air of nobility. The beautiful woman was no one else. It was none other than Yi Qingxue's incomparably loathed stepmother, Chu Jun. She had just been caught faking a car accident by Hongya an hour ago. She naturally couldn't have confessed to Hongya about that adulterous affair between her and Lindbergh. In a panic, she made up a quick lie. Unexpectedly, the effect is exceptionally good. Hongya actually believed. Not only that, but Hongya promised to help her keep her secret. Since she had been in the ward for far too long, she wanted to go out for a drive, but she was worried about Xiao Rant's sudden return. So Hongya found a wheelchair, planning to push her out for a spin. Unexpectedly, the two had just walked out of the hospital when they ran into this obscure woman in front of them. What a watery day. At the moment, Chu Jun was sobbing and wiping her tears with a handkerchief while she was. It looked so pitiful. However, this seemed to Yi Qingxue to want to vomit. If you're going to cry, can you go out and cry and leave me alone? I won't leave until you come home with me, Chu Jun said as he cried. Yi Qingxue was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but he still couldn't move. Otherwise she'd pull her legs out and have to get away from this disgusting place. Chu Jun, you don't have to pretend to me anymore. No matter what you do, I won't even recognize you. The beautiful woman Chu Jun's delicate body slightly trembled, and then her eyes quickly reddened. Tears also began to well up in those beautiful eyes. Qingxue, do you really hate me that much? Only Yi Qingxue's face was full of anger. Her willow eyebrows stood up as she stared with wide eyes and angrily shouting, don't call me Qingxue, you don't deserve it. This rebuke was like a thunderous explosion, shaking the surrounding air as if it had come to a standstill. Looking at Yi Qingxue, who hated herself so much in front of her, Chu Jun's beautiful eyes that were so beautiful couldn't help but flash a trace of pain at this moment. But just for a moment, that hint of pain was replaced by a flash of determination. Only Chu Jun took a deep breath, then slowly opened his mouth. I didn't think you'd hate me so much, but even if you did, I'm going to bring you home today, too. Saying that, Chu Jun did not hesitate to pull out his cell phone from the exquisite handbag he was carrying. Yi Qingxue, who had been keeping a close eye on Chu Jun's every move, the moment she saw the other party take out his cell phone, the face suddenly changed. Chu Jun, I'm warning you, if you dare to inform my father, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. You never wanted to forgive me anyway. With that, Chu Jun pressed the phone number. You dare? Chu Jun, stop it, Yi Qingxue shouted anxiously. It was so hard for her to move out from Ye's house. If Yi Tian knew that she was in a car accident, then she probably won't be able to move out for the rest of her life. It would be better to let her live with this woman all the time than to just kill her. Just as Yi Qingxue was about to get up and block the way, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of the two. Auntie, I wonder if we could have a little chat. Hospital rooftop. Chu Jun curiously surveyed the young man in front of her who had suddenly interrupted her. You're Lindbergh? Lin Bai gave a slight start. He didn't expect Chu Jun to actually recognize him. Auntie knows me? Sort of. Earlier, when Chu Jun investigated Xiao Ran. By the way, even Lin Bai and Zhou Tian and the others were investigated. Although Lindbergh's current appearance was slightly different from before. Still, she recognized it instantly. However, Lin Bai was unaware of these things. At that moment, Chu Jun asked again, where is Xiao Ran? Why isn't he at the hospital taking care of Qingxue? Hearing this, if Lin Bai couldn't react anymore, then he would be Xiao Ran that big fool. Ran had to go out for something. Since Chu Jun knew all about Xiao Ran and Yi Qingxue being together, then how could he, a good brother, not help Xiao Ran put in a good word in front of his mother-in-law to be? As expected, when Chu Jun heard this, he immediately frowned. Out. Ran said he had something urgent to do and left my girlfriend at the hospital to take care of my sister-in-law before leaving. I'm sorry, Lindbergh explained. How long has he been gone? Chu Jun's voice had taken on a hint of anger. Left yesterday, Lin Bai said indifferently. However, the exact time was just after 10 p.m. last night, so there's nothing wrong with him saying yesterday. Anyway, it was up to Chukin himself to turn his brain. Xiao Ran, you're such a good brother to me. Lindbergh, they're all brothers. Don't be polite. In the next second, Chu Jun's face became visibly gloomy. A faintly murderous aura also arose. Good Xiao Ran. Even if Qingxue didn't notify us of the car accident, I can't believe I left her alone in the hospital. Watching Chu Jun become completely enraged, Lin Bai's mouth also revealed a triumphant smile. System, check Chu Jun's basic information. Name, Chu Jun. Age, 39. Height, 166. Weight, 90. Face value, 97. Realm, late Ming Jin. Love value, 12. Hate value, 8. With a face value of 97. It was worthy of being the wife of the head of the Yi family, but when Lin Bai saw the column of realms, his entire body froze. Chu Jun. This stepmother of Yi Qingxue was actually an ancient martial artist. For Chu Jun, Lin Bai actually didn't have too many memories. He only knew that Chu Jun had married Yi Tian shortly after Yi Qingxue's mother died. Yi Qingxue couldn't accept Chu Jun marrying Yi Tian, which is why she flew abroad and lived there for more than 10 years. Other than knowing that their mother and daughter did not get along, Lin Bai did not know anything about this woman. How could she have imagined that this beautiful woman, who looked so softly, it would actually be an ancient martial artist? And it's still a late-stage Mingjin martial artist. Ordinary people who want to become ancient martial artists still need extremely harsh conditions, not to mention becoming a third-realm martial artist. This woman has secrets. Auntie, do you want the two of them to break up? Inside the VIP box. Why haven't they come back yet? Yi Qingxue had an anxious look on her face. Although she was grateful to Lin Bai for helping her stop Chu Jun, this Lin Bai guy didn't follow the rules. It would be a problem if it made things more complicated. Qingxue, don't be anxious, trust Lin Bai. He'll take care of it. Hongya comforted. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the door, which had been silent for so long, was opened, and then Lindbergh walked in with heavy steps. Ha, how come you're the only one back? Hanyo wondered. Auntie went back, Lin Bai said with an expressionless face. However, those eyes were tightly fixed on Yi Qingxue. Go back? Then so she won't take Qingxue back? Hongya exulted. Lindbergh nodded and responded faintly. Aha. At those words, Yi Qingxue on the hospital bed also breathed a sigh of relief. But Lin Bai's next sentence instantly made her heart, which had just been put down, hang again. Hongya, you go out first. I'll talk to my sister-in-law alone. Oh, good. Chapter 121, Punishing Yi Qingxue. What? Exactly. Are you telling me? VIP inside the hospital room. Lin Bai stood expressionlessly in front of Yi Qingxue. Those deep, icy eyes were locked on each other in a death grip. Give me my stuff back. These few short words seemed to carry an endless chill of. It made the temperature of the whole room plummet. Hearing these words, Yi Qingxue's heart trembled violently. She stammered in response. WH? What is it? I don't know what you're talking about. While she was speaking, one of her hands crept involuntarily under the pillow. It seems to be trying to hide something. However, her small movements were caught in Lin Bai's eyes. Only the corner of Lin Bai's mouth hooked into a cold smile. It seems I've been too kind to you all this time. So much so that someone is starting to get a little carried away. With that, Lindbergh began to lose his armor. Seeing this, Yi Qingxue instantly lost her face in fear and hurriedly spoke out to stop it. You, what do you want to do? Hongya is still outside. Don't mess around. However, at this moment, Lin Bai had already been overwhelmed by anger and simply ignored Yi Qingshue's pleas for mercy. You provoked me first. Today I'll let you know what you'll pay for touching something you shouldn't. No, don't. It took a long time before Lindbergh regained the appearance he had when he came in. He turned his head slowly and the eyes rested lightly on the heartbreaking young girl in the hospital bed, only to see that the skin that was originally as white as snow was now covered with shocking red marks. It was as if they had been subjected to an unparalleled cruelty. However, he only glanced at it indifferently and spoke without a trace of emotion. I've made a deal with that woman. She promised not to tell your father about it, but she'll be here every day to take care of you until you're fully recovered. You bear with me in the meantime. When he said that, he picked up the red 1,000 paper cranes that he had put aside, and he walked out without looking back. The door to the room had just closed. The miserable young girl in the hospital bed who had been holding back her pain and aggravation just couldn't hold it together any longer. Tears were rushing out like a flood from a broken dike. Instantly it blurred her haggard, beautiful face. Lindbergh, you heartless bastard. Abominable to the core ***. Heartless beasts. On a bench outside the hospital. Aren't you being a bit too cruel to Qingshui like this? Hongya looked at Lin Bai in a complicated manner. What? You and her really became good girlfriends? Lin Bai couldn't help but tease. Hongya glared at Lin Bai angrily. While it's true that Qingshui was in the wrong for stealing from you, she didn't realize that that item was important to you. Lin Bai smiled gently. Do you want to say that those who don't know are not guilty? Hongya shook her head and continued. I have no intention of excusing her. I just think that's rude of you. And I talked to Qingshui a lot last night. I can feel that Qingshui cares about you. I can't believe you can't feel it. So, do you want me to go back and apologize to her? Lin Bai stared tightly at Hongya. His sharp gaze seemed as if it was trying to pierce through the other party's soul. And Hongya likewise looked back at Lin Bai without showing any weakness, her eyes firm and indifferent. I don't know how long it took, but Hongya finally took the lead in breaking this silence. Only her chin was slightly raised and her vermilion lips were lightly parted. Whether you apologize or not is your business. What's it to me? I wish you two would fall out. That way, I have one less competitor. As if Lin Bai had guessed that Hongya would say this, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Then she's in your care. I'll leave you to it. Go, you didn't just come? Hongya frowned slightly. It can't be helped. Someone is still waiting for me. Lin Bai raised the 1,000 paper cranes in his hand and turned around and left the place. What a total scumbag. Yushan District. Sleeping at home is comfortable. You can sleep until you wake up. All the earlier worries seemed to be left behind. Walking out of the room, Xiao Ran could smell the aroma of breakfast. It had been months since he'd been home and he didn't even brush his teeth before making his way to the table. Reaching out, he grabbed a chayo and shoved it into his mouth. Just as Xiao Ran was eating vigorously, a familiar grumbling voice suddenly came from behind him. Have you brushed your teeth and washed your face? Just start eating straight away. When Xiao Ran turned around, he saw his mother, Yu Yao, walking over with 2 bowls of thin meat porridge. As soon as he saw his favorite lean meat porridge, Xiao Ran's eyes were glowing. However, he was just about to reach out when he was sanctioned by Yu Yao's chopsticks. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. The aggrieved Xiao Ran could only greatly run into the bathroom. 3 clicks later, he sat down at the table and began to enjoy the long overdue breakfast. It's delicious. The school cafeteria is weak compared to mom's breakfast. Xiao Ran ate while not forgetting to praise his mother. However, Yu Yao does not eat this. Since the cafeteria isn't good, you're still not going home on weekends. Yu Yao didn't have the good sense to say. It would be fine if Xiao Ran went to school out of town, but Xiao Ran went to college right here in the area, and home is just over an hour from school. However, Xiao Ran hadn't come back once since school started. Every time I call, I say the school is busy with this, that, no time, all kinds of excuses come and go. It's not that school is busy. Xiao Ran smiled awkwardly. How could Yu Yao not know Xiao Ran's mind? Only that she was still incomparably lost in her heart. By the way, Mom, are you and Uncle Nyo making progress? Xiao Ran suddenly came up with a sentence as he ate. Yu Yao gave a slight beat and pretended to be calm. What progress or not? It's not still the same. No progress? Then why do I feel like you look a lot better, Mom? Xiao Ran frowned. Your mom, I have a good mind. The more I live the younger I get, can't I? Yu Yao couldn't help but give Xiao Ran a blank look. Sure, but Mom, it's not a good idea for you to be alone all the time. I'm still in school, and I come back few enough times as it is. When I graduate and get a job, the number of times you come back must be even less. And how can I be confident that you'll be home alone then? Uncle Nyo has watched me grow up. He is simple and honest. The key is that he is very devoted to you. Mom, why don't you try to go out with Uncle Kao first? Mom, are you my mom or am I your mom? How dare you meddle in my affairs? I'm doing this for your sake. Mom, a good man like Uncle Neo can't be found anywhere. I'm afraid you'll regret missing out on Uncle Neo for the rest of your life. Still talking, stomping on your nose. Ha, ugh. Mom, it's okay to do it. Don't move your chopsticks. It hurts. Chapter 122 Guing fainted. Mom, I'm your own son. You're hitting me too hard. Xiao Ran was somewhat speechless as he looked at his arms that didn't have an ounce of intactness. Yu Yao did not pay any attention to Xiao Ran and ate her breakfast calmly. Yet it was this perverse behavior that aroused Xiao Ran's suspicion. No, Mom, you weren't like this before, and I used to set you up with Uncle Neo. You never hit me. That's because I'm too lazy to talk to you. Yu Yao didn't have the good sense to say. Even though Yu Yao hid it well, Xiao Ran still detected a hint of panic in the other party's eyes. Mom, you don't think you've already got a stepdad for me, do you? Upon this statement, Yu Yao fleshed out and panicked. You? What are you babbling about? I'm a handful of years old. Who would look at me? Yu Yao's panic further confirmed Xiao Ran's suspicions. What a handful of years. Even 20-somethings aren't as young as Mom. Pretty good. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll whip you back. Yu Yao looked over with one angry eyebrow, and Xiao Ran immediately wimped out. Don't be impulsive. Women get old when they get angry. Only after seeing Yu Yao calm down did Xiao Ran continue. But Mom, if you do find someone, remember to bring them back to me. I'll keep an eye on you, too, and say yes. Seeing Yu Yao pick up his chopsticks again, Xiao Ran scattered his legs and slipped away. I'm going to go get groceries from Uncle Neo first. Looking at the framed and rattling iron door, Yu Yao couldn't help but sigh as well. Shouldn't have been so impulsive that night. First affiliated hospital. In the intensive care unit, Guing looked indignantly at the man in the hospital bed who was pale to the core. Mr. Chow, how could you do this? We clearly agreed on 5 million before. She had sympathized with the terminally ill and dying man, but she hadn't expected the man to suddenly offer to raise the price when she was giving her settlement. And it's a straight up $5 million on top of the original $5 million. In other words, Auntie Wang has to give him $1 million first, if she wants to have an operation. It's the only way to get the heart. Even if she had a good temper, she was completely pissed off at this moment. However, in the face of Guing's anger, that dying Mr. Chow was indifferent. $1 million is not a penny less, and if you can't accept that, then forget it. The words just fell, only to hear a thud. A muffled sound came. The crowd followed the sound to look at. However, a figure was already kneeling straight down in front of Mr. Chow. Witnessing Xiao Qin's sudden move, Guing's face instantly changed. Qin, don't be like this. Get up quickly. Guing cried out eagerly while reaching out her hand and trying to yank his opponent up off the ground with force. But the moment she touched the kitsune's arm, his gaze just met Xiao Qin's tear-filled eyes. Immediately afterward, Guing felt as if she had been struck by an invisible force. The hands went involuntarily slack. Without Guing to stop her, Xiao Qin begged on her knees. Uncle Chow, this $5 million is really all our family can take out. Without your heart, my mom would have died. I only have my mom as a relative. Uncle Sao, I beg you. Woohoo. Seeing Mr. Chow's silence, Xiao Qin knelt on the ground and then kowtowed. Seeing this, Guing's eyes instantly turned red, and she forced herself not to let the tears fall. Even the doctors and nurses who were standing around had their heads turned sideways and couldn't bear to watch this heartbreaking scene again. However, even though Xiao Qin begged so hard, that Mr. Chow still did not change his face. It stood like a statue with an iron heart. You don't have to waste any more words. I said $1 million, not a penny less. Hearing this, Xiao Qin, who originally had a glimmer of hope, was struck by a bolt from the blue, instantly collapsed to the floor. Guing rushed forward to hold him tightly in her arms. Xiao Qin hugged Guing and then began to cry loudly. That cry sounded so heartbreaking, so desperate. Because of the excessive grief, Xiao Qin directly cried out. After handing Xiao Qin over to the nurse, Guing returned to Mr. Chow. Only her gaze was cold as she looked at the dying man in front of her. Is it true that if I give you $1 million, you'll give up your heart? Mr. Chow responded indifferently. That's right. Good. I'll give you $1 million, but I need the heart tomorrow. No way. I've got 10 days left. You can last 10 days, but Xiao Qin, her mom, won't last 10 days. I'll give you 3 days tops, and if you don't say yes, then forget it. After saying that, Guing walked out of the hospital room without looking back. However, she had just stepped out of the hospital room when her eyes suddenly went black. In the nick of time, a pair of large, warm hands reached out just in time. When she woke up, she realized that she was lying in an extremely luxurious hospital room. She was just about to get up when a familiar voice came to her ear. Don't move. Lie down honestly. Looking around, she saw Lin Bai walking towards her with a plate of washed fruits. What are you doing here? I came over to see a friend and happened to see some guy who doesn't eat breakfast almost pass out on the floor. I'm sorry, Lindbergh said with some anger. She started skipping breakfast a long time ago in order to pay back the money, and fainting was a common occurrence. She spent the vast majority of the morning on sweets, but it was too busy to. She forgot to buy candy. I didn't expect to actually faint in front of Lindbergh. Just then, Lin Bai's gentle and intimate voice once again came from her ears. Open your mouth. Guing, who heard these words, couldn't help but faintly freeze. Then, as if she was driven by some kind of magic, involuntarily, she opened her pink, red lips. Immediately afterward, a small, creamy strawberry was stuffed into her cherry mouth. She subconsciously chewed on the strawberry. In the next second, as if she had discovered a new continent, her eyes blossomed with a scorching light. Is it delicious? Lindbergh was wearing a smile on his face, asked softly in his low, magnetic voice. Guing nodded her head repeatedly, her pair of beautiful eyes constantly flickering with an undisguised glow of joy. Seeing such a cute reaction from her, Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he said softly as he had just done, open your mouth. Guing obediently opened her mouth and waited for someone to feed her. I don't know if it was because Lin Bai was slow to react, or if Guing was just too anxious to replenish her energy. Lin Bai just gently placed the brightly colored strawberry to Guing's lips. Before Lin Bai had a chance to draw back his hand, Guing couldn't wait to take a bite. Fortunately, Guing didn't bite Lin Bai's finger. However, her lips, which were already looking extraordinarily red and inviting, at the moment, it was fitting right on the edge of Lin Bai's fingertips in an unbiased manner. The moment their fingers and lips touched, it was as if a spell had been cast on the two of them. Both couldn't help but stare slightly. Immediately afterward, Guing's cheeks, which looked slightly pale, were instantly as if a fire had been lit. A shy blush rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Lindbergh's heart began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. It's as if it's going to call out next. Time also seemed to stand still at this moment, and everything around them began to blur. Only the two gazed at each other silently, an unspeakable emotion in both their eyes. I don't know how much time passed before Guing took the lead in breaking this incomparably ambiguous atmosphere. Or should I just do it myself? Lie back. I'll do it. Oh. Chapter 123, The Tangled Shaoran. Really? Are you telling the truth, Sister Haru? Did he really promise to hand over his heart? Xiaoqin tearfully looked at Guing in front of her. After being fed an unknown number of fruits by Lindbergh, Guing's pale cheeks finally had color. Well, Mr. Xiao changed his mind when he saw you crying and fainting. Promise to give your heart to your aunt for $5 million. Great. Mom is saved. Great. Xiaoqin excitedly hugged Guing. It's all because of the kitsune. If Auntie Wang knew that, she would definitely be very relieved. Guing gently soothed Xiaoqin. After accompanying Xiaoqin for a while longer, Guing then exited the ward. The door to the room had just closed when a familiar voice came to his ears. Why don't you tell her about the $1 million? Looking around, he saw Lindbergh, who was expressionlessly leaning against the wall. Guing faintly shook her head. In order to raise money for Auntie Wang's operation and her settlement. It's been a long time since Xiaoqin had a good night's sleep. So, you're going to carry the extra $5 million in debt alone? Lindbergh couldn't help but frown. If you can. Guing bit her red lips tightly. With a hint of pleading, he looked at Lin Bai. Lin Bai gazed at Guing for a long time. I don't know how long it took before the two appeared outside the hospital. Just ask if there's anything you want to ask. Lin Bai looked at Guing in front of him, who looked like she wanted to speak. Whispered. After hesitating for a few seconds, Guing then opened her mouth to ask. Did you already know he would raise the fee temporarily? Is that why you gave me $1 million? The he mentioned here is, needless to say, the terminally ill Mr. Chow. Hearing this question, Lindbergh didn't have the slightest surprise, and replied indifferently. Didn't you already guess? Guing frowned. Why? Why is he doing this? $5 million for an ordinary man. It's already a huge fortune that's hard to earn in a lifetime. Isn't that much money enough? Facing Guing's series of questions, Lin Bai sighed slightly. The tone was deep and full of emotion. Because human nature tends to be greedy. He's lived one more life. He's seen too many different kinds of people. There is no lack of people like Mr. Chow among them. Even if it's greed. This is too much. Doesn't he realize that $500,000 can easily destroy a family? Guing's face was filled with anger. Her beautiful eyes glaring round and, the fire of anger seemed to spurt from his eyes. Looking at Guing, who was so annoyed in front of him, a pleased smile appeared on Lin Bai's face as well. I thought you would continue to sympathize with him. Lin Bai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Earlier I was quite sympathetic to him, but not anymore. Guing gritted her teeth. The tone was morose. That's fine. One thing I'll warn you about, though, is that he can raise it from 5 million to a million? Then there's the possibility of adding another $1 million to $2 million or more. At those words, Guing instantly panicked. So, what am I supposed to do? I do have a foolproof plan, but I'm hungry now. So, inside the largest food market near the Moon Hill neighborhood, Xiao ran. What do you think of this shrimp? Your mom likes shrimp, so I bought them in a stew. Steaming is good too. Xiao ran. Do you think this old hen is fat? Your mom loves chicken soup. Xiao ran. Look at these ribs. Ran. Stand here while I go catch one of your mom's favorite blackfish. Looking at Niuwu, who was constantly busy for his mother in front of him, Xiao Ran's heart was indescribably complex. Niuwu has been with him since he was old enough to know better, been quietly acting as a dad. If it weren't for Niuwu, he would have become what his classmates call a fatherless child. He was grateful to Niuwu, but at the same time he recognized Niuwu from the bottom of his heart. That's why he kept setting the two up. Yet now he was in a tangle. Although Yu Yao did not explicitly say that, but as a son, Xiao Ran knew that his mother definitely had someone in mind, and that person was definitely not Niuwu. It was a little hard for him to accept, even though he had already considered Niuwu as his father. Not to mention the man in front of them who had selflessly dedicated himself to their family for over a decade. He didn't dare to imagine how devastated and uncomfortable Niuwu would be if he knew. Ugh, what am I gonna do? It was only 10 minutes later that the two were walking home with several bags of ingredients. Xiao Ran, what's wrong with you? I feel like you're a bit restless today. Did something happen? Niuwu looked at Xiao Ran, who had suddenly fallen silent, with a face full of concern. No, I was just wondering about all that school stuff. Xiao Ran slightly lowered his head. His eyes flickered and his speech was somewhat less natural. Niuwu, however, had always treated Xiao Ran as if he were his own son, paying extra attention to his every move. How could he not see that Xiao Ran had something in his mind? Only Niuwu patted Xiao Ran's shoulder and spoke in a serious tone. Xiao Ran, although Uncle Niu doesn't know what happened, if you're in any trouble, and remember to come and talk to your Uncle Cao when it's not convenient to talk to your mother yet, though your Uncle Niu is not capable of anything earth-shattering, but at least you've been through a lot of storms, so you can still help more or less. Uncle Niu, you're really being overly concerned. I'm really fine. Xiao Ran hurriedly raised his head and, barely squeezing out a smile in response, Niuwu naturally would not easily believe Xiao Ran's words, but stared at him closely for a while. It was only until he was sure that Xiao Ran really didn't want to say more that he burst out laughing bashfully. Ha ha, in that case then Uncle is relieved. However, you have to remember what I just said, and remember to be the first to contact your Uncle Niu if you encounter any trouble. Xiao Ran nodded with incomparable emotion. I know. Okay, then let's hurry up and go. Don't let your mom wait at home anxious. Aha. Chapter 124, 3 Requests for Guing. Hongying Street, inside the noodle restaurant named Noodle Lala, handsome-looking young man sitting alone by the window. He kept his gaze in the direction of the back kitchen, his eyes flickering now and then as if in anticipation of something. In a few moments, a stunningly beautiful young girl with a clear face then walked out from the back kitchen with a steaming bowl of noodles. The moment the young girl appeared, the man's eyes clearly brightened a few more points, and the young girl's eyes unconsciously curved into a crescent moon when she saw the man sitting quietly at the window. Soon, a bowl of chicken noodle soup that was almost exactly the same as yesterday was placed in front of Lin Bai. Looking at the familiar smiling face on it, Lin Bai couldn't help but ask curiously, "This sausage and egg comes with your store package?" Guing shook her head. "Chicken noodle soup is just chicken soup and noodles. I'm afraid you won't have enough. It was added especially for you. So eat it, it won't be as good when you're dizzy." With that, Guing took out a pair of chopsticks from the cutlery box on the side and handed them to Lin Bai. Lin Bai was just about to take the chopsticks when he saw Guing's rolling throat. Since it's a noodle shop, there should be little bowls for kids in the store, right? Yes, but what do you need this for? Go get 2 of them. Oh good. A few moments later, Lin Bai served a small bowl of chicken noodle soup and placed it in front of Guing. Guing, who was slow to react, waved her hand back and forth. "I'm not hungry, you're on your own." However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Bai's unquestionable interruption. "Eat," like a child who was afraid of an angry parent. Guing picked up her chopsticks and buried her head in her food. "How was it? Is it good?" Lin Bai looked at Guing tenderly. Guing nodded repeatedly. "Of course it's delicious." Lin Bai smiled gently. "You're not modest at all." Guing's pretty face blushed. "Hurry up and eat. I have something to tell you afterward." Oh. The steaming bowl of chicken noodle soup was quickly devoured as the two of them shared it. "Wait for me first." After saying that, Guing walked towards the kitchen with the dishes. It was only after 2 minutes that the cleaned-up Guing returned to Lin Bai. Alright, you can say it. Guing looked at Lin Bai seriously. You should know what kind of relationship the two of us have now, right? Lin Bai slowly spoke. You are the debtor. I am the debtor. As for a deeper relationship, Guing didn't dare to be delusional. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently rose. Since I'm a debtor, it's not too much for me to make a few demands, right? Guing, not too much. Lindbergh, then my first request is that from today you must eat on time. Guing, huh? Lindbergh, you heard me right. All I'm asking is for you to eat on time. You can't miss a single meal 3 times a day. And not only that, you must take a picture to show me every day when you eat. Guing, on what grounds? Lindbergh, just because I'm your debtor. Guing pouted unhappily. If she ate for every meal, she's spending so much more money every month. Heartache. How could Lin Bai not know Guing's mind? Only to see the corner of his mouth hooked. Then he continued. Of course, I won't let you have anything for nothing. As long as you send me pictures of your 3 meals every day, I'll subtract $200 from what you owe me. Upon hearing this, Guing's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Lindbergh smiled, then responded. Aha. Guing, who received an affirmative reply, immediately made calculations in her mind. The previous $300, 000 plus $1 million for the surgery, plus another $1 million for the settlement. She now owes Lindbergh a total of 3,200,000 a day, 600 a month, 72,000 a year, 1130 divided by 7, 2 is 156, 94 years. That's just what she earns from Lindbergh. She still has a job of her own and occasionally goes part-time. If you count all of them, it is inevitable that you will not be able to pay off this debt in your lifetime. But even if it's all paid off, she doesn't have many years of free time left. Still, you have to think of a way to pay off this debt quickly. There it is. She can go get the web map and send it to Lindbergh when she gets there. That way she could save a ton of money on food. Thinking about this, Guing felt like her life was full of hope. However, Lin Bai's next words instantly dashed her hopes. Regarding the photos, I have additional requirements. There must be 3 photographs of each meal, before, during, and after dinner, respectively, and bring the time when the 3 photos were taken. Ha? Would that be too much trouble? How else would I know if you're really eating or not? And most importantly, falsehoods are prohibited. If I find out you're faking, you'll have to pay me a fine of $200,000. 200,000. Isn't that too much? Guing exclaimed. I'm the debtor, and all interpretations are mine, and if you don't accept them, just pay back the money now. Lin Bai looked at Guing with a smirk. How can I have the money to pay you back now? Guing couldn't help but grumble. Then there's nothing we can do. Lin Bai shrugged helplessly. Guing was silent for a while, then spoke. Okay, I promise. Lin Bai smiled confidently as if he had already guessed it. In that case, I'll make my second request. Go ahead. My 2 requirements are that you must be on call 24 hours a day. Whenever I call for you, you all have to put down everything in your hands and rush to me at fire speed. Lin Bai said with a straight face. If I'm sleeping, and also have to rush over immediately? Guing frowned. Lin Bai nodded. That's right. This is too much of a denial of human rights. I owe you money. I'm not a puppy you can use at will. Guing wanted to be angry at Lin Bai, but she couldn't. Come out and see me once and I'll give you 10,000 off what you owe. As soon as the words left his mouth, Guing immediately gave Lin Bai a show of what it meant to change his face at the speed of light. Hey, then you can call me all you want, preferably dozens of times a day. Lin Bai forced a smile and continued. My third request is, from today on you can't have physical contact with any man. Not any man? Guing was stunned. No way. Not an old man about to die or a newborn baby. Lin Bai said word for word. Guing looked at Lin Bai in a daze, and only after a long time did she open her mouth and say, okay, I know. Those are the 3 requirements I can think of at the moment. I'll tell you the rest when I think of them. Oh, since you're fine with it, I'll leave first. With that, Lin Bai got up and prepared to leave. However, he hadn't gone more than a few steps before he stopped again. About that Chow thing, I'll arrange for a lawyer to come by tomorrow. You'll just listen to her in everything when the time comes. Without waiting for Guing to say anything, Lin Bai walked out of Noodle Lala, and then quickly disappeared in front of Guing's eyes. Looking at the direction Lin Bai left, the corner of Guing's mouth involuntarily raised. A faint blush rose to her cheeks as well. Grandma, there really are people in this world who are as good to Chinger as you are. Chapter 125, The Terrified Nyowu. Moon Hill Subdivision. 1201 Interior. Xiao Ran was preparing the lunch utensils in front of the dining table. Chef Nyowu, on the other hand, was in the kitchen cooking elaborate meals. while Yu Yao, who was the birthday girl, was sitting on the sofa in an incomparably leisurely manner. From time to time, his eyes looked at Xiao Ran, who was busy. Just then, Niu Wu's voice suddenly came from the kitchen. Ran, bring me a bottle of soy sauce. Yu Yao, who heard the voice, was subconsciously about to get up, but Xiao Ran stopped her in the next second. Mom, don't move, I got it. Saying that, Xiao Ran picked up a bottle of soy sauce and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Yu Yao could only show a relieved yet helpless expression. It would have been nice if the man had been there at this time. I wonder what he's doing. Picking up her cell phone, she launched herself. Inside the kitchen, Xiao Ran handed the unwrapped soy sauce to Niu Wu. Niu Wu took the soy sauce and poured it into the pan. He's making braised pork right now, and adding a little soy sauce adds color and makes it taste better. After sprinkling some properly, he covered the pot. Just as he was about to turn his head to busy himself with other dishes, he saw Xiao Ran, who looked like he wanted to speak. Ran, what's wrong? Do you have something to say? After glancing in the direction of the living room to make sure his mother wasn't looking over, Xiao Ran. It was only then that he spoke in a whisper. Uncle Cao, it's my mom's birthday today, and it's the perfect time to. Why don't you take today to have a showdown with my mom? He's been distracted since he got back from the food market. After agonizing over it for so long, he was ultimately unable to favor Yu Yao. Ha! Niu Wu did not expect Xiao Ran to say these words, and under shock, he directly screamed out. Luckily, Yu Yao was now immersed in thoughts of Lin Bai and didn't even notice this side. Xiao Ran was relieved. If Yu Yao knew he was up to something, he probably wouldn't be able to avoid another chopsticks beating. This isn't too good, right? Niu Wu's face showed a difficult expression. He naturally knew about Xiao Ran's desire to set him up with Yu Yao, and it was for this reason that it was only then that he had no reservations about Xiao Ran, but the matter was not up to the two men. He's tried Yu Yao not 100 but dozens of times over the years, but every time, it was to no avail. It would be fine if the confession succeeded, but if it failed, how awkward it would be for the two of them to meet in the future. He was more afraid of becoming a stranger with Yu Yao compared to being with her. This was the root cause of how he couldn't say anything every time the words came to him. Xiao Ran also knew Niu Wu's concern, but nowadays, his mother might already have someone. If Niu Wu keeps squirming, he's really going to have to call someone dad. It's not that he can't take it, it's just that compared to other people, he would have preferred his dad to be Niu Wu. Uncle Bull, I know what you're worried about, but there are some things that if you never take the initiative, it would never come to fruition, Xiao Ran said in a serious tone. But, seeing that Niu Wu was still entangled, Xiao Ran could only take out the killer. Uncle Niu, I won't hide from you that the reason I looked so preoccupied earlier, actually, it's because I found out that my mom seems to have a man and I don't know how. Before the words left his mouth, Niu Wu exclaimed. What? This time it was extraordinarily loud. So much so that Yu Yao on the sofa was startled. What's wrong? The quick reacting Xiao Ran hurriedly explained. Nothing, Uncle Niu and I were talking about soccer. Tonight is the life and death match between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sun Kingdom. If we can win, Dragon Nation might be able to go straight out. Uncle Cao got too excited for a moment and that's why he called out. Right, Uncle Cao, Xiao Ran said while pushing Niu Wu, whose face was a little pale. Yeah, we were talking about soccer. Sorry for scaring you, Yaoi. Although Yu Yao was a bit puzzled, he didn't say anything, because he was almost discovered by Yu Yao. Xiao Ran did not dare to linger. After giving Niu Wu an encouraging look, he left the kitchen. Niu Wu fumed in place for a while before returning to the stove in a daze. He had wanted it to go smoothly, and it would have been nice if it had been watered down. I didn't expect Xiao Ran to bring such heavy and shocking news. As for the truth, although Xiao Ran is Yu Yao's son, but not nearly as attached to him as Yu Yao, he didn't believe Xiao Ran would cheat him. Not to mention the fact that Xiao Ran's preoccupied appearance earlier was in his eyes. Then there was only one possibility. The Yaoer he was pining for might actually have a favorite. At the thought of it, those hands of his holding the shovel shook uncontrollably. Small townhouse. Inside the kitchen, Xia Yue hummed a cheerful tune as she cooked the food. Since learning to cook, Xia Yue gradually fell in love with cooking. When she's not doing anything, she brushes up on food bloggers and learns about cooking. Nowadays, she's not quite a chef, but she definitely has a few tricks up her sleeve. In no time at all, a plate of colorful and fragrant tomato scrambled eggs successfully came out of the pan. Too bad there's no one to share my food with. Just as Xia Yue was looking at the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and feeling lonely alone, a pair of large, warm hands suddenly hugged her from behind, and with it, the voice that made her fall in love. What? I don't count as a person? Why are you back? Xia Yue looked at Lin Bai with delight. I let someone off the hook in the morning, so I've come back to make up for it. Lin Bai smiled gently. Count on you having a conscience. Since you're back, How about trying the scrambled eggs with tomatoes made by this lady? Said. Xia Yue picked up a piece of egg and handed it to Lin Bai. Lin Bai didn't refuse and opened his mouth to eat it. Well, isn't it better than before? Xia Yue looked expectant. It does taste much better. But what? Xia Yue frowned. But compared to scrambled eggs with tomatoes, I'd rather eat something else. Lin Bai laughed badly. Something else? Just as Xia Yue was puzzled, she only saw a sharp jolt that those white cheeks were tinted with a blush in a matter of moments. I don't know how long it took before the two appeared at the table. Only Xia Yue's expression looked so sultry. On the contrary, Lin Bai took a big bite of his meal and didn't smell too good. Aren't you going to eat? Lin Bai looked at Xia Yue in a pretense of innocence. Don't eat. Let me starve to death. Xia Yue huffed and twisted her head. Since you're not eating, these are all mine. Seeing that Lin Bai was directly about to pick up his plate, Xia Yue instantly couldn't sit still. You old shyster batch. Save some for me. I thought you said you weren't going to eat? Women like to say the opposite, don't you know? So when you said no you meant yes? Yikes. Lindbergh, I'll kill you. Chapter 126, The Spiteful Lu Qing. On the couch, the two figures hugged each other tightly. It took a long time before the two parted reluctantly. Not angry, are you? Lin Bai gently wiped the water stains at the corners of Xia Yue's mouth. If you do that next time, I won't let you in my bed. I'm sorry, Xia Yue panted. Like that? What kind? Lindbergh had a bad smile on his face. You. Seeing that Xia Yue was about to have another attack, Lin Bai hurriedly changed his words. Okay, enough teasing, let's get down to business. I knew it wouldn't be that simple if you came back suddenly. Xia Yue didn't have the good sense to give Lin Bai a glance. You should know quite a few lawyers. Recommend me one. Lin Bai suddenly said with a straight face. A lawyer? What do you need a lawyer for? Xia Yue was curious. Then Lin Bai briefly told Xia Yue about Gu Qing's matter. Xia Yue's eyes were instantly out of place after hearing this. I'm afraid that this Gu Qing has an uncomplicated relationship with you, right? Unsurprisingly, she will be your good sister, Lin Bai graciously admitted. In Yi Qingshue's place, Yu Yao, he might have hesitated. But Xia Yue, there's nothing to hide. I knew you guys wouldn't help others for no reason. Xia Yue couldn't help but grumble. This is an important matter. Please, your wife. As a born-again person, Lindbergh naturally knows quite a few reliable lawyers, but those guys aren't developed yet, so there's no guarantee that there won't be accidents. So it was better to let Xia Yue, who was a rich girl, help. Of course, Yi Qingxue could do it too, except that chick had just finished being tortured by him. Definitely won't do him any favors. Alright, I know. I'll arrange it, Xia Yue said impatiently. Then I'll work hard for my wife. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Said. Lindbergh got up and was ready to leave. However, before he could take a few steps, he suddenly stopped again and looked back at Xia Yue and said, by the way, remember to set her up with a female lawyer. She's not good with men. After saying that, Lin Bai left without looking back. Still a female lawyer. It's obviously you who doesn't want your Gu Qing to have contact with other men. Xia Yue wasn't a little cutie. Would not be able to feel the importance Lin Bai placed on Gu Qing. It was impossible to say I wasn't jealous, but it was more of a curiosity. She was curious as to what kind of woman could make Lindbergh so old and a stringent batch so serious. Right. Yu Ting happens to be in Yi City, so let her go and poke around that Gu Qing tomorrow. Xia Yue's eyes flashed with a wry color. Moon Hill Subdivision, 1201 Interior. Yu Yao, Xiao Ran and Niu Wu, who had been busy all morning, were also finally sitting at the table at this moment. Yaoer, it's your birthday today. I'll drink to you. I wish you good health and happiness every day. Think big and get rich. Niu Wu said almost all the idioms that could be blessed. It was only then that he took a sip from his glass of white wine. Seeing Niu Wu drinking so heavily, Yu Yao was also startled, but she didn't think much of it. Since Uncle Niu has finished, I'll keep it simple. Only Xiao Ran first poured himself a cup, then after taking a deep breath, only then did he look at Yu Yao in a serious manner. I wish my mom to stay young forever and be 18 every day. What are you talking nonsense about? You're already a handful of years old, and you're still 18. Yu Yao didn't have the good sense to say. Anyway, Mom is just always 18 in my heart, Xiao Ran said in a firm tone. Seeing Xiao Ran look so serious, Yu Yao was also incomparably moved. There is no woman who doesn't care about her age. Though she doesn't show it, she does face the agony of growing old every day. Fine, I'm 18. Let's eat. Come on. I'm not done yet. And, that's for sure. Uncle Niu has said so much. How can I just finish with one sentence? Come on then. Your Uncle Niu has been working all morning. It's time to let people have a hot meal. I'm sorry, Yu Yao urged. It's fine. There's no rush. Niu Wu shook his head. Then I'll proceed to wish Mom an early chance to find the man of her dreams and give me a little brother as soon as possible. At these words, the scene was instantly silent. After a long time, Yu Yao said with a shy face, what are you babbling about? I'm not kidding. Mom's so young and beautiful, it's easy for her to find another one, isn't it, Uncle Cao? Yes, Xiao Ran is right, Niu Wu said as he looked straight at Yu Yao. Xiao Ran's intention should not be too obvious, and he was curious how Yu Yao would respond. If it's still the same laugh as before, that's fine, but if... His hands clenched involuntarily at the thought of that answer he couldn't accept. After about 2 minutes, Yu Yao finally responded. Okay, let's eat. Such a glib reply caused both Xiao Ran and Niu Wu, who were sitting across from each other, to be slightly stunned. But soon a look of sorrow passed through Niu Wu's eyes. If there was still a trace of fluke in his heart before, then after Yu Yao said these words, that remaining fluke was also completely gone. Why, Yaoer, don't you understand how I feel about you? On the other hand, after leaving from the Little Ocean building, Lin Bai headed to the Pixie Moon Pavilion. After taking out the first-class membership token that Xia had given to do the job to hide his identity, he then managed to enter the Pixie Moon Pavilion. He then breezed outside Lu Qing's office on the first floor. Inside the office, Lu Qing was drawing something on a drawing board with a brush in hand. There was also a hint of shyness on her face from time to time. I don't know if I was so serious about painting that I didn't even notice someone knocking on the door. Outside the door, Lindbergh thought that people were not there, and had wanted to go straight away. But, driven by curiosity, he pressed the doorknob, only to give it a gentle push and, the door to the room actually just opened. The door to the room had just opened, and he saw Lu Qing, who was painting seriously in front of his desk. What are you drawing? Why don't you even open the door? With curiosity, he eased his footsteps and touched over slightly. It was only when he walked behind Lu Qing that he realized that it was actually him that was drawn on that drawing board. System, check the Lu Qing panel. Name, Lu Qing. Age, 37. Height, 168. Weight, 99. Face value, 96. Realm, none. Love value, 92. Hate value, 38. Nice guy, 92 love value. But how did this hate value go up so much as well? He remembered that the first time he viewed it was only 8 hate value. I think, just as Lin Bai was puzzled, he saw Lu Qing, who was painting, suddenly make a sharp turn and he started to take revenge on the Lindbergh on the drawing board. Bad pavilion master, stinking pavilion master, taking my first kiss, and taking so much advantage of me. Not a single message to people. Now Lindbergh knew where 38's hate value came from. Under Lu Qing's vengeance, the Lin Bai on the drawing board was soon completely disfigured. And the Lin Bai on the drawing board was completely disfigured. And the Lin Bai on the drawing board was quickly disfigured. It became a four-way street. Humph, let's get you started on me. I didn't realize you had such a grudge against me. Ha! Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Qing visibly froze for a moment. She had just turned. With a shudder, too, that quivering red lip then came a familiar and unfamiliar sensation. Chapter 127 Niu Wu's Final Confession. Chic and cozy in the room. Are you really not sorry? Lin Bai looked at the splash of red color on the bedsheet, and then looked at Lu Qing in his arms and asked. Lu Qing shook his head breathlessly. Everything Qinger has was given to me by the Pavilion of the Moon, and I'm willing to dedicate everything to the Pavilion of the Moon, including myself. That's true, but it was given to you by the Pixie Moon Pavilion, and even if deeper, that's also a favor from the previous Pavilion Master. It has nothing to do with me. The new Pavilion Master, right? I don't care. Anyway, you're the Pavilion Master now. Everything of Qinger is yours, Pavilion Master. Moreover, the Pavilion Master has already done that to Qinger. He can't not be responsible for Qinger. Looking at Lu Qing in his arms, who was just like a little child being pampered, Lin Bai's heart was also full of emotions. In his previous life, he had thoughts about the sexy and voluptuous Lu Qing. Not only him, even Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian had their hearts moved. But whether it was him, or Xiao Ran, or any other young talent in Yi City, or the sons of a family, none of them were able to become Lu Qing's guest of honor. But now, how long has it been since he was reborn? And he actually took down Lu Qing so easily. And the other person is still pampered in his arms. The genius is a bit dreamy. At this point it has to come down to this, rebirth is great. Seeing that Lin Bai hadn't given a reply, Lu Qing's eyes flashed with a look of determination. If Pavilion Master doesn't want to be responsible, then Qinger can only die. Said, Lu Qing picked up the dagger he had gotten from somewhere and put it on his neck. Seeing this, Lin Bai was also startled. Don't be impulsive. I didn't say I wouldn't take responsibility. Put the dagger down. Really? Pavilion Master will really be responsible for Qinger? Lu Qing's eyes reddened in an instant. As long as you don't mind me having lots of women. Before the words left his mouth, Lu Qing dropped his dagger and pounced. Qinger doesn't mind, as long as Pavilion Master doesn't abandon Qinger. Even if I were to be a lifelong lover to the Pavilion Master, Qinger would still be willing. If you are willing, then prepare to be punished. Punishment? Why? Did Qinger do something wrong? You tell me. How dare you scare me with a dagger? I'll have to punish you properly today before I can do anything about it. Don't. Flax fall. Pavilion Master husband. What is this? Lu Qing looked curiously at the brown-colored elixir in her hand. Originally, Lin Bai wanted Lu Qing to call her husband in private, but the other party insisted on bringing along the Pavilion Master. There's nothing he can do about it. This is the external power passing Dan. Eat it and you will become a late-stage external power ancient martial artist. I don't know. Lindbergh explained. Ancient martial artist? I think I've heard that name before. Lin Bai was also a bit surprised. Oh, you've heard of it? Lu Cheng nodded. I remember the previous Pavilion Master was talking about ancient martial artists. You stayed around the last Pavilion Master more than I did. She should remember that as well. Alright, you hurry up and take it. After becoming an ancient martial artist, and you'll be as good as me. Lu Qing's eyes glowed. Is it really as powerful as Pavilion Master's husband? You won't know until you eat it. With hardly any hesitation, Lu Qing picked up the external strength Tongda Dan and put it into his mouth. Lin Bai was also curiously focusing on Lu Qing. This was the first time he had used the Dan. He didn't know what was going to happen. Well, what does it feel like? Lindbergh asked. Lu Qing shook her head. Other than feeling as if my body is lighter, I don't feel anything yet. System, check Lu Qing's realm. Ding, Lu Qing's current realm is the late stage of external power. Sure enough it has worked, but just to be on the safe side, let's test it. Lin Bai raised his hand and gave Lu Qing a hard swat on his arm. Pop, Pavilion Master husband, why are you hitting people? Lu Qing pouted in aggravation. You feel the pain? Hearing Lin Bai ask this question, Lu Qing then reacted. She really didn't seem to feel anything. Looking at Lu Qing's arm again, not even the slightest mark of being hit appeared. Pavilion husband, why don't you try again? Okay. After some appraisal, Lu Qing had indeed become a late-stage ancient martial artist of the external force, and it was several times stronger than the previous Lin Bai. Pavilion Master's husband, this elixir must be very precious, right? The value is immeasurable, so you can't tell anyone, got it? Even if it's not even Sister Lenya? She can. I have another one here just for her. With the strength of the late stage of the external force, you yourselves will be able to protect the sisters of the treasure pavilion when I'm not around. Thank you, Pavilion husband. I don't like verbal thanks. Nasty. Moon Hill Subdivision, 1201 Interior. After giving Yu Yao their blessing, the three of them talked and laughed as they ate. But Xiao Ran knew that Niu Wu was actually forcing a smile. In order to be able to comfort Niu Wu, Xiao Ran decided to enter the game with his body. Raising his glass, he accompanied Niu Wu and drank. However, Xiao Ran's alcohol consumption was still poor, and some wine halos had just appeared on Niu Wu's face, and he went down. Without saying a word, Niu Wu shouldered Xiao Ran and walked towards his bedroom. A few moments later, he returned to the table slightly shaken. Come on, Yaoer, we'll both keep drinking. Big brother Niu, why don't we stop here today? Earlier, Yu Yao really didn't know anything about, but seeing Niu Wu gradually turn on the buy drunk mode, she realized something was wrong. I only saw Niu Wu pick up the bottle and pour himself a full glass. Then he looked up and, looking at Yu Yao with deep affection. Yaoer, do you remember the first time we met? That day was your and old Zhao's big day. You came to the Upper East Side village in a red dress. I've liked you ever since. But you married old Shaw. Lao Xiao is also my best brother. I can only hide my feelings. Then something happened to old Shaw, and I know how devastating it was for you mother and son. That's why you decided to accompany your mother and son instead of old Shaw. I've tried to make my feelings known to you a few times in the meantime, but I'm afraid you'll reject me. I was going to wait until Ran had graduated and you had no worries, but I'm afraid you've chosen someone else. Yaoer, today, by the strength of the wine, I want to ask you seriously, will you let me be Xiao Ran's father? Looking at Niu Wu who is so affectionate in front of him, Yu Yao's heart is indescribably complex. To say that she has no feelings for Niu Wu, that's simply impossible. The two have known each other for more than 20 years. Even a dog cultivates affection. Not to mention that Niu Wu had helped her so much. Only compared to his feelings for Lin Bai, his feelings for Niu Wu were simply worthless. If he had confessed to her back before Lin Bai was injured, she would probably have agreed without hesitation. But how could she agree to Niu Wu now? Brother Niu, will you give me a few days? Chapter 128, The Mystery of the Ancient Martial Artist. Inside the Pewter Moon Pavilion. Many thanks to Pavilion Master for rewarding the Divine Elixir. Xiaoya knelt in front of Lin Bai with an ecstatic expression. Just now, she had obtained the external strength passing Dan bestowed by Lin Bai. With the help of the outer strength Tong Da Dan, she managed to become a late-stage outer strength ancient martial artist. Get up. Yes. I heard from Qinger that you had heard of ancient martial artists from the previous pavilion master? Lindbergh asked curiously. Xiaoya glanced at Lu Qing in Lin Bai's arms, then nodded. I have indeed heard of some. Tell me all the information you know. Although Xiaoya was a bit puzzled, she didn't think much about it. All I know is that the ancient martial artists are a group of transcendent human beings. They can easily fight off dozens, if not hundreds, or even thousands of people by themselves. But it is extremely difficult to become an ancient martial artist. Not only does it require a strong will and extreme talent, it also requires an ancient martial artist cultivation technique. Ancient martial artist cultivation techniques? Lin Bai remembered those feats in the system mall. I once heard the last lord of the court say that these ancient martial artist cultivation techniques are only available to the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. What are the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Bai had lived for 2 lifetimes and it was the first time he had heard this name. Regarding the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, I don't know much about them either. I only remember that whenever the previous pavilion master mentioned them, a very grave look would appear on his face. Xiaoya explained. So what you're saying is that in addition to the people from the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, no one else can become an ancient martial artist? Lin Bai frowned. Xiaoya shook her head. No. In fact, outsiders also have the opportunity to become ancient martial artists. Oh, Lin Bai instantly became interested. He was now desperate to figure out Jun's identity. For a woman to be able to cultivate to the late Ming Jin stage, she absolutely cannot be unrelated to this Dragon Kingdom's 7 great families. I remember the previous pavilion master saying that there are only 2 ways for an outsider to become an ancient martial artist. One way was to sign a master-servant contract with the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. After the contract is successfully signed, then you can obtain the ancient martial artist cultivation techniques of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiaoya slowly said. I'm afraid that master-servant contract isn't as simple as an ordinary master-servant, right? Lin Bai's eyes narrowed. Showa nodded. Once a master-servant contract has been signed with the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, then that person will serve the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom for the rest of his life. Although Lin Bai had already guessed it, he was still shocked in his heart. It says it's a master-servant contract, but it's really a contract of sale. It seemed that this martial arts cultivation technique was even more precious than he had imagined. What about the other way to become an ancient martial artist? Lin Bai then asked. The other way is to join the family. Entering the family? Lin Bai's brows wrinkled. That's right. As long as one succeeds in joining the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, then they are equal to becoming a member of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, and have the qualifications to obtain the ancient martial artist cultivation technique. But the previous pavilion master had said that it was extremely difficult to join the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Only those with extremely strong talent will likely be looked upon by the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore the vast majority of outsiders acquire the ancient martial artist cultivation technique through the first method. Is it possible for that woman to join the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Bai suddenly came up with a sentence. Female, woman? Lin Bai's question directly confused Xiaoya. I've recently discovered a mysterious woman. Not only is she an ancient martial artist, but her cultivation level isn't low. I suspect that she has a close relationship with the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. It should be unlikely for a woman to join the family, but I probably guessed the woman's identity. I don't know, Xiaoya suddenly said with a straight face. How? The last lord of the court said. The ancient martial artist cultivation techniques of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom are usually only cultivated by men. There is only one possibility for a woman to become an ancient martial artist. What's possible? Lindbergh asked curiously. That woman is a direct descendant of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiaoya said word for word. Lin Bai jolted. How could he not know what the first family meant? The so-called direct line is the first line of descent from the main branch of a family. It was the most orthodox bloodline in the family, and the group with the most honorable status in the entire family. Like the Lu Yu he had killed before, as well as his accomplice Lu Feng were all direct descendants of the Lu family. Although he didn't know what the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom actually did. After this explanation from Xiaoya, he could also guess that the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom were definitely not comparable to the District Yi family as well as the Lu family. And yet, Chu Jun was a direct bloodline from such a terrifying family. One can only imagine how unfathomable she is. Pavilion Master, the woman you're talking about wouldn't be in Yi City, would she? How ruthless Xiaoya's vision was. It was easy to detect a hint of something wrong. Lin Bai nodded. Not bad, she's in Yi City, and you should all know her. We know each other? It can't be a big shot from any family, right? Lu Qing guessed. You guys should recognize the wife of Yi family head Yi Tian, right? Xiaoya instantly changed color. Pavilion master. The woman you're talking about wouldn't be Lady Yi, right? Nice. Hiss. The two women couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They guessed that the woman's identity must not be simple, but I didn't expect that the other party would actually be the wife of the Yi family head. It was important to know that the only one whose status could be compared to Chu Jun's in the entire Yi city was the one from the Lu family. I didn't expect that someone with such an honorable status would actually be a direct descendant of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. After a brief shock, Xiaoya calmed down. So Pavilion Master, are you going to go after Mrs. Yi? Lindbergh shook his head. No matter what, she's also the wife of the Yi family's head, and if we lay hands on her, I'm afraid the entire Yi city will be in turmoil a few times. What's more, she's a member of the first family of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Before thoroughly figuring out what the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom were, one couldn't make a move against her hastily. Xiaoya nodded approvingly. Okay, that's enough for today. I have things to do, so I'll leave. You two can practice with each other when you're not doing anything, and get the hang of how to use this power as soon as possible. You will also be able to protect these sisters of the Pixie Moon Pavilion. After saying that, Lin Bai got up and prepared to leave the place. Just as he reached the door, however, he stopped again. Right, there's something else I forgot to mention. Someone from the Xia family may contact you in the near future. If they need anything, you guys try to cooperate with them. I know. Lindbergh nodded before opening the door to his room and leaving. Just as the door to the room closed, Lu Qing plastered Xiaoya. Sister, yeah, isn't the Pavilion Master even more mysterious than that? What's his name? The 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom? Yes, Pavilion Master is truly the most divine person in the world. Although Xiaoya didn't know how powerful the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom were, she could be sure of one thing. The 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom definitely couldn't come up with something that could directly make her an ancient martial artist. She even suspected that in this world, it was impossible for such an anticlimactic thing to exist. Xinger, you must rot in your stomach for today's conversation, and you must never tell anyone about it. Got it? Sister, yeah, don't worry. I won't betray you and the Pavilion Master's husband. Pavilion husband? Yikes, that slipped out. Xinger, you shouldn't have already talked to the Pavilion Master. Chapter 129 Yi Qingxue, who finally looked at herself. The first affiliated hospital. Inside the VIP ward. Qingxue, will you eat a little? If you keep this up, your body won't be able to hold out. Hongya looked with a worried face at the young girl lying on the hospital bed with a face as pale as paper. The young girl is no one else. It was none other than the second miss of the Yi family who had been brutally tortured by Lin Bai in the morning, Yi Qingxue. At this moment she seemed to have lost her soul, and her beautiful eyes stared out of the window with empty, lifeless eyes. And, every now and then there was a hint of despair. No matter how Hongya called softly, she did not respond, just like a statue, standing still. Just when Hongya was at a loss for words, he only heard a bang sound. The door to the ward slammed open. Immediately afterward, an indifferent Lin Bai walked in. As if Hongya had seen a life-saving straw, she hurriedly put down the cutlery in her hands. Quickly walking to Lin Bai, he lowered his voice and said, "You make your own trouble. You fix it." Before the words left her mouth, she quickly flashed out of the hospital room as if she was on her feet. Lin Bai just lightly glanced at the somewhat delicate young girl on the hospital bed. He then walked straight to where Hongya had just sat. After picking up the soup ladle that was sitting on the table and absently stirring it in the bowl a few times, scooping up a small spoonful of soup, he carefully passed it to Yi Qingxue's lips. "Open your mouth." Lin Bai's voice sounded so cold and unfeeling, so much so that the vacant eyes of the young girl in the hospital bed quivered for a few moments. She still didn't open her mouth. Though, Lin Bai was not annoyed, calmly putting the soup spoon into his mouth. Tastefully savored. "How can you just have soup?" Lin Bai picked up his chopsticks and ate the dinner that Hongya had prepared for Yi Qingxue. Ever since he became a martial artist, he obviously felt that he had a much larger appetite. With a burst of maneuvering on his part, that dinner, which seemed especially rich, was soon devoured by him. After eating and drinking, Lindbergh took off his shoes and sat on his butt on the hospital bed. At this point, Yi Qingxue can no longer continue to play dumb, only to see her incomparably icy and furious. Go down. However, Lindbergh was unimpressed, calmly laying down and naturally extending his hand. Taking Yi Qingxue's small waist. "You animal, don't touch me. You get off." Yi Qingxue yelled like crazy, but no matter how much Yi Qingxue pushed and shoved Lin Bai, she couldn't that the other person. He was clinging to himself like a dog's paw. Seeing that there was no way she could get rid of this rascal of a man in front of her, The aggravation in Yi Qingshue's heart all of a sudden surged to the surface. Tears began to come uncontrollably, sliding down her pale, delicate cheeks. As she cried, she swung her fists and pounded Lin Bai fiercely, cursing under her breath. "You asshole, why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong?" Her cries sounded so sad and pitiful, so much so that Lin Bai's cold and unfeeling heart couldn't help but tremble for a few moments. Just as he was about to make a move, a series of mechanical sounds suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Detected that Yi Qingshue's hate value is rising extremely fast. Current hate value 85. Ding! Detected that Yi Qingshue's hate value has reached 80. Congratulations to the host on receiving the level 2 revenge bundle. System, check Yi Qingshue's basic information. Name Yi Qingxue. Age, 21. Height, 166. Weight, 93. Face value, 98. Realm, none. Love value, 90. Hate value, 85. Sure enough, inside the hospital room, Yi Qingshuo still kept pounding on Lin Bai, but compared to before, the magnitude is significantly slower. Why are you doing this to me? And as if Lin Bai was asleep, he didn't move a muscle and let Yi Qingshuo vent. Only after a long time did Yi Qingshuo gradually calm down. Looking at the man in front of her who was playing dead, Yi Qingshue's heart was indescribably complex. She did hate Lin Bai, but at the same time she hated herself, because she still, to this day, cares especially about the woman who wrote the word Haru in 1,000 paper cranes. She wondered what kind of woman could have made this man so mad. Jealousy roiled in her heart at the thought. Unlike before when she made all sorts of excuses, this time she thoroughly realized that she was jealous, realizing that he really liked Lin Bai. She knew that she shouldn't get emotional about Lin Bai, but she just cared about him uncontrollably. I care about the woman who sent the 1,000 paper cranes, but then again, she's the one with the boyfriend, and he's so kind and gentle, so thoughtful. She could be with Lin Bai for her own selfish desires, but what about Xiaoran? Is it fair to him when it's clear that he's the one chasing him? All day today she's been wrestling with how to choose, but now she seems to know what she has to choose from. She only took a deep breath and said with a firm gaze, "Let's call it a day. I don't want to play along with you anymore. I'm going to find Xiaoran for a showdown." After saying that, Yi Qingshuo gave Lin Bai another deep look, this time turning around and preparing to leave. However, she had just placed her feet on the ground when a pair of large hands suddenly reached out from behind. By the time Yi Qingshuo reacted, she was already being held down on the hospital bed by someone. "You, what do you want again?" Yi Qingshuo looked at Lin Bai with both nervousness and panic. Only the corners of Lin Bai's mouth gently rose, revealing a bad smile. "Play if you want to, leave if you don't. It's not that simple." After saying that, someone leaned down and pressed. As night fell, two figures in the hospital bed snuggled close to each other. "Still going to showdown?" Lin Bai looked indifferently at the young girl in his arms. Compared to before, at this moment, Yi Qingshuo's complexion was not too good, red and glowing. There were still occasional happy smiles on his face. "Wait, when my feet get better, I'll go," Yi Qingshuo said breathlessly. "Then your foot might not get better in this life." Lin Bai laughed. "Against? You made me pretend anyway, and if I don't get better for the rest of my life, you'll have to support me for the rest of my life." "I'm sorry," Yi Qingshuo said sheepishly. "So Miss Yi is admitting that she likes me?" Lin Bai couldn't help but tease. "Does it matter if I admit it or not?" Yi Qingshuo grudgingly pouted her small mouth. "It really doesn't matter. I still prefer the bratty, unbelievably tough talking you from before. Why don't you recover a bit more? You still say that. I'll bite you to death." "Hiss. You murdered your own husband. Serves you right. Let you bully me. Let you make me shed tears. Let you be so bossy." Outside the hospital room, Hongya's mouth involuntarily hooked up as she listened to the movement of the two scuffling. Chapter 130 Yi Qingshuo's Choice. "About that stepmother of yours, do you know where she came from?" Lin Bai came inexplicably. "You mean Chu Jun? Why are you asking about her?" Yi Qingshuo blinked curiously. "We're in this kind of relationship. Don't I have to get to know my future mother-in-law first?" Lin Bai had a bad smile on his face. "Xiaoran, you Chao thief." Yi Qingshuo's face, which had just calmed down not long ago, instantly turned red. "All I remember is that not long after my mom died, Chu Jun married my dad, and then I left the country." "You've been ostracizing her just because she's seamless?" Lin Bai frowned. "Of course not. What was that for?" Lin Bai wondered, only to see Yi Qingshuo's originally red face instantly turn gloomy. Then he said in a morose tone, "I suspect she had something to do with my mom's death." Lin Bai was slightly stunned. He had always thought that Yi Qingshuo had rejected Chu Jun because the other party was seamlessly destroying her family, but I didn't realize there was actually this layer of insider knowledge. "How did you know she had something to do with your mom's death? You must have been only 5 to 6 years old?" Chukuan was in my house before my mother died. She married my father just after my mother died. And, do you think I should suspect her? Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth. Lin Bai's heart trembled. He only knew that Chu Jun had married Yi Tian after his mother's death, but he didn't expect Chu Jun to actually appear in the Yi family a long time ago. Even an ordinary woman must be tainted with suspicion. Not to mention that Chu Jun was also a direct descendant of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. He wasn't sure if his mother was killed by Chu Jun, but he could be sure that Chu Jun definitely knew something that, or what she was involved in. TSK, I really didn't expect that Missy is still a prodigy. Being able to make such guesses at the age of 6. Lindbergh couldn't help but tease. Yi Qingxue proudly puffed out her chest. That's true. I'm the smartest beauty queen in the universe. Who would have thought that the confident beauty in front of her, a few hours ago it looked like it was dying. Then do you know where Chu Jun was from before he went to your house? Lin Bai then asked. Who cares where that woman is from? Speaking of this, Yi Qingxue finally realized that something was wrong. No, why are you so curious about that woman? And during the day today, why did you go out and talk to her for so long? You're not looking at that woman, are you? If I had my eye on her, why would I be here asking you about her? Lindbergh didn't have a good mood. Seems so. This guy is so shameless. If he really looks at that woman, it's probably been down for a long time. Thinking about it, it was at the hotel that she was drugged and taken down by force by some bad guy. Since then, this guy has been clinging to himself like a dog's skin, and a little bit of her heart was pried out by this man. It wasn't until today that she finally recognized it within herself. But to Xiao Ran, she was just too guilty. So much so that she was at a loss for words for a moment. After a moment of venting, she finally decided to leave both at the same time and go back to where she belonged. Still, she had underestimated how possessive the man was of her. In the end, she once again fell into Lindbergh's tenderness. Who cares what Xiao Ran or 7 Ran or 8 Ran is? What does it have to do with me? Yi Qingxue. Anyway, I was coerced by this man to find out. Sean, so love really does go away. Yi Qingxue, Xiao Ran. I did love you, but that was in the past. Now I love only him. Sean, no. See here for your own soundtrack. Seeing Yi Qingxue, whose cheeks were suddenly unusually red, Lin Bai was astonished. What's this chick thinking? Perhaps sensing Lin Bai's puzzled look, Yi Qingxue hastily averted her gaze. I really don't remember where she was from. I was too young and I'd been abroad all these years, but surely my sister knows. You can ask her. Han Yiren's matter was to be asked of Yi Russian, and now Chu Jun's matter was to be asked of Yi Russian as well. Looks like it's time for him to meet his schoolmates again. Okay, I got it. By the way, what exactly did you say to Chu Jun during the day today? How did she compromise? Yi Qingxue was curious. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently rose, revealing an impish smile. You really want to know? Yi Qingxue nodded somewhat nervously. Ha, you're too shameless. Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Bai somewhat speechlessly. She didn't expect Lin Bai to actually use the matter of breaking up her and Xiao Ran to make a deal with Chu Jun. What was even more outrageous was that Chu Jun actually agreed. It's not called shamelessness. It's called getting what you want. So not only do I have to keep acting all the time, but I have to face that nasty woman every day chant. Yi Qingxue pouted unhappily. Looking at such a cute scene of Yi Qingxue, Lin Bai couldn't hold back any longer. Cupping the slightly flushed cheeks, he pressed on. Only after a long time did Yi Qingxue gasp for breath and lie down in Lin Bai's arms. No complaints now, right? Lin Bai gently stroked Yi Qingxue's soft and smooth hair. No, you're suffocating me, Yi Qingxue said breathlessly. Who made you hug so tightly? Lin Bai laughed. Yi Qingxue's pretty face blushed. I didn't. Okay, you didn't. It wasn't meant to be. In the next second, Yi Qingxue didn't know what she had thought of, and her gaze instantly dimmed. Only Yi Qingxue stammered. Hong, how are you going to showdown with Hongya on her side? What? Are you worried that Hongya won't agree? Aha. Hongya was not only Yi Qingxue's best friend, but also Lin Bai's real girlfriend. But she went behind her best friend's back and hooked up with her best friend's man. How could she not be worried when any other person would not be able to accept this? Only Lin Bai reached out his hand and rubbed Yi Qingxue's head, then said with a smile, Don't worry, Hongya won't mind. Really? Really? Yi Qingxue said as she bit her red lips. We've all been in the hospital room for almost 2 hours. Do you think Hongya really doesn't know anything? After Lin Bai said this, Yi Qingxue woke up like a dream. She wouldn't have known, would she? Lindbergh smiled and nodded. In the next second, Yi Qingxue's screams came out from the ward. Ah! After screaming, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but grumble. I knew you guys wouldn't keep your end of the bargain. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. You should be thanking me for this. That way you don't have to feel guilty. Thank you my ass. I'm being played like a clown by both of you. Yi Qingxue didn't have a good mood. Don't get me wrong. I didn't play with you. This guy did it. I'm innocent. When Yi Qingxue followed the sound, she saw Hongya who had appeared at the doorway at an unknown time. Seeing Yi Qingxue looking over, Hongya even spat out her tongue mischievously. Ah, I don't want to be a human being. You two have joined forces to bully me. The mortified Yi Qingxue directly buried herself under the covers. Why don't I help you bully back now? Good idea. Yeah, come on. I'm holding him. Hello? I heard it all outside the door. Just your name is Lindbergh, isn't it? Just you have been bullying my family, Qingxue, right? Today we sisters are going to let you know that we women are not to be messed with. That's right. Let you bully me. Let you toy with me. Chapter 131, The Ominous Woman. System, open the level 2 revenge bundle for me. Inside the tank 300. Lindbergh said with an anxious heart. Go back in time to a little over half an hour ago. He was supposed to receive a brutal beating from the two sisters, Yi Qingxue and Hongya, at the first annex hospital. But Xia Yue, who was far away from the small ocean building, suddenly gave him a call. The following is a description of Xia Yue. Not too long ago a beautiful woman in her 30s rang the doorbell of her house. I then went and opened the door. But when the other party saw that it was me who opened the door, a look of horror instantly appeared on his face. Before I could say anything, she covered her mouth and ran away. Hearing this, Lin Bai instantly couldn't sit still. The beautiful woman in her 30s with a horrified look on her face was no one else but Yu Yao. Picking up his cell phone, he rushed back to the little townhouse in a blaze of glory. However, he searched the neighborhood of the small house for a long time without finding it. Don't ask why you didn't call. Ask and you won't answer. Fortunately, at this time, he remembered the Tier 2 revenge gift pack that he had obtained from Yi Qingxue not long ago. Ding! The Level 2 revenge bundle is being opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. 100,000 vengeance points, 10 billion dragon coins, 100% equity in Daisha Entertainment. Easy steps, ancient martial artist stance technique, once obtained, will automatically comprehend the full realization. Easy one-step leap of 10. These messy rewards, Lin Bai didn't have the heart to look at them right now. System, hurry up and locate Yu Yao's position for me. Ding, 10,000 vengeance points deducted. Being located. As soon as the words left his mouth, a picture appeared in Lin Bai's mind. In the picture, as if demented, Yu Yao is sitting dumbly at the edge of the lake. Without any hesitation, Lin Bai hurriedly started the car towards his destination. With his extreme maneuvering, he finally made it to his destination in 20 minutes. It's also an old familiar place, Moon Lake. However, when he found the place where he had located, he realized that Yu Yao's figure was long gone there. Lindbergh hurriedly called out as he searched. Yu Ya! It's not a weekend, but it's extraordinarily crowded here at Moon Lake. Lindbergh asked everyone, and when he had turned around that area around him, no sign of Yu Yao either. Just as he stopped to catch his breath, he suddenly remembered the extraordinarily unusual Yu Yao in the localization footage. He then subconsciously looked towards the lake, and his body involuntarily trembled. No, it won't. Just as Lindbergh was about to fall into a breakdown, a clear and familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Lindbergh jolted. Then he quickly turned around. The person who appeared in front of him, who else could it be if not Yu Yao whom he had been searching for so hard? It was as if Lin Bai had lightning under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yu Yao. Before Yu Yao could react, thick lips pressed up. After a brief moment of disorientation, Yu Yao responded. 10 minutes later, the two were sitting close together on the shores of Moon Lake. Do you know why I've never allowed you to go any further? I don't know, Yu Yao said suddenly, looking out over the lake. It's because I'm too much of a womanizer and Sister Yao doesn't trust me. Lin Bai said softly. It's true that it's partly because you say so, but the greater reason is because of myself. Because of Sister Yao? Lin Bai was a bit puzzled. Only Yu Yao's those sad eyes suddenly became deep. Our family was demolished and moved to the Moon Hill neighborhood when Ran was 3 years old. For the first time, it's hard to avoid some discomfort, but it's good to know that the neighborhood is there. After 2 years of navigating the city, our family is adjusting to life in the city. But as Xiao Ran grew up, school became a problem. Old Xiao and I are both from the countryside and have little education, and I don't want Xiao Ran to be like us. So I discussed with Lao Xiao and decided to buy a school district house near the school. Our family had a larger house and lot in the Upper East Side village and received a larger demolition allowance. I can't afford much of a school district house, but enough for a family of 3 is still fine. Hearing this, Lin Bai had already guessed what Yu Yao was going to say. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on Yu Yao's jade hand. The hottest school district house at the time was the 3rd middle school in Yi. There is also the Aurora neighborhood in the middle of the second elementary school in Yi Town as well as the first kindergarten in Yi Town. As long as you can buy a house in the Aurora neighborhood, directly solved the problem of Xiao Ran's schooling from kindergarten to high school. During that time Lao Xiao was looking for all kinds of people and taking off all kinds of relationships. Finally, after spending quite a bit of money, I was able to get a purchase in the Aurora neighborhood. Soon we were paying full price for a school district home of our own in the Aurora neighborhood. However, it did not take long for the Aurora neighborhood to be exposed to the developer running away with the money. What was once a hot school district house has also become a bad house. Unwillingly, Lao Xiao went to Yi Group with many buyers to cause trouble. However, Yip's Group refused to pay compensation on the grounds that it was the subsidiary developer who had rolled up the money and run away. Then the matter went above the court. But the court eventually also ruled that Yi Group did not need to pay compensation. Even multiple appeals can change the outcome. In order to purchase a schoolhouse in the Aurora neighborhood, our family shelled out almost all of it. Even borrowed a lot from Niu Wu, but what it ended up with was a lousy building. Old Xiao couldn't think straight for a while, so he ran to the roof of the Yi Group building and jumped to his death. Speaking of this, Yu Yao's body involuntarily trembled. Lin Bai rushed to hold Yu Yao in his arms. Then Yu Yao hugged Lin Bai and cried. It took a few minutes for Yu Yao to calm down. Only then did Lin Bai open his mouth and ask, "So you won't accept me because of Xiao Ran's father?" Yu Yao shook his head. "I am because of myself." "Yourself? Because I'm an ominous woman." "An ominous woman?" Lin Bai frowned. "My father died in an accident on my 7th birthday. My mother also died when I was 15 after a long illness. And those of my relatives were so afraid of me that they stayed away from me. Until I married old Xiao, I thought everything was going to be alright. But I didn't realize that old Xiao, he also," Yu Yao said, and lost his voice again. Lin Bai held Yu Yao tightly in his arms. "Sister Yao, don't think nonsense. Everything is set in stone. It has nothing to do with you." "No, it's got something to do with me. If it weren't for me, Lao Xiao wouldn't have moved to buy a schoolhouse, and if he hadn't, he wouldn't have thought twice about it, and he wouldn't have jumped to his death on Xiao Ran's birthday." "Lindbergh, I'm an ominous woman. Stay away from me, will you? I was the one who was impulsive earlier, so just pretend it's nothing." "Oh." Before the words left his mouth, Lindbergh forced himself to stick up. The breeze blew by, leaving only two tightly embracing figures. Chapter 132, At Last, Perfection. Yulan Hotel. Inside the presidential suite, Lin Bai carefully assisted the blindfolded Yu Yao as he walked around the suite. "Not yet?" Lin Bai glanced at his destination and said softly. "Almost there." "You can't peek, yo. How am I supposed to peek when you're covering my eyes?" Despite the grumbling on his lips, but Yu Yao's feet are honest. Only after bringing Yu Yao to the designated place did Lin Bai remove his palm. "Okay, you can open your eyes now." Only after hearing Lin Bai's instructions did Yu Yao slowly open her stunningly beautiful eyes. The first thing that caught my eye was the original cake that was placed on the table. The whole cake is like an exquisite work of art, emitting a tempting aroma and charming colors, only to see Lindbergh secretly press the remote control on his hand. And in the next second, this big living room just went all dark. Before Yu Yao could panic from this sudden darkness, a shocking scene appeared. The dreamlike starry night scene actually appeared on the ceiling. Countless stars glittering faintly like jewels set in the night sky. It makes a beautiful picture. Looking at the bright stars shining above his head, surprise couldn't help but show in Yu Yao's eyes. Just as Yu Yao was reveling in this beautiful starry night scene, Lin Bai gently took her soft little hand and led her step by step towards the hotel's balcony. Just as they stepped onto the balcony, a deafening blast suddenly rang in both of their ears. Then the night sky, which had been pitch black, seemed to be set on fire. A colorful firework bloomed instantly. Some of these fireworks are like blooming flowers, dainty and colorful. Some are like meteors across the sky. Fleeting, others pour down like a golden waterfall, the brilliant colors illuminating the whole sky. At the same time, it also illuminated Yu Yao's eyes that were originally a bit dull and lifeless. By the time this elaborate fireworks show was over, only then did Lin Bai lead Yu Yao, who was somewhat uninterested, back to the living room, plugging in the candles, lighting them, and forcing a birthday hat on the somewhat resistant Yu Yao. "It's on to the wishing part. Okay, Ms. Yu Yao, you can make a wish now." Many years ago, Yu Yao cancelled the process of eating cake and making a wish on his annual birthday, because she feels that she is getting older and can no longer be that childish. But today, for the sake of the man in front of her, she is willing to be childish once again. Holding my hands together, I closed my eyes and made a long overdue wish. I don't have any great aspirations. I just want to be an ordinary woman. I have a warm family, a son who understands and is filial, 3 or 5 relatives and friends, and warm and kind neighbors. And That can be with me for the rest of my life. Made a wish and blew out the candles. Lindbergh then raised the knife and fork in his hand. Cake? Eat fat and you feed me? Raising you for life. Before the words left his mouth, Yu Yao posted up. I'm an ominous woman. Are you really serious? My heavenly life is hard and specializes in ominous things. Thank you, Lindbergh. Today is the happiest and most memorable day of my life. Me too, Yao-chan. Love me. After warming up, Yu Yao happily lay in Lin Bai's arms. Big brother Nyo made his feelings clear to me today. Yu Yao suddenly came up with a sentence. Hearing this, Lin Bai instantly tensed up. You promised him? If I had promised him, would I still come here with you? Yu Yao didn't have the good sense to say. That's right too, haha. After Yu Yao blankly glanced at Lin Bai, he then said, ever since Lao Shao died, brother Nyo has been taking care of us, mother and son. And to this day, it's been 16 years by my count. Without him, Xiao Ran would definitely not have grown up properly, and I would have had a particularly hard time. So you didn't know how you were going to respond to this feeling and that's why you came to me? Lindbergh asked. Yu Yao nodded. I've known about Brother Bull's feelings for me since a long time ago, but with old Zhao's death still fresh in my mind, I simply couldn't accept him, so I had to put him off with all sorts of excuses. I thought I could make Brother Bull give up by doing this, but I didn't think he'd go straight to being single for me to this day. If you hadn't shown up, I'd have planned that after Xiao Ran graduated and settled down, just promise Brother Bull, but in this situation, how can I promise him again? It's not just cheating him, and lying to myself, but if I refuse, Big Brother Nyo will be especially disappointed. He's been waiting for me for so many years. I really didn't know what to do. That's why I came to you. Why don't I go back with you tomorrow for a showdown? No way. Yu Yao decisively refused. Why? You did it yourself and you're asking me. Yu Yao said breathlessly. What did I do? Lindbergh was at a loss. You yourself fooled me into recognizing a sibling you forgot? After Yu Yao reminded him of this, Lin Bai came to a realization. Yu Yao said after sighing. Now Big Brother Nyo is convinced about the fact that you are my brother. Showdown with him at this time. No doubt it will irritate him, if he thinks for a moment. As for the latter, Yu Yao didn't dare to think about it, nor did he want to. Nyo Wu is her benefactor. Even if we can't be husband and wife, she didn't want to see anything happen to the other side either. Then do you have any good ideas? Lindbergh frowned. Why would I come to you if I had a solution? That's true, but it's neither a yes nor a no. It's just too much of a headache. Why don't we just leave it at that for now? Didn't he give you time to think about it anyway? It has to be faced eventually. We can't keep putting it off, can we? Then let's take a step and see what happens. It's still early in the day. Honey, let's get some more sleep. Sleep on what? You're all alone now. Leave me with a mess. Don't even think about it. Your Honor, I didn't say I wouldn't settle, but today is at least our wedding night. Anything else can wait until after tonight. All right. Hey, that's right. Sleepy sleep. Wait, did you forget to account for something? Ha? Explain what? Come on. Who is that woman in the house? The woman in whose house? You're still pretending. Oh, when the Sunday sun shone in through the screened windows, Lindbergh, who was sleeping on the bed, then opened his eyes. What came to mind was Yu Yao's soft eyes. Why are you awake so early? After a night of moisturizing, Yu Yao's face is better not too much. Even if we say she is 26 years old, no one would even suspect. Ran is leaving today, and I need to get back before he wakes up. Can't we not go back? Lindbergh said reluctantly. I can't. If Ran finds out I didn't go back all night, I'll definitely be exposed. Exposure is exposure. I'll take care of it if the sky falls anyway. Shay, just bragging. I'll show you now if I'm bluffing. No. Oh, chapter 133, Mother and Child Heart to Heart. Sure you don't need a ride? On the big fluffy bed, Lin Bai looked at the stunningly beautiful woman who was putting on her shoes in front of him with a face of reluctance. Despite having hogged Yu Yao for up to 12 hours, he didn't want to part with the woman. Yu Yao, who had put on his shoes, shook his head somewhat helplessly. I'd ask you to give me a ride, but your big tank's too conspicuous. It's easy to be spotted by the people in the neighborhood, especially Brother Nyo, who gets up every day to exercise. Lindbergh pouted unhappily. Looking at such a cute side of Lin Bai, Yu Yao didn't hold back his laughter, only to see her walking towards Lin Bai. She reached out her hand and then cupped Lin Bai's increasingly handsome cheeks. You seem to be getting better looking? What? Don't you like it when I get better looking? No, as long as it's you. I like it. Before the words left his mouth, Yu Yao leaned down and kissed him. Compared to the previous impulsive time in the Yang Lu, this time the Yu Yao extraordinarily warm, extraordinarily reluctant to give up. It was only after 10 minutes that a flushed Yu Yao appeared in the hotel corridor. Only she hadn't taken more than a few steps before she almost fell to the ground because of her weak legs. This animal. After spitting in shame, Yu Yao then stepped away from here. The Moonhill neighborhood is not very far from the Hyatt Regency. In about 20 minutes, Yu Yao arrived at the Moonhill neighborhood by cab. She didn't go straight home though. She went to the breakfast place across the road. It was another 10 minutes or so before she returned home with her breakfast. She was relieved to see the shoes on the shoe rack that Xiaoran had not taken away. Placing her purchased breakfast on the table, she was ready to go to the kitchen to get the utensils. However, just as she turned around, she saw that Xiaoran had appeared behind her at an unknown time, and was looking at himself with an extremely creepy gaze. Are you trying to scare your mom to death? Yu Yao glared at Xiaoran without any good humor. If you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Mom, you're not doing anything wrong, are you? Detective Curran is online for a limited time. In the face of Xiaoran's suspicion, Yu Yao was not the least bit flustered. Early on the way back, she'd thought about the various scenarios she might have to deal with when she got home. Now this situation was just what she had expected. Let's see how she comes to fool Xiaoran. The kid. Just by rolling up her sleeves, she made a face of hatred. I get up in the morning to go get you breakfast and you actually suspect me of doing something wrong. Good. Xiaoran, you've really got your wings hardened now, haven't you? As expected, Xiaoran also immediately dispelled his suspicions when he saw Yu Yao this angry. Mom, take it easy. I'm just kidding you. Don't be so serious. Open your head. I worked so hard to raise you and you dare to doubt your own mother. I'm going to teach you a hard lesson today in place of your dead father. After saying that, Yu Yao picked up the fly swatter on the dining table and hit it hard towards Xiaoran. Goo. Mom, I was wrong. It hurts. It hurts. Mom, gently. It was only after 10 minutes or so that Xiaoran sat down at the dining table in an aggravated manner. He's got fly swatter marks all over his body. Even his handsome face didn't escape. Seeing Xiaoran in this state, Yu Yao was not only not heartbroken, but she especially wanted to laugh. Yu Yao, son, don't blame Mom. Who made you so smart? For the sake of my happiness and your stepfather's, just bear with me. Xiaoran, so even your love from Mom will disappear, right? Mom, did Uncle Bull say anything to you yesterday after I got drunk? I'm sorry, came Xiaoran suddenly. Originally, Yu Yao had thought that today's buns were quite fragrant, but now they were tasteless. Said some. Yu Yao faintly said. Xiaoran's eyes lit up. What did Uncle Nyo say? Is it something about confessing to you? How do you know? It couldn't be that you encouraged him, right? Yu Yao deliberately frowned. In fact, she did not suspect Xiaoran at first, but when Nyo Wu suddenly confessed his love, she reacted instantly. These two weren't even talking about soccer earlier. They were discussing confessions, and she could even guess what this Xiaoran kid had said to Nyo Wu. How else could Nyo Wu have gotten hard all of a sudden? It was also for this reason that she had just taught Xiaoran a lesson before she hit a little harder. Hey, Nyo Wu's been in love with Mom for so many years. It's not a good idea to keep wearing her out like this. I'm not going to give him a boost. Xiaoran smiled sarcastically. Yu Yao's face was filled with black lines. It's really you, the rebellious son. However, Xiaoran's next sentence caused Yu Yao to be incomparably surprised. Only Xiaoran said in a soft tone as his words changed. But that's just what Uncle Nyo and I think. The decision is still in your hands. Mom, as much as I want to see you and Uncle Nyo together, I want you to be happy more than anything else. Mom, I don't want you to go out of your way to aggravate yourself for me. For this family, just follow your own heart, and I'll support you no matter what you choose. Yu Yao's heart trembled with indescribable complexity. She didn't expect her son to say that. It's impossible to say I'm not moved, but more than that, I'm relieved. His own son, whom he had raised with great care for more than 20 years, was now finally growing up. So Mom, you really have a favorite? Xiaoran then asked. Yu Yao hesitated for a few seconds before finally nodding. Confessing Lin Bai's identity was something she couldn't do yet, but it was still fine for her head to reveal some of it. I knew you had someone. Mom, your whole complexion is out of whack. It's obviously being moisturized, Xiaoran said with a bit of a grudge. However, the next second, Yu Yao's fly swatter swatted again. She can't afford to hit Lindbergh, but she won't be shy about her own son. What are you talking about? You brat. No big deal. Yu Yao glared at Xiaoran in shame. It's not like I'm wrong. Xiaoran pouted in aggravation. And you say? Seeing that Yu Yao was about to move to shoot, Xiaoran hurriedly conceded that. Mom, calm down. Anger gives you wrinkles. Mom, you don't want your uncle to see you getting wrinkles either. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao then put down the fly swatter. Xiaoran was also relieved in his heart. Mom has fallen in love and her temper has skyrocketed. I don't know how uncle can stand her. Lindbergh, guess what? Mom, then have you thought about how to confess to Uncle Nyo? Xiao Ran frowned. After the jokes, the two had to face the truth. Yu Yao sighed and shook his head. Why don't I go and do Uncle Bull's job for you? Mom? No. I'll take care of it myself. Don't tell your Uncle Nyo for now. Alright. Chapter 134, Xiao Ran and Nyo Wu. By the way, Mom, do we have any savings at home? Xiao Ran, who was packing up his things and preparing to leave, suddenly came. There's some more. What's wrong? Yu Yao was curious. I want to start a business and I lack funds. So, Xiao Ran said with some embarrassment. Although Lao Xiao died with compensation from the Yips Group's humane care, but that's not enough money to clothe and feed a mother and child for the rest of their lives. Years back, that money was spent, and all the money the family now has, all earned from Yu Yao's work. Xiao Ran knew that it wasn't easy for his mother to make money, so he was also very determined. Just open this. Really a business venture? It's not causing any trouble, is it? Yu Yao said as he stared tightly at Xiao Ran. Mom, do you think I look like someone who causes trouble? Xiao Ran laughed. Yu Yao stared at Xiao Ran for a moment before speaking. Okay, wait for me then. Not a moment later, Xiao Ran's cell phone received a text message that the account had arrived at $3 million. Xiao Ran carefully counted several times before looking at his mother with a shocked expression. Mom, did you win the lottery? Do you think I have the life for your mom? And the money is? Xiao Ran wondered. This money is the commission from the house I sold a while ago. Yu Yao said lightly. Mom, what kind of house did you sell? The commission is actually $3 million? Xiao Ran stared with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. An ocean. A big villa with over $100 million. And the commission totaled over $50,000. Yu Yao was going to say the ocean building, but suddenly remembered that Lin Bai and Xiao Ran were friends. In case it just so happened that Xiao Ran knew that Lin Bai had bought a small house with over $100 million some time ago, then it's not exposed. Nyo Wu's side hasn't been taken care of yet, so Xiao Ran can't afford any more problems on his side. However, the truth was that Yu Yao had overthought it, and Xiao Ran didn't care what was being sold at all. What? $5 million commission. Xiao Ran originally wanted to take $200,000 from Yu Yao's side to start a business. Let's see if we can make a couple dozen, $1 million, so that Yu Yao will not have to work so hard. But he did not expect his old mom is only a single, just made over $5 million. Worthy of being his Xiao Ran's mom. Lindbergh, get lost. This is my wife. It was only after 10 minutes or so that Xiao Ran put on his backpack and leave the house with the huge $3 million weighing on your cell phone. Looking at Xiao Ran as he once again went far away, Yu Yao's heart was also extremely unwilling to part with him. But what could she do? It was a necessary part of Xiao Ran's growth path, and the solitude she must enjoy as a mother. But times are different now. She's not alone anymore. When he thought of Lin Bai, a happy smile appeared on Yu Yao's face. However, she hadn't been happy for more than a few seconds before a pained expression appeared on her face. Hiss, better get some rest and relax. Being tossed around by that ingrate all night. Even an Iron Man can't carry it. On the other hand, Xiao Ran, who had his backpack on, didn't leave directly. Instead, as always, he arrived at Nyo Wu's door. Knock knock. After waiting almost 3 minutes, the door to the room slowly opened. However, when Xiao Ran saw Nyo Wu's appearance at this moment, he was instantly startled. The previous Nyo Wu looked a bit more naive, but at least he had a handsome silhouette. But now Nyo Wu looked just like a dead man on the verge of death. Thick dark circles under her eyes, hair that couldn't be more disheveled, clothes with all sorts of stains everywhere. There was also that unmistakable pungent odor of alcohol emanating from him. Seeing Nyo Wu turn into this appearance, Xiao Ran did not feel good in his heart either. There was a long silence before he choked slightly. Uncle Cow, are you okay? Nyo Wu smiled and shook his head. It's fine, come on in. Entering Nyo Wu's home can be even more messy. There were bottles of wine all over the floor, some at the bottom, some with quite a bit left in them, so much so that the whole room reeked of alcohol. Looking again at the coffee table, where several dishes, less than half eaten, were laid out for the next meal. Even Xiao Ran found quite a few cute little insects on it. It's been less than a day, and the house looks like this. I can't imagine how devastated Nyo Wu would be if he knew Yu Yao's heart belonged to someone else. Perhaps sensing Xiao Ran's shock, Nyo Wu rushed to organize a clean area on the couch. Xiao Ran, you sit down first. The house is a bit messy. I'll clean it up first. After saying that, Nyo Wu quickly ran to the window, pulled back the curtains and opened the window. Then Nyo Wu picked up the trash can and cleaned it up. Xiao Ran just kept sitting on the sofa, quietly looking at Nyo Wu, his eyes filled with heartache and entanglement. Finally, when Nyo Wu was about to finish cleaning, Xiao Ran couldn't help himself. Uncle Bull, my mom told me all about it. Hearing this, Nyo Wu visibly froze for a moment. then said somewhat unnaturally, "Is that so? My mom says that Uncle Nil is a good man, and that if I marry him I'm sure I'll be very happy and joyful." Only to hear a clang. Nyowo's hands of the trash can fell to the ground. The garbage that had been so hard to clean up was once again strewn about, but Nyowo didn't have the heart to take care of this garbage. He came to the sofa and excitedly grabbed Xiaoran, trembling. Your mom, she really said that?" Nyowo's strength was a bit strong, so much so that Xiaoran was in pain, but he still endured the pain and nodded his head. "Well, my mom said that if I miss Uncle Nyo, I'm sure I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Nyowo couldn't hold it any longer and hugged Xiaoran before crying without any image. Great. Ever since I learned from Xiaoran yesterday that Yu Yao might have a crush on someone, and after that person wasn't even him, Nyowo's heart was indescribably hard, though in the end Yu Yao gave him a few days to think about it. Nyowo was no cutie pie. He knew that this was most likely Yu Yao's way of showing himself mercy, which was why he didn't reject him on the spot. When he got back, he started getting drunk. He doesn't remember how much he drank. All he knew was that when he came to his senses he heard a knock on the door. I thought it would be to pronounce a death sentence, but I didn't think it would bring him such a big surprise. He practically realized what it meant to have one thought of hell and one thought of heaven. I don't know how long it took for Nyowo to calm down. "Sorry, Ran, for the joke." Although Nyowo's appearance was now even more disheveled, compared to before, Nyowo's entire being undoubtedly came to life. This also made Xiaoran even more determined in his resolve. "Uncle Nyo, don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good." Only Xiaoran took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Nyo, you know that my mom is a person. She has been working for my dad all these years, and blaming herself for my grandparents, or she wouldn't have been ignoring your feelings. I can sense she's still scared, even though it seems like she's made up her mind this time. Before the words left his mouth, Nyowo interrupted Xiaoran. "Ran, I know what you're going to say. I oversimplified things yesterday. I was also too impulsive. You go back to your mom and tell her I'm in no hurry, so she can think of something when she wants it. Get back to me when. Then if my mom never thinks of it, do you have to wait for the rest of your life, Uncle Nyo?" Xiaoran smiled bitterly. Nyowo froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Then we'll wait for the rest of our lives. We're no different than a family as we are now anyway. Thank you, Uncle Bull, for being there for us, mother and son, all these years. Thank you. No matter if mom ends up marrying you or not, you will always be my Xiaoran's dad." Chapter 135, Zhao Yuting's appearance. First annex. Outside the main entrance, dressed in a long white dress, the stunning girl looked like a pure flower in full bloom. Standing quietly under that birch tree, her slender jade hands clutched a paper bag it was as if that bag contained the most precious treasure in the world. Fearing the slightest lapse, in a short time, a man dressed in a black suit and the stunning woman with a pretty face quietly walked up to the young girl. I only saw her open her lips lightly, and the sound she made seemed like the voice of a ghost from the depths of the empty valley, ethereal and moving. "You're Guing?" Hearing this sudden voice of inquiry, the young girl's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Only then did he nod dully. Seeing this, the stunning woman's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she opened her mouth once again and asked, "The things I asked you to prepare, are you ready?" Ready. Guing came back to her senses and, hurriedly, he carefully handed the woman the bag of papers he clutched in his arms. The woman took the paper bag and opened it with graceful movements. After roughly scanning the contract inside, he raised his head and said to Guing, "Let's go then. Please follow me." Guing hurriedly responded and turned around to lead the way. It didn't take long for the two to arrive inside an intensive care unit. Xiao Qin, who had long been waiting inside, saw the two arrive and immediately greeted them. "Sister Haru, who is this?" Xiao Qin curiously surveyed the extraordinarily good-looking woman in front of her. There was a gleam of doubt and wonder in his eyes. "This is the lawyer that sister found." Guing didn't know the woman's name and could only introduce her like this. Before Xiao Qin could wonder, there was a grumble from the terminally ill patient in the hospital bed. "Are you guys afraid I'll back out? I can't believe you're looking for a lawyer." Only the corner of the stunning woman's mouth gently hooked, and then she came to the hospital bed. "You're Mr. Chow, right? How do you do? I'm MS, Guing's lawyer, Zhao Yuting. I will be in full charge of the deal between you and MS. Guing next." With that, Zhao Yuting took out her cell phone from her pocket. Another recording button was pressed in front of Mr. Chow. "What are you doing?" Mr. Chow looked puzzled, because some people like to backtrack after the fact and tamper with confessions, and in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we lawyers usually record our conversations. Zhao Yuting explained softly. "It has to be recorded?" Mr. Chow frowned. This is also for the sake of our mutual interests. Please forgive me. Mr. Chow. What if I refuse to record? Mr. Chow said in a deep voice. Feeling the change in Mr. Chow's tone, Guing subconsciously tensed up as well. However, the stunningly beautiful woman in front of Mr. Chow still had a clouded look on her face. If Mr. Chow doesn't cooperate, then I'm afraid this deal won't be able to continue. Mr. Chow was stunned at first, then he burst out laughing. I've heard that you lawyers like to play mind games, and today I've seen that it's true to its name. Zhao Yuting still didn't change her face and looked unperturbed. Only Mr. Chow said with a disinterested look on his face. Fine, cancel it then. It doesn't matter if I'm going to die anyway. Pity about that girl's mom though. I hear she's not even 40. What a shame. As he said that, Mr. Chow didn't forget to cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao Qin. Only the discerning could feel the strong teasing intent in those eyes. Xiao Qin was shaking with anger, and if it wasn't for Guing holding her down, I'm afraid she would have rushed over. Then, as Mr. Chow said, cancel it. At these words, the scene was instantly silent. Only after a long time did Mr. Chow look at Zhao Yuting in a daze. You, what did you say? Since Mr. Chow didn't hear me, I'll say it again. If Mr. Chow doesn't want to trade, then this deal can only end here. Zhao Yuting said nonchalantly. To this point? Mr. Chow snorted again as he spoke. That girl's mom is still waiting for my heart to save her life. A mere proxy has the audacity to cancel the deal. Do you think you can do it? As soon as the words left his mouth, a crisp sound hit Mr. Chow in the face. She can make the call. When he looked around, he realized that the person who opened his mouth was Guing, who had a determined face. Mr. Chow looked at Guing with a gloomy face. Don't think I don't know that you're just an insignificant person, even if the master is that little girl. However, without waiting for Mr. Chow to finish, Xiao Qin, who had been held by Guing, suddenly shouted, No! Sister Haru can make the decision. Her will is my will, and Sister Haru isn't irrelevant. She's Xiao Qin's sister for life. Hearing this, Mr. Chow's face became particularly ugly, as if he had eaten sure. But Guing's face was extraordinarily happy and relieved. So Mr. Chow is willing to accept the recording now? Zhao Yuting looked at Mr. Chow with a smirk. Willing? Mr. Chow gritted his teeth. Zhao Yuting smiled gently. Since that's the case, let's officially start talking about the deal. She was seen removing a document from her bag and she began to read it out. Chow 1. From the Chow family village in Yi City, has a mother who gambles, drinks and takes drugs, was in jail 7 times for drinking and causing trouble. Mr. Chow, you don't deny anything about the information above, do you? I didn't expect you guys to actually investigate so carefully, Chow 1 said in a deep voice. Of course, I'm a professional lawyer. Zhao Yuting laughed lightly. Since it's okay with Mr. Chow, I'll make an announcement. The latest offer given to you from our side. The latest offer? Not the previously agreed upon $1 million? Chow 1 was flabbergasted. $1 million is your offer, Mr. Chow, but not our acceptance. The final transaction price will still need to be negotiated before we can settle on it. Cut the bull ********. It's less than 100 anyway. No, I'm changing it now. I'm not selling for less than $2 million. Hearing the price of $2 million, Xiao Qin almost fainted directly, but Guing held her up. Xiao Qin, don't worry, trust that big sister. She can handle it. Really? Really? Of course, doesn't Xiao Qin trust Sister Haru? I believe. A day that begs for a 5-star review. Chapter 136, Tyrannical Zhao Yuting. What are you laughing at? Xiao Wen looked at the lawyer Zhao Yuting with a surprised face. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Saying that, Zhao Yuting covered her mouth and laughed. Guing and Xiao Qin on the side were also at a loss. It was only after a few moments that Zhao Yuting calmed down. Alright, Mr. Chow, you can continue. Xiao Wen glanced at Xiao Qin before speaking. I'll say this, don't, without $2 million. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Yuting burst out laughing once again. That silver bell laughter soon filled the entire ward, but it wasn't long before an angry roar interrupted it. Enough! The one who opened his mouth was none other than the already irritated Chow 1, only to see him looking at Zhao Yuting with a grim face. Is it so funny that I'm offering $2 million? Isn't it funny to ask for $2 million for something that was thrown to the dogs and the dogs won't eat it? Zhao Yuting had no qualms about looking at Zhu Wen and laughing. You actually dare to humiliate me? Chow Wen gritted his teeth and glared at Zhao Yuting. Zhao Yuting said with a disdainful face, what's wrong with humiliating you? Is it hard to believe that you still want to get up and hit me? Oh, I almost forgot. You've got tubes in you. and you can't seem to move. Do you want me to come over and hit you? Looking at Zhao Yuting, who was so beaten up in front of him, Chao Wen, who was unable to move, could only growl impotently. You! As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud slap resounded throughout the hospital room. Gu Qing was confused. Xiao Qin was confused. Chao Wen, who was slapped in the face, was also confused. You dared to whip me? Chao Wen looked at Zhao Yuting with an incredulous expression. What's wrong with smoking you? Give you some color and you really dare to open a dye house? As soon as the words fell, Zhao Yuting threw out a loud slap once again. Chao Wen was slapped twice in less than a minute. He was completely furious, only to see Chao Wen start roaring hysterically as if he were an enraged lion. Ah! How dare you whip me? His eyes were so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets, and both his faces were red and his forehead was bruised and his appearance was not too scary. However, Chao Wen's incompetent rage only lasted for a few short seconds. The crisp, loud slap hit him hard again like lightning on his cheek, which was already starting to redden and swell. Pop! Along with that came Zhao Yuting's voice that was full of impatience and carried a few hints of contempt. What's all the shouting about? My ears are about to be deafened by you. Gu Qing, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but swallow her saliva when she saw the scene in front of her, and on the side, Xiao Qin had been so shocked that she didn't know what to say. After a brief moment of disorientation, Chao Wen then growled again. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Only the grim-faced Chao Wen did not hesitate to rip off the tube inserted in his body. He then got up like a furious tiger and pounced towards Zhao Yuting. However, before he could touch Zhao Yuting, another deafening slap across his face. Pop! That was an extraordinarily hard slap in the face. Chao Wen, who had originally wanted to pounce on Zhao Yuting, directly performed a wave of 360-degree spins in the air before smashing heavily on the ground. The intense pain caused him to wail as he lay on the ground, but even then, he still wouldn't stop. He was seen struggling to get up, and then continued to call out, Ah! I'll kill you! But in the next second, Zhao Yuting responded with that loud slap. Pop! Chao Wen is like the undefeatable strongman who falls down and rises up again, and falls down again. I'm going to kill. Pop! I want to kill. Pop! It went on like that for I don't know how long. It wasn't until Zhao Yuting threw out the 99th and 81st slap that Chao Wen couldn't hold out any longer at all. After spitting a graceful red arc into the air, Chao Wen completely fainted. Just you still want to teach Auntie a lesson. After sneering, Zhao Yuting arrived in front of Gu Qing and Xiao Qin, who were already completely dumbfounded. Let's go. Ha? Leaving now? Gu Qing was stunned. Or are you going to stay here all the time? But the deal hasn't been made yet. Gu Qing glanced at Chao Wen who didn't know if he still had breath. You guys don't really want to transplant the heart of this scum, do you? I don't want to, but we can't find it now, Gu Qing said somewhat helplessly. It's true that it's a bit difficult to find a matching heart in Leaf City, but it's not impossible. Really? Really? Can you really find it? Of course, I'm Zhao Yuting, hospital rooftop. Gu Qing trembled as she looked at the document in her hands. Is this true? He's really willing to donate his heart for free? I've asked around. The heart match is fine, and the donor has no bad habits. As soon as the heart arrives tomorrow, you can do the surgery, Zhao Yuting said faintly. Great! Auntie Wang is saved. Great! Gu Qing cried with joy. Only after a long time did Gu Qing gradually calm down. Sorry, I'm just so excited. There's no harm in it. I would have done the same in my place. Gu Qing was just about to open her mouth to thank Zhao Yuting, when Zhao Yuting's curious voice came from her ears. Why did you trust me so much just now in the hospital room? Weren't you afraid I'd screw up? Gu Qing froze for a moment, then spoke. Of course I'm afraid. If there's no heart, Xiao Qin will lose Auntie Wang. Then why didn't you stop me? Zhao Yuting was curious. Gu Qing bit her red lips and looked somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, Zhao Yuting continued. If it's not convenient to talk about it, forget it. Gu Qing shook her head. Actually, it's because of a guy who told me yesterday to do everything you tell me to do. That's why I said here. Gu Qing's face inexplicably surfaced a touch of redness. The corner of Zhao Yuting's mouth rose slightly as she smiled and asked, This person must be very important to you, right? Being asked by Zhao Yuting, Gu Qing immediately turned red with shame. Like a ripe apple, she nodded in embarrassment and whispered, Well, it's important. Looking at Gu Qing, who was so shy in front of her, a quick flash of color flashed through Zhao Yuting's eyes. My mission is accomplished. I should go. Just by turning around. She took a quick, light step towards the stairway. Seeing this, Gu Qing hurriedly shouted, Lawyer Zhao, wait a moment. I haven't had a chance to thank you properly yet. However, Zhao Yuting just waved her hand casually. If you want to thank me, thank the guy who asked me to come over and help. With that, her figure disappeared into the stairway. Only Guing was left standing in place, looking in the direction of her departure, her heart filled with gratitude. Thank you, Counselor Cho. And White. Chapter 137, The Generous Xiaoran. The first affiliated hospital. Outside the ward where Yi Qingxue was, Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a scrutinizing face. Honestly, where did you go fooling around last night? Lindbergh's heart didn't panic and his hands didn't shake as he pulled the lie. Of course I'm at home with my Yue baby. I'm a family man. How can you go out and fool around? Oh, is that so? How come Sister Yue just told me that someone seemed to have stayed out all night yesterday? Lin Bai secretly said that it was not good. I can't believe I forgot that these two have WeChat. So what? Qingxue hasn't eaten breakfast yet. I'll go buy her breakfast. Said. Lindbergh is about to bolt. But Hongya, who was prepared for this, yanked him right back. Get back here. Auntie is inside taking care of Qingxue for breakfast. What kind of breakfast are you buying? The two of them don't always have enough to eat. I'll go back to. Before Lin Bai could finish his sentence, Hongya interrupted him. It's Sister Yao, right? Sister Yue told me all this morning that she could find the little house to go to. I'm afraid it's only Sister Yao? Since you've guessed it all, then you're still asking. Lin Bai was helpless. As a girlfriend, Hongya is undoubtedly qualified. But there's one bad thing about it. This chick is too smart for her own good. Whether it's his relationship with Yi Qingxue, or with Yu Yao, they were all nothing in front of her. Hongya, a woman who sees the whole picture. Fortunately, he was more decisive and took Hongya directly. Otherwise such a scary woman would be a problem if she became an enemy. So you've been with Sister Yao all night? Hongya then asked. Just as Lin Bai was about to open his mouth to confess, he saw a familiar figure walking towards the two of them. Seeing that the person was about to come close, Lindbergh couldn't think too much and hurriedly took a big step forward. A smile quickly piled up on his face and he greeted enthusiastically. Brother Ran. Hongya thought that Lin Bai was going to find an excuse to bail out again. As usual, the fire in his heart was also rising. Just as she was about to open her mouth to scold Lindbergh, but suddenly he heard an unmistakably familiar cry from behind him. Lao Lin. Hongya. Hongya subconsciously turned around, and when she saw the person in front of her, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Who else but Xiaoran could be the one who appeared in front of her, only to see Xiaoran with a smile on his face, as he was coming over towards the two of them with quick steps. In his hands were also two conspicuous bags. One of them was the food that Yu Yao had prepared for Xiaoran. The other is the favoritism of Dad Niu Wu to Xiaoran. Originally, Xiaoran wanted to go back to school first, but when he thought that Yi Qingxue was still in the hospital, and he hoofed it, Hongya, who realized that she almost did something bad, hurriedly greeted Xiaoya. Xiaoran, you're back. Xiaoran nodded his head back. Hongya, it's been hard for you to take care of Qingxue in the past 2 days. Hongya waved her hand. It's fine. Qingxue and I are bosom friends. This is all what I should do, no matter what. Thank you. Xiaoran looked at Hongya sincerely. Hongya could only smile in response. By the way, what were you guys just talking about? I think I heard someone say something about being together? Xiaoran was suddenly curious. Lin Bai and Hongya were both slightly stunned, but it was good that Lin Bai's brain turned fast enough to. Immediately, a response came to mind, only to see him looking at Hongya with a feigned apology. He said, Ran, as you know, Hongya and I have been together for a while, but really, the two of us haven't even been on a proper date. And she feels as if we're not together. Xiaoran, who heard this, was dumbfounded. No, old Lin, aren't you spending the whole day away from the dormitory with Hong Banhua? Lindbergh said with a sigh. We were together, but every time we dated there was always an accident. There's been a lot going on in between, so we haven't had a proper date until now. Originally the two of us were going to have a nice date this weekend, but my sister-in-law had a sudden car accident and, Hongya as my sister-in-law's best friend, and Ran, you are my good brother. How can we abandon my sister-in-law to go on a date? Xiaoran, who had heard this explanation from Lin Bai, was surprised that his first reaction was not to be touched. Instead, his heart was inexplicably balanced. You heard right. It's balanced. He'd always thought that Lindbergh and Hongya were the perfect couple, like normal passionate couples in love, did what all couples do. I didn't expect the two of them to be the same as myself and Qingxue. It's really hard to tell. No, old Lin. From now on, you're my best buddy Xiaoran. As for doubting Lin Bai, that was naturally impossible. He's had 2 dates of his own interrupted for various reasons. Isn't it normal for people to fail at dating? Lindbergh, it's normal, because I'm responsible for both of your failed dates. You're welcome, good buddy. After the heart is balanced, it's just deeply moving, whether it was to Lindbergh or Hongya, only to see Xiaoran pull out his cell phone and tinker with it. Then Lin Bai and Hongya's cell phones rang one after another. Curious, the two opened their cell phones, only to find that each had received a transfer from Xiao Ran. And it's not a bad transfer. 200 per person. Brother Ran, what are you transferring money to us for? Lin Bai had a surprised look on his face. Xiao Ran, what do you mean? Qingxue is my friend. I took care of her of my own free will. Compared to Lin Bai's surprise, Hongya had a furious look on her face. She felt insulted. Seeing that he was about to make a fool of himself, Xiao Ran hastened to explain himself. No, you guys listen to me. I appreciate you guys taking care of Qingxue, but I don't want you to change your plans because of me and Kiyuki. Then Ran brother, you transfer money this means? Lindbergh wondered. Old Lin, don't you owe Hong Banhua a full date? Why don't you guys go on a date now? That money just now. Think of it as my sponsoring funds for your date. Xiao Ran explained. Now, the two men said in unison. Xiao Ran nodded. Right, now that I'm back, I'll just take care of Qingxue's side. You guys should just go on your date as planned. Lin Bai glanced at Hongya and then said, Ran, it's fine for us to go on a date, but we can't have your money. Ran. With that, Lin Bai was ready to return the money to Xiao Ran, but was interrupted by Xiao Ran before he could even order it up. Old Lin, I know you're not poor, but this money is my Qingxue's thoughts. But, if you refuse again, I'll get angry. Seeing that Xiao Ran was so insistent, Lin Bai had no choice but to accept this huge sum of money. After explaining a few things to Xiao Ran, Lin Bai and Hongya returned to the tank 300. Did Xiao Ran win the lottery? Why are you so generous? Hongya just got in the car and couldn't help but be curious. 400 is naturally dispensable for someone like Lindbergh, but it's a lot of money for 99% of college students. What's more, as far as she knew, Xiao Ran's family wasn't a particularly wealthy family. The corner of Lindbergh's mouth gently lifted. I think I know where he got all this money. From where? Hongya blinked curiously. You guess? Don't talk about it. Where are we going now? Yalan. Ha? In broad daylight? Someone's been a little too cocky lately, and it's rare to have the time to. One must educate and educate properly to do so. Ha! Who's afraid of who? Don't get weak in the knees later. Then walk. Chapter 138, Chu Jun's Calculations. You're Qingxue's boyfriend, Xiao Ran? Inside the VIP ward, Chu Jun looked at Xiao Ran with an icy gaze. Feeling the icy aura emanating from his future mother-in-law, Xiao Ran could not help but shiver as well. He nodded with forced composure. Yes auntie, I am. Before the words fell, a lightning-like slap smacked Xiao Ran in the face, only to hear a slap sound. A huge slap mark appeared on Xiao Ran's face. The sudden slap directly dazed Xiao Ran. Yi Qingxue, who was sitting on the hospital bed, was also confused. Returning to her senses, she looked at Chu Jun and shouted angrily. Chu Jun, are you out of your mind? Facing Yi Qingxue's chiding, Chu Jun did not budge at all. As your boyfriend, he wasn't around to take care of you when you were hospitalized. Shouldn't he fight? Xiao Ran went home for her mother's birthday, and that was with my permission. Besides, I'm on good terms with you? What gives you the right to hit Xiao Ran? Yi Qingxue had an angry look on her face. Learning that Xiao Ran had actually returned home to celebrate his mother's birthday had somewhat surprised Chu Jun, but that reason alone could not dispel the anger in her heart. Just because I'm your mom now? Yi Qingxue directly froze. She didn't expect the usually weak Chu Jun to be so tough today. Seeing Yi Qingxue stunned, Chu Jun turned his head and then looked at Xiao Ran, who was still in a daze. Break up with Qingxue? You're not suitable. Xiao Ran, who was still in a state of delirium the previous second, instantly returned to his senses, only to see his face pale and incomparably trembling as he looked at Chu Jun. Why? Isn't it enough that Qingxue was hospitalized? Chu Jun said coldly. Chu Jun, shut up. What does my hospitalization have to do with Xiao Ran? Yi Qingxue chided again, as soon as the words were spoken. However, there was a response from the room. Nope, there's a connection. Yi Qingxue looked at Xiao Ran in a daze. How could she not expect Xiao Ran to come out and refute her? If I hadn't run into you in the cafeteria, there wouldn't have been a date. If there hadn't been a date, Qingxue, you wouldn't have gotten into a car accident and wouldn't have been so badly injured. Seeing Xiao Ran's heartbroken and self-condemning look, Yi Qingxue surprisingly didn't feel guilty at all in her heart. Yi Qingxue, you really are a bad woman. Equally expressionless was Chu Jun. Only her voice was even colder and merciless. You think I'll forgive you if you say that? Xiao Ran shook his head indifferently. It is true that this matter is my fault, and I do not ask my aunt to forgive me for, but I beg auntie to give me another chance. I will definitely not let Qingxue suffer a single bit of harm again. Give you another chance? What qualifications do you have to make me give you another chance? Chu Jun laughed coldly. Just because I am the man who loves Qingxue the most in this world, Xiao Ran said loudly and firmly. When these words came out, Yi Qingxue and Chu Jun were both slightly stunned, watching the man she once loved express his love unapologetically at this moment. Yi Qingxue's heart was indescribably complicated. If Lin Bai hadn't interfered, she and Xiao Ran would have become a very happy couple. Xiao Ran, I'm sorry, I'm already Lin Bai's woman. And Chu Jun, who had originally made up his mind that he wanted Xiao Ran to break up with Yi Qingxue, at this moment, looking at the teenager in front of her who was so determined, a hint of faltering arose in her heart. I don't know how long it took before Chu Jun spoke again. Good, I can give you another chance. Xiao Ran's eyes instantly blossomed with a scorching light upon hearing these words, but Yi Qingxue, who was sitting on the hospital bed, smelled a hint of intrigue. I heard Qingxue say that you studied finance, right? Chu Jun said as he looked at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran glanced at Yi Qingxue before nodding. Yi Qingxue, what are you looking at me for? I'm not going to say one more word to this bad woman. Since you're studying finance, you can't be bad at making money, and I'm not going to make it hard for you, as long as you can do it without relying on anyone else's. Make $1 million in a month and I'll make you and Qingxue whole. At those words, Xiao Ran instantly changed color. Granted, he's got $3 million on him right now, but having $3 million and making $1 million a month, two concepts altogether. Without waiting for him to speak, Yi Qingxue, who was sitting on the hospital bed, couldn't help but chortle again. Chu Jun, have you really lost your mind? Xiao Ran hasn't even graduated yet. How he made $1 million in a month? If he can't even do that, do you think he's qualified to be our family's son-in-law? Chu Jun said as he looked meaningfully at Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue certainly knew what Chu Jun meant by his words. However, before she could speak, Xiao Ran interrupted her. Is it true that as soon as I make $1 million, Auntie won't stop me from being with Qingxue anymore? That's right, as long as you can do it, I will absolutely not stop you anymore. But if you can't do it, you won't be able to see Qingxue again in this lifetime. Chu Jun's eyes narrowed. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Ran's firm and loud voice resounded within the ward. Good, I promise. Xiao Ran, don't be impulsive. Yi Qingxue shouted in a hurry. At this point in time, if Yi Qingxue couldn't react, then she would be a little cutie. She's a little cutie. She didn't expect that guy to come up with such a detrimental trick to keep herself and Xiao Ran apart. Even though she kind of wanted to break up, it was time to put on a show. Only Xiao Ran looked at Yi Qingxue confidently and affectionately. Qingxue, believe me, I'll be able to make $1 million in a month. I'll prove myself to my aunt. Yi Qingxue couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If it wasn't for that guy, I do believe you could have done it. But if you can do it now, I'll write my name backwards. There's one more thing. In order for Qingxue to be able to recuperate from her injuries at ease, you can't come and disturb Qingxue for this month. Chu Jun continued. Xiao Ran, who heard this news, instantly frowned. One day of not being able to see Yi Qingxue was a torment to him. And if he couldn't see it for a month, will he live then? Chu Jun, aren't you going too far? We haven't broken up yet. Who are you to stop me from meeting with Xiao Ran? If Lin Bai saw Yi Qingxue's expression at this moment, I'm sure I won't be able to resist praising. Worthy of being Miss Yi, your acting skills are really superb. Yi Qingxue, don't worship Sis. Sis is just a legend. I'm doing this for his own good, to save him the trip to the hospital. That way he has more time to make money too. Xiao Ran, you also don't want to never see Qingxue, right? Chu Jun looked at Xiao Ran with a smirk. Xiao Ran, who was still hesitant, instantly made a decision as soon as he heard that he would never see Yi Qingxue. Everything to Auntie. Chu Jun showed a triumphant smile. I'll give you guys a little time to say goodbye. I'll be back later. After saying that, Chu Jun walked out of the room. Soon, the only couple left in this large hospital room was the couple in name only. I don't know how long it took before Yi Qingxue sighed and said, Xiao Ran, why are you doing this? Even if you don't agree, I won't break up with you. Xiao Ran looked at Yi Qingxue softly. I know, but if not, I wouldn't be able to get your family's approval, and I can't keep running away from it. But how are you going to make $1 million in only 1 month? It's really hard, but I'm confident. Trust me. Qingxue, I won't let you down. Chapter 139, Du Qing's memories up. Hongya lay breathlessly in Lindbergh's arms. You must be sneaking pills. We were together the whole time. Did you see me take a pill? Lindbergh couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. Anyway, you're just medicated. It's not your true level. I'm not convinced. When I'm resting, after the break With that said, Hanya was silent. At another glance, this chick had fallen asleep in her arms. Looks like you can't just take any medicine in the future. Lindbergh sighed. In order to be able to teach a lesson to Hanya, who has become more and more rampant lately, Lindbergh consumed 500 revenge points to purchase a one-time war god pill. The result was then a big win for Lindbergh and a crushing defeat for Hanya. gently placing Hongya on the bed. Lin Bai then came to the living room. The phone sitting on the coffee table vibrated just as his but sat down. Curious, Lindbergh opened his cell phone. Then he saw the picture of the lunch that Guing had sent him. Lunch was simple. A plain bowl of veggie noodles with a small dish of pickles. Breakfast on this was even simpler with just 2 white buns. But in the morning he was too busy coupling up with Yu Yao to notice. An inexplicable fury was born. On the other hand, in an old noodle shop outside the first annex. Sister Haru, since when do you like taking pictures? Xiaoqin looked suspiciously at Guing, who had just finished sending a picture to Lin Bai. In front of Xiaoqin was the same bowl of veggie noodles, but she had an extra poached egg in her bowl. Just want to record life. Guing had the unnatural ability to say, the kitsune is underage, but she's no cutie pie. Oh, but why do I get the feeling that you're taking pictures of Brother Lindbergh? Sister Haru? Xiaoqin scowled at Guing. Guing's white cheeks were instantly colored with a blush. Only she stammered. What did I send him? Send a picture for? I don't believe it. Unless you show me your cell phone. Sister Chang. Xiaoqin. It's not polite to look at other people's cell phones. Eat quickly. I have to go back to take care of Auntie Wang after eating. Sister Ching isn't an outsider. Show me. Yeah. No. Xiaoqin, you don't grab. Just as the two were scrambling, Guing's cell phone suddenly rang. The two of them fixed their eyes on it, and it was Lin Bai's phone. Ha! Sister Haru, you still say you're not calling Brother Lindbergh? The kitsune raised her chin in triumph. Guing's pretty face reddened, and clutching her cell phone, she ran to the side of the alley. After making sure no one was around, Guing took a deep breath and, then trembling, he pressed the answer button. Hello, this is Guing. Her voice sounded so gentle but the tenderness was also mixed with a trace of undisguised nervousness, and even a vague sense of anticipation. On the other end of the phone, Lin Bai, who was already furious, after hearing Guing's soft words, the anger in his heart was like being doused with a pot of ice water, instantly extinguished without a trace. Is the noodle good? Lindbergh tried to make his tone seem calm. Guing responded with a glutinous voice. Still, haven't eaten yet. What to do? I haven't eaten yet either, Lin Bai said incomparably softly. Guing froze slightly, then said with incomparable nervousness, so, are you coming over then? What? Are you going to treat me to noodles again? Lin Bai lightly laughed. Too, if I may. Just then, a group of kids in open pants with toy guns poured into the alley. In just a few moments, the entire Hudon became lively, and the sound of vehicles honking and hollering began to come from the street behind them. The sound of crowds crowding. And yet, despite all the clamor from the outside world, yet they could still clearly feel each other's hearts that were beating violently due to inexplicable emotions. When the children in the hutons dispersed and the streets quieted down, it was only then that Lin Bai's gentle and magnetic voice came out of the cell phone again. I don't know what Lindbergh said, only to see Guing's clean and innocent face suddenly blossomed with a smile that was as bright as the warm spring sun and unforgettable for life. A little over half an hour later, the person who originally came with Guing to eat noodles at the old noodle shop changed from Xiaoqin to Lin Bai. How was it? Is it good? Guing's big watery eyes flickered as she looked at Lin Bai. It's quite tasty. The soup base is rich and the noodles are strong. Lin Bai commented pertinently. Right. This is a treasure noodle shop I've discovered. And I don't bring normal people here. Guing is a bit smug. Oh, you found it? Feeling that there was a story, Lindbergh was instantly interested. Guing nodded, then recalled. It was when I was 11 years old, and that day I followed my grandmother out to pick up trash. But in the afternoon the sky suddenly started to rain heavily, and my grandmother and I didn't have an umbrella with us, so we had to rush to get out of the rain. There weren't as many stores here then as there are now, so there weren't many places to hide from the rain. My sharp eyes quickly spotted the old noodle shop, but it was occupied for a meal. In order not to disrupt the noodle shop business, my grandmother and I stood by the side of the shed to hide from the rain. It was so cold that day, so cold that we grandchildren had to hug each other to keep warm. But soon Granny Wong found us. She warmly invited us into the noodle shop and gave Grandma and I a bowl of bone broth each. After drinking the bone broth, my grandmother and I came to life. When she was leaving, Grandma was going to pay, but Grandma Wang said she wouldn't take it. Just like that, Grandma and I hoard out a meal of bone broth that was both warming and delicious for nothing. Speaking of which, Grandma Wang of the noodle shop just happened to come aside to clear the table. The enthusiastic Guing immediately stepped forward to help. Granny Wang, let me help you. Only after clearing the table around her did she return to sit in front of Lindbergh. Noticing the confusion in Lin Bai's eyes, Guing subconsciously explained. Granny Wang's back isn't very good and she can't bend over for long periods of time. That's why I'm. However, Lin Bai shook his head with a smile. It's not a good habit to suddenly stop in the middle of a story. Chapter 140, Guqing's memories next. From then on, whenever Grandma and I passed by the old noodle shop, I'll come here for a steaming bowl of bone broth. Still, Grandma Wang refused to take the money, but smart Grandma left the bone broth money behind every time by all means. In this way, Grandma and Grandma Wang soon became close and dear friends. Grandma would also take me to visit Grandpa and Grandma Wang during the holidays. It wasn't until I was in high school that the relationship started to change. Inside the Red Maple Park near the first affiliated hospital, Guqing recalled as she walked. Behind her, following was clearly the faithful listener Lindbergh. However, when she said this, Guqing's complexion visibly fell. Obviously, this is a major turning point in the story. Lin Bai didn't urge, quietly looking at Guqing. The eyes were filled with tenderness as well as an indescribable emotion. It was only after a while that Guqing spoke again. It was the week before I started high school. Grandma Wang came for the first time to the place where Grandma and I live. Grandma was especially excited and gave me a lot of money to buy some good food to entertain Granny Wang. I took the money and went grocery shopping. However, when I came back from grocery shopping, I saw Grandma and Grandma Wang arguing. That was the first time I ever saw Grandma fight with anyone. What they were arguing about had something to do with you, right? Lindbergh guessed. Guqing nodded. Grandma wasn't as tough as she used to be by that time, but she was trying to provide for me, still going out early and coming home late every day, whether it's windy or raining, so that I can go to school. Worried that my grandmother's health would not be able to cope, Granny Wang offered to sponsor my schooling, but Grandma strongly disagreed, and then the two of them argued. This should be a good thing. Why doesn't your grandmother agree? Lindbergh wondered. At first I didn't know why Grandma refused, but then I realized that Grandma doesn't want to drag Grandma Wang down. Dragging down Granny Wang? Lin Bai frowned slightly. Guqing said with a sigh. Actually, Grandpa and Grandma Wang's family isn't much richer. A large family is basically supported by the old couple who run a noodle shop, and at that time, Grandma Wang's grandson had just gotten engaged and was in dire need of money. How can Grandma take Grandma Wang's kindness with a clear conscience? Grandma and Grandpa Wang run the noodle shop, and they also make hard-earned money by going out early and coming home late every day. Grandma didn't want to involve Grandma Wang, so she deliberately got into an argument with her. And after that, the two didn't make up either? Lindbergh asked curiously. Guqing shook her head. After that, Grandma and Grandma Wang broke off their relationship. It wasn't until 2 years later that Grandma was kicked into the hospital by a homeless man, and it was only when she got the news that Granny Wang saw her grandmother in the hospital. Lindbergh, you're the one who notified Granny Wang, right? Guqing, well, the hospital where Grandma was hospitalized just happened to be the first affiliated hospital. It would take me ages to get there from school, so I had to ask Grandma Wang to go ahead and take care of my grandmother. While at the hospital, the two again argue over the hospitalization. Grandma wants to be discharged from the hospital, but Grandma Wang strongly disagreed. The final result of the argument was that Granny Wang was once again exasperated by her grandmother, and Grandma was discharged after a night in the hospital. But not long after going back, Grandma was hospitalized again. Grandma guessed she would faint again, so a few days before she did, she then told me everything. Told me not to contact Granny Wang again no matter what. Lindbergh, so did you make contact? Guqing, if Grandma hadn't said those things to me, I would have contacted Granny Wang, but I know how hard Grandma Wang has worked, so how can I be so kind as to trouble her again? Lindbergh, and then you ran into Auntie Wang? Guqing, well, with Auntie Wang's help, Grandma recovered very quickly. She then lived with me in a rented room arranged by Auntie Wang until after the new year, when she passed away. Lindbergh, didn't your grandmother meet with Grandma Wang in between? Guqing, actually met once. Lindbergh, oh? Guqing, Grandma actually always wanted to make up with Grandma Wang, but she knew that she had a short life ahead of her, and she didn't want Grandma Wang to be sad, which is why she refused to see her. I can't bear to see my grandma looking at the things that Grandma Wang gave her every day and staring at them, so I secretly contacted Grandma Wang without her knowledge. The next day, I let her meet Grandma Wang in the park under the pretext of pushing her out for a walk. The two talked for a long time, and finally Granny Wang left with red eyes, but Granny was extraordinarily calm. After that, Grandma's health got worse every day. Just after the new year, Grandma left for good. The day after my grandmother's burial, I traveled to the old noodle shop. Tell Grandma Wang the news. That day, Granny Wang knelt in front of her grandmother's mausoleum for a whole day. It was only when Grandpa Wang came over with the whole family to persuade her that she got up and went home. Since then, Grandma Wang has been visiting her grandmother every week, often for half a day. Over time, she couldn't bend her back. Lin Bai didn't realize that Grandma Wang's waist was actually related to Grandma Guqing as well. It's really an old sisterly love. Just as Lin Bai was secretly sighing, Guing suddenly turned around and came. Lin Bai. Thank you. Thank me for what? Lin Bai was astonished. Thank you for listening to Grandma and Grandma Wang's story. Ha! This is actually the first time I've told the story of Grandma and Grandma Wang. Guing smiled gently. You didn't tell your Auntie Wang, or that girl called Xiao Qin? Lindbergh was obviously a bit surprised. Guing shook her head. No. Then why did you tell me about it? You should have taken Xiao Qin there many times as well. I don't know. Lindbergh wondered. Guing slightly lowered her head and gently bit her lips, looking somewhat hesitant. It was only after a while that Guing slowly raised her head, her eyes meeting Lin Bai's. Whispered. I don't know why. I just couldn't resist telling you. Wanted to. However, before Guing could finish her sentence, Lin Bai suddenly took a step forward and, reaching out, he cupped his hands around the petite, lovely face and pressed his lips to it without hesitation. This sudden move directly confused Guing. After a brief moment of disorientation, Guing acted as if she understood Lin Bai's thoughts. Slowly, he closed his eyes and began to respond in a raw and careful manner. Her hands unconsciously climbed up onto Lin Bai's neck, and his body can't help but move closer to him. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen, and only the two of them were left in the entire world. In this empty red maple park, the maple leaves rustle as the fall wind blows gently through but it couldn't disturb the two who were declaring their feelings for each other to their heart's content. Knowing that people want to gripe about the recaps being a bit wordy in these two chapters, and I don't want to be, well, but the identity is here. Guing, the biggest female lead in this novel. There isn't one. The first nonsense is all to set the stage for the rest. Again, this book does not suck. Ask for a 5-star review. Chapter 141. Xia Yue and Zhao Yuding. Small townhouse. At the dining room table. How does it taste? Xia Yue looked with incomparable anticipation at the stunning woman in front of her whose appearance was in no way inferior to hers. The stunning woman nodded repeatedly. Vivi baby, I thought you were trying to screw me over. It's not too amazing, but it's still way better than the crap I ate when I came to Leaf City. It's delicious, you eat more. Not enough, I'll go and make it for you again. Xia Yue incomparably tenderly said. Are you trying to piggyback me? I'd love to, but someone's meal doesn't seem to give me a chance. Also, I've pulled a little bit in singing, but I, Zhao Yuding, come second in the dry rice category. Who dares to rank first? That's right. The incomparably complacent and stunning woman in front of her was none other than Zhao Yuding, who had helped Guing solve her heart problem not long ago. But at this moment, Zhao Yuding had already shed the serious suit on her body, changed into a slightly cuter set of pajamas. Okay, I know you're the best at cooking. Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold later. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yuding leaned back on the sofa with satisfaction. Xia Yue came over with 2 steaming cups of coffee. Have some coffee. Zhao Yuting took the coffee and drank it in one go, not caring if it was steaming or not. Xia Yue, who was sitting beside her, on the other hand, always had a calm face. And, it seemed that she had long been accustomed to such a bold and daring move from Zhao Yuting. After drinking the coffee, Zhao Yuting, like a lazy kitten, softly, he lay into Xia Yue's warm embrace. Yue baby, your cooking is so delicious. What if I don't want to leave? Xia Yue simply responded lightly. Since you don't want to leave, then simply stay in Yi City. Hearing this, Zhao Yuding's eyes instantly lit up. Is Yuvi baby planning to wrap me up? The great lady of the Zhao family still needs me. A little woman. To support her? Xia Yue couldn't help but tease. Zhao Yuting didn't care about Xia Yue's jabs at all, and refuted with a vibrant voice. Missy also needs to eat. As the old saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel. You'll be hungry if you don't eat. There's also an old saying that goes, fertilizer doesn't flow to the outside world. Baby Yue cooks so well, it's too bad to give it to someone else. It's better for me to enjoy it. So, why don't you adopt me? Then you'll cook during the day and I'll warm the bed at night. If you want to do shy things, it's also negotiable. Saying that, Zhao Yuting's face also revealed a wry bad smile. However, despite Zhao Yuting saying so much, Xia Yue still didn't change her face. Then you'd better go. Ruthless Yue baby. Thanks for flying all the way over here to look for you. No love. Zhao Yuting pouted unhappily. After the joke, Zhao Yuding got serious. Is he good to you? The corner of Xia Yue's mouth gently hooked. You guess? Zhao Yuding smiled gently. It looks like it's treating you well. Otherwise you wouldn't have moved here from the villa there. I know, and you're asking. I wanted to hear it from you. Only Zhao Yuding's words suddenly changed. But are you really not going to let me meet him? Xia Yue raised her eyebrows. You really want to see him? That's for sure. I'm curious as to what kind of man. I can't believe I can charm my Yue baby like this. Xia Yue hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Better not. What? Are you really afraid that he'll be obsessed with me? Zhao Yuding couldn't help but snicker. Xia Yue shook her head. I'm afraid you'll get hooked on him. Hearing this, Zhao Yuting couldn't help but laugh out loud, her laughter clear and pleasant. It echoed in the air like a silver bell. What a joke! This young lady is Zhao Yuting, eh? No man has yet been born in this world who can conquer me. Maybe Lindbergh really is the man who can conquer you. The corners of Xia Yue's mouth rose slightly, her eyes revealing a mysterious and intriguing light. Hearing this, Zhao Yuting couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you think that's possible? It may be true that other people can't do it, but if it's Lin Bai, it might be possible. Zhao Yuting couldn't help herself, and reached out and gently touched Xia Yue's forehead for a moment, muttered suspiciously. There's no fever either. Why are you talking nonsense? Xia Yue set aside Zhao Yuting's hand and said with a serious face, this person, Lin Bai, is really special. Yuting, believe me, if after you meet him, absolutely mesmerized by him. I don't believe it. How could she be attracted to a man? The titular Zhao Yuting? And a very philandering man. No way. Absolutely no way. At this time, Xia Yue's eyes turned and suddenly came up with a sentence. In that case, how about we make a bet? He. Daring to make a bet with me. Zhao Yuting. Yue baby, you have guts. Just say bet or not. Bet. Of course I'll bet. There's no bet in this world that I, Zhao Yuting, wouldn't dare to make. On the other side, a young man and woman, hand in hand, arrived at the first annex. Downstairs in the critical care hospitalization area, Guing stopped her steps and slightly lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed a light layer of redness. Said petulantly, I am here. Her voice was as tiny as a mosquito fly, almost hard to hear. Lin Bai, who was standing on the side, softly answered, aha. However, his hand was still holding Guing's hand tightly. There was no sign of wanting to let go. The two just stood there in silence, not moving a muscle. I don't know how much time had passed, but Guing finally gathered her courage and spoke again. And, you can let go. Hearing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a trace of loss and reluctance welling up in his heart, but he still slowly let go of Guing's hand. See you tomorrow. 3 simple words, but full of Lin Bai's inexhaustible deep feelings. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Guing hurried into the building like a frightened deer. Lin Bai kept watching that somewhat flustered back until she disappeared from sight. He then looked down at his hand, which had long since become wet with sweat from the long hours of clenching it. With a warm smile, after standing in place for a while, Lin Bai then turned around and walked towards the general patient hospitalization area not far away. However, he had just turned around and a small but cute head peeked out quietly from the building right behind him. Sparkling eyes, flushed cheeks, and that cherry mouth that keeps opening and closing. Chapter 142, Teaching Yiqing Xue. Where's Ran? After sending Guing away, Lin Bai came to the VIP ward where Yiqing Xue was. You've driven people away, and you're still here pretending to be a brotherly love. Yiqing Xue didn't have the good sense to give Lin Bai a glance. Driven away by me? Lin Bai was astonished. So, Xiao Ran really agreed to Chu Jun's conditions for you? The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. That little cutie. Still confidently talking about gaining Chu Jun's approval, but he doesn't know that this is all a conspiracy between you and Chu Jun. Yiqing Xue couldn't help but sigh. Just by reaching out his hand, Lin Bai ruthlessly pinched Yiqing Xue's delicate white cheeks. Miss Yi, are you now hearting another man in front of your man? So what if it is? Bite me if you can. Provoking me? Congratulations on your success. I don't know how long it took, but the two of them snuggled close together in the somewhat crowded hospital bed. Sister contacted me today. Yiqing Xue panted. Oh, what is she looking for you for? Lin Bai instantly became interested. Didn't come home for a few days in a row? Why do you think she's looking for me? Yiqing Xue didn't have the good sense to say. Did you have a showdown with her? Yiqing Xue shook her head. I told her I'm staying at Hongya's house, and I'll go back in a few days, and I don't know if my sister believes me or not. Then I'll go and probe the schoolmarm for you tomorrow. Scouting? You're going to find my sister? Yiqing Xue was instantly alert. Well, there are some things I need to ask my senior sister, Lin Bai said indifferently. What is it? What? Not even married in yet? You're already asking questions? Lin Bai couldn't help but tease. Yiqing Xue's pretty face blushed. Who said anything about marrying you? Oh, if you won't marry me, who will you marry? Do you want the baby in your belly to be born without a father? The baby has nothing to do with you if I don't marry you anyway. It's not up to you. Yeah, you're still. Oh, after being miserably taught a lesson by Lin Bai once again, Yiqing Xue was honest. She said softly as she lay in Lin Bai's arms. So you're really not going to tell me why you went to your sister? However, Lin Bai was currently checking out the photos of the dinner sent over by Guing. Didn't hear her at all. Realizing that something was wrong, Yi Qingxue quickly came up. The room then resounded with Yi Qingxue's supreme words. You scum! Sleeping with me and thinking about other women. But it didn't take long for her to be honest. Is she the girl called Gu Qing? Yi Qingxue eyed the young girl in the photo. Although Yi Qingxue was confident in her looks, but she had to admit that Gu Qing was indeed attractive. Especially those big, clear, bright eyes. How did you guys meet? Yi Qingxue was curious. Guess. Don't say. After a while, Yi Qingxue came back. So you slept with her too? What? Are you jealous? Just jealous. Jealousy spilled. I still like it when you're dead set against it. How about you recover? Get out. Meanwhile, on Lugong Mountain, inside Lugong Castle, Lunanshan stood silently behind the window. Eyes unmoving, he watched the setting sun, as red as blood, slowly sinking in the west. Just then, an old man in a butler's uniform with a kindly face walked up to him silently. Master, here are the details of that person. The old man said softly. There was a hint of deference in his tone. Saying that, he carefully handed the file bag to Lu Nantian, and gently opened the seal. Lu Nantian slightly turned his head sideways, and his gaze shifted from the setting sun to the document bag in the old man's hand. Did you find out about his relationship with the Yi family? His voice revealed an undeniable majesty. The old man nodded and replied, Back to your lordship. It has been identified. He has a college roommate named Xiao Ran, and this Xiao Ran is in a couple relationship with the second miss of the Yi family. Oh, this Xiao Ran's information was also gotten, right? Lu Nantian pursued with interest. It's all here. Please take a look, milord. The old man hurriedly handed over the other piece of information. After receiving Xiao Ran's information, Lu Nantian curiously examined it. Within moments, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. What a surprise! This Xiao Ran actually has such a deep connection with the Yi family. Besides this Xiao Ran, have you found out anything else? Lu Nantian asked again as he closed the information. He also has a roommate who's the youngest member of the Young family. You're talking about the kid who was in marriage with the Xia family. Lu Nantian frowned slightly. Yes, master. Interesting. The Yue Pavilion, the Yi family, the Xia family, and the Zheng family are actually all involved together. In that case, old Lu, why don't you make a trip for me tomorrow? I want to meet this youngest Yue Pavilion master ever. Lu Nanshan's eyes shone with a strange light. Yes, master. Okay, you're out. After owing a slight bow towards Lu Nantian, old Lu turned around and prepared to leave. However, he had just reached the door but suddenly stopped. By the way, master, Madam called back today and said she'd be home tomorrow. Lu Nantian visibly froze for a moment and then replied, I know. Old Lu nodded before turning to leave. The corners of Lu Nanshan's mouth involuntarily rose as he looked at the two pieces of information on the table. Lindbergh, Xiao Ran. The other side. Are you really pulling out and leaving? Lin Bai, who was drinking water, almost directly sprayed out when he heard Yi Qingxue's words about tigers and wolves. You want me to stay with you? Lin Bai laughed. Yi Qingxue beamed her mouth. The meaning not too obvious. This scene was very familiar to Lindbergh, but he didn't expect to see it in the mouthy Yi Qingxue. Cupping that lovely face, he kissed it. Nowadays, Yi Qingxue should not be too skillful in dealing with Lin Bai. Reaching out his hand, he tightly wrapped it around him, as if he was afraid that Lin Bai would leave. 10 minutes later, that heartless man had finally left Yi Qingxue alone in this cold hospital room. Stinking scumbag! More than half an hour later, Lin Bai drove to the Moon Hill neighborhood. Yesterday was his first night with Yu Yao. As a responsible man, how can you not send warmth after the fact? However, Lin Bai had just walked to the entrance of the neighborhood when he was stopped by a familiar voice behind him. Kobayashi. Looking back, who else could that person be if not Niu Wu? Only to see Niu Wu walking towards him with a large bag. Xiao Lin, are you here to see Yaoer? Lindbergh nodded. Well, yesterday I accompanied my girlfriend home. I missed Sister Yao's birthday, so I thought I'd make one up for her today. That's great. I just got a big pocket full of groceries. Let's have a good drink tonight. Yeah. Chapter 143. Niu Wu confesses again. This ingrate. It's been almost a day and there's no news. On the sofa, the spiteful Yu Yao stared straight at the motionless cell phone in her hand. It's as if it's going to go off at any moment. Tomorrow is a workday, and having already taken a vacation, she can't afford to take another one. Otherwise the job she'd managed to get would be lost. But after a long time without meat, she suddenly tasted the sweetness, and was a bit of a palate cleanser. Originally, she had planned to go cheap on someone tonight, but who would have thought, since she left the hotel, that it would be dark by now. The guy didn't call or even send a message. 80% of them are lying next to some woman again. Yu Yao couldn't help but complain. for the fact that Lindbergh has more than just hung his girlfriend. At first, she really couldn't take it at all. After all, she was a traditional woman, and the matter of sharing a husband with someone else was simply unacceptable to her. But during those 2 days of Cold War with Lin Bai, she gradually figured out some things. It's true that Lindbergh is a bit of a womanizer, but other than that, she couldn't really find anything else wrong with it. More wealth and billions of dollars, treating people gently and considerately, and that face is getting more and more handsome. Then I look at myself, a widow in her 40s with a son in his 20s. No money, no one, and in a few years half of my body will be in the ground. It's a pie in the sky to be able to be thought of by someone in such a condition. Who was she to demand so much from others? Of course, the most important reason was that Lindbergh loved her, and she had already carved Lindbergh into her bones. As long as two people love each other, so what if there are some flaws? So she doesn't care, no matter how many women Lindbergh has. As long as he had himself in his heart, that was enough. Why don't you make a phone call and ask? Yu Yao's little hands were already moving. She was originally a very reserved woman, but since she knew Lin Bai, she couldn't clean up more and more. By now she could feel a little scary about being strange, but it can't be helped. After all, women in hot love are impulsive and crazy. Just as Yu Yao was about to press the dialing button, the iron door not far away suddenly slammed. The sudden noise scared her so much that she dropped her cell phone, but it was a good thing she reacted quickly or it's going to crash. After briefly cleaning up the somewhat messy couch, she then opened the door. Who else could it be if it wasn't Nyowu who appeared in front of him? Soon, though, she saw the man behind Nyowu, the one she'd been longing to meet. A happy and excited smile spread across his face as well. Nyowu, who mistakenly thought that Yu Yao was so happy because he saw himself, was instantly happy in his heart. Ran is honestly not deceiving me. Spring has finally arrived for my Nyowu. Lindbergh, big brother, you're in the way of our couple's ambiguity. Sister Yao, I couldn't make it back for your birthday yesterday, so I should be able to make up one for you today, right? Lin Bai looked at Yu Yao with a smirk. That depends on whether you're sincere enough. Feeling the strong resentment in Yu Yao's tone, Lin Bai also froze for a moment. Gee, there's more resentment than I thought. Guaranteed to satisfy Sister Yao. Come in, Yaoer, Shaolin. Then I'll leave this place to you. I'll go back to fetch the good wine and come back later. Originally, Nyowu was going to cook himself, but Yu Yao insisted on doing it himself. He had to go back for his own good wine. The door of the room had just been closed, and Lin Bai, who was originally sitting on a small bench and carefully choosing vegetables, was putting down the vegetables in his hands. He hugged Yu Yao, who was busy in front of the stove. For Lin Bai to act so suddenly, Yu Yao actually had a premonition in his heart. But when the moment does come, her fair cheeks were still uncontrollably colored with a shy blush, only to see Lin Bai slightly sidling his head, gently pressing his lips close to Yu Yao's pink earlobes, murmured softly in a voice so gentle that it could almost trip. Honey, I missed you so much. However, in the face of this affectionate confession from Lin Bai, Yu Yao was not moved at all. She responded with a soft grunt and a pout. Oh, you don't even send me a message all day, and you have the nerve to say you miss me. Lin Bai smiled gently and spoke again. How about I make it up to my wife, who wants you to make amends? Oh, more than half an hour later. The table. Nyowu looked at Yu Yao with a surprised face. Yaoer, why is your face so red? Yu Yao touched his somewhat hot cheeks and explained. The exhaust fan in the kitchen forgot to turn it on and it got a little hot. Saying that, Yu Yao secretly reached his hand to Lin Bai's thigh and came hard on it. Have a cold beer to dissipate the heat. Lin Bai calmly placed the poured cold beer next to Yu Yao. Thank you then. Yu Yao revealed a false smile. No need to thank you. Who made you my sister Yao? Lin Bai deliberately emphasized. Yu Yao's pupils shrunk as she hurriedly looked at Nyowu. Seeing that he didn't react in any way, the heart was relieved by this. Immediately, she reached out her hand and came hard on Lin Bai's thigh again. Yu Yao, you're going to die. Say so naked. What if you are found out? Lindbergh, calm down. There's my husband. Don't panic. Just as the two of them were secretly transmitting their voices, Nyowu, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, suddenly slapped the table. Nyo, big brother Nyo, what's wrong? Yu Yao said somewhat nervously. Only Nyowu slowly got up, and a guilty and remorseful look began to spread across his face. Yaoer, although Xiao Ran has already told you that, but I still want to personally apologize to you for what happened yesterday. It was reckless of me, and I shouldn't have put so much pressure on you. Yu Yao, Lindbergh? In the eyes of the two confused people, Nyowu said firmly. Yaoer, Xiao Ran and I have already discussed the matter. Just take your time to make your decision. No matter what decision you end up making, I'm still Xiao Ran's dad. Hearing this, Yu Yao and Lin Bai finally reacted. Yu Yao, I told you why brother Nyo is so excited and thrilled today. Dare I say it was Xiao Ran who was the culprit. Lin Bai, adverse son. You actually recognized a thief as your father. Big brother Nyo. Thank you. Yu Yao thanked from the bottom of his heart. To say that she had the biggest headache, there was nothing better than how to respond to Nyo Wu. I thought it would be difficult, but I didn't realize that my own son had quietly helped her smooth things over. The genius was pleasantly surprised. It was still expedient, but she was sure that time would fade everything. If 10 years isn't enough, then 20, 30, someday, Nyo Wu will put her down. But how could Yu Yao not expect that she had underestimated Nyo Wu's obsession with her, only to see that Nyo Wu, who had originally blamed himself and felt guilty, suddenly became deeply emotional. No, Yaoer, it's me who wants to thank you for giving me the chance to stay by your side. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be Xiao Ran's dad. No matter how long it takes, 10 years, or 20, I'll be waiting for you. Lindbergh, nice guy, confessing in front of someone's husband? Yu Yao, I didn't hear anything. Chapter 144, Zhao Yuding's departure. Looks like your man isn't coming back. Zhao Yuding looked at Xia Yue with a teasing expression. Xia Yue's face was full of black lines. It was so hard for her to seduce Zhao Yuting into taking the bait with her provocative method. As long as they waited for Lin Bai to come back, they could use his powerful charm to take Zhao Yuting. By then, she and Zhao Yuding would be sisters in the true sense of the word. However, how did she not expect Lin Bai to actually drop the chain at the critical moment? It's more than 9 o'clock. Don't come back yet. I'll give him a call. Xia Yue sighed. UV baby, are you that desperate to give up your man? Zhao Yuding couldn't help but tease. Seed? Only the corners of Zhao Yuding's mouth rose, and her eyes flickered with a hint of insight. UV baby, you don't really think I don't know what you're up to, do you? Hearing this, Xia Yue's petite body trembled slightly, and a trace of shock flashed across her face. Immediately afterward, her gaze became extremely complicated with surprise, doubt, panic, and there's also an unspeakable emotion. If you know all that, then why did you bet with me, and wait here with me for so long? Zhao Yuting sniffed and let out a light laugh, then replied nonchalantly, perhaps it's because I'm just so curious about that person. Or maybe it's because I want to be a really good sister to you too, or maybe it's some other reason. Only Zhao Yuding's words suddenly changed, but whatever the reason, it doesn't matter now. Xia Yue suddenly thought of something, and her entire body became flustered. Yu Ting, you need to go back to. Before the words left his mouth, a deafening sound of a huge propeller turning instantly resounded throughout the living room. The intense roar was like a ferocious beast was roaring, so people couldn't help but look at it. UV baby, hurry up and come for a hug. See you next time. There's no telling when we'll have to wait, Zhao Yuting said while opening her arms. However, Xia Yue stubbornly twisted her head. Who wants to hug you? If you want to go, hurry up and don't ever come back. Despite the desperate words on her lips, the moment she turned her head, the crystallized tears still welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. Zhao Yuting, who had no choice but to take the initiative to hug Xia Yue, no sooner had she reached out than two trembling hands clasped up. A few minutes later, Zhao Yuting wiped the tears on Xia Yue's face with a face full of reluctance. Alright, don't cry, or when your man comes back, he'll think I'm bullying you. Have you bullied me less in the past? Xia Yue blankly glanced at Zhao Yuting without any good humor. Before that is not familiar with it. Besides, as the old saying goes, hitting is kissing, scolding is loving. Okay, stop nagging and get going. Someone should complain about you later. I'm sorry, Xia Yue urged. Zhao Yuting nodded her head before she turned to leave. As she reached the door, she stopped abruptly. By the way, UV baby, remember to remind your man to get in shape. I'm waiting for him to conquer me. After dropping these words, Zhao Yuting disappeared into the living room. Gone along with it was the noisy sound of the propeller. Looking at the living room that had once again become empty, Xia Yue couldn't help but launch herself into a daze as well. It took a long time before it came. You better wait for him or. Meanwhile, at home in Yuyo, Nyo Wu, who mistakenly thought he had gained Yu Yao's recognition, felt that he had come to the pinnacle of his life. Drinking has become painful, with Lindbergh and Yu Yao taking turns. In just 1 hour, Nyo Wu then got completely drunk on the table, carrying Nyo Wu. Lin Bai then lightly returned him to his home. When he returned to Yu Yao's home, he found that the living room was already devoid of Yu Yao, but with his keen sense of hearing, he quickly noticed the movement in the bathroom. Covering his stomach, he then knocked on the bathroom door. Honey, open the door. I seem to have eaten a bad meal. I'm in the shower. You go to the public restroom. I can't hold it in much longer. Well, then, wait. The moment Yu Yao opened the door, Lin Bai rushed in impatiently. Ah, what are you doing? Hiss. You murdered your own husband. Lindbergh looked at the teeth marks on his arm and ate the pain. Bite you to death. You shameless rascal. Yu Yao blared at Lin Bai with incomparable grudge. Hey, I can't control it. Who let my wife so beautiful? Lin Bai said with a lewd, bad smile. Yu Yao couldn't help but give Lin Bai a blank look. By the way, wife, are you going to work tomorrow? Lin Bai suddenly came up with a sentence. What's wrong? Yu Yao asked curiously. Why don't you quit your job? What? Do you really want to adopt me? Yu Yao laughed. Lindbergh shook his head. There's no such thing as a package. I just don't want you to work so hard. Hearing this, Yu Yao's eyes also became gentle. I know you're doing me a favor, but I've had this job I've had for a long time. If I quit suddenly, I'm sure I'll be suspected. Besides, I kinda like this job, and we wouldn't have met if it wasn't for this job. Nor will. Speaking of this, Yu Yao couldn't help but have a touch of shyness appear on her face. Looking at Yu Yao's appearance, Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There's no such thing as coincidence. He's been planning this for a long time. Okay, you said that, so I won't advise you about the job. Thanks, but since you're going to work, you'll have to put in a good shift tonight. Are you okay? The word no is not in my vocabulary. Tonight hubby will show you what it means to be a real man. Late at night, after Yu Yao had fallen asleep, Lin Bai kissed Yu Yao's forehead before. That's when he got dressed and walked out of the room. Just as the door to the room closed, the originally sleeping Yu Yao opened her eyes. She knew that Lin Bai was leaving, but she had no intention of retaining the other party. He'd been with him for 2 nights, so what was he forcing himself to do? To be a man, you must know how to be content. Half an hour later, Lindbergh drove back to the small townhouse. Xia Yue was brought back by him, but he ignored it for almost 2 days. The genus is a bit of a misnomer. He had thought that Xia Yue had already gone to bed, but he did not think that, having just pushed open the door of the townhouse, just on the lounge chair in the courtyard, Xia Yue's figure was seen. He probed gently, ready to startle her. Unexpectedly, without waiting for him to do so, Xia Yue tilted her head and looked at him. There was something inexplicable coming out of his mouth. You're late. Yu Ting has already left. Meanwhile, high in the sky on a private airplane, the woman with the stunning face was checking out someone's profile that, the corners of his mouth still quirked up in a faint smile from time to time. It's really an interesting person. If not for the lack of time, I'd really like to meet you, but I think we'll see each other again. Lin, White. Chapter 145 Zhao Yuting's Identity. Not angry, are you? Warm and cozy on the big bed, Lin Bai quietly looked at the absolute beauty in front of him. I'm not that nice and coaxing, Xia Yue said as she came up for air. In that case, it'll just have to be a little more forceful. However, without waiting for him to make a move, the terrified Xia Yue began to beg for mercy. No, I can't stand it. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. Then are you still angry? No, not angry anymore. Xia Yue shook her head repeatedly. That's more like it. Seeing Lin Bai get up and drive, Xia Yue was relieved. She does yoga and comes from an idol background herself. Physical fitness is not too much better than the usual woman, but when it came to Lin Bai, she was like a blank sheet of paper that could be broken at the first poke. It seems that only Yu Ting can suppress him. It's a pity that Yu Ting didn't even meet him. Just as Xia Yue was secretly feeling sad, Lin Bai suddenly came. By the way, what exactly is the origin of this Xiao Yu Ting? Lindbergh was genuinely curious about this woman who traveled by helicopter. I thought you wouldn't ask. Why? No matter what. This is the little wife you found for me, so how could I not ask? Lindbergh has a bad smile on his face. In regards to the matter of Xia Yue wanting him to take in Zhao Yuting, Lin Bai was completely confused at first, but when he learned that Zhao Yuting was Xia Yue's best friend from her tea-girl days, he probably understood why Xia Yue did that. Simply summed up, sisterly love. Xia Yue poutingly rolled her eyes to Lin Bai, then tilted her head and, eyes staring calmly at the ceiling. Have you heard of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Bai stared at Xia Yue with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. It was as if he had heard unbelievably amazing news. Seeing Lin Bai react with such surprise, Xia Yue couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. She didn't expect that Lin Bai would actually know about this special existence that even her father had never heard of. It seemed that the secret in her own man was even bigger than she thought. But this was good. If it was an ordinary person, how could they take down Zhao Yuting? Yue's wife? You don't mean to say that Zhao Yuting is one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, do you? Lindbergh eagerly pursued. Xia Yue nodded slightly. That's right. The family that Yu Ting belongs to is none other than the Zhao family, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Lindbergh, who had received an affirmative answer, became fleshly excited. Xia Yue, who witnessed the scene, was also even more puzzled. As far as she knew, Lin Bai wasn't someone who looked at greed for money and climbed up the power ladder. so how could he be so agitated now? Don't get it. Don't get it. Then what is Zhao Yuting's status in the Zhao family? Lin Bai then pursued. Xia Yue took a deep breath, then replied, word for word, Yuting is the first miss of the Zhao family's main lineage. As soon as the words fell, Lin Bai's pupils suddenly tightened. Even though Lin Bai had vaguely guessed that Zhao Yuting's identity was not trivial, however, when he heard with his own ears that she was actually the eldest miss of the Zhao family, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, he was still completely shocked. The first lady of the Zhao family, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, was also the first lady of the main vein. No wonder traveling by helicopter. After a short period of shock, Lin Bai's insides began to drip with blood. To say that the thing he was most curious about right now was nothing more than about the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. It's so hard to come across someone from the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom that you can freely communicate with. It turned out to be a miss for myself. Alas, beauty is a mistake. Yue's wife, what do you know about the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Bai asked curiously. Xia Yue was confused again. No, shouldn't you be asking about Yuting? Even so, she patiently replied. I don't really know much. And most of it's just from Yuting blowing her own horn. How much of it is true or false? I'm not so sure. It's okay, just tell me all you heard. Xia Yue nodded, then slowly said, the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom are the 7 oldest families in the Dragon Kingdom, said to have a history of thousands of years. They are distributed all over the Dragon Kingdom and rarely show their faces. Only a very few people know about them. Yue's wife, do you know which 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom are in total? Lin Bai asked. Xia Yue thought for a moment, then spoke. I seem to remember that it was the Qi family, the Chu family, the Yan family, the Han family, the Zhao family, and the Wei family, and the last one seems to be the Xiao family, Qi Chu Yan Han Zhao Wei, Xiao. For some reason, hearing about this Xiao family, Lin Bai had a bad premonition. I don't think his good son has this dog's life, does he? In his previous life, he hadn't heard him say anything about the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. It should be that I'm too sensitive. However, this Dragon Kingdom's 7 great families actually didn't have a surname of Lin, which made him very upset. Yue's wife, then do you know where all the 7 major families of the Dragon Kingdom are located? I'm sorry, Lindbergh asked again. Xia Yue shook her head. I know that the Zhao family is rooted in Kyoto, but I don't know anything else. All right, but why are you so curious about the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom? Xia Yue couldn't help but ask curiously after all. You want to know? Think. I wouldn't tell you if I wanted to. Are you sure that Mrs. Yi is from the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom? Xia Yue frowned. What's wrong? Lindbergh queried. Yuting once told me that the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom only allow family members in order to keep the bloodline from flowing out of the country. It is forbidden to marry out of wedlock. Ha? Are you sure? Lin Bai was stunned. Xia Yue nodded solemnly. I remember very well how, when I used to be in the regiment, every time Yuting mentioned this, it all gets extra sad. Lin Bai's brows were furrowed, and he naturally trusted Xia Yue. There's no reason for someone with a love value of 90 plus to lie to him. But if this was true, then how did Chu Jun's ancient martial artist cultivation come about? And the Chu family does exist among the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Did she elope? Just as Lin Bai was secretly confused, Xia Yue suddenly came. Why don't I ask Yuting to investigate her for you? Lindbergh's eyes lit up. Would it be too much trouble for people? If it were anyone else, it would probably be a bit of a pain in the ass. But if it were you, I don't think Yuting would refuse. Xia Yue looked at Lin Bai with a meaningful smile. A few minutes later, Xia Yue said as she tapped her cell phone. Done. Yuting said she'll help you investigate when she gets back. Thank you, rainy wife. Why thank me? It's not like I'm helping you. Then thank Xiao Yuting for me. Don't worry, it's already been said. Not bad for my wise wife. Come on, don't compliment me. By the way, Yue's wife, why did Zhao Yuting suddenly come to Yi City? It shouldn't be as simple as just wanting to catch up with you as a good sister, should it? She came over this time to look for his brother's fiancée. Brother's fiancée? In Yi City? Which young lady? How could she be taken in by the young master of the Zhao family? Who knows? Not talking to you? Sleepy. I'm going to bed. Chapter 146. Hongya wants to debut. Yue wants to transform. Early the next morning, Lin Bai was still in his bed dreaming sweetly, when a slender silhouette like a ghost. Silently, he felt his way into the room. The woman cautiously approached the bed. When she saw that Lindbergh was still asleep, the corners of the mouth that was more delicate than a cherry rose uncontrollably into a wry smile. Then she left the room gingerly. Within moments, she turned back and, in her hand was an additional handful of colorful, Assorted leather straps. The woman plopped down on the edge of the bed and carefully selected the leather straps. After choosing a brightly colored leather band, she then put her sinful little hands into Lindbergh's silky hair. She moved gently and skillfully. Obviously not the first time she'd done something like this. In a few minutes, Lindbergh's head was covered with colorful pigtails of varying lengths. From a distance, it looked like a head of blooming flowers on top of a comical head. Looking at her masterpiece, the woman couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. After laughing, the woman took out her cell phone, turned on the camera function and there was a sharp slap at Lindbergh's head. It felt as if that wasn't enough of a treat. The woman poses decisively and puts herself in the shot as well. As the shutter continues to click, photo after photo of the beautiful group was then saved by the woman in her phone. Just as the woman was excitedly preparing to take her last photo, the unexpected happened. Lin Bai, who had originally closed his eyes tightly, suddenly woke up. The moment the four eyes met, the air seemed to freeze. After a brief moment of disorientation, the woman was ready to flee the scene with the incriminating evidence. But she had still underestimated Lin Bai's reaction speed. All that was heard was a scream and she was held down on the bed. How dare you take ugly pictures of your man? Looks like I didn't teach you enough yesterday. Little Hunya. That's right. The woman who had wantonly toyed with Lindbergh for close to half an hour was none other than Hongya. After being taught a hard lesson by Lin Bai yesterday, she was very unconvinced in her heart. The idea was to wait until she was well rested and then fight again. Unbelievably, the break was a dozen hours. What made her even more angry was that Lin Bai actually left her in the hotel and ran away by himself. After learning through Xia Yue that Lin Bai was at home, she rushed back quickly. Seeing the still sleeping Lin Bai, she immediately had bad thoughts. I had planned to run away after getting out of breath, but I didn't expect Lindbergh to wake up anyway. You, don't mess around. This is Sister Yue's room. Hongya looked at Lin Bai nervously. It's fine. Yue's wife won't mind. Lin Bai revealed a bad smile. It was over an hour before the two appeared at the table. Yuvi's wife, do you want to find something to do? Lin Bai said as he looked at Xia Yue, who looked like a virtuous wife and mother in front of him. Don't I have something to do now? Xia Yue blinked her big eyes in confusion. Not these chores. I'm talking about those of yours that you want to do, but the ones you couldn't do before. Hongya, who heard this, immediately became excited. Sister Yue, why don't you make a comeback? All the old T-Girl members are back. It's sure to be a sensation throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Xia Yue said with a sigh. Former members of the group have long since gone their separate ways, and it's extraordinarily difficult to get together, let alone a comeback. What about Sister Yue's solo debut? Sister Yue's personal strength is so strong. Flying solo must be hot too, Hunya said again. Solo? Xia Yue's eyes instantly lit up. Obviously she was interested in this proposal from Hongya, but it didn't take long for the light to dim. Xia Yue shook her head. I'm afraid flying solo isn't going to work out too well. I haven't sung or danced in years and I'm afraid a lot of problems will arise. It's fine. Just practice slowly. If Sister Yue doesn't mind, I can accompany her. However, without waiting for Hongya to finish, Lin Bai interrupted her. How about transforming into a boss? Lin Bai suddenly said. Being the boss? Both women were surprised. That's right. Being an entertainment company owner. You used to be an entertainer. Yue's wife. It's also more familiar with the business. So if you make the transition, you'll probably get up to speed pretty quickly. It had to be said that Lin Bai's suggestion really attracted Xia Yue. A comeback was indeed her desire. But that was once. Now she has sisters. People who love her. People she loves. If there was a comeback, there would be a lot less time for them. In comparison, being an entertainment company owner has more time, not too much. If she wanted to, even if she never went to the office, it was fine. There was someone underneath anyway. Spending time with her family, sisters, and loved ones while working in an industry she loves. Is there a better option than this? Okay, I'll listen to you and transition to being an entertainment company owner. I'll discuss it with my father this afternoon. Let him help me acquire an entertainment company. Xia Yue said with a straight face. The early days of the company were time-consuming and labor-intensive. She didn't have that kind of energy to waste on such meaningless things. However, Lin Bai's next words surprised her beyond measure. Don't bother your father-in-law. I have an entertainment company under my name. Ha! It was only after 10 minutes that Lin Bai and Hongya bid farewell to Xia Yue and left the small ocean building. Just after getting into the car, Hongya threw a weird look towards Lin Bai. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Bai was astonished. Are you really the owner of Big Cafe Entertainment? Hongya had a questioning look on her face. Or do you think I'm teasing you too? Lin Bai didn't have the heart to say. It shouldn't be. Big Cafe Entertainment has been established for over 30 years, and we haven't heard of a change of boss. How did you become the owner of Biggie Entertainment? Hongya was puzzled. If I say that this was rewarded to me by the heavens, do you believe me? Lin Bai laughed. Why don't you say that heaven rewards you for being able to go to heaven? Hongya couldn't help but give Lin Bai a glance. Lindbergh looked up at the still blue sky. Maybe he might even get to heaven later. So what? I have a small request. Hanya suddenly stammered. I'm driving. I can't be distracted. Something to go to the school. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. You drive. I'll talk and you listen. So, I'd like to out. Without waiting for Hongya to say the last word, Lin Bai just stepped on the gas. After stabilizing herself, Hanya stammered again. I want to. Out. Before the words left her mouth, Lindbergh interrupted her again with a sharp break. Hanya is like the undead little strong man, dying and rising and dying. Just like that after I don't know how many interruptions, Hanya finally gave up. Say no more. Drive your car. She twisted her head in anger and beamed in exasperation. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. You can talk to Yue's wife yourself about the debut. Later on. Big Curry Entertainment will be hers in no time. Hearing this, Hongya's eyes blossomed with a scorching light. Really? You've agreed to let me debut? It doesn't matter if I agree. You have to be able to make a successful debut. Honey, I love you. Calm down. I'm driving. Chapter 147. Xiao Ran wants to enter the stock market. Ran. Aren't you going to the hospital to take care of your sister-in-law? Inside the classroom, a knowing Lin Bai looked at Xiao Ran and said. Xiao Ran sighed softly. I won't be able to see Qing Xuet again for the last month. What's the situation? Lindbergh said with incomparable pomposity. Qing Xue's mother objected to me being with her. So, brother Ran, aren't you being too impulsive? Lin Bai frowned slightly and said with a serious face. Right. I also think that Ran is impulsive. Zhou Tian immediately agreed. In the face of the two men's questioning and incomprehension, Xiao Ran helplessly shook his head and explained with a bitter smile. But if I don't, I won't be able to get the approval of Qing Xue's mother. Lin Bai was just about to open his mouth when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind a few people. So how are you going to make $1 million in just 1 month? Follow the sound. Only a tall, handsome man with outstanding temperament was standing there quietly. He was dressed in a well-tailored black leisure suit, with a pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. The whole man appeared to be well-mannered without losing his poise. Brother Wei, Lao Zhang. Several people said in unison. That's right. The person who came was none other than the youngest master of the Zhang family, Jang Way, who had been lying in the hospital for 4 or 5 days. Brother Wei, why did you leave the hospital early? Have you fully recovered from your injuries? Zhou Tian couldn't wait to go up and ask. Yeah, didn't you say you'd only be discharged on Wednesday? Xiao Ran had the same worried look on his face. In the face of the crowd's caring attention, Zhang Wei, however, smiled faintly and responded in a cloudy manner. Laying around in the hospital is getting rusty, and I've already asked the doctor. He said I could be discharged early in my condition. Does Sister Yue know about your discharge from the hospital, Brother Wei? Lin Bai deliberately came up with a sentence. Hearing Xia Yue, Zhang Wei's eyes quickly flashed with a flash of color, though only for a split second. But Lindbergh still captured it. What? Do I have to ask her permission to leave the hospital? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Bai coldly. Right at this moment, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Bai's mind. Ding! Detected that Zhang Wei's hate value is rising at an extremely high rate. Current hate value 75. Nice guy. One sentence boosts close to 10 hate points. Looks like someone is starting to have some regrets already. But it's too late for regrets, yo. My good Viagra. Noticing that the atmosphere had become tense, Zhou Tian immediately began to change the topic. By the way, Ran, aren't you going to make $1 million in a month? Have you figured out how you're going to make that $1 million? Xiao Ran took a deep breath and said, I'm going into the stock market. The stock market. To make $1 million in such a short period of time, only the stock market can do it. I'm sorry, Zhang Wei said slowly. Then do you have the capital, Brother Ran? If you don't, I can lend you $10 or $20 million. I'm sorry, Lindbergh spoke. Hearing this figure, Zhou Tian and Xiao Ran were both startled. That's $10 to $20 million. And you just loaned it out? However, besides being shocked, for Xiao Ran, more was moved. Xiao Ran was moved and patted Lindbergh. Old Lin, thank you, but I can't use your money. Why? Lindbergh pretended to be puzzled. Xiao Ran sighed and said, because I have an agreement with my aunt that I can't accept help from others. Hearing these words, the 3 people present were all filled with astonishment and looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Right at this moment, one could only see Xiao Ran suddenly turn his words around and a confident smile blossomed on his face. But then, you guys don't have to worry. I took $3 million from my mom in advance. Just the thing to use as startup money for this one. Originally, Xiaoran was going to use the money to start a business, but I didn't expect to run into this Chujun thing halfway through. The situation had deviated a bit from what he had planned, but when you think about it, this is not a rare opportunity. It is important to realize that among the many areas of investment, I'm afraid there's no more rewarding program than entering the stock market. If he could just make the most of this opportunity, prove yourself fully in just 1 month, then not only would he have made a sizable fortune, you can also use this to clarify your future direction, which is a double win. It's not too hard to make $1 million a month with $3 million plus leverage. Jang Way analyzed. Lindbergh nodded approvingly, then said, "So when are you going to start?" "Ran, I'm going to open an account this afternoon and officially enter the stock market starting tomorrow." Xiao Ran's eyes flashed with a hot light. "By the way, Ran, you can't go to see your sister-in-law. So over at the hospital?" Lindbergh suddenly added. Xiao Ran, who was fighting spirit in the last second, instantly yen down. "Old Lin, I know you and Hongya want to have a two-person world, but I really don't know anyone else. So can I trouble you to talk to Hongya and ask her to accompany?" Before the words left his mouth, Lin Bai interrupted Xiao Ran. "Ran, the reason I asked you is that I wanted to talk to you about this. Just feel free to make your way in the stock market. And over at the hospital, Hongya and I will visit my sister-in-law from time to time. And me, I can do it too." Zhou Tian immediately chimed in. "I'm not very good at taking care of people, but I can give some advice on stock market break-ins." "I'm sorry," Jang Way said coldly. "Thanks." Xiao Ran looked at his 3 good brothers with incomparable gratitude. "Lindbergh, don't thank me. It's what Dad should do." A few people had planned to chat for a while, but the class bell rang and they had to return to their seats. Not long after class started, Zhou Tian, who was on the sidelines, sneaked up. "Old Lin, what brand of skincare products do you use? Give me a recommendation as well." "Skincare products?" Lin Bai was astonished. "You don't use skincare products?" Lindbergh shook his head and replied, "No. Then how did you suddenly become so much more handsome?" Zhou Tian's voice was not very loud, but it was enough to reach Xiao Ran and Zhang Wei's ears. The two of them looked at Lin Bai, only to realize that the other party's appearance had indeed changed a lot. It is not as good as them, but it is not too much different from what it was before. It should be the result of love nourishment, Lin Bai explained without the slightest panic. "Ha? Love can still nourish a person?" 3 faces of confusion. "Of course. How great is the power of love? It's not easy to change someone." "I'm sorry," Lindbergh said righteously. "Are you sure? Why do I get the feeling you're fooling me? Ask Ran if you don't believe me. Ran can definitely feel the power of love." Xiao Ran, who was suddenly cued, was even more confused. He hadn't even had a decent date. How do you feel love? He did change a lot from being in a relationship though. "That's right. Old Lin is right. Love can indeed change a person," Xiao Ran said with a straight face. Okay, but I shouldn't have a chance." Zhou Tian hung his head forlornly. "Oh, you and Gu Qing don't have a chance?" Lin Bai deliberately asked. "I was going to ask her out over the weekend, but I was turned down." "I'm sorry," Zhou Tian sighed. "Don't give up. Maybe people have something." "Really? I really have a chance?" "I can't guarantee that, but if you give up, you don't really have a chance." "I'm sorry," Lindbergh intoned. "I know. I'll hang in there. Thank you, Old Lin." "You're welcome. We're all the same." While several people were talking about love, Jang Way opened Xia Yue's WeChat without moving. "Where are you?" Chapter 148 Xia Yue's Change of Heart? "Old Lin, Hongya, I'll trouble you to take care of Qing Shue's side." At the entrance of Ning University, Xiao Ran said with incomparable sincerity, "If you feel bad about it, just treat us to dinner some other day." Hongya said casually, "No problem. When Qing Shue is discharged from the hospital, I'll invite you guys to go to Yulan in style then." "I don't know," Sha said in an atmospheric voice. "Then Boss Xiao can't be angry if I order more then." "Ha? I'm sorry," Hanya said with a slight flirtation. "Eat openly. You can't eat it all." Xiao Ran laughed. "Then it's a deal. Let's go." "Ran, Lao Zhou, Wei, we'll go first." After saying goodbye to Xiao Ran and the others, Lin Bai took Hongya and left the school. It was only after there was no figure of Tank 300 within sight that Xiao Ran was ready to leave. "Then let's go too. You guys go ahead. I'm going to meet someone." Xiao Ran froze for a moment. Then he reached out and patted Zhang Way and said meaningfully, "There are some things you can't do just by avoiding them. So take this opportunity to have a nice chat for once." "Aha." Seeing that Zhang Way seemed to be truly enlightened, Xiao Ran also had a pleased smile on his face. "Let's go. Cho. Hello." Before long, only Zhang Way was left here, and after standing in place for a while, Jang Way also got into his own red latha and left the place. Xiao Ran and Xing Shui broke up like this? Hongya looked at Lin Bai with a stunned expression. We haven't broken up yet. The result will be out in a month. Lin Bai was driving while one side replied. Is there a difference? How can he make $1 million in a month with you around? That's hard to say. It's not like I can manipulate the stock market. Maybe Xiao Ran might even be able to do it. Lindbergh laughed lightly. That being said, I don't think you're going to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity pass you by. Hongya looked at Lin Bai closely. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. Not bad for my first woman. A bit of brains. That's not true. You think I'm really a soft eater. Hongya said somewhat smugly. But soon, she mourned for Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran is really unlucky to know you. I'm helping him, okay? If he knows Yi Qingshue's true identity, it's still going to break up with Yi Qingxue, so he should be thanking me. It's clearly you who pestered Qingshue's body, but I'm still curious how you're going to stop Xiao Ran from making money in the stock market? Do you really have superpowers? You guess? The two chatted freely all the way to the first affiliated hospital in no time. Aren't you going up with me? Hongya looked at Lin Bai, who was still sitting firmly in the main driver's seat, and wondered. No, you go ahead. I have other things to do. Let me guess which woman you went to. Sister Yao, or Gu Qing? Lindbergh shook his head. Neither. I knew you guys were more than that. Hongya gritted her teeth. What more than that? I really have something to take care of. I look like a cutie to you, do I? Hongya gave Lindbergh a blank look. No more bull **** with you. I'm outta here. I'll leave the upstairs to you. Finished, Lindbergh turned the car around and left. Looking at the fleeing Lin Bai, Hongya angrily stomped his feet before walking into the hospital. On the other hand, Jang Way, who had left the school, arrived at a café with a tranquil environment. Just as he walked up to the second floor, he saw the stunningly beautiful silhouette on the edge of the terrace. Familiar long dresses, familiar faces, and familiar scenes that, everything is so familiar. But his heart was no longer as unruffled as it had been before. At the moment, he was just looking away from the face that was so beautiful that, his heart then beat wildly and uncontrollably. Along with that came the somewhat rapid breathing, the strong urge to get closer to each other. I don't know how long it took for the calm Jang Way to walk towards the man. You're 15 minutes late. Without waiting for Jang Way to sit down, an incomparably cold voice entered his ears. Feeling this such a cold and unfamiliar tone from Xia Yue, Jang Way obviously froze for a moment. He then pretended to be calm and said, Sorry, there was traffic. Xia Yue, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, couldn't help but frown. She didn't expect Jang Way to actually apologize to her. Is this the sun coming out of the west? Say, what's it to me? You only have 15 minutes. Xia Yue once again spoke coldly. Jang Wei's heart should not be too complicated at the moment. This wasn't the first time he'd been to this cafe. Before that, Xia Yue had asked him out a few times here, but at that time, he was incredibly disgusted with Xia Yue, so every time he was late on purpose. Sometimes it's half an hour or even an hour late, but even so, Xia Yue patiently waited for him here. But now, he's only 15 minutes late. He then felt a strong sense of dissatisfaction and anger from Xia Yue's tone. What he didn't expect was that Xia Yue actually only gave him 15 minutes of conversation time. Looks like she's really changed. Jang Way took a deep breath and said, I've been thinking about this carefully for a while, and I think you're right. The marriage was a foregone conclusion, and even if I tried to avoid it, nothing would change, and we're going to be living under the same roof for the rest of our lives, and if we're too cold to each other, it really isn't very good. So I've decided to take your advice and try to take you on. Xia Yue's heart shook. If Zhang Wei's apology just now only surprised her a bit, then Zhang Wei's words completely shocked her, so much so that she didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing that Xia Yue had been silent, Zhang Wei continued, If you agree, we'll start today. However, without waiting for Zhang Wei to finish, Xia Yue interrupted him. I refuse. What? Zhang Wei looked at Xia Yue with a stunned look on his face. He wondered if he was hallucinating. Only Xia Yue said firmly and decisively, I said I refuse. Zhang Wei's pupils shrunk violently, his face instantly turned white, and his heart stung inexplicably. I don't know how long it took before Zhang Wei opened his mouth. Why? You weren't earlier? Not? This is one time, and this is another. Earlier I was delirious, but now I'm awake. Xia Yue said expressionlessly. God, delirious? Zhang Wei was in disbelief. Xia Yue didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. Zhang Wei, I know you don't like me, and it just so happens that I don't like you either. Forcing us to be together will be painful for both of us, so let's leave it at that. After saying that, Xia Yue got up and prepared to leave. However, before she could take a few steps, Jang Way's somewhat trembling voice came from behind her. So you're not going to be the young family's daughter-in-law, are you? Isn't that what you were hoping for? After dropping these words, Xia Yue left without looking back, leaving Jang Way alone. He sat in a chair and fumed. For a long time, Jang Way suddenly raised his right hand and it slammed hard into the coffee table, which was made of clear glass. Only a loud, crisp thud was heard, and the hard glass instantly shattered into tiny fragments of splash away in all directions. The sharp shards cut across Jang Wei's palm, leaving a shocking wound. It was only a matter of moments before the blood stained his sleeves red, and dripped down his fingers to the ground, drop by drop. Chapter 149. Goodbye Yi Ruoshang. Ye's group president's office. As usual, Yi Ruoshang was sitting in front of her desk dealing with various documents. Even with the mountains of paperwork, there was no color of impatience on that stunningly beautiful face either. Knock knock. The knock came suddenly. Please come in, Yi Ruoshang replied in a clear and pleasant voice. As the doors slowly opened, a handsome-looking young man quickly appeared in front of Yi Ruoshang. Seeing the visitor, Yi Ruoshang instantly rejoiced. What brings you over? Only the man smiled softly. Schoolboy has no money for food, so he wants to come here to rub a lunch with his sister. Yi Ruoshang first froze, then put down the documents in her hands and smiled. Let's go then. Sister, why don't you take me to mix? I want to feel what it's like to hog the elevator all by myself. 2. Inside the elevator, which was empty of two people, Lindbergh suddenly came to Yi Ruoshang said in a cloudy manner. Yeah, see what department you want to be in. I'm ordering you to be the department manager of that division right now. Sister, you're not kidding me, right? I'll take you seriously, Lin Bai said with a smirk. So you're coming? Yi Ruoshang looked straight at Lin Bai. Lin Bai froze for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth rose slightly and said, Cootie, it's not coming, but I don't want to be any department manager. Oh, so what position do you have your eye on? As long as it's not a career above president, I can promise you all that. Lin Bai stared at Yi Ruoshang and said word for word, I think the president. Yi Ruoshang frowned slightly. She did appreciate Lin Bai and wanted him to join Yi Group, but she didn't expect Lin Bai to be so greedy that he even dared to covet her presidency. However, she soon realized that she had misunderstood Lin Bai, only to see Lindbergh continue. The position of presidential secretary suits me quite well. Yi Ruoshang obviously froze for a moment before she looked at Lin Bai with a surprised expression. You really want to be my secretary? This little request, senior sister should fulfill senior brother, right? Lin Bai lightly laughed. That's fine, but why did you pick the position of secretary? Obviously other positions have more room for development. Yi Ruoshang was curious. Lindbergh shook his head. Other positions are really tempting, arriving at millions, if not tens of millions, of dollars a year. But compared to those, I still want to be closer to my senior sister. Yi Ruoshang shuddered slightly, although she had never been in love, but also knew what Lin Bai meant by this statement. This guy is actually trying to beat himself up? Crazy. Didn't he know he was engaged? No, he said he'd help me break off the engagement. Did he plan this from the beginning? Feeling as if she had discovered the truth, Yi Ruoshang's heartbeat beat wildly and uncontrollably. A faint blush also appeared on her cheeks. Lin Bai, who was on the side, saw that this high and cold iceberg in front of him was actually showing signs of melting. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. System, check Yi Ruoshang's panel. Name Yi Ruoshang. Age, 28. Height, 169. Weight, 105. Face value, 98. Love value, 22. Hate value, 12. Realm, none. 22 love value is normal. But 12 hate value? It was only after a few minutes that the two arrived in front of Lindbergh's tank 300. Is this your car? Yi Ruoshang was shocked by the behemoth in front of her. Do you need my help, senior sister? The thoughtful Lindbergh prepared to extend his sturdy right hand. Not surprisingly, he was rejected by someone. No, I can do it myself. I only saw Yi Ruoshang throw her bag into the passenger side, yanked the handle with her right hand, and with a slight force, just get in the passenger seat. The whole action flows without a hint of ambiguity. Not bad for a famous female president. After lamenting, Lin Bai started the car and drove Yi Ruoshang away. About half an hour later, the two arrived at a Japanese restaurant. When I entered, a waitress in a kimono greeted me. Welcome Mr. Yi. Immediately afterward, the two of them were led by the woman to a private room with a tranquil environment. Senior sister often comes to this store? Just after sitting down, Lin Bai couldn't help but be curious. Well, the store is owned by a friend of mine. Come by occasionally to give her a shout out. Yi Ruoshang said faintly. I didn't realize that school sister still has friends from the Sun Country. Lin Bai once again flirted. Yi Ruoshang gave Lin Bai a glance, then explained. She previously studied in the land of the sun. Well, I thought that schoolteacher's friend was from the Sun Kingdom and wanted to get acquainted. Lindbergh is a bit sorry. Recognize? Why do you want to know someone from the Sun Country? Ruoshang said in disbelief. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. I've heard that the culture of the Sun Country is profound and I want to learn more about it. Ruoshang did not hear Lin Bai's words. If that's the case, I can refer my friend to you later. She's lived in Sun Country for 8 years. She should know everything you want to know. In that case, thank you, senior sister. Lin Bai lightly smiled. Only after she had eaten and drank her fill did Ruoshang solemnly look at Lin Bai. Say, what's it to me? Lin Bai looked around and opened his mouth. Sister, confirm that this place is safe? Safe? Ruoshang frowned slightly. Senior sister doesn't want to be caught in the act either, right? Lin Bai looked at the other party with a smile. Ruoshang was slightly stunned, then revealed an appreciative expression. I didn't realize you were being cautious. You can't be too careful, can you? Schoolgirl, you're right, but you're perfectly safe here. You can say that with confidence. In that case, I'll say it. Ruoshang's complexion also tensed up, because her intuition told her that Lindbergh definitely had major news this time he came over, only to see Lin Bai say with a serious face, Senior, your fiancé Lu Yu is dead. Ruoshang's pupils shrunk violently as she guessed that Lin Bai's information might be significant, but she didn't expect it to be. She was already overjoyed to learn of Lu Yu's death, because then she wouldn't have to marry that repulsive guy. But soon, her expression became grave. Did you kill them? Lindbergh smiled and shook his head. Sister, you're too high on me. I'm just an ordinary college student. How dare you lay hands on young Master Lu? If you didn't kill them, who was it? Ruoshang was curious. This person schoolteacher also knows. I recognize? Who? The Lu family's second youngest master. Lu Feng. Chapter 150 Ruoshang's Memories, 2 and 1. I didn't expect that you would actually be the pavilion master of the Pavilion of the Pixie Moon. Inside the box, Ruoshang looked at Lin Bai in a complicated manner. When they first met, the first impression Lindbergh gave her was that he was arrogant and cocky. People who like to be in the limelight in front of others. But soon, Lin Bai proved to her with his practical actions that he did have the capital to be arrogant. Her attitude towards Lindbergh had also changed from one of revulsion at first, but then to one of anticipation. And then the present appreciation. But even then, she didn't have too much faith that Lin Bai would be able to help her with the marriage contract, because she knew very well what her engagement with Lu Yu meant to the Yi Lu families. However, she didn't expect Lin Bai to actually do it, and it's the kind of thing that completely cuts off the possibility of her and Lu Yu. What she didn't expect was that the person who killed Lu Yu would actually be Lu Yu's own brother, the second youngest member of the Lu family, Lu Feng. At first she was puzzled, and when she listened to Lindbergh's explanation, she then understood why Lu Feng did what he did. In her place, she would not hesitate to finish off Lu Yu. After all, mansion fights can be pretty ruthless. What shocked her most, though, was that Lin Bai would actually be the current pavilion master of that divine dragon of the Pavilion of the Moon. As the first lady of the Yi family and the president of the Yi group, how could it be possible that he didn't know what the Phantom Moon Pavilion stood for? The mecca of pastimes that all the world's most powerful men and women flock to. It has a significant position in Yi City. Even many first-class families didn't dare to act recklessly in the Yue Pavilion, so it was evident that it was not ordinary. Even the Yi family, and even the Lu family, had to exercise some discretion if they wanted to move the Yue Pavilion. And Lindbergh, a college student who hasn't even graduated from college yet, it would actually be such a mysterious Yue Pavilion master. How could this not shock her? Not only does this guy have cocky capital, but the capital is not normally thick. Lin Bai looked at Ruoshang with a calm gaze. I told you, I can help my senior sister with the marriage contract, and I for one never go back on my word. After the shock, Ruoshang became worried. But have you ever thought about the consequences of this? Even though it was Lu Feng who killed Lu Yu, but you and the Moon Pavilion are not to blame for this. Aren't you afraid that Lu Nantian will find something, and then get back at you? At the Pantheon Moon Pavilion? Is senior sister worried about me? Lindbergh teased. Ruoshang glared at Lin Bai without any good humor. Get real. I'm talking to you seriously. Hokage, do you think I would not have considered what you said before acting? I'm sorry. Lindbergh laughed lightly. If you know that, then why are you still? Halfway through her words, Ruoshang suddenly thought of something, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. You shouldn't. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth gently rose, and a meaningful smile surfaced. Ruoshang's mood at the moment should not be too complicated. She had thought that it was shocking enough for Lin Bai to have the identity of the pavilion master of the Pavilion of the Pixie Moon. I didn't realize that Lin Bai had other cards. She didn't ask too many questions though. After all, Each person had secrets. Now that we're done talking about schoolmates, let's talk about something else. Lindbergh suddenly got serious. What do you know about that stepmother of yours? Schoolmarm? Chukin? Why would you want to know about her? Yi Ruoshang was a bit puzzled. Lin Bai didn't have any intention of trying to explain. He only stared at Yi Ruoshang with a torch-like gaze. If I'm not mistaken, the identity of schoolmate's stepmother shouldn't be simple, right? Yi Ruoshang was slightly shaken, and even the cup in her hand trembled for a few moments. She hurriedly took a sip of water, then pretended to be calm. You're overthinking this. She's just an ordinary woman. If she's an ordinary woman, why doesn't the schoolteacher stay at home and the choice to move out? About this, Lin Bai initially thought that Yi Ruoshang was because she didn't want to marry Lu Yu. It was only after a big fight with Yi Tian that he moved out in a fit of anger. But when he realized that Chu Jun might be a direct descendant of the Chu family, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, it took him a moment to realize there was a hint of something wrong. If he wasn't wrong, the reason why Yi Ruoshang had moved out was extremely probable that it had something to do with Chu Jun. Such a sharp questioning also made Yi Ruoshang become even more flustered. That's because However, without waiting for him to finish, Lin Bai interrupted her. Senior sister, you know that your stepmother is a member of the Chu family, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, right? Yi Ruoshang's pupils suddenly shrunk as she looked at Lin Bai with an incredulous expression. The voice was tinged with a few tremors. How did you know? Lin Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, Chu Jun is Chu Jun's direct lineage. But how could she of the first family marry Yi Tian? I don't know how long it took, but Yi Ruoshang violently picked up the knife and fork on the table and a wary face turned to Lin Bai. Who the hell are you? How do you know about the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom? Looking at Yi Ruoshang unexpectedly turning his sword against himself, Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Senior sister, you don't have to be so. No matter what I am, I won't hurt you. Yi Ruoshang's brows furrowed, and it took her a while before she put down the knife and fork in her hands. How did you know Chu Jun's identity? The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently hooked. Would schoolteacher believe me if I said I was guessing? What do you say? Yi Ruoshang couldn't help but give Lin Bai a glance. Seeing that Lin Bai didn't want to say anything, Yi Ruoshang didn't force herself. Only a sigh was seen as she said, Chu Jun is the true identity of the second young lady of the Chu family's main vein, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Sure enough, didn't you say that the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom don't marry out? How did Chu Jun marry your father? I don't know. Lindbergh wondered. Yi Ruoshang was also a bit surprised, not realizing that Lin Bai actually knew all this. But soon she was back to normal. Under normal circumstances, the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom will not marry out in order to ensure the purity of their bloodlines. But there are always special circumstances. Special circumstances? Yi Ruoshang took a deep breath and said, actually, Chu Jun is my mother's real sister. Once these words came out, Lin Bai was completely confused. If Chu Jun was Yi Ruoshang's mother's own sister, then Yi Ruoshang's mother was the Chu family's eldest lady? Then Yi Ruoshang and Yi Qingshui are half of the Chu family? Omega! The news truly shocked him. 29 years ago, my father befriended my mother, who was the first lady of the Chu family. In Kyoto, the two quickly fall in love. Father has also been recognized by the Chu family for his outstanding performance, and as long as father agrees, he could then join the Chu family. But his father didn't want to be a flunky, so he refused. My mother was pregnant at the time, and she knew that my father had great ambitions, a determined choice to leave with his father. As mother is the Chu family's first lady, there's no way the Chu family would let her run away with a man. Eventually she was taken back, but mother didn't want to be separated from father, and started threatening the then head of the Chu family with her life. Also my grandfather. But my grandfather was extraordinarily tough and determined not to let my mother leave. The cornered mother finally made the impulsive decision. When she said this, Yi Ruoshang's eyes turned red. The body also shuddered involuntarily. The thoughtful Lindbergh rushed forward to offer comfort. It was only after a few minutes that Yi Ruoshang gradually calmed down, because Grandpa never agreed. My mother, who was sick with love, finally chose to abolish her ancient martial artist cultivation on her own. Abolishing one's cultivation is almost the same as taking half of one's life. Not to mention the fact that mother was still pregnant at the time. By the time she was discovered by the people of the Chu family, she was already almost out of breath. After some resuscitation, the mother was eventually rescued and the child is safe. That child is the schoolmate, right? Lindbergh asked. Yi Ruoshang nodded. When my mother abolished her own cultivation, she tried her best to protect me. I was able to get away unscathed. What about after that? Lindbergh then asked. After feeling his mother's determination, Grandpa finally softened. After a few months of recuperating in the Chu family, Grandpa sent someone to send Chu Jun back to Yi City. But the price is that the mother will never be allowed to return to the Chu family. The child she gave birth to also has nothing to do with the Chu family. Gotta. The chance to climb up the power ladder is gone. My dead mother-in-law. You're confused. What's wrong with you? Yi Ruoshang looked at the regretful Lin Bai and wondered. No. Nothing. Go ahead. Yi Ruoshang didn't think much about it and proceeded to reminisce. My mother gave birth to me the year after she was reunited with my father, and then to Kayasetsu 7 years later. Because of the self-abolition of her cultivation, her mother's body has always had hidden problems. After giving birth to Qingxue, these hidden problems erupted. My father took my mother to famous doctors, all hopeless. The father, who could not bear his mother's suffering, traveled to the Chu family without her knowledge. But Grandpa still held a grudge against his father for abducting his mother, so he was determined not to see him. In this way, the father knelt for 3 days and 3 nights in the Chu family, until the second before he fainted. It took a soft-hearted grandpa to agree to see him. When he learned that his mother's hidden illness had erupted and that she was near death, Grandpa became furious on the spot and reprimanded his father severely. It was then that my father realized that Grandpa actually missed his mother all the time. It was only that as the head of the Chu family, there were times when he could not help himself. After staying at the Chu family for a day, Grandpa sent the Chu family physician to follow his father back to Yi City. Also back with me at the time was my mother's own sister, Chu Jun. Counting the ages, when the mother-in-law's accident happened, Yi Qingxue was just born. At that time, Chu Jun was only 17 or 18 years old. I didn't expect her to actually come to the Yi family so early. Since then, did Chu Jun stay in the Yi family? Lin Bai asked again. Yi Ruoshang shook her head. Chu Gun was very close to her mother, who was 11 years old when she left. She really missed her mother so much that she begged Grandpa to come back with her. After Dr. Chu's physician resuscitated his mother from the brink of death, Chu Jun then followed that physician back. However, ever since then, Chu Jun would come to Yi City every once in a while to stay for a few days. My father and I both knew that Chu Jun was actually coming to see my mother in place of Grandpa, so we didn't stop him. And so it went on until Qingxue was 5.5 years old. And that day was Qingxue's birthday, and Chu Jun just happened to be at Ye's house as well. After spending her birthday with Qingxue, her mother went back to bed and father then took Qingxue and I into the room one after another, and by the time Chu Jun came out again, mother had already closed her eyes. Speaking of this, Yi Ruoshang could no longer hold it together, and tears were flowing down her face. Lindbergh reached out his hand and carefully took it in his arms. With that, she just hugged Lindbergh and cried. Only after a long time did Yi Ruoshang get up from Lin Bai's arms with some embarrassment. Thanks. Lin Bai smiled gently. Compared to senior sister's thanks, I'm more curious about what comes next. Yi Ruoshang frowned. Why on earth are you so curious about Chu Jun? Hokage, speak first. I'll tell you later. Yi Ruoshang could only go into reminiscence again. After my mother died, Chu Jun went back with her ashes. I had thought that after my mother left, Chu Jun won't return to the Yi family. Who would have thought that Chu Jun would actually come back 3 days later? Back? That day, Chu Jun and his father had a long conversation in the study. Not many days after that, Chu Jun then married my father. Later, Chu Jun stayed in the Yi family as the wife of the Yi family's head until now. Senior sister, you moved out of the Chu family. It should also be related to Chu Jun, right? Lin Bai then asked. Do you know why Chukin married my father? It's because you want to take care of you two sisters instead of your mother, right? Lin Bai guessed. Yi Russian nodded. It's true that Chu Jun wanted to take care of Qingxue and me instead of my mother, but then I realized that she has other purposes. Other purposes? Lin Bai was a bit surprised. Yi Ruoshang said word for word. She wants to take me and Qingxue back to the Chu family. Lin Bai's heart pounded, but he quickly reacted to it. That would be what Hokage's grandpa would have wanted, wouldn't it? Grandpa has regretted it ever since my mother took me away from the Chu family. The death of his mother was more than enough to make Grandpa blame himself. So when Chu Jun offered to take care of Qingxue and me instead of my mother, Grandpa defied the opposition of the Chu family. Straight up yes, but as a price, Chu Jun will bring me and Qingxue back to the Chu family when we reach adulthood. Then schoolmate's father agreed? Lin Bai asked. On my 18th birthday, my father told me everything and he let me make my own choices. Senior sister ultimately chose to stay in the Yi family? Aha! How could Chu Jun agree to this? Isn't her mission to bring you back to the Chu family? Lin Bai was puzzled. In these 6 years since my mother's death, I have long since treated Chu Jun as if she were my own mother. Chu Jun likewise regards me as her own daughter. How could she do something to force me? Yi Ruoshang's tone revealed a deep sense of emotion and gratitude. So you moved out of the Yi family? Senior sister? Lin Bai frowned. Ever since I became an adult, Grandpa has been constantly urging Chu Jun to bring me back. Chu Jun doesn't want to force me, but she can't help but think of her mother and her grandfather when she sees me. She's afraid she'll falter someday, which is why she's talking to my father about me moving out. Lin Bai was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the reason why Yi Ruoshang didn't live in the Yi family to be so outrageous. I have one more question. Since your grandpa wants you and Qingxue to return to the Yi family, then why didn't he send his own men to bring you back? I'm not sure about that, but I think it has something to do with Chu Jun. Alright, now can you tell me why you're so curious about Chuken? Actually, it's because of Kyosu. Kyosu? Chapter 151 Yi Ruoshang's request. I didn't expect Qingxue to even tell you this. It seems like you guys have an unusual relationship. Yi Ruoshang stared straight at Lin Bai, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends. Lindbergh smiled sarcastically. Are you sure? Yi Ruoshang was filled with disbelief. Qingxue is my big brother Xiaoran's girlfriend, and my girlfriend just happens to be Kyosu's BFF again. Lin Bai's explanation obviously made Yi Ruoshang a little surprised. She was aware of the fact that Yi Qingxue had a date, but she didn't realize that Lin Bai actually had a girlfriend, and that the girlfriend was also BFFs with Qingxue. She subconsciously remembered the woman named Hongya, whom she had met earlier at home. No surprise it's her. Given the intricate relationship between several of them, it wasn't impossible for Yi Qingxue to tell them. However, her intuition told her that it might not be that simple between Lin Bai and Yi Qingxue. After all, the last time she was inside the tennis court, she had witnessed Yi Qingxue getting nervous about Lin Bai, shy because of Lindbergh. This kid wouldn't be messing around with Qingxue behind his girlfriend's back, and his big brothers, would he? At the thought of this, Yi Ruoshang frowned. Although this was a private matter between a few people, Yi Qingxue was her sister after all, and if it was spread out, that would be hilarious. Noticing that Yi Ruoshang's complexion was starting to look off, Lin Bai hurriedly changed the subject. So why don't you tell Qingxue the truth? Senior sister? Lin Bai asked curiously. When my mother first passed away, everything was normal for Qingxue, except for the fact that she talked less. But ever since Chu Jun married her father, Qingxue became abnormal. Every day, Chu Jun was targeted in various ways and made things difficult for him. At first I thought Qingxue couldn't accept Chu Jun marrying dad, and then one night Qingxue told me the truth. I told my father and Chu Jun about Qingxue's suspicion that Chu Jun had harmed my mother, and they, like me, were all particularly shocked, considering that Qingxue was still too young. So father and Chu Jun discussed it and decided to send Qingxue abroad. We'll explain the cause and effect to her when she's a little older. A flash of realization flashed through Lin Bai's eyes. I didn't realize that there was this layer of insider knowledge about Yi Xiaoniao's trip abroad. Yi Ruoshang sighed and continued. But we still underestimated the obsession in Qingxue's heart. And on her 13th birthday, I mentioned Chugun for the first time in the video call. Qingxue, who was still extraordinarily elated, instantly became agitated. I was afraid that she would do something impulsive abroad, so I hastened to change the subject. Every year after that was the same. As long as I mentioned Chu Jun, Qingxue was like a different person. No matter what I said, she wouldn't listen and her temper became particularly hot. Then later on, Chu Jun, probably realizing that the misunderstanding was not so easy to explain clearly. So then I was told not to explain it to Qingxue for the time being. If it was someone else Lin Bai didn't believe, but if it was Yi Qingxue, then it was normal. After all, he's seen how crazy that chick is. Lin Bai, I want to ask you for something. Yi Ruoshang suddenly came. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. Senior sister, you don't think you want me to diffuse the conflict between Chu Jun and Qingxue, do you? Yi Ruoshang nodded seriously. Chu Jun has really paid too much for our Yi family. She shouldn't be treated like this by Qingxue. But Qingxue and I are really just normal friends. She doesn't even listen to what you, her own sister, says, so how could she possibly listen to me? Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh bitterly. No, if it's you, surely you can do it. Yi Ruoshang firmly shook her head, her pair of beautiful eyes staring straight at Lin Bai. There was trust and anticipation in his eyes. Hearing these words, Lin Bai's body trembled violently. Did the trust come a little too suddenly? He suddenly realized that Yi Ruoshang was afraid that she had already sensed that there was something fishy between herself and Yi Qingxue. Otherwise she would never have said it so categorically. After a long moment of silence, Lindbergh sighed and said, I'll give it a try since schoolteacher has said so, but what will be the final result of? I can't guarantee it. Thank you, Lindbergh. Yi Ruoshang's exquisite and incomparable face instantly blossomed into an absolutely beautiful and touching smile. Seeing this overwhelming smile, Lin Bai, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, actually looked a little dumbfounded for a moment. Seemingly sensing Lin Bai's blazing gaze, Yi Ruoshang's cheeks were soon covered with a faint blush above them, just like a reddish carrion, tantalizingly lovely. It was as if time had stood still for a moment. A subtle and ambiguous atmosphere permeated the entire box. I don't know how long it took before Lin Bai took the lead in breaking the delicate atmosphere. By the way, senior sister, do you know Mr. Han, Teacher Han? You're talking about E. No, it's Mr. Han, right? Halfway through his sentence, Yi Ruoshang suddenly changed her words, but the corners of Lin Bai's mouth were already uncontrollably raised at this moment. It was just as he thought. Yi Ruoshang knew Han. No, Han Iran. That's right, it's Mr. Han. Does sister know where Mr. Han is from? I know, but why are you curious about her again? Yi Ruoshang was once again on guard. Lin Bai, who saw this scene, also concluded even more that Yi Ruoshang and Han Iran definitely had an unusual relationship. So what? I got Mr. Han hurt not too long ago, so Before the words fell, Yi Ruoshang shouted in excitement. What? Aaron? No, Han is hurt. Sister, don't be nervous, it's just a small injury. It's probably healed by now. I'm sorry, Lindbergh said in a hurry. A normal woman would expect it to take half a day, but he guessed that the woman who had pushed her way through him without hesitation. It shouldn't take long. Only Yi Ruoshang glared at Lin Bai, then pulled out her cell phone and made a call. As soon as the phone was connected, Yi Ruoshang chortled. Why didn't you tell me about your injury? Yes, the person on the other end of the phone was Han Iran. At this moment, Han Iran was in a daze. What injury? I'm not hurt? And you're still sophomoric, aren't you? The perpetrator has found his way to me. Do you want to see a three-way confrontation between us? Yi Ruoshang's face was filled with anger. The perpetrator? Han Iran suddenly thought of something and hurriedly explained it. A few days ago, I was indeed injured because of Lindbergh, but I'm already fine. Are you sure it's okay? Yi Ruoshang questioned. If Frosty doesn't believe me, you can come over and check it out right now. I happen to be taking a bath. To not be long gone. However, without waiting for Han Iran to finish, Yi Ruoshang hung up. After hanging up the phone, Yi Ruoshang's expression became grave. Lindbergh, I can't tell you about Han. If I may, I wish you would stay away from her. Ha? Why? Lindbergh was stunned. On the other side, Han Iran, who was abruptly hung up on, couldn't help but grumble. Ruthless woman, may you never marry. Immediately, she picked up the tablet she had set aside, which was filled with various photos, and these photos all have one thing in common. The male lead is a guy but the heroine is a frequent change. Hongya, Yi Qing Xue, Yu Yo, Xia Yue. This guy, he's a real show-off. Chapter 152 Strong Lu Hai. Sister, do you really not need me to take you back? Outside the Japanese restaurant, Lin Bai looked at Yi Ruoshang and said. Yi Ruoshang shook her head. No, I've called the driver. As soon as the words fell, a luxury car with the Yi family's logo stopped on the side of the road not far away. Alright, then I won't send senior sister off. Lin Bai couldn't hide his loss. Yi Ruoshang's beautiful eyes flashed a color of doubt. This guy, he doesn't really want a sister pass. Lin Bai. Yi Ruoshang suddenly called out. What's wrong? School teacher? Only Yi Ruoshang said with a serious face. I know you have a big secret on you, and I know you're not afraid of the Lu family, but what I want to tell you is that the Lu family is not as simple as you think. Lin Bai's pupils shrunk. There had been a big question in his mind. Yi Ruoshang undoubtedly knew about the fact that she possessed the Chu family bloodline a long time ago. It was reasonable to say that with just a word from her, her marriage to Lu Yu should be easily resolved. And yet, it's this loathing of Lu Yu that, even learning of the other party's death did not have a trace of sadness. Yi Ruoshang but did not do so. The genus made him very puzzled. At first, Lin Bai's guess was that Yi Ruoshang didn't want to utilize the Chu family. After all, she was also a party president. It's got its own pride. But after Yi Ruoshang said this, he instantly rejected that ridiculous idea from before. I'm afraid the real reason wasn't that Yi Ruoshang didn't want to utilize the Chu family, but that even if she lit up the Chu family, it also doesn't change her marriage to Lu Yu. You know that's the Chu family, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the Chu family stepped in and couldn't change anything, which can only mean that the Lu family is also behind the. Seeing that Lin Bai seemed to have responded, Yi Ruoshang continued. I'm sure you've guessed that there's an untouchable existence behind the Lu family. So, Lindbergh, you must be more careful, and remember to look for me when something goes wrong. I might be able to save you in a critical moment. I know, if I really encounter problems, I'll trouble senior sister. Lin Bai lightly smiled. Yi Ruoshang was also a bit surprised. She had thought that Lin Bai would still be as confident and arrogant as before, but it was normal to think about it. After all, those were the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if one person's strength was more heaven-defying, it would be impossible to shake that kind of sky-high tree. Okay, I have something else to do so I'll go first. After saying that, Ruoshang turned around and prepared to leave. However, she stopped again just a few steps away. By the way, Kiki has something going on at home and won't be back until some time later. And when she does, I'll introduce you guys again. The Xiaoqi in Ruoshang's mouth was the one who had studied in the Sun Country for many years. The owner of this restaurant called Ki Nikki's. Thank you, Hokage. Ruoshang nodded before turning to leave. After the limousine carrying Ruoshang disappeared from Lin Bai's line of sight, and his face grew grave. He had come to find Ruoshang today because he wanted to find out news about Chu Jun and also Han Yiren. Relying on Ruoshang's trust, he was able to smoothly find out about Chu Jun's bottom line. Although those old stories are not only dogmatic but ridiculous, but overall it was about what he had guessed. Regarding Han Yiren, however, he wasn't as lucky, but he didn't get nothing. Judging from Ruoshang's attitude, Han Yiren was definitely more than just an ordinary university professor. Otherwise, how could Wang Qiu, who was a first-class family patriarch-level existence, be afraid of her? Han Yiren. There just happens to be a Han family among the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, should it? But what shocked him the most was the Lu family. He had thought that the Lu family and the Yi family were just 2 families with deeper family roots in Yi City. But I didn't realize that these 2, one was hiding deeper than the other. Let's hope the Lus don't track me down so quickly. Just as Lindbergh was thinking in place, an old man in a butler's uniform came to him silently. I only saw that the old man's face was emaciated, and his eyes were deep and sharp. And it reveals a long-suffering composure and shrewdness. He bowed slightly and spoke in a respectful tone as he asked, "Dare I ask if it's little friend Lin Bai? You are?" Despite Lindbergh's outward appearance of bewilderment, the brown eyes but it was full of caution. How could he not recognize the old man in front of him? A few dozen seconds ago he was worried because of the Lu family, but in the blink of an eye, the other side had come to the door. That's right, this old man standing in front of Lin Bai at this moment was no one else. It was none other than Lu Hai, the head butler of the Lu family, the only family in this Yi city that could stand apart from the Yi family. Facing Lin Bai's question, Lu Hai first smiled slightly, then introduced himself and said, "I'm the Lu family butler, Lu Hai." Hearing these words, a look of dawning realization aptly appeared on Lin Bai's face. So it's Butler Lu. I wonder what Butler Lu is looking for the kid for. Our master of the house has made a special feast in his house. I was instructed to make sure I came to invite young friend Lin Bai to the banquet. No way? The head of the hallowed Lu family would actually host a banquet to invite a college student like me? I'm sorry, Lindbergh exclaimed in deliberate shock. Lu Hai didn't seem to care at all about Lin Bai's starkness, still maintaining that kind smile. Lin Bai's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lu Hai with a smile. This isn't going to be easy. I've got a very important date tonight. I'm afraid I won't be able to have dinner with Family Master Lu, so I can only trouble Butler Lu to thank Family Master Lu for his kindness on my behalf. Like before, Lu Hai did not reply and still looked at Lin Bai with a smile on his face. Previously, Lin Bai hadn't felt anything, but now he was actually feeling a bit terrified. Then I'd like to trouble Butler Lu. I have some business to attend to, so I'll leave first. I'll be sure to pay a personal visit someday. After saying that, Lin Bai turned around and prepared to leave. No sooner had he lifted his foot, however, than a large, rough hand grabbed him. What does Butler Lu mean by this? Lin Bai frowned. Little friend Lin Bai, the family head and I explained that I should invite you back. No matter what, please don't give me a hard time. Is it me who is making things difficult for Butler Lu? Or is it Butler Lu who is making things difficult for me? Is it hard for me not to go and? Does Butler Lu still plan to force me to go? Lin Bai deliberately raised his voice. Even though he had already attracted the attention of many pedestrians, Lu Hai still did not change his face. If little friend Lin Bai doesn't cooperate, Mr. Lu will have no choice but to invite you back. Lin Bai's face sank. He didn't expect this old Biden to have such a strong attitude. Then I'll put the word out here today too. Without waiting for Lindbergh to finish his sentence, that wrist that was grabbed by Lu Hai instantly transmitted a powerful sense of oppression. Lin Bai stared at Lu Hai with wide eyes and an incredulous face. On the other side, Ruoshang had just arrived at Yi Group by car when her cell phone vibrated. When she saw the letter, her face changed instantly. Old Ma, hurry, go home. Chapter 153, Goodbye Lu Nantian. I didn't think that the hallowed Lu family would actually coerce a college student like me. Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? Inside the moving limousine, Lin Bai looked at the old man in a butler's uniform sitting on the passenger side with a gloomy face. Lu Hai was still smiling in the face of Lin Bai's threats. Little friend Lin Bai, don't worry. After the head of the family has met your little friend, the old slave will personally send little friend back. I'll believe the hell out of you. You're a bad old man in a bad way. However, Lin Bai was still incredibly shocked in his heart. The feeling that just came from his wrist couldn't be wrong. System, check the information on this old miscreant. Name, Lu Hai. Age, 68. Height, 175. Weight, 155. Face value, 90. Love value, 0. Hate value, 0. Realm, late Ming Jin. Just seeing the panel, Lindbergh couldn't help but mouth the fragrance. System, *****. It's outrageous that Niuwu's face value is higher than his own. Now an old man who is mostly in the ground has the same face value as me. Did you step on the horse on purpose? Host, please don't get excited. The face value score is a comprehensive score. It is a composite score obtained by collecting the appearance data of the target person at all ages. Some people are dissatisfied with the face value of the front. Here's an explanation. You didn't say anything. Only after criticizing the system bitterly did Lin Bai return his gaze to Lu Hai's panel. When he saw that the love and hate values were both 0, he directly froze. What the hell? Is this old man a robot? An android? But when he looked at the realm column, his expression instantly became grave. Late Ming Jin. Even though they are all in the late Ming Jin stage. However, Lu Hai's late Ming Jin stage brought him a significantly greater shock than Chu Jun's. You have to know that Chu Jun is the second miss of the main lineage of the Chu family, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. What makes Lu Hai, a housekeeper, have such a high level of cultivation? And since there was obviously no Lu family among the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, there were only 2 explanations. Firstly, Lu Hai is the son-in-law of a certain family of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, which enabled him to obtain the ancient martial artist cultivation technique, become an ancient martial artist. Although Lin Bai didn't know much about the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, but it also knew that this kind of deep-rooted super everyone must want to face. If Lu Hai was really a son-in-law of a certain family, how could he have become the Lu family's butler? So this speculation is obviously not valid. That would be the second explanation. Lu Hai is exactly what Xiaoya said about those who obtained the ancient martial arts cultivation techniques through selling their bodies. However, he clearly remembered that Lu Hai had served as the Lu family's butler for decades. The entire Yi city, but anyone with a bit of fame, almost no one did not recognize Lu Hai. Such a famous person is actually a slave of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. It seems that the family behind the Lu family is very serious about the Lu family. Otherwise, Lu Hai wouldn't have stayed in the Lu family, just as Lin Bai was secretly thinking. This limousine carrying him had arrived at the foot of Lugong Mountain. Looking at the Lu Gongshan in front of him, which belonged exclusively to the Lu family, Lin Bai's eyes also became complicated. In his previous life, he had followed Xiao Ran to visit here, and at that time, he was a true guest. I didn't expect that after being reborn, I would actually be invited to the mountain in this way. I hope that this Lu Gongshan doesn't have too many strong people, or else this time will be really troublesome yo. Meanwhile, after running an unknown number of red lights, Yi Ruoshang finally arrived at the Yi family. Just as she entered the door, she ran into Chu Jun, who wanted to go to the hospital to take care of Yi Qingxue. The quick-eyed Chu Jun immediately hid the insulation bag in his hand behind his back. Then he looked at Yi Ruoshang with a concerned face. What's wrong? Frost? Only Yi Ruoshang reached out her hand and grabbed Chu Jun. Auntie, something's wrong. Come with me. What happened? Chu Jun frowned tightly. She had lived in the Yi family for more than 10 years, and it was the first time she had seen Yi Ruoshang so flustered. Auntie, come with me first. I'll explain it to you on the way, or it'll be too late. After a 10-minute drive, a grand and magnificent castle appeared in Lindbergh's sight. It looks like a sleeping beast, quietly perched on top of a mountain. The exudes an awe-inspiring aura. Though this wasn't Lindbergh's first visit to Lugubria's castle, but when he saw the castle again, he was still shocked by its majestic momentum deep inside. Only the walls of the castle went straight into the sky, as if they were connected to the heavens. The watchtowers on the city walls were staggered like loyal guards, guarding the territory. 2 neat rows of guards stood with their heads held high in front of the castle's gates. They were dressed in uniforms and looked solemn and dignified. In the courtyard in front of the castle, Lindbergh also saw many hounds that kept barking. They exuded a terrifying aura, so much so that Lin Bai had some chills. Lindbergh had no doubt that without those chains, the beasts will probably eat him up like prey right away. Entering the interior of the castle was even more dazzling to Lindbergh. Gorgeous chandeliers hang from the ceiling and give off a dazzling light. The walls are covered with beautiful murals, each one coming to life. And the carpet that was as soft and cozy as stepping on a cloud. The corridor is lined with a variety of precious and rare art and antiques. Passing through corridor after corridor, Lin Bai was soon led by Lu Hai's, came to the door of the banquet hall. The so-called banquet hall was actually more like a gilded palace. Inside the spacious and bright hall stood a thick stone pillar supporting a high dome. In the middle of the palace, there was a huge table that was over 10 meters long. At the moment, the table was covered with a wide array of dishes, the aroma from which, it made even Lin Bai gulp. At first glance, the uninformed thought this place was hosting a big full-on banquet. At the very front of the long table sat a middle-aged man. He had a stout figure, his eyes gleaming, and he exuded the majesty that belonged solely to the higher-ups. This person was the current head of the Lu family, Lu Yu's father, Lu Nantian. Although he had been reborn and was mentally stronger, he faced Lu Nantian again. His heart was still unspeakably nervous. After taking a deep breath, he then lifted his feet and walked slowly towards Lu Nantian. On the other side, inside the hastily driven Yi family limousine, he really killed Lu Yu? Chu Jun frowned tightly. Not that he killed them himself, but this matter can't be unrelated to him. Yi Ruoshang recounted. This kid is really bold, actually letting them fight hand to hand. Chu Jun's words revealed a hint of appreciation. However, Yi Ruoshang, who had always been smart, didn't hear it and, only to see her reach out and grab Chu Jun. Auntie, you must save Lindbergh. It was me who asked him to help me with the marriage contract. Frost, you know about the one behind the Lu family. If I'm still in the Chu family, that woman still has to look at my face. But now, I'm not too sure. Chapter 154, The Weird Lunantian. System, check Lunantian's basic information. Ding, query in progress. As soon as the words fell, a blue panel appeared in Lin Bai's mind. Name, Lunantian. Age, 50. Height, 185. Weight, 166. Face value, 95. Love value, 25. Hate value, 15. Realm, late inner strength, 95. Face value. Well, I'm the only one who's being humiliated. Wait for me. I have a system. Let's see how I can hang you. When Lin Bai saw Lu Nantian's love-hate value, he froze once again. Is the love value greater than the hate value? What the hell? Why isn't any of this master and servant normal? Do you mean to say that I designed Lu Yu's death and Lu Nantian wants to thank us? When Lin Bai looked at the realm column again, others were dumbfounded again. Late inner strength. What's going on here? How did this old dang have a cultivation? Could it be that he, like Lu Hai, this old Biden, is forever loyal to the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom? Or is he actually a flunky? The latter is clearly more convincing than the former. No matter what, Lu Nantian is also the head of the Lu family. The entire Yi city identity can be compared to him. It was only Yi Qingshue's father, his cheap old husband, Yi Tian. He didn't believe that Lu Nantian would let go of such an honorable status and choose to become a slave, even though he knew how powerful ancient martial artists were. If this guy was really a flunky, then wouldn't Lu Yu's mother be one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom? I remember Lu Yu's mother looks like Xiao Ran. In his previous life, he had met Lu Yu's mother when he followed Xiao Ran to the Lugong castle, a plump and still beautiful woman. At the dinner table, she and Xiao Ran were chatting happily, and that was because she and Xiao Ran happened to be of the same ethnicity, and it just so happened that there was also the Xiao surname among the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. So the family behind the Lu family that made even the Chu family a little afraid was the Xiao family. It was as if Lin Bai had discovered some shocking secret. With an incredulous face, he looked at the unimpressive middle-aged man in front of him. Perhaps Lu Nantian had noticed Lin Bai's strange gaze and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking?" Lin Bai, who had returned to his senses, shook his head repeatedly. "No, it tastes good," Lu Nantian responded lightly. "Since you like it, take some back with you when you leave later on and give those friends of yours a taste too." Lindbergh visibly froze. Is this a way for him to get his ass kicked? "Big brother, I've killed your son. Aren't you supposed to hate me? Is it true that he's not your biological child? But even so, after more than 20 years of keeping a dog, you've developed a bond, right? Your hate value is going up for the master. Must be the reason I consumed so much yesterday and got up too hard this morning. Haven't stumbled across a single normal thing today. What the hell? This is," compared to Lin Bai, who was a bit distracted and rich inside. Lu Nantian had a cozy face. "It's as if you're really savoring this full table in earnest." I don't know how long it took before Lin Bai put down his chopsticks and looked at Lu Nantian with a puzzled expression. "I've eaten well. Can Family Master Lu say why he sought me over now?" Lu Nantian elegantly put down his chopsticks, then looked at Lin Bai with a smile on his face. "Didn't you already guess that?" Lin Bai's face sank, and his voice turned ice-cold as he spoke. "So is this the Lu family master's intention to raise an offense?" The corners of Lu Nantian's mouth gently rose, revealing an inscrutable smile. "What makes it so?" Lindbergh frowned tightly. "Then what did Family Master Lu ask me to come here for? Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, his eyesight is not comparable to that of an ordinary man, like Xiao Ran, Jang Way, such a small karami. The two only a look that he would be able to guess what was going on in the other's mind. but it was this superb eyesight that he could not see through the man in front of him. I'm just curious as to who exactly is the person that could take over the UUA pavilion that old man founded. Lu Nantian looked at Lin Bai meaningfully. Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. The matter of Lu Nantian finding out that he was the master of the Pavilion of the Pale Moon was still within his expectations. But the old man who founded the Pavilion of the Spectral Moon? Could it be that he was talking about the first generation of the UUA Pavilion Master? How did he know the old court master? I heard Fonger say that Pavilion Master Lin and him are good friends. Lu Nantian continued. Lindbergh froze for a moment, then replied, sort of. Since that's the case, I have a proposal. I wonder if Pavilion Master Lin is willing to listen to it. What proposal? Lindbergh asked curiously. Has Pavilion Master Lin ever considered developing the UUA Pavilion to all parts of the Dragon Kingdom? Family Master Lu was talking about opening a branch of the Pixie Moon Pavilion in other cities? Lin Bai frowned tightly. This idea had occurred to him when he had acquired the Phantom Moon Pavilion. But then, because of the Lu Yu incident, he gave up again. Women are weak by nature. And with him in Yi City, those women in the UUA Pavilion are going to be bullied. How can this get a foothold if you go to another city? Lu Nantian smiled gently. What does Pavilion Master Lin think of this proposal? The offer is good, but I refuse. Lin Bai snapped. Oh, why? Lu Nanshan's eyes narrowed. Facing Lu Nanshan's question, Lin Bai was expressionless and coldly responded. There's no reason. An imperceptible color of dissimilarity quickly flashed in Lu Nanshan's eyes, but peace was soon restored. He then stared at Lindbergh silently like this. After a long time, he got up and said to Lu Hai, who was not far away, Old Lu, send Pavilion Master Lin back. After saying that, Lu Nantian left without looking back, leaving Lindbergh sitting in the same spot in a daze. He didn't come back to his senses until Lu Hai stepped to the near side. Little friend Lin Bai, please follow me. Under Lu Hai's leadership, the preoccupied Lin Bai quickly walked out of Lu Gongfu. Just as he was about to get into the car, a clear and eager voice suddenly came from the back. Lindbergh. When Lin Bai turned around, he saw a luxury car with the Yi family logo speeding towards them. That car Lin Bai recognized. It was the same car that picked up Yi Ruoshang not long ago. Only when the limousine stopped steadily, Yi Ruoshang, who had an anxious face, stepped out of the car. Along with him came down Lin Bai's cheap mother-in-law, Chu Jun. Lin Bai, are you alright? Yi Ruoshang was incomparably nervous as she grabbed onto Lin Bai. Lindbergh smiled and shook his head. It's fine. He didn't know how many strong men there were in Lugong Castle, and just to be on the safe side, it was only then that he sent a message to Yi Ruoshang. I didn't expect Yi Ruoshang to actually bring someone to save him. After repeatedly confirming that Lin Bai was fine, Yi Ruoshang was relieved. She had wanted to go up the mountain to rebuke Lu Hai, but she was stopped by Chu Jun. Come on, Frosty, just make sure the people are okay. Even though Yi Ruoshang was a bit unwilling, she could only endure it. Just as they were about to walk to the car, all of a sudden a stern and angry voice exploded from the back like thunder. Come when you want, leave when you want. What kind of place do you take my Lu family for? This sudden roar caused Yi Ruoshang and the others to be startled and stop in their tracks. Looking back, Chapter 155, Xiaofeng interrupts. Xiaofeng, you dare to stop me? Outside the Lugong castle, Chu Jun looked at the plump beauty in a sexy Cheongsam in front of him with a gloomy face. The beautiful woman is not someone else. It is the mistress of this magnificent Lugong castle, Lu Nanshan's wife, Xiaofeng. Mrs. Yi is joking. You are the second miss of the Chu family. How could I dare to stop you? I'm sorry, Xiaofeng guffawed. Lin Bai's heart said, sure enough. This woman knows Chu Jun. System, check this woman's information. Name, Xiaofeng. Age, 41. Height, 166. Weight, 103. Face value, 95. Love value, 5. Hate value, 88. Realm, none. That's a normal panel for this love-hate value. What the hell is that bangs? Lu Nanshan panel? Can you learn from Xiaofeng? Still, Lindbergh was in for a surprise. He had thought that Xiaofeng would have the same cultivation as he had guessed. Who had thought that this Xiaofeng was actually a muggle? Could it be that she doesn't want to practice? It's not impossible. After all, that practice did hurt a bit. Right at that moment, the domineering Chu Jun suddenly gave a shout. In that case, why don't you get out of my way? Xiaofeng replied unhurriedly. Mrs. Yi and President Yi can leave anytime they want. Only that boy behind the two of you can't leave yet. Chu Jun glanced at Lin Bai before his voice was cold. What if I must take him today? The corner of Xiaofeng's mouth gently rose, revealing an impish smile. That depends on whether or not Mrs. Yi has the skills. As soon as the words fell, a pale figure sprang out of the car. Lin Bai knew that man, who was also the Lu family's housekeeper. Although both he and Lu Hai were stewards, their duties were completely opposite. The man in front of us, Wang Jun, is mainly responsible for the internal affairs of Lugong Castle. It's like the Grand Chamberlain next to the Emperor. Lu Hai, on the other hand, was mainly responsible for the external affairs of Lu Gongfu, and was more like the head of the brocade guards in terms of his duties. System, check Wang Jun's basic information. Name, Wang Jun. Age, 65. Height, 175. Weight, 159. Face value, 88. Love value, 0. Hate value, 38. Realm, Middle Ming Gene. Good man. Another Middle Ming Gene. It seems that this Lu family is very important to the Xiao family. Or maybe this Xiao Feng's identity was very special, or else she wouldn't have an ancient martial artist with her. Xiao Feng, you don't think you can stop me with him, do you? Chu Jun had a disdainful look on his face. Although the middle stage of Ming Jin was very strong, this couldn't stop her. Mrs. Ye's status is honored. How could I dare to neglect Mrs. Yi? Xiao Feng looked at the smiling old man on the side with a slightly deeper meaning. Chu Jun's face stiffened. She had forgotten that Lu Hai was still beside her. If it was just Wang Jun, she naturally wouldn't be afraid, but if she added Lu Hai to the mix, then there's going to be a real problem this time. Behind him, Yi Ruoshang's expression also became grave. With her intelligence, how could she not guess that Lu Hai was not simple? But even so, she still had a death grip on Lindbergh. Compared to the two men's gravity, Lin Bai had a relaxed look on his face. Previously, he had informed Yi Ruoshang because he didn't know the bottom line of Lu Gongfu. But now, with both of Lugubrious Castle's great war powers before him, what else does he have to fear? However, just as he was about to take a step forward, an old voice interrupted him. Make way. Ma'am. Lu Hai, what did you say? Xiao Feng looked at Lu Hai with an incredulous face. Only Lu Hai looked at Lin Bai with a gentle face. I promised little friend Lin Bai to send him back safely. When these words came out, everyone looked at Lin Bai in unison, their eyes filled with incredulity. Lin Bai wanted to deny it, but the old man did seem to have said it. But he also knew that this must be what the man meant. So you're not going to listen to my orders now, are you? Xiao Feng gritted her teeth. Lu Hai did not reply, still wearing a smile. Fine. 3 good ones in a row showed how angry Xiao Feng was. As the saying goes, kill her while she's sick. Mrs. Lu, are you still not going to give way now? Chu Jun looked at Xiao Feng with a teasing expression. Xiao Feng was shaking with anger. Not far away, Lin Bai looked a little straight. Big brother But soon, a figure stood in front of him. Sister, what do you mean by that? You're a glutton for punishment, aren't you? The main course hasn't been served yet. Why is Mrs. Yi in such a hurry to leave? Xiao Feng sneered. Chu Jun frowned tightly. She didn't know what else Xiao Feng had to be proud of. No bangs. How can Wang Jun alone? Nope. The king's army. Her heart tightened and she hurried back. Sure enough, I found that slightly older figure. He actually didn't know when he had quietly appeared behind Lin Bai. As he watched, Wang Jun stretched out his hands and was about to grab Lin Bai. In the nick of time, a pair of large hands that also appeared to be old and powerful probed out like lightning. Unmistakably precise. He grabbed Wang Jun's wrist. The sudden scene caused Chu Jun and Yi Ruoshang to be so shocked that they couldn't even speak. Even Lin Bai himself, who was at the center of the incident, was stunned. No, I'm not. Is this how you treat your son's killer? However, before he could think about it in detail, a loud roar instantly resounded on the field. Lu Hai, you actually dare to betray me. This roar was like a raging torrent that hit everyone's eardrums and hearts. Lin Bai's eyes narrowed, and a flash of essence flashed in his eyes. At this point in time, if he couldn't guess anything, then he would be a bit too stupid. What an interesting couple. It had to be said that Chu Jun was still shocked in her heart. She didn't expect the Lu family to actually fight in a nest, but it couldn't have been better news for her. Mrs. Lu, we won't get involved in your own personal matters. See you some other time, ha. After finally sneering at Xiao Feng, Chu Jun then took Lin Bai as well as Yi Ruoshang and swaggered away. The unwilling Xiao Feng could only roar silently in place. Did Lunanshan really just buy you a meal? In the luxury car, Yi Ruoshang looked at Lin Bai with incomparable surprise. Chu Jun, who was sitting on the side, was also filled with a puzzled look. Actually, there's one more thing. What is it? The two women said in unison. Lindbergh froze for a moment, then slowly said, Lunanshan suggested that I open the Pixie Moon Pavilion to the whole country. Ha! On the other hand, Xiao Feng, who witnessed her son's murderer leaving in style, ragingly, he barged into Lu Nanshan's study. Lu Nantian, are you crazy? That's your son's murderer. I can't believe you just let him go. However, in the face of Xiao Feng's questioning and rebuke, Lu Nantian acted as if he hadn't heard it, still calmly continuing to write the brushwork in his hand. seeing Lu Nantian this indifferent. Xiao Fang, who was already furious to the core, could no longer suppress her inner rage. She rushed forward at a quick pace and, with an outstretched hand, he overturned all the neatly arranged pens, ink, paper and inkstones on the desk to the ground, with a crackling noise after what was once a clean and tidy study became a mess. Lu Nantian, you must give me an explanation today, or I'll tell that man right now. However, before Xiao Fang could finish her sentence, a clear and loud slap that, it smacked her hard on top of her beautiful and ageless cheek. Lu Nantian's slap was not light. Half of Xiao Fang's face instantly became red and swollen. Her entire body also seemed to be petrified as she stood there dumbfounded. It took a few moments for her to slowly come back to her senses. She looked with disbelief at the man in front of her who had shared her bed for years. You, not only are you unwilling to help you or take revenge, but now you're actually hitting me? I'm sorry, Xiao Fang said with trembling lips, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Lu Nantian didn't even look at Xiao Fang before he said in an extremely cold and unfeeling tone, do you really think I don't know whose seed Rainy is? Xiao Fang's pupils shrunk violently, and her face instantly became incomparably pale. The body also trembled uncontrollably. You knew all along? Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I'm a cutie. If you still want to be Mrs. Lu, just be quiet, or I won't mind telling that one about the ring you kept from him. Only hearing a fluttering sound, Xiao Fang's entire body instantly sat down on the ground. How? I obviously hit it well. Chapter 156, Mother's Caveat. I really didn't expect that you would actually be the pavilion master of the Pavilion of the Pixie Moon. On the passenger seat of the Tank 300, Chu Jun looked at Lin Bai expressionlessly. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. I also didn't expect that you, Auntie, would be the second miss of the Chu family, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. His tone was relaxed and with a hint of flirtation. Hearing those words, Chu Jun's pupils contracted violently, and a look of vigilance instantly appeared on his face. Obviously, for the matter of his identity being known by Lin Bai, she was surprised and wary. Seeing Chu Jun react like this, Lin Bai hurriedly explained, Auntie, don't be nervous. It's all what my schoolmates told me. Frost? Chu Jun was filled with surprise. When she responded, her eyes became more and more meaningful. Looks like you and Frosty have an unusual relationship. Lindbergh touched his nose in slight embarrassment. Actually, is okay. After a slight pause, Lin Bai opened his mouth as if he remembered something and asked immediately afterward, Auntie, I have a couple other questions I've been wondering about. I wonder if you could help me with that. Chu Jun raised an eyebrow and responded faintly. Speak. Only after receiving permission did Lindbergh sit up a little straighter. Seriously, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who did not lose to Yu Yao in terms of figure, or face value. The schoolmistress has told me that your father, Auntie, that is to say, the Chu family had instructed you to bring your schoolmate back to the Chu family after she turned 18. I'm curious why it's 18. If Auntie's father was thinking of his daughter and wanted to borrow someone to think of her, shouldn't they be sent back to the Chu family earlier? Isn't it a bit too late to send them back to the Chu family when they turn 18? Chu Jun fell into silence. After a long time, she opened her red lips lightly. This involves Chu family secrets. I can't tell you. A flash of realization flashed across Lin Bai's eyes. Sure enough, as he suspected, there was something fishy going on here. It's okay, the kid can just change the question again. Auntie is your father, the Chu family head. Not too convenient in the clan? Not too convenient? What do you mean? Chu Jun was puzzled. Transcendent forces like the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom can easily overthrow the entire Yi family if they want to, but now it's a bit unbelievable that we can't even bring back 2 women. In regards to this question, Lin Bai's initial guess was that Chu Jun had made some sort of deal with the Chu family head, but after hearing Chu Jun's last reply, he immediately discarded that ridiculous speculation. As expected, after listening to Lin Bai's explanation, the expression on Chu Jun's face immediately enriched. There's disbelief, there's horror, and there's defensiveness. Who the hell are you? Lin Bai slightly hooked up the corner of his lips. I'm just a male college student who is more curious. Chu Jun stared at Lin Bai for a while before speaking. I can only tell you that the Chu family now is no longer the Chu family from before. No comment on the rest. Lin Bai was silent for a moment, then asked again. Auntie, that Xiao Fang is from the Xiao family, right? Chu Jun nodded. She is from the Xiao family branch. Branch vein? Lin Bai couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. What's wrong? Chu Jun wondered. How dare she? A person of the branch lineage. Stop, Auntie? Chu Jun sighed and said. Had it been earlier, she would indeed not have dared to shout at me. But this is not what it used to be. Lin Bai frowned tightly. It seemed that the trouble within the Chu family was even bigger than he had imagined. But since this Xiao Fang wasn't from the main vein, what about Lu Nantian's cultivation? Right at that moment, Chu Jun suddenly turned his words around. Although Xiao Feng is a person of the branch vein, her status is not much lower than a person of the main vein. Lin Bai was slightly stunned. Why? Chu Jun said word for word, because Xiao Feng has a big backer behind her. Lin Bai swallowed his saliva and then asked, how big? Big enough to decide with a single word whether everyone in Leaf City lives or dies. Even my father. All have to give him some face. Even the head of the Chu family has to give face to someone. Isn't that someone at the level of the 7 family heads of the Dragon Kingdom? How could Lin Bai not expect that Xiao Feng to have such a strong backer? No wonder she was surrounded by ancient martial artists protecting her as a muggle. Seeing that Lin Bai seemed to be frightened, Chu Jun spoke out to comfort him. Although Xiao Feng has a backer behind her, that one won't take it lightly, so you don't have to worry too much. Hearing these words, Lin Bai's face only improved slightly. But you mustn't mess with the Lu family again behind you. Although that person won't care too much about Xiao Feng's death, the Lu family is different. The Lu family has hundreds of years of history in Yi City. Even that person is extremely fond of the Lu family. If you touch his interests, at that time, you won't necessarily be able to retreat in one piece like today, Chu Jun said in a serious tone. Mother-in-law, can't you just say it all at once? It's a roller coaster ride of ups and downs. I see. Thanks for the lesson from my mother-in-law. It's good that you understand. Wait, what did you just call me? Mother-in-law? So what? Mother-in-law. Yuck. Mother-in-law. Qingxue is still waiting at the hospital. Let's get going. She'll complain again if we're late. More than half an hour later, after sending Chu Jun to the first affiliated hospital, Lin Bai ran away in ashes. This kid, he slipped away so fast. If you didn't know, you'd think I was cannibalistic. After spitting, Chu Jun's gaze became profound. Just based on your status as the master of the Pavilion of the Pale Moon, you're still not worthy of frost. If you can do that thing, I'll begrudgingly agree to your good deed. Chapter 157, Gu Qing's rental room. First affiliated hospital. Outside the operating room, the two young girls were clinging to each other and the beautiful eyes that looked into the operating room were filled with colors of anticipation and prayer. How's it going? Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Qing hurriedly turned around. The person who appeared behind her. Who else could it be if not Lin Bai, who had just rushed over? Gu Qing's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed again. It's been in the operating room for over half an hour. Lin Bai was just about to step forward to comfort the young girl when a silhouette jumped into his arms. Only Xiao Qin looked at Lin Bai with tearful eyes. Brother Lindbergh, my mom will be fine, right? Looking at Xiao Qin, who was crying like a tearful person in her arms, Lin Bai subconsciously reached out and gently stroked her silky hair, then smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, Xiao Qin. Auspicious people will have their day. Your mom is so kind and it will be safe and sound. Aha! I believe Brother Lindbergh. Mommy will be fine, Xiao Qin said firmly. Her hands tightly grasped the corners of Lindbergh's coat, as if that would ease the fear in the heart just a little bit. Watching Xiao Qin, who was clinging to herself not long ago, turn her head and throw herself into Lin Bai's arms, Gu Qing's heart was indescribably complicated. It's not that she's jealous, but she needs someone to comfort her. Just as she was falling alone, a pair of large, warm hands quietly took hold of her. Gu Qing subconsciously looked at Lin Bai, just in time to meet the other party's soft eyes. At that moment, Lindbergh's lips moved gently. Although there was no sound, Gu Qing still read it. She, who had been a little worried, inexplicably relaxed and hands also unconsciously Lindbergh's hands interlocked up. Even a shy blush appeared on those perfect cheeks. The time just went by minute by minute. The three of them just quietly waited outside the operating room. I don't know how much time had passed, but the indicator light that had been on all this time finally slowly went out. In an instant, the hearts of all three were in their throats and so nervous that even his breathing became cautious. As the doors to the operating room opened, a figure in a white coat, mask and hat took the lead. As soon as she saw the doctor appear, Xiao Qin couldn't wait to greet him. Doctor, student, my mom how is she? Due to excessive nervousness and worry, Xiao Qin even stammered a bit when she spoke. The body also involuntarily trembled slightly. The doctor stopped first and scanned the three men in front of him with his eyes and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. The heart transplant was a great success. Hearing this, Xiao Qin's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. She froze in place for several seconds before coming back to her senses as if in a dream. Really? Really? It really worked? At this time, Xiao Qin, his hands were shaking with excitement. Well, the surgery went well, but the patient is still in the post-operative observation phase. At the moment, it will take some quiet time to recuperate, so you won't be able to go in and visit her just yet. After receiving the doctor's exact answer, Xiao Qin turned around and hugged Gu Qing, who was beside her. cried out in tears of joy. That's great. Sister Ching, did you hear that? The operation was a success. Mom is saved. Oh, hear that. That's great. Now Xiaoqin finally doesn't have to worry anymore. 10 minutes later, on the street outside the hospital. Isn't it a little bad for us to just abandon Xiaoqin and elope? Lindbergh suddenly came as he walked. Ha? Elope? Gu Qing was stunned. When she dropped her gaze to the hands of the two men, still interlocked by their fingers. She instantly understood what Lin Bai meant. She hung her head shyly, and her flushed face grew redder and redder. Looking at the shy and lovely person in front of him, Lin Bai couldn't help but call out, Gu Qing. A bewildered Gu Qing had just raised her head when that familiar feeling once again stuck to her. Gu Qing's eyes widened in shock. You know this is in the street around people come and go. He actually here. But even so, she slowly closed her eyes and couldn't help but reach out and wrap her arms around the other woman. It was as if time had stopped at this moment, and everything around them became a blur of. Only the two standing close to each other on the street shone brightly from time to time. Only after a long time did Lin Bai reluctantly separate Gu Qing. Only his voice was incredibly soft. Hungry? Those big watery eyes stared at Lin Bai without blinking. Aha! Come on then, I'll buy you dinner today. Good. An hour later, the two then carried several large bags of groceries to the downstairs of a somewhat older rental building. Why don't we go to the store? It can be done there too. Gu Qing looked at Lin Bai with some embarrassment. What? Do you have something unseemly in your house? Lin Bai couldn't help but tease. Only no. Gu Qing hurriedly denied it. Let's go then. All the way here, said Lin Bai and walked over. Wait for me. The stairs are a bit dark. Don't fall. A few moments later, the two arrived outside the door of room 602 where Gu Qing was. There was no elevator, so the two had to take the stairs. You took your grandmother up the stairs even when she had trouble getting around in the first place? Lin Bai looked at the young girl in front of him who had plopped down on the 6th floor in one breath without taking a breath. When Grandma was still alive, we lived on the 1st floor. After Grandma died, I just moved to the 6th floor. Gu Qing explained. It's because the 6th floor is cheaper, right? Lindbergh frowned tightly. Gu Qing responded in a small voice. Aha! Lin Bai stared blankly at the young girl in front of him who made him throb like never before. Open your mouth. Oh good. Only Gu Qing skillfully took out the key, inserted it into the hole, and after turning it around a few times, the somewhat heavy-looking iron door finally opened in response. You wait here for a little while for me. After saying that, Gu Qing quickly scurried inside. Looking at the iron door that closed again, Lin Bai shook his head helplessly. It took about 2 minutes before Gu Qing finally invited Lin Bai inside. As Lindbergh had guessed, the house was not only small, but also extraordinarily simple. It's about 15 square feet, with a single bed, a simple cupboard, and a simple desk. Less than 2 square feet of toilet and a simple stove next to the window. The room, however, was cleaner and neater than one would expect, whether it was the walls, the stove, or the floor, which is barely visible for dust. He didn't believe that Gu Qing was able to do all of this in less than 2 minutes. Besides, the room didn't have that stale, decaying odor that. There was a light fragrance in the air everywhere. This aroma was familiar to Lin Bai. It was exactly the aroma that came with Gu Qing's body. Seeing that Lin Bai had been silent, Gu Qing once again said with embarrassment, if we are still. However, without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Lin Bai interrupted her. Can choose your vegetables, can't you? It'll be. Chapter 158. How was it? Was it good? Inside the small rented room, Lin Bai looked at the delicate-faced young girl in front of him with an expectant face. Because the house is so Spartan, it doesn't even have chairs, so Lindbergh could only sit on the single bed. Gu Qing, on the other hand, stood in front of the stove, savoring these home-cooked dishes that Chef Lin had made for her. Small fried pork, scrambled eggs with tomato, braised eggplant. Originally, Lin Bai wanted to make a few more complicated dishes, but Gu Qing's stove was too simple. There was nothing he could do about it. Only to see Gu Qing nodding her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, and those big watery eyes glaring round. His face was filled with shock and unspeakable delight. It's delicious. Just as good as Grandma's. Lin Bai was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Gu Qing to give such a comment. Could it be that Grandma Gu Qing is a hidden god of cooking? Your grandmother cooks well too? Lindbergh asked curiously. At the mention of her grandmother, Gu Qing's face immediately overflowed with a happy and proud smile. She nodded vigorously. Well, Grandma can cook, especially down home, and I can eat several bowls at a time. The joy didn't last long, however, and her eyes quickly dimmed as it's like sunlight covered by a dark cloud. It's just a shame I'll never get to eat Grandma's cooking again. At the sight of the dismal maiden before him, Lin Bai's heart couldn't help but surge with an unspeakable pain. He watched Guing silently, and suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind that, with that he blurted out without thinking, "How about I cook for you instead of your grandmother from now on?" Really? Guing jerked her head up and looked at Lin Bai with a face full of disbelief. Lindbergh smiled and nodded. "Whenever you get a craving, feel free to call on me." Guing looked straight at Lin Bai without moving a muscle. A complex and subtle emotion of gratitude, anticipation, and a hint of imperceptible shyness passed through the eyes. Had enough? Lindbergh glanced at the plate on the stovetop that was too clean to be clean. Then with a tender face, he looked at the young girl in front of him. "I'm so full. It feels like I don't even need to eat breakfast tomorrow." Guing nodded happily. As soon as the words left her mouth, Guing realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. However, she was just about to turn around and explain when the large, all too familiar hand that, it was like a gentle spring breeze that slowly reached toward her. With the proximity of this large hand, a gentle and magnetic voice floated gently into her ears like a beautiful piece of music. "Don't move." As if Guing had been cast under a spell of immobilization, she sat dumbfounded on the edge of the bed, not daring to move a muscle, only to see the man slowly approach her, stretch out his long, slender fingers and, it landed gently at the corner of her mouth. His movements were incredibly gentle, afraid of hurting her. Guing just quietly watched the gentleman in front of her watery eyes doing something at the corner of her mouth. Only after a long time did Lindbergh withdraw his salty hand with satisfaction. But at this moment, Guing's gaze was still stuck on Lin Bai. It was as if the whole world was left with just the man in front of him. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Guing kept staring at himself, Lin Bai couldn't help but ask softly once again. There was a hint of concern and doubt in his tone. Hearing Lin Bai's question, Guing was first slightly stunned. Immediately after that, the shell teeth lightly bit the delicate red lips. After much hesitation, she finally gathered the courage to ask the question that had been hidden in the bottom of her heart for a long time. Why are you being so nice to me?" Lin Bai obviously did not expect Guing to suddenly ask this. He was only slightly stunned, and then a faint smile appeared on his face as he asked rhetorically, "Why do you think I'm being so nice to you?" Guing shook her head. Lindbergh muttered to himself as he looked out the window at the not-so-delightful scenery. "I can't quite put my finger on it. Actually, I just can't help but want to be nice to you, to be near you, want to stay in you." Before the words fell, a silhouette suddenly hugged up and, what followed was a feeling that couldn't be more familiar. I don't know how much time has passed. Only the 10 fingers of their hands were seen tightly interlocked with each other. Quietly snuggled in that tiny single bed. At this moment, a thick smile of happiness flowed above the faces of both people. Guing's pretty face even surfaced several smears of a color as bright and moving as the evening sun, making her look more and more lovable. Just then, the originally quiet and peaceful atmosphere was broken by Lin Bai's sudden words. "Haruna, have you really decided to be with me?" As he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but look at the woman in front of him who made his heart flutter. Guing shyly hung her head and lightly opened her vermilion lips in response. "Aha!" The voice was as thin as a fly, yet it seemed to carry an unwavering strength, only to see Lindbergh gently stretch out his hand and, gently caressing Guing's cheeks that were as red as ripe apples. "Aren't you afraid I'm a liar who plays with my feelings? Aren't you afraid I'll abandon you afterward?" In the face of Lin Bai asking such and such a question, Guing shook her head vigorously without hesitation. Seeing this situation, Lin Bai became more and more curious in his heart. "Why?" Guing raised her head, her beautiful eyes looking straight at Lin Bai. Incredibly serious and sure of himself, he replied, "Because I believe in you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Bai only felt that his mind instantly became blank. A moment later, back in his senses, he could no longer hold back the surging emotions within him, involuntarily close to Guing, once again affixed to the mouth-watering red lips. 10 minutes later. "Are you alright?" Guing looked at the somewhat uncomfortable Lin Bai with concern. "No, it's fine." Lin Bai smiled and shook his head. Guing wasn't a little cutie. How could she not know that Lin Bai was enduring some hard work? She was also touched in her heart, but more than that, she felt guilty. Want me to help you with my hands?" Lindbergh visibly froze. No, I'm really fine." As much as he was looking forward to it inside, he really didn't want to sully this clean and innocent young girl. "My little old man, you'll just have to settle for it." But, Guing was about to say something else when Lin Bai directly interrupted her. Just by reaching out his hand, he stroked Guing's head. "I'm really fine. You don't have to feel self-conscious. Okay, fine. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital." Chapter 159, Sad Jang Way. So, that's gone. First affiliated hospital. Outside the critical care inpatient area, Guing looked at the handsome man in front of her with a face full of reluctance. The man reached out and rubbed Guing's adorable brain and said softly, "Don't get too tired. Take care of yourself." and I'll see you tomorrow." Before the words fell, Guing jumped into Lin Bai's arms. Lin Bai was just about to extend his hand when the petite person dropped a sentence and ran away. "See you tomorrow." Looking at Guing, who had fled, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose uncontrollably. After standing in place for a while, Lin Bai then turned around and walked towards the general patient hospitalization area not far away. It was only a few moments later that he arrived at the VIP ward where Yi Qingxue was. Just as he entered, he heard the sultry voices of the two women. "Honga, yo, you still know to come back? Yi Qingxue, soft jade in your arms is very comfortable, right?" Lin Bai subconsciously looked toward the window to the left of the hospital bed that was opened a large portion of the way. Looks like the scene of himself and his new girlfriend having a hard time getting along was seen by the two big jealous bags. "Has Auntie left already?" Lin Bai asked as he looked at the ward that didn't have any traces related to Chu Jun. Yi Qingxue, who was still looking jealous, instantly frowned. "Why do you care so much about that woman? You're not really hitting on her, are you?" Hongya, who was on the side, was also alert, but she knew that Lin Bai and Yu Yao had broken the ice. The fix is in. In terms of poise, Chu Jun and Yu Yao were on par with each other. What's more, the other party is still Yi Qingxue's stepmother, and many men have perverted. It's not guaranteed that this guy will. If you want to be widows so young, I naturally don't mind being misunderstood by you guys, Lin Bai said lightly. If Chu Jun only had the identity of the Yi family head's wife, he would really not be afraid. But that person is the second miss of the Chu family, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Even though the Chu family seemed to be in trouble right now, this kind of woman was not something he could mess with, unless one day, he's at the top of his game. Only when she heard Lin Bai say this did the skepticism on Yi Qingxue's face diminish slightly, but Hongya was still full of disbelief. "I believe you, old man. Since you're here, why don't you accompany Qingxue tonight? I'll go back first," Hongya said as she got up. "Xiao Ye, are you leaving now?" Yi Qingxue was filled with reluctance. In addition to her feelings for Lin Bai, her sisterly love for Hongya was also true. You can't squeeze 3 people into such a small bed. A bad smile surfaced on Hongya's lips. Yi Qingxue shyly lowered her head, and those pink ears reddened in an instant. "Well, I'll leave you guys alone, bye." After saying that, Hongya swaggered away. Still, she couldn't help but sneakily whack Lin Bai as she passed him. As soon as Hongya left, the hospital room instantly fell silent. It was only after a long time that Yi Qingxue's silken complaint broke the silent atmosphere. "You just had to wait for me to say something, didn't you? How come?" "I was just thinking about things," Lin Bai said while walking towards Yi Qingxue. "Thinking about how to bully me later, right?" Yi Qingxue grudgingly pouted her small mouth. "Little Miss Yi, I'm really not quite used to you talking so directly now. So, then I go? It's okay to go, but only with my permission. Then I can't go away for the rest of my life." "Oh." Inside the slightly dimly lit stalls, the illiterate-looking man with glasses sat quietly in the corner. He exuded a bookish. He was so out of place in this big stall surrounded by big, bare-chested men. However, he didn't care in the slightest. Only slowly he stretched out his right hand, which had been carefully wrapped in a white bandage, and grabbed an open bottle of beer. Immediately afterward, he held the bottle to his mouth and, tilting his head back, he began to gulp it down into his stomach. In no time at all, the originally empty tabletop was filled with an unknown number of beer bottles. The bottles were lying about, some of them already empty. Some had half a bottle of liquor left, glinting golden in the faint light. Even the ground at his feet was strewn with many beer bottles. The man didn't seem to have had enough to drink. Just by tilting his head, he cried out, "Boss, 2 more boxes." The boss, who was busy, heard the words and was first. Immediately afterward the face overflowed with unspeakable joy. The owner was anxious about what to do with this beer that was about to expire. "I didn't realize that there just happened to be an ingrate to help him clear his inventory today." "That's nice. Okay, come at once," the boss responded excitedly. He then quickly picked up 2 heavy cases of beer and a small run towards the man with glasses in the corner. Just as he was about to get his hands on the bottle cap for the man, a large, thick, strong hand suddenly reached out to stop him. "I'll do it, thanks boss." The visitor was no one else but Lin Bai's good elder brother, Xiao Ran, and the man in front of me, whose eyes had begun to go slack. It was clearly Jang Way, who had been ruthlessly rejected by Xia Yue not long ago. After seeing Xiao Ran skillfully pry open the bottle cap and hand the open beer to Jang Way, he obediently sat down next to Jang Way. "What's wrong? Out alone to get drunk?" Xiao Ran looked at his good brother with some concern. Jang Way did not reply and picked up the beer, tilted his head and drank. Seeing Jang Wei's bandaged right hand, Xiao Ran also frowned. "When I parted with Jang Way at noon, Jang Way was still fine. But in this turn of events, the hand was actually broken. Is it Sister Yue? You made a move with Sister Yue? Xiao Ran asked again. Jang Way remained indifferent and continued to enjoy the bottle of beer. Only after there was another empty wine bottle on the ground did Jang Way open his mouth with a sad face. She doesn't want me. Xiao Ran stared at the disoriented man in front of him with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. How come? On the other hand, inside Yi Qingshue's hospital room, you murdered your own husband. Lin Bai suddenly screamed miserably. Serves you right. Who let you be so rude to me? Yi Qingxue said with a face full of anger. Lin Bai, who was originally ready to have a seizure, instantly felt guilty after seeing his masterpiece. I was being impulsive. You can have a few more bites. With that, Lin Bai took the initiative to extend his arm. Seeing Lin Bai's arm that was almost about to ooze blood, Yi Qingshue's heart softened as well. Forget it, I'll let you off the hook this time. If you do it again, I'll. Before the words were out of his mouth, those thick lips pressed up. Yi Qingxue unconsciously reached out to wrap her hand around the other party. Not angry now, right? Lin Bai looked warmly at the breathless young girl in front of him. Yi Qingxue gave Lin Bai a glance, then pouted. Unless you tell me what you and Guing went to do today? Otherwise I wouldn't have forgiven you so easily. You want to know what's going on between me and another woman that badly? Other women are even. But Guing is different. Why? Don't you know in your own heart? Chapter 160 Jang Way's determination. TSK, you old shyster batch actually managed to hold back from going down on such a cute chick? On the hospital bed, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but flirt. She was flirting, but she was jealous in her heart. To think that she was drugged in a hotel and then had shameless things done to her by some shameless person. Afterwards, some shameless person didn't let himself go and kept threatening. And then look at this guy to others. Even kissing her so careful. Afraid of others bumping into it. How could she not be jealous? To this, Lin Bai could not give an answer in his heart. He didn't know why he stopped at the critical moment. Perhaps it is because Guing is not ready. Or perhaps he also does not want to be in that environment. To say it's not a shame is impossible. But he was content in his heart to be able to come to this point with Guing so quickly. Anyway, she's still human and something will happen eventually. Just like Yi Qingshu, when you're targeted by him, no matter how tough your mouth is, you can't escape his 5 fingers. Right at this moment, a familiar mechanical sound suddenly came from Lin Bai's mind. Ding! It has been detected that Jang Wei's hate value is rising at an extremely high rate. Current hate value 76. Lin Bai's heart stirred. What was this? You're still lying here yourself? Is it Yue's wife? Picked up his cell phone and tapped on Xia Yue's WeChat. Sure enough, he saw the message Xia Yue had sent himself. I met with Jang Way. I'm completely done with him. Now you'll really have to support me for the rest of my life, or I'll be alone. Good for you, Jang Way, to ask out my wife behind my back. It's a good thing that Yue's wife has long been in love with me. Otherwise you'd really be stealing the house. On the other side, inside the living room of the small townhouse, Xia Yue and Hongya, who had just returned not long ago, were hunkered down on the couch watching a horror movie. Both women are horror movie buffs, and since they're so connected, the horror movie had to be played up. Both of them stared intently at the screen, their beautiful eyes glittering with anticipation and excitement, just as the plot is about to come to a climax. The sudden sound of a vibrating cell phone instantly broke the tense and exciting atmosphere. Sister Yue, check your cell phone first, it's 80% from that guy. Hongya also already knows about Xia Yue and Jang Wei's meeting. With her understanding of Lin Bai, that guy definitely wouldn't just leave it alone. After all, he was the best buddy of those two. Xia Yue opened her cell phone and saw Lin Bai's response. Only the response seems a little too late. But when she saw Lin Bai's message, a happy smile still appeared on her face. Lindbergh, in that case, I can only reluctantly compensate you for a husband. Reaching out his slender fingers, he then scrolled rapidly on the keyboard. Xia Yue, is it called Lindbergh? I don't want to compensate me for the others. Lindbergh, you're a bit greedy. There are hundreds if not thousands of people named Lindbergh in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Do you want it all? Xia Yue, you caused me to lose my husband anyway. You have to compensate me. Lindbergh, it's okay to compensate you. I'm just afraid that someone won't be able to handle it. The sinister emoticon. Xia Yue's pretty face blushed. However, she suddenly thought of something, and her face turned strange as well. She then typed quickly. Xia Yue, Jang Way is a bit strange today. Lindbergh, why is that weird? Xia Yue, he apologized to me today. Lindbergh, has the sun come out of the west? Xia Yue, more than that, he said. Meanwhile, inside the big stall. So you're just going to give up? Xiao Ran looked at Jang Way in a complicated manner. Jang Way and Xia Yue had fallen out to this point today. In fact, he had long predicted it. After all, enthusiasm always fades. Even if that person was a member of the once popular T-girl. Jang Way shook his head sadly. I don't know. How about you take the initiative again? Xiao Ran suddenly came up with a sentence. She doesn't even want to see me anymore. Jang Way smiled miserably. That's not even your own doing. But in person Xiao Ran still had to comfort his good brother. I think Sister Yue still has feelings for you. You treated her so badly earlier. She stayed by your side, and came as soon as she learned of your accident. Xia Yue, Xiao Ran. Don't fart. Xiao Ran said so much bitterly, but Jang Way remained indifferent. Seeing this, Xiao Ran could only continue. Sister Yue might just be disheartened. Try taking the initiative instead. Besides, isn't your engagement not yet broken? Until then, you all still have. Before the words left his mouth, Jang Way, who was originally dead calm, suddenly stood up and, he then looked at Xiao Ran with incomparable excitement. Old Xiao, you're right. The marriage contract hasn't been broken yet, so I still have a chance. Earlier I was too naive and neglected her, and from now on, I'm going to change myself. I'm going to get her back. Looking at Jang Way, who was refilled with fighting spirit in front of him, Xiao Ran also revealed a pleased smile. I'm sure you can do it. Thank you, old Xiao. And you're thanking me with this table of empty wine bottles? Ha ha, boss, bring me up all the delicious food in your store. Plus, I'm paying for the entire purchase tonight. At the same time, the chat between Lin Bai and Xia Yue came to an end. Lindbergh, wife, Jang Way is going to chase you back soon. You're not going to eat back again, are you? Xia Yue, that depends on someone. If you ever bully me again. I turned around and went to marry him. Lin Bai, Yue, I can't live without you. I can't live without you. Yue ah. Xia Yue, get lost. I'm going to watch a movie. Putting down her cell phone, Xia Yue once again placed her eyes on the screen. Looking at the bloody and lurid scene in front of her, Xia Yue not only did not have the slightest fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. On the other hand, after the chat ended, Lindbergh was just about to put down his cell phone, just to meet someone's unmistakably sultry eyes. This Yue's wife isn't the Yue I know, right? Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth. What Yuvi's wife? I don't know what you're talking about. Lindbergh played dumb brightly. You're still pretending. I've been watching for ages. There's a good show you actually don't bring your man to see it. It seems like I have to educate you properly today before I can do that. Yikes, you shameless begging demon. You get off of me or I'm going to scream. Then you call it, just so that people can see how the second miss of the Tangy family is being. By me. Why are you so shameless? How can I snub my sister-in-law if I'm not shameless? Chapter 161. Unwillingness? Is your man that comfortable in his arms? On the narrow hospital bed, Lindbergh watched as he kept rubbing himself in his arms and Yi Qingxue, who still let out a gasp every now and then, flirted. Yi Qingxue nodded her head in disbelief. If it were before, she would have killed herself to admit it. But the price for that is that she's being attacked by someone on all fronts. She wasn't going to let someone have their way. You want to see me stiff upper lip? I'm not going to show you. Seeing Yi Qingxue's indifference, Lin Bai instantly lost interest. The two just hugged each other tightly. I don't know how long had passed, but Lin Bai coldly ventured out. Qingxue? The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Yi Qingxue's ears. Yi Qingxue, who was enjoying this peaceful time with her eyes closed, couldn't help but let out a delicate and slightly languid response. What's wrong? What do you really think about Chugun regarding her? The words, Yi Qingxue, who was originally still immersed in a cozy atmosphere, instantly opened those beautiful eyes as if she had touched some sensitive nerve. Only Yi Qingxue frowned and stared at Lin Bai with a suspicious expression. He asked back in a slightly disgruntled tone, why are you bringing her up again? Do you really have something in mind for her? She's my father's woman. Towards the end, one could clearly feel the slightest hint of anger in Yi Qingxue's voice. However, what greeted Yi Qingxue's questioning was Lin Bai's merciless headbutt. Pop! A crisp ringing sound echoed through the air. Yikes! What are you hitting me for? Yi Qingxue covered the place where she was beaten with both hands and her face was full of aggression, like a wounded white rabbit. Facing Yi Qingxue's accusation, Lin Bai was also furious and said without a trace of anger, you tell me, how many times have I explained this to you? And you're still here, imagining things. Suspicious. Can't you give each other some trust? Hearing this, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but give Lin Bai a hard white look and muttered back, Humph, is there trust to be found in the likes of you? Lin Bai was dumbfounded. He didn't really know how to refute this chick for a while. He had no choice but to cough to cover up the awkward atmosphere of the moment. He then spoke again solemnly. All in all, believe it or not, between Chu Jun and I is a clean relationship. There is absolutely no thought of going beyond the boundaries. It's not now. It's hard to guarantee that it still won't be in the future. Yi Qingxue muttered in a small voice. Hearing this, Lin Bai couldn't hold back any longer. You're that distrustful of your man, aren't you? Looks like I've just educated you lightly after all. With that, Lin Bai grabbed at Yi Qingxue. The florid Yi Qingxue hurriedly begged for mercy. Yeah, no, I was wrong. After a long time, Lin Bai looked at Yi Qingxue, who had once again become well-behaved in his arms, and asked, so it's really impossible for you and Chukin to make peace? Yi Qingxue opened her beautiful eyes and said in an icy tone, it's okay, as long as you give me my mom back. Then what if Lord Mother-in-law's death had nothing to do with Chu Jun? Lin Bai asked tentatively. No way. I'm absolutely certain that she had nothing to do with my mom's death. Yi Qingxue snapped. You have proof? Lindbergh asked curiously. If I had proof, that woman would have been kicked out of the Yi family by me a long time ago. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth. Then where did you get the certainty? Lin Bai was speechless. Intuition. A woman's seventh sense. You're a little kid with a seventh sense? Why no more? I may be small, but I'm a woman. There's no mistaking that. Chu Jun is the one who killed my mom. Yi Qingxue said with righteous indignation. Lindbergh stayed speechless for a whole. You have such a strong sense of the seventh sense, then can't you see how bad your mother-in-law's health was at that time? Your seventh sense is so strong. How could you not know that Chu Quan is your sister-in-law? It's still a little small after all. But it's not small. Lindbergh ghosted in. How come it's not small anymore? Yi Qingxue was astonished. You tell me. Lin Bai revealed a bad smile. Yi Qingxue's stunningly beautiful cheeks were instantly colored with a thick layer of redness. Hentai. Qingxue's wife. Give her a hug. Da ba. At night, after Yi Qingxue fell asleep, Lin Bai then carefully stretched out his hand and, gently lifting the corner of the quilt. However, just as he was about to move to get out of bed, suddenly he felt something grabbing his blouse. Looking down, it turned out to be Yi Qingxue's white and delicate hand that kept clutching his coat tightly. Lin Bai sighed helplessly, his gaze once again turning to Yi Qingxue's serene face. Only her eyes were tightly closed, her cherry mouth slightly opened and closed, and she muttered vaguely, don't go away. Stay with me. Her voice was so soft that Lindbergh's unshaken heart that it all leapt to life. He gently removed Yi Qingxue's small hand with extreme care. Then he dressed quickly but gently, afraid to make the slightest noise to wake the dreamer. Only after everything was packed up properly did Lin Bai walk out of the hospital room with a light hand. In no time at all, the hospital rooftop was filled with an aspiring young man who had let his aspirations go. Holding a half-burned cigarette, he looked up at the bright moon and, from time to time there was a complex glint in his eyes. He also forgets when he got hooked on cigarettes. Perhaps it was during the startup period of his previous life, or perhaps it was when he learned that the man had liked Xiaoran that he began to, or maybe it was a moment he doesn't remember either. It's like a drug. Once you're on it, you can't get off it. Unguided, harmful to health. Don't smoke. But he had to admit that in those days when he was all mixed up and out of his mind, it is its own best companion. Apart from the weekly sky, when he thought of his partner, the corners of Lindbergh's mouth couldn't help but rise. In his previous life he had been widowed and lonely all his life, and in his new life, he had already had many companions. From the beginning, Hong Ya, to Yi Qingxue, to Xia Yue, to Yu Yao, and finally Gu Cheng. Besides these people, Lin Bai always had an obsession in his heart, the one who made him regret his life. If it wasn't for her, how could he have been reborn with so much resentment? Only to see him pull his cell phone out of his pocket and, with a skillful motion, he clicked on the chat window that had been at the top of his list. What comes into view is a neatly organized green frame that. This meant that all the messages he had sent earlier had not been answered by the other party. At the moment, his long, slender fingers flew across the keyboard like a nimble dancer. And, it didn't take long to knock out a paragraph. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he pressed the enter key, and this message instantly shot out like lightning. After doing so, without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely chose to turn off his cell phone screen and, it was as if he had known there would be no response. But, just for a moment, when the phone went black, the message that was just sent showed just that. Good luck with the entrance exam. And almost at the same time, somewhere in a hotel room, a lotus flower. The clear and elegant young girl was gazing quietly at the cell phone in her hand. The corners of her mouth involuntarily rose as she looked at the newly received message. A smirk, if any, flowed out. Wait for me. Chapter 162 Gu Qing's Plan. Early the next morning, the sun rises extraordinarily early. That golden and slightly hot light soon shone through the window. The sleeping young man in the hospital bed, as if he felt the hot urging from the sun. That handsome face was starting to wriggle, but not for a moment. A pair of white and smooth jade hands then blocked the sun that disturbed the good dreams for him. Looking at the man in front of me, who once hated to kill him, sleeping so sweetly because of herself. Yi Qingxue was both emotional and happy. But why is this guy getting more and more handsome? She clearly remembered that the previous Lin Bai was an ordinary face that was a little better than a popular face. But now, even compared to her dead ex-boyfriend Xiao Ran, it's not much better. Did this guy get plastic surgery behind my back? With curiosity she pressed her head up and began to look for traces of the knife that had been used on Lindbergh's face. The traces were not found, but she herself was shaken by Lindbergh slightly trembling. The lips were captivated by a fascinating scent. Looking up at someone whose breathing was still steady, unable to restrain, Yi Qingxue finally explored the magic mouth. The moment her lips met, her heart welled up with a joy she had never known before. It felt like that for a while before she was ready to withdraw. However, she had just looked up when she was met with large eyes that had opened at some point. Panic and shyness instantly flooded her mind. Without waiting for her to speak, the man reached out and wrapped his hand around her. With it came the familiar sensation of warmth. After a long time, can't you just not leave? Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Bai with a face full of reluctance. If you don't leave, are you waiting here to be caught in adultery? Lin Bai laughed slightly teasingly. It's not like it's okay to stay here, muttered Yi Qingxue in a small voice. Lin Bai gently smiled, then reached out his hand and rubbed Yi Qingxue's small and cute head. Good girl, I'll be back with you later. Who wants you to accompany me? If you want to go, hurry up and go. Yi Qingxue arrogantly twisted her head. Lindbergh shook his head, then leaned down. Kyo-su, don't try to fool me, I won't turn around. Oh, only after a few moments did Lindbergh leave the hospital room with satisfaction. However, he had just rounded the corner when he bumped into his mother-in-law. Chu Jun, why did you come to Qingxue's side so early? Chu Jun came up and questioned. I came over to see another friend of mine and just happened to stop by for a quick visit. I don't know, said Lindbergh unhurriedly. Another friend? Chu Jun frowned tightly. Well, she's right over there in the critical care inpatient area. Chu Jun stared at Lin Bai for a while and then came. None of your friends seem to have much luck. After saying that, Chu Jun walked towards Yi Qingxue's hospital room carrying the insulated bag around Lin Bai, leaving Lindbergh dazed in place. After a long time, Lin Bai touched the tip of his nose resentfully. It's true that none of his friends have had much luck. Who made him a backstabber? After leaving the general patient hospitalization area, Lin Bai came to the downstairs of the critical patient hospitalization area. Not a moment later, a sinister figure ran out of the building in a hurry. Looking at the young girl in front of him, who was a bit out of breath, and whose forehead was even oozing a bit of sweat, Lin Bai's heart was indescribably distressed. Unable to help himself, he reached out his hand and straightened up the young girl's somewhat messy hair. Next time don't run so fast. What if you fall? His voice was so gentle and delicate that Guing actually looked a bit mesmerized. The slightly reddened cheeks were also a little more flushed. Aha! Guing responded obediently. A few minutes later, the two were walking slowly through the hospital park, hand in hand. Their fingers were interlocked as if they were connecting each other's hearts as well. Did Auntie Wang wake up? Lin Bai suddenly broke the silence and asked. Guing shook her head, a hint of worry showing in her eyes. The doctor said that Auntie Wang's health condition is special. It needs to go through a rather long acclimatization phase, so I won't be able to wake up for a while. Upon hearing this news, Lin Bai frowned slightly, but quickly reassured. Don't worry, Auntie Wang will definitely wake up. Guing nodded gently, and the two of them continued to walk in silence. After a while, Lin Bai seemed to remember something and asked again. So what's next for you? It's not like you're going to be in the hospital every day, is it? Guing hesitated a little, then took a deep breath and gathered her courage to reply. I want to go back to running Noodle La La. Lin Bai's expression didn't change much, as if he had already expected her to answer like this. Have you really thought this through? Guing nodded vigorously, her gaze firm and persistent. While Noodle La La is in a very bad way at the moment, but that was, after all, Auntie Wang's labor of love over the years, and it's also the only source of financial support for her and Shaoqin from now on. I can't let it just go down the drain. Seeing Guing so resolute, Lin Bai's heart was indescribably complicated. How could anyone be so kind and still be his girlfriend? But Lin Bai also knew very well that the reason why he was deeply attracted to Guing, aside from that clean and innocent appearance, it would have to be this heart that is too good to be kind. Can I help you? Guing looked deeply at Lin Bai, then shook her head. I know you stepped in and could have easily helped me with all that trouble, but I still want to save Noodle La La by doing my part. Lin Bai stared at Guing for a while, then pretended to sigh. It seems that for a long time to come, I can't even make out with my lovely girlfriend. Hearing these words, Guing's pretty face instantly flushed with a blush as bright as the evening sun. Guing then looked around and after making sure no one was paying attention to them, Only then did she gently stand on her tiptoes and slowly approach Lin Bai. The moment the lips touched, the whole world seemed to freeze in place and all the sounds around them also disappeared without a trace. Only the two of them, quietly immersed in this strong and sweet emotion. Only after a long time, after sending Guing into the hospital building, did Lin Bai turn around and leave. Hey, check out two people for me. One is a female internet celebrity called Chapter 163, Wang Qiu's Anger. Old Lin, is Qingshua's side okay? In the classroom, Lin Bai had just dipped his butt into his seat when Xiaoran asked with a face full of eagerness. Only Lin Bai hung his head slightly, his brows locked in a worried look. He slowly raised his head, looked at Xiaoran, and responded with a fake deep voice. Not so good ah. When Xiaoran heard this, his heart clenched violently, and his entire body instantly became tense. The voice trembled. What? What's wrong? Something happened to Qingxue? Lin Bai gently shook his head and said in a heavy tone. Nothing happened to my sister-in-law. But, hearing this, Xiaoran's face slightly improved, and then he hurriedly urged on. But what? Don't sell me short. Just tell me what you have to say. Lin Bai let out a long sigh, then spoke, though my sister-in-law said nothing on her lips. But both Honda and I can clearly feel that she's still very angry in her heart about the fact that you made an unauthorized bet with your aunt. Xiaoran couldn't help but frown as well after hearing this. At that moment, Lin Bai continued to persuade. Brother Ran, why don't you go talk to auntie and terminate that bet? I think it is better for you to accompany your sister-in-law at this time. However, before Lin Bai finished speaking, Xiaoran did not hesitate to balk. No, it must never be terminated. Lin Bai frowned tightly and looked at Xiaoran with a puzzled expression. Why? Is it really so important to get your family's approval? More important than how your sister-in-law feels at the moment? That's right. I can't let Qingxue follow me like this for no reason. I'm going to prove to her that I, Xiaoran, am not a mediocre person, but a man worthy of her lifelong commitment. Xiaoran's face was firm, and an incomparably serious light flashed in his eyes. Lindbergh, well, take your time to prove it, and watch how I put a hat on you. Since that's the case, then brother I won't advise you anything more. On sister-in-law's side, you can rest assured. Hongya and I will try to stabilize you as much as we can. Ran, just go boldly into the world. Lin Bai patted Xiaoran's shoulder righteously. Hearing these words, Xiaoran could not help but feel a warm current welling up in his heart. Thank you, old Lin. When Qingxue and I have cultivated our marriage, I'll be sure to thank you and Hongya properly. Lindbergh, then I can't wait for that day in my life. Hey, we're all brothers. What's the point of talking about this? Lindbergh waved his hand bashfully. Lin Bai suddenly remembered something and then asked, by the way, Ran, didn't you say you were entering the stock market to do something big? How's this thing going now? Have you figured out which sector to start with first? However, Xiaoran gently shook his head. It's not official yet. It hasn't started yet? Lindbergh was clearly surprised. In his impression, Xiaoran had always been a thunderous person who never dragged his feet, especially since this matter also involved his and Yi Qingshue's future. By common sense, Sean should have already put it into practice a long time ago. He couldn't help but frown at the thought. Just then, Lin Bai's gaze unintentionally swept aside Jang Way. Only one of Jang Wei's hands was being wrapped tightly in thick gauze. It looks as if it's hurt pretty bad. Lin Bai seemed to have reacted and hurriedly asked with concern. Brother Wei, what happened to your hand? How did it get like this? Meanwhile, in the Zhang family compound in Yi City, a sickening stench filled the air. Follow the smell. Then you can find a long decayed and stinking corpse in the center of the courtyard. And not far from this body stood two men. One of them was an old man with a full head of white hair and a majestic face. The other was a middle-aged man with a slightly slumped figure. At this moment, the white-haired old man was glaring at the middle-aged man in death with a face full of anger. It was as if fire was going to come out of his eyes. That's what you call going home to visit your family? Wang Chou angrily questioned the scared and bloodless Zhang Kai in front of him, his voice like thunder. Zhang Kai's face turned pale when he heard the chiding. The body also involuntarily trembled, and even the legs were a bit soft, almost unsteady. He had thought that the Pixie Moon Pavilion would have taken care of things cleanly and no trace will be left behind, but he never thought that Wang Qiu would actually return to the Zhang family in person with the corpse of that Wang Suifan. This sudden turn of events caused Zhang Kai to completely panic, and for a moment, he did not know how to respond. Seeing that Zhang Kai was hesitant to open his mouth, Wang Qiu further pressed the issue, his tone getting harsher. Say, who the hell killed Trifon? Zhang Kai raised his head warily and glanced at Wang Qiu's eyes, which were filled with anger, quickly lowering his head again. Wang, Elder Wang, I really don't know. Suifan she's usually arrogant and bossy, and has offended countless people. I really don't know who did this. However, Wang Qiu was clearly not satisfied with this answer. Enough, Zhang Kai. Stop your sophistry. It's come to this. If you still refuse to give an honest account, then I can only assume that you murdered Triffin. At that moment, there was a loud thud. Open no longer able to support his weakened legs. The hallowed Zhang family had just knelt in front of Wang Qiu without the slightest regard for his face. Elder Wang, unjustly accused. Suifan and I are very affectionate. How could I possibly harm her? You really didn't kill Suifan? Wang Qiu raised his volume and questioned again in a stern voice. Zhang Kai's body trembled violently, and then his lips trembled slightly as he stammered out an explanation. Really? I really didn't. Suifan and I have been a couple for almost 30 years. After all these years together through thick and thin, how could I possibly do such a thing to her? And Janelle's still in a hospital bed. And how could I do such a heavenly thing? Toward the end, Zhang Kai had sobbed uncontrollably. Tears slid down her cheeks like a flood breaking through a dike. Wang Suifan, ah yes. Open, dead, off. Looking at the snotty and grief-stricken Zhang Kai in front of him, Wang Qiu was not the slightest bit moved. He was still staring deathly at Zhang Kai, his brows locked into a deep Chuan character. It seemed to want to find a crack in the other's expression and words. Time passed, and a suffocating aura permeated the entire courtyard. After 10 minutes of this stalemate, Wang Qiu, who never got any useful clues, still gave up. He let out a heavy cold snort before leaving the Zhang family without looking back. Although Wang Qiu failed to ask the real culprit, he didn't get nothing. With his years of knowledge of Zhang Kai, this timid and fearful man, it is unlikely that he would have the guts to kill his wife, with whom he has been married for nearly 30 years. However, from Zhang Kai's unusual reaction just now as well as his panicked words, one could clearly feel that he must know something about the inside story of Wang Suifan's murder. It was even said that Zhang Kai most likely knew the murderer. Zhang Kai was no longer a third-rate family head. Not only did he not avenge the brutal murder of his wife, instead, they look like they are being coy and tolerant. From this, we can see that the background of the person behind the scene must be extremely powerful, so much so that even a character like Zhang Kai didn't dare to easily mess with him. And such a person, he, Wang Qiu, just happened to have a suspect in mind. Deception is too much. This is Yi City. Not. On the other hand, after Wang Qiu left, Zhang Kai immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a mysterious phone number. Hey, Manager Xiao, Wang Lao Gui came to me with that S-Corps. Chapter 164, Han Iran summoned. I see. You send someone to keep an eye on him, and if you notice anything at all, report back to me immediately. The sun poured down on the empty rooftop. The outline of a slender man with a handsome face. He was seen standing tall as a pine and was talking to someone with a cell phone in his hand. Suddenly, a light wind whisked by, and a sinister figure, like a ghost, was, silently, he felt behind the man. Her movements were so light and agile that the man didn't even notice someone approaching from behind. The very moment the man put down his cell phone, a pair of jade hands as white and delicate as sheep's fat and white jade were placed against the sides of the man's waist in a swift manner. This was followed by a rough and bold female voice. Robbery. You've got everything you've got that's worth anything on you. Hand them all over obediently. In the face of such a sudden situation, the man not only did not show any panic, instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a smile full of cunning. I'm sorry, but I'm broke. Why don't you rob me of my sex instead? Hearing this, the woman who had been so aggressive couldn't help but freeze for a moment. A trace of obvious disdain then spread across his face as he opened his mouth to taunt. Humph, with your fine skin and tender appearance, you still want this girl to rob you of your color? What a daydream. But who knows? The man did not seem to care about the woman's contemptuous attitude. It was followed by a leisurely spat. It's a pity that I fell in love with you at first sight. What can I do if I fall in love with you? Before the words fell, the man, who had originally been pressed against the woman's waist with both hands, made a sharp, nimble turn. In the blink of an eye, the woman was pinned by the man on top of the wall by the rooftop. Caught off guard by the turn of events, the woman instantly panicked and, what do you want? This is a school. If you dare to do anything wrong here, I'm about to call someone. Then you scream. Even if you scream your throat out, I'm going to rob you of this color today. The man smiled badly. It's not certain who will rob who. The woman who had been looking scared suddenly became provocative, and immediately afterward she stretched out her hand and, just wrap your arms around the man. Chicken Little. You're still not very good. Lin Bai looked at Hongya who was already panting in front of him and teased. Kissing is great, have the ability to. Hongya then provoked. In that case, I'll lay down my life to accompany a beautiful woman. With that, Lin Bai was ready to remove his armor. However, God didn't seem to want him to be so happy. A sudden vibrating sound interrupted him. Seeing the incoming letter, Lin Bai unconsciously frowned. What's wrong? Hanya asked curiously. Can't play sitcoms with you. I gotta go. Some woman called you again, didn't she? Hanya grumbled. You should be thanking her. Otherwise you won't even be able to get downstairs today. Lin Bai laughed evilly. Che, who loses and who wins is still not. Oh, a few minutes later, the relentless Lindbergh still left, leaving an exasperated Hanya stomping her feet in place. Think I'm a child. So easy to coax. After leaving from the rooftop, Lin Bai arrived in front of the faculty office building. Inside the building, the bright and spacious lobby is a joy to behold. Lindbergh quickly found where the elevator was and pressed the up button. As the elevator doors slowly closed, a mixture of anticipation and nervousness came over me. In the blink of an eye, the elevator stopped smoothly at the designated floor. Lin Bai stepped out of the elevator and followed the signs, quickly arriving outside an office door. He settled down, raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. Knock knock. The knock on the door echoed in the quiet hallway. It wasn't long before a clear, pleasant voice came out of the office. Come in. Hearing this voice, Lindbergh took a deep breath and, trying to calm his somewhat agitated mood, then he reached for the doorknob and gave it a twist, and the door to the room opened in response. When the door to the room is fully open, the first thing that caught my eye was the strikingly beautiful face that was placed in front of the desk. It was a stunning beauty that was enough to charm the world, pale as snow, with long silky hair falling casually over her shoulders. The slightly upturned corners of the mouth with a plausible smile, despite the fact that Lindbergh has seen it many times, and has even had the honor of feeling the charms it brings in person. But at this moment, he was still stunned by the other party's beauty. For a moment, he actually froze in place, his eyes staring straight at the beautiful person in front of him. Forget the words. The shock didn't last long, though. Soon, Lin Bai came back to his senses, a polite smile on his face, stepping in front of the woman. I wonder what Mr. Han wants to see me about? Yes, the woman sitting at the desk. It was Han Iren, the dream girl in the hearts of many male college students at Yi University. For this sudden summoning of Han Iren, Lin Bai was naturally delighted and surprised inwardly, so without any hesitation, he decisively abandoned Hanya. Hanya, man. I only saw Han Iren's vermilion lips lightly open. The voice that sounded like fairy music then echoed through the office. Do you have classes this afternoon? Lin Bai was still immersed in this wonderful and moving voice when Han Iren came back with another sentence. Since you don't have class, come out with me this afternoon. Lindbergh, Bush, isn't that a bit hasty? I haven't even said anything yet. However, Lin Bai couldn't say no with his mouth. Oh, good. Before long, there were two more bright figures on campus. The absolute beauty Han Iren smiled as she walked ahead. Lindbergh was like a little follower, holding two big boxes that, with seeming difficulty, he walked behind Han Iren. Chapter 165, Taking Advantage of Han Iren? Phew, finally I can rest for a while. On the roof of the nursing home, Lindbergh sat helplessly in front of the balcony. At noon, he went to see Han Iren with a full heart, only to be taken away without explanation. Expecting a romantic and beautiful date, he was surprised to be brought to a nursing home. Without incident, he became a caretaker and began working endlessly, from organizing seniors' rooms, to cleaning the entire nursing home, to drying sheets on the roof, etc. There's almost no job he hasn't done. What's even more infuriating is that the woman who brought him here, after leaving all the work to him, he went to chat with a group of old men and old women, looking at the woman on the lawn below who kept blooming a stunning smile. Lin Bai, who originally had a grumbling face, his gaze quickly drifted off. The corners of his mouth also lifted uncontrollably in a knowing smile. System, check Han Iren's information. Ding, query in progress. Name, Han Iren. Age, 27. Height, 170. Weight, 95. Face value, 98. Realm, none. Love value, 45. Hate value, 35. This love value, hate value is going up a bit fast. When Lin Bai placed his gaze on the realm column, others directly froze. It took a while for him to come back to his senses. Tuzi, the realm detection won't be wrong, right? Back to the host. Please trust the reliable system. All data is absolutely true and error-free. Lin Bai's expression grew more and more unnatural. Could it be that Mr. Han really isn't a member of the Han family? No, there should be no mistake. Otherwise it's unlikely that my senior sister would have prevented me from contacting her. Unless, Mr. Han, she's at Han's house. Just as Lin Bai was rambling, Han Iren below finally discovered Lin Bai. Waving his hand, he greeted Lindbergh. How could Lin Bai not understand what Han Iren meant? After a sigh, he dragged this tired body towards the stairs. In no time, he saw that he had arrived in front of Han Iren and the others. Looking at Lindbergh in this dead look, Han Yiren's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a wry color, only to see her pull Lindbergh to the front, and then she introduced herself. Grandparents, this is Lindbergh. As soon as he heard I was coming to visit you, that's a positive yo, dying to beg me to make sure I bring him along. So much work in our nursing home today, but basically, it's the other Shaolin who took the initiative to take over the job. Han Yiren's voice was as clear and pleasant as a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. However, it was so harsh in Lin Bai's ears. Hearing this shameless introduction from Han Yiren, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This woman wouldn't be because of what happened when she went to Ruoshang before. That's why you're deliberately making yourself up here, isn't it? Humph. Women really aren't any good. You can use this little master all you want. The day when little master turns over will be the day you, Han Yiren, will be begging bitterly. Just then, an old but loud voice suddenly came from the crowd. Aya, what a handsome young man. Look at this appearance. This temperament. They're a perfect match for Mr. Han. When these words came out, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The other old people followed suit and talked about it. This young man is really good looking. And look at Ms. Han. She's beautiful and kind-hearted, gentle and generous. The two of them standing together is not a pair of golden couple. Young man, tell grandma how old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? If not, grandma will help you set you up with Mr. Han. Listening to these old masters and old ladies trying to set themselves up with Han Yiren one by one, Lindbergh's wounded heart was inexplicably excited. He subconsciously stole a glance at Han Yiren, but the other party acted as if she hadn't heard him and, as always, it's light. This made Lindbergh feel bad in his heart. Suddenly, he had a great idea. Only the corners of his mouth gently hooked into an unquestioning smile that, then without hesitation, he stretched out that long and strong palm and gently held Han Yiren's catkin. This sudden move caused the unsuspecting Han Yiren to instantly freeze in her tracks. She looked at Lin Bai with a stunned expression. However, Lin Bai only laughed softly, and then he gave a smooth push that Han Yiren, who was still some distance away from him, stuck up towards him. Lin Bai calmly took Han Yiren's shoulders, then smiled and looked at the group of old men. Grandma and Grandpa, actually, Ms. Han is my girlfriend. It's just that we haven't been public about it. As soon as the words fell, it was as if the crowd of old people present had exploded in. It became instantly exciting. Gee whiz, that's great. Look at this little couple. They're just a match made in heaven. Ha ha, young man, you have a good eye. To find such a beautiful and gentle girl as Ms. Han's girlfriend, it's really a blessing from my past life. Young man, when are you going to get married? Maybe old man I'll have a chance to drink your wedding wine. Yeah, it would be nice to have a big fat boy or a good, cute girl doll. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more outrageous, Han Yiren subconsciously wanted to break away from Lin Bai and clear up the misunderstanding. But the hands of the two of them were like being stuck with glue, and they couldn't shake them off no matter how hard they tried. What followed was a slightly provocative look from Lindbergh. The look seemed to say, Mr. Han, you don't want to disappoint the grandparents either, do you? It was over an hour before the two returned to the Tank 300. Lin Bai had just fastened his seatbelt when a slightly cold-touched jade hand reached over like lightning, grabbed him by the ear with unerring accuracy. Immediately afterward, a familiar and teeth-gritting grumbling sound reached his ears. You just called me honey in one smooth breath. You don't call people that on a regular basis, do you? Lin Bai turned his head without panic, a playful look on his face. Mr. Han, isn't this amusing to the grandparents? Besides, weren't you the one who poked fun at me first? After saying that, Lindbergh even winked playfully. Hearing this explanation from Lin Bai, Han Yiren was even more furious. She glared fiercely at Lin Bai. Good you, Lindbergh, your mouth is quite capable of speaking, so let me ask you, while you were just saying all those meaty things, and what's the deal with the hand that's still running around unchecked on one side? Groping? Ms. Han, what are you talking about? Why don't I remember? Lin Bai began to play dumb. Then let me help you recall your memories. Only seeing Han Yiren's jade hand gently exerting force, Lin Bai quickly begged for mercy. Ouch, ouch, Mr. Han, I was wrong. What's wrong? Han Yiren said, forcing a smile. I shouldn't have babbled and slandered Mr. Han. There's more. I shouldn't have taken advantage of Mr. Han. Seeing that your sincerity is not bad, I'll let you off this time. Next time if. Not waiting for Han Yiren to finish her sentence, Lin Bai grabbed Han Yiren and, immediately after that, with a slight force from his hand, the other man lunged towards him, looking at Lindbergh, who was close at hand. Han Yiren's stunningly beautiful face also couldn't help but float a faint blush. She had just opened her red lips when the man pressed up against her. Han Yiren froze slightly. Then she closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around the man, Chapter 166, Caught in the Act of Adultery Again? Detached house. Inside the kitchen. A good-looking young man was humming a cheerful song as he cooked a gourmet meal. It didn't take long for 5 more colorful dishes to be added to that large table. Looking at the perfect masterpiece in front of him, Lin Bai also revealed a satisfied expression. Untying his apron, he then turned toward the stairs. Lightly traveled, he soon arrived at a bedroom. Seeing the stunning creature on the large bed, who was still drowsy, he couldn't help but have the intention of teasing. He was seen first going to the refrigerator, finding some ice cubes and, after putting it in your hand and rubbing it a few times repeatedly, only then did he come to the woman with those cold hands. Extending his slender fingers, he then nudged the woman's tantalizing cheek. Perhaps a single finger was too powerful, and the woman didn't react. The bold man decisively put his hands on the woman's face. The woman, who had been lost in a beautiful dream 1 second, jolted awake the next. A wave of anger washed over her when she saw the man in front of her with a wicked grin on his face. Not waiting for the man to run away, she reached out and grabbed the other man. Immediately afterward, she slammed down on the man and he was pinned under her. The man was also completely shocked by the sudden scene. Is this the strength an ordinary woman should have? Only the woman glared viciously at the man. If you dare to disturb my sleep, you will pay the price. When she finished, the woman leaned in and pressed on. For a while, the bedroom atmosphere was unusual. I don't know how long it took before the two linked arms and returned to the living room. Seeing the aromatic dishes on the table, the woman picked up her chopsticks and was ready to savor them, but it was interrupted by the man's chopsticks. The food is already cold. It's easy to eat and spoil your stomach, so wait for 2 minutes. I'll heat it up. With that, the man headed for the kitchen with the dishes. The curious woman followed suit. Then she witnessed an immensely skillful set of movements. I thought this was the takeout you ordered. Han Yiren couldn't help but be shocked. Lindbergh smiled gently. Can takeout make it smell as good as I do? Maybe you're just empty. Then should we make a bet? Lin Bai suddenly turned to look at Han Yiren, who was leaning to the side. Hearing about the bet, Han Yiren also became interested. What's the bet? Just bet on how well I cook. What's the bet? Whoever wins, promises the other a condition. And it's the kind that can't be refused. Playing so big? Han Yiren's beautiful eyes moved slightly. What? Is Mr. Han afraid? The corners of Lin Bai's mouth couldn't help but rise up. You want to provoke me? Then you're playing it wrong. Seeing that Han Yiren had actually wimped out, Lin Bai was also surprised. It's impossible to say it's not a shame. If he had a condition, he could do whatever he wanted to Han Yiren too. Bah! It's only right to respect each other. A few minutes later, several dishes filled with tantalizing aromas were placed in front of Han Yiren. Why is this character strange? Han Yiren frowned tightly. There's still quite a difference between the dish that's been warmed up once and the previous character. It would have been a lot better if you hadn't gotten so horny. Hearing Lin Bai's complaint, Han Yiren's delicate face also gained a faint blush. Try it. You should like it. Lin Bai picked up his chopsticks and handed them to Han Yiren. Han Yiren hesitated for 223,344 seconds before she took the chopsticks. Just as she was about to move her chopsticks, the doorbell suddenly rang. Did you really order takeout? Han Yiren asked. Looking at Lin Bai, Lindbergh shook his head. No. Han Yiren suddenly thought of something and her face changed drastically. With that, she hurriedly got up and pulled Lin Bai about to go upstairs. You're still not satisfied? Lin Bai had a teasing look on his face. Han Yiren glared at Lin Bai in shame and annoyance. Nonsense. Little Frost is here. If you don't want her to catch you in the act of adultery, you shouldn't hide. Frosty? Who is it? Lindbergh asked curiously. You just went to look for her not long ago. You forgot about her so quickly. Han Yiren didn't have the good sense to say. Reacting, Lindbergh hurriedly ran upstairs. It was nothing to be discovered by Yi Russian, but he had just assured Yi Russian not long ago that, I don't want to get too involved with Han. If he was caught in adultery today, his great image in Yi Russian's heart would be shattered. After Lin Bai disappeared into thin air, Han Yiren straightened up this somewhat sexy attire of hers. That's before going forward to open the door. Opening the door. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yi Ruoshang who met his eyes? However, Yi Ruoshang's face was especially cold at this moment. What took you so long to open the door? You're not keeping a man in the house, are you? Han Yiren was also shocked by Yi Ruoshang's damn intuition. Returning to her senses, she went forward and wrapped her arms around Yi Ruoshang, saying with incomparable intimacy, What are you talking nonsense about? People only have Little Frost alone. How could they harbor another man? Without waiting for Yi Ruoshang to speak, Han Yiren pulled Yi Ruoshang in. As soon as she entered the door, Yi Ruoshang smelled the pungent aroma. You ordered takeout? Han Yiren froze for a moment, then smiled. Yeah, I was thinking of having a drink myself, and you came along. Let's have a drink together as sisters. With that, Han Yiren led Yi Ruoshang to the dining table. Looking at the strange tasting meal, Yi Ruoshang couldn't help but frown. You just order this kind of takeout? Knowing that Yi Ruoshang had misunderstood, Han Yiren hurriedly explained. I waited too long for takeout and people accidentally fell asleep, so I just warmed it up myself. Seeing that Yi Ruoshang was still a bit hesitant, Han Yiren continued. It's no problem. I've had this food before. It's super tasty and I guarantee you'll love it. Alright, if you eat a bad stomach, you have to be responsible. Yi Ruoshang then sat down. Han Yiren, that deadbeat did it. You're responsible. Find him yourself. You eat first. I'll get a couple bottles of wine. After saying that, Han Yiren turned around and walked towards the wine cellar. Yi Ruoshang had wanted to wait for Han Yiren to join her, but the dish in front of her was just too fragrant. She couldn't help but pick up her chopsticks and put some into her cherry mouth. In the next second, she had a look of surprise on her face as if she had discovered a new continent. Then she extended her chopsticks to the other dishes, and the look of shock on her face grew stronger. When Han Yiren returned with the wine, she saw Yi Ruoshang, who was already feasting. She was only excited as she ate. Izzy, later on, you'll send me this store, and I'll eat at it from now on. Ha! Chapter 167, Han Yiren's Vigilance. I didn't think this guy had any skills. At the table, Han Yiren muttered in a small voice. What did you say? Yi Ruoshang, who was savoring the delicacy on the side, raised her head curiously. Seeing this, Han Yiren explained without slowing down. I heard that the place had changed chefs. I thought the flavor would have changed. I didn't realize the new chef had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruoshang nodded slightly in recognition, and then her words changed. Frowning, he pursued the question. All right, but that said, you're really not going to tell me about that store? Han Yiren secretly screamed in her heart. Sister, it's not that I'm not telling you, but there's no such store. As for the cook, now you've forced me to hide upstairs. It's unhealthy to eat takeout all the time, so let's just forget about it. However, Yi Ruoshang didn't seem to have any intention of stopping there. Han Yiren was struck by an idea and hurriedly went on to say, why don't we tell you what? If you ever get a craving and want to try that restaurant's food, just let me know. I'll bring you there right away and make sure you're satisfied with your meal. These words finally succeeded in impressing Yi Ruoshang, who first hesitated slightly and, before nodding slowly, it's okay. Han Yiren was relieved. It was a bit of a hassle, but it was all she could think of to fool around. It's all the dead guy's fault. Cooking is cooking, and this is delicious. This is not trying to drive me to death. Meanwhile, in the closet of a certain room on the second floor, Lindbergh suddenly sneezed. Who missed me again? It must be Yi Qingxue slandering me behind my back again. I can't leave tonight. I'll teach you a lesson tomorrow. Yi Qingxue? Back to the living room. You didn't come over to see me so late in the evening just to dabble in a meal, did you? When the two sisters had eaten what was left of the delicacies that Lindbergh had carefully cooked, Han Yiren came out of nowhere. At the sound, Yi Ruoshang slowly put down the chopsticks in her hands. The originally relaxed and happy look on his face instantly became serious. She only saw her gaze looking at Han Yiren with a torchlight, and immediately opened her mouth to ask, Izzy, what is your relationship with Lin Bai? Han Yiren's heart pounded. Is he going to be caught in the act of adultery today? No, absolutely not. Calm down. You must calm down, Han Yiren asked rhetorically, forcing a look of confusion. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Cut the crap. You answer my question first. Yi Ruoshang aggravated her tone and the expression grew more and more grave. Han Yiren couldn't help but frown slightly before responding carelessly. What kind of special relationship can there be? But it's just an ordinary teacher and student. I asked him for a small favor earlier and he just ended up hurting me by accident. Having said that, just after she said that, the delicate and moving cheeks, however, could not help but be flushed with a hidden blush. However, Yi Ruoshang obviously wasn't satisfied with this answer, and she stared at Han Yiren intently, questioned with suspicion on his face. Is that really all there is to it? What? You suspect that I've hidden Lindbergh at home? Ha! Han Yiren chose to take the initiative. Yi Ruoshang looked around the living room which looked the same as usual. The eyes finally landed on the stairs leading to the second floor. It lingered there for a moment before she gently opened her lips. You remember what happened when Lindbergh came to me yesterday, don't you? Han Yiren raised her eyes slightly and responded carelessly. Remember, didn't he sue away? Yi Ruoshang moved slightly closer and lowered his voice. Actually, he came over to spy on you. When she finished speaking, she carefully watched Han Yiren's reaction. Han Yiren, who was still calm, suddenly changed her face when she heard this. The beautiful brows were knitted tightly together. Spying on me? Yi Ruoshang couldn't help but secretly sigh in her heart as she watched her best friend look so nervous. Although he said he was trying to apologize for what happened earlier, but I think he's up to more than just apologizing. So, you good schoolmarm told him? Han Yi-ren's tone was noticeably colder. In the face of Han Yi-ren's sudden change in attitude, Yi Ruoshang acted rather calmly. After all the years of friendship between the two, she had long ago grown accustomed to the unpredictable way of speaking of this dear friend. No. Yi Ruoshang shook her head. Oh, why? People have helped you out with Lu Yu. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Han Yi-ren said in a slightly teasing manner. Yi Ruoshang couldn't help but blank Han Yi-ren. This person Lin Bai is too mysterious. I'm afraid that saying more will be unfavorable to you. Oh, could it be that he has other identities other than that of the pavilion master of the Pixie Moon Pavilion? I'm sorry, Han asked curiously. I'm not really sure about this, but this Lin Bai person is definitely very uncomplicated. How? Actually, after I separated from Lin Bird yesterday, Lu Hai approached him. I'm sorry, Yi Ruoshang said slowly. Lu Hai? That butler from the Lu family? Han Yi-ren frowned. Well, he forcibly brought Lin Bird back to Lugong Castle, and after that, did you lead the men to get him out? Han Yi-ren shook her head. He did message me first thing, but when my sister-in-law and I rushed to Lugong Castle, Lin Bai had already been sent out by Lu Hai. Sent out? Sent out in one piece? That's right. According to Lin Bai, Lu Nantian is the one who invited him for a meal. Then he was sent out. Ha? He designed to kill Lu Nanshan's son and Lu Nanshan invited him to dinner? Han Yi-ren's brain is spinning. Although there were no breaks when he said it, I always felt that Lin Bird wasn't telling the truth. And not only does he know about the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, I even know that my sister-in-law is a member of the Chu family. However, without waiting for Yi Ruoshang to finish her sentence, Han Yi-ren interrupted her. Wait, he knows that Chu Jun is the second miss of the Chu family? It was half an hour before the sisters reluctantly appeared at the front door. Don't go away. It's rare to come over. Sleep with me for a while. Han Yi-ren grabbed Yi Ruoshang reluctantly. I can stay if I'm sleeping vegan. Yi Ruoshang faintly said. Don't sleep vegetarian. Don't go. Stay with me for a night. Said. Han Yi then started to move her hands. It was only after a few minutes that the shy and annoyed Yi Ruoshang got out of Han Yi-ren's clutches and left the place. Han Yi-ren slowly closed the door, and with a slight click, her gaze also became as cold as ice. Arriving in the kitchen, Han Yi-ren didn't hesitate to reach for a sharp fruit knife. The blade glinted coldly in the light, as if foreshadowing the danger that might follow. Then, gripping the hilt of her knife tightly, she turned and stepped toward the stairs leading to the second floor. Meanwhile, in the closet of a certain room on the second floor, Lin Bird was curled up, trying to keep quiet. As a result of hiding in this small space for so long, his eyelids began to sink uncontrollably. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the closet door was violently lifted from the outside. In a flash, an intense and blinding bright light shone straight in and it made it impossible for Lin Bai, who was originally in darkness, to open his eyes at all. It was hard to get used to the light, but Lin Bai only felt a coldness in his neck. When he looked down, he saw the fruit knife that had been placed firmly on his neck. Who the hell are you? Why are you approaching me? Chapter 168, The Han Family. Han Yi-ren. SH, what am I? In the closet, Lin Bai looked at the Han Yi-ren in front of him, who exuded an icy and unfamiliar aura. With a stunned expression, he'd been hiding here for at least an hour or so, and hadn't waited for the comfort he deserved even then. I can't believe I waited until the other side went sword to sword. What's going on? What exactly did sister say to her? Looks like you're not going to give an explanation. Han Yi-ren's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold aura. I really don't know what to explain. Lin Bai coped while thinking of a strategy to deal with Han Yi-ren. With his strength at the early stage of dark power, he wanted to deal with Han Yi-ren hand to hand, even if she had a sharp blade in her hand. However, the number of times he struck was too few, and if he hurt Han Yi-ren, it would be more than worth it. Han Yi-ren looked straight at Lin Bai with a torch-like gaze. Then let me remind you, Master of the Pavilion of the Spectral Moon. Lin Bai visibly froze for a moment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Han Yi-ren. He guessed that Yi Ruoshang and Han Yi-ren had an uncomplicated relationship, but I didn't expect the other party to tell her people her bottom line so easily. Qingxue chick, your sister I can't hold for now, so I can only take it out on you. Yi Qingxue, well, so play me right. I can't believe that there are such great people among the students I teach. Han Yi-ren's words were filled with mockery. As for whether this mockery was mocking Lin Bai or herself, it was unknown. I can't be considered a big shot in front of teacher Han. Lin Bai suddenly came up with a sentence. What do you mean? Han Yi-ren frowned tightly. Only the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a puzzling smile. A member of the Han family, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, This status is much more than my status as the master of the pavilion of the Pixie Moon. Don't you think so, Mr. Han? When these words came out, Han Yiren's pupils suddenly shrunk violently, as if she was in shock, and his face turned white. That right hand that was originally tightly gripping the fruit knife also began to tremble uncontrollably. It was too late, only to see Lin Bai's figure quickly reaching out his hand like electricity. With unerring precision, he grabbed Han Yiren's wrist, and then with a little bit of effort, it then easily dislodged the sharp weapon she held tightly in her hand. Something as dangerous as a knife is not suitable for a woman to play with, yo. Lin Bai spoke while casually tossing aside the fruit knife he had seized. Meanwhile, inside the boys' dormitory, Xiao Ran was sitting in front of his computer checking out how stock after stock was trending. But what a lot of stocks there were in the Dragon Kingdom, and he had been checking them all night, but he hadn't seen a few that had any potential. Just then, Jang Way, who had gone out to make a phone call, walked in with a disheveled face. Didn't have a good chat? Xiao Ran couldn't help but be concerned. Zhou Tian, who was holding his cell phone in a daze, also raised his head. Jang Wei sighed and said, "She pulled the plug on me." La hey. Xiao Ran and Zhou Tian were both filled with shock. What about WeChat? Pulled it black as well? Xiao Ran frowned tightly. Jang Wei nodded forlornly. The two were dumbfounded, and they didn't know what to say. You didn't cherish it when you had it, and now that they don't want you, you regret it. Let's just say it's deserved. It's deserved. But as brothers they naturally couldn't say such hurtful words to their faces. After a few moments of silence, Zhou Tian suddenly came up with a sentence. Why don't you ask Lao Lin, Brother Wei? He was quite close to Sister Yu Wei earlier. Maybe he can help you ask Sister Yu Wei out. Lindbergh, he's slandering me. Slandering me? Yeah, ask Old Lin. Old Lin and Sister Yu Wei do have an okay relationship. I'm sorry. Shaw followed in agreement. Lindbergh, well, my good son. You slandered me too, didn't you? Jang Wei did not say anything. His eyes flashed an aura from time to time, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other hand, inside Han Yiren's bedroom. Who the hell are you? Han Yiren looked at Lin Bai with a face full of caution. It all just happened so fast. She hasn't even regained her senses yet. The fruit knife in his hand was then taken away by Lindbergh. She didn't believe that Lin Bai, an ordinary person, could react so quickly. Is this guy really? I can't tell you who I am for now, but here's what I can tell you. I would never hurt you. Even though Lin Bai's eyes were so sincere and genuine, Han Yiren remained unmoved. Always keep a safe distance from Lindbergh. Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Han Yiren, you really don't need to be so defensive about me. If I really wanted to do something bad to you, do you think you can still talk to me so safely now? Who knows if you're fooling me? Han Yiren responded with a cold nonchalance. Lin Bai was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Han Yiren to be so wary. So tell me, what do I have to do for you to believe that I mean you no harm? Han Yiren was silent for a moment, then spoke. Which of the other 6 families are you from? Lin Bai was stunned. Don't try to fool me. I know you're an ancient martial artist. Lin Bai was slightly stunned. He was just trying it out in a small way. He didn't expect to be exposed anyway. I can tell you. But, Mr. Han has to tell me who you are first. Lin Bai stared straight at Han Yiren. Han Yiren bit her red lip, looking a little hesitant. After a moment, she took a deep breath and said, I'm Hanli's illegitimate daughter. Hanli? Private daughter? Seeing Lin Bai in such a confused state, Han Yiren couldn't help but frown. You don't know Hanli? Lin really shook his head during the day. Who is Hanli? Is it famous? Han Yiren's brows furrowed even tighter, and the puzzled look on her face intensified. After a few moments, she opened her mouth to explain. Hanli is the current head of the Han family. So Mr. Han is also a direct descendant of the Han family? Lin Bai's eyes narrowed. Han Yiren froze for a moment, then laughed to herself. I'm nothing more than a toolman who can be discarded at will. Seeing Han Yiren this sad, the doubts in Lin Bai's heart increased. However, without waiting for him to think more, Han Yiren's icy voice came to his ears. Now it's time to come clean about who you are. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently lifted, revealing a meaningful smile. If I say that I'm not from the other 6 families, would Mr. Han believe me? Chapter 169 Ruthless Han Yiren. You're not from the other 6 families. How is that possible? Han Yiren frowned tightly, her stunningly beautiful eyes filled with a color of doubt. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and her face changed instantly. And, even his speech couldn't help but become stuttering. Difficult. Could it be that you are Han? Of the Han family? Lin Bai calmly shook his head, then slowly said, You don't have to guess, Mr. Han. I don't belong to any of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. I'm just a regular guy. Han Yiren froze for a moment, then said firmly, Ordinary people? Impossible. Ancient martial artist cultivation techniques are only available to the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, and they keep it all extremely tight. It's absolutely impossible for outsiders to get their hands on the gongfu. Lindbergh smiled gently. Teacher Han, you should know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, and there are no absolutes in this world. The 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom have been passed down for so many years. It shouldn't be surprising that some of them have slipped through the net, right? Han Yiren, who was originally still incredibly determined, actually became hesitant after hearing these words. It had to be said that what Lin Bai said made sense. The 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom have been passed down for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So many long years, so many generations. I don't know how many generations have changed. It's not impossible that 1 or 2 leaks went undetected. You're not from the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, so why are you prying into Little Frost for information about me? Han Yiren's willow brows knitted slightly, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Bai in front of her. There was a hint of doubt and caution in his tone. It's not even your fault, Mr. Han. Lin Bai's handsome face was full of grudges at the moment. It was as if he had suffered a great deal. Ha? My fault? A look of dismay appeared on Han Yiren's face, clearly surprised by Lin Bai's words. Someone took me to a hotel and pushed me without saying a word. It's not even enough to clap your hands and walk away in style, but afterward, you even act as if nothing has happened. People are at least an innocent male college student. Seeing that Lin Bai can't stop talking when he opens his box, and the more he talks, the more outrageous he gets, Han Yiren finally couldn't help herself. Her face flushed red. She raised her jade hand shyly and waved it repeatedly, shouting eagerly, "Stop! Stop it! Stop it!" After being interrupted, Lindbergh had no choice but to helplessly shut his mouth, but still didn't forget to pout his lips in a sulky manner. Looking at this pitiful Lin Bai in front of her, Han Yiren only felt a chill down her body. Goosebumps rose on his body. Women are so cute and charming when they complain. How does it become so weirdly twisted when it's a man's turn? She took a deep breath and tried to calm her somewhat flustered feelings before asking again. So you really don't have any other ulterior motives for approaching me? Hearing this, Lin Bai was first silent for a moment. Then he jerked his head up to look at Han Yiren. The eyes said firmly, "No, of course I have a purpose." At those words, Han Yiren's heart tightened, and a bad premonition surged to her heart. She subconsciously clenched her hands. What purpose? I am a man who has always avenged a wrong. I thought that I had lost all my face as a man to you, Mr. Han. I can't swallow this breath no matter what, so I must get it all back today, Lin Bai said as he walked towards Han Yiren, only to see that pretty face of Han Yiren instantly flushed with a blush, as tantalizing as a ripe apple. Seeing Lin Bai getting closer and closer, she couldn't help but back up, her mouth not forgetting to threaten. "Don't come any closer or I'm going to tell Frosty, and if she finds out you've been bullying me, she'll kill you." However, it was as if Lin Bai hadn't heard Han Yiren's words at all. Still wearing that impish grin on his face, he steadfastly continued to press towards her. It didn't take long before poor Han Yiren had no way out. The back was pressed against the cold wall, only to see Lin Bai stretch out his right hand and gently caress Han Yiren's peerless face. The tone was unusually gentle. "Mr. Han, there's no way out." It is strange to say that Han Yiren, who was originally incredibly frightened, it was miraculously calming at the moment. Not only that, but in the midst of her beautiful, moving eyes, there was also a hint of undisguised provocation. "What, do you really think that you will be able to successfully regain your lost face from me this time? Aren't you afraid of being suppressed by me again?" Han Yiren raised her chin, her gaze straightening to meet Lin Bai's. The corner of Lindbergh's mouth gently lifted. "How do you know unless you try?" Before the words were out of his mouth, the two of them embraced each other tightly. "It's almost time for you to leave, Mr. Han. You're kicking people out when they've just been overworked. Isn't that a little too heartless?" Lin Bai looked at Han Yiren, who was relying on his arms, her face unusually flushed, and her speech a gasp. With a smirk, Han Yiren couldn't help but give Lin Bai a blank look. A few moments later, Han Yiren suddenly came. "Let's not see each other again after today, even though I won. You're not so desperate, are you?" Lin Bai is still full of flirtation. "I'm not kidding you. I'm serious." Han Yiren raised her head fiercely, her eyes staring tightly at Lin Bai, her gaze full of firmness and determination. Lin Bai was slightly stunned, and his original relaxed demeanor instantly disappeared. In its place was a stony face. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the air around them became heavy. It was only after a long time that Lin Bai broke the silent atmosphere. "Is it because of who you are?" Han Yiren hesitated slightly, then softly answered, "Although I don't know how you managed to get your hands on the ancient martial artist cultivation technique, but it's not going to work out for either of us. So you're just going to start on me? A bitter smile spread across the corners of Lin Bai's mouth, and there was a bit of self-deprecation in his tone. Think what you will, but in short, I shall not see you again in the future, nor will I ever talk to you again. So just think of this as a dream and forget about me afterwards. Han Yiren's face was as calm as water, as if what was being told was not about her emotional affairs. Rather, it's a perfectly ordinary little thing. Watching Han Yiren say these desperate words so calmly, Lin Bai couldn't help but frown. Does this woman really think she's a toy? System, check Han Yiren's information. Name, Han Yiren. Age, 27. Height, 170. Weight, 95. Face value, 98. Realm, none. Love value, 59. Hate value, 40. Close to 60 love value. Another mouthy woman. What if I can't forget? After a moment of silence, Lin Bai spoke. Han Yiren's heart trembled. She forced herself to hold back her inner panic and said, if you can't get over it, go find another woman. There are so many women with you. Sooner or later you'll forget me. Lin Bai was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect Han Yiren to actually investigate himself behind his back, but it was normal when you thought about it. After all, you had taken someone's blood. At the thought of this, a look of triumph appeared on his face. So, Mr. Han, are you jealous now? Han Yiren froze for a moment, then said coldly, I'd be jealous of a little kid? A brat? Guess I'll have to prove myself. I don't know how long it took, but the deadbeat Lin Bai was finally driven out of the house by Han Yiren. He turned slowly, his eyes staring dully at the brightly lit villa in front of him. A warm, bright glow emanates from every window. It was as if he was laughing at the woeful state of him at the moment. Then he slowly looked up, straight into the room where he had drunk himself to death not so long ago. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled heavily, shaking his head helplessly. Only then did he walk with heavy steps towards Tank 300, which was parked a short distance away, as a low-engine roar began to emanate from the massive Tank 300. It was in front of one of the windows on the second floor that a sinister figure appeared. The moonlight fell on her like water. It paints a beautiful and moving but infinitely sad picture. She stood there silently, her eyes following the huge tank that was fading away below. The lips quirked slightly, as if trying to say something but in the end, no sound was made. The deep, beautiful eyes contained an unspeakably complex emotion. There is remorse, there is reluctance, and more still, there is endless despondency and confusion. It wasn't until Tank 300 had completely disappeared from her sight that she gave a quiet sigh. If only my last name wasn't Han. Chapter 170 Late Night Private Meeting with Yu Yao. In the late hours of the night, all is silent, and the hustle and bustle of the city is swallowed up by the darkness. In front of the iron gate that was covered with all kinds of small advertisements and appeared to be a bit worn out, Yu Yao stood quietly, a delighted smile on her face as she, eyes locked on the man in front of him. What brings you over so late? With a smile on his face, Lin Bai slowly raised the large bag in his hand that gave off a tantalizing aroma. The gentle voice was like a spring breeze, gently brushing against Yu Yao's ears. Wife works so hard at work. Of course hubby has to come over and offer his condolences. Hearing this, Yu Yao couldn't help but roll her eyes and muttered a complaint. Oof, not even a single message all day during the day. Preferring to wait until this late in the evening to come over and offer condolences. Could your intentions be any more obvious? Having said that, her hand honestly reached out and took Lindbergh's arm in one hand, and couldn't wait to drag him through the door. With a thud from the heavy iron door, the empty corridor also fell silent once again. Inside the door of the room, at the entranceway, they were as close as two magnets. Lin Bai's powerful arms tightly embraced Yu Yao's soft body. It was as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Yu Yao, on the other hand, tilted his head slightly and closed his eyes tightly as he feel the warm embrace and fiery breath from your lover. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped, and the whole world was left with just the two of them. And the deep thoughts and endless love. I don't know how much time has passed since then. Perhaps because the long embrace made Yu Yao feel a little breathless, she finally gently pushed Lin Bai. Okay, let go of me, or else all this delicious food you brought will get cold. Hearing this, only then did Lindbergh loosen his hands fondly, but the eyes were still full of fondness and tenderness. It didn't take long for the two of them to both sit down on the cozy couch in the living room. The coffee table in front of him was filled with a wide array of various delicacies that Lindbergh had brought over. There's crawfish, there's barbecue, there's coleslaw. With a meal like this, it's only natural to have a beer to go with it. Only 2 cold beers had been poured in front of the two men and you can still see the rising bubbles through the light. It's just the two of us. Do we have to buy so much? Yu Yao, who had always been frugal, couldn't help but feel heartbroken at such a grand spectacle. Then I'll go call Big Brother Nyo over? Lin Bai laughed evilly. Yu Yao reached out her hand and then grabbed Lin Bai's waist fiercely, pouting. You're going to die. It's a good death to die in the arms of your wife. Any more nonsense and I'm going to chuck people out, ha. No more talk. Come on. Drink. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yu Yao's eyes began to become a bit disoriented, and it was clear that he was already a bit drunk. That otherwise fair face was like a ripe Chelsea. The redness looked extraordinarily tantalizing and made you want to take a bite. Lin Bai, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Real men never wimp out. He reached out his hands and gently cupped Yu Yao's smooth and delicate face. Then without hesitation, he posted it. The kiss lasted for a long time, both of them reveling in it, feeling each other's temperature and breath. It wasn't until they were both about to run out of breath that they slowly parted. At this moment, Yu Yao's cheeks were scarlet. Her eyes were full of tenderness. She slightly tilted her head and, in a shy yet charming voice, she said to Lin Bai, "Carry me to bed." Hearing these words, Lin Bai's heartbeat instantly accelerated. How could he dare to hesitate? Only to see him quickly bend down and pick up Yu Yao by the waist. With great strides, he rushed toward the bedroom. Along the way, Yu Yao quietly snuggled in Lin Bai's arms like a docile kitten, arms gently wrapped around his neck, a happy smile on her face. "You're not leaving tonight, right?" Yu Yao, who was lying in Lin Bai's arms, said with some lethargy. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, and his voice softly said, "Do you want me to go?" Don't go." Yu Yao was like a pampered little child, hugging Lin Bai tightly, fear that he would disappear. Lin Bai doted on Yu Yao's silky hair. "Since my wife has spoken, I can only respectfully disagree. Count on you having some conscience." The corners of Yu Yao's mouth couldn't help but rise up and a happy smile curled up. "By the way, let's go with to Little Ocean House some night." Lin Bai suddenly came up with a sentence. Yu Yao was slightly stunned, then pretended not to care and asked, "Go there for what? The little townhouse has been remodeled. Don't you, the designer, want to go and see what's going on?" "I'm sorry," Lindbergh said softly. "What's there to see? I've seen more houses than you've eaten over the years," Yu Yao said with some pride. Lin Bai didn't say anything. He just stroked Yu Yao with a smile on his face. It was only after another long while that Yu Yao suddenly opened his mouth. "They really don't mind me, do they? I'm here. If they bully you, I'll help you bully them back." "That's more like it. Go to bed. I have to work tomorrow. How about a vacation?" You want to again?" "Can't." Chapter 171. Lin Bai prepares for a showdown. Early the next morning, sunlight poured into the room through a gap in the curtains. Yu Yao woke up leisurely, his head still a little dazed, as if last night's madness still hadn't dissipated. She rubbed her eyes and subconsciously reached for her side, only to find it empty. "This guy, who tossed me around all night, and then left without even saying hello. That's pretty ruthless." Despite Yu Yao's mouthful of complaints, but a blush of happiness and shyness couldn't help but spread across her face. After lolling in bed for a while longer, she then slowly got up, dragging his slightly heavy body. He took 3 steps toward the bedroom door. Just as she had opened the door to her room, a rich aroma came to her nose and drilled straight into her nasal passages. Yu Yao, who was still a bit drowsy, instantly perked up. Like a merry little bunny, she stepped into her slippers and ran all the way to the kitchen, following the scent. Sure enough, she saw the man at the stove who was constantly busy. At the same time, the man who heard the footsteps turned around, his gaze as gentle as water, and it landed on Yu Yao, who had an excited look on his face. "Thought you were going to keep sleeping." The corner of the man's mouth lifted slightly as he chuckled. Yu Yao was not happy to hear this. She pushed up her rosy lips and retorted, "You think I'm you? I'm long past the age of sleeping in." Seeing this, Lin Bai smiled slightly, his eyes filled with favor. "Since you're already up, hurry up and get cleaned up. Breakfast will be ready soon." Lin Bai's voice was so soft that Yu Yao was directly lost in it. After a while, she responded, "Oh." At the dining table, Yu Yao ate a delicious breakfast while, all the while, she was still casting sultry glances at someone from time to time. Not long ago, she had been washing up and cooking breakfast when someone had touched in unnoticed, and then without a word to her. "Next time you do that, you don't want me to open the door for you again." Yu Yao pinched Lin Bai fiercely. However, Lin Bai didn't seem to be bothered and continued to playfully flirt with Yu Yao. "If you don't open the door for your man, who do you open the door for?" "Open the door for anyone but you. Don't you like to face the wall? Just let you face the wall outside the door for a night." Yu Yao glared at Lin Bai without any good humor. "The world is so chaotic out there. Aren't you afraid I'll be abducted by a wildflower on the side of the road?" "I'm sorry." Lindbergh grinned wickedly. When Yu Yao heard this, she was even more furious in her heart. She gritted her teeth and said, "Love whoever. You're not that far behind the 1 or 2 anyway." Lin Bai was surprisingly a bit dumbfounded for a moment. not knowing how to respond to Yu Yao's words. Just as he was about to open his mouth, there was a sudden sharp knock on the iron door that had been dusty for so long. Immediately following, it was a rough tenor voice that the two of them were too familiar with to be true that came in through the door. "Yaoer, I'm Big Brother Nyoa, open the door." The two subconsciously looked at each other. What ensued was a panicked and somewhat overwhelmed Yu Yao, only to see her get up and start pushing and shoving her way up. Quickly get into your room and hide." However, no matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't push Lindbergh in the slightest. Yu Yao was on the verge of crying in his anxiety. "You go in quickly, wait until Big Brother Nyo finds out." Lin Bai calmly held Yu Yao's jade hand and softly soothed it. "It's not the first time, he won't find out." "Then what if he finds out this time?" Yu Yao bit her red lips, her expression filled with worry. Lin Bai smiled gently, only to see that he slightly leaned down and then kissed Yu Yao's somewhat oily red lips. After a slight moment, he lifted his head. "After all, there's no time for the two of them to talk about love right now. If Big Brother Nyo really finds out, I'll take all the consequences." It was a moment before the somewhat heavy iron door was opened. "Yaoer, how do you, Shaolin? How come it's you?" Nyo Wu looked at Lin Bai behind the door with a face full of shock. "I just happened to be in the neighborhood on an errand, so I thought I'd come over to Sister Yao's place to rub in some breakfast," Lindbergh explained calmly. The nervous Nyo Wu didn't think much of it. "Oops, you didn't let me know you were coming over. I only bought breakfast for two here. You and Yaoer eat first. I'll go get some more over." With that, Nyo Wu handed the bag in his hand to Lin Bai. However, Lindbergh did not take over. Nyo Wu was astonished. Lin Bai hurriedly smiled and explained. "Big Brother Nyo, you don't need to make another trip. Sister Yao has made breakfast. Come in and eat together." Made breakfast? With suspicion, Nyo Wu sat down at the table, and sure enough, he saw a small half-table breakfast, and most of these were things he had never eaten before. "Yaoer, isn't it true that you never make breakfast on weekdays?" Nyo Wu asked curiously. Without waiting for Yu Yao to open his mouth, Lin Bai on the side took the bowl and chopsticks and placed them in front of Nyo Wu. "Sister Yao said she waited for you to bring her breakfast over every day, and that she was a little too upset about it. That's why I purposely made such a big table for breakfast, wanting to properly thank Big Brother Nyo." "Really?" Nyo Wu looked at Yu Yao with joy and anticipation. Yu Yao smiled and nodded. "Big Brother Nyo, eat while it's hot. These should be very appetizing to you." As she spoke, she secretly slid her clutches up someone's arm. "Then I'm welcome." The simple-minded Nyo Wu picked up his chopsticks and savored it. In no time at all, the not-so-large living room was filled with Nyo Wu's praises. Only, as Nyo Wu ate, he was the only one left in the living room. He looked towards Yu Yao's room suspiciously. What is Yaoer looking for? Inside the room, Yu Yao was lying on her back in Lin Bai's arms, panting heavily. That smooth face was a scarlet color at the moment. After catching her breath, she glared fiercely at Lindbergh. "Are you out of your mind? He's still in the living room. Wasn't it you who called me in? I thought it was you who hinted at me." Lindbergh had a bad smile on his face. "Hint your ass, I'm asking you to help me find something." Saying that, Yu Yao came hard at Lin Bai's waist. Just as Yu Yao was about to destroy the evidence, Lin Bai stopped her. "Don't move. Go out like this." Lindbergh's low, firm voice rang out. With an undeniable tone. "Are you crazy? Going out like this will definitely be discovered by Big Brother Nyo." Yu Yao couldn't help but lower his voice in shock. That beautiful face also turned white from nervousness. However, Lin Bai's next sentence made Yu Yao completely dumbfounded. "I just wanted him to find out." What did you say?" Yu Yao looked as if she had heard the most ridiculous words under the sky as she stared with wide eyes. Unbelievably, she looked at the man she loved so much in front of her, only to see Lin Bai slowly stretching out his hands and steadily resting them on Yu Yao's soft shoulders. His gaze locked onto Yu Yao's eyes as he said with incomparable seriousness and gravity, "Honey, I know you're trying to keep it a secret from Big Brother Bull, but don't you think that's a little too cruel to him?" Facing Lin Bai's questioning, Yu Yao was speechless and his heart became extraordinarily flustered. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't manage a complete sentence. Seeing this, Lindbergh sighed softly and went on to say, "Honey, I know you don't want to hurt Brother Bull, but something has become a fact of life. We can't keep running away like this. Is this really the only way?" Yu Yao said with a struggling expression. "Or you can do what you want, wife, as long as your conscience is past it, as long as you can bear to see Big Brother Nyo single for you for the rest of his life." Without waiting for Lin Bai to finish his sentence, Yu Yao blocked him. "Stop it. I'm listening to you." Lin Bai revealed a winning smile. Then he reached out and gathered Yu Yao in his arms, softly comforting him. "Wife, don't worry. I guarantee that Big Brother Nyo will accept us together." A few moments later, Lin Bai walked out of the room. "Did you find the stuff?" Nyo asked. Found it. It's in the bedside crack, Lin Bai said casually. As soon as the words fell, Yu Yao walked out from the bedroom. Looking at Yu Yao, whose face was red almost like an apple, Nyo couldn't help but frown. Is it so hard to find something? But when his gaze landed on Yu Yao's unusually rosy red lips, he couldn't help but giggle inwardly. At the same time, a long overdue hint about Nyo came from Lin Bai's mind. Ding! Detected Nyo's hate value is spiking. Current hate value 75. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth couldn't help but rise. If you can't find out anything more this way, then there's really nothing I can do. Chapter 172 Nyo wants to set up a Honmen banquet? On the side of the road in the Moon Hill neighborhood, a dominant Tank 300 is parked quietly. The sunlight poured down on the bodywork, reflecting dazzlingly. Lin Bai stood beside the car, unsmiling as he looked at the big brown man in front of him. Big brother Nyo, I'll just send Sister Yao to work. There's really no need to trouble you. As for Yu Yao, who was on the side, she was also frowning with her eyebrows, seemingly not too keen on Nyo following along. Seeing the reaction of the two, the suspicion in Nyo's heart became stronger. Nevertheless, he held back the pain within him, and endeavored to act as if nothing had happened. Calmly, he spoke. Gee, I've got nothing to do at home. Anyway, I didn't even have a chance to get a good feel for this luxury car of yours, Kobayashi, last time, so this time I just have a chance to experience it again. Listening to this reason that was so lame that it couldn't be any more lame, Lin Bai couldn't help but snort inwardly. Catching an adulterer is catching an adulterer and feeling the limousine. But that's just what I want. You can't blame me for coming down too hard on you later. Jia. Yu Yao, who was standing beside Lin Bai, also sighed in his heart. Brother Bull, I'm sorry, I was too selfish earlier. I couldn't be in a relationship with Lindbergh at the same time, while still accepting your kindness to me. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile of mockery, but on his lips, he responded politely. In that case, then please ask Big Brother Nyo to get on the car. With that, Lin Bai opened the passenger door. Then, in front of Nyo again, he assisted Yu Yao to sit in the co-pilot. This scene was not unfamiliar to Nyo, who had felt a little uncomfortable looking at this earlier. Witnessing this scene again, an unnameable agony surged like a tidal wave of. It made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Brother Nyo, get in the car. After closing the passenger door, Lin only looked at Nyo, who froze in place, and deliberately came up with a sentence. Oh, good. After watching Nyo sit on the car, Lin Bai revealed an imperceptible smile. That's what led to the main driver. As soon as he got into the car, Lindbergh began to make a demon out of himself. It was only his soulful eyes that dripped and it quickly locked onto Yu Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Sister Yao, look at you. Why do you always forget to fasten your seatbelt? Lindbergh feigned a look of complaint. Hearing this, Nyo reflexively looked at Yu Yao. Sure enough, I found out the other guy wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He was just about to get up when a large slender hand pulled Yu Yao's seatbelt. Along with that, there was Lin Bai's gentle voice mixed with a hint of doting. While I'm confident in my car skills, but no one can guarantee that there will be unexpected situations on the road. So ride in the car must fasten the seatbelt yo. Even though Yu Yao knew that Lin Bai had done this deliberately, but feel his warm breath coming straight into his face, and when his magnetic, unmistakably gentle words, her heart was still beating wildly uncontrollably. If Nyo hadn't been in the car, she probably wouldn't have hesitated to stick it on. No. Yu Yao reddened, lowered her head, and, like a little girl who had done something wrong, she responded timidly in a voice as thin as a fly. Seeing this, Lin Bai gently rubbed Yu Yao's head before returning to his seat. He had just placed his hands on the steering wheel when a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Detected Nyo's hate value is spiking. Current hate value 80. Ding! Detected that Nyo's hate value has exceeded 80. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level 2 revenge bundle. Lindbergh's eyes lit up. I thought there was going to be a bit of a show, but I didn't think it would be so quick. How could Lindbergh feel guilty about Nyo? The reason why he would advise Yu Yao was merely to go for the hate value. Now that the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom had appeared one after another, his hunt could no longer be stagnant. Otherwise the women will run out. Kobayashi, where's your girlfriend? The car hadn't been traveling for long when Nyo, who was sitting in the back seat, came in coldly. I wonder if he did it on purpose. The words girlfriend were like magic, echoing in the spacious car. Hearing this, Lindbergh appeared quite calm, as he slightly sidestepped his head and replied in a calm tone. She's at school now. What's wrong, brother cow? Nothing, I just feel like I haven't seen her in some days and I kinda miss her. Right, Yaoer? As he spoke, he snapped his gaze to Yu Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Yu Yao's heart is naturally very clear. Niu Wu was obviously deliberately mentioning himself, but what could she do in the face of such a situation? Only a helpless nod and a soft response. Aha! Since that's the case, then I'll bring her along to Sister Yao some other day, Lin Bai said smoothly. Niu Wu's mind was more than clear to him. Since we're going to have a showdown, let's be thorough. Niu Wu's eyes, which were originally somewhat dull and lifeless, instantly lit up. A look of excitement immediately appeared on his face. Good. You let me know ahead of time when it's time to. I'll show you two a good hand that day. Showing your hand? I'm afraid it's not the Hongmen banquet, but I'm not afraid. Only to see the corners of Lin Bai's mouth slightly lifting upwards, tracing a shallow arc. There seemed to be some unknown deep meaning hidden in that smile. Since that's the case, then I'll first thank Big Brother Niu on behalf of Xiaoya. You're welcome. We're all family. A sharp glint flashed in Niu Wu's pure black eyes. Chapter 173. Niu Wu still wants to catch an adulterer? In that case, I'll go first. After delivering Yu Yao safely to the door of the sales center, Lindbergh then drove the tank 300 away. Getting off the bus with Yu Yao was accompanied by Niu Wu. Only his somewhat old and disheveled body stood firmly in place. The eyes on the fading vehicle, until that huge tank 300 disappears completely out of sight. Only then did Niu Wu drop his gaze on Yu Yao beside him. At this moment, an extremely complicated look flowed out of Niu Wu's eyes. There is doubt, disbelief, and more still, deep pain and disappointment. These complex emotions are intertwined. It made his otherwise stoic face extraordinarily heavy. And Yu Yao, who had been watched by Niu Wu, on the other hand, an invisible pressure was clearly felt on his face. She stood there motionless, as if waiting for someone's judgment. So, the two of them stood outside the sales center in silence. The air around them seemed to have become heavy because of the strange atmosphere between them. The minutes ticked by. No one spoke first, just stood in silence and let that suffocating atmosphere keep spreading. I don't know exactly how much time had passed, maybe a few minutes, maybe 10. In the end, it was Yu Yao who took the lead and couldn't hold back his inner turmoil. Barely squeezing out a smile, he said to Niu Wu, "Brother Niu, it's almost time to go to work, I have to rush in." When he said this, Yu Yao didn't even dare to look at Niu Wu more than once. She was afraid the other woman would see the heart in her eyes. After a moment of silence, Niu Wu finally nodded softly and spoke in response. Aha, go on then. His voice was not loud, but it carried an indescribable sense of exhaustion. Hearing Niu Wu's reply, Yu Yao hastily nodded his head towards him slightly as if he had been pardoned. Then he quickly turned around and walked towards the sales center with hurried steps. Compared to the past, her pace was significantly faster today. It could simply be described as being as fit as a fiddle, as if something extremely scary was chasing her right behind her. Looking at the fading Yu Yao, Niu Wu's heart is also more and more difficult. He actually wanted to ask about the unpalatable suspicion in his mind, but the words wouldn't come out. Perhaps because it was only his guess. Or maybe it's because he's worried that he'll misunderstand Lindbergh because of it. It's better to play it safe. Pulling out his cell phone, he skillfully dialed a number. It didn't take long for a young man's voice to come out of the phone. Hey, Uncle Bull. What's up? That's right. The person on the other end of the phone is Niu Wu's good son, Lin Bai's rebellious son, Xiao Ran. Niu Wu hesitated for a few seconds, then spoke. Xiao Ran, Uncle wants to trouble you with something. Can you help me find out where they sell cameras? The camera pans to the men's dormitory at Serenity University. Xiao Ran was holding the cell phone with a puzzled look on his face, his ear pressed against the earpiece, and asked in disbelief. Camera? Why did you buy a camera, Uncle Niu? Alas, recently, people have been losing things in our neighborhood, and I don't feel safe. Afraid in case some bad guy sneaks up on your mom one day. Although Niu Wu's reasons were sufficient, Xiao Ran always felt that there was something in Niu Wu's words, but he couldn't say anything. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ran responded. Uncle Niu, then what kind of camera do you want? I'll search online for you first. Uncle Cao, I've sent you the address, and if the first family doesn't have it, you just go to the second one. Thank you, Ran. Hanging up the phone, Niu Wu's expression also became extraordinarily grave. Let's hope I'm overthinking all this. After another complicated glance at the somewhat extravagant sales center in front of him, only then did Niu Wu turn away. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran, who had just hung up the phone, frowned tightly, his heart filled with doubts and uneasiness. Intuition told him that Niu Wu purchased the camera. It could never be as simple as just catching a thief. A thought suddenly flashed through Xiao Ran's mind. Could it be that Uncle Niu has already found out that his mom has another man on the outside? So he bought the camera actually trying to catch an adulterer? This horrible thought, once it had occurred, was like a flood that breaks the banks of the It raged in Xiao Ran's heart and could no longer be contained. Just when Xiao Ran was immersed in these chaotic thoughts, Zhou Tian appeared with his textbook in his hand. Ran, time to go. It's time for class, Zhou Tian said as he gently pushed Xiao Ran with his hand. However, at this moment, Xiao Ran didn't have the heart to go to class at all. He waved his hand and said to Zhou Tian and Jang Way, "So what? I'm not going to this class, and if the teacher calls the roll, you guys answer for me, haha." When Zhou Tian heard this, an unexpected look appeared on his face. Xiao Ran is known as a good student who never skips a class. Now he's actually asking him to help answer to it? However, when he saw the pile of stock-related information on Xiao Ran's desk, he seemed to understand something, so he nodded and turned to walk out of the dormitory. Don't try too hard. As Zhang Way passed by Xiao Ran, he gently patted his shoulder in passing and admonished him. When Xiao Ran was the only one left in the entire dormitory, he took a deep breath before. That's what dialed Yu Yao's number. Hey, Mom, are you exposed? On the other hand, the busy Lin Bai also arrived at Ning University. However, he had just stepped out of the car when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was Yu Yao calling. Without hesitation, he pressed the answer button and Yu Yao's incomparably panicked voice instantly came from the other end of the phone. "Nyo, big brother Nyo he really found it." Hearing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt. Isn't our purpose to let him find out? He didn't understand why Yu Yao was so flustered, but immediately afterward, Yu Yao was quick to offer an explanation. Only her words were filled with anxiety and worry. "No, it's not. Just now Ran called and told me that," said Big Brother Bull actually asked him to help find out where to sell cameras. Hearing this, Lin Bai's heart sank violently, but in an instant, the corners of his mouth just couldn't help but rise. Looks like he's not too stupid. And at this moment, Yu Yao on the other end of the phone was already about to cry out in a hurry. She shouted with a sobbing voice, "Can you be more serious? What should we do in this situation? Come up with something quick." Facing the anxious Yu Yao, Lin Bai hurriedly comforted him with a soft voice. "Honey, take it easy. I have my own way of dealing with this." What way? Doesn't he want to catch an adulterer? Then we'll let him catch it. Lin Bai revealed a bad smile. "No, I can't do it. Honey, a long pain is better than a short one, and since he's already found out, he's going to have to face it sooner or later. Get him to see reality sooner and he can start a new life sooner. But, honey, you don't have to feel guilty. You're saving him, and some years from now, he'll surely appreciate us." Really? Of course, how could I cheat on my beautiful and kind wife? Chapter 174, Dangerous Perception. Where's Ran? After calming his big baby, Lindbergh went to the classroom. As soon as he entered, he saw that only 2 people were left from the previous threesome, and that missing person happens to be his rebellious son. Ran is struggling hard in his dorm room, Zhou Tian explained. Lin Bai naturally knew what Zhou Tian meant by that. It's a pity. I was going to thank this rebellious son, but I'm a man who keeps his grudges separate, and for what you've done today for my happiness and your mother's, I've seen it all. I'll repay you someday. After intentionally glancing at Jang Way, Lin Bai then sat down beside Zhou Tian. I don't know if he was overthinking it, but he always felt as if Zhang Way had something to say to him. Is it about Yu Wei's wife? Without waiting for him to think about it much, the class bell rang. But classes are not going to be classes. Not to mention that he's already learned it all once, and for what he's worth, he still needs lessons? System, open the level 2 revenge bundle. Ding, level 2 revenge bundle is being opened. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the 10x blast reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. 1 million revenge points, 10 billion dragon coins. Danger sensibility, can sense any person or object around the host that is detrimental to the host or wants to be detrimental to the host. Initial perception range is 10 meters. 8 Extreme Fist, a renowned ancient martial artist's fist technique that can be automatically comprehended to perfection once acquired. Hearing the reward blast, Lindbergh almost jumped up in excitement. To say that there was nothing he lacked more than revenge points right now. Otherwise he wouldn't have been in a hurry to make a move on Niu Wu. Granted, it's only a 10x blitz, but this one tier 2 revenge bundle swings right into a tier 3 bundle. 1 million revenge points. For that, Niu Wu, I would definitely put on a good show for you. Dragon coins were now just a number to Lindbergh. While he wasn't rich beyond his wildest dreams, he had more wealth than he could ever spend in his lifetime. This last reward seems a bit interesting though. System, if someone tries to take a sneak peek at me, the danger sensibility can sense it, right? Back to the host. As long as the other party is hostile to the host and is within the range of perception, it will be perceptible. Lin Bai instantly became ecstatic. Isn't this a self-contained detection radar? Originally, he was worried that he didn't know how to give Niaowu a proper angle to watch a good show. Now the problem is not solved. System, what does it mean when it says the initial perception range is 10 meters? Could this range be expanded? Reporting back to the host, consuming vengeance points will increase the range of perception. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. This is bullish. If his range of perception was infinite, wouldn't he be at the mercy of the heavens and the worlds? How many vengeance points do I need to raise my perception range? Back to the host. Increasing the perception range by 1 meter requires 100,000 vengeance points. Much? How much? 100,000. Lin Bai couldn't believe his ears. Originally, he thought that he would be invincible if he got this feature. Who knew stepping on a horse was so expensive? The entire blue star was so big. He couldn't get so many revenge points even if he died. Just as Lin Bai was secretly depressed, the system's voice once again came from his mind. In addition to consuming vengeance points to enhance the range of perception, opening the vengeance bundle also gives you a chance to receive a bonus to improve your perception range. Only after hearing this did some light resurface in Lin Bai's eyes. That's more like it. Immediately after that, Lin Bai looked at the last reward. Baji Quan. It just doesn't suit him. Right now, even though he had a not-so-low cultivation level, he only knew how to use brute force. There's no skill involved. The emergence of Baji Fist certainly made up for his biggest shortcoming. Together with the previously rewarded body technique feat Easy Step, now he was considered a true ancient martial artist. Unico. Open my panel. Name, Lindbergh. Age, 21. Height, 183. Weight, 151. Face value, 95. Realm, Early Dark Power. Revenge points, 1.09 million. Assets, $20 billion plus. Technique, Easy Steps. 8 Extremes Fist. Special, Fighting Mastery. Culinary Mastery. Tennis Mastery. Racing Mastery. Hazard Sense. Props, 2 PCS of Moisturizing Elixir. The 95 is not a bad face value. If he wanted to raise his face value, he could have done so at any time, but that would be too quick a change to be easily suspected, and it's better to develop obscenely. There are still 1.090,000 vengeance points left. Do you want to raise your training? The early stage of dark power feels adequate at this stage, but if a master suddenly parachutes in, after some thought, Lin Bai still made a choice. System, raise your cultivation level. Strength is king. If you're strong enough, even the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom would be trampled under his feet. Ding! Please ask the host to choose the corresponding upgrade level. Medium Dark Strength, 300,000. Late Dark Strength, 600,000. Early Stage of Huanjing, 1.000,000. Middle Huanjing, 1.4 million. Late Huanjing Stage, 1.8 million. Consumption of vengeance points is regular. Go back to chapter 100 and revisit it if you didn't get it. Seeing this outrageous revenge point, Lin Bai, who originally had 1,000 clouds of bravado, was instantly Visayan. It's so outrageous for just harmonized power. What if we get to the Hotian, the innate, then what's going to happen? Raise it to the early stage of Huanjin. He made this decision almost through gritted teeth. Originally, he wanted to keep some revenge points to take care of Xiaoran, but thought better of it. Strength is king. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1.000,000 vengeance points. Cultivation is being transformed. As the system's beep fell, Lin Bai clearly felt a considerable change in his body. I also wonder what level my current strength is among the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom? For some reason, Lin Bai was beginning to look forward to some friction with those so-called ancient martial artists. Just then, the cell phone that he had put aside suddenly vibrated. Reactive. He rushed to pick up his cell phone and started the nonsense mode. Then he saw an unexpected message. The camera pans out and he appears on the rooftop of the school. Along with him is his good brother Jang Way. Brother Way, what are you looking for me for? Lin Bai looked at Jang Way with feigned surprise. Only Jang Way took a deep breath and then said with a serious face, Old Lin, I want to ask you for something. Brother Way, you don't have to be like this. We're all brothers. If there's something you want to do, just say it directly. Okay, then. I'm not going to be rude. I want you to. Chapter 175, The Abdominal Xia Yuwei. That's how you make me feel, isn't it? Xia Yuwei's voice full of grudges came from the other end of the phone. Yuwei's wife. I know you don't want to see him, but I'm in a really awkward situation. You wouldn't want your man to have such an ugly reputation as a backstabber, would you? Lin Bai originally wanted to request Xia Yuwei in a pleading tone, but for some reason the words came out of his mouth. It becomes tainted. Could it be that it's genetically ingrained in the bones? Just then, Xia Yuwei's voice, which was several times more sultry than before, once again came out of the phone. Humph. Aren't you still a backstabber? Hearing this, Lin Bai was first stunned. Then he retorted with a straight face, granted. In a way it does sort of lie, but a brother in trouble. How could I stand by and do nothing? It wouldn't be generous enough if I did that. Hearing such brazen words from Lin Bai, Xia Yue directly fell silent. After a while, she spoke slowly. I can go see him, but I have one request. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai instantly frowned and muttered with slight dissatisfaction. Honey, we're in a relationship like this and you're still making demands? This relationship? I have nothing but that unseemly lover's status. Is it hard to have another identity? Xia Yue said without any good humor, her tone full of mockery and dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Lin Bai was like having his throat strangled, instantly becoming speechless. Previously, he hadn't noticed that Xia Yue's dislike kung fu was so powerful. Even compared to Hanga, it's still a lot more than that. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, once again, Xia Yue's slightly angry voice came from the other end of the phone. If you want me to go over, you can. Unless you call both Xiao Ran and Zhou Tianquan. Or don't even think about it. Calling them for what? Lindbergh was a bit puzzled. He asked you to ask me out for nothing more than a second chance. What does he take me? Xia Yue, 4. A plaything that comes when called and goes when swung. I'm gonna give him hell this time. I want him to experience what it's like to be rejected in front of so many people. The more Xia Yue spoke, the more agitated she became, revealing an uncontrollable rage between her words. Honey, you're so bad. I love it. Have a mua. Kiss your ass. I'm busy here, so I'll hang up now. Oh, by the way, don't forget to bring Hanga along. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Bai to respond, Xia Yue hung up the phone decisively. Putting down his cell phone, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth involuntarily raised. My good way brother. Brother, this favor is done. Depends on whether you can catch it. What? Old Lin, you're buying dinner. Inside the cafeteria, Zhou Tian suddenly exclaimed. It was a good thing that the cafeteria was extraordinarily noisy. Otherwise it might have been the center of attention. It's just a meal. Are you so excited? Lin Bai cried and laughed a little. No, old Lin. Are we going to Yulon for dinner? Zhou Tian stared tightly at Lin Bai, his eyes glowing with light. It was as if Lin Bai was delicious food. Shouldn't you be asking me why I'm buying dinner? However, Zhou Tian was deaf to other things and only focused on the Yulon hotel. That's not important. Old Lin, are we going to Yulon? It just so happens that I have a craving for that king crab. And that emperor abalone, a shrimp bigger than the palm of your hand. Looking at Zhou Tian's salivating look, Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Luckily he cut Gu Cheng off. If he really let Zhou Tian and Gu Cheng become, well, the consequences are simply unimaginable. However, thinking about this, a trace of guilt towards Zhou Tian arose in Lin Bai's heart. Either way, it's not very generous of you to do that. After all, Zhou Tian was the only brother he recognized. But who can tell about feelings? In the end, Lin Bai still nodded and agreed. Alright, since you want to go to Yulon so badly, let's set it at Yulon. Oh ho! Long live old Lin. Zhou Tian celebrated by hugging Lindbergh. Jang Way, who was on the side, couldn't help but frown. Perhaps sensing Jang Wei's doubts, Lin Bai hurriedly explained. It's like this. Hanya and I have been together for a while, so we're planning on having everyone over for dinner tonight. Hearing this, Jang Wei's frown instead became tighter. Seeing this, Lin Bai continued. Oh, right. I've already talked to Ran, and I've notified Sister Yue's side. She's coming over tonight, too. Only when he heard this did a flash of gratitude appear in Jang Wei's eyes. Thank you, old Lin. It's okay, it's all I should do. Just thank me. You mustn't cry at night. Zhou Tian, who was on the side, was filled with surprise. What are you thankful for when the two of them treat us to dinner? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and secretly gave Lin Bai a thumbs up. By the way, old Lin, what did you and Mr. Han go do yesterday? Halfway through the meal, Zhou Tian suddenly came. Yesterday? Lindbergh asked in dismay. Yeah, it's all over the school forum. Said. Zhou Tian then handed his cell phone to Lin Bai. Sure enough, Lindbergh saw his and Han Yiren's posts on the forum. Messy posts about everything. Most of them are Han Yiren's beautiful pictures, and only a very few of them are related to him. In the end, it's a campus goddess. Ah, a smile actually has such a high degree of heat. With curiosity, Lindbergh clicked into a random post. Who is this man? Is he from our Ning University? What a good-looking guy to be a lickspittle. Let go of that box and let me. Why don't I get that chance? Looking at these envious and sarcastic comments, Lin Bai was speechless in his heart. Lick the dog? Have you guys ever seen a lick dog that just got reverse pushed after a drink? Have you guys ever seen a lickspill who has dominated your goddess on multiple occasions? Have you ever seen a licking dog that can make a goddess beg for mercy? That's hilarious. But honestly, she really hasn't sent herself a single message since last night. Is she really going to play for nothing? Just then, Jo Tian suddenly came back with another sentence. Speaking of which, I don't think Ms. Han has a boyfriend yet, right? What? You don't want your Gu Chung, and you want to hit on Mr. Han? Lindbergh couldn't help but tease. Of course not. Jo Tian immediately denied it, but the next second Jo Tian fell away. But Gu Ching and I should be completely out of luck. How? Lin Bai instantly became interested. Jo Tian sighed quietly. I followed what you taught me to ask Gu Ching out, but she always says she doesn't have time. Then you won't take the initiative to find her? Jang Way, who had been acting as a listener, suddenly chimed in. Lin Bai and Jo Tian were both incredibly surprised. Before that, Jang Way had never expressed any opinion on matters between men and women. Is the sun coming out of the west today? However, Jang Way didn't care about the two men's surprised gazes and continued. If you really like her, then take the initiative. But I'm already taking the initiative? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Bai knocked Jo Tian Pig on the head with his cell phone. What Wei means is that Gu Ching doesn't have time to meet you, so you can take the initiative to meet her. Ha? Wouldn't that be too presumptuous? I've only met her a couple of times, not very well acquainted yet. Jang Wei came again at this time with a pretense of depth. Initiative may not always pay off, but if you don't do anything, it's just not meant to be. With these words, both Lin Bai and Jo Tian fell into silence. After a while, Lin Bai suddenly got up and said, You guys eat. I'll go to the hospital to accompany Hanya first. The moment he turned around, Lin Bai's eyes suddenly bloomed with a scorching light. Good brother Wei. I'll remember this favor. I'll be sure to take good care of Yue Wei's wife when I get back tonight. Mother, I'm here for you. Chapter 176, Taking the Initiative to Attack Han Yiren. Are you out of your mind? Inside the office, Han Yiren, who had a messy mouth, glared angrily at Lin Bai. A few minutes ago, as she was about to leave work, she suddenly heard a knock on the door and, as a professional reaction, she responded. I didn't expect that the person who came in would actually be Lin Bai. She who didn't want to have anything more to do with Lin Bai, naturally didn't want to be alone in a room with Lin Bai. However, without waiting for her to escape, Lindbergh pressed her against the wall without a second thought. What followed was a forced kiss that she couldn't resist in any way. Only when her breathing became difficult did Lindbergh release her. In the face of Han Yiren's chiding, Lin Bai was ignoring it. The corners of his mouth even lifted up in a smirk if anything, just a slight narrowing of his eyes, an imperceptible glint in his eyes. Immediately afterward, he spoke softly. I've been mad as hell since the moment you pushed me down in the hotel. Han Yiren couldn't help but look into Lin Bai's sincere and affectionate eyes. The heart couldn't help but ripple, and her gaze grew complex. And there was helplessness, struggle, and a touch of unspeakable heart. It was a long time before she opened her lips lightly. You've obviously got so many beautiful young women around you already. Why do you have to haunt me? You know very well that there will be no knot between us. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Lin Bai interrupted her. But they can't replace you after all. Han Yiren's heart trembled, and that dusty heart that had been sealed for so long suddenly began to beat frantically. Seeing this, Lin Bai took a step forward and gently stroked Han Yiren's stunningly beautiful cheeks that were slightly flushed. Whether there are results or not, that's for later. Right now is not the future. As long as you remain by my side, I would never have given you up. These words were like a heavy hammer hitting hard on Han Yiren's heart. Even if she was as hard-hearted as she was, she couldn't help but tremble deep inside at this moment. A moment later, Han Yiren looked like she had figured something out, and a relieved smile blossomed on her face. It was as delicate as a flower blooming in the warm spring sun. Now I finally understand why Little Frost was so complimentary of you. The words had not quite fallen. Han Yiren's jade hand, which is as long and white as a green onion, has slowly raised and gently wrapped around Lin Bai's neck. Now you're not going to kick me out again, are you? After the madness had passed, Lin Bai looked at the bird-like stunning beauty in his arms and murmured softly. Only the man shook his head languidly. This young lady is just a mortal girl. How can I rush an ancient martial artist? No more rushing. No more rushing. That's more like it. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth gently rose. For Han Yiren, he wasn't really too emotional. If anything, it's desire that dominates, even without love. But there was no way he could see Han Yiren with another man in his sights either. If the two were not involved, it wouldn't matter. But now that the other party had provoked him first, could this let her go without giving him a couple of babies? But it was Jang Way he had to thank the most. He wouldn't have made up his mind so quickly if he hadn't said those last words. Be a brother in heart. You're good. I remember. You helped with Hanya's matter, didn't you? Lin Bai suddenly came up with a sentence. Hearing this, Han Yiren jerked her head up and asked with a face full of curiosity. How do you know? The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. You guess? Han Yiren's beautiful and moving eyes stared slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she slowly spoke. Could it be the Pixie Moon Pavilion? Lin Bai looked at Han Yiren with some surprise, then nodded his head. Start telling the whole story. That's right, my men got Wang Qiu's surveillance. As Lin Bai unfolded the story, the corners of Han Yiren's mouth also unconsciously hooked up. When Lin Bai's words fell, Han Yiren suddenly stretched out her jade hand, which was as delicate as mutton-fat white jade. Gently picking up Lindbergh's chin, he said with a smile, Little man, are you worried about me now? In the face of Han Yiren's flirtation, Lin Bai was relaxed and responded with a light laugh. Would you believe me if I said no? Unbelievable. As soon as the words left her mouth, Han Yiren's delicate and graceful figure was like a light butterfly. It was instantly plastered. After the scuffle, Lindbergh's gaze became unusually complicated. He frowned slightly, his lips parting lightly. Are you sure you're not going to tell me what happened to you? Hearing this, Han Yiren's beautiful eyes clearly flashed with a flash of panic, but it soon returned to normal. Only the corners of her mouth turned up and she couldn't help but flirt. What? I haven't even married you yet, and you're so eager to get to the bottom of me? She finished with a playful wink. Lindbergh gently shook his head. You know that's not what I meant. His eyes were fixed firmly on Han Yiren. It was as if they wanted to see through her eyes the secret she had deep inside. Han Yiren was stunned at first, then sighed. There are things that it is not yet time to tell you. When the time is right, I'll tell you everything. Her expression looked a little serious as she said this. Lindbergh gazed at Han Yiren quietly, not saying a word. After a long time, he finally broke the silence and spoke. Fine, who made you my counselor? However, Han Yiren suddenly slammed her face and snapped. How dare you be so rude to me when you know I'm your counselor? Is it because you want me to specialize in giving you little treats? Lin Bai immediately made a scared face. No, Mr. Han, don't turn on the heat. I didn't mean it. People just want to take care of Mr. Han. Die, you horny bastard. Looks like the punishment just now wasn't enough. I must punish you properly today before I do. It was only after half an hour that Lindbergh walked out of the office with great interest. It was more or less a pity that he didn't get to learn the secret that Han Yiren had hidden inside. But in such a short period of time, the two had a breakthrough in their relationship. He was content in his heart. After all, Han Yiren was so ruthless last night. If he can disintegrate this woman once, he can disintegrate her a second time, a third. Sooner or later, he would completely rip off this woman. You won't get away if you're on my radar. Han Yiren. Chapter 177. Another meeting at the Pixie Moon Pavilion. Following Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Kai, another couple was invited to the mysterious Ui Pavilion. The man was dressed in a well-tailored black suit, with a pair of extraordinarily shiny leather shoes under his feet and a big back comb. The whole man looked no less handsome. The lady, on the other hand, was dressed in a long, cut-out dress of fiery red, and her long, silky hair, which fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, and those delicate cheeks, that dimpled figure. The whole thing looked sexy and flirty. But the glittering, dazzling heels there was also the valuable bag she clutched in her hand, but it seemed to be a sign of something. His eyes fell upon the ancient and magnificent building before him. The eyes of the two instantly erupted with a scorching light. The two men took a deep breath in unison after looking at each other and it seemed to want to calm the excitement inside. Then, arm in arm, they walked slowly side by side toward the main entrance. After identifying herself at the door, a beautiful woman in a green-colored cheongsam arrived in front of the two. She was graceful, her cheongsam wrapped tightly around the delicate curves of that exhilarating body can't help but be evocative. Seeing such a special thing, the man's eyes were just attracted by a magnet. The eyes were firmly locked on the beautiful woman. Noticing the man's disorientation, the female companion beside him didn't move and reached around his waist and pinched him hard. Under the pain, the man snapped back to his senses and hastily withdrew his mischievous gaze. A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Though all their little actions had fallen into the eyes of the beautiful woman, but she also just smiled softly in disbelief. Both of you, please come with me. After saying that, the beautiful woman led the way ahead. The two didn't have any hesitation and immediately followed. Before long, the three of them got on the elevator and arrived outside a box on the top floor. At that moment, the beautiful woman turned to look at the two gently. The pavilion master has been waiting inside for a long time. The two of you please come in. Hearing this, the two exchanged a look with each other. I only saw that middle-aged man take a deep breath, then stretch out his right hand and a firm grip on the doorknob. As he pressed the doorknob, the heavy door to the room opened in response. With hardly any hesitation, the man stepped in immediately. The woman was quite polite, and after expressing her gratitude to the beautiful woman, she then walked into the box. It was only until the door closed again that the corner of the mouth of the originally gentle-faced beautiful woman then hooked up a cold smile. She then turned and left the area. When she appeared again, she had already appeared within the secret room of the UUA pavilion. In front of the monitor, a beautiful woman in a red cheongsam was staring intently at the image in the center. Sister Ia, why do you think the pavilion master would be interested in inviting such a little-known person to the pavilion of the Pixie Moon? Lu Qing asked curiously while gazing at the picture in the monitor. You're so close to the pavilion master and you don't even know about it. You think I would? Xiaoya's words revealed a strong complaint. Lu Qing, who felt Xiaoya's resentment, immediately took the other party's arm and began to pout. Aya, Sister Ia, don't be like this. I know I'm wrong. Don't you keep shading. Xiaoya didn't pay any attention to Lu Qing and quietly gazed forward. Seeing this, Lu Qing started her compulsion plan again. But, Sister Ia, are you really not considering offering yourself? I can feel that the pavilion master is interested in you. If you take the initiative, the pavilion master will definitely push you along. However, Xiaoya still didn't pay any attention to Lu Qing. Her beautiful eyes stared tightly at the handsome man in the picture. A flash of color in her eyes from time to time. The camera returns to the box. On the spacious and lavishly decorated sofa sat a young man with a handsome face. He was seen leisurely crossing his legs and the slender fingers kept fiddling with the delicate red wineglass in his hand. The dark red liquid swayed gently as he moved, refracting a mesmerizing light. The pair of men and women who had been invited to the Pixie Moon Pavilion were currently standing in front of the sofa with trepidation. Their bodies were tense. They didn't even dare to take a breath of air. Even the sound of breathing became extremely subtle, fearing that the slightest carelessness would offend the real big brother in front of him. The entire box was filled with an unusually tense atmosphere. The minutes ticked by, but for the pair of, every second is so torturous. Finally, the woman could not hold back her inner fear and anxiety, and she cautiously reached out her hand and, gently poking the man next to him. After being instructed by the woman, the man then stammered out a question with trembling lips. No, I don't know what the pavilion master invited us here for. Hearing this, Lin Bai did not immediately respond. Instead, he remained unperturbed, playing with the glass of red wine in his hand. After about 30 seconds, he said slowly, a while back, I stumbled across some interesting videos on the internet. Just as the pair were filled with amazement, the TV in the back, which had been pitch black, suddenly lit up. Immediately afterward, a voice that was doubly familiar to them came out of the television. Both of them were stunned and then subconsciously turned around. Both froze when looking at the image on the screen. That's right. The video now playing is the very same live footage of the two men when they used to cause trouble at Noodle La La. And the two eloquent men in the video are the same ones who are in all their glory today. Just then, once again, Lin Bai's low but magnetic voice was heard at their ears. This is you two, right? The middle-aged man scowled and nodded. For some reason, he had a vague bad feeling inside. Immediately afterward, Lin Bai's words were like a thunderbolt that suddenly exploded within the box. Then do you know that Gu Qing is my girlfriend? With these words, it was as if the middle-aged man had been cast in a fixation spell. The entire person instantly froze in place, a look of shock and disbelief on his face. The woman standing to the side, on the other hand, still looked bewildered. Suddenly, there was a muffled thud. That middle-aged man actually knelt in front of Lin Bai. Old Wu, what are you doing? The woman instantly changed color. As much as she wanted to fall into the lap of the Yuki Pavilion, such a humiliating way of, she still can't take it. She was just about to reach down and pull the man up when she saw the man jerk his head around and that handsome face was completely taken over by fear and panic at this moment. His eyes widened and his lips quivered. Have you forgotten who Gu Cheng is? The woman frowned tightly at first, then she seemed to think of something and, those still bright eyes instantly panicked. Only her lips trembled slightly as she looked towards Lin Bai. So, that waitress, really is the court master's girlfriend? Lin Bai's cold eyes condensed slightly and said in a cold tone, what do you think? Just after the words fell, the woman who had been standing upright also flopped and knelt on the ground, the designer bag that had been held so tightly in her hand. At the moment it also involuntarily came off on the ground. How could she be so lucky? Chapter 178 Young Family's Killing Chance. Pavilion Master, is it really good to let them go like this? In front of the window, Xiaoya's eyebrows knit tightly as his eyes were locked onto the two staggering figures below. I'll send them to atone for their sins when they've done what they had to do. A flash of coldness flashed in the eyes of Lin Bai, who was standing beside Xiaoya. Xiaoran froze for a moment, then pursued the question. So do we still need to send someone to keep an eye on them? Lin Bai shook his head expressionlessly. No need. That woman is not a cutie. Know what to do. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose uncontrollably when he remembered the scene in the box not long ago. Yes. For a moment, the room fell silent again. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Bai suddenly opened his mouth and asked, in the past 2 days, has the Xia family sent anyone? Xiaoya responded in a soft voice after a little thought. Last night, Xia Jia came to Yu Pavilion. Oh, he came over personally? Lin Bai's face showed some surprise. Seems rather surprised by this. Xiao Ran nodded. So he's already planning to make a move against those traitors of the Xia clan? Lindbergh asked curiously. Mr. Xia intends to host a banquet at the Pixie Moon Pavilion. Hearing Xiaoya's narration, Lin Bai also smiled heartily. Looks like another Hongmen banquet. Has the time to strike been determined? Lin Bai then asked. Just this evening. Xiaoya responded. Looks like I won't be able to witness this good show. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh. Although Xiaoya was a bit puzzled. She didn't say anything. It was only after a while that Lin Bai opened his mouth again and asked. Has there been any movement on the Yang family's side in the past few days? Xiaoya shook her head. There's no big commotion. Yang Qian has already been buried in secret. Unsurprisingly, the Yang family should not be planning to pursue this matter. Alright. Only Xiaoya's painting style suddenly turned. But there's one thing I think the pavilion master should know. What is it? Lin Bai looked at Xiaoya curiously. Xiaoya is a person with an incomparably meticulous mind. And the things she believes in. Definitely not something to just ignore. This morning, Mrs. Lu went to the Yangs. Hearing this, Lin Bai jolted. He naturally knew who Mrs. Lu was in Xiaoya's words. The Yang families resting on their laurels was still within his expectations. But he didn't expect the woman to go to the Yang family. He could guess what the woman was up to with his little thumb. But he was a little curious as to why she didn't just take a shot at herself, instead choosing to use the knife to kill her. And then there's Lu Nantian, whose death of his son is as painless as the death of a dog. Could it be that Lu Yu really isn't Lu Nanshan's son? Asked Lu Feng over. I want to meet him. About tomorrow? Let's do it tomorrow at noon. His old man bought me a meal. I have to return the favor. Yes, Pavilion Master. By the way, where's Chinger? Meanwhile, the Yang family mansion. Since receiving Yang Qian's unpleasant remains, the Yang family seems to have been covered by dark clouds. Everyone was filled with a lowered look. However, at this moment, the atmosphere of the Yang family had become exceptionally tense. Father, are you really going to listen to Mrs. Lu? On the sofa, a man whose looks bore a 7-part resemblance to Yang Qian. But the obviously much more mature-looking woman looked at the sagging middle-aged man across from her with a worried face. The middle-aged man is no other than the current head of the first-class family, the Yang family, and Yang Qian's biological father, Young Knight. And that woman who has a 7 or 8% resemblance to Yang Qian is the Yang family's eldest young lady, Yang Qian Yu. In addition to the identity of the Yang family's first lady, Yang Qian Yu is also the president of the Yang group. Although she, the female president, was not as famous as Yi Qinglan, she was still magnificent. The war record of Herman. Only Yang Knight sighed quietly. What else would you have me tell your mom? His words revealed a deep sense of helplessness and grief. Yang Qianyu's brows knitted. But that's the Yue Pavilion. You should know what they hold in their hands. If this matter really became a big deal, the entire Yi city would be turned upside down. At that time, the Yang family would definitely become a target. Yang's group is also going to be affected. The company's employees are counting on this job to support their families. And if your impulsive behavior causes the company to fall into a crisis, what should those employees do? Are you doing right by them? Yang Knight's eyes were also full of struggles. Although Yang's group was not founded by him, but he had also given half his life's work to it, and how he wanted to destroy it. But how can he face his late wife without avenging her murder? Pay them more compensation when the time comes. What about the Yang family? If the Yang family can't withstand the turmoil, what are you going to do? Father? It won't be. Mrs. Lu promised me that she would keep the Yang family. But what if she's just trying to use father? Without waiting for Yang Qianyu to finish her sentence, Yang Knight spoke. Even so, I'll make that man pay in blood. Before the words were out of his mouth, he stepped resolutely out of the parlor and, only leaving Yang Qianyu with a determined back. Looking at Yang Knight's gradually stooping body, Yang Qianyu's heart was indescribably painful. But soon, an unprecedented look of determination flashed through her beautiful eyes. Father, I won't let you destroy the Yang family and the Yang group. Pulling out her cell phone, she then dialed a number. Hey, get me in touch with Phantom Moon Pavilion. On the other hand, inside the small courtyard at the back of the Pixie Moon Pavilion, the stunning woman in a green-colored cheongsam was confronting several pugilistic men. A normal woman would be scared out of her wits on an occasion like this. However, the woman's face did not have the slightest fear, but instead was filled with fighting spirit. With a gentle hook of her jade hand, the few big men immediately swung their fists and attacked towards the woman. Sandbagged fists on that skinny frame. Couldn't believe what would happen. I saw that the woman's body was as agile as a swallow. Easily avoiding these incoming barrages. Not only that, but she was lightning fast every time she struck. With just a casual swing, he had beaten those pugilists like kites with broken strings. Flying backwards several meters away, he landed heavily on the ground. For one short minute, the originally aggressive several big men had all been subdued to the ground by the woman, and one by one, they were lying on the ground and wailing. Looks like you haven't been slacking off all this time. Just then, a clear laugh suddenly came from behind him. The woman looked back at the sound of the voice, only to see a handsome and extraordinary man with a smile on his face. Slowly walking towards her. Pavilion husband. With a swoosh, she turned into a stream of light and jumped into the man's arms. However, before Lu Qing could feel her man's warm and cozy embrace for a while longer, behind her, Shanya then delivered the upsetting news. Pavilion master, MS. Young contacted over.